This kid paid the price for messing with young Master Lin's girl. He's getting pummeled by a pack of his thugs. But the moment they leave, Zhao Tianlei just sits up and dusts himself off, his spirit completely unbroken. As the old saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. For now, he's got to focus on his part-time job to pay for this semester. But suddenly, Zhao Tianlei steps on something and goes flying. Clutching his bruised backside, Zhao Tianlei grits his teeth and curses. What rotten luck. It's like he stepped in dog crap. Host number 0 has been activated, awaiting physical scan. A strange robotic voice echoes from nowhere, leaving Zhao Tianlei stunned. He frantically searches for the source, only to find it's a glowing ring, right where he landed. For a mere ring, it's incredibly arrogant. It commands Zhao Tianlei to call it Lord God and demands he put it on. From this moment forward, your designation is 0. In 16 hours, a biochemical virus outbreak will begin. Your mission: hunt zombies and save humanity. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei instantly sizes up the situation. This has to be another one of those ridiculous scams. But those kinds of tricks only work on gaming nerds. They'd never work on Zhao Tianlei. Without a second thought, he casually tosses the thing away. The ring panics. Wait, just put me on. I can prove everything I've said. Zhao Tianlei shoots a skeptical look, but slides the ring on anyway, curious to see what these scammers will pull next. The ring immediately initiates a scan. Zhao Tianlei's world spins as he's pulled into another dimension. Scan complete. The ring projects a vision of the future directly into Zhao Tianlei's mind. Ruined buildings, desolate streets, and the living dead shambling everywhere. It's a true apocalypse. The vision was so vivid, so real, it felt like he'd lived through it. He breaks out in a cold sweat. What was that? According to the ring, what he just witnessed was a memory of the future. It has been uploaded into your memory core. At that, Zhao Tianlei is convinced it's a scam and instantly yanks the ring off. What is this garbage? I'm not falling for something this stupid. Suddenly, the ring flashes red. An agonizing pain shoots up from Zhao Tianlei's finger. It issues a stark warning. Unauthorized removal is dangerous. And just like that, with his life on the line, Zhao Tianlei is a believer. But he still doesn't get it. Why choose him? A guy who couldn't even hurt a fly, to go kill zombies. The ring offers some reassurance. Since you are the chosen one, you will naturally be granted power. All Zhao Tianlei has to do is gently rub the ring and say, activate. A dimensional cube will then appear. Skeptical, Zhao Tianlei does as he's told. Just as promised, a cube materializes out of thin air before him. Inside, it contains resources and weapons for fighting zombies. All he has to do is eliminate zombies to gain experience, which he can then exchange for anything he wants. There's also a vial of an evolution virus inside. It's supposed to enhance his physical body and abilities, but there's a catch. It only works if injected into a body already infected with the zombie virus. If a normal person uses it, they'll turn into one of the undead instantly. Zhao Tianlei is bewildered. So you're telling me I have to get bitten by a zombie before I can even use this? And what if the bite kills him outright? Then the evolution virus is completely useless. Alright, the data transfer is complete. I'm going into sleep mode. The ring completely ignores Zhao Tianlei's protests and simply powers down. It's already late afternoon. With only 16 hours left, Zhao Tianlei knows he has to prepare. That night, he returns to his dorm, lugging a backpack nearly half his size. His best bud, Wu Bin, covered for him when he skipped class again. A true brother. Zhao Tianlei drops his bag, his face etched with urgency. The world ends tomorrow. This dorm is the only safe place. He dumps a mountain of food and drinks onto the table. He warns them to stay inside and wait for the initial outbreak to pass. The two guys in the middle of a game just stare blankly, before bursting into laughter. Dude, have you lost your mind? Apocalypse? Zombies? You sound like a lunatic. They shove Zhao Tianlei aside and head for the door, mocking him for being poor and delusional, always coming up with weird stuff. Wu Bin looks at his friend with concern, wondering if a high fever is making him delirious. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrows as he turns to Wu Bin, searching for a final ounce of trust. Wu Bin is completely bewildered, but he still nods. Okay, I believe you. After they drag every piece of furniture to barricade the door, Zhao Tianlei stands guard with a broom, his expression deadly serious. While Wu Bin snores the night away, he wakes up to see Zhao Tianlei with dark circles under his eyes. It's morning. What are we waiting for? Don't let your guard down. It's almost time. Thinking Zhao Tianlei is taking this prank way too far, Wu Bin can't bring himself to play along anymore. He gets up, ready to head back to bed. Suddenly, a sound comes from outside the door. Wu Bin figures it's just their roommates back from the bars. He turns to Zhao Tianlei. Did you get scammed or something? It's broad daylight. There are no ghosts, let alone zombies. Right at that moment, A blood-curdling scream echoes from the hallway. Zhao Tianlei's eyes go wide. It's begun. The door trembles under a thunderous pounding, about to burst from its hinges. Wu Bin panics. Whatever's out there is stronger than any gym addict. A hair-raising growl drifts in from the window. Down below, the lobby is pure chaos. A scene of flesh-eating madness. Wu Bin's legs turn to jelly and he collapses, his voice barely a whisper. No way. Everything you said was true. They're all zombies. Are we going to die? Zhao Tianlei quickly tries to calm his friend down. I got main character plot armor, so I'm not dying yet. Besides, this is just the initial outbreak. We just have to hide until things calm down outside. Zhao Tianlei shakes his head. Trying to be a hero when you're weak will just get you killed. We have no idea what it's like out there. One wrong move and we're done for. But based on his assessment, these are just low-level zombies. Their movements are still slow. And since this morning was a self-study period, most students should still be in their classrooms. If they can just hide well enough to avoid being detected, they might survive this first wave. But then Wu Bin remembers something. Chen Xinyu was having a film shoot in the main square this morning. A huge crowd of her fanboys would have been there. The second his crush is mentioned, Zhao Tianlei panics. You're always keeping tabs on her. How could you not know this? Zhao Tianlei's face darkens. He grabs an iron rod and strides towards the door. He couldn't care less if his two jerk roommates live or die. But if these zombies dare to touch a single hair on his goddess's head, Zhao Tianlei will show them a slaughter. There's an emergency axe on every floor. If Zhao Tianlei can grab one, taking out the dead will be much easier. He gives Wu Bin one last instruction. Lock this door tight and don't come out. If I make it back alive, I'll come find you. Wu Bin stares in disbelief. Even at the end of the world, Zhao Tianlei is still the ultimate simp. But then again, so is Wu Bin, which is why he decides he's going with him. Aren't we brothers? I've only made it this far because of you. Now it's my turn to help. Zhao Tianlei cracks a smile. It's hard to find a friend willing to risk it all for a stupid plan. Down the hall, a lone zombie listlessly shambles along. Zhao Tianlei charges out, broom in hand, but uses his knee to strike, sending the creature tumbling to the floor. They run for their lives and finally manage to grab the emergency axe. With a grave look, Zhao Tianlei signals, let's move. But after just 3 steps, they both freeze in horror at the carnage outside. The sheer number of zombies compared to the living. Are there any living people left at all? Wu Bin covers his eyes, unable to watch. The horde is completely disfigured. It's impossible to recognize anyone he once knew. Zhao Tianlei, look, those people up there are still alive. On top of the stage, a crowd of survivors are huddled together in fear. An orange-haired girl tries to calm them down. Stop pushing each other. We'll all fall into the horde. Wu Bin recognizes her as their class president. If she's alive, there's a good chance Chen Xingyu is, too. Zhao Tianlei frantically searches for a solution, when his eyes land on a pickup truck parked nearby. Drawing on all the stories he's read and movies he's seen, Zhao Tianlei is confident he can pull off an epic rescue. But Wu Bin sees his friend about to charge headfirst into certain death, and desperately tries to stop him. Going alone is a death sentence. I'm coming with you. A faint smile crossed Zhao Tianlei's face. He knew he'd chosen the right friend. But this was Zhao Tianlei's moment to shine. He left Wu Bin with his final will. If I don't make it back, protect Chen Xingyu for me. Zhao Tianlei reached the car. Thankfully, the driver left the keys behind. He slammed the gas, plowing straight into the horde. Then, he cranked the wheel hard. The car spun in a brutal circle, sending zombies flying everywhere. Wu Bin frantically signaled to the people on stage. Run! Now's your chance. The class president thought Wu Bin was her savior, and was ready to pledge her life to him. But then she realized. The hero is Zhao Tianlei. But with that many zombies, how can he possibly escape? I have to help him. This time, it was the class president, Ngu Muoi, trying to rush in. Wu Bin had to grab her. Are you crazy? This isn't the time to play heroine saves the hero. Zhao Tianlei is my brother in arms. If anyone's saving him, it's me. They set a meeting point, the library. Then Wu Bin took off running. Meanwhile, the car was trapped, completely stuck. Zombies smashed through the windows, clawing their way inside. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei managed to bail just in time, hiding behind an ancient tree. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, a hand grabbed him from behind. He instantly snatched it, his axe raised to sever the fleshy arm. When Wu Bin's voice cried out, Dude, it's me, it's me. Zhao Tianlei froze, his axe inches from its target. They both collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. That was way too close to a heart attack. Wu Bin explained that the class president had led the others to safety in the library. Wu Bin couldn't stop singing his praises. Without you today, we'd all be ugly, disgusting zombies right now. Zhao Tianlei just sighed. I'm no hero or Superman. I just can't stand by and watch people die. Besides, this was all for Chen Xingyu. At the mention of her name, Wu Bin realized. He hadn't even checked if she was in the rescued group, but Xingyu always has her manager and assistant with her, 24/7. If anyone dies, there'll be human shields for her first. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed. He made a decision. They had to get to the library. It was the safest place. The two crept silently behind the zombie horde, heading for the library. But Wu Bin was so terrified, he tripped and let out a yelp. In an instant, every zombie head snapped in their direction. The chase was on. Zhao Tianlei slammed his fists on the library door, screaming for help. But the people inside refused to open it. Get lost. You're trying to lead the zombies right to us. Wu Bin desperately yelled out their names. The class president rushed to unlock the door. But a guy with purple-tipped hair brutally blocked her way. What the hell do you think you're doing? Opening that door now is a death sentence for all of us. Qian Hao, they're the ones who just saved us. How can you turn your back on them now? The horde was closing in fast. The class president shoved Qian Hao aside, but he retaliated with a vicious, stunning slap. The crowd erupted in shock and outrage. He actually hit a girl. Fear had made Qian Hao insane. Open your damn eyes, he shrieked. There are hundreds of them out there. If we let them in, we all die. Seeing him twist the crowd with fear, the class president stood up to him, her voice filled with fury. But he just shoved her again, even harder this time. Your class president title means nothing now. If you want to die so bad, go do it alone. Don't you dare drag the rest of us with you. Outside, Wu Bin was seething with rage. That bastard. If I get in there, I'll feed him to the zombies myself. But Zhao Tianlei, while fending off the dead, was already signaling a retreat. Wu Bin stared in disbelief. Retreat? To where? There was no time to explain. Zhao Tianlei grabbed his arm. Just trust me and run. Somehow, against all odds, the two of them escaped. Wu Bin couldn't stop apologizing as they fled. This is my fault. I'm the one who slipped. Zhao Tianlei clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, even without that horde on our tail, a guy like Qian Hao never would have opened that door. It's just human nature, he explained. He remembers every little slight, how everyone treated him before. Now that the world's gone to hell, his true, ugly colors are finally showing. Wu Bin looked at his friend, speechless. Because Zhao Tianlei had been bullied himself, he understood Qian Hao's resentment, but slapping the class president crossed a line. And Zhao Tianlei was going to make him pay for it. But what are we supposed to do now? We can't even get inside. Wu Bin sighed in defeat, but Zhao Tianlei smirked. You just have to be creative. If the front door is locked, we find another way in. Zhao Tianlei vaulted through a window, then unlocked a side door for Wu Bin. He grinned triumphantly. Let's go, bro. Inside the library, the mood was grim. The survivors sat scattered, lost in despair. A girl went to comfort the class president, then turned to glare at Qian Hao. Zhao Tianlei and Wu Bin just saved your life. And you left them to die. How could you? The class president felt a pang of sadness, but mostly, she was disappointed in everyone's silence. If just one of you had spoken up with me, Qian Hao wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly. Hearing his name, Qian Hao stormed over. Oh, Yi Sitong, you're so righteous. Huh. Then why didn't you go out there and be a hero? Don't sit here acting like some kind of saint. The girl shot to her feet. You shut your mouth? Who the hell gave you the right to hit her? Apologize to her. Right now. Qian Hao's eye twitched. He hated that title. I'm warning you, he snarled. Don't push me. You won't like the consequences. At that exact moment, Zhao Tianlei lunged forward. A single punch connected, sending Qian Hao flying several meters. The pain was immense, but the humiliation was worse. He had no idea how Zhao Tianlei even got inside. Wu Bin was right behind, grabbing Qian Hao's collar. You bastard, why didn't you open the door? We were almost zombie food because of you. Dazed by the blow, Qian Hao still tried to play the victim. I did it to keep everyone safe. He scrambled to his feet, shoving Wu Bin off. Those things were right on your heels. Letting you in would have doomed us all. To save the group, I had no other choice. He has a point. A few people started to defend Qian Hao. Besides, you two made it out okay, right? Can we just stop fighting? You'll attract more of them. Wu Bin stared, completely baffled. This guy's manipulation skills were on another level. Was he part weasel? Only the class president, Si Tong, approached them warmly. Thank you, she said softly. You saved all of our lives. Zhao Tianlei's eyes fell on the swollen, red mark on Si Tong's cheek. His gaze snapped back to Qian Hao. The coward flinched and stumbled backward. What do you want? CRC kek. Zhao Tianlei's hand struck his face twice, hard. Those were for the class president. If you ever lay a hand on our classmates again, I'll personally chop off your arms and feed you to the dead. With that, Zhao Tianlei gently led Si Tong away, leaving Qian Hao to boil in his pain and utter humiliation. The three of them found a quiet corner. Tong couldn't help but steal glances at Zhao Tianlei's sharp profile, a blush creeping up her cheeks. Wu Bin noticed her flushed face. Hey, class prez, your face is super red. Does it still sting? Tong awkwardly shook her head, then looked down. I'm so sorry. About before, Zhao Tianlei risked everything for us, and we just left you out there. Just the mention of Qian Hao's name made Wu Bin furious again. That guy is the worst kind of trash. No wonder he was a target for bullies. Tong's head lowered in shame. Please, don't call me class president anymore. I couldn't even protect my own classmates. I don't deserve the title, but both Zhao Tianlei and Wu Bin quickly reassured her. No matter what happens, you'll always be our class prez. Tears streamed down Tong's face. Whether by accident or design, she stumbled into Zhao Tianlei's chest, sobbing. Why is this happening? Everything was fine. I'm so scared. What if a zombie gets me? Zhao Tianlei awkwardly patted her shoulder. As long as I'm alive, I'll protect you. Tong's eyes instantly brightened. But our class doesn't really exist anymore. You can just call me Tong. Zhao Tianlei nodded. Then he asked, by the way, have you seen Chen Xinyu anywhere? The question felt like a knife twisting in Tong's heart, so the rumors were true. He really did like Xinyu. I saw her with her assistant before. They got surrounded by the infected, and then I lost them. Zhao Tianlei just nodded grimly. Tong then asked to borrow their phones, hoping to call her parents. Her own had lost its signal. But it was no use. None of their phones were working. This wasn't just a local outbreak. It was worldwide. Outside those walls, there was nothing left but the dead. Hearing this, terror washed over Tong. She could only imagine what might have happened to her parents. Zhao Tianlei tried to console her. The best thing we can do for them now is to survive. That's our only chance of seeing them again. Elsewhere in the library, a girl's stomach rumbled loudly, and two guys leaning against a wall started to bicker. Eat, eat, eat. It's all you ever think about. If you're not scared of zombies, then just go outside. Xiao Hao snapped, pissed off. We're not even asking for your food, so what's your problem? And just like that, a shouting match erupted between the two sides. Tudong instinctively stood up, ready to play peacemaker, but Zhao Tianlei held her back. Going out there now won't do any good. Have you already forgotten how Qian Hao treated you? If Tudong tried to mediate now, the entire group would just pin the blame on her. Maybe even demand she give them her own supplies. Realizing he had a point, she stayed put. A few hours later, the library group was still searching for food, but couldn't find a single drop of water. One of the girls suggested they check the second floor, guessing the librarian's office might have some snacks. But the second they reached the staircase, they were blocked by a gang of thugs. A guy who looked way too familiar was sitting there reading a book, clearly their leader. Ngo Ben recognized him instantly. It was Lao Mo. What was a guy like him doing here instead of some swankier place? At the sight of Lao Mo, Zhao Tianlei's eyes flashed with intensity. The other students, however, were terrified. Lao Mo was the school's most notorious delinquent, and his crew was infamous. Still, the fear of starvation was even greater than the fear of Lao Mo. Xiao Hao timidly stepped forward to beg for some food. Lao Mo elegantly closed his book, then without a word, spun around and brutally kicked Xiao Hao square in the gut, a smug look on his face like he'd done nothing wrong. Xiao Hao went rolling down the stairs like a human bowling ball. His girlfriend rushed over in a panic, regretting she'd ever asked for food. Lao Mo sneered as he slowly descended, his voice dripping with contempt, a bunch of pathetic bookworms. Look around you. The world has changed. You still think your old rules apply? In this chaotic new world, the strong make the rules. Lao Mo declared this very staircase as the new border between him and them. Anyone who dared to cross into his territory would be beaten to death. To prove his point, he pulled out a piece of bread and started chewing it right in front of the starving students. The second floor is full of food, he announced. If you want some, trade something valuable for it. Or, Lao Mo let out a disgusting smirk. I'll give priority to any female students willing to trade their bodies for a bite to eat. Ngo Ban grumbled. Suddenly furious, he wasn't a girl. That jerk Lao Mo was always an arrogant bully, but now he was acting like he was king of the world. He dangled the piece of bread in front of Xiao Hao's girlfriend. Haven't eaten yet, gorgeous? You're way too pretty to be wasting your time with a loser like him. You freaking pig. The girl furiously slapped the bread out of his hand. He wasn't mad about the food, but being embarrassed like that, Lao Mo's face twisted, and he swung his hand, slapping her hard across the face. He grabbed a fistful of her hair, yanking it like he was about to rip her head clean off. You dare talk back to me? Unable to watch any longer, Tudong rushed forward, screaming at him. The world outside is already in chaos. We should be uniting. How can you use this situation to bully others? Seeing someone finally stand up, the other students found their courage. The class president is right. Tudong tried to reason with him, but not a single word got through. Back in school, Lam Mo and Tudong were always at odds. He only held back because he was afraid of the teachers. But now, all the adults had turned into zombies. Lam Mo wanted to see who would back Tudong up now. He gave a signal, and his thugs started moving in, ready to strip her bare in front of everyone. As the group of leering goons closed in, Tudong was paralyzed with fear. She instantly regretted speaking up. Swoosh! An axe blade sliced through the air as Zhao Tianlei stepped in front of her. Seeing Zhao Tianlei's unusually heroic stance, Lam Mo burst out laughing. Well, look who it is. Trying to play hero and save the damsel in distress? Didn't you get beaten enough yesterday? Zhao Tianlei just stared back coldly. Before, Lam Mo could bully him because he didn't have the system, but now, he could take him with one eye closed. Times have changed. If you think you can act like the big shot you used to be, then bring it on. With that, Zhao Tianlei swung his axe, slamming it into a nearby bookshelf with terrifying force. The whole thing shuddered and came crashing down. Lam Mo and his crew froze in their tracks, completely stunned. A few of the thugs nervously whispered to their boss. Boss, that thing is seriously sharp. We probably shouldn't mess with this psycho. Lam Mo instinctively took a step back. For the sake of their old classmate's status, he declared a truce. He'd stay on the second floor, and Zhao Tianlei's group could have the first. They'd keep out of each other's way. The biggest issue was that all the food was still on the second floor, and Zhao Tianlei's group couldn't get to it. They could only watch as Lam Mo's crew retreated. The moment his back was turned, Lam Mo seethed with anger, ordering his men to barricade the staircase. That loser trio Zhao Tianlei knew to find a weapon. What are you idiots doing? After the intense standoff nearly ended in disaster, Tudong felt faint and tried to lean on Zhao Tianlei, but stumbled in the wrong direction. She quickly regained her composure, but her face was grim. She couldn't believe how quickly human nature could turn so ugly. They were all classmates, but after just a few hours, they were bitter enemies. Zhao Tianlei wasn't surprised at all. In peaceful times, thugs like them were held back by the law. But now, with no one to enforce the rules, their darkest impulses were running wild. People would do anything just to survive. Zhao Tianlei thought to himself that Tudong needed to tone it down a bit. She couldn't keep jumping in to defend every person who got bullied, forcing him to be the one to clean up the mess. Go Ban patted Tudong's shoulder to comfort her, thinking that no matter how much trouble she caused, he definitely wasn't going to be the one to save her. But that brought them back to the big problem: food. If they didn't find something soon, they'd starve to death long before a zombie got to them. Zhao Tianlei knew they couldn't take on Lam Mo directly. With so many thugs on his side, it was a fight they were guaranteed to lose. The air was thick with tension when suddenly, a loud growl echoed in the silence. It was Tudong's stomach. Blushing, she clutched her belly as Zhao Tianlei signaled for her and Go Ban to follow him. Come on, let's go eat. From another corner of the room, a pretty girl watched Zhao Tianlei leave with Tudong, a thoughtful look on her face. Her short-haired friend asked with concern, Jinyu, are you okay? Jinyu forced a smile. How could I be okay? I'm starving to death over here. As they walked, Ngo Ban looked around, confused. Where are we going to find food here? Zhao Tianlei moved to open a door, telling them to stand watch. Not here. But I guarantee the cafeteria has some. I'm going out. The other two immediately protested, especially Tudong. She grabbed Zhao Tianlei's arm, terrified he was leaving for good. I'm not that hungry. I can hold out for a bit. Don't worry. It's okay. It's fine, Zhao Tianlei said, gently removing her hand before opening the door and slipping out. Ngo Ban stayed behind to reassure Tudong. He's always managed to get out and back before. He'll be fine. Outside, the zombies were shuffling around like it was a packed city street. Somehow, Zhao Tianlei flew right past the horde. On his way, he spotted two zombies sleeping on the ground next to a backpack stuffed with food. Zhao Tianlei's eyes lit up as he immediately transferred the contents into his storage space. This was enough to last him a while, but with Ngo Ban and Tudong, it would be gone in a flash. Food would only get harder to find later on. He had to collect as much as he could right now. While sorting through his haul, a low growl from behind made his heart stop. He whipped his head around just as a disgusting, long-haired zombie lunged at him. The creature tackled him, wanting to make a meal out of him, pinning them close together. To an outsider, the scene might have looked like some kind of twisted zombie love story. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei managed to grab his axe and bury it in the monster's head, narrowly saving his first kiss for a rotting corpse. But the noise was enough to draw the rest of the zombies, who quickly started to surround him. He glanced around frantically, his eyes landing on a nearby window. Zhao Tianlei leaped through it and somehow landed right inside the cafeteria. Talk about a blessing in disguise. Zhao Tianlei happily looked around and found a pot of steaming hot rice that someone had just cooked. Meanwhile, back in the library, Tudong and Ngo Ban were sick with worry and hunger. A knock at the door, followed by Zhao Tianlei's voice, broke the tense atmosphere. Ingo Bain grinned and opened his arms for a welcome-back hug, but Tudong shot out from behind him like a cannonball, throwing her arms around Zhao Tianlei. Ngo Ban awkwardly stepped back. While Zhao Tianlei was gone, Tudong hadn't been able to sit still for a second. She'd been just about to run out and look for him herself. It was the first time a girl had ever hugged him, and Zhao Tianlei's face turned bright red, but he still had to focus on the mission. He pulled off his heavy backpack and took out a steaming pot of rice, shocking the other two. Even if the sky was falling, you had to eat first. To Ngoben and Tudong, the plain white rice tasted better than any feast. As she ate, Tudong marveled. To have a hot meal in a situation like this, it's absolutely incredible. Watching them eat, Zhao Tianlei felt a sense of calm, almost like he was taking care of a pair of pets. Seeing that he wasn't eating, Tudong asked, "Zhao Tianlei, why aren't you having any?" "Oh," he replied coolly, "I already ate back in the cafeteria." Zhao Tianlei handed them a water bottle, giving them a serious warning. "You two better ration this. It'll be a pain to get more," but the real rule was simple. No one else could know they had food, or they'd have a massive problem on their hands. Tudong didn't get it. How could she eat in peace while her classmates were starving? She just couldn't stomach the thought. Ngoban took a sip of water and let out a heavy sigh. "Class president, don't go playing the saint and pitying them," he said. Zhao Tianlei was the one who busted his ass to find this stuff, but Tudong was ready to share it all. They'd each take one bite, and everything he brought back would be gone. Then they'd just come breathing down his neck for more. Tudong nodded, seeing his point. But they still had more than half a pot of rice. Where could they possibly hide it? That's the easy part. Zhao Tianlei suddenly stood and carried the pot right outside the door. Ingo Ban couldn't help but chuckle at his brilliant move. Those cowards were so scared of zombies they'd lost their minds. Who would dare open the door to go outside? The three of them could sneak out here at night to eat without anyone ever finding out. To avoid suspicion, the trio returned to the common room. The entire place was in chaos, with some people groaning from extreme hunger. From the top of the stairs, Lam Mo looked down and sneered. "Can't handle the hunger anymore. We're all classmates here. You can always come upstairs and ask me for help." I, Lam Mo, would never turn a blind eye. Tudong cursed under her breath, seeing him play the hero just to bully everyone. She was about to step up when Zhao Tianlei held her back. His philosophy was to mind his own business, but when Lam Mo mentioned the name Tam Duck, Zhao Tianlei froze solid. Lam Mo strutted over to Tam Duck like a peacock showing off its feathers. "You knew I was on the second floor, yet you never came to find me. I have plenty of food and drinks. I promise you won't suffer with me." Ngoban immediately nudged Zhao Tianlei. How had they all been hiding here without realizing Tam Duck was with them? Tam Duck's manager, still clueless, heard Lam Mo's offer and quickly asked for some food. Lam Mo signaled his lackeys, who brought a small piece of bread and a bottle of water for the manager. After that, he leaned in, trying to charm Tam Duck again. "It's not safe for you here alone. Your food could get stolen. Come upstairs with me. I'll make sure you're protected." Even though she was dizzy with hunger, Tam Duck refused to go with a despicable creep like Lam Mo. Out of options, Lam Mo grabbed her arm, trying to drag her away. Tam Duck struggled to break free, and the sight made Zhao Tianlei's blood boil. Just as her manager jumped in to stop Lam Mo, he shot her an arrogant threat. "What gives you the right to get between me and Tam Duck? Say one more word, and I'll kick you to death." Tam Duck seized the opportunity, yanking her arm free and slapping Lam Mo across the face. "Don't think that tossing me a few scraps means I'll listen to you." With that, she threw the bread and water back at his goon. Lam Mo's face stung, and his pride was shattered. This bitch is just some washed-up celebrity. Who does she think she is, acting all high and mighty? You'll be on your knees begging me later. Seeing them finally leave, the manager worriedly checked on Tam Duck. Tam Duck sighed. "Sister Hoa, from now on, we can't trust anyone. We can only rely on ourselves." Injo Ban was seriously impressed by the whole scene. He thought all female idols were just looking for a rich guy to latch onto. Zhao Tianlei shot him a dirty look. "My goddess is different, and plenty of other female stars made it on their own talent." Tudong was curious why Zhao Tianlei didn't step in to help Tam Duck. A classic hero saves the damsel moment would have definitely made Tam Duck's heart flutter, just like it did for her. But Zhao Tianlei wanted to see if Tam Duck would actually go with Lam Mo. If she had, he would have lost all respect for her. But now, he saw her in a completely new light. Tudong knew she couldn't compare to Tam Duck and could only secretly cheer for Zhao Tianlei to win her over. But Zhao Tianlei felt he wasn't worthy of Tam Duck. She was a huge star, while he was just a poor, struggling student who sucked at school. Ngoban immediately gave him a hard shove forward. "Who says that? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, man. Go." Pushed right in front of Tam Duck, Zhao Tianlei awkwardly asked, "Are you okay from earlier?" Tam Duck looked surprised, but before she could say anything, Sister Hoa blocked his path. She was afraid Tam Duck was about to get harassed again and put her guard up. Zhao Tianlei held up his hands and backed away, explaining he just wanted to give Tam Duck some food and water. Sister Hoa gasped. Zhao Tianlei quickly motioned for her to be quiet. Any louder, and she'd attract the whole starving mob. He carefully handed the supplies to Tam Duck, whose sharp eyes were filled with suspicion. Zhao Tianlei gave a weak smile and explained, "Don't lump me in with that creep, Lam Mo. I just wanted to help you. Remember to make it last, and don't let anyone find out." After saying his piece, Zhao Tianlei left immediately, asking for nothing in return. Sister Hoa happily handed the food to Tam Duck. "If you keep starving yourself, you'll turn into a skeleton idol." Meanwhile, on the second floor, in the manager's office, Tian Hao was groveling before Lam Mo. Lam Mo was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying himself. "What do you want?" Even though he'd been bullied before, Tian Hao was desperate. He had no choice but to crawl at Lam Mo's feet and beg to join his crew. "Just give me the word, and I'll do anything." Lam Mo frowned. He didn't need more followers, so why would he take in a coward like Tian Hao? As if reading his mind, Tian Hao immediately brought up Tam Duck. "If that Tam Duck girl won't cooperate, we can find someone else. If you need women, you can just leave it to me, Tian Hao." At that moment, Tam Duck was happily munching on the bread. Sister Hoa asked about her relationship with Zhao Tianlei. In Tam Duck's eyes, they were just ordinary classmates, but her manager didn't see it that way. In a crisis like this, for him to only share food with you too, he definitely has a motive. I'm not so sure," Tam Duck replied, shyly looking down. Sister Hoa always treated Tam Duck like a little sister, so she had to say what was on her mind, even if it was harsh. In these chaotic times, zombies are scary, sure, but people's hearts are even scarier. Especially for someone as beautiful as you, Tam Duck. It puts you in constant danger. Sister Hoa knew she couldn't protect Tam Duck forever. The best option was to find a man to rely on. Tam Duck's face darkened. She understood the logic, but if she had to use her body to survive, she would rather die. "I'm not talking about that Lam Mo guy. How could I ever hand you over to that bastard?" Sister Hoa quickly waved her hands and mentioned Zhao Tianlei. Tam Duck's gaze drifted back to him. She blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look up. But Sister Hoa just smiled knowingly, as if she already knew everything. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei was wondering why Tudong was so down all of a sudden. Ngoban nudged him with his elbow. "Dude, can't you smell the jealousy in the air? I swear, when it comes to feelings, you're totally clueless." Ngoban had noticed that the second Zhao Tianlei gave that food to Tam Duck, Tudong went completely silent. To put it bluntly, she was crazy jealous. "Zhao Tianlei, you're a good guy, but you're just not that observant. How can some ice queen be better than our class president, who's kind, good-hearted, and easy to talk to?" Tudong scrambled to shut Ngoban's mouth. Just then, a loud thud echoed through the room, and everyone rushed over to see what happened. In the middle of the floor, a girl had fallen from the second story and died on impact. They recognized her as the one Tian Hao had just led upstairs. She must have been tortured so badly that she chose to end her own life. That Lam Mo bastard. He's not even human anymore. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Faced with someone's death, his expression was dark, but only because the girl had refused to sleep with him. Tian Hao stood beside him, adding his own disgusting commentary. "A girl who looks like that isn't even worthy of shining young Master Lam's shoes. Don't worry, I'll find you some prettier ones later." The sight made Zhao Tianlei's stomach turn. Ngoban immediately held him back. If Zhao Tianlei started a fight now, he would definitely be the one to lose. Furious, Zhao Tianlei took off his shirt and covered the girl's still warm body, letting her rest in peace. "I promise you, I will make every single person who did this to you pay." Lam Mo heard the threat and immediately ordered his goons to go down and beat the crap out of Zhao Tianlei. Tian Hao, acting as Lam Mo's advisor, had a bad feeling. This time, they had really picked a fight with the wrong guy. The other students were only afraid of Lam Mo because of his father. But right now, if everyone on the first floor ganged up on them, there was no guarantee Lam Mo's crew would win. Lam Mo gritted his teeth in fury and shot a final threat at Zhao Tianlei. "One day, I'll make you kneel and beg for your life." That night, while everyone was deep asleep, another loud noise broke the silence. Outside the door, a horde of zombies was screaming in hunger. Inside, the panic was just as intense. "All you guys, think of something. It's every man for himself now. Who has time to be a hero?" Amidst the chaos, Zhao Tianlei, already wearing his backpack, stood up and signaled to everyone. Instead of wasting time yelling at each other, they needed to barricade the door. Model. With a roar, the whole group scrambled to move bookshelves and hall desks, barricading the doors. They thought they were safe, but then a chilling thought hit Zhao Tianlei. The back door he'd snuck through was completely unguarded. Just then, The girl who jumped from the roof suddenly twisted into a zombie, right before their horrified eyes. Sidong panicked. No way. Don't tell me, they've already started to evolve. Based on Wu Bin's expert knowledge from watching zombie flicks, the girl must have been bitten earlier and it was just now taking effect. The 5 seconds of quiet shattered into chaos. Everyone scrambled, desperate to get away from the new zombie. One unlucky guy fell flat on his face, about to get a face full of teeth, when Zhao Tianlei appeared in a flash, splitting the zombie girl in two with his axe. But they were out of the frying pan and into the fire. The back door had fallen, and the horde was pouring in. In the chaos, it was impossible to tell human from zombie. Zhao Tianlei yelled at Wu Bin to protect Sidong, while he himself bolted forward to clear a path. The only way out was up. They stampeded for the second floor, trampling over anyone who fell. There was only one door up there, Teacher Lin Mu's office, and they pounded on it like their lives depended on it. But inside, Lin Mu's group had blocked the door with a bookshelf, refusing to let them in. If you don't want to get eaten, scram. In the confusion, Chen Xinyu was knocked away from Sister Hua when a hand suddenly grabbed her in the middle of the nightmare. Who else could it be but Zhao Tianlei? Stay with me, he said. I'll get you out of here safely. Stunned, Chen Xinyu just nodded, her mind blank. He led the group of 5 to a nearby door they thought was an exit, but surprise, it was the men's restroom with a missing sign. Sister Hua, the staff manager, turned beet red. Your student's here and you don't even know where the bathroom is. Outside, the zombies were already clawing at the door. Panic filled the small room, but Sister Hua's wails were the loudest. Even if I die, I refuse to die in a men's bathroom. Zhao Tianlei guessed that most of the zombies had swarmed the library, but who knew how many were still outside? He teamed up with Wu Bin, giving him a boost to look out the window. Wu Bin's face lit up. There wasn't a single zombie in sight, and better yet, there was a car near the gym. Zhao Tianlei signaled for Wu Bin to go out first and provide cover, followed by the 3 girls. Chen Xinyu went first, not forgetting to thank Zhao Tianlei for saving her. Zhao Tianlei's face flushed. He'd never been this close to a girl before. He willingly became a human stepping stool for Chen Xinyu, as Sister Hua yelled from the side, "Don't you dare open your eyes and peek." Wu Bin caught Chen Xinyu on the outside, while Sister Hua landed like some kind of budget Spider-Man, needing no help at all. Finally, it was Sidong's turn, but she hesitated. If I leave, what about you? The window was high, and Zhao Tianlei was all alone. How could he possibly climb out? I have a plan, he insisted. But Sidong wasn't convinced. Tell me what it is, she demanded. Otherwise, I'm not leaving you behind. Zhao Tianlei was getting seriously annoyed with this girl, playing the saint when they were about to die. That class president title must have fried her brain. A weak girl who could only run her mouth would just get in his way. She might not mind, but Zhao Tianlei sure as hell did. His harsh words made tears stream down her face, but she finally agreed to leave. There's something I have to tell you, she whispered. I like you. Sidong gently planted a kiss on Zhao Tianlei's cheek, begging him to survive. Stunned by the surprise attack, Zhao Tianlei just nodded. As Sidong climbed onto the window's sill, the barricade behind them shattered. Zhao Tianlei had no choice but to turn back and hold the door for her. Sobbing, Sidong scrambled out, probably regretting all the precious time she'd wasted arguing. The moment she was clear, Zhao Tianlei yelled out, Wu Bin, get them out of the school. Find a safe place. I promise I'll find you. He talked a big game, but he was on his last legs. His vision was fading, but his will wouldn't let him fall. He had to buy them more time. With a roar, Zhao Tianlei raised his axe and faced the horde alone. If you've got the guts, come and get me. Meanwhile, Wu Bin's group reached the car. Just as he was about to start the engine, Sidong stopped him. We can't leave. We have to wait for Zhao Tianlei. Sister Hua was frantic. Are you crazy? If we stay another second, they'll be on us. That library is a time bomb. We don't know when the horde will pour out, and who knows if Zhao Tianlei is even alive. I bet he's already dead. Her words were painful, but they were the truth. Wu Bin was worried sick about Zhao Tianlei, too, but his friend wanted them to be safe. They couldn't throw away that chance. Sidong was about to make a run for it, but Wu Bin quickly grabbed her. Zhao Tianlei entrusted you to me. I have a duty to protect you, and I can't let you run back there to die. Besides, he added, Zhao Tianlei definitely has a way out. If you really care for him, you'll listen to what he said. At that, Sidong finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. But he's just a normal guy, she cried. How can he win against so many of them? Wu Bin patted her shoulder. We have to trust him, because he's the main character, after all. At last, the car sped away. An unknown amount of time passed. A torrential rain began to fall, washing over the men's restroom, now littered with zombie corpses. Zhao Tianlei staggered out into the storm, his breathing heavy, before he collapsed on the ground. The ring blared a warning. Host's life functions are infected by the virus, immediately administering the evolution toxin to prevent zombification. Zhao Tianlei couldn't believe it. He actually got bitten over a girl. He stared at a strange green vial in his hand. This was the plague virus itself, not some kind of vaccine. What if, after using this, he didn't get better? What if he turned into something far more terrifying? With a heavy sigh, Zhao Tianlei decided to gamble it all, plunging the syringe straight into his bicep. A few minutes passed with no reaction. "Don't tell me this system gave me an expired potion," he muttered. Thump. Suddenly, his body erupted in a pain so intense it felt like he was being torn to shreds. He tried to hold it back, but a scream ripped from his throat. The next morning, the sky was clear. Zhao Tianlei opened his eyes and checked his body. No smell, no decay, and even the wound from last night had vanished. The ring, having proven its skill, started to get cocky. "See? From now on, you shall call me the revered master system." Zhao Tianlei just nodded. "Whatever floats your boat." He had now evolved into a second-class soldier. His stats had all increased, and his inventory space expanded to level 3. Zhao Tianlei was ecstatic.
"So, an upgrade means I'm super strong now, right?"
The ring practically shook its head. "Watch fewer movies. There are 19 evolutionary ranks in total. From top to bottom, they are Marshal, General, Instructor, Officer, Warrant Officer, Soldier, and Private. And that's not even counting the sub-ranks. Just within the soldier tier, there's third, second, and first class. To put it bluntly, you're currently at the bottom of society." The more the ring rambled, the more annoyed Zhao Tianlei got. He had a low level and was still weak as hell. Some savior I am. How am I supposed to save anyone when I'm as weak as a chicken? The system didn't seem surprised. A normal person could only ever reach third-class soldier at best. But because you eliminated so many zombies before you were bitten, you jumped straight to second class. This is a special perk the system has granted you. No complaints allowed. You want to eat, you have to work. Every zombie you kill earns you 1 point. You need 150 points to level up. Basically, Zhao Tianlei had to slaughter another 150 zombies. He tried to bargain, but the system decided to go into sleep mode, leaving him hanging. It pulls this crap every time. Disappears without finishing the conversation. Rushing off to have a baby or something? Zhao Tianlei walked around looking for something to test his strength on. Even if he was at the bottom of society, the system said he got stronger. Zhao Tianlei walked past a stone pillar and threw a punch with all his might. To his shock, the pillar split in two. Zhao Tianlei was amazed. If a second-class soldier like me is this strong, a marshal must be on the same level as Saitama. Strangely, it was quiet today. It seemed the horde from last night had wandered off somewhere else. Zhao Tianlei began to search the area, looking for any other lucky survivors. The second floor was empty. It looked like Lin Mu had escaped. The room was spacious, grand, and fully furnished. It seemed being the teacher in charge of the library was as cushy as being the principal. Zhao Tianlei took the opportunity to shower and enjoy a moment of peace, then turned on the TV. As expected, the breaking news was all about the zombies. Over half the world's population had been zombified. Their attacks were incredibly powerful, even a single scratch would turn you. However, the government was building safe zones to rescue lucky survivors and was already planning how to eliminate the virus. Zhao Tianlei was thrilled. At least his government and military weren't as brain-dead as the ones in the movies. Suddenly, a noise rattled inside the closet. Zhao Tianlei grabbed his axe and ripped the door open. He wasn't afraid of a single damn thing anymore. "Don't bite me. Please don't bite me." A girl was locked inside, lucky to be alive, but totally hysterical. Zhao Tianlei tossed his axe aside and softened his voice. "Hey, look, I'm human. Not one of them." After the girl got out, she just sat on the floor, a sobbing mess. Zhao Tianlei guessed she must have been through some serious hell. Her name was Chang Jiao. Yesterday, she came to the library with friends right when the zombie outbreak hit. She and her friend hid in a large room, terrified and starving. Then, she and Hao found them, promising them some of Lin Mu's food. The two girls trusted him and followed, only to be ambushed and assaulted by Lin Mu's crew. Her friend couldn't take the trauma and jumped. Zhao Tianlei remembered the female student who turned into a zombie yesterday. Looks like this Chang Jiao girl got lucky. Otherwise, she would have been bitten by her own friend. When the zombies closed in, Chang Jiao and Lin Mu's crew hid in here. The moment they saw the coast was clear, they started jumping out the window. But the last person to climb out got grabbed. Chang Jiao was too scared to jump, so she hid in the closet, and thankfully, Zhao Tianlei found her. The more he thought about it, the more disgusted he was with Lin Mu's crew. They only ever cared about themselves. After calming down, Chang Jiao finally asked his name. "Wait. Are you Zhao Tianlei, the one who put Qian Hao and Lin Mu's gang in their place?" Suddenly, her whole demeanor shifted, and she praised his courage. But back then, Zhao Tianlei was fully clothed, so she didn't recognize him now. He yelped and covered himself up. "Sorry about that. I just took a shower and forgot to get dressed." After putting on some clothes, Zhao Tianlei gave her a piece of bread and a bottle of water. Cheng Zhao was so moved she started crying again. She thought she was going to die a starving ghost, but Zhao Tianlei saved her. Even starving, a girl's got to clean up before she can eat. So, Cheng Zhao asked to use the shower. Hiding in that sweaty closet had left her feeling disgusting. After she was done, she walked out with just a towel wrapped around her. Staring at Zhao Tianlei's strong back, her heart couldn't help but flutter. When Zhao Tianlei saw her in nothing but a towel, he squeezed his eyes shut. He offered Cheng Zhao something to eat. The bread, that is. But as she held the food, she started sobbing again, leaving Zhao Tianlei completely helpless. He'd never met a girl who could cry this much. Cheng Zhao sniffled and apologized. I just keep thinking about my friend. She jumped to her death over this very piece of bread. I can't help it. Cheng Zhao was drowning in regret for trusting Qian Hao, blaming herself for her friend's suicide. As an outsider, Zhao Tianlei knew the blame fell squarely on Qian Hao and Lin Mu. Besides, her friend had already turned into a zombie after she died. Even if she hadn't jumped, she wouldn't have survived for long. Suddenly, Cheng Zhao latched onto Zhao Tianlei's arm, acting weak and vulnerable. It's nothing but zombies out there now. I don't know how I'm going to live. You don't have to be so scared about that. Zhao Tianlei awkwardly tried to pull his arm away. The government and the military are setting up safe zones. We just have to survive until then, and we'll get out of here. If you want, you can stick with me. Cheng Zhao's face lit up, as if she'd just gotten exactly what she wanted. Zhao Tianlei had just grabbed a set of clothes from the library for her, but as he offered them, she suddenly locked him in a kiss. The alert level in his head went off the charts. He stumbled back several feet. Cheng Zhao being undressed was no accident. You saved my life, she said. I have nothing to repay you with, except for myself. Zhao Tianlei's blood pressure skyrocketed. How many hours of TV dramas did this girl watch a day to spew out a line that cheesy? Cheng Zhao was dead serious about showing her gratitude. Unless Zhao Tianlei found her repulsive, she was going to stick to him no matter what. Noticing his face had been bright red this whole time, Cheng Zhao got curious. Why is your face so red? Could it be that was your first kiss? Zhao Tianlei felt his world shatter. Busted. He propped himself up and scoffed. Who says? I kissed plenty of people when I was a kid. Cheng Zhao seemed to have a lot of experience and made a new hobby out of teasing him. Seeing him all flustered just made her more amused. Suddenly, a voice blasted from the school's speakers. Is anyone out there? Help us. We're in the broadcasting room. Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei tensed up. He had to find those people. Not because he wanted to be a hero, but because those idiots were broadcasting a dinner bell for every zombie in the area. And sure enough, in the broadcasting room, a group of students huddled together in fear as zombies clawed at the door outside. Just then, Zhao Tianlei, perched in a tree, signaled them. Hey, over here. Dude, did you come to save us? Thank God, the students shouted with joy, nearly giving Zhao Tianlei a heart attack. He frantically gestured for them to shut up, then asked about the situation in the building. The entire floor was crawling with zombies. They barely managed to escape into the broadcasting room. Zhao Tianlei threw them a rope, telling them to tie it to something sturdy and climb down. But they had to do it in complete silence. An old man was the first to descend, followed by the others. The last one was Li Yao, a guy with a classic fear of heights. And just as you'd expect, his hands trembled, and he fell. His scream woke up every single zombie. Zhao Tianlei signaled for the others to run for their lives. There was one car left in the parking lot, and everyone scrambled for a spot. Zhao Tianlei grabbed Li Yao to let Cheng Zhao get in first, but Yao cried and refused to give up the spot. Everyone in the car was getting pissed. It was your yelling that attracted the zombies. Now get lost. Cheng Zhao decided to stay with Zhao Tianlei. Going with this useless bunch would get them nowhere. Zhao Tianlei had just saved their lives, but the second they were in the car, they didn't give a damn about him. If they ran into trouble, they would definitely abandon them without a second thought. Following this group of selfish idiots was the most dangerous move of all. Zhao Tianlei saw her logic and let Li Yao go. Get lost. You ungrateful parasites. If I knew you were like this, I never would have saved you. The driver mumbled an apology to Zhao Tianlei, then stomped on the gas and peeled out. Meanwhile, he and Cheng Zhao ran for it, hand in hand. They ducked into a convenience store, taking the chance to whip up some spicy instant noodles. Zhao Tianlei was amazed at how gourmet the glowing bowl of noodles looked. Cheng Zhao blushed. There was only frozen stuff in the supermarket. I added some sausage and bacon. I hope it tastes okay. Zhao Tianlei grabbed a mouthful of noodles and invited her to eat, too. Who knew her next words would make him spit everything out? You're my man now. Of course, I have to take good care of you. Zhao Tianlei quickly shot her down. If Sitong heard you say that, I'd be in big trouble. Cheng Zhao was confused. She had already decided to repay him with her body. Zhao Tianlei put a hand on her shoulder to explain. I didn't save you for that. I just can't stand by and watch someone die. You don't owe me anything. Chang Jiao understood all that, but she wanted times to give herself to him. She closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss. Zhao Tianlei quickly pushed her away, and she immediately burst into tears. Is it because you find me disgusting? No, that's not it. Just please don't cry. How could he accept her feelings when he already had someone in his heart? Cheng Jiao froze, then guessed it immediately. It's Sitong, isn't it? You were so protective of her at the library. Zhao Tianlei waved his hands dismissively. Sitong stood up for me back then, so I just returned the favor. Then who is it? Cheng Jiao was determined to dig it out of him. Blushing, Zhao Tianlei finally said Chen Xingyu's name. Cheng Jiao gasped. What, the famous rising star? She's your girlfriend? The corner of Zhao Tianlei's mouth twitched. I'm just a poor nobody with a one-sided crush. How could I ever be her boyfriend? I knew it, Cheng Jiao said, shattering his heart into a million pieces. But who cares about being rich or poor in times like these? In front of a zombie, all the money in the world is useless. Zhao Tianlei, I can tell you're not an ordinary person. You're going to achieve great things. When that day comes, forget Chen Xingyu. All the women in the world will be flocking to you. Zhao Tianlei just laughed. Are you telling me to build a harem or something? I'm serious. Her determined attitude shut him up. After going through hell, everyone realized that strength is the only thing that matters. For a woman to survive, she has to rely on a man. Otherwise, even if she escapes the zombies, she'll just be taken advantage of by other people. So, unless you kick me out, I'm sticking with you for good. Cheng Jiao went right back to her clingy mode. Even if she couldn't be his lover, she was willing to be his maid. Zhao Tianlei had no idea what was going on inside her head. Even if she didn't act like this, he would have protected her anyway. Seriously, you're the absolute best. Fan Zhao beamed, planting a quick kiss on Zhao Tianlei's cheek, leaving him totally flustered. A few hours later, they were scouting a supermarket when they hit the jackpot in the underground garage, a whole row of high-end cars. Fan Jiao smirked. You think the owner was some relative of the principal? Fan Jiao pointed to a VF6. The interior was spacious and comfortable, with stable performance and a better engine than the rest. As a die-hard VinFast fan, she knew every single spec. With the electric car humming smoothly on the road, Fan Jiao was in her element. This car is perfect. What a feeling. Zhao Tianlei, however, was clutching the seatbelt for dear life, his face pale. He never imagined that beneath her gentle exterior was a total supercar fanatic. It had always been Fan Jiao's dream to drive a VinFast. Who knew the apocalypse would be the thing to make it come true? Back at the military base, Zhao Tianlei unfolded an old, worn-out map. The TV signal had been too choppy, cutting out right before they could hear the specific address. Suddenly, 3 figures darted out in front of them, moving like zombies. Fan Jiao slammed on the brakes, swerving to a halt. A girl with 2 guys, one with green hair, the other with red, were begging to be let in. We barely made it out of there. If you don't let us in, we're dead for sure. In the end, they got into the car. The talkative girl immediately asked where Zhao Tianlei was going. Zhao Tianlei shot her a sharp look. You still haven't answered my question. Who are you people? And why were you on the highway? The girl claimed the guy with the crested hair was her boyfriend, and the other was her little brother. They were just wandering outside when the zombie outbreak exploded. They'd driven to the highway, but their car broke down. It was pure chaos, so they hid in the car, too scared to go outside, until they saw Zhao Tianlei's car and ran for help. So, what about you two? You're a couple, right? Fan Jiao nodded happily. Wow, you've got a good eye. The girl smirked. They didn't dress like they were rich, but they were in a luxury car. She instantly guessed they must have stolen it. Her eyes suddenly locked onto Zhao Tianlei's backpack. You have food in there, don't you? We haven't eaten in a whole day. Can you give us some? She even offered up a watch as payment, but Zhao Tianlei didn't want it. He tossed them 3 small pony sausages. The green-haired guy immediately frowned. Your bag is that big, and you can't spare a little more. Fan Jiao wasn't about to back down. In times like these, food is the most valuable thing. We barely have enough for ourselves. If you're going to complain, you can get out now. The guy's face darkened and he looked ready to start something, but his sister stopped him. The guy with the crested hair just ate his sausage, unbothered. This unstable trio made Zhao Tianlei deeply uneasy. A moment later, they passed a car being swarmed by zombies. The faces, half familiar and half strange, made Zhao Tianlei frown. It was the car belonging to the group from the radio station. They must have panicked on the road and flipped the car. It served them right for being so ungrateful. Call it karma. Just then, the girl in the back spoke up, warning that the crowded city center was ahead. She was sure it was crawling with zombies and told them to take a different route. Zhao Tianlei agreed it made sense. This road is clear. Since our paths are different, you 3 can get out here. You son of a bitch. If you want to live, you'll listen to me. Otherwise, I'll blow your brains out. The green-haired guy suddenly pressed a gun to the back of Zhao Tianlei's head, making him freeze. Then Zhao screamed, "Who in the world are you people?" The woman kept a smile on her face. "Seeing as you saved us, we'll let you live. Just leave the car and the food, and we'll spare you." The guy with the crested hair picked his teeth, a silent threat to Zhao Tianlei. "My little brother here has a bad temper. He's already killed 3 people. If he gets angry, no one can save you." The brother cocked the gun. "Why are we wasting time talking? Let's just shoot him." His sister smacked him on the head. "Are you stupid? You want to call a horde of zombies over here?" She then turned to Thane Jiao with a sweet expression. "Hey, little sister, if you don't want your boyfriend's head to pop, you should pull the car over to the side of the road." But the blue car kept speeding down the road without stopping for a second. By now, Thane Jiao was panicking, her mind a total mess. "If we lose the car, the zombies will definitely catch us. But if I don't listen to them, Zhao Tianlei will die." She frantically asked herself what she should do. Just then, Zhao Tianlei agreed to the robbers' demands. "Fine, we'll get out of the car. But you have to keep your word." The woman in the group smiled and replied, "Don't worry. In our line of work, we hate breaking promises. I wouldn't lie to you too." After getting her approval, Zhao Tianlei said, "Thane Jiao, stop the car." Listening to him, Thane Jiao slammed on the brakes. The car came to a stop on the deserted roadside. Zhao Tianlei and Thane Jiao slowly stepped out of the car. Just as they were about to leave, they were called back. "Hold on," the punk ordered Zhao Tianlei. "You can go. The girl stays here." His demand sent a chill of pure terror through Thane Jiao. The spiky-haired guy in the car heard the punk's demand and cursed at him. "Are you sick? What are you keeping her for?" But the punk shot back. "How would you understand? You have my sister, so what do you have to worry about? It's lonely being single like me." He had his eyes on Thane Jiao and planned to use her for fun. "This girl isn't bad looking. It'd be a waste to let her go. It would be nice to have her help me pass the time on the road." The situation made Thane Jiao tremble with fear. She stammered, "Zhao Tianlei." Zhao Tianlei was silent for a moment. Then, he resolutely took her hand and started to walk away. The punk was enraged by his action. He got out of the car and yelled, "Son of a bitch. Are you pretending to be deaf?" He pointed the gun at him and screamed, "I see you have a death wish." However, before he had a chance to act, Zhao Tianlei moved first. He sliced off the hand holding the gun. The scene left the punk speechless with shock, while Zhao Tianlei radiated pure killing intent. Next, the punk cried out in pain, "My hand, my hand." Without any mercy, Zhao Tianlei asked him, "A moment ago, who did you say you wanted to shoot?" Seeing her brother injured, the woman in the group rushed forward without thinking. "You dare injure my brother? You must be tired of living." Her spiky-haired boyfriend also tried to act tough and pulled out a gun. You're just a weakling." The dangerous situation made Thane Jiao exclaim, "Zhao Tianlei, be careful." Calmly, Zhao Tianlei knocked the spiky-haired guy back. Next, he leisurely picked up the gun, then shot the knife out of the woman's hand. The sound of the gunshot echoed in the quiet space. At that moment, the woman was so scared she burst into tears. Zhao Tianlei, meanwhile, was still amazed at his own abilities. Since injecting the evolution virus, all the senses in his body had become much more sensitive. His movements had also become more fluid. Is this the effect of evolution? The woman knew she couldn't beat him, so she quickly knelt and begged for mercy. "Big brother, we were wrong. Please don't kill us. We were forced to do this. It's not a crime worthy of death, is it?" Her brother was groaning on the ground. "Sister, it hurts so much." Hearing her excuse, Zhao Tianlei said contemptuously, "You want to live, so you force others to die. That sounds very reasonable, doesn't it?" The woman ignored his contempt and continued to defend herself. "What else could I do? I'm just a girl." She shifted all the blame onto her boyfriend, whom he had just taken care of.
"We were originally good people, but we were forced by that man to do this kind of work. Now that he's dead, we're free."
At the same time, she begged, "As long as you agree to let us go, I'll do whatever you want." Seeing how shameless this woman was, Thane Jiao looked at her with disgust. "You can even say something like that? I've never met anyone as shameless as you." Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei asked, "Anything?" When he asked that, the woman thought she saw a chance, so she quickly replied, "Of course, anything." Not stopping there, she leaned close to him and said seductively, "That girlfriend of yours is still young. She definitely has no experience. A woman needs a little experience. From now on, let me serve you. I will definitely satisfy you." Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei smiled and said, "All right, I won't kill you too." His words made Thane Jiao exclaim in surprise, "Zhao Tianlei." Zhao Tianlei spoke up, "But I don't need you to do anything for me." He walked over, took Thane Jiao's hand, and said casually, "The gunshot from before will definitely attract zombies here." He led her back to the car, as if passing a death sentence on them was nothing. "You two can just stay here and wait for them. Enjoy the fun that you never expected." His words made the woman in the group's face turn pale as she stammered in fear. Hold on. Before the girl could even react, the car's engine roared as it sped away. Just then, a noise from behind forced her to whip her head around. A whole horde of zombies was charging right for them, and among them was the teacher from before. The sight made her scream in pure terror. On that lonely highway, the only sound left was the desperate cries of the two sisters. Meanwhile, in the car, Zhao Tianlei noticed Trin Zhao was trembling uncontrollably. He leaned in, his voice filled with concern. Did that scare you back there? Then he confessed his own thoughts. If I had a choice, I'd never want to kill anyone. But if I hadn't acted back there, we would have been the ones to die. He tried to comfort her. I know you're scared, but things like this will happen again. You have to be brave, Qing Zhao. Trin Zhao answered softly. Zhao Tianlei. I get it. It's just, I'm not used to it yet. The zombies are terrifying, but those people, they made me sick to my stomach. They deserve to die, she said, her voice firming up. You did the right thing. She even managed a small smile and made a promise. Don't worry, Zhao Tianlei. I'll be strong. I swear I won't ever drag you down. Seeing her try so hard to adapt, all he could say was a simple word of encouragement. Okay, but in truth, what scared Trin Zhao had nothing to do with him. Zhao Tianlei, I wasn't scared because I saw you kill someone. Her fear was something else entirely. It's because it reminded me of when we were in the library. Back then, everyone was only looking out for themselves. She remembered how weak she was in that library. A weakling like me could only watch as everyone abandoned me, one by one. Not a single person even looked back. Her voice trembled. I'm so scared of that happening again, of being left behind. To die all alone. To make sure that past never repeats itself, she made a silent vow. I will grow stronger. I'll become so important to you that you'll never be able to leave me. That's the only way I can survive. With that thought, Trin Zhao pressed down harder on the gas pedal. A moment later, she called out to him, Zhao Tianlei, look. Up ahead, the road was a chaotic mess of abandoned cars. Zhao Tianlei got out to assess the situation. Looks like there was a major traffic jam here. The road ahead must be completely blocked. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just left their cars and run. He then suggested, luckily, the city center is right in front of us. Let's go on foot. Without hesitating, he took Trin Zhao's hand and led her through the graveyard of vehicles. As they walked, Trin Zhao asked nervously, Zhao Tianlei, something feels weird here. I don't see any people, or even any zombies. You don't think there are ghosts, do you? Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei teased her. Really? I'd actually be happy to meet a ghost, he joked. Compared to zombies that only know how to bite, don't you think ghosts are kinda cute? Irritated by his teasing, Trin Zhao snapped. That's enough. They're both terrifying, okay? Just as the words left her mouth, a sudden noise echoed through the silence, making her go pale. Instantly, she clung to Zhao Tianlei and screamed, a ghost! But it wasn't a ghost at all. It was just a cat, startled by her scream, which looked back at them before darting away. Seeing there was no danger, the cat left Trin Zhao to gasp. That scared me to death. Zhao Tianlei, who had also jumped, said, You scared me to death. But suddenly, his expression changed. Trin Zhao noticed him staring intently ahead and asked, What's wrong? He answered quickly, his voice low. I can hear zombies. Without wasting a second, he pulled her into a safe hiding spot. Zhao Tianlei's eyes remained fixed on the path ahead. And it's not just one, it's a huge horde. His words sent a chill down her spine. Don't scare me like that. I don't hear anything. She looked around at the empty street. Besides, it's completely deserted here. If there were zombies, wouldn't we be able to see them? Wasting no more time, he pulled her along. Follow me. He was sure about this. My instincts are incredibly sharp now. I can't be wrong. They're just up ahead, he added with certainty. And for so many zombies to gather in one place, there can only be one reason. There are survivors there. Inside the city, a massive crowd of zombies was gathered in front of a supermarket, clawing and pushing to get inside. The people inside were desperately trying to hold them back. We're about to lose the door, someone shouted. Quick, bring more shelves over here. Don't let them get in. From a distant corner, Zhao Tianlei and Trin Zhao watched in silence. Trin Zhao couldn't help but whisper, So many zombies. This is terrifying. Zhao Tianlei quickly spotted a good observation point. There's a shop over there. We should be able to see what's happening inside from that spot. A few moments later, the supermarket door was completely sealed shut. A weak little girl's voice piped up, Brother, I feel really sick. Am I going to die? Hoke Duang, with tears in his eyes, tried to reassure her. No, nothing's going to happen to you. Once we get out of here, I'll take you to a doctor. The doctor will definitely fix you up. But an old man, seeing the bite mark on the girl, confronted Hoke Duang. Hey, your sister has been bitten by a zombie. What are you still holding her for? Are you trying to get us all killed? Others quickly joined in, ignoring Huck Dung's pained cries. That's right. If you want to die with her, go ahead, but don't drag us down with you. From above, Zhao Tianlei and Trint Zhao watched the drama unfold. Lan saw that Huck Duong refused to let go of his sister and walked over to challenge him. Huck Duong, are you crazy? It's come to this, and you're still holding on to that thing? Are you just going to wait for her to turn into a zombie and kill you? Seeing her utter lack of compassion, he yelled back in fury. Lan, how can you say that? She's my little sister. His words were met with a storm of protests from the heartless crowd. So what if she's your sister? Is there anyone here who hasn't lost a loved one? That's right. I watched with my own eyes as my parents were eaten by zombies. My own sister was bitten alive. If I hadn't run fast enough, I would have been bitten too. Seeing everyone on her side, Lan urged Huck Duong to finish his sister off. Did you hear that? Hurry up and chop her head off. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. Her cruelty made Huck Duong roar in disbelief. How can you be so heartless? She was only bitten because she was trying to save you. He desperately pleaded for some justice for his sister. From the first moment she met you, she adored you. She always thought of you as her future sister-in-law. When she saw that zombie about to bite you, she didn't even think. She just threw herself in front of you to protect you. How could you say such cruel things now? But all he received in return was Lan's scorn. Become my sister-in-law? Is she worthy? She sneered with disgust. What a psycho. She should take a look at her own pathetic, poor self. If I hadn't heard your family was getting some land, I never would have stayed with you. A toad trying to eat a swan's flesh. Then she callously denied any responsibility. And let me be clear, she saved me willingly. Getting bitten by a zombie has nothing to do with me. I don't owe you two anything. From this moment on, I have no relationship with either of you. Stop trying to cling to me. Her shamelessness left Huck Duong so stunned he couldn't form any words, only managing to choke out, "Oh." At that moment, his little sister whispered to him, "Brother, don't worry about me anymore. Let them do it. I don't want to become an ugly zombie." Seeing the girl agree to die, Lan quickly shouted, "Everyone, look." Even she said it herself. If we hesitate any longer, it'll be too late. Hearing this, the crowd surged forward. That's right, let's help put her out of her misery. Get out of the way. If you keep this up, we'll kill you too. Seeing the mob about to kill his sister, Huck Duong's voice was a low growl. Anyone who dares touch my sister will have to get through me first. Suddenly, a guy with pink hair rushed forward to attack Huck Duong. But before he could even do anything, Huck Duong grabbed him by the collar. He slammed the guy hard onto the ground, a move that stunned everyone into silence. Lan, ever the opportunist, shouted a warning. Everyone, be careful. He was on the martial arts team. He's a really good fighter. 2 or 3 of you won't be enough to take him down. The bald old man heard her and yelled, "Let's all attack him together." From her high vantage point, Trint Zhao seethed with anger. That woman is absolutely vile. That girl got hurt because of her, and she's acting like nothing happened. And this crowd, not a single shred of sympathy. They're all selfish and rotten to the core. There isn't a single good person among them. She then turned to him, pleading, "Zhao Tianlei, you don't need to risk yourself for this crowd. Let's just go." But Zhao Tianlei just flashed a sly grin and replied, "You're right. We don't need to save them. Except for one person." His words made Cheng Zhao realize what was happening. "You mean that brother?" But she argued that she could understand his feelings. But his sister's already been bitten. If he keeps holding on, she'll just turn into a zombie. Isn't it selfish to doom so many others just for her? Hearing this, he explained, "The others are only looking out for themselves, but he's fighting to protect his family." His words confused her. What's the difference? He watched Shuyang fight to protect his little sister, then calmly clarified, "A guy like that might be stubborn, but he values loyalty. He'd sacrifice his own life for his loved ones. That's the kind of person worth having as an ally." Those last 2 words made Cheng Zhao jump. An ally? Zhao Tianlei, what are you saying? Zhao Tianlei simply replied, "The world has changed. In this new reality, we're facing more than just zombies." He laid out the plan he'd already prepared. To protect the people who matter most, we need to work together. No one can do it alone. That's why I've been actively searching for survivors, hoping to find capable people among them and build a team of my own. This was his true goal. His words finally explained his earlier actions, like saving the students at the school and letting those 3 tag along. "I thought you were just being kind-hearted. Turns out you had a plan all along." Down below, Shuyang was pinned but still struggling. "Damn you, let me go." He roared at the men trying to harm his sister. "Who dares touch my sister? I'll kill you." One of the thugs took advantage of him being restrained, punching him while sneering. "You've got a big mouth for a dead man," he declared without hesitation. "I'm gonna chop your sister's head off, and then I'll send you right after her." With that, he stalked towards the little sister. All she could do was let out a weak cry, "Brother." At the same time, shouts erupted from the crowd, cheering on the pathetic pink-haired thug. "Kill her!" They chanted together, "Kill her! Hurry up and kill her!" Seeing this, Shuyang screamed and begged. "No, don't hurt my sister." Despite his pleas, the pink-haired man was about to kill the little girl. "I'm begging you." But before he could land the blow, the glass window above them shattered. The loud crash stunned everyone into silence, and the one who broke it was none other than Zhao Tianlei. He remarked casually, "Wow, it's pretty lively down here." The appearance of two people sent the crowd below into a frenzy. There are other survivors. They must be here to save us. We're surrounded by zombies. Get us out of here. But before they could celebrate being rescued, Zhao Tianlei shouted, hold on a minute," he announced with a cold tone. "There are too many of you. I can only save one person." His declaration left the crowd below completely baffled. One person? Immediately, a bald-headed man started begging, promising a huge reward. "Kid, save me. I'm the CEO of a huge corporation. I have plenty of money to repay you." Lan was quick to plead her case too. "Save me. I'm still young. I don't want to die yet." Of course, the old man wasn't about to let her take his spot. He yelled scornfully, "What's the point of a young girl like you living? You contribute nothing to society. You're completely useless." She didn't back down, screaming right back, "Who are you calling useless? You're just a fat, ugly old man who was groping me earlier. And now you have the nerve to criticize me? You're the real trash here." Their bickering left Cheng Jiao and Zhao Tianlei speechless. "Who groped you?" "It was an accident." "You won't even admit it, you pig." To stop wasting time, Zhao Tianlei called out loudly for the person he was looking for. He asked in a serious tone, "Your name is Li Shuyang, right?" Then he made his offer. "Do you want to take your sister and come with me?" His words made everyone, including the arguing Lan and old man, freeze in their tracks. Shuyang just stared blankly. "Why? Why would you save me?" Suddenly, one of the men lunged forward, questioning Zhao Tianlei. "Are you insane? His sister was bitten by a zombie. She's going to turn any second. Aren't you afraid of getting infected?" Zhao Tianlei answered nonchalantly, "Oh, I know. I'm not scared. There are plenty of zombies outside already. One more won't make a difference." His action made even Cheng Jiao wonder, what is he doing? Is he trying to provoke them? Seeing that this was going nowhere, he asked again, "Li Shuyang, are you coming or not?" Without a second of hesitation, Shuyang agreed to his proposal. "I'll go with you." Zhao Tianlei immediately threw down a rope, not forgetting to give the crowd below a message. "I'll give you all a heads up. After I pull these two up, I'm leaving the rope here." He offered them a piece of advice. "But whether you have the guts to get out of here, that's on you." Lan, seeing Shuyang about to escape, rushed over and begged, "Shuyang, please, take me with you." She started crying, trying to excuse her earlier words. "I was just scared by the zombies. I didn't mean what I said. You know how much I love your sister. How could I bear to watch her die?" She tried to appeal to any pity he had left. "Shuyang, I love you. We were supposed to get married, remember?" But Shuyang's heart had already turned to stone. "Love me? You only love my stock portfolio. Weren't we finished the moment you demanded my sister's death?" He carried his sister and left Lan behind. "You're on your own now." Abandoned, she screamed in a rage, "Li Shuyang, you bastard. How could you do this to me?" Outside, Cheng Jiao managed to catch the little sister as Zhao Tianlei warned her, "Easy now." Right after, he kindly offered his hand to help Shuyang. "Here." However, the brother coldly jumped down on his own. "I can do it myself." This attitude made Zhao Tianlei remark, "Quite the personality." This made Shuyang anxiously hug her, crying out, "Little sis." Zhao Tianlei observed the puddle of blood she coughed up and noted, "Black blood. That confirms she's infected. She'll turn very soon." Hearing that, Cheng Jiao got scared and blurted out, "What do we do? It'll be dangerous to bring her along." Her words immediately caught Shuyang's attention. Shuyang held his sister tight and said in a firm voice, "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. I'll take her and leave right now." However, Zhao Tianlei wasn't about to let him go so easily. "Now that won't do. I went through all that trouble to get you two out of there. You're just going to leave without even a thank you? That's pretty heartless." His direct question made Shuyang hesitate. Besides, zombies are everywhere. How are you going to get away with her in your arms? Shuyang fell silent, considering his options. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Tianlei suggested, "Come with us. For now, let's get out of here first. Find a safe place, then we'll figure out the next step." Seeing no other choice, Shuyang had to agree. "Fine." A little later, in an abandoned warehouse, the little sister whimpered in pain, "Brother, I feel so sick." Seeing her like this, a heartbroken Shuyang hugged her tightly and encouraged her. "You have to hang in there. We're in a safe place now. I'll definitely get you to a hospital for treatment." Hearing his words, Cheng Jiao scoffed, "Stop lying to yourself. If doctors could cure this, would there be so many zombies out there? Why are you giving her false hope?" Zhao Tianlei heard her and cut her off. Cheng Zhao, don't say that. But Shuyang remained stubborn. My sister will be fine. But Cheng Zhao insisted. Are you dreaming? Zhao Tianlei felt a pang of pity for the little sister. She's so pitiful to suffer like this at such a young age. If I still had the evolution virus, I could have saved her. What a shame. As he thought this, he suddenly stood up and said in a serious tone, if you don't want her to suffer anymore, I have a way. Shuyang, hearing that Zhao Tianlei had a way to save his sister, quickly asked, what is it? Zhao Tianlei held out an axe and said, help her end it. Set her free from all this pain. Seeing their intent to kill his sister, Huk Duong's face went pale. He clutched her tight and roared, you're just like the rest of them. You all want her dead. Screaming through his tears, he made a defiant vow. I'm telling you now, even if she turns, I won't let a single one of you touch her. You want to hurt her? You'll have to go through my dead body first. Seeing how stubborn he was, Cheng Zhao tried to reason with him. This is the only way. Why can't you understand? But just then, a faint voice cut through the tension. Brother, she whispered to Huk Duong. They're good people. Please, don't fight anymore. Her weakness shattered his heart as he cried out, little sister. Using her last ounce of strength, she said, you were right, big brother. I don't want to become a monster when I die. Having to bite people like them, that would be a fate worse than death itself. Knowing her time was up, she pleaded through her tears, brother, please, help me. Realizing he couldn't save her, Huk Duong howled in agony. I'm useless. I couldn't even protect you.
Suddenly, little sister turned to Tianlei and pleaded softly, big brother, can I ask you for one thing? Her voice was gentle, my brother.
He looks tough, but he's a good person. He's just a little dense and hot-headed, always getting into fights for no reason and getting hurt. With her dying breath, she entrusted her final wish to Tianlei. I was always the one who stopped him. But now that I'll be gone, can you please look after him for me? Tianlei didn't hesitate for a second. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him. I won't let him do anything foolish. Next, she turned back to Huk Duong. Brother, I know Sister Lan didn't like you, but don't be sad. I'm sure another girl will fall for you someday. You always said that when you got married, you'd take our whole family on a trip. I really wanted to go, but I can't now. Promise me, when you find a girlfriend, you'll take her on that trip for me, okay? I'll be watching over you both from heaven. Overwhelmed with grief, Huk Duong could only agree to her every word. Okay, I promise. To make sure he wouldn't break his word, she held up her pinky. Pinky promise. Tears streamed down his face as he locked his pinky with hers. Okay, pinky promise. With their fingers intertwined, his little sister took her final, peaceful breath. Huk Duong's world shattered. Little sister, he roared, screaming her name into the void. Little sister. But then, her body began to twitch violently. The sight terrified Huk Duong. Little sister, what's wrong? Cheng Zhao knew exactly what was happening. This is bad, she's turning. Instantly, Tianlei shoved the axe into Huk Duong's hands. Don't hesitate, he urged. Do you want to see her become the very thing she hated most? By now, his little sister had fully transformed into a zombie. Huk Duong froze, unable to lift the axe. Then, he threw it aside. As she lunged for him, he screamed in despair. I can't do it. She's my little sister, the person I love most in this world. The scene sent a chill down Tianlei and Cheng Zhao's spines. In a flash, Tianlei moved, knocking the zombified girl unconscious. The sudden action left Huk Duong stunned, as Tianlei muttered helplessly, I'm sorry. A short time later, they cremated her body. The group stood in solemn silence before the flames. Huk Duong clutched his sister's hair clip, making a silent promise. Don't worry, I'll be sure to live a good life. He thought to himself, when this world finally ends, I'll take you on a trip around the globe and fulfill your final wish. After a moment, he spoke up, asking Tianlei, is it really possible? He looked at Tianlei and declared he would follow them. Tianlei smiled. Of course. Isn't that your sister's greatest wish? With that, he held out his hand, offering a partnership and friendship. Let's look out for each other. Huk Duong paused for a moment before shaking his hand. Time passed, and by nightfall, they found an abandoned hotel. Cheng Zhao opened a door and declared with satisfaction, hey, this place isn't half bad. Let's crash here for the night. The room had everything she needed, all the essentials were there. The bathroom was surprisingly clean, and they could even wash up. As she and Tianlei stepped inside, he noticed Huk Duong hadn't followed, so he called out, hey, don't just stand there. Get in here. Once inside, Huk Duong asked awkwardly, I still don't know your names. Tianlei casually introduced them. We're students from Huazhong Business Academy. I'm Zhao Tianlei, and she's Cheng Zhao. Cheng Zhao gave a polite, Hello. Tianlei then smiled and said, I'm a year older than you. You can call me Tianlei or Lei Gay, whatever you want. But Cheng Zhao suddenly jumped in. What about you? Tell us your story. Her nosiness made Tianlei sigh in exasperation. I'm super curious how you know that Lan girl, she pressed. You're so naive, and she's clearly not as innocent as she looks. You two don't match at all. How did you even become a couple? Hook Duong didn't hide anything, recounting his and his sister's origins. I grew up in the countryside. My parents died early, leaving just me and my sister. I knew a little martial arts, so I got a job as an instructor to make some money and raise her. He even explained how he met Lan. A guy named Heng introduced us. I was also really curious why a girl as beautiful as her would want to be with me. It wasn't until today that I finally understood the real reason. He then revealed why his sister got bitten. The three of us went to the park for a walk today. Who knew the zombie outbreak would happen right then? While we were running, Lan fell. My sister got bitten because she tried to protect her. After that, we ran with that group from before and hid inside the supermarket. You already know what happened after that. Hearing this, Cheng Zhao was filled with righteous anger. That is so messed up. And she had the nerve to say your sister getting hurt had nothing to do with her. A vicious woman like that deserves to be eaten by zombies. Then, she tried to comfort Hook Duong. Don't worry, you're not bad looking, and you know martial arts. You'll definitely find a good girl someday. Her words made Hook Duong blush with embarrassment. But then she immediately grabbed onto Tianlei and declared, but it's definitely not me. This one's already taken. You know? Her antics made Tianlei sigh. Here we go again. Just then, he heard something. Wait, there's a noise. His warning made Hook Duong and Cheng Zhao freeze. Silently, he cracked the door open and saw zombies roaming the hallway. The sight of zombies in the hall made Cheng Zhao ask in fear, how are there zombies here? Hook Duong was also baffled. We checked this hotel so carefully. The iron gate was pulled shut. How did they get in? Tianlei remained calm, replying coldly. They were probably hiding in one of the rooms. That's why we didn't spot them. Luckily, there aren't too many. Then he proposed to Hook Duong. Let's go out and take care of them. We can only sleep soundly once they're gone. His suggestion made Hook Duong exclaim in shock. What? His face went pale as he stammered. Are you kidding me? From behind, Cheng Zhao just offered her support. You can do it. A moment later, the two men stepped out with their weapons. Tianlei cracked a smile and said, Don't say I never look out for you. Since it's your first time, I'll be nice. I'll take the guys, you can have the girls. His pride stung by the comment. Hook Duong was about to say he didn't need any help. But before he could finish, the zombies noticed their presence. They swarmed towards them in a horde. Tianlei yelled, Get ready. Showing no mercy, he easily dispatched one of the zombies. Just then, he saw the system at a point. This made him wonder and surprise. Accumulated 1 point, this unexpected development thrilled him, fueling his desire to slay more zombies. Whoa, I can actually see the points I'm getting. This is just like a video game. Awesome. Plus, this feeling after evolving is incredible. It's like my body has a limitless supply of energy. As for Hook Duong, he was clearly having a tough time dealing with the zombies. Just as he was about to swing his pipe, he saw a female zombie who looked just like his little sister. He froze instantly, crying out in shock, Little sister? In that moment of hesitation, the female zombie tackled him to the floor, but he was quick enough to grab her throat before she could bite down. His other hand pinned her arm. The commotion drew Zhao Tianlei's attention. He shouted, You idiot. Just holding her back is useless. Finish her now. But Hook Duong was completely tangled up with the female zombie, unable to do a thing. This gave the other zombies a perfect opening. Seeing this, Cheng Zhao screamed in terror. Watch out. On pure instinct, she threw something at the zombie, but bad luck. The creature dodged it easily. And now, her failed attack had drawn the horde's attention straight to her. She froze in shock for a moment. Then, she slammed the door shut and shrieked for help. Oh God, Zhao Tianlei, help me. Seeing Hook Duong still hesitating, Zhao Tianlei roared in frustration. Lurt Hook Duong, what the hell are you doing? Finish it. But Hook Duong just kept insisting. I can't do it. So, dealing with the remaining zombies fell entirely to Zhao Tianlei. He alone wiped out the entire horde. Not a single one was left standing. Cheng Zhao saw that Zhao Tianlei wasn't helping Hook Duong and quickly urged him. Zhao Tianlei, he's about to be overwhelmed. You have to help him. But he flatly refused and said, I thought he had some skill. Turns out he's this useless. Can't even kill a single zombie. What good is keeping him around? His cold words reached Hook Duong's ears. The kind-hearted Cheng Zhao kept trying to persuade Zhao Tianlei. If you don't do something, a zombie's really going to bite him. Of course, Zhao Tianlei still didn't care. Wouldn't that be for the best? Then he can finally see his sister again. But I doubt his sister wants to see her brother so soon. Those words were like fuel to a fire, causing Hook Duong to snap and send the female zombie flying with a single punch. That one blow sent her sprawling to the ground. The loud crash made both Cheng Zhao and Zhao Tianlei turn their heads, but the female zombie was already getting back up. In that split second, Hook Duong grabbed a wooden plank from the floor. He brought it down hard on the zombie's head. Blinded by rage, he roared, then started relentlessly beating the corpse with his bare hands. She was long dead, but he couldn't stop, lost in a frenzy. Every punch he landed carried immense power. The sight even made Zhao Tianlei praise him. Now that's a powerful fist, taking out a zombie with a single punch. He's got some real technique after all. Then, he moved in to stop Hook Duong. All right, that's enough. She's already dead. But Hook Duong had lost all reason and swung at him. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei easily caught his fist. He then demanded angrily, "Are you insane? You'd even attack your own people." Hook Duong screamed back, "You just stood there and watched. How dare you talk about your own people?" His accusation was met with a cold response as Zhao Tianlei shoved his hand away. "If I had just stood and watched, you'd be dead already. Would you even be here to talk back to me?" His cryptic words made Hook Duong pause. Zhao Tianlei's voice turned dead serious. "Lurt Hook Duong, listen closely. I saved you because I need a partner who can fight with me, not some useless baggage who can't even protect himself." Being called useless, Hook Duong tried to defend himself. "I'm not useless, I just..." But before he could finish, Zhao Tianlei cut him off. Once a person turns into a zombie, they lose their mind. They won't spare you just because you hesitate to strike. Then he explained why he didn't intervene earlier. "The reason I didn't step in was because I hoped you could overcome the demon in your own head. If every zombie you see reminds you of your sister, you'll never be able to fight. The result will be the same as just now. You'll not only put yourself in danger, but you'll drag everyone else down with you." Hearing this, Cheng Zhao also chimed in. "Zhao Tianlei is right. Don't forget how much your sister worried about you. If you've been bitten and killed just now, how could you ever face her?" Realizing his mistake, Hook Duong finally apologized. "Brother Lei, I was too emotional just now. I completely misunderstood you." Then, he bowed his head sincerely to Zhao Tianlei. "You saved my life today, and thanks to you, my sister was able to rest in peace. I owe you my thanks." Without hesitation, he declared, "From this day on, you're my boss. Don't worry, I'll work harder from now on. I won't be a burden that drags you down." Seeing Hook Duong had finally come to his senses, Zhao Tianlei replied with satisfaction, "That's more like it. Don't let your sister down." Filled with determination, Hook Duong stated firmly, "Right." The next morning, at the hotel where they were hiding, a news report was playing on the TV. Survivor bases had been established. Each base is protected by the military and fully stocked with food. They can hold at least 100,000 survivors. The following are the locations of the relief bases. We urge all survivors to head there immediately. This news made Hook Duong shout with joy. "This is great. The country has set up relief bases. If we can get there, we'll be safe." Cheng Zhao couldn't hide her excitement either. "That's right. Base number 6 is in Yuzhou. And based on Zhao Tianlei's directions, that's exactly where we're headed." But seeing Zhao Tianlei's grim expression, she asked worriedly, "Zhao Tianlei, why don't you look happy?" With a sharp glint in his eyes, Zhao Tianlei spoke. "I was being too naive before. Now I see how dangerous the situation really is." His words left Cheng Zhao confused. Dangerous? So he asked her a simple question. "Tell me, what's the population of Yuzhou?" She answered honestly. "About 100 million people." With that answer, Zhao Tianlei began his analysis, questioning his two companions. Yuzhou has 100 million people. Even if only 1/10 survived, that's still 10 million people. But this entire province only has one base, and it can only hold 100,000. Do you two understand what that means? His question left them staring at each other blankly. He explained patiently. This base sounds like a safe haven for survivors. But the moment the number of refugees exceeds its capacity, problems will erupt instantly, he predicted. The first people to arrive will form their own groups and power structures. It'll be much harder for those who come later. And once it's full, chaos and conflict are inevitable. Furthermore, he stressed, most importantly, the more people there are, the scarcer the resources become. When conflict breaks out, not even the government or the military will be able to control it. Hearing this, Hook Duong remembered a horrifying story. My grandpa once told me about a flood year. All the exits were blocked. Everyone was trapped inside. The entire village had nothing to eat. In the end, they resorted to eating human flesh to survive. By the time rescuers found them, the villagers had gone mad, fighting each other to the death. Terrified by their words, Cheng Zhao asked, "Then what do we do? Are we not going anymore?" Zhao Tianlei answered with certainty, "No, we're still going. Wu Bin's group will head there as soon as they hear the news. But we can't place too much hope in this base. To him, the most important thing in this apocalypse was clear. In a chaotic time like this, there's nothing you can truly rely on. If you want to survive until the end, the only person you can depend on is yourself. His words made Chang Jiao fall silent. Even Huck Zhuang was lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of light crossed his vision. He immediately spoke up, surprising Zhao Tianlei and Cheng Jiao. Where did that light come from? Zhao Tianlei looked in the direction of the light and guessed. It looks like it's from the building across the street. He immediately opened their window and saw figures in the building opposite them. When the people over there saw Zhao Tianlei, they started shouting with joy. There's someone over there. They're really alive. They're looking this way. Zhao Tianlei had opened the window to see where the light came from, only to find a group of people in the opposite building, screaming for help. Help us! We're trapped! However, the distance was too great. He could barely make out what they were saying. What's the situation over there? They're too far. We can't hear a thing. Just then, Shuyang stepped up. I know sign language. Let me give it a try. He immediately started flailing his arms wildly. His hands motioned downward, pointing toward their side. Then, he moved his hands up and down, as if asking, what's the situation? His morning exercise-like routine left the people in the other building completely stunned, wondering, what is that guy even doing? That's not any sign language I've ever seen. Trin Jiao, exasperated by Xu Yang's workout routine, had to ask, where on earth did you learn sign language? It looks more like a public park exercise routine. Xu Yang just laughed awkwardly. I learned it from TV. I guess I remembered it wrong. At that point, Zhao Tianlei suggested, they're probably survivors trapped in that apartment building. We can't communicate like this. Let's just head over there. In the opposite building, the other group was struggling to contact Zhao Tianlei's crew when a voice suddenly called out to them. What are you people doing? The one who called them was Gu Weibing, the general manager of Tianqi Company. A man holding binoculars by the window cheered, General Manager Gu. There are people across the way. We're trying to talk to them. They might be able to get us out of here. Hearing this, Weibing excitedly snatched the binoculars and demanded, really? Let me see. However, he couldn't see a single soul over there. There's no one there. Why can't I see anyone? His words sent a wave of panic through the room. That can't be right. They were just there. 3 kids, looked about 20 years old. They seemed like students from one of the schools around here. The moment he heard they were just students, his tone soured with annoyance. Students? What the hell? And here I thought it was the military. He sneered with contempt. 3 students can't even save their own skins. How are they supposed to rescue us? What a complete waste of my time. Suddenly, a gentle voice cut through the tension, chiding Weibing. Everyone is just trying their best to survive. Why do you feel the need to blame them? It was a beautiful young woman. She calmly addressed him as General Manager Gu. This was Deng Binglin, 24 years old, the chairwoman of the Tianqi Group. Her appearance made everyone gasp in surprise. Chairwoman. Seeing Binglin reprimand him, Weibing bowed his head in apology. Yes, my apologies, Chairwoman. I was just getting anxious. However, he quickly pointed out their dire situation. But we've been trapped in here for 2 days now. Everyone is starving. We can't just keep waiting like this. Why don't we send a few people downstairs to check things out? What if the zombies have already left? The second he finished speaking, the young woman beside Binglin shot back at him. General Manager Gu, you're the only one who's starving. That woman was Tong Yuxin, 22 years old, the chairwoman's secretary. She scolded Weibing with a stern voice. After the chairwoman distributed the supplies, she made it clear that we needed to conserve everything, but you couldn't control yourself and ate your share in less than half a day. On what grounds do you now ask others to risk their lives for you? Being called out in front of everyone, Weibing furiously snapped back, Tong Yuxin, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you were the chairwoman's junior in school. When the chairwoman and the general manager are speaking, a lowly secretary like you has no right to interrupt. But unfortunately for him, Binglin stepped in to defend Yuxin. Yuxin is right. As senior management, it's our duty to protect the lives of our employees. We don't know the situation outside, so we shouldn't let them risk their lives. Weibing, not backing down, argued, but we can't just hide in here forever. Binglin remained calm, reasoning. In a crisis like this, I believe the government will surely have a solution. They'll organize rescue operations for survivors. She then gave a task to all the employees. Everyone, see if you can find a way to restore the network connection. If we can contact the outside world, we can call the military for rescue. That would be much safer than venturing out on our own. Then, she gently reassured them. We must have faith in our government. We can't lose hope. If we just hold on, I'm certain we will be rescued. Her words seemed to resonate with everyone, and they all agreed. The chairwoman is right. We'll listen to the chairwoman. Their support clearly annoyed Weibing. Just then, another voice spoke up. Director Deng is correct. This person's arrival slightly surprised Binglin, who addressed him as Mr. Santian. The man looked displeased and declared in a stern voice, "However, I must still file a protest with you." The reason he could take such a tone with Binglan was because he was Santian, the head of research from an island nation's gaming company. Santian arrogantly demanded, "I came here at your company's invitation to discuss a contract. Who knew your country would have this kind of disaster? I demand that you find a way to get me out of here safely, immediately. Otherwise, when I return to my country, I will definitely sue your company." Seeing his fury, Binglan had no choice but to bow her head apologetically. "Mr. Santian, we sincerely hope to cooperate with your esteemed company. I never imagined you would encounter such trouble. For this unforeseen event, I offer you my deepest apologies." At the same time, she explained the reality of their situation. "But as you can see for yourself, it's not that we don't want to escort you home, but none of us knows how many zombies are out there. Going outside would only be more dangerous." Given the circumstances, she expressed both her sincerity and her powerlessness. "We are trying our best to find a solution. I hope you can wait a little longer. I assure you, as soon as this is over, our company will compensate you for all your losses." Hearing this, Santian didn't press her any further. "I hope Director Deng is a woman of her word." She smiled faintly and replied, "Of course." Binglan then turned to give an order to Weibing. "General Manager Gu, please escort Mr. Santian back to his room to rest." He simply replied, "Yes." He politely gestured to Santian. "This way, sir." The man didn't even look at him, just gave a cold huff. Once the man was gone, Binglan let out a soft sigh of relief. A moment later, the two women turned to leave. On the way, Yushin asked worriedly, "Chairwoman, do you really think the military will come to rescue us?" Binglan sighed. "I'm not sure, but at a time like this, the most important thing is unity. It's the only way to keep people's spirits up." Her words made Yushin even more anxious. "But we only have enough food for 2 more days. If no one comes by then." At this point, Binglan could only say, "If it truly comes to that, then it'll be every person for themselves." In a luxurious guest room, Santian was greedily stuffing his face with food. Weibing watched him, practically drooling, while the man complained between bites, "If I'd known I'd run into this kind of rotten luck, I never would have come to this god-forsaken place for business. Right now, I should be soaking in a hot spring on Kyushu Island." In the middle of his meal, he finally noticed. Weibing was still standing there and asked irritably, "Why haven't you left yet?" The man awkwardly begged him for food. "Mr. Santian, I've been starving for 2 days. I was wondering if you could spare a little something to eat." Of course, Santian wasn't about to share his food. "Are you sick in the head, General Manager Gu? This is all food I brought myself. I'm relying on it to survive until help arrives. Why in the world would I share any of it with you?" Seeing the flat-out refusal, Weibing tried to argue. "But when the chairwoman was distributing supplies, you clearly said you didn't have anything. That's why we gave supplies to you and your secretary. And now you have all this." With his greedy and selfish nature, Santian couldn't care less. "So what?" He shot back. Then he bluntly kicked Weibing out. "Get out. Or don't blame me for getting rough." And so, humiliated, Weibing trudged heavily out of the room. Just then, an idea seemed to strike Santian. He immediately called out, "General Manager Gu, wait a moment," he said with a wicked grin. "In my country, we have a saying, no reward without labor. If you want food, it's not impossible. You just have to do something for me." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Weibing quickly swore, "No problem. Whatever you need, Mr. Santian. Just say the word." "Model," Sun Dian stated casually, "let's be blunt. I have zero interest in working with your company. The only reason I'm here is for your chairwoman." Just then, a predatory look flashed across his face. "Director Deng is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. The first time I laid eyes on her, it was love at first sight." He wanted to trade his food supplies for Bing Nan. "If Director Gu can find a way to keep me entertained for one night, then all this food is yours." The vile offer made Weibing recoil in horror. "How could you even suggest that? She's my superior. How could I possibly sell her out? If I did that, my career would be completely finished." But Sun Dian just smirked. "A career? Don't be ridiculous. Your country has already gone to hell. What career is there to talk about?" He was hitting Weibing right where it hurt. "Besides, I get the feeling you have some issues with Chairwoman Deng yourself. A man with your talent is stuck as a measly little director, bossed around every day by a girl who's a decade younger than you. Even her little secretary dares to raise her voice at you. That must sting, doesn't it?" He leaned in with a sly grin. "Is that really the job you want to keep?" Then he dangled the ultimate prize. "I promise you, handle this for me, and I'll give you a prime position in my company." Sun Dian even used women as bait. "You know, the women from my country are very gentle." After a moment of internal struggle, Weibing caved. "Fine, I'll do it," he added with a stern voice. "But Mr. Sun Dian, you better be a man of your word." Seeing his plan succeed, a triumphant smirk spread across Sun Dian's face. He quickly tossed a loaf of bread to Weibing, making a hollow promise. Don't you worry. People from my country always keep their promises. Vi Bin clutched the bread, his heart a storm of conflict. At that same moment, down in the lobby, Zhao Tianlei's group of 3 had finally arrived. Tring Zhao scanned the area and couldn't help but comment, "It's too quiet." Hook Duong figured the zombies in here probably ran off long ago, and the survivors were just too scared to come out. But no matter what his friends said, Zhao Tianlei could already hear the sounds of the dead. He quickly warned them, "Don't let your guard down. There are at least 20 zombies on this floor, and there are probably even more upstairs." His warning made Trin Zhao gasp in amazement. "Zhao Tianlei, your hearing is insane. You can hear everything." Hook Duong had to agree with her. "Totally." Just then, Zhao Tianlei's gaze fell upon his sheathed sword on display in the lobby. He immediately called out, "Hook Duong, catch." Hearing his name, Hook Duong raised his hands and caught the blade. Zhao Tianlei then told him, "You know martial arts, but fighting zombies barehanded is just too dangerous. I think this sword will suit you well." Hearing this, Hook Duong began to test the blade. Every swing he made was solid and sure. After a few practice cuts, he smiled with satisfaction and thanked Zhao Tianlei. "This blade feels perfect. Thanks, Brother Loi." At that very moment, Tring Zhao screamed in terror. "The zombies are here." Following her gaze, they saw a horde of the undead charging right at them. Without a second of hesitation, Zhao Tianlei got into a defensive stance and yelled, "I'll punch a hole through them. You protect Tring Zhao." At that very instant, up in the management office, someone knocked on Bing Nan's door and called out to her. "Chairwoman." Seeing that it was Vi Bin, she asked in surprise, "Director Gu, is something wrong?" Vi Bin played dumb. I have something I need to talk to you about. Could you step outside for a moment?" Vu Hin cut in with an icy tone. "Director Gu, if you have something to say, why can't you say it here?" Her sharp gaze made him nervous, but Vi Bin quickly composed himself and spun a lie. "Our supplies are almost gone. I'm afraid we'll all starve to death before rescue arrives." He put on a concerned act. "That's why Mr. Sun Dian and I came up with a plan. I was hoping you could come over and discuss it." Hearing this, Vu Hin immediately warned Bing Yan. "Chairwoman, that Sun Dian guy looks like a total pervert. It's best not to be alone with him." Her caution infuriated Vi Bin, who decided to trap her, too. "This damn brat. She already treats me like dirt, and now she's trying to ruin my big break? Fine, then I'll just gift you to Mr. Sun Dian as well." Bing Nan, ever the careful one, made a counter-proposal. "This is a very important matter. Please invite Mr. Sun Dian to come here. I will also call the other senior executives of the company to join our discussion." But Vi Bin smoothly talked his way out of it. "Chairwoman, I was thinking. Right now, this is just a temporary idea. If it fails, won't it just disappoint everyone? So it's better if the 3 of us discuss it first. Once we feel confident it can be done, we can announce it to everyone. It's not too late." He then suggested bringing Vu Hin along to build trust. "If your secretary is worried, she can come with us. What do you think?" Hearing that, Vu Hin gave Bing Nan a look that seemed to say, "Okay," so Bing Nan agreed, not knowing she had just walked into a trap. "All right, then." Meanwhile, back in the hallway, zombie corpses were scattered across the floor. The one who took them down was none other than Hook Duong. Zhao Tianlei nodded in approval. "You adapt fast." Trin Zhao was stunned, remarking, "The him of today and the him of yesterday are 2 different people." Hearing them, Hook Duong replied shyly, "Not at all. The important thing is that this sword is useful." His complete change in attitude made Trin Zhao exclaim, "Your mood sure changes fast, doesn't it?" A moment later, she was the one who found the elevator. "Zhao Tianlei, the elevator is over here." It stopped on the 3rd floor. Seeing it, Zhao Tianlei warned that the power system was completely fried. Using the elevator is actually more dangerous. "We don't know when it might just stop working." His words made Trin Zhao ask in a panic, "You mean we have to take the stairs? Every floor is swarming with zombies. We'll be dead tired before we even get there." However, he looked at a corner of the wall and said, "We'll go this way." It turned out he was looking at an air conditioning duct, confidently declaring that this route would definitely be free of zombies. At the same time, on a higher floor, Vi Bin had led Bing, Nan, and Vu Hin to the meeting room. He announced their arrival. "Mr. Sun Dian, we're here." Hearing his voice, Sun Dian's head popped up with glee. Before him stood the figures of both Vu Hin and Bing Nan. This sight made him overjoyed as he exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome." The scene before them caused Bing Nan and Vu Hin to frown and exchange worried glances. Bing Nan immediately asked, "Mr. Sun Dian, Director Gu said you have a way to help us escape our current predicament." Her words made Sun Dian scratch his head in confusion for a second before quickly playing along. "Oh, that's right." As he was speaking, Vu Hin noticed the pile of food on the table. She angrily confronted him. "Mr. Sun Dian, didn't you say you didn't bring any food? Then what is all this?" Sun Dian played dumb again. "Oh, I was so forgetful earlier that I didn't remember. I just happened to find them in my luggage a moment ago. His answer made Vu Hin explode with anger, demanding justice for Bing Nan. Do you think that's believable? Everyone is starving. Even the chairwoman has only eaten one piece of bread all day, yet you're here feasting. Do you have no shame? Seeing her lose her cool, Bing Nan quickly tried to calm her down. Vu Hin, that's enough. She then said in a serious tone, let's discuss business first. These things are not worth mentioning. But Vu Hin still wanted to argue. Just then, Sun Dian stood up and said, that's right. Your little secretary can only think about a few measly pieces of bread. He suddenly grabbed Bing Han and let out a lecherous sigh. The chairwoman, on the other hand, is much more far-sighted. His brazen move made Vu Hin gasp and call out, Chairwoman. Bing Nan was so scared, she started to stammer. Mr. Sun Dian, what are you doing? He no longer bothered to hide his twisted desires. He asked her bluntly, what am I doing? Hey, didn't you say it yourself? We're getting down to business. With that, he shoved her onto the sofa. Then he pinned her down and whispered vilely, beautiful. I've wanted you for a very long time. Now, let's have a fun night together. Seeing Bang Han in trouble, Vu Hin rushed forward to free the director. But before she could do anything, Vi Bin struck her with a thunderous slap. The blow sent her sprawling to the floor, trembling as she called out his name. When she realized it was all a trick, pure rage erupted from her. So it was you. This was all your trap. Vi Bin finally dropped the act, his voice dripping with venom. You filthy witch, he snarled. I only put up with you out of respect for Dang Bang Nan, but you dared to interfere? Today, you're both going to die. This whole scene just made Sun Dan laugh out loud. President Ko has some real guts. His two secretaries chimed in, that's so true. Meanwhile, a terrified Bang Nan pleaded for her life. Let me go. Help. Somebody, please help me. Sun Dian was completely unfazed, even taunting her. Go ahead and scream. I've already tricked all your employees into the conference room. The sinister man had planned everything. With this office's soundproofing, she could scream until she was hoarse and no one would hear. But suddenly, a shout echoed from the air vent above. And somehow, Zhao Tianlei and his two friends came crashing into the room. Even then, he was in the middle of an argument. Trin Jiao, you really need to lose some weight. Not one to back down, Trin Jiao shot back. Hey, Lad Huc Duong is clearly the heaviest one here. Blamed for no reason, all Huc Duong could do was mutter, my bad. It was only then that Zhao Tianlei noticed the scene before them. Vi Bin was still grappling with Vu Hin, but the sudden appearance of three guys from the ceiling had frozen him in his tracks. The two secretaries stared in shock, while Sun Dian just looked bewildered. Huc Duong, realizing they crashed a very tense moment, blushed and tried to drag Trin Jiao away. Sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt. Please, continue what you were doing. But before he could leave, Zhao Tianlei stopped him. This clearly isn't consensual. Seeing her chance, Vu Hin immediately cried out, they're bad guys. Please, save us. Furious that his fun was ruined, Sun Dian roared, who the hell are you? Get out of here now. Hearing his accent, something clicked for Zhao Tianlei. Oh, so you're Japanese? Trin Jiao exploded with anger. What is wrong with the world? As if zombies weren't bad enough, now we've got Japanese guys coming here to bully our people. Huc Duong ground his teeth in fury. You bastard. He charged forward, ready to teach Sun Dian a lesson. If I don't knock all your teeth out today, then I don't deserve to be called a man. As he lunged, the two secretaries and Vi Bin scrambled away in terror. But Sun Dian was different. He dodged with the agility of a grasshopper, landing gracefully before taking a fighting stance. The move made Huc Duong realize something. Never thought this fatso would be a trained martial artist. Across the room, Vu Hin rushed to help her senior. Sister Bang Nan, it's okay now. Sun Dian just scoffed in contempt. Fumph. Chinese martial arts? What's so great about them? Our country's karate is the ultimate fighting style. He then issued a challenge. If you've got the guts, put down your weapons and fight me hand to hand. Of course, Huc Duong wasn't about to back down from that. Fine. Let's see who's really superior. The second the words left his mouth, Sun Dian charged. Come on. After I kill you, I'll enjoy those beauties. Huc Duong met him head-on, trading blow for blow. Neither fighter was giving an inch. Watching the intense battle, Trin Jiao grew worried. Zhao Tianlei, that fat guy looks pretty tough. Shouldn't we help? Zhao Tianlei answered calmly. No need. Martial artists respect a fair fight. There's no honor in ganging up on someone. Besides, he was absolutely sure Lad Huc Duong could handle this. Back in the fight, Sun Dian launched a flying kick at Huc Duong. But every kick he threw was effortlessly slapped away. The constant failure was driving him insane. Frustrated, he abandoned technique and began swinging wildly. But Huc Duong was quicker, ducking under the flurry of blows. He spotted a critical opening. Sun Dian panicked, realizing he'd been exposed. And just like that, Huc Duong slammed him to the ground. Sun Dian's head crashed hard against the table. He ended up motionless on the floor. Hook Duong looked down on him with disdain. So, you still want to fight? Sun Dian groaned in pain. No, no more. I lose. Seeing the spectacular victory, Trin Zhao cheered loudly. Way to go, Lat Hook Duong. His opponent defeated, Hook Duong turned to walk away. But suddenly, Sun Dian struggled back to his feet, his face twisted with pure hatred. Seeing him reaching for something, Zhao Tianlei yelled out, "Look out." At the warning, Hook Duong spun around just as Sun Dian lunged with a knife. Die. The blade came streaking toward him, but he was fast enough to turn and block the attack. He followed up with a brutal punch straight to the face. His expression was pure murder after such a shameless stunt. He put all his strength into the blow, sending Sun Dian flying backward onto the sofa. Trin Zhao watched with utter contempt. This Japanese guy has no shame at all. We agreed to a fair one-on-one fight, and he was hiding a knife behind his back the whole time. Hook Duong nodded, catching his breath. Good thing Brother Loe warned me just now. Otherwise, that knife would have definitely found its mark. Zhao Tianlei glanced at the defeated Sun Dian, his voice cold. You're too honest. The Japanese don't value promises the way our people do. When dealing with scum like that, you can't afford to show mercy. Just then, a group of employees burst into the room. Director, what's going on? The sight of them sent a jolt of terror through Vai Bin. He immediately dropped to his knees, begging Bang Nan for forgiveness. Director, I'm so sorry. He started crying, desperately trying to make excuses. It was Sun Dian. He forced me to do it. I was a fool. I fell for his trap. I'll never do it again. Without a word, Vu Hin walked up and slapped him hard across the face. She growled his name through gritted teeth. Ko Vai Bin. The director trusted you, she yelled. She always wanted to promote you. Her voice trembled with outrage for her boss. And you dare to bite the hand that fed you? To harm her. Hearing this, the other employees finally understood what had happened. They swarmed Vai Bin, kicking and screaming. What the hell happened? Are you even human? Traitor. You willingly became a dog for the Japanese. You're a disgrace. Beat him to death. Avenge the director. Of course, they didn't forget about Sun Dian either. And this fat pig isn't any better. I knew from the start he had dirty intentions toward the director. Vu Hin quickly turned to Bang Nan for instructions. Director, what should we do with these two? Bang Han's voice was ice cold. Lock them in the storage room. When rescuers arrive, we'll hand them over to the government. As they dragged Vai Bin away, he screamed, Director, I know I was wrong. Please, forgive me. Give me one more chance. Sun Dian, on the other hand, just made threats. I'm a citizen of Japan. You have no right to treat me like this. Let me go. When I get back to Japan, I'll make you all pay. Zhao Tianlei just scoffed at his empty warning. You should just behave yourself and stay put. The entire world is swarming with zombies now. For all you know, your precious Japan is now Zombieland. You really think you have a home to go back to? Of course, the man didn't believe a word. You're lying. At that moment, his two secretaries suddenly threw themselves at Zhao Tianlei, pleading sweetly. Handsome, we're innocent. That's right, please help us. Seeing this, Trin Zhao flew into a rage and pushed them away. Get off him. Have you no shame? How dare you just hug someone else's man like that? Hook Duong finally spoke up. Brother Loy, what should we do with these two women? Before Zhao Tianlei could answer, Bang Nan stepped forward and commanded, tie them up and lock them in the meeting room. Annoyed by her bossy tone, Zhao Tianlei retorted bluntly, Hey, old lady, we're not your employees, so stop ordering us around. Those two words, old lady, sent her into a fury. Without holding back, she screamed at him, Who are you calling an old lady? I am not your lady. Seeing her lose her cool, Vu Hin quickly tried to calm her down. Director, please, compose yourself. But then, for some reason, both Zhao Tianlei and Hook Duong's faces suddenly flushed bright red. Older sister, Hook Duong stammered out. Both of the young men were completely flustered by Bang Han's figure. But Bang Han caught their disgusting stares, and she absolutely exploded. Perverts. What are you staring at? Seeing her lunge, one of them panicked. What the hell are you doing? You can't just attack people. Vu Hin saw things escalating and quickly stepped in. Chairman, please, calm down. A little later, they all sat down to talk. Vu Hin offered warmly, Everyone, please have some water. The employees started whispering amongst themselves. They'd never seen the chairman that furious before. She's only 24. Of course, she'd hate being called an old hag. At the meeting table, Zhao Tianlei spoke up, annoyed. If it wasn't for us, you too would have been that monster's playthings. Not even a thank you. And you try to attack us? But Bang Nan wasn't about to back down. Are you blind? She shot back. We were clearly being attacked. If I hadn't screamed for help, would you have just walked away and let him do whatever he wanted to us? Her words hit a nerve, and he refused to yield. Oh, so this is our fault now? If I'd known this was the reaction we'd get, I wouldn't have meddled. We should have just stayed upstairs and enjoyed the show, right? His comment made her blood boil. What did you say? Seeing that a full-blown war was about to erupt, Vu Hin jumped in. Everyone, please, drink some water. She even tried to smooth things over for Bang Han. She's just shaken up from the anger. Deep down, she is truly grateful to all of you. Then, she added with a smile, let's introduce ourselves properly. She introduced herself and her boss. This is the chairman of the Tianqi Entertainment Group, Miss Dang Bang Nan. My name is Dong Vu Hin, and I'm the chairman's assistant. The name Bang Han sparked a memory for Trin Zhao. Dang Bang Han, by any chance, did you graduate from Huazhong Business Academy? Surprised to be recognized, Bang Han eyed her. You know me? Realizing it was truly her, Trin Zhao's eyes lit up with admiration. It really is you. You're a total legend at our school. You had amazing grades, and just 1 year after graduating, you founded your own company, and even after becoming so successful, you never forgot our school. You donated scholarships and offered internships at Tianqi Group to hardworking students in need. Beaming, she continued, you're my idol, my goddess. Hearing this praise from a fellow student softened Bang Nan's expression. Ah, so you're my junior. But just then, Zhao Tianlei cut in with a cynical tone. No wonder your company is so high and mighty. The fish rots from the head down, after all. His words were like a slap to her face, and her anger flared. What is that supposed to mean? He calmly explained. Last year, I applied for an internship at your company. I met every single one of your requirements, but I was rejected because I showed up to the interview wearing a slightly worn-out shirt. He laid out the humiliation he'd endured. The interviewers laughed in my face. They said someone dressed like me shouldn't even bother applying, and that I'd be better off getting a job as a delivery driver. Even after being called out, Bang Nan tried to defend her company's actions. Perhaps they were a bit too blunt. But you have to understand, our employee's image reflects the company's image. If you're serious about a position, you should at least dress the part. That's just basic respect. But Zhao Tianlei wasn't finished. It wasn't just me. Other qualified students were rejected for the same reason. In the end, only the rich kids in their designer clothes got accepted. What a coincidence, right? Hearing this, Bang Nan turned to Vu Hin. Is this true? Vu Hin answered in a low voice. The summer recruitment drives were all handled by Gu Weiping. I'd heard his subordinates all come from powerful families. At this point, Zhao Tianlei didn't hold back, lecturing her directly. If your company only wants to hire rich kids looking for an easy life, then don't pretend to offer scholarships and opportunities to deserving students. Stop giving students like us false hope. Realizing her own negligence, she offered a sincere apology. This was truly our mistake. I sincerely apologize to you. And to all the other students who were there for that interview. Just then, some of the employees chimed in. All right, kid, let bygones be bygones. Yeah, why are we bringing up petty stuff like this now? Surviving together is all that matters right now. Truong Tran then asked anxiously. All the signals in the building are dead. We can't contact the outside world. What's it even like out there? When is the rescue team going to get here? At that question, Trin Zhao and Zhao Tianlei shared a knowing look. Zhao Tianlei finally broke the news. Out there, it's nothing but zombies. If you're all dead set on waiting for a military rescue, I'd advise you to give up on that idea right now. His words sent a wave of panic through the room. What? He ignored their shock and continued. Sure, there were rumors of army and government rescue teams, but we came all the way from the school and haven't seen a single trace of them. His words terrified Truong Tran, who started begging. Then what are we supposed to do? Are we all going to die here? If you guys manage to get in, there has to be a way out, right? Please, kid, you can't just leave us here to die. I'm begging you, help us. Hearing their pleas, Zhao Tianlei laid out the hard truth. The air vent we used is extremely narrow. It was a tight squeeze for just the 3 of us. It definitely can't support this many people. Besides, this place is crawling with zombies. I can't guarantee anyone's safety on the way out. Faced with this grim reality, Bang Yan asked worriedly, is there really no other way? Hearing her question, Zhao Tianlei dangled a shred of hope in front of them. It's not that there's no way, he said, starting to drive a hard bargain. But we're exhausted. That last fight took a lot out of us. Right now, we just want some food and a quiet place to rest. We can't do anything on an empty stomach. He gave them a sly grin. This room looks pretty nice. Hey, senior, you're the ones asking for a favor now. Shouldn't you show a little sincerity? Cornered by his demand, Bang Han seethed. You, chairman. Vu Hin pleaded nervously. Finally, Bang Han conceded to his demand. Fine, we'll leave first. The room is yours to rest in. Back in the meeting room, the employees started discussing with Bang Nan. Chairman, I think those kids are incredibly strong. Maybe they really can save us. But we can't just depend on them. We have to find our own way out. With things as they were, Bang Nan took command. Vu Hin, get the floor plans for this level. We need to find another exit. Right away, Vu Hin replied. Just then, an employee approached Bang Nan. Chairman, do you have any supplies left?
A lot of our colleagues are at their limit, if we're not waiting for a rescue team anymore. Can we eat what's left? His words made both Bang Nan and Vu Hin freeze.
Just as Bang Nan was about to tell them the truth, Vu Hin stepped forward and spoke for her. The truth is, all the supplies have already been distributed. The chairman only lied because she was afraid you'd all panic. The news sent a shockwave of despair through the crowd. What are we going to do now? But just then, the door burst open and Truong Tran rushed in beaming. Everyone, don't worry. I brought supplies. As he dumped a pile of food on the floor, the others cheered. Look at all this food. Where did you find it? But Bang Han immediately recognized the stash and confronted him. Aren't these the backpacks from those three? Why do you have them? He answered casually. I saw them go into the other room. So I snuck back into the conference room and grabbed their stuff. Vu Hin was horrified. That's stealing. Bang Han immediately intervened. We can't do this. Take it back to them, now. But Trung Tran just made excuses. Come on, look at all this stuff. You really think they bought all this? They obviously just snatched it on their way here. But Bang Nan was firm. That doesn't make it right. They're trying to help us. How can we just take other people's things like this? Pushed into a corner, he tried a pathetic voice. Director, I've already checked. There's absolutely no other way out of this floor. The vents are our only chance. His words shocked her. Didn't they say that route was unusable? Hearing that, he shot back confidently. Why are you so quick to believe everything they say? Think about it, Trung Tran declared loudly. If the situation out there is really so dangerous, then how did those three get in here? If a few kids can handle those zombies, why can't a big group of adults like us? His logic seemed to make sense as Bang Nan and Vu Hin exchanged a look. Seeing them hesitate, Trung Tran pressed his advantage. My plan is to let everyone eat their fill, then we'll go scout a path. If there are no problems, we'll come back to lead everyone out. Naturally, his words found support in the desperate crowd. Director, I'm willing to go. Sitting here is a death sentence anyway, we might as well give it a shot. Even Vu Hin started to persuade Bang Nan. I think Vung Loi has a point. Why not just let them try? If it doesn't work out, they can just come right back. Bang Nan listened, thinking in silence for a moment before finally allowing Trung Tran to go. All right, everyone, be safe. In the quiet lobby of the first floor, a vent cover suddenly popped open. Tran stealthily dropped to the ground. He carefully scanned his surroundings, then gave a quiet all-clear signal to the others still in the air duct. One by one, they jumped down, making a clumsy racket. Hey, I'm telling you, be more careful. You almost kicked me in the face. Sorry. This ventilation shaft is way too narrow. My knees are totally numb from crawling. The blonde-haired young man saw how loud his buddies were being and quickly shushed them. Keep your voices down. Are you trying to attract zombies? The dark-haired guy casually dismissed his concern. Can you stop being as uptight as the director and her assistant? We haven't seen a single zombie this entire way. The older man behind him agreed. I think Trin CA was right. The situation is much better than we imagined. Just then, Trung Tran spoke with contempt. I already told you. The director was just spooked by those 3 college kids. Where are all the zombies? It's not nearly as scary as they made it out to be. The blonde guy actually agreed with him and added his own jab at Bang Nan. Yeah, she's a woman, after all. A brain the size of a grape. If we knew this earlier, we wouldn't have been trapped on this floor for so long. As he was walking and talking, he suddenly stepped on something sticky on the floor. In that instant, he noticed something was very wrong. He stared at the dark, gooey substance on the floor and wondered, what is this? Without any fear, he followed the liquid trail to a corner, where an unmoving zombie was slumped over. The moment he saw it, he let out a terrified scream. A zombie. But luckily, Trung Tran managed to calm him down. Don't panic, can't you see it's already dead? He then approached to inspect the corpse. As the others warned him, Tran CA, be careful. Seeing the wound on the zombie's head, he immediately assumed. Look, the gash on its head must have been from that Zhao Tianlei kid's fire axe. Hearing that, the young men had a revelation, as if they'd uncovered a fundamental truth. Looks like it's just like the movies. Attacking the head is the only way to kill them. Right then, Trung Tran saw something and shouted with joy. This is it. It turned out he had found a life-saving set of keys, the keys to the main hall. But just as he grabbed them, the zombie's hand shot out and clamped down on his wrist. The zombie quickly lunged toward him. The sight made the guys behind him scream in absolute terror. Oh my god, it's still alive. Let's get out of here. Trung Tran stopped the group from running. What are you scared of? Zhao Tianlei was able to kill one. We're all grown men. Are you telling me we can't handle one little zombie? He then tossed the keys to one of the younger men while the zombie charged right at him. With a flash of speed, he grabbed a decorative object from the lobby and then smashed it straight into the zombie's head. The blow sent it crashing to the ground, while the other guys just stared with their jaws on the floor. Trung Tren then went into a frenzy, savagely beating the zombie with the object in his hand. D! 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 The blonde guy saw him still swinging and quickly shouted, "It's dead. It's dead. Trenke, the zombie's dead." His words seemed to snap him out of his uncontrolled rage as he muttered, "Ha!" At that moment, the young guys looked at him with admiration and cheered him on, making him laugh with pride. "Tren Ca, you're so cool. A god of war has descended. I never knew you were so amazing." He then said with contempt, "Zombies. What's so scary about them? I took it down in just 2 hits. Then Trung Tren turned to his followers. "You all saw that, didn't you? As long as we stick together, surviving in this post-apocalyptic world will be no problem at all." The other guys, of course, believe every word he said. Trun Ca is right. What's there to be afraid of? Let's take them all on. At the same time, in a hallway on an upper floor, Zhao Tianlei and his 2 friends were walking and talking. These people are supposed to be elites, you know? What's the point of having a brain if they don't use it? They only knew how to lock the company's front door, but didn't think to lock the passages between floors. Aren't they just letting the zombies roam freely? We checked all the rooms and locked down the passages now. We can finally say for sure that this floor is safe. Zhao Tianlei let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Humph, when a leader is brainless, their subordinates are the ones who suffer. His attitude made Trent Zhao feel like teasing him. "Zhao Tianlei, I never knew you could be so petty. Even though they rejected you at the interview back then, it's not like you lost anything. Besides, Bung Han is the director. It's understandable that she can't oversee everything. You don't need to hold such a grudge." Despite her teasing, he answered with total seriousness. "Who said I didn't lose anything? I quit 2 part-time jobs that year to focus on preparing for the interview. I almost couldn't scrape together enough money for tuition." He then told a heartbreaking story. The classmate who went with me had it even worse. He was expelled from school because he couldn't pay his tuition, so he could only work part-time at a construction site. One rainy day, during overtime, he fell from an upper floor. He's been disabled ever since. This story made Trin Zhao exclaim, "No way," but he continued with a serious tone. A person's entire future was destroyed just like that. Who's supposed to compensate him for his loss? Is saying I couldn't oversee everything enough to dismiss it. When it comes to leadership, Zhao Tianlei argued, the higher you stand, the greater your responsibility. Because every word they say, every decision they make, can affect someone's entire life. If you can't bear that responsibility, then you shouldn't be a leader in the first place. His reasoning made Trink Jiao look at him with admiration and praise. "Zhao Tianlei, you said that perfectly." She then added, "My history teacher used to say that the difference between a hero and a leader is their perspective. A hero loves to fight alone, but only someone who can unite people, make them believe in and respect them, and be willing to give it their all, can be a true leader." At the same time, she affirmed one thing. "Zhao Tianlei, I've always thought you have leadership qualities. One day, you'll stand at the top and receive everyone's admiration." Suddenly, her mood dropped, and she asked herself, "It's just that. When that time comes, I wonder if you'll still remember a person like me." Her question made Zhao Tianlei pay attention. Unexpectedly, he placed his hand on Trin Zhao's head and said, "Silly girl, what are you talking about?" The next words he spoke brought a happy smile to her face. "You guys are my most important teammates. We'll always be together." Hearing this from him, she was overjoyed and made him promise. "You have to remember what you said today." He, of course, promised with certainty. I'll remember. But she wasn't done yet, pressing her luck with another request. "But I still hope you and our senior can live in peace." "That's right. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. Loica, you should show some of that gentlemanly style of yours." He wasn't the petty type anyway, so he agreed with her. All right. Just then, they reached the door of the break room. Zhao Qianlei swung the door open, only to be met with a barren table and his missing backpack. Cheng Jiao saw it too and asked blankly, "Where'd our backpacks go?" Just then, in the meeting room, Bing Yan was worrying to herself. "I wonder how Zhang Zhen and the others are. Did they manage to find a way out?" Seeing her anxiety, Yu Xin tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, President. They're all smart guys. They wouldn't take any reckless chances." Right then, Zhao Tianlei stepped into the room and asked, "Our backpacks. You have them, don't you?" Instantly, Shuyang spotted their food wrappers, all eaten and tossed into a corner. "Look at this," he roared in fury. "I knew our food disappeared somewhere, so you guys were the ones who stole it." Cheng Jiao was in disbelief. "Seniors, if you really needed it, why couldn't you have just talked to us? That food was extremely important to us." Zhao Tianlei now stepped forward to confront them. "Isn't President Zhang always talking about principles? This time, I'd like to hear how you're going to explain this." Faced with his accusation, they fell silent, their faces burning with shame. But Shuyang was still fuming. And to think we just saved you guys. Is this how you repay kindness? By stabbing us in the back, stealing our stuff. If we'd known you were a bunch of snakes, we would have just left you for dead. Hearing him say that, Yu-shin refused to admit fault and argued back. Hey, you, watch your mouth, okay? Don't you think you're being a little harsh? It was just a couple bags of snacks, that's all. Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it? We didn't steal anything. We were going to pay you back once we got out of here, all right. Hearing that, he fired back even louder. What do you mean you? My name is Li Shuyang, and I might not have much schooling, but even I know taking things without asking is called theft, and you're supposed to be so highly educated. What a complete waste. His words left Yu-shin speechless, only able to stammer. You. At that moment, Bing Yan cut her off. Yu-shin, that's enough. She bluntly admitted their mistake and offered to compensate them. It was our fault for taking the food without your permission, but our people are already out looking for a way out. I believe they'll find an exit soon. There are a lot of us. Once we're out, we'll definitely find more food, and we'll pay you back double. In response to her offer, Zhao Tianlei just asked coldly, You really think your people are coming back? His question made her ask worriedly, What are you trying to say? He explained calmly, It took us less than half an hour to climb from the first floor. Going down is even faster. The round trip should take an hour. Tops. How long have your people been gone? Hearing this, Yu-shin turned to Bing Yan in a panic. It's been 2 hours. At that very moment on the first floor, those same guys were ecstatically slurping down instant noodles. They cheered for Zhang Zhen. This is so good. We've been starving for days. We finally get a full meal, and it's all thanks to Brother Zhen. Another guy asked curiously, Brother Zhen, how did you know there was a hot pot here? And with so much delicious food? Zhang Zhen replied smugly, Isn't there a modeling agency on the second floor? Those models diet all year and work themselves to the bone. When they can't stand the hunger, they sneak food. But they're afraid of the company finding out, so they prepare their own electric pot and hid food in this utility room to cheat every once in a while. He then revealed how he knew about the stash. I've walked past and seen them a few times. That's why I noticed this key and remembered there was food here. Just then, a young man spoke up. We should hurry back after we eat, so the president doesn't worry. However, the guy who'd asked the question before just sneered back. Are you stupid? The company is gone. What president are you talking about? The guy scoffed, saying that Zheng Bingyan was just some girl. In normal times, her brain might be worth something, but in a chaotic world like this, she couldn't even protect herself. You think following her is the way out? The blonde-haired Shu actually agreed with him. That's right. Didn't you see how they both almost became lunch for that mutant? Next, he picked up a piece of food from his bowl and said, Open your eyes and look around. The guy smiled confidently. Only by following Brother Zhen will we get to eat meat. We have a long future ahead of us. We have to look out for ourselves. The naive young man fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then, he too picked up some food, popped it in his mouth, and sided with the others. Brother Zhen, from now on, you're our boss. Whatever you say, goes. We'll listen to everything you say. Hearing this, Zhang Zhen's ego swelled and he declared, Heh, don't say that. We were good colleagues before, and we'll be good friends from now on. As long as you all trust me, I'll treat you like my own brothers. Furthermore, he declared with absolute certainty, there's a saying, crisis is opportunity. Before, we were all just employees, sucking up to the boss every single day. Things are different now. As long as we stick together, we can definitely build a new legacy for ourselves. For some reason, the guys in the group totally bought into his speech. Yeah, Brother Zhen is right. Just then, a loud noise came from outside the door, scaring them all pale. What was that? It's not a zombie, is it? Zhang Zhen, cocky from having killed one zombie, said confidently, Don't be scared. Didn't you see what happened earlier? Those zombies look terrifying, but they're actually really slow. As long as you're fast enough, you can take them down. He took the lead and commanded, Everyone grab a weapon. Remember to aim for the head. Then he yelled, Are you ready? They all shouted back, Yeah. The doorknob began to rattle, and then the door burst open. A nimble zombie darted inside, letting out a guttural growl. Its vicious expression was enough to terrify anyone, including Zhang Zhen's group. It's so fast. What is that thing? Back in the quiet meeting room, Yu Xin whispered anxiously to Bing Yan. President, they've been gone for so long and still aren't back. You don't think something happened, do you? Bing Yan whispered back reassuringly. They probably just aren't familiar with the route and got lost. Let's just wait a little longer. However, her words of comfort reached Zhao Tianlei's ears, making him scoff. President Zheng, you have a great sense of humor. It's an air duct, not a maze. How could they possibly get lost? If they're not back, they definitely ran into zombies. If you wait any longer, there might not even be bones left to find. His terrifying words sent Yu Xin into a panic. then you have to go save them. Seeing that she still had the nerve to ask for his help, Shuyang angrily shot back, "Are you kidding me? You just stole our food, and now you want us to go save your people?" On what grounds? She shot back, not giving an inch. "Are you even a man? Being so petty. Is a little food more important than human lives? Besides, it's just us girls left here. If you don't go, who will?" Of course, he wasn't about to let that slide. What does being a man have to do with anything? Everyone has to be reasonable, guys and girls alike. Just then, Zhao Tianlei spoke up. "It's not impossible for us to go save them." Seeing him agree to rescue her men, Bing Yan asked in surprise, "Just to be sure, you'll help?" However, he wasn't about to do it for free. He demanded loudly, "Beg me." His demand made Bing Yan tremble with pure rage. Yu Xin stepped forward to challenge him. "Don't you dare go too far. Our president has never begged anyone in her life." But he didn't care who they were, lecturing them plainly. President Zhang is a businesswoman. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want something, you have to pay the price. If you're truly worried about your employees' lives, then sacrificing a little bit of your pride for them should be nothing. His convincing argument left Yu Xin speechless. She looked over at a trembling Bing Yan and called out, "President." After a moment of thought, Bing Yan accepted Zhao Tianlei's condition. "Fine. Consider this me begging you." "All right." Her condescending way of begging was, of course, rejected by Zhao Tianlei. Not good enough. His flat-out rejection made her grit her teeth in fury. He ignored her simmering rage and said casually, "I already told you that your people are no match for the zombies, but you snuck them downstairs behind our backs anyway. Clearly, you didn't trust what we said. Now that things have gone wrong, you want us to clean up your mess? I'm not running a charity. The math just doesn't add up." Realizing she'd been played, she roared at him, "Zhao Tianlei, are you messing with me?" At this point, Zhao Tianlei's voice turned serious. "I'm teaching you how to be a person." He spoke of how things were before the world was invaded, when President Zheng was always high and mighty, sitting on her throne. Getting a taste of your own medicine doesn't feel good, does it? But for people like us, having our lives ruined by one of your whims is just another Tuesday. But the world's changed now, and he was about to teach Bing Nan a lesson she'd never forget. The world is different. You better get used to hitting rock bottom, or the next shock will be even worse. With that, he turned to his crew and said, "Let's go." As he walked away without a second glance, Bing Nan exploded with rage. "Zhao Tianlei, you bastard." A moment later, out in the hallway, Shang Jiao pleaded with him to help Bing Hen's group. "Tianlei, they're just academics. They couldn't even fight off a chicken. If they run into a zombie, they're dead for sure. Are we really going to just stand by and watch?" Hearing her words, Tianlei finally explained his actions. "I only said that because of Zheng Bing Han's attitude. Asking for help while looking down on me? Without an ounce of sincerity? If I don't teach her a lesson, that spoiled personality of hers will never change." And when she realized he was actually listening to her, letting go of his grudge for her sake, Cheng Jiao's heart soared. But still, it's their lives on the line. Besides, I promise you I wouldn't let things get too out of hand with her. Just help her this one time. Then, without a second thought, she gave him a quick kiss. The kiss left him blushing and stammering. "What are you doing? Why are you just kissing people like that?" She was embarrassed too, but she tried to play it cool, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea. It was a thank you kiss. I'm just really happy I mean that much to you." Her words only made him more flustered. "Don't make it sound so serious, okay? It's not like it was some big promise." But she just smiled, her determination clear. "How is it not serious? This is the first time you've changed your mind for me. I'll remember this for the rest of my life." Cheng Jiao's sincere confession actually moved him. Just then, Shuyang volunteered, "Boss Lei, I'll go with you to save them." But Tianlei stopped him. "No need. With just the girls on this floor, it's not safe. You stay here and protect them." Then he turned to Cheng Jiao with a stern look. "Remember, if any zombies get in, you stick with Li Shuyang and protect yourself. Got it?" Cheng Jiao didn't argue at all, simply nodding obediently. "Got it. You be careful out there. Don't worry about us. I'll wait right here for you to come back." Hearing that, he gave her a thumbs up. A short while later, Tianlei landed silently in the deserted first-floor lobby. Seeing an open ventilation grate on the floor, he instantly put it together. The vent is open. They must have gotten out through here. Gripping the axe at his side, he moved through the hall, wondering, this floor isn't that big. Where could they be? As he passed a room, the thick, metallic smell of blood hit him. The door was slightly ajar. He approached quietly, then kicked the door wide open. He scanned his surroundings. The place reeked of a dark, murderous aura. In front of him were several large crates. Without hesitating, he knocked them all over. Revealed beneath the crates were the bodies of Zhang Zhen's crew. Every single one of them was dead. The grim sight made Tianlei's brow furrow. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past his back. He instinctively jumped back, raising his axe. It was a zombie, but this one was different from the others. Tianlei stared at the zombie, confused. It's too fast. Every zombie I've fought until today was stiff and slow. Why is this one so quick? He also noticed something else. Its eyes weren't the usual blood red. Instantly, a memory from the system surfaced. That's right. The system warned that over time, some zombies would evolve special abilities that others don't have. These zombies are completely different from the normal ones. Their bodies are more agile, their strength is greater, and their speed is on another level. Compared to regular zombies, they are the true threat to humanity. And the creature before him fit the description perfectly. He was sure of it. Looks like this is a mutated zombie. But this didn't frighten Tianlei. In fact, it fired him up. All right then. Let's see just how tough you are. The moment he finished speaking, the mutated zombie lunged at him. It closed the distance instantly, unleashing a flurry of attacks that put him on the defensive. When it failed to land a hit, it roared in fury and tried to take a bite out of him, but he was still faster, dodging just in time. After clashing with it for a bit, Tianlei got a read on it. This thing is a master of close-quarters combat. This kind of assault consumes too much stamina. To attack, I have to create some distance. In that moment, he planted a hand on the ground, vaulting into the air to dodge the mutant's next strike. He landed with ease, finally creating some space between them. He didn't waste the opening, rocketing forward and swinging his axe. But amazingly, the mutated zombie dodged it. Seeing this, he immediately backed off. Tianlei's eyes sharpened as he thought, it actually managed to avoid my axe. Evolved zombies really are far more agile. The mutated zombie was now glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it pounced again, and he quickly ducked to avoid it. The mutant immediately whipped its head around to find him, but he had vanished completely. It began to search for him frantically. After searching for a moment with no luck, it let out a roar of pure rage. The zombie apparently never thought to look up. Hiding on top of a cabinet, Tianlei looked down with a smirk. As expected. Not too bright. In that instant, he dove down from above. He was right on top of the zombie's head, ready to land a finishing blow. At the last second, it sensed the danger and looked up, but its fate was already sealed. With a single swing of his axe, Tianlei sent the zombie to its grave. He even let out a cold sneer. Just being fast is useless. If your brain doesn't evolve, this is your limit. Just then, he noticed something on its body. He quickly pulled the object from its head, wondering what it was. Suddenly, the Overlord's voice boomed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on finding the first nucleus crystal. The sudden voice nearly made him jump out of his skin. I'm telling you, Lord God, can't you give me a heads up before you pop in? You trying to scare me to death? Getting down to business, Tianlei asked. You said this is a nucleus crystal. What's this thing for? I've never heard of it. The Overlord quickly explained, a nucleus crystal is a crystal formed in the brain of a mutated zombie. It doesn't exist in normal ones, which is why you haven't heard of it. It then went on to explain its purpose. Nucleus crystals are graded according to the mutated zombie's level. From low to high, they are divided into white, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, red, and black. It can be used to increase your attribute points, exchange for experience points, and activate exchange resources. For example, a white nucleus crystal can be exchanged for 1 attribute point or 10 experience points. As you level up, the exchange value will also increase. After hearing the explanation, Tianlei knew exactly what level of zombie he had just faced. This nucleus crystal is white. That means this was a primary level mutated zombie. But then, a chilling problem occurred to him. Wait a minute. He then shouted out loud in protest. Lord God, are you playing with me? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? A mere primary level mutated zombie is already so much stronger than a normal one. If all the zombies mutate to the highest level, doesn't that mean humanity has 0 chance of winning? Understanding Tianlei's fear, the Overlord reassured him. The host need not worry. The conditions for zombie evolution are incredibly strict. It requires not only a massive food source, but also a long period of time, and it only gets harder later on. It also confirmed that very few can ever evolve to the highest level. It is believed that no more than 10 black-level zombies will ever exist in the entire world. This confirmation made Tianlei breathe a huge sigh of relief. Okay, that's more like it. But he refused to let it go, still chewing the guy out. Important info like that, just spit it all out at once next time. Don't be like some AI, only answering when I ask you a question. Got it. Pestered by the kid, the entity roared back. Enough yapping. How are you going to use this core? Seeing him yell, the boy shot back angrily. Arrogant jerk. After that, Zhao Tianlei started weighing his options for the core. Since this was the first mutant zombie he'd seen, he probably didn't need to use the attribute points just yet, and he could always grind for more experience points by killing regular zombies. After a moment's thought, he knew exactly what to do. I've decided I'm exchanging for resources. At his command, the master system activated. Fictional space resource exchange system. Initializing. A blinding flash of light erupted. What appeared before him left Zhao Tianlei completely stunned. It was the system's marketplace. A holographic inventory screen popped up, split into two categories: weapons and supplies. The weapons tab was packed with everything from knives and axes to guns, and even bombs. Zhao Tianlei swiped through the interface, complaining, "Is this system totally busted? How come only a few of these supplies are available? Everything else is locked." The master system's voice replied instantly, "Access to item exchange is determined by the tier of the crystal core. You used a white core, which only grants access to tier 1 items. If you can't exchange it, your level is too low. If you want to expand your permissions, you'll need a higher tier core next time. Furthermore, the core only serves to unlock the system. It has no exchange value. If you want to take any of these items now, you must use experience points to purchase them." The moment he finished, the boy yelled in disbelief, "What? You want my experience points too? You never said anything about that before." The master system calmly refuted him. "I stated very clearly that the core unlocks the system. I never said it funds the exchanges. You just made your own assumptions." Realizing he'd been played, Zhao Tianlei slumped in defeated resignation. "Fine. A good man doesn't argue with a system. I just won't exchange for anything, all right." Seeing him give up, the entity said nothing more, leaving him with a single word before going silent: "Farewell." This move truly set him off, and he exploded in rage. "You do this every single time. You just leave whenever you want. Would it kill you to give me a heads up?" Once his anger subsided, the silence of the space closed in on him again as he looked around. Zhao Tianlei stared at the barely touched bowl of food and the water bottle rolling on its side. He lowered his gaze, scoffing coldly. And to think Shang Bingyan is up there, waiting desperately for news. Looks like they had other plans all along. What a naive woman. Still, this is a pretty decent haul of food. I'll bring this back to Cheng Jiao and the others. We'll eat well tonight. A short while later, in the living room of another apartment, the sound of a door creaking open echoed. Zhao Tianlei walked in, lugging a heavy backpack, and called out, "Cheng Jiao, Li Shuyang, look what I brought back." But his only reply was the dead silence of an empty room. "Where is everyone?" Suddenly, a loud cry for help shattered the quiet, reaching his ears. "Help me." Zhao Tianlei's head snapped around, a jolt of shock hitting him as he recognized the voice. He immediately bolted toward the sound, his face etched with worry. Did zombies get in? He sprinted to a room and violently threw the door open. His face instantly went pale, his eyes widening in pure horror. Right in front of him, Shuyang was cradling an injured person, desperately trying to shake her awake. "Cheng Jiao, wake up, please wake up." Wu Xin and the others stood to the side, demanding something from an unseen foe. "Wei Ping, let the chairman go. If you don't, you're not getting out of here alive." As soon as she finished, Shuyang, seething with rage, roared, "You two scumbags, using a woman as a human shield. If you've got any guts, you'll face me one-on-one." But Wei Ping didn't back down, instead making the threat of his own. "Back off, all of you, get back. Anyone who takes another step, I'll kill this woman." Shan Tian pressed a knife to a young woman's throat. "You stupid Hua people. I have a hostage. Why would I ever fight you fairly?" Just as the tension hit its peak, Zhao Tianlei ran to Xu Yang's side and yelled, "Cheng Jiao, what happened?" Seeing him, the man began to tremble and sob, blaming himself. "Brother Lei, it's all my fault. I was careless. I couldn't protect Cheng Jiao." Wu Xin quickly rushed over to explain the situation. It was Shan Tian and Wei Ping. They cut the ropes when no one was looking and took the chairman hostage. Cheng Jiao got hurt trying to save her. Just then, a weak voice called out, "Zhao Tianlei, I'm sorry." She let out a few weak coughs, struggling to get the words out. "I promised I'd wait for you to come back safely. But I couldn't do it." He forced a smile, gently trying to reassure her. It's okay. I'm back now." Bingyan looked at her, her eyes welling with guilt. "Junior, I'm so sorry. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have." Zhao Tianlei's voice boomed, "Shut up." He shot to his feet, furious, and turned on her. "You're a curse. All you know how to do is order people to lock them up. Didn't you think to post a few guards? What good is saying sorry now?" Seeing him like this, Cheng Jiao quickly tried to intervene. "Zhao Tianlei, don't blame her. Those two were just too despicable. They used a diversion to lure Shuyang away. The chairman didn't want to involve anyone else, so they caught her. She's not as weak as you think. She's still a good leader, right?" As soon as she finished, she devolved into a fit of heavy coughing. He ignored everyone else, immediately kneeling to cover her with a blanket. "Cheng Jiao, don't talk anymore. Let me stop the bleeding." But she ignored him, her voice barely a whisper. "Zhao Tianlei, there's something I've always wanted to tell you." He frowned, not wanting her to speak, but he remained silent to listen. "Do you remember the first time we met? I said I wanted to be your girlfriend. The truth is, I didn't like you at all. I was just terrified after what happened in the library. I just wanted someone to protect me. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. But then, I slowly realized how amazing you really are. When I'm with you, I always feel protected. I always feel safe. Even when we ran into zombies, I wasn't scared at all. I know I can't be the one you love most, so just being your teammate,
Staying by your side for the rest of our lives. That didn't sound so bad.
but now, I'm afraid I can't walk with you anymore. With every word Cheng Zhao spoke, tears streamed down Zhao Tianlei's face, unstoppable. A good man like you. Even without me, there will be plenty of girls who want to cook and do laundry for you. But Zhao Tianlei, you have to promise me one thing. Don't forget me. I don't need anything else. Even if it's just a tiny little spot in your heart. That would make me so happy. At that moment, it was as if he couldn't take it anymore, and he screamed, "What are you talking about? How could I ever forget you?" Cheng Zhao, just hang on a little longer. You're going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. But her voice grew weaker and weaker, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch, yet she continued. Even though this zombie world is terrifying, I'm so happy I met you. And as she spoke those final words, she took her last breath. Watching her go limp, a crushing weight slammed into Zhao Tianlei's chest as he cried out, "Cheng Zhao." Hearing his desperate cries, Shuyang couldn't hold back either, his body shaking with sobs. "Cheng Zhao." Finally, Zhao Tianlei clutched her lifeless body and let out a raw scream. "Cheng Zhao." Wu Xin covered her mouth, her heart aching with unspeakable sorrow, while a stunned Bingyan whispered, "Junior." But Shan Tian, that piece of trash, chose this exact moment to sneer. "Kid, women are just like clothes. Is she really worth all this grief? That little thing was kind of cute, sure, but she was nothing compared to Chairman Zheng here. How about we make a deal? You let me walk out of here, and I'll give Chairman Zheng to you. You could find out what it's like to hold a real beauty in your arms. What you say?" But suddenly, he froze, his eyes locking onto something. What he saw was the pure, unadulterated killing intent radiating from Zhao Tianlei's face. A hand gently laid Cheng Zhao's body down on the ground. Then, Zhao Tianlei rose to his feet in absolute silence. The terrifying quietness in his eyes as he turned to face them sent a jolt of raw fear through Wei Ping and Shan Dian. And as he began to walk forward, they instinctively stumbled back in dread. Wei Ping stammered nervously as the boy approached. "Whoa, what do you think you're doing?" Pushed by his own terror, Shan Dian pressed the knife harder against Bing Yan's neck to threaten him. "Don't you dare come any closer, or I'll kill this woman." But Zhao Tianlei's expression remained utterly blank as he replied, "Do whatever you want." Hearing this, she stared in stunned disbelief. It wasn't just her. Yu Xin and everyone else was completely shocked. Ignoring their expressions, he continued. If it wasn't for her, Cheng Zhao would still be alive. She should follow Cheng Zhao in a tone. If you want to kill her, then do it. At his words, Shan Dian gritted his teeth and repeated his threat. "Don't think I'm just bluffing. I'll really do it." Zhao Tianlei's voice was ice as he pushed him. "Then be quick about it." Seeing his total indifference, the man hesitated, flinching slightly. A cruel smirk touched Zhao Tianlei's lips as he taunted, "Don't have the guts." With a roar, he lunged toward the man. "Then let me—" Zhao Tianlei's hand clamped down on Shan Dian's knife arm like a steel trap. With one smooth, powerful motion, he ripped Bing Yan away from her captor. Seizing the opportunity, she scrambled back towards Yu Xin and the others. "President, are you all right?" But while he had Shan Dian pinned, Wei Ping charged from behind, raising a heavy vase and screaming, "Go to hell!" Still gripping the knife arm, Zhao Tianlei spun with vicious speed. In a single, fluid kick, he shattered the vase and slammed his foot directly into Wei Ping's face. Just like that, one of the attackers was down for the count, but he wasn't finished. Zhao Tianlei's murderous gaze snapped to Shan Dian. The man's eyes widened in sheer terror. Instantly, Zhao Tianlei shifted his grip, wrenching the man's arm behind his back. Zhao Tianlei immediately snatched the dagger he'd been holding, then demanded of them both, "Which one of you killed Cheng Zhao?" He glared at Wei Ping, who was struggling to sit up. Trying to save himself, the man screamed, pointing a finger. It was him. He did it. He was the one holding the dagger. Receiving his answer, Zhao Tianlei didn't waste another word and immediately plunged the knife deep into Shan Dian's arm. An agonizing, blood-curdling scream ripped through the air. The man reached for his wound, struggling and cursing through the pain. "Damn you, Gu Wei Ping, you treacherous snake. I only wanted to grab Bing Yan. You were the one who grabbed that girl to threaten him. You couldn't get the dagger, and you even killed someone." Bing Yan quickly backed up his story. "That's right. It was Wei Ping. He's the one who killed the student." At her words, Zhao Tianlei's expression grew impossibly dark, his eyes burning with pure killing intent. Realizing the tables had turned, Wei Ping trembled violently. He frantically crawled on his knees toward Zhao Tianlei, begging, "Little brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to scare her a little. I swear, I never thought she'd fight back so hard it was an accident. He slammed his head on the floor, pleading desperately. I have an old mother and a child waiting for me at home. They're all waiting for me to return. Please, since we're both from the same country, just let me go. Hearing this only fueled Zhao Tianlei's rage. You still remember what country you're from? Qing Jiao had a family waiting for her, too. Did you let her go? But don't you worry. I'm not going to kill you. For scum like you, dying 100 times isn't enough. A single knife wound would be getting off way too easy. With that, he grabbed the man by his collar again. Zhao Tianlei pulled Wei Ping's face dangerously close to his and whispered, I have a much better idea. A moment later, the sound of dragging echoed down the apartment corridor. Let go. Let me go. Being hauled away, Wei Ping screamed, Where are you taking me? They stopped in front of a heavy, sealed glass door. Without a word, Zhao Tianlei slammed his fist into the fire alarm next to it. Immediately, red lights began flashing as a piercing siren blared to life. It wasn't just one. The fire alarms by the elevators and on every single floor of the high-rise began to shriek. The deafening sound echoed and vibrated through the entire building. Bing Yan couldn't take it, covering her ears as she demanded, What are you doing? Why did you set off the alarms? His voice was eerily calm as he answered her. You all didn't believe what I said before, did you? His eyes were as red as the warning lights as he turned to look at them. Now, open your eyes wide and see just how many zombies are in this building. After a moment, the piercing sirens finally stopped, only to be replaced by horrifying, guttural groans. The growling came from the horde of zombies now swarming the area outside. They shuffled forward, one by one, pressing their bodies against the glass that separated them from the living. Seeing this, Shandian started screaming in terror, struggling against his restraints. Are you insane? They're going to break in. We have to get out of here now. In the middle of the zombie crowd, Yu Xin thought she recognized someone and called out, President, isn't that Xiao Zhao and Xiao Wang? The scene immediately cut to two familiar-looking zombies, lurching forward with the rest of the horde. Seeing them, Bing Yan began to tremble. Could it be that Zhang Jin and the others? At that moment, Zhao Tianlei reached out and unlatched the glass door, opening it slightly. Without a word, he decisively threw Wei Ping outside. Then, he coldly slammed the glass door shut, once again sealing the man off from the inside. Wei Ping scrambled to the door, clawing at the glass and screaming for him to open it. Let me back in. I don't want to die. But the next words Zhao Tianlei spoke plunged him into absolute despair. Cheng Jiao must have been in so much pain when she died. But what's worse than death is the fear of waiting for it to arrive. He watched as the man was surrounded by the horde of zombies and said, A person who gets bitten by a zombie doesn't turn right away. In fact, it can take a very long time for the mutation to begin. Until you turn into a zombie, you will still have all your human feelings and consciousnness. So enjoy it. The process of your body being slowly devoured by zombies. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Bing Yan's group turned deathly pale with fear. Yu Xin looked like she was about to throw up right there. Shandian was so terrified he collapsed to the ground, staring at Zhao Tianlei, completely speechless. He stared into those cold, unfeeling eyes and screamed, You're not a human, you're a demon. Shuyang immediately cut him off. Brother Lei, what should we do with this old guy? He also had a hand in killing Cheng Jiao. Should we throw him out there, too? Hearing this, Shandian yelled defiantly, If you have the guts, then just kill me. I don't want to end up like Wei Ping. Zhao Tianlei turned to look at him and replied, You want to die? It's not that easy. With that, he turned and started to walk away. Before he left, he gave Shuyang careful instructions. Tie him up tight and lock him in a room. He still has his uses. Shuyang held Shandian down tightly and replied quickly, Yes, sir. The man struggled and screamed, Let me go. Zhao Tianlei walked step by step toward Bing Yan's group behind him. And just as he was about to walk past her, she spoke up hesitantly, wanting to say something. But his footsteps didn't even pause as he simply glided past her. Seeing this, Yu Xin looked anxiously at Bing Yan, but she didn't know what to say and could only bite her lip in silence. He just kept walking quietly, not giving her any chance to speak. Finally, in the quiet space, only the lonely, guilt-ridden figure of Bing Yan remained. Sometime later, the scene changes to the management office, where the room was filled with anxious faces, glancing worriedly at one another. Sitting in the only chair in the room, a worried Yu Xin tried to comfort Bing Yan. Just then, a brave girl spoke up, breaking the heavy, oppressive atmosphere. President, Zhang Zhen, and the others. They're probably not coming back. What should we do now? Another girl quickly added, That's right, there are so many zombies out here. There's no way we can escape. As soon as they finished speaking, Bing Yan spoke up, her voice filled with self-blame. From now on, you don't need to call me president anymore. I don't have that right any longer. If I hadn't let them go down there, this never would have happened. Wu Huan rushed to comfort her. Don't say that. We all made this decision together. Why are you putting all the blame on yourself? But she just shook her head, rejecting his words. It was my fault. I was too impulsive. If I had just thought it through, been a little calmer, things never would have ended up like this. And with that, she shot to her feet, slamming her hands on the table and declaring to everyone, "We are all that's left of this company now. I, Zheng Bingyan, swear that I will do everything in my power to protect you all. I won't let another person die." The scene changes. A single spotlight flares to life, illuminating the darkness. It shines down on two figures in the lonely room, one sitting and one lying down. Looking at Cheng Jiao lying silently on the sofa, Zhao Tianlei's voice cracked with pain. "You stupid girl. Aren't you supposed to be good at protecting yourself? You always knew to hide behind me when there was danger. So why were you so reckless this time? What was so great about that woman that you'd throw your life away for her?" As he finished, a sharp knock echoed from the door. The one at the door was Bing Yan. She pushed it open gently and stepped inside the room. Without even turning around, he knew who it was and demanded, "What are you doing here?" Bing Yan lowered her head, gathering the courage to answer. "Your junior died because of me. I wanted to come and see her off on her final journey." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's hands clenched into fists as he fought to control his rage. "Get out. I don't want to see your face." But Bing Yan didn't move. Instead, she said, "I know you hate me. It's my fault I couldn't watch over those two. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have. But Wu Huin and the others are innocent. I'm begging you, please save them. Right now, you're the only one who can get them out of here alive. As long as you get them out safely, you can curse me all you want." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei finally turned, his eyes blazing with fury. In a low, dangerous tone, he asked, "Curse you? You think cursing you will bring Cheng Jiao back to life?" His words left her stunned into silence, her brow furrowed in thought. Finally, as a last resort, she offered a deal. "Fine. Just tell me what will make you feel better. I'll do anything you ask." At that, Zhao Tianlei began to speak in a strange, roundabout way. Cheng Jiao always loved beautiful things. She wanted to buy designer clothes, but she could never afford them. She told me she was working a part-time job to save up for a designer dress. But then the apocalypse hit and her wish never came true. Now, she's about to leave us. I think she'd want to be wearing something beautiful for her final journey. If I remember correctly, the outfit you're wearing is the exact one she wanted. Hearing this, Bing Yan seemed to understand his meaning, and she stammered. "This is." Sensing her hesitation, he provoked her. "What's wrong? She gave up her life for you, but you can't even part with a single outfit for her." The moment he finished, she turned around. "Fine. I'll go change right now." But he didn't agree. Instead, he gave an order that shook her to her core. "Take it off here." Bing Yan immediately spun around and screamed, "Zhao. Zhao Tianlei. You're humiliating me." Seeing her refusal, he began to mock her with contempt in his voice. "Didn't you just say you'd do anything for your employees? What's this? The moment your precious dignity is on the line, you take it all back." Zhao Tianlei ignored her trembling, clenched fists and continued, "This is exactly why I despise people like you. The so-called elites of society, the nation's best and brightest. You live your comfortable lives for so long, you start to think you're invincible. On the outside, you act so noble, but deep down, you're selfish. The second your own interests are threatened, you show your true colors. All your talk of responsibility and saving lives, it means nothing to you. Only a stupid girl like her would be willing to sacrifice her own life for worthless people like you. It truly wasn't worth it." After you finish, Bing Yan finally spoke, her voice steely. "You're right. My pride is more important than most things. In today's society, if a woman doesn't want to bow her head to a man, she has to build a solid career for herself. And that is not an easy thing to do. But I did it. I have never once lost my dignity or my self-respect. I have never done anything that would wrong me, but I have things that are far more important to me than that. I have never been humiliated like this in my entire life. But today, I'm willing to endure it, because I want to prove to you that I'm not the kind of person you think I am." With that said, Bing Yan stared at him with eyes full of determination. Zhao Tianlei, you'd better remember what you promised me." Then, she reached a hand behind her back and began to pull down the zipper of her outfit. As she slowly did as he demanded, he simply sat there in silence. Biting back sobs, Bing Yan's trembling hands pulled the fabric from her shoulders. Just then, he finally spoke, stopping her. "You can go." She stood there, frozen, unable to process his words. Seeing her confusion, he spoke again. "If humiliating you could bring Cheng Jiao back to life, I'd do it 100 times over. But sadly, it can't." At his words, Bing Yan bit her lip, desperately holding back her tears of frustration. Defeated, she finally turned to leave. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, his voice rang out behind her. 30 minutes. Come to the conference room. I'll get them out." Shocked, Bing Yan whipped her head around and cried, "You'll help us?" Zhao Tianlei clasped his hands together and replied, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Cheng Jiao. No matter how much I despise you, she always wanted to protect you. The only reason you're alive right now is because she traded her life for yours. I won't let her death be meaningless." After speaking, he dismissed her. "Go." Before I change my mind, Bing Yan looked like she wanted to say something, but she held her tongue. She left, returning the room to a heavy silence. A moment later, he stood up, walked to the sofa, and knelt down on one knee. He gazed at Chang Jiao's face and poured out his heart. "I know you always acted cheerful, but deep down, you were always afraid. Afraid you were useless and holding me back. Afraid I would abandon you, but you never knew just how important you were to me. Even though I was chosen by this stupid system, I was still terrified when I saw those zombies. I was always on edge, never knowing what tomorrow would bring. But you were always by my side, encouraging me, giving me courage and confidence. Cheng Jiao, thank you. And I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you." After saying his piece, he gently lifted her into his arms. Carrying her, Zhao Tianlei turned and walked toward a place filled with natural light. He gently laid Cheng Jiao down on the other side of the balcony railing. "Goodbye. I have to go now." As he spoke, he poured a line of fuel on the ground. "But don't worry, I won't let you fall into the hands of those zombies." Once the fuel was poured, Zhao Tianlei took out a lighter and tossed it forward. The moment the lighter hit the fuel, a massive fire erupted. The flames engulfed Cheng Jiao, swallowing her whole. He silently watched with sorrowful eyes as the fire carried away the girl he cared for. With a heavy heart, Zhao Tianlei turned away, whispering to himself, "I'll keep you in my heart. I will never, ever forget you." A short while later, the scene shifts to a large meeting room. Everyone had gathered, and they eagerly asked the man before them, "Student Zhao, is it true? You're really going to get us out of here?" Hearing them, Yang remembered the earlier chaos and asked nervously, "Brother Lei." Setting off that alarm stirred up every zombie in this building. "The situation now is way worse than when we first came in. If we have to bring them along." Zhao Tianlei immediately cut him off. He glanced in a specific direction and said, "For that, we'll have to rely on someone else." Following his gaze, a man named Shan Tian flinched. "What do you want?" Zhao Tianlei grabbed him and dragged him forward as he screamed in terror. "Let me go! You Chinese people aren't worthy of killing me." Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei's calm words silenced him. "Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. In fact, I'm going to get you out of here." Zhao Tianlei placed a hand on the man's shoulder, his voice heavy with meaning. "Mr. Shan Tian, it's time for your performance." The scene shifts to a long, winding air duct, where a group is crawling single file, moving through the darkness. Leading the pack was Zhao Tianlei, gliding silently past each vent opening. Behind him, a bound Shan Tian struggled to keep up with the group. Two girls with strange cat ears also followed, looking out of place. Shuyang, seeing them, questioned his leader in a low voice. "Lege, we're already stretched thin, protecting everyone. Why are we bringing these 2D country girls? Aren't they just more dead weight?" Zhao Tianlei glanced back, his eyes sharp. "They haven't done anything wrong. They just followed the wrong leader. If we leave them, the zombies will get them sooner or later. Once we're on the ground floor, we'll let fate decide for them." Just as he finished speaking, they reached a vent overlooking a floor teeming with zombies. Seeing the horde, Yu Xin cried out in terror. "So many zombies. Bing Yanji, I'm so scared. Can we really make it out of here alive?" Her friend quickly grabbed her hand, offering what little comfort she could. "Don't be afraid. Whatever happens, we'll face it together." Just then, Zhao Tianlei turned back to the man behind him. "Mr. Shan Tian, good luck." The man recoiled in horror, shaking his head frantically. "No, please. I'm begging you, spare me. I'll be your slave, I'll do anything you want." But his pleas were useless. Without a moment's hesitation, Shan Tian was shoved through the opening. The zombies below, hearing the commotion, immediately looked up. Dangling in midair just above the undead horde, he screamed in pure terror. His desperate cries for help echoed through the hall, but this only served to attract more zombies, drawing them into a frenzy right below him. Seeing the horde completely focused on their new bait, Zhao Tianlei gave the signal. "The zombies are distracted. Now's our chance. Let's go." At his command, the group scrambled forward through the vents. "Hurry, hurry." In a different vent in the same room, a figure dropped silently to the ground. As the last of their group landed, Zhao Tianlei urged them on. "Run." They rushed towards a set of glass doors, slamming against them, desperately trying to get them open. But they had no idea that the other side was completely blocked by a mountain of debris. "What's going on? It won't budge." Zhao Tianlei ran over, his face falling. "Damn it, the door is jammed." In that moment, Bing Yan's eyes lit up with a memory. "The bank. There's an exit through the bank on the other side. Follow me." While they searched for a new escape route, Shan Tian was fighting for his life, desperately trying to avoid the grasping hands of the undead. He screamed, hoping for a savior. No, somebody help me. I don't want to die. Mommy. From the vent opening above, two more people looked down in panic. Mr. Shantian. Seeing them, a sliver of hope ignited in his eyes. Kang Jing, Xiaozhe, quick, pull me up. The two women quickly used all their strength to haul him upwards. A moment later, Shantian was pulled to safety, using his feet to scramble the rest of the way into the vent. Rescued, he collapsed into their arms, sobbing. I'm saved, thanks to you both. But then, a strange, sinister smile crept across his face. When I get back to my country, I'll be sure to take very times good care of your families. His words sent a chill down their spines as Kang Jing and Xiaozhe suddenly realized the horrifying truth. But before they could react, Shantian ruthlessly shoved both of them down into the pit. The two women struggled desperately against the zombie horde, their hope turning to despair. Mr. Shantian, so this was your plan all along. Looking down at them from above, he sneered. Only by using you two as bait to distract these monsters do I have a real chance to escape. It is the duty of D-country women to sacrifice themselves for men in critical moments. You should consider this your honor. With that, he turned his back on their screams and crawled away to find his own escape. The scene changes to a pristine office, a stark, peaceful contrast to the zombie battlefield outside. Bing Yan led the group forward, shouting, "The exit is just ahead." Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, shattering the glass doors in front of them. Everyone inside froze, spinning around towards the source of the sound. Standing behind them, armed and miraculously safe, was the very man they had left for dead, Shantian. He let out a loud, triumphant laugh. Didn't expect this. Did you? Not only did I survive, but I found the bank's main vault. The armored truck, the guns. They were all here. With this firepower, that zombie horde is nothing but chopped meat. He then turned his menacing gaze on them. Without a single word of warning, Shantian opened fire, spraying bullets in their direction. Zhao Tianlei, Shuyang, and Bing Yan dove for cover in a panic. Look out! The room descended into chaos, as everyone scrambled to find shelter from the hail of gunfire. Shantian showed no signs of stopping, relentlessly firing as he screamed, "You wanted to feed me to the zombies. I'll make sure there's not enough left of you to bury." He gripped the gun tightly, firing wildly in every direction. Even after everyone was hidden from view, he kept shooting, lost in his rage. The others desperately tried to save themselves, scattering in every direction. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei and Bing Yan managed to find a perfectly safe spot to hide, but Yuxin wasn't so fortunate. As she was running, she tripped and fell hard onto the floor. Seeing her go down, Bing Yan screamed her name in terror. Yuxin. Shantian, seeing an easy target, became even more frenzied. Let's see where you can run now. Just die. As a storm of bullets rained down on her, Yuxin curled into a ball, trembling and crying for her life. Seeing this, Shuyang grabbed a nearby chair, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "Chi. Women are such a hassle." Then, using the chair as a makeshift shield, he charged towards her. The moment he reached her, he dropped to the ground, shielding them both from the bullets. Shuyang's steady hand gently touched Yuxin's slender waist. In the next instant, he scooped her up into his arms and sprinted back towards Zhao Tianlei. Miraculously, they reunited with the others completely unharmed. Shuyang set Yuxin down, his voice filled with concern. "Are you hurt?" But no sound came back. She was frozen in fear, shaking and sobbing. Without a second thought, she threw her arms around him and cried even harder. "I was so scared." Caught by this sudden embrace, Shuyang froze, a slight blush creeping up his cheeks. But before the moment could last, another gunshot rang out. And this time, it found its mark. Seeing two of their companions fall, Bing Yan cried out in horror. "Susan, Xiao Yue." As she moved to help them, Zhao Tianlei grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "Don't go out there." Shantian showed no mercy, continuing his assault as he yelled, "Zhao Tianlei, I thought you were so tough? Are you just going to hide in your turtle shell?" Realizing the gravity of their situation, Shuyang asked, "Lege, what do we do? We can't just stay pinned down here." Zhao Tianlei's mind was racing. The sound of gunfire and the smell of blood would soon attract the entire zombie horde to their location. We have to end this, and we have to end it now. With that thought, he turned and moved away without a word. Zhao Tianlei gently rubbed the ring on his finger and issued a command. "Open the exchange system." Instantly, a system interface displaying supplies and weapons materialized before his eyes. With sheer determination, he repeatedly tried to select a weapon, only to be met by the system's robotic voice over and over. "Your qualifications are insufficient. Exchange denied. Your qualifications are insufficient. Exchange denied." Seeing the system repeatedly reject him, Zhao Tianlei resorted to pleading. "Hey, I'm talking to you, Big Boss God. This is a special situation. Can't you just give me a loan?" Despite his begging, the system was mercilessly logical. If begging worked, what would be the point of the main god system? The rules are the rules. I, the main god, am impartial and cannot break them. Seeing how rigid the system was, he sighed in frustration. You useless piece of junk, can't you be the least bit flexible? Since only he could see the system, the others were completely confused. Bing Yan watched him, puzzled. What is he doing? Talking to himself. Shuyang replied, equally bewildered. I have no idea. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei's eyes lit up as he spotted something interesting. Wait a minute, is that gasoline? A smile spread across his face. Perfect. This I can exchange. After gearing up, he turned to lay out the plan. Stay here, and don't go outside. Then, he moved closer to Shuyang, whispering the details in his ear. Getting his orders, Shuyang gave a firm nod. A moment later, the storm of bullets finally stopped, revealing a scene of utter destruction. Seeing no one emerge, Shantian settled back into his car, preparing his next move. Not coming out, are you? Fine, I'll just crush you all. Instantly, his car roared to life and shot forward. Just then, Shuyang leaped up from behind the front desk, shouting, Hey, you son of a bitch. He yelled out a challenge, trying to draw the man's attention. You think hiding in a metal box is brave? If you have any guts, get out here and face me one-on-one. Seeing him, Shantian laughed with delight. Excellent. Someone's finally come to offer up their life. As he spoke, he cranked the wheel and gunned the engine straight for Shuyang. Let's see which is stronger, your martial arts or my car. A deadly chase between man and machine immediately erupted across the grand lobby. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the roof of Shantian's vehicle. A sinister smirk immediately spread across his face. A diversion? I saw that coming a mile away. He laughed, confidently pulling out his gun. Tianlei, get ready to be turned into Swiss cheese. But just as his fingers squeezed the trigger, a familiar shadow emerged from a different direction. Sorry about this. Tianlei stared him down with ice-cold eyes. I can't let you get what you want. Seeing him appear from another direction sent a jolt of pure shock through Shantian's mind. But it was too late. The bullet had already been fired, piercing the car's roof and the gasoline tank sitting on top. A deafening explosion instantly ripped through the air, engulfing both the car and Shantian. Tianlei raised an arm to shield himself, his emotionless eyes staring at the vehicle consumed in a sea of fire. The inferno blazed intensely. Tianlei shielded his eyes, stumbling back from the heat. Yushin and Bingjin clung to each other through the aftershock as the smoke slowly began to clear. Shuyang immediately scanned the surroundings. In the center of the room, the fire raged on, billowing thick smoke. Inside the inferno, Shantian's body was now burned to a glowing crisp. Tianlei frowned and said, You damn bastard. A quick death like that was getting off easy. Shuyang was stunned, looking at him with admiration. Luigi, you're incredible. That psycho was so heavily armed. Without your plan, we never would have been able to take him down. Shuyang then asked a question. But where did you get a giant gas can like that? It was just sitting over there. I guess it was some kind of promotional gift from the bank. Yushin trembled as she called out, Susan, Xiao Yue. She looked at Bingyan, her voice full of worry. Bingyan Ji, are we the only two left from Tianqi now? Bingyan didn't answer, her head snapping to look in another direction. Xiao He, with tears welling in her eyes, was huddled on the floor. She suddenly lunged forward, throwing her arms around Yusin and crying out, President, Yusin Jie, it's me, Xiao He. I'm alive. Xiao, he burst into tears, choking out her words. You scared me to death. I thought I was a goner, that I'd never see you guys again. Tianlei cut the emotional reunion short. We don't have time for this. He scanned the area and issued his next order. That explosion will draw every zombie around here. We have to leave this place immediately. The scene shifts to the desolate, ruined outskirts of the city. Tianlei urgently worked on a car's lock, a look of relief on his face. Great, this one still works. Xiao, he asked anxiously. President, the world has become like this. What are we supposed to do now? Bingen replied with a deep sadness. The company is gone. There's no president anymore. From now on, just call me Bingyan Jie. Xuyang took the initiative, offering, if you three have nowhere else to go, you can come with us. Tianlei shot back angrily, Hey, who said you could make that decision? Xuyang slowly explained, Luigi, it's chaos out there. We don't know where the zombies are hiding. Leaving 3 girls on the street is basically a death sentence. He continued to persuade him. Besides, if Cheng Jiao were here, she would never stand by and do nothing. At the mention of her name, Tianlei froze, speechless. Bingjin quietly watched Tianlei, and after a moment, he made his decision. Fine, do what you want. Shuyang immediately waved them over. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Xiao, he took her arm, smiling happily. Bingyan Ji, let's go. Staring at Zhu Yang's smiling face up ahead, Yushin's mind began to race. The truck continued to roll down the long road. Inside the cargo bed, the air was completely silent. Yushin's eyes drifted towards Shuyang. She asked him directly, Li Shuyang, let me ask you. Yuxin started to voice her thoughts. What is the relationship between you, Zhao Tianlei, and Cheng Jiao? How did you all end up together? Those two are college friends, but you don't look like a student at all. Shuyang answered, a bit annoyed. I'm not a student. I'm a martial arts director. So what? Look down on people much? Yuzin slid closer to him, her voice low with praise. Who said I was looking down on you? I think you're an amazing fighter, loyal and trustworthy. You're much stronger than those wimpy students who couldn't even kill a chicken, right? A deep blush crept up Shuyang's neck as he avoided her intense gaze. Whoa, why are you sitting here? What are you hiding? You still haven't answered my question. He stammered, telling his story. I met Tianlei Ji and the others on the road. At the time, my sister and I were trapped by zombies in a supermarket. Shuyang's expression turned grim. Loege saved us. He even helped me bury my sister. So I decided to follow him as my big brother. Yushin nodded, impressed. I never would have guessed. You seem rough on the outside, but you're a good brother. She then began to probe for more information. The conversation had piqued Bingyan's interest. So, was Cheng Jiao Zhao Tianlei's girlfriend? Nope. She listened intently to Shuyang's answer. I heard Cheng Jiao say Zhao Tianlei has a secret crush on some campus goddess, a star at their school named Chen Xingyu or something. Yushin seized the opportunity to tease Bingyan. Oh, really? I guess that means you don't have a chance. Huh, Bingyan Ji. Yushin, what nonsense are you talking about? She then turned her attention back to him. So what about you? Do you have a girlfriend? Shuyang scratched his cheek, looking away shyly. Well, not really. My ex and I broke up. So, yeah, I don't. Yushin smoothly draped an arm over his shoulder, saying sweetly, good. From now on, I'm your girlfriend. Shuyang was completely floored, stammering. Wah, what did you just say? Yushin said it plainly. I said I've got my eye on you. I want to be your girlfriend, and you're not allowed to refuse. She grabbed his hand tightly as Shuyang tried to pull away, but she held firm. Don't you know that a hero saving a damsel in distress is fatally attractive to a girl? You just saved me, and you made my heart race. You have to take full responsibility for me. A fragile girl like you isn't my type. I saved you out of the kindness of my heart, and now you're trapping me. She frowned, annoyed. You're refusing. Yushin then struck a seductive pose and shot back. Then tell me which part isn't good enough for you. Is it my face or my body? Shuyang was flustered, at a complete loss for words. Well, she made the decision for him. Can't answer? That means you agree. Yushin quickly linked her arm in his again, happily announcing, Bingyan Ji, Xiao He, you are my witnesses. From now on, this guy is my boyfriend. She then pinched Shuyang's ear, giving a warning. If he ever dares to break my heart, you guys are my best friends. So you absolutely can't let him off the hook. Save me. What have I done to deserve this? Bingjin gasped, while Xiao, he could only stammer. Okay. The truck suddenly lurched to a halt. Tianlei opened the back door and announced, we'll rest here for the night. We move out again tomorrow. Everyone scrambled to get out. Yushin whispered to Xiao He, where are we? The suburbs? Before them stood a massive construction complex. Bingyan recognized it immediately. This is the new science and research park built by the government. A few years ago, there was no space in the city and land was too expensive, so they moved a lot of research institutions to the outskirts. The conversation continued. But it looks like it's still under construction. It never officially opened, so there probably isn't anyone here. No wonder these buildings look so unfinished. She asked Zhao Tianlei directly. So, where are we staying? I saw a finished cafeteria over there. Let's crash there for the night. He answered coldly. But if some little princess can't handle roughing it, she can figure it out herself. Bingyan's temper flared. She grabbed Xiao He's hand and shot back. Don't you dare look down on me. There's nothing I can't handle. Let's go. Inside, the cafeteria was dead silent. Not a single soul in sight. But Shuyang's cheerful shout suddenly shattered the atmosphere. Awesome. These vegetables haven't gone bad. We've got dinner tonight. He turned and asked, which one of you ladies knows how to cook? Bingyan and Yushin immediately shook their heads, while Xiao had just gave a weak smile. Suddenly, she raised her hand. I know a little, but I'm not sure if you'll like my cooking. Zhao Tianlei immediately shouted. This is no time to be picky about flavors. As long as it fills our stomachs, it's good enough. He gave her a thumbs up. We're counting on you. Blushing. Xiao, he shyly replied, oh, okay then. A new energy seemed to fill her. If this was a cafeteria, there has to be rice, noodles, and canned food somewhere. I'll go find some. I'll make a delicious meal for everyone tonight. Bingyan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Shuyang brought 2 beers to the table, nudging his friend. Hey, brother Lei. Found some cold ones. We've been on edge for so long. Want to crack one open? Let's relax a little. He answered flatly. I don't normally drink beer. Besides, we can't let our guard down yet. If we're drunk when zombies show up, we're just asking to die. He popped his can open cheerfully. Come on, who gets drunk off one beer? If you're not drinking, I will. Shuyang took a huge gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. Ah, that hits the spot. Zhao Tianlei pressed his lips together, helpless. Then, he picked up the other can, hesitating. I guess a little won't hurt. Fired up, Shuyang clinked his can against Zhao Tianlei's. Cheers. Yushin took the initiative. Bing Yan, let's go help wash the vegetables. The produce was quickly clean under the water. As they worked, Bing Yan suddenly asked Yushin a question. Yushin, are you serious about wanting to be Li Shuyang's girlfriend? Of course I am, Bing Yan. Why do you ask? She replied bluntly, no reason. It just seems really sudden. You two just met. Plus, he's not your usual type. Yushin just smiled. He might not be some rich elite from the business world, but at least he's a genuinely good person. Hearing this, Bing Yan's mind started racing. Yushin confessed, Bing Yan, I'll be honest with you. I'm mostly doing this to find a man who can protect me. She gave her reason. I can't forget how Shan Tian and Gu Weiping treated us. All we could do was cry. We were completely helpless. I was so scared I couldn't even lift a finger. Yushin's expression turned serious. That's when I realized how weak a woman truly is on her own. Especially in a world like this, with no laws or social rules to protect us. A man could kill a woman as easily as squashing an ant. I never want to feel that kind of fear and powerlessness again. Her gaze drifted to Shuyang, enjoying his beer, her voice growing more certain. Li Shuyang is an honest man. I don't know if he could ever really love me, but at least he would never hurt me. With him, I'll be safe. Yushin suddenly spoke up. Bing Yan, you should start planning for your own future. 2. Yushin continued, Zhao Tianlei. Before, he might have been just some poor student you wouldn't look at twice. But in this apocalypse, a man like him is a rare prize in any woman's eyes. She urged her. Whoever makes the first move gets the upper hand. Bing Yan, if you don't lock him down soon, another girl will snatch him away. Trust me, you'll regret it when it's too late. She replied helplessly to Yushin. Why do you make women sound like a pack of wolves? As scary as the zombies. Bing Yan, I'm not joking. Yushin laid out the hard truth. You're a child of privilege, born at the top of the pyramid. I had to claw my way up from the bottom rungs of society. My years in the business world taught me one thing. Compared to men, who think with their lower half most of the time, the competition between women is what's truly terrifying. Bing Yan was stunned by Yushin's words. Look at Xiao He. She's usually quiet as a clam, but see how proactive she was just now. But, she persuaded, she and you are not even in the same league. If Zhao Tianlei doesn't choose a total bombshell like you, he must be blind. She explained sadly. Stop joking. Zhao Tianlei already holds a grudge against me. After what happened with Cheng Jiao, he probably can't stand the sight of me. You've seen how vicious his attitude is towards me. Yushin quickly encouraged her. That's where you don't get it. If a guy really hated a girl, he would just ignore her. The more he targets you, the more it proves he's paying attention to you. She shrewdly noticed the truth, and you're interested in him, too. A blush crept up Bing Yan's cheeks as she stammered. And nonsense. I would never like an arrogant jerk like that. Yushin finished washing a cabbage and laughed loudly. I've been with you for so long, and this is the first time I've ever seen you blush over a guy. You two are a classic case of bickering lovers. Yushin said confidently, Bing Yan, you might always beat me in business, but when it comes to romance, you need to learn from me. If you don't cherish this golden opportunity, it'll be too late when he's already taken. She quickly cooed, Hubby, my hands are getting all tingly. Come over and help me. Zhao Tianlei started teasing Shuyang, who was caught in a tough spot. Kid, you always look so innocent and honest. Turns out you've been hiding your game this whole time. Spill it. When did you two get into this kind of relationship? Brother Lei, don't laugh at me. My back was against the wall. Suddenly, an ear-splitting screech echoed from outside the construction site. He shot to his feet, alarmed. What was that sound? Everyone rushed towards the noise. Zhao Tianlei's jaw dropped at the sight before him. A demon wolf was viciously attacking Xiao He, who was collapsed on the ground. Her body was covered in wounds as she began to cry out. Bing Yan screamed in horror, Xiao He. The beast quickly bared its sharp fangs, moving in for the kill. Seeing the demon wolf about to lunge, Zhao Tianlei barked an order. Li Shuyang, get them out of here now. Shuyang quickly grabbed Yushin and a frantic Bing Yan. Go, now. Xiao He. Zhao Tianlei swiftly raised his gleaming axe. He brought it down directly onto the demon wolf's body. It instantly became more wary of him. The demon wolf began to snarl and growl. Zhao Tianlei carefully sized it up. This zombie dog's movements were way faster and stronger than a normal zombie's. He silently calculated. Plus, its fangs and claws are that sharp. Getting caught is not an option. I have to find a way to dodge. The demon wolf lunged at him. Zhao Tianlei quickly vaulted over an obstacle to evade the blow. He didn't hesitate for a second, sprinting forward. Shuyang, Bing Yan, and Yu Xin were running for their lives. He urgently reminded them, the processing area is up ahead. You two go hide first. I'm going to help Brother Lei. Out of nowhere, Xiao He appeared, staggering slowly towards them. Her body was trembling violently, unnaturally. Bing Yan stared, stunned. Xiao He, you're still alive? Xiao He remained silent, her shaking only getting worse. Yu Xin asked anxiously, are you okay? Suddenly, her jaw snapped open, her expression completely losing control, filled with hostility. Shuyang urgently shielded them, ordering, idiots, get back. He instinctively reached behind him to draw his blade, but it was gone. The realization hit him. Crap, I left my sword in the main hall. Xiao, he shrieked and lunged at him. Shuyang gritted his teeth, making a silent decision. I really didn't want to get rough with a girl. He moved straight towards her, thinking, sorry about this. Shuyang delivered a direct kick straight to Xiao He's face. She screamed in pain. The demon hound was still relentlessly chasing him. When Zhao Tianlei successfully made it into the kitchen area, he quickly hid in a blind spot. It frantically looked back and forth, searching for any sign of Zhao Tianlei. The demon hound's eyes locked onto the nearby kitchen shelves. It roared and charged forward. The beast slammed into the obstacle with a sickening thud. It collapsed directly onto the floor. He shot up with a loud, taunting laugh. Over here, you stupid mutt. Come and get me. The hellhound charged straight for Zhao Tianlei, who immediately broke into a dead sprint with the beast hot on his heels. Zhao Tianlei suddenly leaped up, causing the hellhound to crash right into the kitchen cabinets. He let out a cold, mocking smirk as it struggled to free itself from the broken door. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianlei brought the axe down with a final, definitive chop. He muttered with disdain, just as I thought, a brainless mutt. The system's voice immediately chimed in. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the mutated zombie dog. Experience points increased by 2. Looking at his own tattered state, Zhao Tianlei shot back at the system with total disbelief. What? Just 2 points. After all that work, my shirt's completely ruined. I should have gotten at least 10 points for that. This system's word is final. No bargaining. He cursed under his breath. Stingy. Zhao Tianlei immediately started rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, which made the system ask, what are you searching for? The core. Zhao Tianlei quickly explained his logic to the system. This zombie dog was way tougher than the last mutant. Its core must be a higher grade. The system replied, are you perhaps under some sort of misunderstanding? A zombie dog is more agile than a normal zombie because of its genetic makeup. Its mutation manifests differently. They do not possess a core inside their bodies. Zhao Tianlei yelled in frustration just as Shuyang called out from a distance. You couldn't have said so earlier. You made me search all this time for nothing. Brother Lei, Shuyang asked, looking confused. Who were you just talking to? No one. Nobody. It's just a bad habit I have of talking to myself. Shuyang stared at the hellhound's headless corpse and asked, did you kill this thing all by yourself? Then his voice filled with awe. Brother Lei, you're insane. How did you even do that? Can you teach me? Not a problem, Zhao Tianlei said, already thinking ahead. Next time we run into one, I'll give you a live demo right on the spot. He then turned the questions back to Shuyang. Right, where are those 2 girls? They got some of Xiao Huo's blood on them. I was worried they'd get infected, so I told them to wash up in the bathroom. Zhao Tianlei's face grew serious. My mistake. I can't believe I didn't sense a zombie dog hiding in here. Even though we took care of it, there's no guarantee we're safe. Let's sweep this place one more time. Got it. Zhao Tianlei started to think things through. Just like the last mutant, this one had caught him completely off guard. It seemed his current ability was only limited to sensing normal zombies. This won't do, he thought. I have to rack up enough points to upgrade, and fast. Shuyang then broke the silence awkwardly. Since Xiao Huo is dead, who's going to cook dinner? Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei was completely speechless. He trudged back to the familiar dining area. Looking at the steaming pot of vegetable noodle soup on the table, Wu Xin's spirits lifted as she showered him with praise. It smells amazing, Zhao Tianlei. I never would have guessed you knew how to cook. Zhao Tianlei answered casually. You call this cooking? All I did was throw everything into a pot and use the instant noodle seasoning. It's how we all ate back in the dorms. But she insisted. That's still really impressive. To whip up something this good. Whoever marries you is going to be one lucky woman. Wu Xin then nudged her companion. Yang, you should take some notes. Why should I learn? Isn't cooking what women are supposed to do? Wu Xin's face scrunched up in protest. What did you say? This skin is maintained by the most famous high-end products. You think I can wash dishes and cook? That kind of hard labor is obviously a man's job. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei slammed his chopsticks down on the table. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed as he shot back. Let's get one thing straight. I don't care if you were some elite CEO or a secretary before all this. Those pampered days where everyone else did the hard work for you are over. He laid down the terms directly. This group doesn't carry anyone who has no value. If you can't help, at least don't drag everyone else down. No one here is going to coddle you. If anyone wants to be a freeloader who reaps the benefits without working, who wants to order others around, then you're invited to leave immediately. Wu Xin answered nervously. I was just joking. Bing Yan slammed her beer can on the table and yelled, Fine, we'll leave. Who said we had to follow you anyway? Wu Xin quickly tried to calm her down. Miss Bing Yan, you've had too much to drink. I'm not drunk, Bing Yan retorted. Zhao Tianlei, what's with all the sarcastic jabs and provocations? You saved us, yes, but that doesn't give you the right to humiliate people. She fired back, unable to hold it in any longer. That's right, I don't know how to cook, but I am not useless. Bing Yan's eyes welled up with tears from all the pent-up frustration. Do you think being a CEO is easy? It looks glamorous on the outside, but does anyone know the hell you go through behind the scenes? She sobbed. When I was building my business, I pulled all-nighters, skipped meals and sleep, and stayed at the office for a month straight. To land deals and schmooze clients, I had to talk until my throat was raw while fending off their advances. Her words made Wu Xin's eyes fill with tears as well. The effort and hardship I endured was just as much as anyone else's. You don't know a single thing. Bing Yan's voice trembled with rage. So what right do you have to talk to me like that? I fought for so long. I worked so hard. I was so close to taking Tianqi public. But. She was completely lost in despair now. In a single night, the career I bled for. The employees who worked so hard alongside me. It was all gone. There's nothing left. Zhao Tianlei remained completely silent. Wu Xin helped Bing Yan up. Miss Bing Yan, you're really drunk. Let me help you to your room to rest. I'm not drunk, Bing Yan mumbled. Shuyang looked over at Zhao Tianlei. Brother Lei, don't you think you were a little too harsh? Zhao Tianlei just let out a cold snort. Later, in the quiet bedroom, Bing Yan tossed and turned on the bed. Wu Xin, don't leave. I have nothing now. You're all I have left. Wu Xin replied, I know. Don't worry. I won't leave you. Suddenly, Bing Yan's anger flared up. Zombies? What's so scary about them? I can fight them too. I refuse to believe we can't survive without those men. Bing Yan grabbed Wu Xin's hand. Tomorrow, we're leaving. Let me protect you, okay? Wu Xin hesitantly replied, Okay, Miss Bing Yan is the strongest. I'll listen to you. Bing Yan's face was flushed with anger. That Zhao Tianlei is infuriating. He's arrogant, rude, conceited, and cruel. I've never met a guy as detestable as him in my entire life. Just thinking about him makes me want to. She abruptly stopped, covering her mouth. Seeing this, Wu Xin panicked and quickly urged her, Miss Bing Yan, you should get some rest. I'm just going to find a change of clothes. The nightlight glowed softly as Bing Yan slowly opened her eyes, clutching her pounding head. She wondered, weren't we having dinner? How did I end up here? Then, she remembered the chaotic scene from earlier. That's right. Earlier, Bing Yan covered her face with her hands. What did I do? How humiliating. Why didn't Wu Xin stop me? She kicked off her high heels and muttered, Ugh, I reek of alcohol. The scene cuts. Shuyang asked worriedly, Brother Lei, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. You go get some rest. Zhao Tianlei staggered as he walked. Man, I'm dizzy. What kind of beer was that? The alcohol content is pretty high. He swayed on his feet. Now that I think about it, drinking beer with Wu Lei back at the dorm. Eating hot pot. Those were the days. It would have been perfect if the dorm supervisor hadn't caught us. His face was flushed from the alcohol as he continued. I wonder how Wu Lei and Si Tong are doing now. Are they safe? Do they have food to eat? And also, he suddenly thought of Chen Xingyu. Then, Zhao Tianlei noticed something. Through his blurry vision, he saw Bing Yan. She was changing her clothes. Zhao Tianlei's eyes went wide. Maybe it was the alcohol, but he mistook Bing Yan for Chen Xingyu. He called out, Chen Xingyu. Hearing the voice, Bing Yan jumped. Who is it? In Zhao Tianlei's mind, an image of Chen Xingyu appeared, saying, Zhao Tianlei. He mumbled dreamily. It really is you. Bing Yan shrieked. Don't come in here. Can't you see I'm changing? Get out. But Zhao Tianlei stumbled forward and wrapped his arms around her, making her face turn bright red. He started to cry as he spoke. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Don't disappear again, okay? I was so scared I'd never see you again, that I'd never get the chance to tell you that I like you. Bing Yan was utterly stunned. What are you talking about? She pushed him away and said, Stop messing with me. You've always hated me, haven't you? How could you possibly like me? Zhao Tianlei looked back at her, completely confused. You must have misunderstood. How could I ever hate you? Bing Yan asked hesitantly. Then why do you always look so miserable? You won't even look me in the eye when we talk. Zhao Tianlei mumbled, embarrassed. It's because I don't have the guts. She pressed him. The guts? Zhao Tianlei confessed, you're a goddess. You've always been this shining star that everyone chases after. But me, I've got nothing. I can't even cover my own tuition. This feeling of worthlessness made even looking at you feel like a luxury. How could I ever have the right to approach you? But Zhao Tianlei's voice grew firm. Things are different now. I'm not the same person I used to be. From now on, I'll use my strength, my life, my everything to protect you. Bing Nan was stunned. She blushed and whispered, do you really mean that? Zhao Tianlei gently cupped her face. Stay by my side and let me prove it to you. Okay? He leaned in closer to Bing Nan. She closed her eyes, her hand went limp, and the towel fell. It was followed by a piercing scream. Zhao Tianlei jolted awake, utterly confused. What happened? Did a zombie get in? Yu Xin and Shuyang stood there. Their faces beat red as they stammered. You too. Zhao Tianlei's eyes darted to his side. Bing Nan was on the bed with him, clutching a blanket to her chest. Their clothes were scattered all over the floor. Panic set in. What is going on? Yu Xin exploded. Zhao Tianlei, are you playing dumb? I never thought you were this kind of person. I leave for 5 minutes to change, and you take advantage of Sister Bing Nan. Shuyang asked nervously, Brother Lei, did you guys really? You know, Zhao Tianlei stammered, struggling to explain. I just remember having a drink, then feeling dizzy. I wanted to find a room to sleep. Then, flashes of what happened with Bing Nan hit him, and he buried his face in his hands. How did it turn into this? Yu Xin snapped, her voice full of rage. What's that supposed to mean? You're gonna blame it on being drunk and not take responsibility. Bing Nan, now dressed, interrupted. Yu Xin, stop. It's not what you think. She turned to him. Zhao Tianlei, you don't need to feel guilty. We're all adults. We're responsible for our own actions. I don't blame you. Shuyang chimed in. Brother Lei, you heard the lady. You're the man here. You need to step up and take responsibility. Zhao Tianlei's voice was low and harsh. You're still talking? If you hadn't forced me to drink, I never would have mistaken her for Chen Xingyu. Bing Nian froze. What did you just say? Shuyang looked horrified that she'd heard. Zhao Tianlei squeezed his eyes shut. I'm so sorry. He walked over to Bing Nan. No matter what, this is my fault. But don't worry. I will take responsibility for you. Tears welled up in Bing Nan's eyes as she trembled. You said you liked me, that you'd protect me with your life. But it was all because you thought I was someone else. Her hand flew, the sound of the slap echoing through the room. Zhao Tianlei, you're a bastard. Seeing this, Yu Xin and Shuyang fell silent. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Shuyang wondered aloud, gunshots? Yu Xin worried. Who's shooting? Could it be the rescue team? Zhao Tianlei calmly told Shuyang, go check it out. Got it, he replied. Zhao Tianlei glanced back at Bing Nan, but she said nothing. He hurried out, calling back, you two hide first, stay safe. Outside, a horde of zombies was closing in. A desperate group was on the run. Li Yichuan, his girlfriend Sui Yan, Wu Xuan, and Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu was injured, leaning heavily on Wu Xuan for support. Wu Xuan fired relentlessly at the zombies. Yichuan spun around, snarling, that kid's already half dead. Why are you still dragging him along? He's just slowing us down. Xiao Zhu looked up weakly. Brother Xuan, I'm not going to make it. Don't worry about me. I'll just drag everyone down. Wu Xuan propped him against a tree. Don't talk nonsense. You're going to be fine. He turned, aiming his gun back at the horde, and screamed, you damn zombies. I'll take you all to hell with me. He kept firing, shot after shot, dropping zombies one by one. Yi Chuan and Shui Yan hid behind a tree. Wu Xuan, nice one. What a sharpshooter. Kill 'em all. But as Wu Xuan kept pulling the trigger, nothing happened. He thought to himself, asterisk crap. I'm out of ammo. Asterisk. A zombie lunged, tackling him and pinning him to the ground. It's over. Yi Chuan panicked. Another zombie staggered toward Xiao Zhu. Wu Xuan screamed, Xiao Zhu. The boy could only tremble in fear. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by, and a club smashed the zombie's head in. At the same time, Shuyang charged forward, slicing down the zombie on top of Wu Xuan. Brother Lei, he yelled. I'll handle this side. Zhao Tianlei raised his axe and replied, got it. Shuyang and Zhao Tianlei tore through the zombies. Hiding behind the tree, Yi Chuan was dumbfounded. Asterisk, who are these guys? They're not even afraid of the zombies. Asterisk, Wu Xuan was just as shocked. Zhao Tianlei glanced over his shoulder. There's a cafeteria behind me. Get in there and hide. Wu Xuan helped Xiao Zhu up and stammered. Oh, okay, right. Further away, Shuyang grabbed Yi Chuan's hand. Honey, let's go. They scrambled inside the building. With every zombie Zhao Tianlei killed, his points skyrocketed. A notification chimed, experience value is full. Host is leveling up. A bright blue light enveloped him. System notification, congratulations, host. You have successfully leveled up to soldier rank 1. Just then, a fresh wave of zombies appeared. Shuyang shouted, Brother Lei, watch out. A huge horde is coming. Zhao Tianlei just grinned. You mean my training dummies have arrived? He gripped his blade, charging straight into the horde. Get out of my way, this is my stage now. He carved a path through the undead, his blade a silver blur. So this is the power of a rank 1 soldier. He thought. The speed. It's unreal. It feels like I have limitless energy. He could feel everything the shift in the air, the direction of every movement, the faintest sound. The feeling was exhilarating. Leveling up was awesome. Shuyang was in awe. Brother Lei, you leveled up. This is insane. Behind them, Yi Chuan's group was banging on the door. Let us in. The zombies are right behind us. Bing, Nan, and Yushin opened the door for them. We're saved, Yi Chuan gasped. Shuyang clung to him. Honey, that was terrifying. He replied, I really thought we were done for this time. Wu Xuan gently set Xiao Zhu down. Xiao Zhu, it's okay. We're safe now. Seeing his friend in such a state, Wu Xuan's heart ached. Yushin stood protectively in front of Bing Nan. Sister Bing Nan, be careful. Wu Xuan touched Xiao Zhu's forehead, then turned to them. Don't be afraid. Xiao Zhu's injury isn't from a zombie bite. We ran into some thugs who beat him up. He won't turn. That punk Yi Chuan started barking orders. Wu Xuan, is this really the time to be worrying about that dying kid? Get over here and help me barricade the windows and doors. What if those zombies break in? Shu Yan added. Right. Are there any other exits? We need to block them all. Bing Nan quickly protested. We can't do that. Our friends are still outside. Yi Chuan shoved a chair against the door. Are you blind? Didn't you see how many zombies are out there? Those two are completely surrounded. They're dead for sure. He pointed a finger at her. And what are you just standing there for? Don't forget, my dad hired you to protect me. His voice dripped with arrogance. If I get so much as a scratch, see if my father lets you off. Suddenly, the door burst open with a deafening crash, sending Yi Chuan flying. Everyone stared in shock. Zhao Tianlei stood there, his expression cold as ice. Who did you say was a dead man? Yi Chuan stammered. You. You guys actually made it back alive? Yu Xin rushed over and threw her arms around Shuyang. Yang, are you okay? I was so worried about you, he replied. Of course I'm fine, but can you maybe let go of me before you talk? Yu Xin pouted. You're my man, what's there to be shy about? Shuyang puffed out his chest. Me? I'm nothing. I only took down 56. Brother Lei's the real monster. He must have killed over 20. Yu Xin praised him too. That's right, I saw you fighting out there. 1/1 kill. You were so heroic. Bing Nan turned to leave. Yu Xin, let's go upstairs. I don't want to see this person. Yu Xin agreed. Okay. As she walked, Yu Xin looked back at Shuyang. I'll go with Sister Bing Han first. I'll come find you later. She took Bing Han's arm. Sister Bing Han, don't be angry. As they walked away, Yi Chuan stared after them with a lecherous grin. Shui Yan saw his expression and was not happy. She pinched his arm. Hey, are we going to block this window or not? He snapped out of it. Huh? Oh yeah, block it. Definitely block it. He yelled out. What are you all standing there for? Get over here and help. Huk Duong calmly replied. You don't need to be so tense. All the zombies outside have been eliminated. It's safe here for now. The man scowled and pointed. Stop bluffing. There were so many zombies. How could the two of you possibly kill them all? You must have been hiding somewhere. Zhao Tianlei spoke up. You don't believe us? Simple. Go see for yourself. With that, he shoved Yi Shuyan outside, who started panicking. No, don't close the door. He pounded on it, screaming, Let me back in. Let me back in. When Zhao Tianlei opened the door, the man fell flat on his face. Ti Yen rushed over to him. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Wu Xuan also asked with concern. Young Master Engi, are you all right? He glared at Zhao Tianlei and cursed. You bastard. Ngai Shu Yen was furious. Do you have any idea who I am? My name alone would scare you to death. You dare treat me like this, my father will make you pay. Tai Yen gasped, looking at Ni Shu Yen's pants. Sir, your pants. Zhao Tianlei sneered in disgust. He actually wet himself. Huk Duong just laughed. What a coward. Nai Shu Yen's face turned beet red with shame. He slapped Tai Yen hard across the face, shouting, What are you screaming for? You want everyone to know. Then he pointed a finger straight at Zhao Tianlei's bodyguards. And you too. If you can't fight zombies, can't you at least take these two guys down? You just stood there when they threw me out. Now take off your pants and give them to me. Wu Haiyan replied coldly, I'm a bodyguard. I'm responsible for my client's safety, not for cleaning up his potty accidents. Nai Shuyang trembled with rage at his words. He growled, you dare disobey me? Fine. You can forget about getting a single cent for this mission. He ordered his girlfriend, you, go strip the pants off that dead guy over there. Wu Xuan was furious. Lin Ji Xuyen, don't you dare cross the line. The man pointed imperiously. It's not your place to tell me what to do. And you call yourself an A-rank bodyguard. Pathetic. Both of you are useless trash. A waste of my father's money. He sneered. Just you wait. When I get back, I'll have my dad report you to your company. Hearing this, Wu Haiyan finally snapped. You have the nerve to say that? If you hadn't ignored my orders and insisted on stopping for wine, would we have been ambushed? Not only did we lose the car, but 3 of my brothers died because of you. In the end, we even missed the plane. He continued, his voice cracking. Chu and I risked our lives to protect you from that horde. And now you want to treat him like this? Are you even human? Nji Xuyen looked completely unfazed. That's hilarious, he said. I'm the client. You're the bodyguard. Why on earth would I listen to your commands? Besides, you took my family's money, which means you sold your lives to me. If you die, you can only blame yourselves for not being skilled enough. Wu Xuan was seething. You. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei kicked Nji Xuyen from behind, forcing him to his knees. He instantly grimaced and spun around, yelling, You dare kick me. Zhao Tianlei said coolly, I dare to throw you out to the zombies. Is there anything I wouldn't dare to do? He went on, Do you think this is still an era where you can brag about your daddy? All you say is my father this, my father that. Why don't you call him over and see if those zombies give a damn who he is? Zhao Tianlei then turned to the bodyguard. Your name is Wu Xuan? He replied, Yes. Zhao Tianlei gestured to his side. My name is Triu Zhao Tianlei, and this is my brother, Lich Huk Duong. I think I get the gist of your situation, he continued. A piece of trash like him isn't worth protecting. Zhao Tianlei then made an offer. Things were dangerous back there, yet you didn't abandon your injured brother. I admire that about you. So how about it? Ditch this guy and join our group. Hearing this, Wu Xuan fell silent, thinking. Meanwhile, Nie Xuyen and Tate Yen looked on nervously. Wu Xuan finally answered, Brother Triu, thank you for saving me and Tiu Chu just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been bitten, he continued. But I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Huk Duong pointed at Nie Xuyen and said, Why are you being so foolish? This guy is absolute scum. Is he really worth risking your life for? He already said it himself. He won't pay you even if you get him to his destination safely. Wu Xuan looked down, answering, It's not about the money. I'm a bodyguard. Once I accept a mission, I have to see it through to the end. No matter who the client is, I can't just run away and abandon them to die. That goes against my professional code. Zhao Tianlei let out a small smile. Well said, he praised. Now I like you even more. He then asked coolly, So, if your client were to die, would your contract be automatically terminated? Wu Xuan's eyes widened in alarm as Zhao Tianlei signaled to Huk Duong, who immediately turned towards the cowardly pair. Nie Xuyen stuttered in fear. Whoa, what do you guys want? I'm warning you, don't do anything reckless. Huk Duong tapped his blade against his hand. We were kind enough to save you, but you tried to lock us outside to die. He swung his sword forward, declaring, I hate people who repay kindness with betrayal more than anything. Nie Xuyen and Ti Yen shut their eyes, bracing for the blow, but Wu Xuan shouted, Stop. He rushed forward, blocking Huk Duong's arm. I'm sorry, he said. I can't let you harm him. Huk Duong looked intrigued. Swordsmanship, huh? Looks like you're not just a good shot. Your martial arts aren't bad either. Huk Duong stepped back and said, We warriors of Country Z value loyalty, but without distinguishing good from evil. It's just blind loyalty. Letting a person like this live will only lead to more people getting hurt. Huk Duong took a stance. If you want to protect him, you'll have to beat me first. Meanwhile, in a bedroom, Bang Nan was packing her things. Vu Hin pleaded, Sister Bang Han, I won't let you go. It's so dangerous out there now. How can you survive alone? Bang Han said softly, Vu Hin, thank you. But I really don't want to stay here. She added, Triu Zhao Tianlei isn't in love with me. Last night, he just used me as a substitute for Pham Tam Duk. I've never been so humiliated in my entire life, she said sadly. Now, just looking at him makes me want to strangle him. If I stay, I might actually lose control one day. So, it's best for everyone if I leave. It'll be less awkward all around. She turned back and said, Don't worry. I'm sure there are plenty of other survivors out there. I'll take good care of myself. I'll be fine. Wu Hin asked hesitantly. Sister Bang Nan, don't tell me you've already fallen for Triyu Zhao Tianlei. Hearing that, Bang Nan got flustered. And no. Of course not. Wu Hin seized the opportunity. See, I knew it. Why else would you be so angry? Wu Hin began to reason with her. Sister Bang Nan, you're being silly. Even if he used to like that Shen girl, you're the one by his side now. Besides, who knows if that girl is even alive? She might have already been turned into a zombie. Do you really want to hand Triyu Zhao Tianlei over to a female zombie? She continued. Men are simple creatures. They love new things and can't resist temptation. With a great beauty like you, Sister Bang Nan, if you just take the initiative, I bet he'll be kneeling at your feet in no time. Bang Nan was silent. Wu Hin declared, Sister Bang Nan, what are you waiting for? In the business world, you're a fearless and decisive shark. Why are you so hesitant when it comes to love? Billion-dollar contracts don't scare you. So what's one man? Bang Nan finally responded, You're right. Even though Tham Tam Duck knew him first, they never made it official. A smile spread across her face. That means Triyu Zhao Tianlei is currently a freely contested project. And if it's a project, then everyone should compete for it fairly, based on their own merits. Wu Hin celebrated, Yes. That's the spirit of the CEO Trin Bang Nan I know. Suddenly, Wu Hin heard something. What's going on downstairs? What's with all that noise? Bang Han replied, Let's go check it out. Wu Xuan lunged at Hook Duong, who swiftly blocked the attack. Bang Han looked shocked. Why are they fighting? Wu Xuan threw a punch, which Hook Duong dodged with ease. Wu Xuan followed up with a kick, which Hook Duong blocked with his crossed arms. Then, he grabbed Hook Duong's shoulder, spinning behind him into a chokehold. Wu Hin cried out, Duong, Duong, be careful. Hook Duong remained calm. Country Z's arts, and Country S's jiu-jitsu. You know quite a few Western styles, he noted. But unfortunately, it's all just surface-level stuff. It might look intimidating, but against a true martial artist, it's completely useless. And just like that, Shuyang slammed Wu Xuan into the ground, his head hitting the dirt hard. Up above, Wu Xin cheered, while Zhao Tianlei just smirked. He strode towards Yi Chuan and Shui Yan, who trembled, pleading, Don't. Please don't. Yi Chuan dropped to his knees, begging for his life. Don't kill me. I didn't mean what I said. I was just scared out of my mind, talking nonsense. I'll never do it again. Beside him, Sui Yan also pleaded for mercy. Boss, just spare us and we'll do anything you want. We're begging you, don't kill us. Zhao Tianlei calmly replied, Your lives have absolutely no value to me. He turned his gaze to Wu Xuan, adding, The one I want is him. Zhao Tianlei crouched down, making an offer to Yi Chuan. Figure out a way to make him join me, and I'll let you walk. How about it? Yi Chuan's face lit up. Yes. Absolutely no problem. He fumbled around for a moment, then presented a document to Wu Xuan. This is the contract I signed with the security company. He then ripped it to shreds. Consider your contract terminated. You're not my bodyguard anymore. From now on, you belong to Boss Zhao. Zhao Tianlei gave him an approving nod. At least you're not a complete idiot. Zhao Tianlei then offered a hand to help Wu Xuan up. In my group, nobody belongs to anyone, he said. We're all comrades, brothers. Wu Xuan just stared at him as Zhao Tianlei continued. If you really don't want to join, I won't force you. But I have something that might change your mind. Zhao Tianlei held out a full magazine. Here. Wu Xuan was stunned. Ammo? Even Shuyang was surprised. Boss Lei, where did you get that? I've been with you all this time and I've never seen it. Zhao Tianlei replied, Cheng Zhao and I ran into some looters a while back. Took it off their bodies. I figured it might come in handy, so I stashed it in my pack. Inside, he thought. Good thing I found this in the system exchange. Even if it's a weird system that'll give me ammo, but not a gun. What kind of brain-dead system is this anyway? Zhao Tianlei handed the ammo to Wu Xuan and said, Your gun's empty, right? Reload it. Might save your life against the next zombie you meet. Wu Xuan looked at Zhao Tianlei in silence. Then, with a serious expression, he announced his decision. Boss Zhao, I'm with you. Hearing this, both Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang broke into smiles. Standing behind them, Shuyang grinned and pointed a thumb at his chest. Hey, it's not just the big boss. You've got a second in command, too. I've been with Boss Lei longer, so you can call me Brother Shuyang from now on. Yi Chuan scurried over, trying to suck up. That's right. It must be fate that brought us all together. We're all one big happy family now. So, when do we leave? Zhao Tianlei shot him a disgusted look. You've got more nerve than anyone I've ever met. Shuyang raised a fist. Get lost while you still can. Or else. Yi Chuan immediately switched tactics, trying to negotiate. Look, I know I messed up earlier, but he's joining your group because of me, right? I deserve some credit for that. You can't just use me and throw me away. Shuyang chimed in from the side. If you leave us here, we'll die for sure. Zhao Tianlei gave him a look of pure contempt. My group has a strict policy. No useless baggage. You want to join? Fine. Show me what you're capable of. Yi Chuan's face went pale. I've had people to do my fighting my whole life. I don't know any martial arts. His eyes suddenly lit up, as if he just had an idea. He grabbed Shuyang by the shoulders and shoved her forward. Just agree to let me tag along. And this girl is all yours. She let out a startled cry. Yi Chuan started his sales pitch. She's one of the hottest online personalities right now, with tens of millions of fans. I've been her sponsor since she debuted. Don't let her clothes fool you. She's actually really innocent inside. 1,000,000 times better than those other starlets. Furious, Shuyang struggled against him. Are you insane? I'd never let a couple of broke losers touch me. Yi Chuan's temper flared. He dropped all pretenses and slapped her hard across the face. You worthless tramp. After all the money and diamonds I've spent on you, you'll serve whoever I tell you to serve. You don't get a say in this. Just then, two figures appeared at the top of the stairs, and a new voice echoed through the room. I'm afraid you don't get a say in this, either. Everyone whipped their heads toward the sound. Bing Yan slowly descended, her head tilted as she shot a warning glare straight at Yi Chuan. This one's already taken, she declared, so don't get any ideas. A hand shot out and grabbed Zhao Tianlei's collar, yanking him forward while he was still trying to process what was happening. The next thing he knew, Bing Yan pulled him in, and their lips crashed together. Wu Xuan froze on the spot, his eyes wide with shock. Shuyang, who had a front row seat, blushed beet red, his jaw hitting the floor. When Zhao Tianlei finally registered what was happening, he frantically pulled away, demanding, "What are you doing?" Bing Yan's expression was perfectly calm. "Didn't you say you were going to take responsibility for me?" she asked. "Fine. I accept. Starting today. You're my man." Zhao Tianlei was stunned, staring at her with wide eyes, completely speechless. Bing Yan's face hardened, her expression turning threatening as she pointed a finger at him. "But let me be clear. I'm very possessive. I don't care who you liked in the past. From now on, you're only allowed to like me. And if I ever find out you've had a change of heart, I'll kill the girl who tempted you away first." That warning sent a chill down Sui Yan's spine. Bing Yan wasn't finished. "And then," she continued, "I'll crush you." No matter how confident Zhao Tianlei was, her sheer intensity made him gulp nervously. Behind them, Wu Xin gave a huge thumbs up. "That was awesome, big sis Bing Yan." Shuyang covered his mouth, whispering, "Boss Lei, you just got yourself a possessive CEO-type girlfriend. Your life is going to be rough from now on." Zhao Tianlei could only sigh. "You're telling me." Wu Xin came over and linked her arm with Shuyang's, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "A so-called hot girl, please. Compared to our big sis Bing Yan, she's nothing but a pigeon next to a phoenix. Forget Zhao Tianlei, even my man wouldn't give trash like her a second glance. You should just keep her for yourself." Shuyang glanced over in confusion. "Hey, what's this got to do with me?" Furious at being insulted, Shuyang exploded. "Who are you calling a pigeon? Do you have any idea how many followers I have? You're the pigeon. Your whole family is pigeons." Yi Chuan quickly cut her off.
All right, that's enough. Shut your mouth. He frowned, studying the group. Okay, since things have gone this far, I guess I have no choice but to reveal a secret.
Yi Chuan began his story. "My father, he's a high-ranking military official. He arranged for the bodyguard escort to get me to the capital city to take refuge." He explained further. "The truth is, the central government already had a plan for this zombie outbreak. They've completely sealed off the capital, building the strongest fortifications imaginable. All the families of government officials and wealthy elites are being evacuated there. No one else is allowed inside." His voice was filled with temptation. "That makes it the single safest place on the entire planet right now. All you have to do is escort me, and I guarantee I can get you in. You'll never have to worry about zombies again. So, what do you say?" But Zhao Tianlei was completely unfazed and just scoffed at the idea. "Special privileges for the rich and powerful. Huh?" Zhao Tianlei mused. "Sounds tempting." Yi Chuan waited anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead. With a blank expression, Zhao Tianlei casually cleaned out his ear and declared, "Too bad. I'm not interested." Shuyang immediately followed his lead. "Count me out, too." Wu Xuan nodded. "Boss Lei, wherever you go, I'll follow." Yi Chuan tried one last desperate time. "Why?" "I'm offering you a ticket on Noah's Ark. If this world falls to the zombies, the people in that city will be the only humans left alive. And you're turning that down. Are you all completely stupid?" Zhao Tianlei just raised an eyebrow, as if he had a question of his own. "You keep hyping up the capital city. but it's thousands of kilometers from here. The trains and subways are dead. And planes, that's a total fantasy. He called Yi Chuan out on his selfish scheme. You want us to be your personal chauffeurs and bodyguards? We'd be fighting off zombie hordes the whole way. And even if we made it, a guy with your character would probably feed us to the zombies the second we got there. It's not worth the risk. Zhao Tianlei shot back at him. Besides, there's a survivor base right here in Yu province. Why would we go chasing a ghost? Wu Xuan tilted his head. You mean base number 6? Zhao Tianlei glanced at his companion. You know about it. Wu Xuan rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Back before the network went down, I saw some news about it on my phone. It's not the capital, sure, but its facilities and military presence are solid. It's definitely worth considering. Yi Chuan immediately shot back. What do you know? Don't talk nonsense. How can some temporary government outpost compare to the capital? One is a bunch of shabby tents, the other has skyscrapers. Shuyang sidled up, whispering in his ear. You still don't get it, do you? They've already made up their minds. They're not going to the capital. Nothing you say will change that. She offered a new plan. Why not just tag along with them to base number 6? Someone there will definitely know your dad. We can just call him to send an escort for you, right? Yi Chuan was stunned by her idea. Yeah, who knew an internet celebrity could actually have a brain? Why didn't I realize how clever you were? Shuyang pouted, fake scolding him. And just a minute ago, you were ready to trade me away. He just smiled, sweet-talking her like they were completely alone. All right, baby, don't be mad. I was just panicking. I wasn't thinking straight. I'll buy you some new bags to make it up to you. Shuyang smirked. Now you're talking. Across from them, Zhao Tianlei commented coolly. You two really have it all figured out. Hearing his tone, Yi Chuan flinched. What are you? Part bat, we were whispering and you still heard us. Zhao Tianlei turned his back on them. Whatever. If you want to follow us, then keep up. He shot them a warning glance. But you're on your own. Don't expect anyone to save you when trouble finds you. Outside, the harsh midday sun beat down on the pavement. Inside the diner, Zhao Tianlei set a steaming pot of food on the table. I've already packed all the transportable food in the truck. We leave right after this meal. Bing Yan and Wu Xin ate in silence. Wu Xuan glared at Shuyang, who was inhaling his food beside him. Suddenly, a pair of chopsticks poked around in the pot. Yi Chuan's face twisted in disgust. What is this slop? Shuyang, sitting beside him, chimed in with the same attitude. Is this even fit for humans? Hearing that, Shuyang shot up, furious. Who are you calling inhuman? Wu Xuan's brow furrowed in annoyance. Who the hell do you think you are? You get to eat without lifting a finger, and you're still complaining? Across the table, Zhao Tianlei calmly put some food in his mouth and spoke. Looks like you've forgotten my rules. In my group, nobody is going to help you. You pull your own weight. If you want to eat, you cook. Simple as that. Shuyang smiled sweetly at him. Honey, I think I saw some frozen dumplings earlier. Why don't we go cook those? Yi Chuan finally got up, pulling her along as he stormed into the kitchen. Shuyang shot them a dirty look, disgusted by their arrogance, and scoffed. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the kitchen. Yi Chuan and Shuyang came running out, screaming in terror. Help us! There's a zombie. There's a female zombie in the kitchen. Wu Xuan instantly shot to his feet, but Zhao Tianlei calmly stopped him. No need to panic. He told the terrified pair. That's Xiao Huo. She was infected and turned into a zombie, but she's dead now. Yi Chuan froze, stunned. Dead? Then he started yelling again. If she's dead, why didn't you throw her out? Leaving a corpse here is disgusting. You nearly scared us to death. Zhao Tianlei didn't bother responding. He just stood up decisively. If you're too scared to eat, then I guess you're full. His expression was completely blank as he looked at his team and announced, let's move. Outside, the glaring sun still blazed in the sky. A blue truck rumbled steadily down the asphalt road. Up front, Zhao Tianlei was behind the wheel with Shuyang riding shotgun. In the back were Wu Xuan, Wu Xin, Bing Yan, and the two pests, Yi Chuan and Shuyang. Yi Chuan flashed a slimy smile at the woman across from him. Hey beautiful, what's your name? I heard you're some kind of CEO. With a face like yours, you could easily get by on your looks. Why bother with talent? Bing Yan simply closed her eyes, ignoring him completely. Beside her, Wu Xin scowled fiercely. I'm warning you, back off. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you latched onto our group. If you try anything, I'll have Shuyang throw you from this truck. Completely unfazed, Yi Chuan leaned in closer, his sleazy face just inches from hers. You know, you're not bad yourself. Not a stunning beauty like the CEO over there, but still cute. Feisty, too. You're totally my type. He reached out to lift her chin, his voice dropping to a seductive tone. You girls need to think about the future. What kind of life can you have with those two brats? Why not come back to the capital with me? That's where you truly belong. At that, Bing Yan's eyes snapped open as she called out a name. Suddenly, a hand shot out and clamped down on Yi Chuan's wandering hand. Wu Shuyang glared at him, his eyes like ice. You'd better move that filthy hand before I decide to cut it off for you. Yi Chuan looked at him in disbelief. Wu Xuan, you dare to lay a hand on me? Wu Xuan didn't even flinch. Did you forget? Our contract is void. I'm not your bodyguard anymore. I don't need an appointment to put you in your place. He shoved Yi Chuan's entire body aside. If you learn to behave, I might just pretend you don't exist. Otherwise, Wu Xin cracked her knuckles, towering over the cowering Yi Chuan. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to shut you up. His face went pale with fear. He clamped his mouth shut, not daring to utter another sound. Just as the tension reached its peak, the truck's rear doors slid open. Everyone's head whipped around to see who it was. Zhao Tianlei stood there with a grim expression. The road ahead is destroyed. The truck can't get through. From here on, we're on foot. Everyone grab a share of the supplies. He let out a quiet breath, thankful he put the heavy rice and noodles in his storage space. The rest was just light rations. Yi Chuan shot to his feet, completely freaking out. What? No truck? You mean we have to walk from here? Shuyang whined right alongside him. No way. What if a zombie jumps out at us? Yi Chuan looked around, expecting the others to agree, but they were all just quietly packing their things, ready to leave. Yi Chuan couldn't believe it. Why aren't any of you saying anything? Doesn't anyone object to this? This is a death sentence. Zhao Tianlei replied without even looking at him. This kind of thing happens. If you're scared, you can stay here. The moment he finished speaking, Wu Xuan, shouldering a large pack, walked right past them and leaped from the truck. See ya. Shuyang clung to his arm. Honey, what are we going to do? Yi Chuan's body trembled as he gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around nervously. Finally, he and Shuyang reluctantly climbed down. What other choice do we have? Let's go. They quickly scrambled to catch up with Zhao Tianlei's group. Wait for us. An unknown amount of time passed. Before Zhao Tianlei's group finally entered a city, shops and stores lined the streets on both sides, but the roads were eerily empty. Not a single soul in sight. Zhao Tianlei's ears twitched, scanning for any sound in the dead city. He led the line, tilting his head to warn the others behind him. Everyone, stay sharp. These shops are crawling with infected. Don't say a word, we just need to slip past. The group of 7 moved forward, their silence deafening. Zhao Tianlei, Huck Duong, and Wu Xuan took the lead, their eyes constantly surveying their surroundings. Bing Nan and Wu Hin followed cautiously, with the couple, Yi Chuan and Shuyang, bringing up the rear. In the dark alleys, corpses were hunched over, feasting on the dead. The sight sent Shuyang into a panic, and she clutched her boyfriend's arm. Babe, I'm so scared. I need to go to the bathroom. Yi Chuan's face went pale. Are you crazy? If you're not scared of the zombies, fine. Otherwise, just pee your pants. But she kept whining, her voice grating. But I really have to go. I can't hold it anymore. Yi Chuan snapped, his patience gone. Can you just shut up? Now you're making me have to go, too. Lost in the argument, his foot came down hard on an empty can lying on the street. Yi Chuan instantly froze in place, his eyes slowly drifting down to the source of the noise. The sudden sound startled Zhao Tianlei and the others. They whipped their heads around, staring back at him. Even the dead, shambling aimlessly down the street, began to turn their heads, drawn by the sound. The entire group stopped dead in their tracks, holding their breath. Zhao Tianlei whispered a desperate command. Don't move. Don't make a sound. At that exact moment, a yellow liquid began to seep from under Shuyang's dress, trickling down her legs. The warm liquid dripped onto the cold ground, drop by drop. The zombies' nostrils twitched. They smelled something new, something alive. Slowly, they raised their heads, their dead eyes searching for prey. Shuyang bit her lip, her face a deathly white as she trembled. She threw her head back and shrieked, I'm sorry. I really couldn't hold it in anymore. The horde had found its target. With terrifying speed, the dead charged toward them. The mouths of the infected gaped wide, ready to tear them apart. Seeing the incoming wave of death, Zhao Tianlei roared, run. Huck Duong instantly grabbed Bing Yan and Wu Hin, pulling them in another direction. Zhao Tianlei swung the hammer in his hand, cleaving through the first wave of zombies. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending a corpse flying backward. On another side, Wu Xuan coolly attached a silencer to the barrel of his gun. His brow furrowed in concentration as he squeezed the trigger, firing off several shots. Each bullet found its mark, sinking into a zombie's head and dropping them to the ground. Zhao Tianlei glanced over, surprised. You even have a silencer? Wu Xuan's eyes remained fixed on the enemy as he explained. It's just a temporary one made from an aluminum pipe. As bodyguards, we're all trained. We know the basics of weapon modification. A smile touched Zhao Tianlei's lips. Bringing you into the team was the best decision ever. We could open our own armory at this rate. After clearing the immediate area of zombies, Zhao Tianlei gave him a signal, then turned and sprinted off in another direction. The group being led by Huck Duong was running for their lives when suddenly, a new horde of zombies appeared, blocking the road ahead. Huck Duong stumbled back in shock. Damn it, there's more and more of them. Just as they were trapped with nowhere to run, Zhao Tianlei caught up. He pointed to a building. The 4S shop over there. It's clear of zombies. Seeing him, Huck Duong cried out in relief, Brother Loe. In that moment of distraction, Yi Chuan suddenly ripped the backpack right off Bing Nan's shoulders. He gave her a vicious shove, sending her sprawling to the ground, then grabbed Shuyang and ran for the 4S shop. Get inside, quick. Wu Hin rushed to her side. Sister Bing Nan, are you okay? Bing Nan grimaced. I twisted my ankle. She reached down, her hand hovering over the angry red swelling on her leg. It hurt so much. Huck Duong clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in fury. That bastard. Zhao Tianlei said nothing. He simply walked over and scooped Bing Nan up into his arms. Inside the 4S shop, Yi Chuan didn't wait for the others. He slammed the door shut and locked it tight. Wu Xuan, trapped outside, banged on the glass. What do you think you're doing? Yi Chuan's face was smug. Aren't you guys supposed to be so tough? So amazing? Why are you running? Go on, fight the zombies. He held up the backpack he had stolen. I've got food and water now, and I can take any car I want from here and drive to the capital. You guys are useless to me now. Yi Chuan pointed a finger at them, mocking them. You, and you. You're all just trash. If it wasn't for this apocalypse, you wouldn't even be worthy of shining my shoes. His face twisted into a crazed grin. You dared to hit me? Now you can all just die. Huck Duong couldn't take it anymore. He raised his blade. That son of a bitch. I'm gonna kill him. But before his sword could fall, a gun was pointed past him, and a cold voice rang out. Move! Inside the shop, Yi Chuan and Shuyang froze at the sight of the gun barrel. Without hesitating, Wu Xuan fired 2 shots into the glass door. But the bullets didn't penetrate. They hit the reinforced glass and fell uselessly to the ground. Clutching the backpack inside the shop, Yi Chuan's face turned purple with fear when he saw the gun. But that fear quickly turned into cocky laughter. Come on. If you got the guts, then come in here. Zhao Tianlei studied the door. Stop wasting ammo, he said. It's bulletproof glass. Wu Hin, who was watching their backs, screamed a warning. The zombies are here. Zhao Tianlei shot a final, deadly glare at the man behind the glass. Yi Chuan, you better pray to whatever god you believe in that I never see you again. Because if I do, I'll make your death slow and painful. He then turned, still carrying Bing Nan, and signaled for the others to follow him. The group dashed into a nearby coffee shop. Once everyone was safely inside, Zhao Tianlei gave the order. Barricade the door. Now. The others immediately scrambled to move whatever furniture they could find, piling it against the entrance. Zhao Tianlei gently laid Bing Nan down on a sofa. Wu Hin saw that a large patch of skin on her foot was an angry, swollen red. Sister Bing Nan, your ankle is huge. Bing Nan pushed herself up, offering a reassuring smile. I'm fine. It's just a sprain. But Wu Hin wasn't convinced. How can you be fine? It's so red. You must be bleeding internally. What if the bone is broken? Zhao Tianlei leaned down, his brow furrowed. He gently touched her injury. This might hurt a little. Bing Nan gritted her teeth, her face pale as she cried out, It hurts. Zhao Tianlei knew immediately. It's fractured, and you probably tore a ligament. I'll go find some medical supplies. Suddenly, her hand shot out and grabbed the corner of his shirt. Don't go. Bing Nan looked up at him and began to reason. It's crawling with zombies out there. Don't risk it. Besides, everyone needs you here to lead. Zhao Tianlei looked down at her. But if we leave your leg like this, it'll only get worse. She smiled, her expression defiant. Hey, don't underestimate the toughness of an office lady. This ankle has been forged by hundreds of pairs of high heels. It's not your average ankle. Trust me. When it comes to sprains, no one has more experience than I do. Bing Nan met his gaze. With this level of injury, all I need is a little rest. Finally, Zhao Tianlei relented. All right, we'll rest here for the night. But if it's still hurting, you have to tell me. Bing Nan just nodded with a soft mei chim. Night fell, the sky dark and the world silent, lit only by a full, bright moon. Wu Hin urgently shook the person in front of her. Zhao Tianlei, something's wrong. Her voice was filled with panic. Sister Bing Han has a fever. Hearing those words, Zhao Tianlei immediately shot up. He rushed over to the sofa where Bing Han was lying. Zhao Tianlei gently placed a hand on her forehead. She's burning up. His gaze then fell to the injury on her leg. It looks even more swollen. The inflammation must have caused the fever. Her eyes fluttered open weakly. She mumbled, "I'm okay. Really. I just need to sleep it off." But Zhao Tianlei's face was grim. He shot back, "And what if you don't get better? So everyone just has to wait for you? This is a terrible time to get sick. If you'd listened to me this morning, we wouldn't be in this mess." He stopped arguing with Bing Yan, turning instead to Yu Xin. "Stay here and watch her. I'll go find some medicine." As he walked away, she glared at his back and muttered, "She's already injured and burning up with a fever. Isn't that enough suffering for one day?" He could at least try to be nice instead of so harsh. Lying on the couch, Bing Yan faced the wall, her silence heavy with sorrow. Outside, the city was a ghost town. Towering skyscrapers stood empty under the dark, silent sky. Zhao Tianlei ducked behind a stone pillar, his eyes locked on a pharmacy across the street. In a flash, he darted across and slipped inside. A wave of relief washed over Zhao Tianlei as he found what he needed. Painkillers, anti-inflammatories, and fever reducers. Perfect, he thought. They have everything. I'll grab some of each, just in case someone else gets hurt. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He wasn't alone. Zhao Tianlei's eyes widened in shock at the figures before him. Two zombies, their eyes glowing ominously in the dark, were closing in. Veins pulsed across their skulls, their jaws hanging open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed, red eyes. These are mutated. The creatures' faces twisted into manic grins as a horrifying cackle filled the air. Zhao Tianlei's knuckles turned white as he gripped his hammer. Calmly, he stood his ground, waiting for the two monsters to make their move. Back at the safe house, Bing Yan's fever was raging. Her face was flushed as she weakly whispered, "Water." Yu Xin leaned closer, concerned. "Bing Yan, what do you need?" Sweat beaded on her forehead as she used the last of her strength. "Yu Xin, I'm so thirsty. Do we have any water?" Hearing her clearly, Yu Xin managed a smile. "Of course, just a second." She unzipped a backpack to grab a bottle. But after rummaging inside, her face fell. She was stunned. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it. All the water we got from the diner. It was in Bing Yan's pack. That bastard Li Yichuan took it all. She rushed to the sink and cranked the faucet. But not a single drop came out. Furious, Yu Xin slammed her fist against it. "Are you kidding me? A bar with no running water?" Panic began to set in. She looked over at Bing Yan on the sofa, then her gaze shifted to Shuyang and Yu Xuan. The two of them were resting with their eyes closed. An idea suddenly sparked in Yu Xin's mind. "Hey, Shuyang, come here for a second." Startled, he opened his eyes. "Just say it here. With Lei gone, I need to watch the door." With a threatening look, Yu Xin grabbed his ear and dragged him away. "When I say come here, you come here. Stop talking so much." She pulled him into an empty room, shutting the door behind them. Rubbing his sore ear, Shuyang asked, "What is going on?" Yu Xin quickly explained the situation. "That bastard Li took all of our water, and it looks like the pipes here are shot. Bing Yan's fever is getting worse. She needs water now, so I need you to go out and find some." Shuyang's jaw dropped as he stared at her, completely stunned. "What?" He looked down, worried. "But Lei told me to stand guard. I can't just leave my post. What if zombies attack while I'm gone? Yu Xuan can't protect all of you by himself." Yu Xin jabbed a finger at him, scolding. "Lay this, lay that. Is that all you can think about? Use your own brain for once." Shuyang just looked confused, scratching his head. "What are you trying to say?" Losing her patience. Yu Xin leaned in closer. "Look, Zhao Tianlei is our leader. I get that. But we can't depend on him for every single thing." She started to break it down for him. "It's not just you and him anymore. We have Yu Xuan now, and there might be more people later. What happens when Zhao Tianlei isn't around and someone needs to make a call? What are you going to do then?" Even after her whole speech, Shuyang's face was still a blank mask of confusion. Utterly exasperated, Yu Xin had no choice but to spell it out for him. "You idiot. Aren't you supposed to be the second in command? When the leader's away, you're in charge. This is your chance to step up. To prove you can handle things by yourself." Shuyang's eyes widened, but he still hesitated to leave. Yu Xin gave him a hard shove towards the door, cutting him off. "No more buts. I've seen you fight those things. I believe in you. Yu Xuan can hold the fort while you're gone." As he left, she watched his retreating back, offering one last push. "Solving this water problem is the best way to help your leader right now. When he gets back, he'll be proud of you." At that exact moment, back at the pharmacy, two mutated zombies lay defeated on the floor. Zhao Tianlei rubbed his weapon arm, a thought crossing his mind. This rank 1 soldier body is no joke. That was way easier than the last fight. At this rate, I'll be able to level up again soon. He reached down and pulled 2 white crystals from the zombies' heads. Zhao Tianlei glanced at the ring on his finger. "Hey, system," he asked. I got 2 more crystals. Can I finally exchange them for a new weapon? The system's voice replied, crystals of a certain tier can only unlock the exchange system of the same tier. You have already used a white crystal. It cannot be used again to unlock the system. Zhao Tianlei stared in disbelief. Are you saying I fought those 2 mutated zombies for nothing? That is incorrect, the system explained. While it cannot unlock a higher tier exchange system, you can use it to trade for attributes and experience points, things like strength, defense, or recovery. These stats will be crucial for your future endeavors. After hearing the explanation, Zhao Tianlei sighed. Fine, I guess. He rubbed his chin, starting to strategize. So what should I get? I haven't run into any high-level zombies yet, so I don't really need defense or agility. And with all this medicine, I don't need recovery either. Finally, Zhao Tianlei snapped his fingers. I've made my decision. I'm putting everything into strength. The ring on his finger glowed, and the system's voice announced, exchange confirmed. Strength increased by 2 points. The 2 crystals erupted in a brilliant white light. The beam shot down, enveloping Zhao Tianlei's entire body. A blinding flash exploded from within the pharmacy. A moment later, the light faded. Zhao Tianlei checked himself over. But he didn't feel any different. Hey, you didn't scam me, did you? The system's reply was blunt. I am sorry to disappoint you. The system is incapable of deception. If you do not believe me, you are welcome to test your new power. He scanned the area. Tested on what, though? Then, an idea hit him. A smirk spread across Zhao Tianlei's face. Oh, I know just the thing. Weapon in hand, he stood before the 4S dealership, the same one that scumbag Yi Chuan had locked them out of this morning. A murderous glint flashed in Zhao Tianlei's eyes. Bulletproof glass, let's see what's tougher. You or my hammer. His hand tightened, his knuckles straining around the handle. He swung. The sharpened edge of his hammer flashed through the air. Instantly, the glass door of the 4S dealership exploded into a million pieces. Inside, Shuyang and Yi Chuan, who were eating, jumped at the sudden crash. What was that? Zhao Tianlei watched, amused, as shards of glass rained down around him. He thought to himself, incredible. Just 2 points, and I can shatter bulletproof glass like it's nothing. This strength stat is the real deal. His voice echoed through the dealership, striking fear into its cowardly occupants. Yi Chuan, Zhao Tianlei said, striding into the building. Nowhere left to run. But just then, a sound from outside caught his attention. Tires screeched against the pavement. Zhao Tianlei reacted instantly, sprinting out of the dealership and yelling at the departing car. Yi Chuan, get back here. But the coward just glanced back with a smug grin, flooring the accelerator. Only an idiot wouldn't run. If you've got the guts, then chase me. You catch me, I'll let you have your shot. Shuyang's red sports car shot forward at insane speeds, with Zhao Tianlei right on his tail. He gasped for air, his lungs burning from the effort. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Zhao Tianlei's hand tightened around his hammer. He swung it high into the air, aimed for the car's rear, and let it fly with all his might. The sharp steel blade glinted as it slammed into the ground, just a few feet from the back tire. In the end, the red car got away clean, without a single scratch. Zhao Tianlei hunched over, exhausted and panting, cursing under his breath. Damn it, so close. Next time, I'll just have to be faster. Elsewhere, the bright moon peeked out from behind the city's towering skyscrapers. Huck Duong wandered alone through the empty, silent streets. He looked down and sighed. What kind of shopping district is this? There's not even a convenience store. The coffee shop was bone dry. Where am I supposed to find water around here? Huck Duong ducked behind a wall, spotting a restaurant with a red sign across the street. He rubbed his chin, a small smile forming. A seafood district. A place that raises fish has gotta have water. The glass door slid open, and Huck Duong stepped inside the shop. In front of him were several blue plastic tanks lined up neatly in 2 rows. He grinned and eagerly lifted the lid of one to check it out. Awesome. So much water, and it looks really clean. He cupped his hands, scooped some up, and took a big gulp, but immediately grimaced and spit it all out. So salty. Huck Duong scratched his head, thinking to himself, how could I forget? Water for seafood is obviously seawater. But just then, a man holding a club appeared right behind him. Before Huck Duong could even react, the man's club slammed into his back. Huck Duong collapsed to the ground, and everything went black. He had no idea how long he was out. When he opened his eyes, he saw a woman with a worried expression. I told you, he didn't look like a zombie. What do we do now that we've attacked the wrong person? The man beside her slapped his own hand, annoyed. What's the point of saying that now? In the distance, 2 kids were fighting over his sword. Tu-Hai grabbed the blade excitedly. I'm telling you, this sword is sick. It's mine. Dai-Hai held on tight, refusing to let go. Why do you get all the good stuff? You already have a weapon. This one should be mine. Tai Hai kept trying to pull the sword away. Are you blind? You call that a weapon? Zhang Ha saw Huk Duong, who was tied to a pillar, starting to wake up. He slowly cracked his eyes open as she yelled, "Quiet down." He's awake. The entire family of four froze, staring daggers at him. Huk Duong winced and shouted at them, "Who are you people? Why did you attack me?" Thuk Fan crouched down near him and began to explain. "Hey kid, sorry about that. We thought you were a zombie. It was all just a misunderstanding." After hearing her out, he calmly demanded, "Now that you know you were wrong, hurry up and untie me." She quickly replied, Right, I'll untie you now." But Zhang Ha grabbed his wife's arm, stopping her. "No, just because he says he's not one of them, we're supposed to believe him? What if he's already been infected?" Tu Hai chimed in, agreeing with his dad. "Yeah, look at how sneaky he was. Even if he's not infected, he's definitely not a good guy. What if we untie him and he comes after us for revenge?" Thuk Fan turned to the others for their opinion. "So, what do you guys think we should do?" Dai Hai's face twisted into a vicious sneer. "I say we just kill him. That's the safest bet." Huk Duong looked down and scoffed. "You're just a kid, but you've got a dark heart. You haven't even hit puberty, and you're already talking about killing people. With what? That dried-up fish in your hand?" Dai Hai's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. "Are you looking down on me?" Huk Duong jutted his chin out, provoking him. "You got the guts? Then make your move." Dai Hai snapped, throwing the fish aside and snatching the sword from Tu Hai. "Give me the sword." Seeing their son's crazed actions, Jiang Ha and Thuk Fan screamed in panic. Dai Hai, "Don't." But he ignored their pleas, raising the sword high above his head, as if he saw it all coming. Huk Duong didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he just smirked. He lifted his foot and kicked hard at Dai Hai's left leg. The kid went down, face planting on the floor. The sword flew from his hand and embedded itself in the pillar right behind Huk Duong. The ropes binding him instantly went slack. The blade had perfectly sliced through his restraints. He picked up the sword, giving it a test, swing in the air. Huk Duong stood up, his gaze locked on Dai Hai. "What's wrong? Weren't you gonna kill me? Come on." Waving his hands frantically, Dai Hai was terrified. His mouth hung open, speechless. He scrambled to hide behind Jiang Ha, crying, "Dad." The older man could only offer a weak threat. "Don't do anything crazy. There's only one of you and four of us. If we fight, you might not win." Huk Duong cracked his knuckles mockingly. "Yeah, you're right. Now that you mention it, I'm a little scared." The second he finished speaking, his blade swung down with incredible force, slicing a brown object clean in two. Jiang Ha's family was completely stunned by his display of power. Huk Duong raised the gleaming blade. "Relax. I was tied up for a while. Just need to stretch a bit." "So, who's first?" Thuk Fan grabbed her husband's arm, trying to smooth things over. "Hey, kiddo. Kids will be kids. Please don't be mad. We only did it because we were so scared." A hand reached out and pulled a chair over. Huk Duong sat down, raising an eyebrow at them. "Are you the owners of this place?" Thuk Fan immediately denied it. No. We were just out celebrating the kid's dad's birthday. Who knew that zombies would suddenly appear on the street? They bite anyone they see, and more people kept turning. We ran with the crowd and ducked in here when we saw it was empty. Jiang Ha then added his own question. "Right. Since you managed to get in here, does that mean the zombies outside are all gone?" Huk Duong rested his chin on his hand, casually informing them. "I don't know how many are still on this street, but there are at least a dozen of them right outside this shop." Dai Hai didn't believe him and yelled, "Who are you kidding? If there were that many zombies outside, how could you have possibly gotten in here alive?" Tu Hai backed him up. "Dad, don't believe him. He's totally bluffing." Huk Duong arched an eyebrow at them. "You think that's something? On my way here, I killed way more than just a dozen zombies, and my leader, he's on a whole other level. From the moment I left Huazhong Academy until now, he's probably taken down 80, if not 100 of them." Jiang Ha's family of four was completely floored by his statement. Then, Dai Hai and Tu Hai both burst out laughing, clutching their stomachs. "You play too many video games, dude. You really think you're some kind of king? If your leader could kill 100 zombies, then I'm the savior of the world." Suddenly, Jiang Ha shouted an order at his sons. "Both of you, shut your mouths." He walked over to Huk Duong. "Young man, I believe you." Dai Hai, confused, tugged on his father's arm. Jiang Ha looked down and continued, "Huazhong Commercial Academy. I know it's several kilometers from here. For you to survive the journey from there to here, you must be incredibly skilled." He lifted his head, meeting Huk Duong's gaze. "Young man, attacking you earlier was reckless of me. I'm truly sorry." Jiang Ha's eyes shifted to the floor. "I want to ask you for a favor. Since you were able to get in, you must know a way out. Can you take us with you?" Huk Duong's eyes widened, slightly taken aback by the man's plea. Thuck Fan asked her husband, bewildered. Honey, are you crazy? With so many zombies out there, going outside is a death wish. Dai Hai also screamed, Dad, have you lost your mind? You actually believe this guy? Tu Hai defiantly declared, I'm not going out. You can beat me to death, but I'm not going. Finally, Jiang Ha yelled at the top of his lungs, all you know is fear. We might die if we go out, but do you really think we can survive by staying in here? He broke down the situation for them. We've been trapped in here for days. For days, we've survived by eating the frozen fish in the freezer. What happens when we run out of that? Enraged, Jiang Ha pointed a trembling finger at Shuyang. Getting out of here is our only shot at survival. This kid is our one and only chance. Are you all just going to sit here and starve to death? Da Hai and Xiao Hai lowered their heads in silence, but Thu Fan's mind was made up. Honey, you're right. I'm with you. Then, she turned to Shuyang, begging. Young man, I'm begging you. Even if you won't take us two old folks, please save our boys. They're still so young. They're our family's hope. We can't just let them die like this. Shuyang, silent until now, finally spoke. Is that so? His expression turned serious. Fine. I'll take you with me. But first, you have to answer one question. Jiang Ha's face lit up. Just ask. Thuck Fan promised eagerly. Anything we know, we'll tell you. Shuyang cut straight to the point. Do you know where I can find any drinking water? Just then, Xiao Hai dragged a large container forward. You mean this? Meanwhile, back at the coffee shop where Tianlei's group was resting, Bingyan was taking the medicine Tianlei had scavenged for her. Yushin stood nearby, her face etched with worry. Why isn't Yang Yang back yet? Did something happen to him? Tianlei shot her a look, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If you were that concerned, you shouldn't have let him go out alone. A little late to start worrying now. At his words, Yushin's face paled. She just lowered her head, silent and heartbroken. Tianlei sighed, his tone softening slightly. Don't worry. I know what he's capable of. As long as he doesn't run into a mutated zombie, he'll be fine. But Yushin turned away. I'm still going to wait by the door. Tianlei placed a cold pack on Bingyan's injured ankle. The two sat in a heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, they both spoke at the exact same time. I'm sorry. Startled, they just stared at each other for a second. Tianlei was the first to look away. What I said last night, it was out of line. Don't take it to heart. Bingyan's voice was soft. No, you were right to be angry. I was reckless. I didn't want to drag you down. I didn't want to be a burden, but I ended up making things worse. Tianlei looked at her seriously. Just don't push yourself so hard from now on. Bingyan looked down, a question in her eyes. To be honest, do men really not like women like me? Do you all prefer the gentle, weaker type? While gently massaging her ankle, he replied, It's not like that. You have your own strengths. Bingyan pressed on. Then, what about Chen Xinyu? What kind of girl is she? Gentle or strong? A small, genuine smile touched Tianlei's lips. Her? She's not really either type. Or maybe, she's both. A gentle, lovesick expression softened his face. To be honest, I don't really know her that well. We've barely even spoken, but when you're near her, you just, inexplicably feel drawn to her. You find yourself wanting to do things for her. When Tianlei turned back to Bingyan, he saw her scowling, clearly annoyed. He looked confused. What? Don't look at me like that. You're the one who asked. Bingyan shoved him lightly. Did you have to be so specific? Getting all emotional like that? Blushing, just thinking about her. Is she really that amazing? As Tianlei shifted, something hidden behind his back fell to the floor. Bingyan's hand reached for it instinctively. Her eyes widened as she stared at the pair of sneakers in her hands. What? Are these? After a moment, Bingyan looked up. These are women's sneakers. Where did you get them? Tianlei answered calmly. I passed a sporting goods store on my way back. I figured those high heels weren't exactly practical. A faint blush appeared on Bingyan's cheeks as she smiled. She reached out, grabbing his collar and pulling him closer, until their faces were just inches apart. Bingyan's voice was a bold whisper. Zhao Tianlei, believe it or not, one day, I'm going to make you forget all about Chen Xinyu, and I'll become the only girl in your heart. Suddenly, the quiet of the coffee shop was broken. Yushin burst in with Shuyang, who was carrying a huge water container. Bingyan Ji, Yang Yang's back, and he brought water. Startled by their sudden entrance, Tianlei and Bingyan froze, their faces still close. Yushin reacted instantly, spinning around. We didn't see anything. Shuyang quickly played along. Didn't see a thing. You too. Just carry on. Flustered, Bingyan pushed them away. What are you two babbling about? Tianlei walked over, clapping a hand on Shuyang's shoulder. So, how was your first solo run? Everything go smoothly? Shuyang tilted his head. I guess I got lucky. No zombies spotted me. But honestly, it's way safer going out with you, bro. Shuyang's expression turned serious. Lei Ji, If you're not busy, can I talk to you for a second? Tianlei just looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Back inside the coffee shop, the air was thick with tension. Jiang Ha led his family forward, a hopeful smile on his face. So you're Zhao Tianlei. He gestured to his family. My name is Li Jiang Ha. This is my wife, Jiang Thuk Fan, and my sons Da Hai and Xiao Hai. Shuyang has told us so much about you. Facing down those zombies, you guys are incredible. Thuk Fan quickly added her own praise. Thank you so much for taking our family in. We didn't know what we were going to do without you. You're truly good people. Shuyang held up a hand, cutting her off. Whoa, don't thank me yet. I only agreed to get you out of there. Whether you can stay or not, that's up to Lege. Suddenly, Da Hai spoke up, his tone dripping with scorn. So, I hear you've killed 100 zombies? You don't look like anything special to me. Are you just talking big to make yourself the leader around here? Thuk Fan panicked at her son's words. Da Hai. Meanwhile, Xiao Hai's eyes landed on a backpack nearby. Mom, look, he exclaimed, his mouth watering. Bread. He started walking towards it, practically drooling. I am so sick of eating raw fish. Finally, some real food. But before his fingers could even touch the bag, a hatchet flew through the air, pinning the backpack to the wall. The blade slammed into the concrete, the bag dangling just inches from his face. Xiao Hai froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Tianlei's face was dark, his eyes fixed on the boy with a chilling glare. Terrified, Xiao Hai scrambled behind his parents. Mom, Dad, he tried to chop me. Jiang Ha's eyes went wide with fear. I'm so sorry, so sorry. They're just kids, they don't know any better. Please, don't hold it against them. Tianlei's voice was dangerously low. If he wasn't a kid, that hatchet would have gone through his hand. He calmly sat back down. You want to join our group? Fine. It's not impossible. Tianlei locked his arms, his expression unreadable. So, what can you do? Jiang Ha, still shaken, didn't understand. He just repeated blankly, what can we do? Just then, Yu Xuan, Bingyan, and Yusin walked over. She looked the family over. In our group, everyone pulls their own weight. Yushin continued, listing off their roles. Tianlei is our leader. Yang Yang knows martial arts. Yu Xuan is deadly with a spear. And while Bingyan Jie and I can't fight zombies, we take care of everyone's daily needs. She raised an eyebrow at the family. So, what about you? Are you just here for a free ride? Jiang Ha quickly puffed out his chest. I can drive. I was a professional driver for years. I don't know if that's useful or not. Thuk Fan pointed to herself. I can cook. I'm a very good cook. Yuxin considered this. We actually do need someone who can cook. We don't know how long we'll be on the road, and we can't eat hot pot every single day. Yushuan nodded in agreement. I vote we keep them. Having someone drive takes a load off the fighters. We need a dedicated driver. Seizing the opportunity, Thuk Fan pleaded again. That's right. You're all doing the important work. You can't be expected to do everything yourselves. Please, let us stay. Tianlei's gaze shifted, landing on the two brothers, Da Hai and Xiao Hai, model. What about you two? Besides being giant children, what can you even do? Shu Yun stepped forward to defend her sons. Don't look at them like that. They help out around the house plenty. They can handle the small stuff. Finally, Tianlei got up from his chair, standing tall as he made his decision. Fine. Then, as if warning the two brothers, Da Hai and Xiao Hai, he said, but let's get one thing straight. In my group, food is earned, not given. Don't think you can just freeload off your parents. If you want to eat, you better start proving your worth, and fast. Da Hai and Xiao Hai looked pissed, but they could only complain in their heads. Who does this guy think he is? A moment later, Tianlei spread a map out for everyone to see. Now that that's settled, let's figure out our route. He began his analysis. From here to base number 6, there are two paths. One is the shortest route, but it cuts through a lot of busy areas. The chances of running into a horde of zombies are extremely high. The second path is a bit of a detour, but it should be much safer. What do you all think is the better option? Yang immediately gave his choice. Obviously, we take the shorter route. The sooner we get to the base, the safer we'll be. Besides, our group is bigger now. Even if we run into zombies with this many people, we've got nothing to fear. But Yushin had a different take. We have more people, but not more fighters. Right now, the only ones who can really fight are you, Lei, and me. If we run into a real horde, we won't be able to protect everyone. I suggest we take the second road. Tianlei rubbed his chin, thinking. She's right. I agree. Let's take that path. He pointed to a spot on the map. Everyone look. This road has a lot of smaller branches, but there's only one main artery. Even if we hit trouble and have to scatter, it'll be easy to regroup later. After hearing the analysis, Shuyang changed his mind. You guys really thought this through. I'm on board. With the meeting over, Tianlei laid out the plan. Okay, it's decided then. As soon as Bingyan's leg is healed enough to travel, we move out. Sometime later, under a clear blue sky, the blistering sun beat down on a sleek, black luxury car parked on the main road. Shuyang stared at it in awe. Lei, dude, this car is sick. Where did you even find it? Yuxin's jaw dropped. This is going to be so much more comfortable, and way faster than that old truck. Tianlei explained. I went back to that forest dealership to teach that bastard Li a lesson. I was one step too late. They'd already bailed. But I saw this thing and decided to take it with me. It'll be a tight squeeze with 4 new people, but we'll make it work. With that, he tossed the car keys to Jiang He. Uncle, you're driving. Jiang. He clutched the keys, his hands trembling slightly. He'd never driven a car this nice before. To be honest, he was a little nervous. But don't worry, he thought. I can handle this. The sun blazed high in the sky. The group's black car sped down the empty highway. Inside, Jiang. He was focused on the road. Tianlei sat beside him, giving directions. In the back seat, Yusin asked with concern, Sister Bingyan, how's your leg? Does it still hurt? Bingyan smiled back. It's much better after the medicine. Xiao Hai was excitedly looking around at everything. Man, expensive cars are on another level. The tech in here is insane. He picked up a bottle of wine. Bro, look at this. There's even wine in here. This looks like the fancy stuff, too. We should totally have a taste. At his brother's words, Dahai got comfortable and made a demand. Hell yeah. Hey, Dad. Put on some music. Shuyang's brow furrowed in annoyance at their behavior. What the hell do you two think you're doing? Drinking wine and listening to music? You think this is a vacation? Have you still not grasped the situation we're in? Shuyun, sitting beside them, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They're just kids. They don't understand. Then she turned and snapped at her sons. Dahai, Xiaohai, stop causing trouble. Settle down right now and move over here. Scolded by their mother, the 2 brothers finally quieted down and sat still. But Xiaohai shot a rebellious glance to the side, next to him. Bro, I want a drink. Dahai grumbled under his breath. So what if you kill a couple zombies? What's so great about that? This young master was the top dog back in school. Just give me a chance and I'll show all of you what I'm really made of. Yu Xuan leaned forward, confused. Brother Lei, I think we're going the wrong way. The road to District 6 isn't in this direction. Zhao Tianlei just looked up and smiled. He's not wrong. I just need to borrow a few things before we get there. The black van slowly rolled to a stop. Shuyang and the others stared out the window in disbelief. They were parked in front of a building swarming with an insane number of zombies. He saw the words on the sign and gasped. The police station. Shuyang asked, completely lost, Brother Lei, what are we doing here? Yu Xuan's eyes lit up as he realized their plan. Guns. Zhao Tianlei smirked, confirming his guess. Exactly. He started breaking down the situation. Our team is getting bigger. We can't just rely on the 3 of us anymore. If we run into danger, how are the others supposed to protect themselves? The simplest answer is guns, and the only place to get them is a police station. Shuyang asked nervously. But there's a sea of zombies out there. How are we supposed to get inside? Zhao Tianlei laid out his plan. In a minute, I'll lead them away. The rest is up to you guys. Xiao Hai's eyes went wide. You're gonna lure all those zombies away. By yourself? Dai Hai scoffed in disbelief. Stop bluffing. There are at least 40 or 50 of them out there. I don't believe you have the guts. Zhao Tianlei calmly turned his gaze on him. Or, you could go with me. Hearing that, the so-called big shot Dai Hai shot up in his seat, terrified. Are you crazy? I'm not going. Shuyang glared at him. Then talk less. Yu Xuan ignored Dai Hai completely, giving the man in front a firm nod. Don't worry, Brother Lei. Leave this place to us. He then asked about the next step. But how are you going to lure them away? Zhao Tianlei didn't answer, instead asking a question of his own. Didn't someone just say they wanted to blast some music? He reached out and cranked the volume knob. The inside of the van was suddenly filled with ear-splitting noise. Xiao Hai and Dai Hai covered their ears and screamed, Are you insane? Sound this loud is going to get us all killed. Zhao Tianlei opened the sunroof and poked his head out. Hey, I'm over here. Come and get me. The zombies saw him and went into a frenzy, charging forward to attack. Zhao Tianlei leaped from the van and sprinted in the opposite direction, leading the horde of zombies away from the station. Shuyang and Yu Xuan watched the whole thing from the car window. Yu Xuan spoke up. All the zombies had been lured away. Dai Hai, his face pale with fear, couldn't stop cursing. That guy is a psycho. I hope the zombies eat him alive. Shuyang finally snapped. He grabbed Dai Hai's arm, his expression menacing. Listen, kid. I'm warning you. I don't care about your attitude, but if you dare curse Brother Lei or anyone else on this team, I'll throw you out there myself. You hear me? Dai Hai trembled with fear, only able to nod obediently. Yeah, I get it. Yu Xuan asked him, what's our next move? Shuyang planned their next step. We can't leave Brother Lei without backup when he returns, and Genji's legs still need someone to look after it. Finally, he laid out the plan. Okay, here's what we'll do. Me and Yu Xuan will go inside to check things out. The rest of you stay here. Yu Xuan turned his eyes to the people in the back. Auntie Zhang, you and your 2 sons are coming with us. The 3 of them froze, stunned by his decision. Shuyang threw an arm over his shoulder, confused. Do we really need that many people? Besides, what can the 3 of them even do? They'll just slow us down. Yu Xuan shot back. You think you know them that well? If we leave the 4 of them here while we're both gone, with only 2 girls who can't fight back, what's stopping them from just driving off? On the other side, Xiao Hai declared fearfully, Mom, I'm not going. Xu Fen tried to negotiate. How about I go with you too, and let the boys stay here? Yu Xuan's face was stern. No, you either come with us, or you get out of the car and leave. It was like a switch flipped in Dai Hai. He stood up aggressively. Xiao Hai, don't let them look down on us. Let's go. Who's afraid of you? After some time, the group of 5 finally made it inside the police station. Shuyang, taking the lead, called out cautiously. Hello? Anyone here? The inside of the station was completely deserted. Shuyang tilted his head, guessing. No one's answering. Did they all run away? Yu Xuan scanned the area. This place is too clean. It doesn't look like any zombies got in here. Suddenly, Xiao Hai's eyes widened as if he found something. He shouted to the others. The armory. Inside the room, Dai Hai and Xiao Hai excitedly looked at the weapons on the wall. Bro, look, they're real guns. Xiao Hai picked up a long rifle. Isn't this the AK-47 from the movies? This is so sick. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from behind them. Don't move. A large man, followed by 3 or 4 others in police uniforms, appeared before them. Put the guns down, or we'll let you taste what they feel like. Zhu Yang raised his hands. Don't misunderstand. We're just survivors passing through. We were hoping for some help. We don't mean any harm. The leader, Li Bang, scowled. How do we know you haven't been infected by the zombies? Hands behind your heads. We're going to check you. His men followed the order and immediately stepped forward to search them. Stay still. Xu Fen turned her head to glare at the officer. Hey, you don't need to check me, do you? He looked her over with contempt. You're old enough to be my mother. Who would want to take advantage of you? On one side, an officer took Xu Yang's sword, while another found a pistol on Yu Xuan. This kid has a gun. Yu Xuan tilted his head and explained, I'm a bodyguard. The gun is mine. The officer handed the gun to Li Bang. Chief, the search is complete. They don't have any wounds. I guess they're not infected. The chief clasped his hands behind his back and gave an order. Don't you know it's illegal to carry a firearm without a license? Confiscate it. Li Bang looked up and asked, Who are you people? And with so many zombies outside, how did you get in here? Shuyang answered him honestly. We're from the Yuzhou Business Academy. We're on our way to base number 6 to find rescue. He continued their story. We were passing by and wanted to see if there were any survivors. Maybe borrow some guns and ammo. As for the zombies outside, our leader lured them away. Li Bang's eyes narrowed. So you're saying your vehicle is parked right outside? Shuyang confirmed it. That's right. Li Bang's entire demeanor changed in an instant, a huge smile spreading across his face. That's fantastic. He eagerly shook Shuyang's hand and began to introduce himself. My name is Molly Bang, and I'm the chief of this station. In dangerous times like these, you have to take certain precautions. My apologies for my rough behavior earlier. Shuyang was taken aback. We understand. He then glanced at the few officers standing behind the chief. But, a place this big, and you're the only ones left? Li Bang closed his eyes, feigning great sadness as he recounted his story. We originally had more than a dozen brothers. When the apocalypse started, we sent out a large number of police to help. Sadly, we didn't know how dangerous the zombies were back then. All of those comrades sacrificed their lives. Now, there are only about 10 of us left. Our last police car ran out of gas, so we couldn't leave. We've been trapped here for days. Dai Hai raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Don't make it sound so tragic. You guys aren't helpless civilians like us. You have guns and ammo, so why couldn't you fight your way out? In the end, you're just afraid to die. Some cops you are. Are you guys even worthy of the people's trust? Stung by his words, Luke Bang fell silent, his face dark. Xu Fen rushed forward to stop her son from saying anything more. Behind them, Dai Hai and Wu Xuan watched Luke Bang's reaction closely. After a long pause, the man finally looked up and spun a tale. We don't want to keep hiding like this forever, either. We've wanted to break out many times, but there are still a few inmates inside. They won't cooperate, and we can't just abandon them, so we have no choice but to stay. Hopefully, a rescue team will find us here. Xu Yang, completely buying it, praised the man. Even in this crisis, you're still trying to protect those inmates. You're truly a good person. Luke Bang replied with false modesty. As an officer, it's my duty. He then made a proposition. But your arrival is a huge help to us. If you could share some of your gasoline, we could drive the inmates out of here with us. Luke Bang then tested the waters further. Right, you said you're heading to base number 6. Could we possibly travel with you? Without a second thought, Shuyang quickly agreed. Of course, why not? You're all police officers with guns and ammo. You'd be contributing supplies to the team. Brother Lei will definitely agree. He gestured toward the door. We can't delay. Let's go now. But Luke Bang held up a hand to stop him. There are still some important documents and materials inside the station that I need to pack. I just need a little time to get things in order. He then pointed in another direction. I imagine you're all exhausted. How about this? We still have some supplies inside. Why don't you all grab a bite to eat and rest up? As soon as we're packed, we'll hit the road. At the mention of food, Xiao Hai's face lit up. We get to eat? Awesome. I'm starving to death. Shuyang was a bit dazed, his eyes wide. Really? But in the next moment, he accepted the offer. But you guys have to be quick. We need to make every second count. It'll be trouble if the zombies return. Luke Bang promised him. Don't worry, we'll be as fast as possible. Then, he turned to lead the way. This way, please. Wu Xuan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Chief Ma, shouldn't you return our property now? Luke Bang froze, clearly not expecting that request. He quickly recovered, forcing a laugh and making an excuse. Little brother, did you make this silencer yourself? This is really dangerous. You could burn your hand at any moment. I happen to have a proper one. I'll go get it for you. Wu Xuan held out his hand, persistent. Thanks for the offer, but it's not necessary. This one works just fine for me. Luke Bang started to panic, unsure how to respond. Dai Hai then cut in. Just drop it. Will you? They have so many guns. Why would they want your broken piece of junk? Su Yang chimed in, trying to smooth things over. That's right. Chief Ma is just trying to be helpful. Don't refuse his kindness. Wu Xuan went quiet, thinking for a long moment. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed, giving up on getting his gun back. All right then. They were led downstairs to where the prison cells were locked behind iron bars. Luke Bang's men led them past a row of jail cells. Wu Xuan tilted his head, observing the cells on either side. Xiao Hai started to get confused. Didn't he say we were going to rest? Why are we here? Su Yang began to feel a sense of unease and asked, Officer, how much further do we have to go? The goon leading them stopped in his tracks and turned to face them. We're here. With lightning speed, he unlocked and threw open a cell door. Before they could react, every single one of them was violently shoved inside. The cell door slammed shut and was locked, trapping them all. Shuyang shot up, fury in his eyes. What do you think you're doing? From outside the bars, the goon aimed his gun right at him, then jutted his chin out with a threat. Behave yourselves, or I'll have to put a bullet in you. Terrified, Shu Fen approached the bars. Officer, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Why are you locking us in here? The goon outside viciously kicked the bars right where she stood and cursed. Shut your mouth, you damn hag. So annoying. Xiao Hai immediately rushed to support his mother. Mom. Seeing her attacked, Dai Hai flew into a rage. You dare hit my mother, I'll kill you. Wu Xuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted a warning. Watch out. A bullet sliced through the air with incredible speed. Luckily, Wu Xuan managed to pull Dai Hai down just in time to dodge the shot. Dai Hai's body trembled from the near-death experience. Wu Xuan glanced over at the goon who had just fired. The man's face was completely blank, his gun still aimed at the two of them. Su Yang gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell are you doing? I want to see Chief Ma. One of the goons repeated the title with a mocking tone. Chief Ma? Then, they all burst into laughter. You won't be seeing Chief Ma. The only person you'll be meeting is the Grim Reaper. They left with one final command before turning to leave. Just sit tight and behave. Inside the cell, Xu Yang gripped the iron bars, screaming, You bastards, open the door. Let us out now. Suddenly, a man who had been sitting silently in the adjacent cell spoke up. Don't waste your breath. You can scream until your throat is raw, but they won't care. The man kept his head down as he continued. There is no Chief Ma. They aren't cops. Every last one of them is a violent felon. Xu Yang stared at him in shock. Who are you? How do you know they're criminals? The man, his face covered in scars, revealed his identity. My name is Yi Chenfeng. I'm a police officer. At that same moment, a pair of binoculars was aimed at Zhao Tianlei's black car parked outside the station. Luke Bang peered through the lenses, a smirk on his face. Nice car. Must be loaded with supplies. When he saw Wu Xuan and Bing Ya in the back seat, his grin widened. A sweet ride and beautiful women. Just my style. Two of his underlings approached from behind. The first one reported, Boss Ma, it's done. The The second man asked, I don't get why we're keeping them alive, especially those two restless punks. Why not just kill them and be done with it? Luke Bang lowered his binoculars and scowled at them. Idiot. This place is secure, but the food will run out eventually. When that happens, who's going to volunteer for a supply run? Of course, we need to keep some errand boys around. The first goon looked puzzled. You mean, we're staying here? The second one was also confused. We're not going to that base number 6? Right. Luke Bang began to manipulate their thinking. What's so great about that base anyway? It's full of government and military types. We'd just be living under their rules again. If someone finds out who we really are, we might end up back in a cell. How is that any different from before? A wicked smile spread across his face. Don't forget, we're the bad guys. A world without rules. That's our world. The first goon was completely brainwashed. Boss Ma is right. We got food, drinks, and women to serve us. Why would we ever want to go anywhere else? The second goon chimed in. As long as the zombies can't get in, this place is our paradise. Luke Bang strode forward with absolute confidence.
Let's go. Before the zombies get back, bring me the supplies from that car. And the beauties inside. Your boss Ma will throw a feast to celebrate. His men followed enthusiastically behind him.
Elsewhere, on the main road, the midday sun blazed down relentlessly. Sweat beaded on Zhao Tianlei's face. He bent over, panting heavily as he faced a horde of zombies, dragging those stiff bodies all this way. You guys are seriously persistent. Zhao Tianlei's fingers shot out as he began to count. 10, 20, 35. The zombies before him roared, their faces twisted with rage. He let out a sigh. You can't even call this a horde. This is a jackpot. Zhao Tianlei swung the hammer in his hand with relish. Well, since you're all so eager to offer me your heads, I suppose it would be rude of me not to accept. For some reason, the ferocious zombies, the ones staring with bloodlust, suddenly froze in place. Then, they turned tail and scrambled away in a mad panic. Zhao Tianlei was stunned by their bizarre behavior. Whoa, why are they all running away? They look terrified of something. Could it be? Am I already so powerful that even the infected flee at the sight of me? Just then, his senses screamed a warning. Something had just zipped past his back. Zhao Tianlei spun around, unleashing a vicious strike behind him, a perfect counter to a sneak attack. The creature moved with impossible speed, leaping up to dodge his attack. A monster with a grotesquely long tongue now clung to a utility pole. Zhao Tianlei narrowed his eyes. What is that thing? The Lord God's voice echoed in his mind. The Flash Eater, a second-stage evolution of the infected. It is a special mutation among the various evolutionary paths. The system began to transfer data directly into his mind. Their bodies are highly sensitive, granting them blinding speed and an incredible leaping ability. They possess no sight, but their hearing is hyper-acute. No sound can escape them, allowing them to predict an enemy's actions in an instant. The Lord God continued its analysis of the creature's anatomy. Its muscle fibers and claws are strong enough to punch a massive hole through a fortified wall. The system highlighted another terrifying feature, but its deadliest weapon is its tongue. It's flexible enough to pierce through solid rock, and its constricting force is immense. Once it wraps around you, the chance of escape is virtually zero. The Lord God's voice rang in Zhao Tianlei's ears. The creature also possesses high-speed regeneration. Any wound that isn't instantly fatal will heal in a very short amount of time. In short, this is an incredibly dangerous evolved species. Its combat power is equivalent to 100 ordinary infected. With that, the system concluded. Analysis complete. Hearing the system sign off, Zhao Tianlei yelled in his mind, Hey, get back here. With stats like that, this thing is basically invincible. Doesn't it have any weaknesses? The Lord God replied calmly, like any other infected, its weakness is its head. Zhao Tianlei fumed. I don't need you to tell me the obvious. Give me a combat strategy, now. The system simply asked him a question in return. To achieve anything, you must rely on your own power. I have given you wings. Must this system also teach you how to fly? After leaving him with that thought, it went silent. As the Flash Eater charged toward him, Zhao Tianlei declared, If there was a review app for systems, I'd give you 1 star and get you fired. The words had barely left his mouth when he dodged back, narrowly avoiding the Flash Eater's lunge. But the monster was relentless, becoming a blur as it moved through the space with blinding speed. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth. What is this unnatural movement? It's too fast, like a humanoid snake. He timed a perfect strike, slashing straight through the monster's afterimage. But a glance over his shoulder revealed the horrifying truth. The real Flash Eater was behind him, its long tongue already shooting forward. Zhao Tianlei's reflexes kicked in as he bent backwards, dodging the lethal tongue by a hair's breadth. As he straightened up, he scanned behind him, trying to track the monster's next move. But it was too fast. Its tongue, slick with a milky fluid, coil around his entire body. The sheer force of the constriction ripped the axe from his grasp. Hoisted high into the air, Zhao Tianlei was completely trapped by the creature's tongue. He grimaced, struggling against its powerful grip as the flash eater began reeling him in, pulling him directly towards its waiting maw. He clenched his jaw, his mind racing. The system said its weakness is the same as any other infected, the head. Zhao Tianlei made his decision. If I can't break free, he roared, driving his knee into the flash eater's face. Then I'll just have to fight back. The impact sent the monster staggering, its tongue loosening its grip and dropping him. He landed on one knee, a smirk playing on his lips. That was a little too close. Good thing I've got long legs. But suddenly, the monster's expression changed. It seemed to sense something, its mouth gaping open in terror. As if compelled by an unseen force, it spun around and fled. Zhao Tianlei watched its retreating form with growing alarm. Damn it. That's the direction of the police station. If that monster reaches them, they'll all be in danger. At that very moment, inside the police station, Shuyang's group was locked in a dark holding cell. Shen Feng turned to them, ready to reveal the grim truth. The man you know as Chief Ma. His real name is Ma Li Peng. He's the leader of a notorious crime syndicate. And those men pretending to be cops. They're all his thugs. They ran this city ragged, brawling, stealing. There was no crime they wouldn't commit. My team and I spent a long time bringing them to justice. He continued, when the outbreak started, most of our colleagues were outside providing aid, but they were overwhelmed quickly. The few of us left received orders to evacuate immediately. Even though they were criminals, they deserved to be judged by the law, so we decided to take them with us. But who could have known? The second we opened their cell, they ambushed us. Shen Feng's face twisted with hatred. We let our guard down. They stole our guns. And 2 of my comrades died because of my mistake. Wu Xuan finally spoke up. I knew something was off about them. They were radiating pure, killing intent. There was no way they were real cops. Dahai shot him a look. Seriously, why didn't you say something sooner? Wu Xuan turned to Su Yang. I tried to give you the signal, man, but you weren't even looking. Xu Yang blinked in surprise. You did? Wu Xuan then raised a critical question. If they killed your partners, why did they keep you alive? Aren't they worried you'll just cause trouble? Shen Feng closed his eyes as he explained. Ma Li Peng might be a thug, but he's a cautious one. They don't know the layout of this place, and many areas require fingerprint or retinal scans to access. That's the only reason I'm still alive. He then revealed the full extent of their horrifying plan. All this time, they've been wearing our uniforms, posing as police, luring in survivor groups who are looking for help, and then locking them up. The men are forced into hard labor. As for the women, Shen Feng's fists slammed into the concrete floor. Damn it all. I regret not putting a bullet in every single one of them when I had the chance. Suddenly, a firm voice cut through the despair. Those bastards. They're truly rotten to the core. It was Su Yang, his expression dead serious. But they made a mistake when they ran into us. Don't you worry. We may have been careless and walked into their trap, but our leader is still out there. And trust me, he's no ordinary guy. He will definitely get us out of here. Shen Feng was still skeptical. Really? Su Yang rolled up his sleeves with a confident grin. Absolutely. When this is over, we'll tie them all up in a neat row, so you can serve them your own brand of justice. Suddenly, Xiao Hai's panicked voice cried out, Mom, what's wrong? Are you in a lot of pain? Xu Fen's face was pale as she clutched her stomach, leaning weakly against the wall. My stomach, it hurts so much. I think something ruptured inside. Xu Yang rushed over to her side. Auntie Zhang, I have some medical knowledge. Let me take a look. She struggled to look up at him, her voice faint. I'm afraid. It's too late for me. It doesn't matter if I die. But I'm begging you. You have to get my 2 boys out of this place safely. Dahai began to tremble, shouting, Mom, what are you saying? Don't talk like that. Xu Fen turned her weary gaze to her son. I'm not, my dear. You 2 are your fathers and my entire world. I hoped I could watch you grow up and get married, but it seems I won't be able to stay by your side anymore. Tears streamed down her face. From now on, you must be strong. Listen to your father. You can't be reckless like you were before. Do you understand? Dahai and Xiao Hai were both sobbing, desperately calling out to her. Mom. Wu Xuan could only bow his head, at a loss for words. Xu Yang frowned, silent for a moment. But then, he let out a breath and made an announcement. Auntie, you're going to be okay. It's not serious. It's just a bad side stitch from being jolted around. Move a little and it'll pass. Hearing that, the spirit instantly returned to the family. Dahai let out an exasperated sigh. Geez, Mom, what was all that about? It's just a scratch. Stop acting like you're at death's door. You'll give someone a heart attack. Xiao Hai immediately backed his brother up. We totally should have recorded that for Dad to see. Shufeng could only fume as she scolded them. I'm not faking it. This really hurts. And when we get out, don't you dare tell Dad. Suddenly, from behind them, a voice uttered 2 words. We're doomed. Hook Duong jumped, whipping his head around. What's wrong with you? You scared the life out of me. Wu Xuan's eyes shot wide as a horrible realization hit him. Ma, look, bang. He knows our car is still outside. He's definitely going to try and steal it. Wu Hin and Bing Nan are still in that car. Instantly, Hook Duong ripped off his shirt. You're right. We have to get out of here now. Wu Xuan stared, baffled. Why are you taking your shirt off? Hook Duong replied with a dead serious face. I saw it in a movie. You get clothes wet, then use an iron bar as a lever to bend the gates. So, how do we get this wet? Does anyone need to pee? Wu Xuan was at a complete loss for words. Stop joking around. You think you're Jackie Chan? Dai Hai stepped forward and pushed Hook Duong aside. Move, and put your shirt back on. That's disgusting. Hook Duong raised an eyebrow at him. And what do you plan on doing, kid? Xiao Hai smugly crossed his arms and announced, if you guys want to get out, you better be a little more respectful. The only one here who knows how to open this cell is my brother. Hook Duong was skeptical, pointing a finger at the kid. You're telling me to rely on this little punk. Feeling disrespected, Dai Hai glared right back at him. You got a problem? He held his hand out to Hook Duong and Wu Xuan. Either of you have anything sharp, like a pin? The two of them glanced at each other before shaking their heads. In the opposite cell, Than Fong had heard his question. He pulled something from his pocket, then tossed it over for Dai Hai to catch. Will this work? The kid looked down and saw that Than Fong had thrown him a police badge. Dai Hai stared at it for a second, then said, Time to get to work. He snapped the metal pin from the back of the badge and straightened it into a line. Next, Dai Hai slid the metal pin into the keyhole and began to patiently pick the lock. The dark, quiet basement was filled with only the faint, rhythmic clicking of metal on metal. Reaching through the bars, Dai Hai expertly used Than Fong's pin, his focus absolute. Hook Duong asked in surprise, You actually have a skill like this? Xiao Hai puffed out his chest and began to brag. My brother's a total pro. Give him one bobby pin, and he can get in and out of any office in the whole school. Anyone who gets their stuff confiscated comes to him to steal it back. Shufeng, standing nearby, turned pale with anger. You delinquent. Instead of learning something useful, you learn to steal things? I'm telling your father later. Hook Duong leaned in for a closer look. Are you sure you can handle this? This is a prison lock, not your teacher's desk drawer. Dai Hai shot him a sideways glance. Quiet. An unknown amount of time passed, until finally, the cell door let out a loud click and swung open. Dai Hai put his hands on his hips with a smug snort. I told you not to underestimate me. My title as the Phantom Thief of Yuzhou Hai isn't just for show. At this point, even Hook Duong had to smile and praise him. Not bad, kid. In the other cell, Than Fong looked relieved that the door was open. Hook Duong rushed over to him. Officer Yi, we're here to rescue you. Then Fong gave them directions. In the supervisor's room over there, there's a spare set of prison keys in a drawer. Wu Xuan followed his instructions, opened the wooden drawer, and immediately found the key ring. Then Fong's cell door was opened, and he was finally free. Hook Duong suggested, Officer Yi, you should come with us. But Than Fong just smiled and refused. You guys go ahead. There are still many other survivors locked up in here. I have to stay and free them. Hearing that, Hook Duong changed his mind. Then we'll help you. Then Fong looked at them, his face filled with gratitude. Brother, thank you. After that, they all worked together. Then Fong was in charge of unlocking the cells, while Hook Duong and the others guided the freed survivors. Everyone quickly began to flee the area. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. Wu Xuan? Wu Xuan? Is that you? He walked toward the cell the voice came from, asking uncertainly, Li Chuan. The man inside answered immediately. Yi Chuan. Wu Xuan, it really is you. Please, help me. They've put me through hell. Then Fong asked, You two know each other? Hook Duong frowned and replied, Yeah, he's a piece of scum. Wu Xuan looked suspiciously at Yi Chuan inside the cell. Why are you here? The man started crying as he told his story. Our car hit some spikes. We barely made it here, only to run into those fake cops. Yi Chuan continued. They treated me like a slave, forcing me to do hard labor every day. And Shuyang was. He reached his hands out excitedly. I'm so glad I found you. Quick, let us out of here before those bastards find out. Hook Duong just scoffed at him. Well, looks like karma's real after all. What goes around comes around. We were kind enough to take you in, and you repaid that kindness with betrayal. You locked us outside when the zombies attacked, and now you have the nerve to beg us for help? Where do you get that kind of confidence? Yi Chuan put on a remorseful face and pleaded. I know I was wrong. Just save me one more time. I promise I'll change my ways. I'll be your workhorse. I'll do anything you say. Huck Duong wasn't fooled for a second and just sneered. You think we're stupid? Even the dumbest farmer knows not to let the same venomous snake bite him twice. Seeing that he couldn't trick them, Yi Chuan's attitude flipped. He pointed at them threateningly. Wu Xuan, don't you forget, you're a bodyguard. Your duty is to protect your client. To just abandon me here and run for your life. Where's your professionalism? Where's your work ethic? Huck Duong gave him a look that saw right through everything. What's this? The pity act didn't work, so now you're trying to guilt trip. Wu Xuan lowered his head. You're not wrong. As a bodyguard, I do have a responsibility to my client. Huck Duong, standing beside him, asked worriedly, You're not actually going soft on him, are you? But Wu Xuan's next words left Yi Chuan completely stunned. Like I told you before, our client relationship has long since been terminated. Your life is not my problem. He then held up the keyring in his hand. Here are the keys. Whether you live or die now is up to you. Wu Xuan then tossed the keyring straight into the toilet inside Yi Chuan's cell and decisively turned to leave. Let's go. Yi Chuan could only grip the bars in front of him, screaming Wu Xuan's name in helpless fury. His enraged curses echoed through the prison. You bastard. You just wait. A finger pressed the button, but the system announced. Elevator locked. Fingerprint invalid. Then Fong frowned, looking ahead. Damn it. They've locked the elevator from upstairs. Huck Duong asked, confused, what's that mean? Then Fong explained to everyone, this elevator is the only way in or out, and it's computer controlled. Now that they've locked it from their end, only someone up there can start it. We can't operate it from down here. Huck Duong's eyes widened with worry. So we can't get up? Dai Hai noticed him glancing over and scowled. Don't look at me. A high-tech lock like this is way out of my league. Then Fong tilted his head and said, there is one other way. We wait here for them to come down. He was already calculating their next move. If they captured your friends, they'll definitely bring them here to be locked up. When that happens, we can ambush them. As long as we can neutralize their guns, we can seize the upper hand. Wu Xuan thought for a moment, then agreed. I suppose that's our only option. At that same moment, in the car parked outside, Wu Hin's heart was burning with anxiety. Why aren't Duong and the others back yet? Zhao Tianlei was just as anxious. How could they be gone this long? What if something happened? Bing Nan tried to comfort her. Don't worry. I believe they'll be okay. Jiang He, in the driver's seat, looked out the window and said, someone's coming out. Ma Luke Bang pressed his face close to the car window, trying to look inside. Are you ladies friends of Li Huck Duong? He put on a kind and caring act. We're the police here. We have the situation under control. You must have had a rough time on the road. You're safe now. Please, come inside with us. Hearing this, Jiang Ha's face lit up. Officers. That's great news. We finally feel safe now that you're here. The man hit the unlock button. All right, miss, let's get out. But Bong Nan shot her hand out, stopping Jiang Ha. Uncle Li, wait, don't unlock it yet. She looked up, her gaze locking dead on with Luke Bong. Officer. Bong Nan asked a question that made him freeze. Where are our friends? Why haven't they come out? Unfooled by their act, she insisted. Tell them to come out here first. Luke Bong's eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe how cautious she was. He forced a smile, trying to reassure her. Don't worry, they're safe inside the station. But zombies could show up at any second. You should hurry and get out of the car with us. Sitting up front, a clueless Jiang Ha pleaded with her. Miss Tring, let's just do what the officers say. We shouldn't be waiting out here. But Bong Nan refused to budge, her eyes filled with suspicion. By now, the first thug was out of patience. Boss, why are we wasting our breath on them? Let's just drag him out. The second one grew restless too. This one's a real looker. I can't wait anymore. Luke Bong lowered his head. You were offered the easy way, but you chose the hard way. His entire demeanor shifted instantly. A twisted grin spread across his face as he barked an order. Smash the windows. Drag him out. His men laughed, ready for the fun. Yes, sir. Bong Nan stared, her eyes wide with shock at their complete 180. Outside, one of the thugs raised a pistol butt and slammed it against the glass. Wu Hin screamed in terror. What are you doing? Bong Nan told her plainly. They aren't cops. The words had barely left her lips when the glass shattered, spraying shards everywhere. A thug shoved his head inside, grabbing Bong Nan by her hair and arm. Get out here, you witch. The painful grip on her body made her scream out loud. Jiang Ha, in the front seat, could only look back in horror. Wu Hin was on the verge of tears, shouting, Sister Bong Nan. The thug's face was a mask of twisted excitement as he pulled her from the car, but in a flash, several pink tendrils appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around him. Luke Bong and his other men froze, watching in horror as the pink thing dragged their comrade away. Behind them now stood a flicker, chomping down on the thug's lifeless body. Luke Bong stared, his mind reeling. What the hell is that thing? He pointed. yelling at his remaining men. Shoot it. Open fire now. The gunshots drew the flicker's attention. Its eyes snapped toward them. It tossed the corpse aside and launched itself into the air. The monster's mouth opened in a deafening roar, landing just a short distance from the fake cops. Then, the flicker swung its arm and charged forward, beginning its assault. One of the thugs fell right next to Lukbang. Without pausing, the creature shot out its long, grotesque tongue. The tongue shot straight for Lukbang, but he reacted instantly, grabbing his subordinate and pulling him in front as a human shield. The flicker snatched the man away. It opened its jaws wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs, ready to devour him whole. Another thug looked over and went pale at the horrific sight. Boss. B-boss. Look. In the distance, a massive swarm of silhouettes was shuffling toward them. As they got closer, their frenzied, savage faces became clear. It was a horde of zombies. Lukbang's face filled with terror. He turned and yelled to the others, "Run! Everybody run!" At the flicker, the zombies swarmed, attacking it as well. They climbed all over its body, biting down and refusing to let go. Back at the black car, a mob of the undead had now surrounded them. Jiang Ha scrambled back in his seat, trying to avoid the heads and hands reaching inside. "Get away! Don't come in here." In the back, Bung Nan and Wu Hin used pillows to block the broken window. Wu Hin screamed with her eyes shut tight. "Help me! Dung, where are you?" Suddenly, a zombie clinging to the flicker was sent flying. The other zombies seemed to sense the danger and scattered in panic. The flicker threw its head back and let out a world-shaking roar. But while it was lost in its rage, an axe blade flew from out of nowhere, embedding itself deep in the creature's shoulder. Zhao Tianlei stood tall, watching the flicker collapse. His face was blank as he muttered, "So damn noisy." The zombies still swarming the black car froze in place, witnessing the giant beast's defeat. Zhao Tianlei bent down, picking up a gun from the ground. He raised the barrel and fired relentlessly into the zombie mob, sending them fleeing for their lives. After chasing them off, he raised the smoking gun to the sky. He then walked calmly toward the flicker's corpse. Zhao Tianlei picked up a yellow crystal from its remains. The Master God's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a level 2 crystal. It can be exchanged for 20 experience points, an additional 2 attribute points, or to activate the level 2 supply exchange. Please make your selection." He examined the item in his hand and replied to the system. "This crystal wasn't easy to get. Why would I use it so carelessly? I'll save it for now. I'll decide what to do with it later." Inside the car, Bung Nian saw that the zombies were gone and cautiously looked out. Then, she burst out of the car, moving at incredible speed. A voice called out, catching Zhao Tianlei's attention. "Zhao Tianlei." Before he could even react, Bung Nan ran and threw her arms around him. "Zhao Tianlei," she asked anxiously, "are you okay?" Zhao Tianlei looked at her, a bit dazed. "I'm fine. Just got some of their saliva on me. It's all sticky and disgusting." Hearing his reply, she lowered her head, closed her eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, Bung Nan looked up, her face stained with tears, and lightly punched his shoulder. She scolded him, "Triu Zhao Tianlei, you idiot. Where the hell did you go? You took so long to come back. Do you have any idea how scared I was?" Zhao Tianlei wondered to himself, where did this fierce attitude come from? What happened to the high and mighty CEO? Suddenly, the sound of an argument from the car drew their attention. "Uncle Li, you can't go in there. Stop pulling me." Jiang Ha struggled against Wu Hin's grip. The zombies all ran into the police station. Thuk Fan, Dai Hai, and Tio Hai are still in there. I have to save them. Zhao Tianlei walked over and asked him bluntly, "And what good will you be in there? If you want your sons to come out and find their father gone, then go right ahead." Jiang Ha looked up, speechless, not knowing how to answer. Zhao Tianlei's expression turned serious as he gave his orders. "All of you, get in the car and wait. Lock the doors. I'll go get them out." Standing behind him, Bung Nan watched his back and called out worriedly, "Be careful." Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed, a murderous aura radiating from him as he stepped into the police station. At that exact moment, deep below in the dark detention center, Hook Doong's group was gathered in front of the elevator, waiting. The elevator indicator light on the wall glowed red. Thun Fong tensed up, alerting the others. "It's here." His friends immediately tightened their grips on their makeshift weapons, iron pipes, clubs, and ropes. Thun Fong stood guard on the left of the elevator doors, while Wu Haiyan and Hook Doong were on the right. Wu Haiyan raised his club, his eyes laser-focused ahead. Finally, the elevator doors slid open just a crack. Wu Haiyan took the lead, yelling the signal to the others behind him. "Now!" But as the doors opened completely, there were no people inside. Instead, a horde of zombies poured out. Thun Fong's eyes went wide with disbelief. "Zombies!" He immediately spun around and screamed, "Run!" Hook Doong began fighting off the zombies, trying to buy time for the others to escape. Fan Fong and Wu Haiyan also held the line. He glanced over his shoulder, shouting instructions. Get into the prison cells. The ordinary civilians scrambled into the cells, screaming in panic. Close the gate. Hurry, close the gate. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a deafening clang. The zombies trapped outside clawed desperately through the bars. Inside, the survivors could only stare blankly, mouths agape, still reeling from the horror they had just escaped. On the other side, a hand gripped the iron bars, yanking with all its might. It's locked. Another hand joined in, desperately trying to force it open. Still locked. Why is everything locked? Outside the cell door, their mother, Shufan, stood guard. Weren't those fake cops supposed to be upstairs? How did a zombie get down here? Xiaohai was already nagging his older brother. Come on, hurry it up. Ugh, you're taking forever just to open one door. Where's that gaming speed you always brag about? Dahai, struggling with the lock, snapped back irritably. Will you just shut up? You're so damn annoying. If you talk so much, why don't you open it yourself? After what felt like an eternity, the lock in Dahai's hands finally clicked open. I got it. Shufan quickly pushed her two sons inside, sighing. Get inside, now. I only said a few words. What's with the attitude? Annoying? If I found things annoying, how would I have raised you two until now? Let's see if you dare call your future wives annoying when you have kids. Dahai scowled, looking back at his mother. Isn't one mom enough for me? I don't need to marry another one. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer horror at the sight behind her. Out of nowhere, a zombie was charging right at Shufan's back. Dahai let out a desperate, terrified scream. Mom! Hearing her son's piercing shriek, she turned around, confused. In that split second, the zombie lunged, sinking its teeth deep into her shoulder. Xiaohai's eyes widened in shock. Dahai shot a look at his brother and ordered him. Xiaohai, find something to hit its head with. But while they were scrambling, the cell doors slammed shut. Tears streamed down Shufan's face as she gave them her final words. Dahai, take good care of your brother. All Dahai and Xiaohai could do was watch her get dragged away. Powerless, they gripped the iron bars and screamed. No, Mom. Their helpless cries echoed throughout the entire prison. Mom. Trembling, the two brothers collapsed to the floor. In another cell, Wu Xuan's group had just managed to lock themselves in safely. Dahai and Xiaohai were completely broken, kneeling on the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. Mom. Nearby, the trio of Shuyang, Wu Xuan, and Shenfeng could only watch in silence, sharing their grief. Meanwhile, in cell number 8, the toilet bowl was filled with a disgusting yellow liquid. A guy named Yichuan, his face pale, trembled as he stared into it. Leaning over, he plunged his hand inside, searching for something while cursing under his breath. Wu Xuan, you better pray I never see you again. Or I swear I'll make you pay. He covered his mouth and nose, fighting back the urge to vomit. Finally, Yichuan's fingers closed around a set of keys. He pulled them out with his filthy hand. Gritting his teeth, he declared, You all just wait. Yichuan shot up and rushed over to Zhuyan, urging her, Let's go. Get up. Shuyang didn't respond, lost in a daze for a moment. Enraged, Yichuan grabbed her by the arm. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Let's move. Suddenly, Suiyan yanked her arm away from him in defiance. Yichuan's teeth clenched in pure fury as he berated her. What's your problem now? Fine, if you don't want to go, then don't. You think I actually want to bring you along? He spoke the next words with pure malice. You're already dirty anyway. Hearing this, Shuyan seethed with rage as tears streamed down her face. Yichuan crossed his arms, scoffing coldly, trying to look superior. Just wait till I get to the base and meet my old man. I can have any woman I want. Damaged goods like you aren't even worthy of shining my shoes. And when that time comes, that Zhao Tianlei and Wu Xuan, I'll make them both kneel at my feet and beg for their lives. With that, he turned and walked to the door, quickly unlocking it to leave. Before leaving, he couldn't resist one last jab at Shuyang. You can just stay here and wait to die. The door opened, and Yichuan eagerly rushed out. At that exact moment, a group of people sprinted past, screaming in terror. Run! The zombies are right behind us. Hearing this, Yichuan panicked and shrieked. What? Right behind the fleeing crowd, a massive horde of zombies charged forward. Terrified, Yichuan scrambled back into the room. Holy crap! Fearing the vicious horde, he quickly tried to pull the cell door shut. But just as he got it halfway, a hand stopped him. Somehow, Suiyan had gotten close and was now preventing him from closing the door. Yichuan's tension peaked as he whipped his head around to face her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The zombies are here. Get out of the way so I can shut the door. Tears of pure resentment streamed down Suiyan's face as she screamed at the vile man. Li Yichuan, you bastard. To save your own skin, you served me up to those disgusting animals. If you hadn't pissed off Zhao Tianlei and tried to steal his car, none of this would have happened. You're the one who ruined me and made me like this." As she spoke, she pushed back against the door with all her strength. Yichuan exploded in anger, trying to shove her away. "What's the point of spouting all this nonsense? Move." Shuyang just screamed back, enraged. "I won't move. I have no reason to live anymore. I'm going to drag you down to hell with me." Yichuan's patience snapped. He violently shoved her away. He then kicked Shuyang hard, making her cry out in pain. "You bitch, get the hell away from me. If you want to die, die alone. Don't you dare drag me down with you." After dealing with that nuisance, Yichuan quickly turned his attention back to the still open door. Crazy woman. But a zombie had already lunged toward him, its mouth wide open to attack. The sudden appearance left Yichuan frozen in absolute terror, unable to react. The zombie tackled him with incredible force. It easily pinned the helpless Yichuan beneath its claws. Even in this dire situation, he couldn't help but act high and mighty. "You filthy zombie, get off me, I am." Before he could finish, the zombie's grimy hand clamped down on his head, crushing it painfully. It panted, eager to devour the meal before it. Yichuan's attitude changed in an instant as he begged desperately. "Spare me, I don't want to die." The room echoed with his agonizing, broken screams. "No, please, no." In the dark cell block, the hallways were eerily empty. A horde of vicious zombies clawed at the outside of the prison cells. Wushuan and Shuyang frantically used whatever they could find to fight them off. Dahai quickly shielded his younger brother. Xiaohai trembled, terrified by the savage creatures. "Big brother, are we going to die? I'm so scared." More and more zombies swarmed toward them, their roars echoing through the cells. The sharp clang of metal rang out as they desperately fought back. Shuyang gritted his teeth, pushing on, but he was reaching his limit. He quickly turned to Wushuan. "It's no use. We can't hold them off anymore." Then suddenly, out of nowhere, a series of gunshots rang out, taking down the zombies swarming their cell. A hail of precise gunfire mowed down the zombies. Wushuan and Shuyang could only stare in stunned disbelief. It was Zhao Tianlei, unleashing a storm of lead from his rifle on the filthy horde. Wushuan's face lit up with relief. "It's Brother Lei." Shuyang shouted with excitement, "Brother Lei is here to save us." After clearing a path, Tianlei approached them. "You guys all right?" Shuyang quickly replied with a huge grin. "We're good." Tianlei then tossed them some weapons. "If you're good, then get out here and help me finish them." With a weapon in hand, Shuyang's confidence soared as he happily replied, "Got it." He passed one of the guns to the person next to him. "You take the gun. I'm better with a knife." Shenfeng understood and took the gun from him. Without another word, Shuyang charged forward to take care of the remaining zombies. With Shenfeng providing cover fire, Wushuan followed right behind, unleashing a hail of bullets. Tianlei joined the fray, continuing to pick them off one by one with expert precision. After a while, his rifle finally ran out of ammo. Just then, a zombie lunged at him from the side. Calmly, he pulled a handgun from his hip. Tianlei fired point blank at the zombie, taking it down instantly. A moment later, Shenfeng suddenly shouted a warning. "Tianlei, move." He fired at another zombie that was trying to ambush Tianlei. A perfect shot. The creature dropped to the ground, dead. Zhao Tianlei stared at the zombie he just dropped, sweat dripping down his face, his expression a mask of pure shock. He glanced over at Shenfeng, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shenfeng just smirked back, "Don't mention it." After the battle ended, more than a few had fallen. But as the gunfire faded, cheers of relief erupted from the survivors. "It's safe now. Everyone, come on out." Zhao Tianlei happily shook Shenfeng's hand and said, "Brother, that's some incredible shooting. If it wasn't for you just now, I'd definitely be torn to shreds." The man replied coolly, "You're too kind." Just then, Shuyang walked over, buzzing with excitement. "Let me introduce you. This is our leader. Zhao Tianlei, this is Officer Ye Shenfeng. See, I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Is he a total badass, or what?" The comment caught Shenfeng off guard. He looked at the man and replied, "Badass." His moves against the zombies were like something out of a movie. But Zhao Tianlei had a question. "Hey, why haven't I seen Zhang anywhere?" Hearing his name, Dahai and Xiaohai lowered their heads in sorrow, unable to answer. Seeing their reaction, Zhao Tianlei understood everything. He walked over, placed a hand on their shoulders, and said, "All right, your dad is still waiting outside. Let's go." But suddenly, the emergency light flared to life, startling him. A second later, Li Bang appeared, a gun aimed right at them, and roared, "Nobody move. Anyone who does gets turned into Swiss cheese." Shenfeng's face twisted with pure rage as he screamed, "Li Bang, you're actually still alive." The man just sneered, smugly declaring that of course he was still alive. "Even if every single one of you dies today, I'll still be standing. And you, Yi, you're one lucky bastard. You actually survived that zombie horde. But today, You will never walk out of this police station. Shen Feng immediately drew his sniper rifle. I'm going to kill you and avenge my fallen comrades. But Li Bang was prepared, revealing a massive crate of explosives. With the detonator in his hand, he challenged them. Come and get me. Seeing the explosives, everyone screamed in terror. It's a bomb. With a face full of hatred, Li Bang cursed them. You worthless scum. I could have been living like a king in this place, but you ruined everything. I should have killed all of you right from the start, but it's not too late. I'll send you on your way soon enough. Once you're all dead, I'll take this police uniform to the base and live large. Plus, I'll have those two beauties outside serving me. Not a bad trade. Hearing his words, Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang burned with fury. Pushed to the edge, Dahai made his move, charging at Li Bang, screaming, You bastard! You killed my mother. I'll take you down with me. In a desperate lunge, he tackled the man to the ground. A second later, Dahai glanced back at Zhao Tianlei. You always looked down on me, didn't you? Today, I'm going to show you what a real hero looks like. Li Bang landed a heavy punch. Get off me! But Dahai wouldn't let go, sinking his teeth into the man's hand. At the same time, Dahai yelled at Zhao Tianlei, Get my brother out of here. Hurry up. If you don't, we're all going to die here. Meanwhile, Li Bang threatened him through gritted teeth. Damn you. I'm going to cripple you. But Dahai just kept urging Zhao Tianlei to go. Wu Xuan held back a struggling Xiao Hai, who was crying and screaming for his brother. Zhao Tianlei grabbed the boy and yelled, Let's move. Following his lead, everyone ran, leaving Dahai to hold the man down as Li Bang cursed him. You rotten kid, you got a death wish. In an instant, they were all safely outside. Just then, Xiao Hai grabbed Zhao Tianlei's hand, begging and crying, Brother Zhao Tianlei, please, you have to save my brother. My mom is already gone. I can't lose my brother too. Zhao Tianlei looked conflicted, not knowing what to say. But his expression hardened. He made his choice. Shuyang, Wu Xuan, you two watch them. I'm going back to get the kid. They nodded in response. Lei Ji, be careful. Back inside, Li Bang was beating Dahai, who was completely unable to fight back. He pointed the gun at his head. You ruined my perfect plan. I'll send you on your way first. But Dahai showed no fear. In fact, he started laughing. In the next second, Dahai held up the explosives detonator, making Li Bang's face go pale. How? Dahai just looked up and said, Mom, your son has avenged you. And with that, he pressed the button. Just then, Zhao Tianlei burst through the door, screaming, Kid. And then, the peaceful building erupted in a massive explosion that shook everyone to their core. Xiao Hai wailed, Brother. At that moment, Bing Yan showed up, her face a mask of confusion. Jiang He, who was standing nearby, was also stunned. What happened? But when he saw his son, he froze in shock. As soon as Xiao Hai saw his dad, he ran to him, sobbing out the story. Dad, Mom's gone. And my brother. He's gone too. The news was so sudden, Jiang. He still couldn't believe it. What are you saying? Bing Yan then ran to Shuyang, asking frantically, Where is Zhao Tianlei? He couldn't explain. He couldn't even form a coherent sentence. He's overwhelmed with anxiety. Bing Yan desperately searched for him everywhere. When she couldn't find him, she rushed back inside the wreckage. As she ran, Bing Yan screamed, Zhao Tianlei, where are you? Answer me. But no one answered. Ahead of her was nothing but rubble from the explosion. After running for a moment, Bing Yan saw Li Bang's body. At that point, she completely lost hope. Bing Yan collapsed, crying and calling his name in a daze. Then she let out a piercing scream. Zhao Tianlei. Bing Yan began digging through the rubble with her bare hands, searching for him, repeating his name over and over. Zhao Tianlei, get out here. Wu Xuan stood beside her, trying to stop her. Bing Yan, please don't be like this. It's possible that Zhao Tianlei has. Before she could finish, Bing Yan cut her off. No way. I don't believe it. He promised he would protect us. He wouldn't go back on his word like that. It wasn't just her. The others started searching too. Just then, Su Yang told everyone, Lei Ji is no ordinary person. He's a god of war. How could he die like this? Wu Xuan immediately agreed. That's right. He has to be alive. Everyone worked together, moving bricks and calling out, Leiga, where are you? A moment later, the elevator door suddenly creaked open, followed by the sound of coughing. Instantly, everyone saw Zhao Tianlei trying to drag Dahai out. Finally, from sheer exhaustion, he collapsed onto the floor. At that moment, joy erupted like a tidal wave. Shuyang ran over, shouting, I told you so. Lei Ji is like the Monkey King himself. He's got insane luck. The others gathered around him, helping him up. Lei Ji, are you okay? Zhao Tianlei replied, I'm fine. Meanwhile, Jiang. He hugged his son, sobbing his heart out. You stupid kid. You scared me to death. Dahai just held up one finger and replied, It was nothing. It was all part of my plan. Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei scolded him. Can you go 1 second without boasting? If I hadn't pulled you into the elevator, your soul would have scattered to the winds by now. He stopped mid-sentence when he saw Bing Yan. Zhao Tianlei, you bastard. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? I thought I'd never see you again. From now on, you're not allowed to take risks like that. If you do, I'll never forgive you. You hear me? After saying that, she rushed forward and hugged Zhao Tianlei tightly, and then he felt a wave of happiness and smiled. Afterward, Jiang, his family drove the group all the way to the gate. Before getting in the car, Xiao Hai said his thanks. I really don't know how to thank all you heroes. So Zhao Tianlei replied, no thanks are needed. In the current situation, there are many people taking advantage of the chaos to harm others. Compared to zombies, they're even more terrifying. You all should be more careful from now on. Always have an escape plan. The young man said cheerfully, you don't need to worry about us. This place has plenty of supplies and the defenses are very strong. It's totally possible to live here for a long time. Jiang, he continued, son, we've already discussed it and we feel it's better to stay here. He lowered his eyes sadly. My wife is gone. Base number 6 may be where everyone wants to go, but no one can predict what will happen on the way there. I can't let my son face that danger again. So I've decided to stay here with everyone and wait for rescue. I know what I'm doing is very selfish and cowardly, but I hope you can understand this old father's heart. Zhao Tianlei agreed. I respect your decision. Just get to the base, and we promise we'll send the military to save everyone. Hearing this, his face lit up. Thank you. A moment later, then Fong had finished packing and said his goodbyes to Jiang Ha's family. I'm taking some of the lighter weapons. They're easy to use, and I'm leaving the rest in storage, so everyone has something for self-defense if needed. Tu Ha asked in surprise, Officer Diep, you're not staying with us? He answered bluntly, I wish I could stay here, but the police department has critical documents that can't fall into the wrong hands. I have to deliver them to my superior officer. Besides, I'm a cop. Right now, my country needs me, and I'm required to report for duty at the base. But Zhao Tianlei reassured Then Fong, don't worry about it. Dai Hai and Tu Hai are all grown up. Those two are brave. They can handle the responsibility of protecting everyone. After the goodbyes were over, he gave the order, all right, time to move out. Jiang Ha also reminded him to be safe on the road. But then, Dai Hai suddenly blurted out, hey, But when the main character turned to ask what was up, he chickened out. It's nothing. Zhao Tianlei seemed to understand what Dai Hai wanted to say and just gave him a satisfied smile. At last, they got in the car and pulled away. In the next second, Dai Hai started chasing after them, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, you guys better make it back alive. Zhao Tianlei, I'm still waiting for you to teach me how to kill zombies. Through the window, the main character threw out a fist, a silent agreement. As the car drove on, they decided to celebrate their recent win with a drink. Dong Than raised his glass and said, cheers. Zhao Tianlei, speaking for everyone, said to Than Fong, first, a toast to our team for making it through another tough spot. Our fighting power grows by the day. And second, a warm welcome to Officer Diep. He replied, you can just call me Than Fong. And while our destination is base number 6, I have to return to my own organization once we arrive. So, to be honest, I can't really be considered a member of your squad, but I'm happy to call you all my friends. Zhao Tianlei agreed with him. All right, a temporary alliance it is. At least until we get to base number 6, we're all on the same team, right? Now, on to the second issue. The number of fighters in our squad is growing, and we're going to keep running into massive zombie hordes. We can't keep fighting like we used to, with every man for himself. Not only does that divide our strength, but it could also lead to unnecessary injuries. So, from now on, we need to create a coordinated battle plan that plays to everyone's strengths. Hearing this, Huck Duong eagerly asked, Loy bro, if you have an idea, just spit it out. We'll follow your lead. Without hesitating, he said, my idea is this. Then Fong's marksmanship is excellent, making him perfect for cover and suppressive fire. Wu Xuan's specialty is sniping, and her accuracy is incredibly high, so she'll be in charge of long-range attacks. I've never used a gun, and sniping isn't my strong suit. I'll take charge of close-quarters combat. Any objections? Just then Fong spoke up. That arrangement is solid, covering all our bases, but I have one suggestion. These two ladies should start learning how to shoot, starting today. After all, anyone could end up facing a zombie alone. For people without brute strength, a gun is the best weapon for survival. Bang Nang heard this and replied awkwardly, but we've never even touched a gun. Vu Hin felt the same way. There are so many guns here, I'm getting dizzy just looking at them. Which one is even right for me? Then Fong quickly explained to them. Let me give you a little introduction. This is the M99 rifle. It's 1,480 millimeters long, weighs 12 kilograms, and has a firing range of 1,500 meters. Its advantage is its solid material and incredible firing range. It can even take on the role of a long-range sniper rifle. This gun has the highest damage among sniper rifles. Clear vision, low recoil. I've heard that many assassin organizations abroad use this type of gun. Huck Duong quickly picked it up and asked him, "What about a submachine gun?" "Is this a submachine gun? Spraying bullets is the best. Aggressive and decisive, just like me." Then Fong reminded him, "Don't think shooting is simple. To master it takes at least a few months of practice. Submachine guns are even harder. For a beginner who has never touched a gun like you, I suggest starting from the basics. This No Problem 22 has very high synthesis, and it's not easy to misfire, very suitable for beginners." As soon as she picked it up, Bang Nong commented, "This gun is really nice. It's small and easy to hold." Meanwhile, View Hin excitedly posed as if aiming and replied, "That's right, let alone practicing with those other guns. I can't even hold them." Zhao Tianlei also took out a No Problem 22 and gave it to Huck Duong. "Don't be so picky. First, learn the basics. You can't digest it all in one go." But he looked unhappy. The next second, he even waved his hand and said, "If you want to use it, you use it. I'm not using a gun specifically for women." Huck Duong's attitude surprised Zhao Tianlei so much that he didn't know what to say. Outside, night had fallen. They had found a place to rest. At this time, alone in his room, Zhao Tianlei called out to the Master God, causing him to respond with annoyance. "Didn't you just call me this morning? Now you're calling again late at night. Doesn't this system need to rest?" So he replied, "The situation was too urgent this morning. I didn't have time to ask properly. Now you better explain it to me clearly. Didn't you say that zombies wouldn't evolve so quickly? Not long ago, I met a mutated zombie, and now a blinker has appeared so soon. What's going on?" Hearing that, the Master God began to explain. "About that. Well, it is indeed a bit faster than expected, but rest assured, everything is still under control." However, Zhao Tianlei angrily blamed him. "Control my ass. Today I almost became a meal for that blinker. Tell me, did the situation change or did you deliberately hide it?" The Master God turned back and shouted at him, "I'm just putting everything objectively in one place." Zhao Tianlei still disagreed. "Your trashy system. Other people's systems unlock equipment to slash heaven and earth with one blow. Only you are a bottomless pit. Whatever I need, you don't have. The limits are countless, and you provide false information. You're truly the legendary useless teammate, saving the world with just one person and a hammer. Are you trying to fool people? The hammer is even bent. This young master doesn't want to fight zombies bare-handed. I'm not doing this anymore." The Master God hurriedly reminded Zhao Tianlei, "Don't forget the bond between us. Going on strike at this time will only make you die sooner." He quickly replied, "I'm not saying I want to get rid of you, just that I don't want to fight zombies anymore. After all, I'm immune to the virus now. I can live anywhere." The Master God thought silently for a moment, then he said, "All right, you win. At most, I'll just upgrade your equipment, right?" Zhao Tianlei immediately got cocky with the Master God. "Isn't it better to have a good attitude like that?" He cursed back, "Shameless. I have a weapon enhancement function, but based on your current level, you can't use it. If you want an upgrade, you need to upgrade the whole system." After hearing that, he felt confused and said, "So you're saying you want my crystal cores?" The Master God also stated the conditions for this. "This function requires a level 3 crystal to open an account. It's already an exception that I only need your level 3 yellow crystal. If you want to haggle, don't blame this system for being ruthless." At this point, Zhao Tianlei had no choice but to take it out and say, "All right." The Master God also kept his promise, opening a level 3 account and activating the weapon enhancement function. Gradually, the shape of a hammer appeared. After a while, a real hammer also appeared. As soon as he held it, Zhao Tianlei said in surprise, "It just looks a little nicer." Then he tried to chop 3 iron bars with it. And just like that, the 3 iron bars were cut. Seeing its power, Zhao Tianlei had to exclaim, "That's amazing." The Master God said sternly, "I didn't lie to you, did I? This is high-grade alloy material. Invincible, even bombs won't do anything to it." Next, when he saw the shield and the blade, he asked, "Hey, what are these?" He replied, "That's the Heaven Steel blade and a protective shield. Although the material is inferior to your hammer, blocking other normal swords and bullets is a small matter." Zhao Tianlei happily took it, perfect for Huck Duong. On the other hand, he took this opportunity to enter the system, making the Master God angrily say, "What are you doing, model? Look, I only agreed to help you upgrade your equipment, nothing else. So keep your hands to yourself." But Zhao Tianlei just smirked, "Don't be so stingy.
You already broke the rules once, so why not go all the way? Just think of it as a bonus prize."
The old man, completely powerless, cursed at him, shameless. Meanwhile, Huck Duong was secretly practicing with a gun, and No Problem 22 clutched in his hands. His hand trembled as he reached for the trigger. And finally, he fired. But he didn't hit a single can, and frustration boiled inside him. He cursed in anger. This piece of crap can't hit anything. Is this thing even real? Just then, Zhao Tianlei walked up. What's got you in such a bad mood? Hearing his voice, Hook Duong jumped and quickly denied it. It's nothing. Zhao Tianlei stood behind him, staring at the row of cans for a moment. He walked over, picked one up, and said, I know you're pissed off about how I handed out the guns this morning. Then Fong was right. You can't master a machine gun in just a day or two. If your skills aren't there, you won't just miss the zombies. You'll get yourself killed. But I'll make you a promise. I'm holding that machine gun for you. Once you've got the hang of this, it's all yours. Deal. Hook Duong glanced at Zhao Tianlei's face, then answered with a shaky voice, I'm not mad. I'm just angry at myself. Wu Xuan and Fan Fong. One's a bodyguard, the other's a cop. They're way more capable than I am. It makes sense you give the best weapons to them. I get it. He turned his head, his voice filled with frustration. But Loi, man, even if I'm useless, I'm still a man. If I can't shoot a gun, I can swing a damn sword. You won't give me a weapon or a role in the fight. You expect me to just hide in the back with the girls? Zhao Tianlei just stared at him. After a long moment, seeing Huck Duong's head hang in defeat, he finally spoke. So that's what's really bothering you. Huck Duong, you were my first teammate. We've known each other for a while now. I've always considered you my right-hand man. Why would I not have a position for you? Wait right here. In a flash, Zhao Tianlei returned with the heavenly steel blade and a riot shield. Seeing them, Huck Duong's eyes went wide. Zhao Tianlei cut him off. I picked out your weapons a long time ago. This is a Special Forces tactical blade. It's tough, sharp, and way better than that piece of junk you were carrying. And this is a Special Forces shield. It can even stop bullets. Guns are powerful, sure, but with just a few of us against a horde, we can't protect everyone from a distance. In the end, it always comes down to close quarters combat to decide who lives and who dies. In this team, you and I are the only ones with that kind of skill. But without proper gear, I couldn't risk sending you out there. Now that you're fully equipped, I can finally trust you with our rear guard. After taking the weapons, Hook Duong asked in a daze, Boss, you're giving me such an important job. You think I can do it? Zhao Tianlei placed a hand on his shoulder. I believe in you. Don't forget, you're my vice captain. At those words, Huck Duong was so moved that tears started streaming down his face. Loi. Seeing him cry, Zhao Tianlei felt a little awkward. A second later, he nudged him. What are you crying for? Have some pride, man. Hook Duong wiped his eyes. Growing up, besides my little sister, no one's ever believed in me like this. I'm just so grateful. Boss, don't worry. I won't let you down. He suddenly threw his arms around Zhao Tianlei. Feeling his crazy excitement, Zhao Tianlei could only pat his back. All right, I get it. From a hidden corner, Wu Xuan overheard their entire conversation and smiled, satisfied. After getting his new gear, Hook Duong practiced a few swings on the way to his room, muttering to himself, this is a seriously good blade, so light and easy to handle. That's right. I gotta go show Wu Xuan and the others. They're gonna be so jealous. As he walked, Huck Duong ran right into Wu Hin. She called out to him, Duong, come here. I need to talk to you about something. He was surprised to hear her say that, but he followed her anyway. What's up? Without hesitation, she made her proposal. Duong, let's get married. He thought she had to be joking. Are you kidding me? That's not funny. But Wu Hin repeated herself, her eyes dead serious. I'm not kidding. I'm completely serious. When I saw the police station explode today, I was so scared I thought my soul left my body. I was terrified you were going to die. It was then that I realized I can't live without you.
Life is so unpredictable, especially in this screwed up world. No one knows if tomorrow will come, or if disaster will strike first.
So I've decided I'm not waiting until we get to base 6 anymore. Let's get married now. From this day forward, we'll be family, and we'll never be apart again. As she spoke, she gripped his hand tightly. It all happened so fast that Huck Duong stared at her in disbelief. Finally, he answered honestly. You don't have to do this. I already promised to protect you, and I will. You don't have to marry me. I'll get you to base 6 safely either way. Hearing this, Wu Hin couldn't understand what he was thinking. She had to ask, what are you trying to say? Hook Duong looked down, flustered. I know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I know my place. You're an elite, a real intellectual. I'm just some poor guy with no education and no status. We're not from the same world. How could you possibly be into me? You only said you'd be my girlfriend because you needed someone to rely on. But I'm not the kind of guy who takes advantage of someone when they're in trouble. But Wu Hin completely misunderstood his good intentions. So you think I'm just using you? Fine. If you don't trust me, then there's no point in me staying here. I'll leave right now. With that, she turned to walk away, her head down in disappointment. But Huk Duong suddenly grabbed her hand. No, it's too dangerous out there. You can't go. The next second, she spun around and crashed her lips against his. Huk Duong's eyes flew open in shock at the sudden kiss. A moment later, Wu Hin slowly pulled away. The kiss was long over, but Huk Duong was still completely stunned. Meanwhile, looking mortified, she couldn't meet his eyes as she spoke. I may be terrified of dying, but I would never just give myself away to survive. I genuinely like you. If I didn't, you could throw me to the zombies before I'd ever marry someone I have no feelings for. I've laid my heart out like this, and you still don't believe me. Huk Duong just stared at her, needing to confirm it one last time. Are you serious? Wu Hin didn't speak, just gave a small nod. For a few seconds, he was lost in a daze, staring at the woman in front of him, unable to process what was happening. Then, reality hit him, and he yelled, "This is amazing. I've had zero luck with women in my whole life. I thought I was going to die alone. I can't believe I'm actually getting such a wonderful wife." Wu Hin, blushing furiously, tried to shush him. "You idiot. Keep your voice down. You're going to wake everyone up." But he didn't stop, tears welling up in his eyes as he spoke to the air. "Little sister, do you see this? You were always so worried that no one would take care of me. I'm getting married now. I won't be lonely anymore. You can rest easy." Then he turned and gently pulled Wu Hin into a hug. "Thank you for liking me. I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you. From now on, I'll fight the zombies, and you can just take care of the flowers. I'll treat you like a princess and make you the happiest woman in the world." Wu Hin smiled and agreed, and with that, they both headed back to their rooms. Later, Huk Duong excitedly told everyone the good news. After hearing him out, Then Fong was the first to speak. "That's great and all, but isn't it a bit much to hold a wedding when we can barely survive?" Wu Xuan agreed. "Plus, where are we supposed to find a wedding dress and rings in the middle of all this?" The group fell silent, trying to figure out a solution. Then they remembered the Chu Yen bridal shop branch. They had a 10% discount if you ordered through their app. The next morning, they immediately set out for the shop. Along the way, Wu Xuan dual-wielded two no-problem 22s, while Fan Fong provided cover with an M99 sniper rifle. They took down countless zombies, blasting through display cases to grab a wedding dress and rings. With the job done, Zhao Tianlei gave the order. "We got it. Let's move out." But before leaving, Huk Duong snagged a wreath of flowers. The whole crew then set up a makeshift chapel, and they even got some music playing as the ceremony began. A moment later, the bride and groom emerged as the song played. Sitting beside Zhao Tianlei, Bang Han turned to him and asked, "Where did you guys even find a recorder with this kind of old-school music?" He replied, "There's no internet, and the computers and speakers are useless." Finding this at all was a pretty good score. Meanwhile, seeing how incredibly serious Then Fong looked, Wu Xuan had to call him out. "Dude, you're officiating a wedding, not interrogating a criminal. Do you have to be so intense?" Hearing that, he answered honestly, "I've never done this before. Can a guy be a little nervous?" Then Fong then cleared his throat a few times to get everyone's attention. And then he spoke solemnly. "Huk Duong, Wu Hin, do you, too, promise, for richer or poorer, in prosperity and in hardship, in sickness and in health, to hold each other's hands and never part?" Huk Duong was the first to answer. "I do." Then Luke Wu Hin also replied, "I do." At that, Then Fong said, "All right, the groom may now place the ring on the bride." The next second, Wu Xuan brought the rings out for them. Huk Duong gently slid the ring onto Wu Hin's finger. Then Fong tapped his gavel. "I now pronounce you husband and wife." The two then kissed in front of everyone. Bang Nan smiled with satisfaction, while Zhao Tianlei clapped loudly, offering his blessings. She secretly stole a glance at him while he was smiling so brightly. While Huk Duong and Wu Hin kissed, everyone cheered, "Congratulations." "Congratulations." Bang Nan even told Huk Duong, "From now on, you better treat our Wu Hin right." Then it was Wu Xuan's turn to speak up. "Other people spend millions on a wedding, but you're different. You spend an entire crate of ammo for this ceremony." Right after, Huk Duong turned to thank everyone. "Thank you, my brothers, for all your help. This is a debt that I, Huk Duong, will remember for the rest of my life." Meanwhile, Wu Hin had an idea. "This dress and these rings were so hard to find, it's a waste to only use them once. Why don't Sister Bang Nan and Zhao Tianlei just have their wedding now too?" The suggestion made them both blush furiously, and she even let out a little gasp of shock. The other two, however, were totally on board. Wu Xuan said, "That's not a bad idea, a double wedding." Then Fong agreed too. "Yeah, I was just getting the hang of being a priest." Immediately, Wu Hin started pulling Bang Nan aside. "Sister Bang Nan, let's go change into the wedding dress." But she refused in a panic. "This is way too sudden. I'm not prepared for this at all." Hu Duong and Wu Xuan teamed up to hold Zhao Tianlei in place, causing him to protest loudly. Let go. Stop messing around. Hu Duong started teasing Zhao Tianlei. What are you so shy about? Who knows when we'll find another bridal shop? Things might not be this convenient again. Wu Haiyan chimed in. Exactly. One dangerous mission is more than enough. Just think of it as you helping us brothers save some ammo. At that moment, he suddenly exploded with rage. Let go, he roared, making them both jump back and release him. Even the two girls looked at Zhao Tianlei in fear. With a grim expression, he said, I told you, don't drag me into this. Today is your wedding day. What does this have to do with me? Seeing this, Wu Xuan quickly explained, Loi, man, don't be angry. We were just joking around. But Zhao Tianlei didn't accept the explanation. Are you a bunch of kindergartners, joking about marriage like it's some kind of game? Fed up, Wu Hin snapped back at him. You and Sister Bang Nan are already a thing anyway. You're going to get married sooner or later, so why are you fighting it so hard? Or, do you not want to marry her? Hearing this, Bang Nan glanced at Zhao Tianlei's expression, just as he was looking her way. And then, in the next second, Zhao Tianlei suddenly looked away. That simple act was enough to shatter Bang Han's heart. Tears welled up in her eyes. Bang Nan ran off. Despite Wu Hin's desperate calls, Sister Bang Nan, she didn't stop. Seeing that he wasn't chasing after her, she turned and screamed in Zhao Tianlei's face. Zhao Tianlei, you scumbag. After you two have already gone that far, you're not going to take responsibility. Hup Duong started urging him. Go after her. What if she runs into a zombie? The moment he heard the word zombie, Zhao Tianlei took off after Bang Nan. Meanwhile, she pinched her husband's ear to vent her anger, saying, You damn scumbag, dropping her after getting what you wanted. If you ever dare act like him, I swear, I'll destroy you. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Hu Duong quickly promised Wu Hin. Bang Han just kept running, not stopping for a moment. A second later, Zhao Tianlei caught her hand and said, Stop running. Come back with me. We haven't cleared this area. There could be zombies hiding nearby. But Bang Han shook off his hand and yelled angrily, I don't need you to care about me. Zhao Tianlei, do you even like me or not? He fell silent and looked down for a moment before answering. I told you I would take responsibility for you. Hearing that, Bang Nan lowered her head in despair. I get it now. I always thought if I just gave it my all, I could definitely make you like me. So, I threw away my reservations. And, confess to you, I thought after everything we've been through, you would have at least developed some feelings for me. But it turns out, from start to finish, I was just being delusional. You're only with me out of a sense of responsibility. Zhao Tianlei, thank you. Bang Han let out a faint laugh. Thank you for always taking care of me and Wu Hin. Wu Hin has finally found her happy ending, so I can rest easy. From now on, I'll go my own way. I won't bother you anymore. After she finished speaking, he asked in a panic. What do you mean? Go your own way. You want to leave? He demanded. It's crawling with zombies out there. How are you going to survive on your own? Bang Nan ignored what Zhao Tianlei said, turning to leave. That's my problem. He quickly wrapped his arms around her and said, Stop talking nonsense. You can't defend yourself. You have no car, no one to protect you. You won't survive out there, don't you get it? She immediately shot back. Even if I have nothing, at least I still have my dignity, knowingly clinging to someone who doesn't like me. Even I would start to hate myself for that. Pushed into a corner, Zhao Tianlei finally said the truth. It's not that I don't like you. His words hit her like a thunderbolt, making Bang Han freeze. A second later, she turned back to ask Zhao Tianlei, What did you just say? Zhao Tianlei replied awkwardly. I said, It's not that I don't like you at all. Without beating around the bush, Bang Nan asked, So how much do you like me? Zhao Tianlei held up 2 fingers to measure a space and answered, If like is this big, then I like you about this much. His clumsy description made Bang Nan burst into tears of laughter. Then she scolded Zhao Tianlei. You're such an idiot. You didn't have to answer that question so seriously. He replied, embarrassed. Well, you asked. Then Bang Han explained to him, Zhao Tianlei, don't think I started my company just for fun. Actually, my family is very traditional. I had the most traditional upbringing. All the way through college, I never once dated anyone. Even after I started working, a lot of people pursued me. You name the type, I saw it, but I was never interested in them. The only one who ever made my heart race was you. It's not just because of that night, but because of everything that has happened over this whole time. I realize that you are the one for me. You're brilliant, powerful, and responsible. I may not be your first love, but you are definitely mine. Agree with me. Forget the past. Starting today, let's start over together. I believe you will like me more and more, and one day, you'll definitely fall in love with me, okay? While saying these words, she held his hands and looked at Zhao Tianlei with a sincere gaze. And then, he nodded happily. While the two were looking at each other affectionately, someone suddenly appeared, and that person was Sister Hoa. Zhao Tianlei saw her quickly, but because of her disheveled appearance, he didn't recognize her. In fact, he thought this person was a zombie. In a flash, she lunged toward the two of them. He quickly pulled Bang Han away from Sister Hoa and said, "Be careful." Sister Hoa looked at them and screamed in terror, but Zhao Tianlei's eyes burned with fury as he stared at her. Thinking she was a zombie, he kicked Hoa with all his might. She crashed painfully to the ground. Reaching out a hand, she cried, "Help! Help me!" Hearing her cry, Bing Yan gasped. She's human. Meanwhile, realization dawned on Zhao Tianlei. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? He rushed forward and pushed the hair from her face. His eyes widened as he finally recognized her and yelled out, "Hoa." After getting her back to their camp, he handed her some water. The others brought out some snacks for her too. Zhao Tianlei then turned to her with a serious question. "Hoa, I thought you all escaped the school. How did you end up like this? Where's Tanyu? Is she okay? And what about Wu Bin and Si Tong? Weren't they with you?" Knowing Tanyu was the one he cared for, Hoa felt a knot form in her stomach. Tanyu, the girl Zhao Tianlei loves. But Hoa couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, Wu Bin, they're dead." As Zhao Tianlei stared in shock, the others yelled in unison, "What?"
What on earth happened? Hiding her face in her hands, she began to tell them everything. That day, after we left the school, we heard news about base number 6.
"We figured if you made it out, you'd head to the base to find us. So we decided to make our way to base number 6. But we didn't get far before our car broke down. Then 2 cars started following us. They belonged to Lin Mu. He'd slipped away when the zombies overran the school. We knew he was bad news, but we were terrified of the zombies. We had no other choice but to get in his cars. There was no food or water in his cars. We starved for days. We couldn't take it anymore, so we stopped to rest at a remote mountain village. We thought we had found a glimmer of hope, but we had no idea we were walking straight into hell. The owners of that village, the Shai brothers, were famous, wealthy businessmen. When the apocalypse hit, they were vacationing there with their friends. Just like that, they became the kings of that place. The village's security and staff became their personal minions. That mountain pass was the only way to the base. Because of that, a lot of survivors passed through. Over time, more and more people gathered there, forming a small city. But that village had a rule. To get in, you had to pay a tribute of supplies for each person. We had no supplies and no weapons. All we could give them were the 2 cars. The place was built like a resort, with bars, restaurants, and casinos. It was fully stocked with modern equipment and plenty of food. But just like the old world, you needed money to get anything. Except there were no rules for what things were worth. The prices were whatever they decided. Only the Xia brothers and their rich, spoiled friends had the right to enjoy anything. Anyone who came from the outside was stripped of all their possessions. If you wanted to eat, you had to work for them. And there were only 2 ways to earn money. Men did backbreaking labor, and women sold their bodies. With Tan Yu's beauty, she drew a lot of unwanted attention the moment we arrived. We became too scared to even leave our room. To take care of the 3 of us women, Wu Bin had no choice. He had to take on multiple grueling jobs at once. As for Lin Mu, he couldn't stand the hard labor. He just fooled around all day. And then somehow, he became a lackey for the Shai brothers. We thought he might leave us alone after that. But we were wrong. Back then, because they were eating the same thing every day, Hoa complained. "Rice balls again? Every single day. The smell alone makes me want to throw up now." Si Tong snapped back irritably. "If you don't want it, then don't eat. Wu Bin worked day and night through hell to earn these." "That's right. Why isn't he back yet? The rice is getting cold." Tan Yu gently explained. "He said tomorrow is your birthday. He's working extra today to earn money for some meat, so he can make you a big meal to celebrate. He told us to eat first and not wait for him." Hearing it was her birthday, Si Tong looked down sadly. "Is that so? I'd completely forgotten my own birthday." Tan Yu quickly added. "But he remembered, didn't he?" "Si Tong, Wu Bin treats you so well," Hoa chimed in. "You don't think he likes you, do you?" Startled, Si Tong waved her hands frantically. "Don't joke like that. How could he possibly like me? We're just like siblings, that's all. I helped him out a lot back when I was class president. Celebrating my birthday is nothing compared to that." Just then, there was a knock at the door. Si Tong's face lit up. "Is that Wu Bin?" She rushed to open it, but her expression froze into one of absolute terror at who she saw outside. It was Lin Mu. Si Tong immediately scowled. "What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Get out." She tried to slam the door shut, but he blocked it, smirking. "Don't be in such a hurry. I'm here to help you. Tan Yu, come over here, and let me introduce 2 distinguished guests. This is Mr. Wen Shao and young Master Ji Ning, the masters of this place. Meanwhile, Jining grumbled in disgust. What is this dump? This place smells like death. Unlike his brother, Wen Xiao appeared much more refined. He stepped toward Tan Yu, extending a hand. Miss Tan Yu, I've heard so much about you. She just stared at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Wen Xiao smiled gently. Miss Shen, no need to be afraid. I've seen many of your works and have always been an admirer. Lin Mu told me you two were friends, so I came to pay a special visit. I've had my men prepare a meal. I wonder if Miss Shen would do me the honor of dining with me. Tan Yu quickly refused. I'm sorry, but I've already eaten. Lin Mu's face twisted in anger. Mr. Xia invited you. That's a blessing for your family. Don't be so arrogant. But Wen Xiao cut him off. Lin Mu, don't be rude. He immediately bowed his head. Yes, of course. Wen Xiao's gaze then fell on the rice balls on the table. Miss Shen, you're eating this? My hospitality has been lacking. I've made you suffer. How can anyone live in a place like this? My villa has plenty of empty rooms. If you don't mind, you and your friends can move in over there. Please, allow me the chance to host you properly. What do you say? Sai Tong whispered a warning to her. This guy is bad news. Don't agree. Tan Yu heeded her advice and refused again. Thank you for your kind offer. We are perfectly fine here. You don't need to worry about us. At that, Zining exploded with rage. You rotten woman, acting so damn pure. Brother, with this kind of woman, you have to be tough. Stop wasting time talking. Men, tie her up. Instantly, his goons rushed in to grab Tan Yu. Others restrained Hoa and Si Tong as they screamed, What are you doing? You bastards, thugs, somebody. Help us. Tan Yu herself yelled, Let go of me. It was Lin Mu who shoved her into the car. She turned on him, her voice filled with betrayal. Lin Mu, we were classmates. How could you do this to us? Lin Mu grabbed her jaw, his face contorted with hate. You rotten bitch. Who told you to act so high and mighty with me? To look down on me? Well, if I can't have you, I'll just have to break you. Besides, selling you to these two young masters gets me a lot of perks. They've had their eyes on you for more than a day or two. If you don't want Si Tong and the others to disappear, you'll be a good girl. And serve them well. From a distance, Si Tong screamed, Tan Yu. Seeing this, Hoa ran forward and grabbed Jining's arm, desperately pleading with him. Mr. Xia, you're supposed to be men of status. How can you just kidnap someone in broad daylight? You're no different from common street thugs. Hearing this, he didn't let her go. Instead, he slapped Hoa hard across the face with a sickening crack. Get lost, he snarled. You filthy woman, don't you dare touch me with those disgusting hands. Sister Hua cried out in pain. As for Si Tong, she was furious at his behavior. She demanded angrily, Does the law mean nothing to you people? But Ji Nang just shot back with pure arrogance. The law? My brother and I are the law here. Suddenly, something catches his eye. Chi Nin's gaze lands on Tu Dong. Well, I didn't notice you before. You're not half bad. Hearing that, her face instantly pales. He then turns to his brother and asks, Is Tam Duck really enough to keep you busy? Bro, are you kidding? His brother just smirks and heads out. He says he's only interested in Tam Duke. The rest are all yours. With a nod, Shine orders his goons to drag Sister Hoa out of the room, leaving Tu Dong all alone with him. Sister Hoa's face is a mask of terror, begging, Let me go, while Tu Dong helplessly screams after her. Let her go. Once the room is empty, he stalks towards Tu Dong. She's trembling uncontrollably, pure fear etched onto her face. Tu Dong stammers, What do you want? Stay away from me. He just laughs, a sickening grin on his face. What do I want? Why don't you take a guess? Chinin's filthy hands reach for Tu Dong. The sight of him is absolutely repulsive. In the darkness of that room, only her desperate cries remain. Somebody, help me. Not long after, Ngoban's voice echoes from outside. Tu Dong, Tam Duck, I'm back. He's holding a fresh package of meat, boasting happily. The butcher was so nice, he threw in a pig's tail for free. Inside, Chinin is just finishing up, pulling his clothes back on when he sees the newcomer. He stares at Ngoban with a confused scowl. Who the hell are you? But then Ngoban sees Tu Dong, curled up on the floor. His cheerful expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a chilling coldness as he watches her body tremble in fear. Chinin immediately starts yelling, Where are the guards? Are you all dead out there? Hearing the commotion, his lackeys rush in, bowing repeatedly. Sorry, second young master. We fell asleep. He spits. You useless trash. You had one job, keep everyone out. And you couldn't even do that. Chinin continues, If this ever happens again, you're all gone. His men immediately scramble to obey. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Before leaving, Chinin smirks. I'll be back to play again tomorrow. But what he doesn't see is the sharp knife now clenched in Nuban's hand. The moment those words leave Chinin's mouth, something inside Nuban snaps. He grips the knife and lunges forward. You bastard. You hurt Tudong. I'll kill you. But before he can even reach him, one of Chinin's men lands a heavy blow. Behind them, Tudong cries out, trying to stop him. No ban. No. Stop. The despicable Chinin plants his foot firmly on Ngoban's face, grinding it into the floor as he sneers. You fat pig. Take a good look in the mirror. You really think a loser like you can play the hero. Even under the boot, he growls. You monster. I'm going to kill you. He tries to reassure Tudong. Don't be scared. I'll protect you. A cruel smile spreads across Chinin's lips. Oh, you like her, don't you? He continues. A toad lusting after a swan. How pathetic. Then he leans in with a twisted offer. How about this? I'll help you out. Lick my shoe clean, and I'll let you have a turn with her. Hearing that, pure rage fuels Ngoban. He grabs a broken table leg, swings himself up, and smashes it into Chinin, screaming, Lick my ass, you son of a bitch. The impact sends the villain flying backwards. Ngoban roars. Go to hell, you monster. But as he moves in for the final blow, 3 gunshots ring out. Chinin's men have opened fire. Terror grips Tudong's heart. She screams his name, Noban. But even with Ngoban bleeding on the floor, Chinin shows no remorse for just ending a life. He just dusts himself off and complains. Disgusting. Tudong rushes to his side, but the heartless bastard kicks the wounded man again. He sneers. You even got my clothes dirty. His face is a portrait of pure cruelty. He asks, you worthless insect. You really thought you could kill me? Ngoban lies motionless, unresponsive to his taunts. Come on, get up. I dare you to get up. Tudong clutches him, sobbing desperately. Ngoban, wake up. Please don't die. Don't leave me. But it seems the villain isn't finished. He says, letting you die now would be too easy. Then Shuyang gives a horrific order. Carve him up, piece by piece, then throw his remains out back to feed the zombies. His men instantly obey. Yes, sir. And the room is filled with nothing but Tudong's agonized screams. Ngoban, she cries out. The scene cuts to trio Zhao Tianlei. He slams his fist into a wall, spiderweb cracks spreading from the impact. As Xuan Duong watches from a distance, Zhao Tianlei sees with rage. Ha Van Thieu. Ha Chinin. I swear I will tear you both to pieces. Sister Hoa sits on the sofa, telling her story through tears. After that day, we never saw Tudong again. They say Chinin has her locked up somewhere. As for me, I was taken to the Ha family's villa with Tam Duck. Van Thieu is a little better than his brother. More civilized, you could say. He never forced himself on Tam Duck, but we knew he was just waiting for her to break and submit on her own. Tam Duck and I tried to escape twice, but failed. The last time, we both ended up falling into a river. I saw them catch Tam Duck, but the current swept me away, and I managed to get out. Zhao Tianlei, I know you were classmates with Tudong and Tam Duck, and a good friend. You have to be the one to save them. Zhao Tianlei makes a solemn promise. Don't worry, I will get them out of there safely. Hearing this, the others immediately volunteer, starting with Than Fong. Captain Triu, I'm with you. Taking out scum like that is my duty as an officer. Then Wu Xuan speaks up. I'm going too. And finally, Xuan Duong, count me in. Any friend of Brother Loi's is a friend of mine. Let me at them. I'll cut those 2 bastards down for what they did to Ngoban. A small smile touches Zhao Tianlei's lips. Thanks, everyone. He turns back to Sister Hoa. Tell us everything you know about the villa. I'll come up with a rescue plan. She agrees, and soon, they've prepared a mountain of food. Seeing the massive stockpile, Wu Hin is shocked. Oh my god, where did all this food come from? Bang Han quickly explains, Zhao Tianlei's team found a grain store and moved everything here. Also, all the supplies we've gathered up until now, it's all in this place. Oh, that's right. Wu Hin, did you bring your makeup bag? Zhao Tianlei wants to bring Sister Hoa along, but we can't let her be recognized. We need to give her a little disguise. But Wu Hin looks concerned for her friend's feelings. She asks quietly, Sister Bang Nan, are we really going to save Tam Duck? Isn't she the one Zhao Tianlei has a crush on? Bang Nan can't hide her own unease, looking down sadly. No woman is ever happy about her man going to rescue his old flame. But, do you remember Sun Dian and Vi Bin? Wu Hin's face darkens. Of course, I remember those animals. I wish I could have torn them to shreds. Bang Nan continues. If we hadn't been lucky enough to run into Zhao Tianlei back then, we would have ended up in their hands. Tam Duck and Tudong are in the same situation we were. That feeling of absolute despair. It's something no woman should ever have to experience. And then Wu Hin brings up the obvious problem. But she's your rival. What if she comes back and steals Zhao Tianlei away from you? Bang Yan's expression hardens with determination. Then we'll compete for him. Fair and square. I've never backed down from a fight in the business world. and I won't back down in love either. Besides, an unseen rival is the most dangerous kind. If Tam Duck were to die, Zhao Tianlei would probably never forget her for the rest of his life.
This is better. I want to defeat her openly and honestly, so that Zhao Tianlei will only have eyes for me. Hearing this, Wu Hin is filled with admiration.
So cool, so confident. Sister Bang Nan, you're a total goddess. Inwardly, though, Bang Nan thinks to herself, Tam Duck, let's see just what kind of woman you really are. That evening, as the group rests, Wu Hin finishes the haircut and makeup. Sister Hoa asks nervously, how do I look? Wu Hin reassures her, don't worry. You look like a completely different person from when I first met you. I guarantee no one will recognize you. Before they leave, Zhao Tianlei gives Bang Yan some final instructions. I've already swept this floor. There are no zombies. I've also blocked all the entrances. As long as you two keep the door locked, you'll be safe. Hearing this, Bang Yan replies softly, I know. Still, Zhao Tianlei seems worried. Are you sure you don't need Xuan Duong to stay behind and protect you? She shut him down flat. Don't even think about it. According to Sister Hua, that villa is deep in hostile territory. Your guys need to be by your side. It's the only way I won't worry. Seeing them getting all sentimental, Yushin spoke up. Hey, don't worry about Bingyan. I've got her back. Shuyang just grinned. That's my wife for you. Total badass. Tianlei then gently pulled her closer to him, his gaze serious. It's not that I don't want you two with me, but this time is way too dangerous. We're infiltrating the enemy's nest, taking you along as a death sentence. Bingyan looked confused by his long-winded excuses. Why are you beating around the bush? Oh, don't tell me you think I'm going to get jealous. I'm not that petty. Campus queen, old crush, whatever. I'm confident enough to know I won't lose to anyone. Besides, your body already belongs to me, so don't even think your heart can run away. Hearing that, he suddenly kissed her, and Bingyan immediately kissed him right back. Everyone watching was sick with envy. First Yushuan, then Chuena, now Shenfeng. Since when did those two get so damn close? Shuyang, standing nearby, quickly explained it to him. You don't get it. The more dangerous things get, the more you have to stake your claim. A moment later, Bingyan added, go save them, and don't worry. I'll be good and wait right here for you to come back. Tianlei simply nodded. Okay. You two be careful. I'll try to get back as fast as I can. He turned to his crew. All right, load the supplies. Let's move out. At the villa's entrance, guards were posted everywhere, and the entire perimeter was wrapped in barbed wire fencing. The sentries stood on high alert, their expressions stern. Right then, two vehicles came tearing toward them. It was Tianlei's group. Yushuan and Shenfeng were in one car, while Sister Hua, Tianlei, and Shuyang were in the other. Next, he turned and asked her, this is the Ha family villa? Didn't you say this place was locked down tight? So why are there only two guys on watch? Sister Hua quickly explained, that's just a front to trick any survivors passing by to make them think it's easy to get shelter here. The truth is, it's crawling with people inside. All former security for this place. Every single one of them has a gun, and they'll shoot you down for the slightest sign of resistance. Just as she finished, a guard named Xiao Lu saw their cars and shouted, what do you people want? Tianlei put on a friendly act. Hello, we're just some lucky survivors passing through. We've been driving for days trying to escape the hordes. We saw white smoke from the foot of the mountain and figured someone was alive up here. It's great to see you all. Is there any chance we could come inside and rest for a bit? The two guards exchanged a look, sending a silent signal. Immediately, Xiao Lu replied with a grin. You guys are lucky. Everything for 100 miles around here is history. We're the only safe place left. Our Mr. Ha is a merciful man. He ordered that if any survivors pass by asking for help, we have to do our best to save them. But if you want to enter, you have to contribute some food. Everyone understood. In this day and age, you needed food to survive. Tianlei immediately agreed. We understand. How much food do you require? The soldier replied. It's 5 kilograms per person. Hearing this, Shuyang exploded in anger. What? 5 kilograms? People are dying out there for a tiny scrap of food. And you have the nerve to ask for 5 kilograms right off the bat? Why don't you just rob people blind? The two guards just smirked. The first, Xiao Cheng, explained, that's just the entrance fee. If you want to stay long-term, you'll also have to pay for living expenses, protection, and lodging. Then Xiao Lu added, of course, no one is forcing you. If you don't agree, you can leave right now. Tianlei quickly agreed. Fine, 5 kilograms it is. What's a little food compared to our lives? Can we come in now? Xiao Lu grinned victoriously. Sure, get out of the cars. According to the villa's rules, all newcomers must surrender their vehicles and weapons. This is for the safety of our villa, of course. Don't worry, when you all want to leave, we'll return everything to you. Just then, Sister Hua warned him, don't believe them. I once saw them beat someone to death because he couldn't hand over more food and wanted his car back to leave. And so, Tianlei refused. Brother, no matter what happens, I'm not handing over the cars to you guys. How about this? I'll give you more food, alright. But Xiao Lu wasn't having it. You've got to be kidding me. How much is a car worth? How much food could you possibly have to make up for this vehicle? Tianlei replied bluntly. These days, you can find a bunch of cars just lying around on the road. Food is what's essential. Compared to this car, food is much more valuable. As for how much food, he trailed off, getting out of the car. He quickly opened the truck's cargo doors for them to inspect. In the next second, both of them were completely stunned by the sheer amount of supplies inside. Meanwhile, Tianlei asked softly, "Is this enough?" After seeing a truck packed with food, Xiao Lu was flustered. "Wait a minute, I'll go inform my superior." After saying that, he ran off to make the report while Tianlei just smirked victoriously. A moment later, Xiao Lu returned with Wen Xiao. This was the so-called Mr. Ha. As soon as Sister Hua saw him from the car, her face filled with fear. Tianlei, on the other hand, glared at Wen Xiao with burning hatred in his eyes. Wen Xiao, with his usual polite demeanor, introduced himself. "I am Wen Xiao, the master of this place. May I ask your name?" he inquired. Tianlei replied coolly, "My name is Tianlei." Wen Xiao then said, "The guards have already told me what happened. Pardon me for asking," he continued, "but in the current situation, finding supplies is extremely difficult. You could say a grain of rice is like a bar of gold. Where did you, Mr. Zhao, get so much food?" However, Tianlei just said, "It doesn't matter where it came from. We've been eating this food on our way here. It's not poisoned, that's all that matters." Wen Xiao thought he had misunderstood his meaning, so he began to explain. "Mr. Zhao, you jest. That's not what I meant." Tianlei quickly cut him off. "I know. To enter Mr. Ha's place, one must hand over their vehicles and weapons. But we survived and got here all thanks to these two cars. Without them, my friends and I would all be dead. So, no matter what, I will not hand them over to you. I promise I won't drive the cars out of the villa without permission, and I'm willing to hand over an additional 50 kilograms of food as a guarantee." Hearing that, Wen Xiao asked in surprise, 50 kilograms. Meanwhile, Tianlei buttered them up. Of course, without rules, there would be no order. If Mr. Ha doesn't want to bend the rules of this place for us, then we will leave. Wen Xiao didn't answer immediately but looked at him in silence for a moment. In the end, he agreed to Tianlei's condition. With the number of zombies increasing, survivors like us need to unite. We must work together to get through this difficult period. My place here agrees to take in passing survivors so that everyone no longer has to worry about their safety and can find a place to rest and live together. The rules were made to protect everyone's safety, but everything has exceptions. I believe you are not a bad person. I agree to be your friend. Open the gate. Following his order, the large gate gradually opened. In addition, the barbed wire fence was also moved so their cars could drive inside. After a moment, Wen Xiao extended his hand and said, "Welcome to our home." Knowing that the enemy had fallen into his trap, Tianlei smiled to himself. He shook hands in return. "Thank you, Mr. Ha. I am a person who repays kindness and settles scores. You won't regret making friends with me." Wen Xiao was puzzled after hearing him say this, but he still said politely, "Please, come in." Immediately, their cars slowly drove inside. Soon, they arrived at the Ha family mansion. When they saw so many guards and modern equipment, everyone was shocked. Yu Xuan even said to Shen Feng, "It's a good thing we came prepared. The tech here is way beyond any police station. If you charge in blindly, you'll be fried to a crisp." He then glanced at a nearby wall, saying, "See that wall? It's electrified. Surrounded by a dense power grid like this, it's basically a maximum security prison." Even Zhao Tianlei had to admit he never expected security this tight. It seems the 50 kilograms of food was worth it. Wen Xiao quickly tried to clear the air with him. "Many people misunderstand me because of the food toll. They don't realize that the more people live here, the scarcer our food becomes. The reserves in this villa were already running low. Now, we have to send people out for supplies. But you don't need to worry about safety. Look at them. They used to be my bodyguards, and some are ex-military. One of them can take on 10 zombies at once. The walls are the same, lined with electric wire. Without my permission, not even a fly can get in here." At that, Zhao Tianlei feigned relief. "Well, that's reassuring. Mr. Xia, you're a truly good person, to treat strangers with such warmth. You must have been quite the philanthropist before all this. You're too kind." Wen Xiao replied humbly, "I just do what I can with a clear conscience. By the way, next to my residence is a private, independent villa. It's comfortable, with plenty of parking space. I've arranged for you all to stay there. How about it?" The main character quickly agreed. "We will follow Mr. Xia's arrangements." And so, he loudly ordered his men to escort Mr. Zhao over there. Immediately, Xiao Chen gave a sharp reply. He didn't leave right away, but stood watching Zhao Tianlei's car for a moment a satisfied smile on his face. Soon after, they arrived at the place Wen Xiao had arranged for them. Upon arrival, Xiao Chen spoke politely. Mr. Xia said that your 50 kilograms of food helped solve our severe shortage. From today onward, you are all honored guests of our villa. If you need anything, just let us know. Zhao Tianlei replied with equal courtesy. Of course, thank you for your trouble. Please send my regards to Mr. Xia. Next, Xiao Chen bid them farewell. Well then, please get some rest. I will take my leave. The group stood there, watching Xiao Chen's silhouette disappear into the distance. A second later, Shuyang gave a signal with his eyes, and Zhao Tianlei nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Shen Feng made a suggestion. Brother Lei, this place isn't bad. Why don't we just settle down here for good? Yu Xuan also agreed. That's right. Back in the day, only the super rich could live in a place like this. Wealthy people really know how to enjoy life. But Zhao Tianlei feigned concern, saying, it's not that we can't stay, but that entrance fee is just too steep. To hand over that much food just to get in. At that, Yu Xuan scoffed. What's there to be afraid of? We're so poor, all we have is food. We've got a whole warehouse. A truck this big can't even move 1/10 of what's in that warehouse. When are we ever going to move all of it? Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei pretended to quiet them. Hey, keep it down. You want someone to overhear us? At that very moment, Xiao Chen was hiding in a corner, listening to their entire conversation. Of course, they knew. The whole act was put on just for him. Elsewhere, after Jinin heard about Zhao Tianlei's food truck from his brother, he shouted in disbelief, What? 500 kilograms? Bro, are you sure you saw that right? 500 kilograms of food in that truck. His brother replied, It's more, not less. Fired up, he immediately pushed Wen Xiao. Then what are you waiting for? Just rob them already. Why are you still playing this cat and mouse game? Just then, Xiao Chen arrived and announced loudly, Reporting. His brother told him to enter. Xiao Chen relayed everything he'd overheard to Wen Xiao, who grew visibly excited. In the next second, he resolved to seize the food, saying, We can't be reckless. We need to look at the bigger picture. Jining looked on nervously as Xiao Chen reported privately to Wen Xiao. A moment later, his brother told him, I just got intel. They have a whole warehouse of food stashed outside. The amount in the truck is barely 1/10 of it. Jinin yelled in astonishment. What? 1/10? Doesn't that mean they have 5,000 kilograms? His brother said coolly, I thought we caught a big fish, but it turns out we've landed a whale. Jinin quickly agreed. Right. You always think things through, big bro. I almost lost a huge future gain for a small profit, but with that much food, how do we make them cough it up? Wen Xiao, however, replied, What's the rush? As long as they are in our hands, do you really think those supplies can grow legs and run away? Right now, the most important thing is to gain their trust. Let out a long line to catch a big fish. Once we have their confidence, they'll naturally lead us right to the warehouse's location. But Jinin brought up another problem. But what if they refuse to talk, even if it means dying? Hearing this, his brother snapped at him, annoyed. Are you brain dead? Use your head for once. If they manage to hide that much food, they'll obviously have to go back for it. At last, Jinin understood Wen Xiao's plan and grinned. I get it. When the time comes, we just follow them and catch them all in one net. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei's group had moved their luggage into the villa. After looking around, Shuyang was completely stunned, saying, Whoa, this villa is ridiculously luxurious. Yu Xuan chimed in, I've been to a lot of rich people's houses as a bodyguard, but compared to this place, it's a whole different world. Looks like these Xia brothers aren't your average rich family. That's when Sister Hua revealed their background. The Xia family is an old money powerhouse, 3 generations deep, and Wen Xiao himself is a brilliant businessman. Before the apocalypse, he was like a domineering CEO straight out of a novel, the kind who holds the global economy in his hands. That's not an exaggeration. Rich doesn't even begin to describe him. However, he's an extremely paranoid person, and this villa is very close to his own residence. Plenty of wealthy people offered high prices to rent this place, but he never agreed. The fact that he's letting us stay here means he truly sees us as honored guests. Meanwhile, Shen Feng was using binoculars to scout the area and praise their leader. Captain Zhao, your move was brilliant. Using a phantom food warehouse as bait not only made them lower their guard, but it also let us walk right into the enemy's den. Now that we're this close to our target, observing their movements will be much easier. Just then, a sudden noise made everyone jump in surprise. Then, they heard a voice. Quick, let us out. We can barely breathe in here. Zhao Tianlei shouted angrily. Who is it? Shuyang quickly tried to calm him. Brother Lei, calm down. In the next second, he walked over to the red and gray suitcases behind him and unzipped them. From inside, Yusin and Bing Yan climbed out, to everyone's utter shock. She whined to Shuyang. I was suffocating to death. Zhao Tianlei exploded with rage. You too. Shuyang. He immediately admitted his fault. Brother Lei, I know I was wrong. Seeing this, Bing Yan said, it has nothing to do with him. This was my idea. He turned to scold her. You fool. Didn't we tell you two to stay put and wait for us? Why did you act on your own? Yu Xin tried to speak up for her. Sister Bing Yan was just worried about you. But Zhao Tianlei's anger didn't cool. Do you two think this is some kind of child's game? Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is? One wrong move and you could lose your life. Pushed to her limit, she fought back. It's because it's dangerous that I came. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei fell silent. Bing Nan's voice was firm. I want you to know, I'm not just going to hide in a safe corner like a burden. I won't be the girl who always needs you to save her from danger. I am a woman who can face life and death with you, through any disaster. I would rather face the risks by your side than wait outside, paralyzed with fear. Wu Ning turned to Su Yang and added, same here. Bing Yan continued. Besides, it's not like we're going out to fight zombies. I might not be a fighter, but I can help you strategize in this battle of wits against a ruthless CEO. Who could possibly be better for that role than me? Hearing this, Shen Feng had to agree with her. He admitted she had a point. On top of that, Wu Xuan added, know your enemy, know yourself. With her friends backing her up, Bing Nan stepped forward, placing a hand on Zhao Tianlei's chest and pleading with him. Come on, don't be angry. We're already here anyway. He finally sighed, giving in. I swear, I'm hopeless against you. He laid down the rules. You two are forbidden from going outside. You'll stay quietly in the room with Sister Hua, and you absolutely cannot let anyone find you. She gave a cheerful military-style salute and a crisp sir. Yes, sir. A second later, there was a knock at the door. Is Mr. Zhao home? Zhao Tianlei quickly motioned for them to disappear. You two, get upstairs and hide. Shen Feng went to open the door. The visitor was Xiao Chen. Mr. Xia has prepared a banquet. He sent me to invite you and your friends to his villa for dinner. Zhao Tianlei thought to himself, well, that was fast. Accepting Wen Xiao's invitation, they quickly made their way to his place. They received a grand welcome upon arrival, though only Wu Xuan accompanied him. What's more, Wen Xiao himself came out to greet Zhao Tianlei personally. Mr. Zhao, welcome, welcome. He replied politely, Mr. Xia, you're too kind. We've only just arrived. We should be the ones hosting you. Hearing this, Wen Xiao skillfully replied, from now on, we're all friends here. Why be so formal, calling each other mister with every sentence? Weren't there several friends traveling with you? Why did you only bring one? Zhao Tianlei quickly fabricated a reason to refuse Wen Xiao. Everyone was exhausted from the journey. Plus, we've just moved in and have a lot of things to organize. I told them to stay back at the villa. And then, Wen Xiao introduced his younger brother. I haven't introduced you yet. This is my brother, Jining. With that, the brother greeted Zhao Tianlei cheerfully. My brother said he felt a connection with you the first time he saw you. From now on, you're like a brother to me, too. Just call me Zining. Zhao Tianlei put on a relaxed expression and replied, how could I do that? It's better to call you, second, Young Master Chia. Otherwise, people will say we newcomers don't understand the rules. Jining brushed it off, saying, it's just a name, no big deal. Please, sit. The dining table was already set with an array of beautifully arranged dishes. Wen Xiao quickly raised a glass. This is a French Bordeaux wine, a limited vintage edition. In the past, there were only 8 bottles in the entire world. Getting a chance to drink it now is even rarer. Zhao Tianlei, you guys have to try it. Just then, Wu Xuan whispered to him, be careful, the wine could be drugged. A moment later, Zhao Tianlei cleverly declined. We can't compare to you two. We were just poor students who only drank Coca-Cola. No matter how good the wine is, we wouldn't be able to appreciate the flavor. We'd have a much better time with some beer. As he said this, Wu Xuan reached into the bag he was carrying. He then casually pulled out several bottles of beer and placed them on the table, leaving the Shy brothers completely stunned. Zhao Tianlei grabbed a bottle, held it up, and said cheerfully, come on, let's have some fun. Jining looked annoyed and shot back at Zhao Tianlei. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to disrespect my brother? Wen Xiao smoothly stopped his younger brother. Wine is brewed from grain. To a hungry man, beer is worth much more than wine. He also picked up a bottle of beer and said to Zhao Tianlei, I really admire your pragmatism. With a toast, Zhao Tianlei smiled at Wen Xiao, and the two of them clinked their beer bottles together. Meanwhile, Ji Ning wore a look of utter disgust. Wen Xiao then asked him, I was wondering, what are your plans for the future? Are you planning to stay here long-term, or do you have something else in mind? Zhao Tianlei simply replied, I heard news reports about base number 6, a government-built facility that can shelter survivors. It's fully equipped and protected by the military, so it sounds like a decent option. But I haven't made up my mind yet. I wanted to hear your opinions. Seeing his chance, Jining immediately jumped in. Of course you should stay here. What's so great about that base? I'll bet you that the moment you step through their gates, your food truck will be confiscated immediately. They might even force you guys into labor. It's different here. You are friends of my brother and me. Friends of the Xie family are honored guests of this villa. We guarantee you'll never have to worry about food or clothing, and you can even live a life above tens of thousands of others. Zhao Tianlei feigned fascination. That offer is certainly tempting. I was almost completely won over. Wen Xiao quickly clarified, don't misunderstand. We have absolutely no intention of forcing you. It's just that. I'm actually in a bit of a tight spot right now. Zhao Tianlei looked confused and asked him back. This entire estate belongs to your Xia family. Is there truly anything left for you to be unsatisfied with? Wen Xiao put on a pitiful act and replied, there's something you don't know. This morning, I told you about the situation here at the villa. In reality, it's much worse than that. We're about to reach a point where supplies run out completely. The villa is only peaceful right now because my guards are maintaining order outside, but they need to eat too. Once the food supply stops, they won't listen to me anymore. If a riot were to break out, the consequences would be unimaginable. There are so many elderly, women and children in the villa. I truly can't bear to see them lose this safe haven. So your arrival, it's like you've solved my most urgent problem. If you agree to stay, you would truly be doing us a huge favor. At this point, Wu Xuan had to speak up. What Mr. Xia means is, you still need our food supply. I've already handed over 50 kilograms of food. That's not a small amount. You can't just shear a single sheep bald. Playing along perfectly, Zhao Tianlei sighed and continued his friend's point. Helping others is a joy in itself. Mr. Xia is working so hard for people he doesn't even know. We should also contribute our strength. Hearing this, Wen Xiao understood that he agreed. So, you're saying yes? Zhao Tianlei suddenly needed an excuse to leave. I've had too much beer, and I really need to use the restroom. Would it be all right if I borrowed yours? The Xie brothers were confused, but they had to agree. Right after, Wen Xiao gave an order to Zhang Liang. Of course, someone, show Mr. Zhao to the washroom. Following his orders, Zhang Liang led Zhao Tianlei away. On the way, he remembered what Sister Hua had told him. Xin Yu's room is the second one from the bottom on the left side of the second floor. It's just a short walk from the washroom. But that was before we escaped. If they've moved her somewhere else, then there's nothing I can do. They finally arrived. Zhang Liang said, Mr. Zhao, right this way. Before entering, Zhao Tianlei instructed him, you don't need to wait for me here. I can't go, someone's outside. Zhang Liang agreed. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. He quickly went downstairs, and Zhao Tianlei watched him go to make sure no one was following him. Swiftly and silently, Zhao Tianlei began to move, constantly scanning his surroundings. After a moment, he saw a maid standing in front of a room, speaking politely. Miss, please don't make this difficult for me. Mr. Xia has given his orders. You must drink this medicine. A voice from inside yelled back, Get out. I'm not drinking it. With that, the maid grumbled in frustration. Who does she think she is? Still think you're some big shot celebrity? Just wait until the master gets bored of you, then you'll be finished. After her rant, she quickly left. Before approaching, Zhao Tianlei carefully scanned the area one last time. He seized the moment when no one was around. He walked up to the door, knocked gently, and whispered, Chen Xingyu, is that you? The person inside asked back, Who is it? So he replied, It's me, Zhao Tianlei. Chen Xingyu cried out in excitement, Zhao Tianlei. The next second, she rushed to the door and told him, It's me. I'm Chen Xingyu. He replied happily, That's great. It really is you. Are you all right? Did that Xia guy do anything to you? Chen Xingyu said sadly, I'm okay. He's been polite enough with me. He hasn't made things difficult. Zhao Tianlei, why are you here? And then Zhao Tianlei told her the truth. Sister Hua sent me to rescue you. Hearing that, Chen Xingyu asked in shock, Sister Hua? She's still alive? A moment later, Zhao Tianlei replied, Yeah. I ran into her after she escaped. She told me everything that happened after you all left the school. Her voice was trembling as she begged him, Zhao Tianlei, you have to get me out of here. Wen Xiao hasn't hurt me yet, but I can feel his patience wearing thin. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm losing my mind. I can't stay here another second. But Zhao Tianlei stopped him. Sorry, I can't take you with me just yet. Chen Xingyu desperately asked, Why not? Zhao Tianlei looked down, conflicted. Sitong still hasn't been found. If I move you now, we'll tip them off. Hearing this, Chen Xingyu finally understood. You're right. Poor Sitong. After a moment, he asked her, Do you have any idea where she is? But Chen Xingyu had no clue. I don't. I only know Ji Ning has her locked up, but not in this mansion. Then, Zhao Tianlei's tone softened. By the way, I heard a maid say you're refusing your medicine. Are you sick? She quickly reassured him. It's nothing. Just a cold from when I fell in the water trying to escape. But Zhao Tianlei was deeply worried about her. He pleaded, Chen Xingyu, you have to take the medicine. You need to get your strength back. Trust me, once I find Sitong, I'm coming back for you. We're getting out of this hellhole together. Her eyes filled with determination. I trust you. I'll take my medicine, get strong, and wait for you. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hall. It was Wen Xiao. What are you doing here? He asked. His eyes narrowed, staring Zhao Tianlei down. For a second, Zhao Tianlei froze in panic, but he quickly recovered, forcing a casual tone. This mansion is huge. I was just coming from the restroom and I guess I took a wrong turn. Wen Xiao seemed to accept it. Is that so? That damn Zhang Liang, leaving an honored guest to wander alone. I'll be sure to give him a piece of my mind. Zhao Tianlei quickly defended the servant. It's not his fault. I've always had a terrible sense of direction. He then cleverly shifted the topic. I thought I heard someone talking in that room. Is it a member of Mr. Xia's family? Why aren't they downstairs eating with us? Wen Xiao crafted a seamless lie. That's my wife. She's not feeling well and needs her rest. She always eats in her room. We should get back downstairs. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting. Zhao Tianlei simply agreed. As they walked away, Zhao Tianlei cast one last look at the room, making a silent vow. Asterisk, Chen Xingyu. Just hold on a little longer. I will come save you. Asterisk. Moments later, they returned to the dining table. The second Jining saw them, he sneered. What now? Is the big superstar throwing another tantrum? When Xiao shot his younger brother a warning glance. We have a guest. Watch your mouth. Realizing his mistake, Jining flinched with a flash of fear. But Zhao Tianlei seized the opportunity, adding fuel to the fire. Oh, so Mrs. Xia is a famous actress? No wonder Mr. Xia is keeping such a treasure hidden from the world. I have to ask which star she is. She might even be my goddess. Wen Xiao waved it off dismissively. She has no real fame, just a few small commercials. You wouldn't know her name. But Zhao Tianlei didn't let up, laying the praise on thick. Mr. Xia, you're too humble. Any woman who caught your eye must be a top-tier actress. Though, for someone so handsome and rich to get married so young, what a tragedy. What about you? Second young Master Xia, I bet a guy like you has plenty of celebrity girlfriends, right? Flattered. Jining puffed out his chest. Please, I'm not as foolish as my brother. What's so great about actresses? They're arrogant and high maintenance. Give me a pure, innocent schoolgirl any day. At that moment, Wen Xiao cut in. Speaking of which, what happened to that feisty, pure little girl? I haven't heard you mention her lately. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's heart hammered in his chest. Asterisk Siton. Asterisk Jining casually explained. Oh, that woman? She went nuts, started acting like a rabid dog, trying to bite everyone. I gave her to that punk, Lin Mu. Hearing this, pure rage flared in Zhao Tianlei's eyes. Yu Xuan saw him grit his teeth, and even Wen Xiao noticed the change. Zhao Tianlei, what's wrong? You don't look so good. Yu Xuan immediately jumped in. Lei Gei, don't tell me your stomach is acting up again. He leaned in, shaking his head. Your chronic constipation is a real pain, huh? Always takes you a full hour to get things done. Zhao Tianlei instantly caught on. He clutched his stomach, feigning intense pain. You're right. This stomach of mine is a lost cause. It's probably been too long since I've eaten so well. My stomach can't handle it. First the minor issue. Now the major one is coming through. I'm so sorry, we have to leave. We'll continue this another time. Yu Xuan helped him up, playing his part. Seeing this, Wen Xiao reluctantly agreed. All right, you should go home and rest. And so, Zhao Tianlei made his escape, groaning theatrically. Behind him, Jining scoffed. Tisk. The stomach of a poor bastard is always full of problems. Someone, spray this whole area with air freshener. A maid quickly replied, yes, sir. Jining pinched his nose. Ugh, the stench is unbearable. Once they were safely away from the mansion, Zhao Tianlei apologized to Yu Xuan. I'm sorry. I got too angry. I almost blew our cover. Don't worry about it, Yu Xuan replied. Lei Ji, was the girl's Jining mentioned your class president? Zhao Tianlei's face was grim. We'll know for sure once we find Lin Mu. Yu Xuan's expression hardened with resolve. Don't worry. Leave that to me. A wave of relief washed over Zhao Tianlei. Thanks. Then he frowned. By the way, did you really have to say I was constipated? Couldn't you think of anything else? Yu Xuan just shrugged. But your face back there. It really looked like you were constipated. His words left Zhao Tianlei speechless with frustration. At that same moment, back in her room, Chen Xingyu was praying. Suddenly, the door clicked open. It was Wen Xiao, carrying a tray with water and medicine. I heard you refuse to take your medicine again today. Why must you be so difficult? You're making me worry. Here, let me feed it to you. Chen Xinyu simply lowered her head and closed her eyes in silence. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wen Xiao's face before he gently set the tray down. In the next second, his voice dropped to a low, chilling tone. You should know, I've already given you more than enough time. I have never been this tolerant with any woman before. I like you. But if you don't know how to appreciate it, then you don't deserve to have it. I'm a businessman. If an investment costs too much with no return, I'm not foolish enough to keep trying. As he spoke, Wen Xiao closed the distance between them. So now, I'm giving you two choices. 1. Be a good girl, take your medicine, and marry me when you're better. Or 2. If I can't have something, I'll make sure no one else can either. His hand came to rest on her shoulder, a heavy, possessive weight. As his threat hung in the air, Chen Xingyu's mind flashed back to Zhao Tianlei's words. Asterisk Chen Xingyu, you have to get your strength back. Trust me. After I find Sitan, I will come for you. We will leave this place together. Asterisk. Gathering her courage, Chen Xinyu finally spoke. I'll drink it. She looked up at him. I was being foolish before. You've been so good to me, I have no reason to refuse you. I've thought it through. I agree to marry you. Hearing this, his face lit up with triumph. That's wonderful. You finally come to your senses. I'll prepare a wedding of the century for you, even grander than before. Trust me, I will treat you so well. As he spoke, Wen Xiao pulled her into a tight embrace. Hidden against his chest, a single tear traced a path down Chen Xinyu's cheek as she thought, Zhao Tianlei, I will wait for you. Xiao He. Xiao Bai was busy sucking up to Lin Mu. Xiao He started. Brother Lin, you really cleaned up today. Huh? Xiao Bai quickly chimed in. Of course, Brother Lin is young Master Xia's right-hand man now. Good fortune follows him everywhere. If we just stick with you, big bro, our future's gotta be bright, right? Hearing this blatant flattery, Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He tossed a pack of cigarettes at them. Hey, you know how to talk. This is for you. I, Lin Mu, am a loyal guy. Stick with me, and I'll make sure you're taken care of. The two lackeys beamed, shouting in unison, Thank you, Brother Lin. Xiao Bai even added, Walk safe, Brother Lin. As soon as he was a good distance away, Lin Mu's smile vanished. Pathetic country bumpkins, he muttered. Before, they weren't even worthy to shine my shoes. To think that I, the great young Master Lin, have fallen so far. Reduced to acting like brothers with this trash. A true fall from grace. Just then, a voice called out to him, Young Master Lin. Annoyed, Lin Mu turned to see who it was. But before he could react, a fist slammed into his face. As his vision swam, a familiar face loomed over him. It was Zhao Tianlei. Long time no see. Lin Mu, his face twisted with rage, he slowly lifted his head to look forward. A mix of shock and disbelief flooded his senses as Lin Mu yelled, You're Zhao Tianlei. You're still alive. Zhao Tianlei just gave a chillingly calm reply. You didn't expect this, huh? If a piece of trash like you is still living so well, why would I be dead? By now, he was tied up by Zhao Tianlei's men. Lin Mo struggled, screaming, What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you. I'm a favorite of the master of this villa. You better let me go now, or the young Master Xia will make you regret this. Shuyang casually picked up a bottle of wine and sneered at him. A favorite? Just how favorite are you? As favorite as this bottle of wine, you talking about young Master Wen and Ji Ning? We just came from having dinner with them. They gave this wine to Brother Lei as a gift, but Lin Mo refused to believe it. Who do you think you're fooling? His crew simply ignored him. Believe what you want. Brother Lei has tons of supplies. The Xia brothers are trying everything to get on his good side. Wu Xuan added, if they found out you crossed him in the past, one is a powerful backer, the other is a worthless grunt. Who do you think they'll make an example of? Lin Mo could only fume in silence. At his core, he was a coward terrified of death, so his tone quickly softened. Zhao Tianlei, don't be like this. For better or worse, we were classmates. We had some minor friction back in the day, but it's not like it was some deep-seated hatred. You wouldn't be that petty, would you, right? Zhao Tianlei scoffed at his shamelessness. Your nerve is almost impressive. Fine, I'll give you one chance. Whether I'm generous or petty will depend on your performance. Lin Mo eagerly promised. Okay, just say it. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it without a second thought. Zhao Tianlei got straight to the point. Tell me where Sitong is. At that moment, Lin Mo froze, his eyes wide as sweat poured down his face. Wu Xuan stepped forward. Stop playing dumb. You've been given a chance. If you tell a single lie, I'll take your life. With no way out, Lin Mo finally started talking. I'll talk. That day, after leaving the school, I really did run into Sai Tong's group, but our car broke down not long after. We had to get out and walk to survive, but who knew the zombies would catch up so fast? You know, a girl's stamina is limited. They all got eaten by the zombies. In a flash, Sister Hua lunged at him, screaming, "You lie. Sai Tong and Wu Bin were both victims of your schemes, and so was Xingyu. You sold her out to young Master Wen just to kiss up to those two. You heartless, despicable monster. You still want to lie? I'll kill you." Lin Mo immediately yelled back in anger, "You're Xingyu's manager." Just then, Bing Yan and Wu Xin arrived. Bing Yan continued, "To think our Yuzhu Academy produced someone like you. I'm truly ashamed for everyone who went to school with you." Meanwhile, Wu Xing cursed him out. "I've seen plenty of scum, but I've never seen anyone as scummy as you." Sister Hua, hit him a couple times for me. After seeing the two of them, Lin Mo said in a panic, "I know you. You're Bing Yan, our academy's goddess. Why are you with Zhao Tianlei?" She walked over, took his arm, and replied, "Because I'm his woman." This made him burn with jealousy. He suddenly burst out laughing, screaming at the heavens. "The heavens are truly blind. You poor bastard, Zhao Tianlei. Have you forgotten how you looked when you stood before me? When I told you to roll, you had to roll. When I told you to crawl, you had to crawl. You were my dog. Not even as good as a dog. On what grounds do you get to have beautiful women by your side and loyal followers now? All of this should have been mine." Lin Mo's. Insulted like that, Zhao Tianlei sent a vicious kick into his gut, causing Lin Mo's blood to spray out like a fountain. As he trembled in pain, Zhao Tianlei roared, "The heavens aren't blind, their eyes are wide open. A monster like you who preys on the weak deserves this fate. We'll settle our other debts later. Right now, tell me where Sitong is." Lin Mo smirked and replied, "I'm not talking. What can you do to me? Let me tell you, your precious class president is in a dark place, suffering day and night, suffering terribly. You're desperate to save her, aren't you? Well, I won't let you get your way. If you so much as touch me again, you can dream on ever finding out where she is." Zhao Tianlei's eyes blazed with fury, but Lin Mo only grew more cocky, laughing loudly. "That's the face. Every time I beat you, you made that exact same face, like a dog that's full of hate but doesn't dare to bite. If you've got the guts, then kill me. You don't dare, do you? You don't. Zhao Tianlei, in my eyes, you'll always be a pile of worthless trash." By now, Wu Xuan and Shuyang were grinding their teeth in anger. "You bastard." A second later, Zhao Tianlei calmed down and replied, "This is the Xia brothers' territory. Even if you don't talk, I can find out from them. As for you, I won't kill you. That would be letting you off too easy. I heard Wu Bin died a horrible death. The suffering you put my brothers through, I'll make you pay it back 10, even 100 times over." Then, he turned and walked away, giving an order. "Slice the flesh from his bones, piece by piece. Remember, you must keep him alive. Then throw him behind the mountain for the zombies to eat." Shuyang quickly replied, "Got it." Before moving toward Lin Mo, he shot him a look of pure hatred. Moments later, Shuyang walked up to Lin Mo with a dagger and said, "Where should I start?" "Let's begin with that rotten, evil tongue of yours." Knowing they weren't bluffing, Lin Mo screamed, "Wait, I'll talk. The human market. I sold her to the human market." Shuyang was confused. The human market? But Sister Hua knew exactly what that place was, and she screamed in horror, "Lin Mo, you're not human. How could you sell Sitong to a place like that?" Seeing her reaction, Wu Xuan turned to her in surprise. "Sister Hua, what is the human market?" Sister Hua lowered her head sadly and replied, "It's the most wretched place in this entire villa. Only people who are truly starving go there, to trade their bodies for food. Most of them are women. Some sell themselves, others are sold by someone else. It's called the human market, not just because people are bought and sold, but because anyone who enters that place loses their last shred of dignity. In the eyes of others, they're like livestock. As long as someone pays, they'll do anything they're told." Hearing this, Wu Xin began to understand the horror of the place. She said in a panic, "So, it's not A." But before she could finish, Bing Yan quickly stopped her. "Wu Xin." Sister Hua continued, "The conditions there are awful. It's filthy and it stinks. The little food they manage to earn is already scarce, and they still have to pay taxes to the Xia family. Sometimes, a whole day's work only gets them half a loaf of bread. It's not enough to survive. A lot of the girls don't make it more than a few days. They either starve to death or die from disease." The moment she finished speaking, Zhao Tianlei smashed his fist into Lin Mo's face. Next, he grabbed him by the hair, making him scream in agony. "You coward, Zhao Tianlei. You better pray to every god you can think of and protect Sitong, because if anything happens to her, I will make you beg for death." He threw Lin Mo to the floor. A second later, Zhao Tianlei issued his orders. "Wu Xuan, Shen Feng, tomorrow morning you're with me to find Sitong. Shuyang, you stay here and protect Bing Yan and the other two." Shuyang nodded quickly. "Understood." Early the next morning, they arrived at the human market. As soon as they entered, they saw a girl crying out, "Master, I'm begging you. Please show me some mercy." Deeper inside, the situation was even worse, with countless girls swarming passersby, begging for food. Just a piece of bread is enough. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I promise I'll serve you well. All I ask for is a bottle of water. After seeing this scene, Wu Xuan said, I thought you only saw stuff like this in movies. I never imagined it was a real-life tragedy. He turned to Shen Feng. Officer Yi, are you okay? He suddenly asked. See those guys over there? I've seen their photos in case files. They're a bunch of lowlifes that should have been arrested. If this were before, I would have definitely thrown them in prison. But now, all I can do is watch them live it up. I'm useless. Zhao Tianlei turned and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. These criminals are only running wild because they got lucky. But now that they've run into us, their good days are officially over. I agree. After we take down the Xia brothers, the first thing we'll do is clean up this scum. Then these girls won't have to suffer here anymore. Just then, they saw Chunmei run up and grab Zhu Ge. Wait a minute, you said 1 loaf of bread. You still haven't given it to me. But then the man smacked her hard, making Xuan Mai cry out in pain as she stumbled to the ground. Zhu Ka just sneered, You're a mess. Don't try to act like some cheap street girl at your age. This little brat has been crying this whole time, totally ruining the mood. And you still have the nerve to ask for bread. His cronies all burst out laughing at her. Meanwhile, the sudden fall terrified the child on Xuan Mai's back, who immediately started wailing. Through her own tears, she tried to soothe the baby. Xiao Bao, are you okay? Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei couldn't stay calm for a second longer. You bastard. In a flash, he bolted towards Zhu Ka, catching the man completely off guard. Before Zhu Ka could even react, Zhao Tianlei's fist connected, knocking one of his front teeth clean out. A second later, his furious lackeys swarmed in, ready to jump Zhao Tianlei. The first one, Grizzly Bear, shouted, Who the hell do you think you are? You dare touch our boss? Next up, Black Dog snarled, I'm gonna waste you today. But as Black Dog lunged, he froze, terrified by the hammer in Zhao Tianlei's hand. Zhao Tianlei just stared him down and said, Who are you gonna waste? At the same time, Wu Xuan grabbed Grizzly Bear. You should learn to behave. Black Dog knew when he was beat and immediately backed off, trying to cool things down. Hey, no need to get violent, right? We're all just here to have a good time. We can talk this out. But Zhao Tianlei showed zero mercy, his voice booming. Having to say one more word to scum like you is making me sick. Leave the stuff in the bag and get lost. The guy immediately folded. Yes, of course. In a hurry, Grizzly Bear pulled his boss away, saying, Zhuka, a wise man knows when to retreat. Black Dog chimed in, helping him up. Let's get out of here. With that, they handed over 3 bags of food. As they scrambled away, Zhu Xiao's group yelled for each other to hurry up. They took the food and gave it to Xuan Mai. Her voice trembled as she said, Thank you. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, Xiao Bao and I would have starved tonight. How can I ever possibly repay you? Zhao Tianlei just shrugged. It was nothing, big sis. I actually wanted to ask you about someone. Have you seen any new female students show up here recently? She's a local, with long hair and big eyes. She's really beautiful. She's a classmate of mine. She got to the villa a few days before I did, but I've looked everywhere and can't find her. I heard someone saw her around here, so I came to try my luck. Shumai looked thoughtful, but shook her head. A student? All the students in this villa stick together to survive. They wouldn't normally end up in a place like this. He was clearly disappointed. Oh, is that right? Thanks anyway. We'll go look somewhere else then. But just as they were turning to leave, she called out, Wait a minute. I do know one girl. I think she mentioned she was still in school. I don't know if she's the one you're looking for, but she's a good person. Beautiful and kind-hearted. She even helped me in Xiaobao before. But then, she somehow offended Ji Ning and got sent here. But she'd rather die than do that kind of work. She gets by selling what little she has. Hey, she lives right over there. Following Xuan Mai's lead, the 3 of them headed towards a small shack. The next second, they saw a man get kicked out the door, yelling in pain as he hit the ground. From inside, a woman's voice screamed, Get out. Just get the hell out of my sight. Hearing that voice, Zhao Tianlei's eyes widened in shock. Sitong, the man on the ground whose name was Dai Sheng, quickly sat up. He adjusted his glasses and shouted back, It's useless to argue. I don't care if you agree or not. I'm definitely selling you today. Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei's anger exploded. He roared, You bastard, which made Dai Sheng turn around in surprise. But before he could even defend himself, Zhao Tianlei was on him, punching him relentlessly. You're bullying Sitong, you're dead. Seeing him get attacked, a woman rushed out from inside, yelling, What are you doing? On what grounds are you hitting him? He's my husband. What business is it of yours if we have a fight? When Zhao Tianlei saw that the woman wasn't Sitong, he froze completely. A few moments later, the group was invited inside their home. Da Sheng's wife started bandaging his wounds, but he couldn't stop whining, ow, ow, ow. Xuan Mai was confused and asked, "So, you're not the person they're looking for?" The woman, Xu Jing, angrily snapped back, "I'm a resident at the hospital, not some student from Yuzhou University." Her husband just pleaded, "Honey, be gentle." Zhao Tianlei felt awful. "Man, I'm so sorry. I was way too emotional." Da Sheng was surprisingly understanding and waved it off. "It's fine, don't worry about it. My wife and I were just having a disagreement. It's embarrassing that you all saw that." But his wife wasn't letting it go. "What do you mean? It's fine. You're lucky it's not a serious injury. We don't have any anti-inflammatory medicine right now. If that gets infected, you could die. Do you get that?" "And you," she said, glaring at Zhao Tianlei. "What's wrong with you? Got a problem with your eyes? You just start hitting people without even looking to see who it is." Da Sheng quickly jumped to his defense. He thought I was his classmate, so he was just a little worked up. It's understandable. But she just turned on her husband. "Oh, so you're the generous one now. I guess that makes me petty, right?" Despite Xu Jing's anger, Da Sheng leaned over to the group and whispered, "My wife, she has the mouth of a dagger, but the heart of tofu. She's not really this petty, so please don't mind her. The place is a mess, just sit wherever you can." The phrase he used meant that her words were sharp, but her heart was soft as could be. After everyone sat down, Wu Zhuan tactfully spoke up. "Sorry to ask, but you two seem to have a great relationship, so why did you say you were going to sell your wife?" Da Sheng let out a long sigh. "It's a long story. My name is Da Sheng, and she's Sui Jing. My wife and I came to this villa about a month ago. I'm an engineer, and my wife studied medicine, so here, we were able to help people fix things. Treating illnesses for food wasn't a big problem for us. Until one day, the Xia family sent someone here. They said their lady had fallen into the water and had a high fever that wouldn't break. They wanted Xu Jing to go treat her, but when Xue Jing got to the Xia family's place, she realized it was a setup. Ji Ning had dishonest intentions for her. She defended herself and ended up stabbing him. Ji Ning was furious, so he threw us into this place, trying to force Xue Jing to do that kind of work. He even gave an order that no one in the villa was allowed to ask us for repairs or medical treatment, otherwise they would become his enemy. Luckily, we still had some friends who were willing to help us. They would often sneak over here and trade a little food for spare parts, which helped us barely survive. But now, food is getting harder and harder to find. People can barely take care of themselves. We couldn't be a burden on them anymore. Xue Jing and I haven't eaten in days. If things keep going like this, we're going to starve to death. Yesterday, a man who called himself Boss Wang came to find me. He said he could get past Ji Ning and take Xue Jing to his house. He's a rich man in this villa, and a while ago, he almost died. It was Sui Jing who saved him. He's always been grateful to my wife, and he really likes her, so I wanted to." Before he could finish, Xue Jing, who had figured it all out, cut him off. "You wanted to trick me. You were going to say you were selling me to make me angry, so that I would willingly go with that other man, and leave you here to die." He sadly hung his head and answered honestly, "It was the only way for you to survive." She was so angry she started to cry, screaming in his face, "Da Sheng, what kind of person do you take me for? When we got married, we promised we would never leave each other. Were those promises just lies? I'm the one who dragged you into this mess. How could I possibly leave you here all alone?" Hearing his wife's words, Da Sheng finally broke down, gritting his teeth and sobbing. He pulled her into a hug and apologized. "I'm an idiot. Such a fool. Honey, it's my fault. I'm so useless. But I would rather lose you than watch you die." Seeing the deep love between the couple, Zhao Tianlei and his friends were incredibly moved. A second later, Da Sheng looked up at him in surprise as Zhao Tianlei said, "I don't get it. That Ji Ning guy is petty and cruel. If he wanted revenge on you too, he could have used a million dirty tricks. So why would he just throw you two here to rot?" Wiping his tears, he answered, "Ji Ning did want to kill us at first, but Wen Xiao stopped him. I guess it's because Yue Jing is the only doctor in the villa, she still has some value." Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei praised Wen Xiao. That Wen Xiao, he really is a cunning fox. Brother Sun, about these components. How many rations to trade for them? Would 50 kilograms cover the whole lot? Hearing this, the husband and wife were absolutely stunned. Da Sheng quickly said that was way too much. All these junk parts aren't even worth 2.5 kilograms. But Zhao Tianlei stood up and declared, "Consider it a deal. And add 10 bottles of water as our apology. With these supplies, you two won't have to worry about surviving for a while. And don't worry, what goes around comes around. The golden days for those two brothers from the Xia family are numbered." As he said this, he placed a hand on Da Sheng's shoulder. Overwhelmed by this sudden kindness, Da Sheng was speechless. The couple walked them to the door, and before leaving, Zhao Tianlei promised, "We've got some business to handle, but I'll send someone to deliver the food shortly." Chun Mai also bid them farewell. I have to get back and take care of Xiao Bao. You two try not to fight anymore, okay? But after a few steps, Shu Jing called out, wait, I know a place. The person you're looking for might be there. Her words sparked a glimmer of hope in him. The next second, Sui Jing pointed across the street to a club. All the girls in there were handpicked by the Xia brothers, specifically to serve their rich clients. You should try looking there. The moment she finished, Chun Mai smiled and praised her. The Shang was right about you. You really do have a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Flustered by the compliment, she looked down and muttered, it's a fair trade. I still haven't forgiven you for hitting my husband, but I can't just take your food for free. If you find your friend, then we'll call it even. Hearing this, Yu Xuan sighed in admiration. What a prideful doctor. Zhao Tianlei simply thanked her. Thank you. This information is incredibly important to me. Following Shui Jing's directions, they crossed the street and entered the bar. The place was packed. Just as she said, it was filled with carefully selected girls. Amid the debauchery, people shouted that this was the greatest era, their favorite era. But moments later, in the bathroom, 3 men were tied up and stripped naked by Zhao Tianlei's group. He, along with Shen Feng and Yu Xuan, quickly changed into their clothes. The next second, they began to infiltrate the club, overhearing someone drunkenly sing, "Draw a dragon on my left and a rainbow on my right." Yu Xuan was confused by Zhao Tianlei's order to disguise themselves. He asked, "Brother Lei, why are we pretending to be waiters? Wouldn't it be easier to find our target if we posed as customers?" Zhao Tianlei then explained, "This place isn't like that other shelter. The clients out there are all friends of the Xia family. That young Master Wen is a suspicious guy. If word gets out that we're looking for someone, things will get complicated." After hearing the explanation, Shuyang had to praise him for his foresight. You really think of everything. Zhao Tianlei then showed them a photo of himself with Wu Bin and Si Tong. Take a look, this is Si Tong. We'll split up and check every private room. If you find anything, report back to me immediately. Got it, they said in unison. Following his orders, they went from room to room. The first was empty. In the second, they saw old Zhang with his arms around a girl. Carrying a tray of fruit and a bottle of wine, Zhao Tianlei cheerfully asked, "Sir, care for some more fruit?" Old Zhang scowled and barked at him. "Who let you in here? Get out." He then hurled an ashtray at Zhao Tianlei's head. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei slammed the door just in time. "My apologies for the disturbance." At another room, he was yelled at again. "What are you looking at? You want me to gouge your eyes out? Didn't you learn to knock? Do you have any manners at all?" Scram. On top of that, Zhao Tianlei was shocked to see girls fawning over the men. "Wow, this handsome little guy has a nice body. Come on, let me have a little feel." After checking a few more rooms, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of hellhole is this? They don't even spare the men. Si Tong, where on earth are you? Zhao Tianlei thought, his head hanging in despair. Suddenly, he overheard someone say, "Sister Miao, that client is here again. What do we do?" Zhao Tianlei's head snapped in that direction as Sister Miao replied anxiously, "That psycho is completely unhinged. He has sick fetishes. He won't stop until he's tortured someone to death. All the girls are terrified of him and refuse to see him." But Chun Tao reminded her, "But he's young master, she is friend. We can't afford to offend him." "Look." Before she could finish, Sister Miao cut her off. "What kind of world is this? As if the zombies weren't enough, now we have more psychos than people. How is anyone supposed to survive?" "Fine, send him to room 1303. Thank God for that ugly girl with the surname Yi. Otherwise, no one would be willing to deal with that freak." Chun Tao quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Hearing the name Ye, Zhao Tianlei's heart sank with worry. The next second, his worry turned to rage. Soon enough, the pervert was led to room 1303. His name was Lang Feng. Once inside, he started his sick games. "Hey little sister, don't be scared. Come on, big brother wants to play a game with you." But Si Tong refused. "No, it hurts too much." Her begging only made Lang Feng more excited. "It won't hurt at all. You look sick. Let this nurse brother give you a shot. One little injection and you'll feel all better." She kept refusing. "No, I don't want to." Overcome with fear, Si Tong let out a piercing scream. Just then, Zhao Tianlei heard the scream from the hallway and sprinted towards room 1303. In a rush of fury, he kicked the door open. Lang Feng was bewildered by the sudden intrusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei's eyes locked onto the terrified girl cowering in the corner, trying to confirm if it was Si Tong. Once he was certain, he called out her name. Si Tong. Hearing a familiar voice, she opened her eyes and looked toward the door. A second later, the man stepped toward him. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in?" Zhao Tianlei's voice was laced with venom. "You sick freak. Having fun injecting people? How about I give you a thrill you can die from?" Without another word, he drove his fist into Lang Feng's face, sending teeth and blood flying. The man crashed backward with a loud thud. The punch was so powerful that Lang Feng was left speechless, sprawled out. Zhao Tianlei rushed to support her, his voice firm. Si Tong, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. She just smiled blankly and replied, Big brother, I want to eat. Confused, he tried again. Si Tong, it's me. Don't you recognize me? But starvation had completely clouded her mind. As Zhao Tianlei stood there in shock, she suddenly attacked him, chanting, Dong Dong is hungry. I want to eat, want to eat. Si Tong, what's wrong with you? He cried out desperately. It's me, Zhao Tianlei. He tried to grab her hands to calm her down, but his touch only made her more frantic. You're bad people. All of you are bad. Die. Just die. Finally, Zhao Tianlei pulled her into a tight embrace. Si Tong, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I was late. Those animals. Look what they've done to you. Held in his arms, she sobbed and screamed. Bad people.
Let Dong Dong go. Zhao Tianlei will come save Dong Dong.
He'll beat you. He'll kill you all. With tears in his eyes, Zhao Tianlei vowed, Don't worry. The ones who did this to you, I won't let a single one of them get away. After that, they brought Si Tong back with them. Hearing the news, Bing Yan and Yu Xin came to visit. You found Class President Yi? That's great. Let us go in and see her. But Shen Feng blocked their way. It's better if you two don't go in. Confused, Bing Yan asked, Why? What's wrong? He answered honestly. Her condition isn't good. I think she's lost her mind. The word shocked her. Lost her mind? Shen Feng explained, I don't know the specifics. By the time we found her, she wasn't lucid anymore. She was completely delirious. She didn't even recognize Captain Zhao. Her body is covered in injuries. We have no idea what she's been through. We got Dr. Wang. She's inside treating her now. The doctor said she's extremely unstable. It's best she doesn't see strangers or it could trigger her again. Just as he said, even though she was restrained, Si Tong wouldn't stop screaming. No, let me go. It hurts so much. Seeing this, Sister Hua asked Xue Jing worriedly, Dr. Wang, she seems to be in so much pain. Do we really have to keep her tied up like this? Tuyet Tin quickly explained, she has multiple infected wounds that need immediate treatment. Any more delay and she'll die. We don't have any sedatives, and she won't cooperate. Tying her down is the only way. A moment later, Tu Dong called out his name. Zhao Tianlei, where are you? There are bad people here. Come quickly. Dong Dong was terrified. Sister Hoa, standing beside her, tried to calm her down. Tu Dong, be good now. We'll let you go right after the injection. Hearing Tu Dong's screams from behind, Bang Nan said in anguish. How did it come to this? Where's Zhao Tianlei? Then, Fang replied. Captain Zhao took Hook Duong and Wu Xuan to the warehouse. He said he wants to make those bastards pay for what they've done. Inside, they've tied up Sister Miu. She started begging, Boss, please let me go. I'm just the manager there. You won't get anything from robbing me. Hook Duong yelled in her face. Rob you? Are you blind? Don't you see how much food we have? Sister Miu continued. Then what do you want? It was Zhao Tianlei's turn to speak. I'm asking you, why did Tu Dong end up like that? He said. Your eyes when you questioned Sister Miu were terrifying. Zhao Tianlei questioned her in a cold voice. Why did Diep Tu Dong end up in that state? Sister Miu couldn't help but ask back, Who is Diep Tu Dong? Wu Xuan shouted impatiently. Still pretending? It's the girl you locked in room 1301. Sister Miu quickly realized who they were talking about and exclaimed in surprise. It's her. Is she your friend? Hook Duong aggressively held a sword to her throat, threatening her. Why ask so many questions? Are we asking you, or are you asking us? Terrified, Sister Miu hurriedly begged, Don't kill me. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It was Lam Mo who made her like that. Zhao Tianlei's face darkened as he growled. Lam Mo? Sister Miu quickly confirmed. That's right, it was him. I heard she offended young Master Lam Mo from the Ha family. To please him, she was sold to the human market, and then all sorts of clients with strange tastes were found to torture her. She couldn't handle the trauma and went insane. Her face pale with fear, she honestly recounted everything she knew. I heard from those clients that no matter how perverted the person was, she would just laugh hysterically, acting crazy as she received them, without any resistance. That's why Zhao Tianlei, furious, lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar, dragged her to your bar and brought those perverted clients to her. Sister Miu was so scared she burst into tears. At that time, I thought, since she was already crazy, she wouldn't feel the pain. It was better for her to bear it alone than to make the other girls suffer. Hearing her absurd reasoning, Zhao Tianlei was so angry, he gritted his teeth. He threw Sister Miu to the ground. You will die, but not now. Dying so easily would be letting you off too easy. The night was quiet under the bright moonlight. Sister Miu was tied up with the perverts. They were taken somewhere. The vehicle moved quickly through the quiet night. After a long while, the car finally stopped. The group was violently pulled from the vehicle. Once out of the car, the ropes binding their hands were cut. Lam Mo tore off his blindfold and roared defiantly, Zhao Tianlei, if you want to kill me, just do it. Stop with the games. I'm not afraid of you. He looked around the unfamiliar place, confused. Where is this? Sister Miyu seemed to recognize something and was stunned. This is, she screamed in terror. The corpse disposal yard? Lang Fong asked with confusion. What's the corpse disposal yard? Sister Miyu, her eyes wide with terror, shouted back. It's where they dispose of the dead in this villa. The dead are thrown out from here. She continued to explain in detail. The area behind this gate is crawling with zombies. The zombies smell the corpses and come to eat them right away. That way, there's no stench or environmental pollution. That's why this place is called the Natural Corpse Disposal Yard. Lam Mo now also realized the danger of this place and frantically approached Zhao Tianlei to beg. Zhao Tianlei, don't do this. After all, we were classmates. It was my fault before. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll do whatever you want. Just please don't throw me to the zombies. Zhao Tianlei frowned in disgust at his shamelessness. Classmates, when you killed No Bin, tortured Tu Dong, and betrayed Tham Tam Duke, did you ever remember those two words? Without another word, Kuk Duong and Wu Xuan opened the gate to the corpse disposal yard. The evil group immediately panicked and stumbled backward. Zhao Tianlei growled with fury, I told you, all of you will receive 100, 1,000 times the suffering they endured. Then, he pointed his gun at them and commanded, No Bin's body was thrown in here. Go find him and apologize. Zhao Tianlei growled coldly, Get out. Sister Miyu panicked and quickly tried to justify herself. Please, I was blind. I didn't know Deep Tu Dong was your friend. Please spare me. Lang Fong also chimed in frantically. Mr. Ha is my friend. I have a villa, a car in the estate, and many servants at home. It's all yours. Just please let me go. Zhao Tianlei wasted no more words on them and fired a ruthless warning shot. They screamed in panic and ran into the corpse disposal yard. Zhao Tianlei ordered Huk Duong and Wu Xuan, You two stay here and cover me. I want to see them get eaten alive by zombies with my own eyes. Inside the corpse disposal yard, in the cold forest, a horde of zombies, smelling food, aggressively rushed forward. The three were chased by the zombies and fled for their lives. But two zombies appeared from nowhere, blocking their path. They panicked and stumbled back a few steps. To save himself, Lam Mo quickly pushed Sister Miyu towards the zombies, causing her to scream in terror. The zombies swarmed Sister Miyu. With no strength to resist, she cried out in bitter resentment, Help me. The zombies, drawn by the tempting scent, quickly bit deep into Sister Miyu's neck. Other zombies swarmed in, tearing at her, causing her to panic. I don't want to die. Help, help me. She tried to reach out a hand for help to her companions, but the two of them had already fled the scene. Lang Fong, witnessing Sister Miyu's tragic end, fearfully followed closely behind Lam Mo. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Both of them scrambled far away from the nearby zombies. Lam Mo quickly climbed a large nearby tree to escape. He used all his strength to climb as fast as he could, but suddenly he shuddered and stopped when he felt a weight pulling him down. A weak voice called out, Help me. Lang Fong, having climbed part of the way, reached out and grabbed Lam Mo's leg, begging, Please. I can't climb up. Lam Mo gave a sinister smile in response. All right, I'll help you. With that, he kicked Lang Fong squarely in the face. You pervert. I'll help you find release. Lang Fong was kicked so hard he tumbled to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he was met with the hungry faces of the zombies closing in on him. Lang Fong's face went pale with terror in an instant. Immediately after, his mournful screams echoed throughout the forest. A while later, the zombies, gradually regrouping, roared aggressively as they looked in one direction. Lam Mo, comfortably perched on a high branch, was thoroughly enjoying himself. Stupid zombies. Of course you don't know how to climb trees. He smirked smugly. Zhao Tianlei, you want me dead? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a shot rang out from somewhere, piercing through his leg and causing him to scream. In pain, Lam Mo lost his balance and fell from the branch, crashing to the ground. Nearby, the barrel of Zhao Tianlei's gun was still smoking from the recent shot. Lam Mo trembled, clutching his injured knee, and screamed in rage. Zhao Tianlei, you bastard. I won't let you get away with this. The nearby zombies, seeing the prey before them, quickly approached. Lam Mo, terrified, yelled threats at them. Don't come here. Get lost, you stinking zombies. Suddenly, the zombies seemed to feel fear and all turned to flee. Lam Mo couldn't help but feel confused by their actions. As if misunderstanding something, he burst out into loud, triumphant laughter. Lam Mo didn't realize a huge monster was slowly approaching him as he continued to gloat. Even the heavens want to help me. It seems my life, Lam Mo's life, is destined for greatness. The weaker zombies, terrified of the huge monster, all fled in unison. Even from a distance, Zhao Tianlei was baffled by their actions. Why were they all running? It was like they were terrified of something. Just like that time at the police station, a cold dread washed over him as he considered the possibilities. Could another devourer be lurking in this freezing forest? Zhao Tianlei moved forward, step by cautious step, scanning the area. He raised his gun, tense and ready for a fight. Suddenly, a bizarre sound echoed in his ears, growing louder and clearer with each passing second. Zhao Tianlei ducked behind a tree to investigate. What he saw nearly sent him into cardiac arrest. A massive monster was using razor-sharp teeth growing from its stomach to devour Lam Mo, whose terrified screams echoed through the trees. "Help!" The gnashing teeth vibrated, preparing to grind their prey to pulp. The monster's eyes glowed with a murderous light, hungry for any living thing. It held Lam Mo's head like he was nothing more than a helpless animal. From its arms, thousands of tentacles erupted, swarming over Lam Mo's body, consuming him. Watching it all, Zhao Tianlei felt a chill run down his spine. The creature was literally absorbing a human being. He desperately contacted his support system. "Get your butt out here now." The system's voice shot back, filled with annoyance. "Why is it always in the dead of night? Doesn't the system need some rest?" Then, its focus shifted to the monster nearby, and it screamed, "Holy crap, what is that thing?" Zhao Tianlei quickly shot back. "That's what I was about to ask you. I've never seen a zombie like this before. Hurry up and give me the data on it." After a moment of analysis, the system replied, "Its features are too distorted. Identification failed." Zhao Tianlei snapped in anger. "Are you kidding me? Don't you have files on everything in this world? How can you not identify it?" The system fired back defensively. "The database only contains things that have been discovered and recorded. This is obviously a new type of mutant, which is why I have no data on it. But I can analyze its stats. It'll just take some time." In the quiet forest, the monster turned its attention back to the half-eaten Lam Mo. Trapped in its jaws, Lam Mo could only groan in agony. "It hurts. It hurts so bad. Somebody save me." He weakly forced his eyes open, searching for an escape. That's when he spotted Zhao Tianlei hiding behind a nearby tree. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lam Mo reached out a desperate hand. "Triyu Zhao Tianlei. Triyu Zhao Tianlei." Hearing the shouting, the monster's attention was immediately drawn to the new target. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth as the situation escalated. Damn it. The monster charged like a freight train toward the fresh prey. With a single swipe of its arm, it completely shattered the tree Zhao Tianlei was hiding behind. Zhao Tianlei leaped backward, reacting instantly as he opened fire, unloading his clip into the beast. The powerful rounds tore through the monster's massive body, but the bullet holes sealed themselves shut in seconds, leaving no trace. A new wave of panic hit Zhao Tianlei. Bullets had no effect. As the monster lunged at him again, the system screamed a warning. "Watch out, don't let it grab you." Dodging the monster's attack, Zhao Tianlei yelled, "Is the data analysis done yet?" The system scrambled to finish. "Don't rush me, it's almost done." Just then, the monster grabbed the gun in Zhao Tianlei's hand, shocking him. It was impossibly fast. With overwhelming force, it violently slammed him into the ground. Zhao Tianlei scrambled back to his feet, ready to continue the fight. The monster crushed the rifle like a cheap toy. In that critical moment, the system's voice rang out. "Analysis complete. This is a new form, a new species born from a mutated human. Its speed and strength are nearly on par with a level 3 mutant. Its body possesses absorption and self-regeneration abilities. It can absorb any object it touches or that becomes one with its body, draining the target's energy." It continued its detailed explanation. The mutation was triggered when the original host was exposed to the virus while also suffering severe physical trauma. The body's self-defense mechanism kicked in, causing the cellular structure to mutate. Its current appearance is the result of absorbing too many corpses. Understanding dawned on Zhao Tianlei. "No wonder it's so huge," he muttered. "It's been using people as fuel. What's its weakness?" The system replied, "I can only analyze its origin and power level. A weakness will only be revealed when it appears." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei didn't ask any more questions. He drew his axe, ready for a brutal, up-close battle. He stared resolutely at the hulking beast. "So a head-on fight is the only way, huh?" Suddenly, a chilling, mocking laugh cut through the air. "Triyu Zhao Tianlei." It was Lam Mo, half devoured but still mustering the strength for one last spiteful sneer. "You still haven't figured it out?" Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed in confusion. Lam Mo explained, "Look at the scar on its body." I recognized him instantly. The sharp teeth dug deeper into Lam Mo's flesh, but he just smiled a wicked grin. "After all, I'm the one who did this to him." Zhao Tianlei immediately understood the hidden meaning in his words, and his blood ran cold with horror. He clenched his jaw, his mind racing. Ingo Ban had died a horrific death. Ha Chi Nin's subordinates had carved the flesh from his bones, piece by piece. The mutation was triggered by the virus and severe trauma. Zhao Tianlei stared at the monster, a horrified whisper escaping his lips. Ingo Ban, the massive creature, roared in a furious rage. It lunged at Zhao Tianlei. Its huge hand clamped down on him, holding him tight. Tentacles shot out, closing in on the trapped boy. He desperately looked into the eyes of the monster that had lost its mind. Inzio Ban, it's me, Antriu Zhao Tianlei. The system's voice cut in sharply. It's useless. He has no human memories or consciousness left. There's no way he can recognize you. It urged him frantically. You have to cut off his arm. If you don't, he's going to eat you. Lam Mo, meanwhile, was ecstatic, letting out a wild, triumphant laugh. Triu Zhao Tianlei, how does it feel to be eaten by your best friend? Does it hurt? Is it pure agony? He savored Zhao Tianlei's miserable state, twisting the knife with more mockery. Do you know why he turned into this? And Deep Tudong? And Pham Tam Duck? It's all because of you. Everything is because of you. Lam Mo's smile was pure evil as he continued. Why do they have to help you stand up to me in the library? Insects should act like insects. They should have just stayed still and let me step on them. Why do they have to fight back? This is the price for pissing me off, he screamed, his eyes burning with resentment. Lam Mo, I will never lose to you. In my eyes, all of you are nothing but dirt. His words struck Zhao Tianlei like a physical blow. He trembled as he looked at the monster, his voice choked with self-blame. Ingo Ban, I'm sorry. I'm the one who did this to you. If I had just gotten here sooner, if I had met up with everyone, you wouldn't have. Tears streamed down his face, a river of regret. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, the monster's rampage paused. It froze in place. The tentacles surrounding Zhao Tianlei trembled and then loosened their grip, leaving him stunned. The monster let out a strange, guttural sound as it reached a hand toward him. Loi, Zhao Tianlei's heart soared with a desperate hope. Ingo Ban, you recognize me? But then, the monster grabbed its own head and let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Zhao Tianlei stood frozen in shock as the system's warning blared. That was just a residual effect from his remaining human cells. It's only temporary. He's about to lose control again. Use this chance and run. But Zhao Tianlei couldn't bring himself to leave, reaching a hand out toward his friend. No Ban. In an instant, the monster's feral nature returned. It let out a roar filled with pure killing intent. The sheer force of the roar snapped Zhao Tianlei out of his trance. The system urged him again, go now. Zhao Tianlei trembled, biting his lip in anguish. After a moment of agonizing hesitation, he turned and fled from the nightmare. As he ran, tears of guilt streamed down his face. Still trapped in the monster's teeth, Lam Mo shrieked in panic. Don't run. Don't leave me here alone. He was quickly swallowed whole by the monster. With his last breath, he screamed a final curse. Triu Zhao Tianlei, we can die together. After devouring Lin Mu whole, the monster charged onward, hunting for its next meal. A short while later, near the black car parked outside the scrapyard, Zhao Tianlei was unleashing all his fury on a nearby tree, having barely escaped the danger zone. Wu Shuan and Shuyang glanced back worriedly as they shut the scrapyard gate. Zhao Tianlei's hands trembled from the force of his own brutal punches. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, consumed by pure rage. Xie Wen Shao. Xie Jining. I swear I'll kill you both. Soon after, they finally left the scrapyard and headed back to base. The moment they walked through the door, they heard an anguished scream. No, I don't want it. Si Tong was desperately trying to get away from Bing Yan. Stay back. You're a bad person. Get away. Bing Yan just looked worried, trying to calm her down. Class Rep Yi, please stop running. You'll hurt yourself. But then Si Tong saw who had just walked in. To her, Zhao Tianlei was a savior. Terrified, she rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Zhao Tianlei, save me. They're bad people. They want to hurt Tong Tong. Zhao Tianlei gently held her, then shot a questioning look at the others. What's going on here? Bing Yan, holding a bowl of porridge, explained apologetically. I just made some porridge for her to eat. I didn't think it would scare her this badly. A flash of anger crossed Zhao Tianlei's face. Didn't I tell you not to bother her? Why would you provoke her like this? Bing Yan froze, taken aback by the cold fury radiating from him. She quickly tried to defend herself. I saw she was much more stable after waking up, and she's so weak right now. But Zhao Tianlei cut her off impatiently. Enough. With that, he led Si Tong away, comforting her in a low voice. Si Tong, don't be scared. Let's go back to our room. Wu Xuan walked over to comfort Bing Yan. Bing Yan, please don't be mad. Brother Lei didn't mean it. He's just not in a good place right now. Bing Yan waved it off, showing she wasn't offended. So what on earth happened out there? Xu Yang just sighed without answering. Wu Xuan hesitated, his expression grim. It's about our friend Wu Bin. Meanwhile, in Sitong's recovery room, Zhao Tianlei was consulting with the doctor. Dr. Wang, how is Sitong's condition? Sui Jing gave him a detailed answer. Her physical wounds are better. They've all been treated. They'll heal in a few days. The biggest problem is the psychological trauma. It seems she suffered a massive shock and has sealed herself off as a defense mechanism. Zhao Tianlei understood immediately. Is there a way to treat it? Sui Jing shook her head. I'm sorry. I'm not a psychiatrist, so this isn't my field. But the books say that with medication, therapy, or even the right external stimulus, a patient's condition could improve, leading to a gradual recovery. She glanced over at Tong, who was still trembling. But our current situation makes that impossible. All we can do is soothe her emotions, make her feel like she's in a safe environment where she can let her guard down and stop feeling so anxious and afraid. Troubled, Zhao Tianlei made a request. Sitong's condition is unstable. Dr. Wang, big bro's son, I'm going to have to ask you to stay here with us for now. Xu Jing readily agreed, offering a small smile. Don't worry about it. I gave the food you left last time to some of the patients and the girls from the human market. Thanks to that food, many of them were able to hold on for a few more days. Consider this my way of repaying you on their behalf. Zhao Tianlei gave her a grateful smile. Thank you. Suddenly, Sitong tightened her grip on his arm, her anxiety spiking. Zhao Tianlei, Tong is so scared. He gently stroked her head. Don't worry, Sitong, I'm right here. He made a silent vow. Asterisk, don't worry. I've already figured out a way to save Chen Xinyu. Very soon, we'll be able to leave this place for good. Asterisk. The next morning, everyone was stunned when Zhao Tianlei laid out his plan. Use zombies to lure the Xia family away. His expression was dead serious. That's right. He then began to explain his idea in detail. The Xia family's villa is heavily fortified, with guards hidden everywhere. To rescue someone right under their noses, we need the element of surprise. The Xia brothers think their fortress is impenetrable, that they can sleep soundly at night. If they found out a zombie had infiltrated their sanctuary, it would cause absolute chaos. And in that chaos, I'll get Chen Xinyu out. Shui Jing frowned, immediately objecting to his reckless plan. I can't agree to this. There are over 100 people here. If zombies get in, what happens to them? Can you guarantee that no one will get hurt? Her tone was severe. If even one person gets infected, we're all in danger. Many people barely made it here. This place has become their last and only refuge. Are you really willing to make them lose their only home, just to save your friend? Shen Feng chimed in, agreeing with her. Captain Zhao, I know you want to save your friend, but I can't support a plan that endangers so many to save one person. Shuyang's eyes widened innocently. But this is simple, right? We just take all of them with us to base 6. Wu Xuan broke into a sweat at his friend's clueless idea. Over 100 people. Dude, how exactly are you planning to move them all? Zhao Tianlei remained completely unfazed by their arguments. I'm not talking about real zombies. We'll have someone disguise themselves as a zombie and infiltrate the villa. He laid out the rest of his plan. We just need to spread a loud rumor that someone saw a zombie run inside. Then, we have our disguised actor appear at the Shai family's gate. The Xi brothers will definitely fall for it. Shuyang stroked his chin, thinking it over. I see, and when that happens, those two will definitely send their goons to deal with the zombie. Once the place is in chaos, that's our chance to move in. Shen Feng no longer objected, now nodding in approval. That's not a bad plan. Zhao Tianlei looked at the others. But we can't do it with just the few of us. Dr. Wang, big bro's son, I need you to find a few trustworthy people to help us out. Da Sheng immediately agreed. No problem. A lot of our friends are here. Everyone here has been exploited and bullied by those brothers for far too long. We've all had enough of them. Besides, the food you brought saved their lives. They will definitely agree to help. But Shui Jing still had one more concern, raising an eyebrow. Wait a minute. What if they open fire? A bullet doesn't care if you're human or a zombie. Zhao Tianlei already had an answer. I admit, the person acting as the zombie will be in danger, but Shuyang and Officer Ye will be there to protect them, and I'll get Chen Xinyu out as fast as possible, minimizing the risk. Besides, he looked directly at Sui Jing. Dr. Wang, if they don't take this risk, how many more days do you think they can survive under the control of the Xia brothers? Shui Jing fell silent, with no answer to his piercing question. Da Sheng backed Zhao Tianlei up, trying to persuade her. Sui Jing, he's right. His hands trembled as he clenched his fists in anger. Haven't you had enough of this life? Of just barely surviving, day by day? As long as those two are alive, we're all just slaves. We're no different than cattle under their control, waiting to be picked off one by one. Da Sheng's voice rose, filled with a newfound resolve. Instead of cowering in fear, I'd rather we fight back with everything we've got, just this once. Shuyang and Wu Xuan stared, stunned by his sudden fiery determination. It was like a switch flipped for Shui Jing. She stared at him, truly seeing him. A smile touched her lips, making Da Shang blush furiously. I always thought you were just a bookworm. I never imagined you could say something so inspiring. With no more objections, Sui Jing gave her decisive approval. All right, I'm in. Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei finally allowed himself a grateful smile. Thank you for your support. A moment later, just before they were about to leave to start the plan, Zhao Tianlei called out. Big bro son, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. He pointed to the black vehicle that had brought them here, a vehicle that had survived countless zombie attacks. This car has taken a lot of damage. Brother son, you're an engineer. I was hoping you could help me with some maintenance. Deishang walked over to inspect the vehicle and agreed with a grin. A small matter. Just leave it to me. But when he opened the trunk, he froze. It was completely filled with weapons. He was utterly stunned into silence. This is. Zhao Tianlei replied casually, as if it were the most normal thing in the world.
Oh, that's just some weaponry we liberated from the police station. Suddenly, a thought struck Deshang.
He turned to Zhao Tianlei, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Your name is Tian, right? Leave the car maintenance to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. In fact, I'll even throw in a little surprise for you. Suddenly, a loud crash from inside grabbed both their attentions. They rushed back in, asking, what happened? Si Tong had furiously smashed a bowl, leaving Bing Yan trembling with fear. The shattered bowl and its contents were scattered across the floor. Si Tong stared at the mess, shaking and speechless. Zhao Tianlei frantically ran to her side. Si Tong, are you okay? He then turned his rage on Bing Yan, grabbing Si Tong protectively. Didn't I say not to agitate her? Why do you two insist on bothering her? Why would you bring her somewhere as dangerous as the kitchen? Yu Xin, furious, jumped to Bing Yan's defense. Zhao Tianlei, why don't you get your facts straight before you start yelling? Sister Bing Yan saw you went to bed without eating last night, so she got up early to make you porridge. It was class president Yi who smelled it and wandered in here on her own. Sister Hua added guiltily, it's my fault. It's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention. And Si Tong ran out. She opened the pot. Thankfully, Bing Yan was here. She was afraid she'd get burned and tried to stop her, but ended up getting burned herself. Zhao Tianlei froze, the realization that he wrongly accused Bing Yan hitting him hard. Her hand was now red and swollen, a pained expression on her face. Si Tong gently pulled away from Zhao Tianlei and approached Bing Yan. She took Bing Yan's hand and softly blew on the burn. Sister, Dong Dong was wrong. Blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Bing Yan was so surprised by the gentle act that she couldn't move. It's okay, I'm fine. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. She's actually speaking. Sister Hua added in complete surprise. Last night, she was terrified of everyone. She wouldn't let anyone near her. Da Shang looked at Sui Jing skeptically. Is her condition getting better? She smiled and replied to him. She's willing to accept people other than Zhao Tianlei. It means she's slowly starting to open her heart again. This is a very good sign. But Yu Xin, still angry about Zhao Tianlei's outburst, crossed her arms and said sarcastically, even class president Yi can tell who's good to her. It's a shame some people with perfectly sound minds can't even offer a simple apology when they're wrong. Overcome with guilt, Zhao Tianlei approached Bing Yan to apologize. I was too emotional just now, and last night, too. I shouldn't have lost my temper without knowing the whole story. I'm truly sorry. Bing Yan turned her head away, refusing to accept it. If sorry fixed everything, we wouldn't need the police. Zhao Tianlei immediately grabbed an ice pack from the freezer. Your hand must hurt a lot, right? Here's an ice pack, let me help you. He gently placed the pack on her hand to soothe the burn. Zhao Tianlei's gentle concern made Bing Yan blush. Does it still hurt? Is that any better? Bing Yan tried to sound tough, huffing a warning. I'm not that petty. But if you ever fly off the handle like that again for no reason, I won't forgive you. I promise, Zhao Tianlei agreed instantly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and Shuyang hurried to answer it. Who could be here this early? He looked at the monitor and his eyes widened in shock at the familiar face. Xia Jining stood waiting at the door, making Shuyang deeply suspicious. Xia Jining. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed, instantly on edge at the sight of the uninvited guest. Don't worry, I'll deal with him. He glanced at Bing Yan and Si Tong. You two hide here, don't come out. Bing Yan understood and nodded. Okay. Shining was led inside, where he sat down and crossed his legs with a smug, mocking tone. How can you sit here so comfortably? There's a whole world of chaos happening out there. Zhao Tianlei calmly replied, this is good enough. It's quite comfortable. He continued with fake humility. I've never lived in a house this big before. Thank you for the Xia family's wonderful arrangements. Shining's eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint. Enjoy it while you can. Things are about to get interesting. Zhao Tianlei kept his pleasant smile. Mr. Xia, you came in such a hurry. I'm afraid I have nothing to offer you. Suddenly, an attendant handed Zhao Tianlei a strange, red envelope. Zhao elaborated on the invitation. Oh, I almost forgot. My older brother sent you this. The invitation was for a party. A wedding party. Groom, Xia Wenshao. Bride, Chen Xingyu. Zhao Tianlei fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. He acted as if the names meant nothing to him, smiling as he said, Mr. Xia is getting married? Congratulations. But I thought he already had a wife. Jianing answered leisurely, she was ill, but she's been cured. My brother helped her before the apocalypse, so she wants to repay him in some way. Hearing that, a wave of relief washed over Zhao Tianlei. That's great. Xingyu is cured. With the invitation delivered, Jianing stood up to leave. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Zhao Tianlei cheerfully saw him out. Travel safely, then. Jianing put on a friendly face. I'll be back later. Zhao Tianlei replied just as calmly, you're always welcome. The two men walked towards the door, one following the other, the air thick with unspoken threats. Suddenly, Qinin froze in his tracks. His eyes narrowed, focusing on something. He shot a suspicious glance at a nearby room. Inside, then Fong held his breath, peering through a tiny crack in the door. Tu Dong couldn't stop trembling as the danger grew closer. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Bang Ya gently supported her, trying to offer comfort. Zhao Tianlei approached Qi Min. Is something wrong? A knot of tension tightened in his chest. Kuk Duong also frowned, bracing for the worst. But then Qinin changed direction, walking over to a nearby coat rack and picking up a jacket with a strange look on his face. He squinted, his mind racing as he stared at the jacket. Zhao Tianlei's blood ran cold. He recognized it instantly. It was Tu Dong's jacket from the bar. He prayed Qinin wouldn't realize. But a wicked grin spread across Qinin's face as he looked right at Zhao Tianlei. Is this jacket yours? He let out a strange, mocking laugh and hung it back on the rack. Didn't know you had such weird tastes, Brother Lo. Zhao Tianlei breathed a silent sigh of relief, playing along with Qinin's twisted joke. Yeah, that's my hobby. His friend beside him chimed in with a grin. You get it, right? It's been a while for him. Qinin shrugged it off and walked towards the door, waving them off as he left. Well, see you at the wedding. At his words, panic surged through Tu Dong. He was a monster, and she was terrified of him. Sister Hoa quickly comforted her. It's okay, Tu Dong. He's gone now. You're safe. Meanwhile, in the magnificent Ha family mansion, inside a luxurious room, a beautiful girl was being adorned with expensive jewelry. But back with Zhao Tianlei, he couldn't shake his suspicion about Qinin's behavior. The guy's attitude was just too strange. He might already know something. Back in the mansion, the maids were meticulously preparing the young woman. The mirror reflected her stunning figure in a lavish gown. This was Tam Duck. But the beautiful image brought her no joy. Instead, her eyes were filled with a deep, sorrowful contemplation. Just then, Van Thieu appeared, leaning against the doorway, admiring her beauty. Tam Duck. Fury flashed in her eyes as she spun around to confront him. Who let you in here? Van Thieu casually strolled into the room. He ordered the maids to leave. Yes, sir. Van Thieu closed the distance between them. What's there to be afraid of? You're already mine, one way or another. Tam Duck turned away, defiant. I'm only yours after we're married. Until then, you have no right. Van Thieu reached out, gently stroking her hair. Of course, I'll still respect you. A cold smirk touched his lips. I've invited a lot of friends to the wedding, including Triyu Zhao Tianlei. Van Thieu's eyes narrowed, probing for a reaction. He was standing outside your door for a long time. I wonder what he was doing there. Tam Duck quickly tried to change the subject. I don't know him. I have no idea what you're talking about. Van Thieu moved closer, his hand gently touching her shoulder. Of course, you'll just play dumb. But let me show you something. His fists tightened with rage, but a twisted grin remained on his face. I really thought you were serious about marrying me. Wen Xiao's expression turned thunderous. He growled, making Tam Duck flinch. Asterisk, why me? Asterisk, she thought, trembling as she avoided his gaze. What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. But his voice was ice cold, his face a mask of fury. Still playing innocent? With that, Wen Xiao slammed a magazine onto the table. Inside was a picture of a crowd of people. His voice dropped to a dangerous low. You said you didn't know Zhao Tianlei. Then explain this. The magazine's headline screamed at her, Interview with a Rising Starlet. A reporter goes back to school. A chill of pure dread shot down Tam Duke's spine. She stared at the photo. It was her old class picture. Si Dong was there, Tianlei, and even Wu Bin. Wen Xiao's brow furrowed as he continued his cold analysis. I knew something was off about him, lurking outside your room that night. Then, just 2 days later, Ye Sai Dong and Sister Miao vanished. So I dug up this old magazine from before the outbreak. He growled, his eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. So, you were classmates. He came here to take you away. Wen Xiao's face was a storm cloud of fury, killing intent, flashing in his eyes. He gripped her wrists, his fingers like steel. No wonder your attitude changed so fast. No wonder you agreed to marry me. You were never touched by how well I treated you. You were just waiting for him to come and get you, weren't you? Pain shot up her arm, but it was rage that brought tears to her eyes. She ripped her arm from his grasp, shoving him back. She admitted everything. Yes. Tam Duck's voice was a raw scream. You and your brother are exactly the same. Disgusting, horrible beasts who crush anyone for your own selfish gain. How could I ever like someone like you? Just standing near a monster like you for a single second makes my skin crawl. She ground her teeth, her voice shaking with fury. Since you know everything, I'd rather die than let you use me to threaten my friends. Before Wen Xiao could react, she turned and lunged for the nearby wall. He moved like lightning, grabbing her by the shoulder. He stopped her reckless act by slamming her brutally to the floor. The impact left her breathless with pain. Wen Xiao loomed over her, a god looking down on a mortal. His voice was a chilling whisper. You are my wife. How could I ever let you die? No, this is all his fault. Panic seized Tam Duke. What are you going to do? Wen Xiao leaned back, a cold smile playing on his lips. I want you to watch him pay the price. He turned to leave, tossing an order over his shoulder to the servants. Watch her. If anything happens, I'll hold you all responsible. The maid bowed her head, accepting the command. Yes, sir. Tam Duck scrambled to her feet, trying to chase after him, but the guards blocked her way. Xiao Wen Xiao, don't you dare touch them. As twilight fell, her rage burned on. Asterisk Xia Wen Xiao. Asterisk. Days later, in the grand hall of the mountain villa, a lavish party was underway. Guests mingled, happily chatting and congratulating their host. Zhao Tianlei walked into the hall carrying a small gift. Congratulations on your wedding, Mr. Xia. A humble offering of food to celebrate you both. Wen Xiao had a subordinate accept the gift, welcoming him with a wide smile. Just your presence is enough. There was no need for such a grand gesture. Please, have a seat. Tianlei smiled back, politely taking his place.
To host such a magnificent wedding in these troubled times, and with so many esteemed guests. Mr. Xia, your power is truly remarkable.
Wen Xiao replied humbly. Everyone is just showing me some respect. Zining, standing beside him, chimed in. You can't say that. Without you, where would any of us be? We owe you this food and shelter. The other guests quickly joined in, showering Wen Xiao with praise. He's our great benefactor. Am I right, everyone? The crowd roared. Yes. Yes. But then, another guest spoke up with a worried tone. Mr. Xia, I heard the back gate of the villa was damaged. Someone said they saw zombies get inside. Is there any truth to that? Hearing this, another guest grew visibly anxious. If that's true, then aren't we all in terrible danger? Wen Xiao immediately raised a hand to calm the crowd. Everyone, please rest assured. The gate was simply old and worn down. It has already been repaired. I also sent men to sweep the entire perimeter. There are no signs of any zombies. Zombies don't know how to hide. All they do is attack. If even one had gotten inside, we would have known immediately. Believing his words, the crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. That's true. Well, that's a relief then. Suddenly, Wen Xiao's gaze fell upon Tianlei. Tianlei, what are you looking for? He answered smoothly. Today is your big day, Mr. Xia. Shouldn't you be by the bride's side? I was just wondering where she is. Wen Xiao's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint in them. Is that so? You're that eager to see the bride? Tianlei put on a flustered act, quickly waving his hands. No, that's not it. It's just, your wife is a famous celebrity. I'm sure I'm not the only one here who's dying to see her. The other guests heard this and enthusiastically agreed. That's right, the bride must be stunning. Bring her out and let us all get a look. Wen Xiao didn't press the issue, instead smiling graciously. She's just finishing up her makeup upstairs. She'll be down in a moment. Just then, a guard stumbled into the hall, his face pale with terror. It's bad. There are zombies. Zombies have infiltrated the villa. They're attacking people. Jining let out a horrified scream. What? Even Wen Xiao's face tightened with tension at the dire news. The moment the guests heard zombies, they erupted into chaos. The zombies are here. Run for your lives. Wen Xiao stood up, his voice booming over the panic. Do not panic. This mansion is heavily guarded. There's no way a zombie could get in. Everyone, stay here. Do not go anywhere. He turned to Jining. Jining, you're with me. Let's go see what's happening. Jining looked terrified but reluctantly agreed. Why, yes. Standing nearby, Tianlei allowed himself a small, triumphant smile. The plan was in motion. The guests scrambled out of the hall in a mad rush. Their desperate pleas filled the air. No, don't chase me. Don't bite me. The fake zombies roared as they pursued them, fueling the guests' terror. In the midst of the chaos, Tianlei slipped quietly into a hallway. He knocked on a specific door, keeping a careful watch on his surroundings. Tam duck, he called out, but only silence answered from within the room. Tam duck. He pushed the door open, ready to get her out. Inside, a figure in a stunning wedding dress was waiting. Tianlei rushed forward. Tam duck, we have to go now. But the figure before him was just a lifeless mannequin. It toppled at his touch, shattering on the floor. In that instant, Tianlei's blood ran cold as he realized the truth. It's a trap. Suddenly, a massive iron cage plummeted from the ceiling. It crashed down around him, trapping him completely. Then someone slowly approached and flipped the switch. Blinding light flooded the room, forcing Tianlei to shield his eyes. Wen Xiao was standing there. How long had he been in the room? His voice was casual, almost lazy. A bit hasty, aren't we? You haven't even had a drink to celebrate. He looked down at Tianlei, his eyes like chips of ice. And you're already trying to run off with my wife. Tianlei still tried to play dumb. Mr. Xia, what is the meaning of this? I was just worried the bride was in danger, so I came to check on her. There's no need for this. Wen Xiao let out a scornful laugh. Oh, really? Then I suppose I should thank you for being so concerned about my wife. He turned and gave a signal. A moment later, his men forced Tam Duck into the room. Her eyes were filled with guilt as she looked at Tianlei. Tianlei. I'm so sorry. He knows everything. Seeing her, Tianlei dropped the act. His face twisted with rage. Tam Duck. He whispered, his fists clenching at his sides. It seems you had this all planned out, just waiting for me to walk into your trap. When did you become suspicious of me? Wen Xiao answered his question without hesitation. The moment your group set foot in this villa. You were too wealthy, too flashy, always making a scene, deliberately trying to get my attention. And on top of that, Shen Tam Duck's attitude changed completely. After you visited my home, I was certain you two knew each other. And if I'm not mistaken, he continued, the zombie attack outside was just a classic diversion tactic, a trick to lure the tiger from the mountain. Correct? Tianlei let out a cold laugh. They say you're a paranoid man by nature. I see now I shouldn't have underestimated you. Wen Xiao ignored the comment. I'd advise you not to waste your strength. That iron cage is solid. You're not getting out. He turned to leave, his expression darkening with a vicious glint. I've been wanting to clean up Sun Trang for a while now. The people living there are a mixed bag of trash. Thanks to you, I can use this opportunity to wipe out all that filth. His words left Zhao Tianlei speechless. He could only frown, lost in heavy thought. A while later, Huck Duong checked in with everyone. How's everybody doing? You all okay? They all replied cheerfully. We're fine. Duong. That was awesome. If we ever run into those scumbags again, we'll just do the same thing to scare them off. A girl exclaimed with a triumphant smile. They had been bullied by those guys for so long, and tonight they finally got their revenge. Bang Han walked over to Huck Duong. We scared them all off. They ran for their lives. I wonder how things are going on Zhao Tianlei's end. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs erupted nearby, sending everyone into a panic. What's going on? Huck Duong waved his hands, signaling for everyone to move. Gunfire. Find cover, now. Beams of light suddenly cut through the darkness, illuminating the area. Qinin appeared with his crew, his voice dripping with contempt. Was it fun playing zombie? Well, the game ends now. His bodyguards aimed their weapons at the group as Qinin delivered his warning. Triyu Zhao Tianlei is finished. If you know what's good for you, come out with your hands up. Don't make me waste my bullets. Hearing this, Bang Han couldn't help but cry out in worry. Zhao Tianlei. Then Fong quickly grabbed her arm, stopping her from doing something reckless. How did they find out about our plan? Qinin's patience snapped, and he barked an order to the men behind him. Not coming out, are you? Light 'em up. Turn them into Swiss cheese. On his command, the guards unleashed hell upon the cliffside where Huck Duong's group was hiding. The others could only cower in terror, shielding their heads from the storm of bullets. But Huck Duong's crew wouldn't go down without a fight. They drew their own guns and returned fire against Qinin's army. The thunderous sound of the gunfight echoed all the way to the room where Zhao Tianlei was being held. He grit his teeth in alarm, his tense gaze fixed on the window. Tam Duck rushed to Van Thieu, pleading with him. Ha Van Thieu, you only want me. This has nothing to do with them. Just let them go, and I'll agree to anything. But Van Thieu was unmoved by her pleas, his voice cold and ruthless. I wanted a woman who was pure as jade, someone who would love me with all her heart. You're not worthy of that anymore. If you dare betray me, you will pay a heavy price. He pulled out a gun and aimed it at Zhao Tianlei. You care about him that much? Fine. Then I want you to watch him die right in front of you. Zhao Tianlei stared back, his body tense, facing the man's explosive temper. Van Thieu's face was a calm mask of cruelty as his eyes narrowed. Tam Duck watched in horror, tears welling up. No shot rang out. Instead, it was Van Thieu who was hit. His shoulder exploded in pain, and he cried out in agony. The bodyguard beside him rushed over in a panic. Mr. Ha! The unexpected gunshot left Tam Duck stunned and frozen. A faint, satisfied smile crossed Zhao Tianlei's lips. The bullet that hit Van Thieu had come straight through the window behind him. Not far away, Wu Xuan kept his scope trained on the scene, providing cover fire. Zhao Tianlei wasted no time, pulling out an axe and shattering the iron cage that held him. He immediately grabbed Tam Duck. Let's go. Seizing the moment while Van Thieu was distracted, they made their escape. Zhao Tianlei shielded Tam Duck with his body as they crashed through the fragile glass window. He protected her as they plummeted to the ground below. Van Thieu clutched his bleeding shoulder and roared. Damn it. He quickly ordered his guards. After them. Yes, sir. The bodyguards immediately gave chase. Zhao Tianlei and Tam Duck landed hard but were already scrambling away from the building. A large truck pulled up alongside them. Get in. Once they were safely aboard, the driver slammed on the gas and sped away. The bodyguards could only watch helplessly as the truck disappeared. Van Thieu stood behind them, screaming in a furious rage. Kill them for me. From his sniper's nest, Wu Xuan opened fire on them once more. Mr. Ha, watch out, there's a sniper. Tu Trin yelled in warning. Van Thieu grit his teeth in a panic. Without a second thought, he grabbed Tu Trin and used him as a human shield against the incoming bullets. Watching the truck carrying Zhao Tianlei and Tam Duck vanish into the distance, Van Thieu casually tossed Tu Trin's body aside. True Zhao Tianlei, you can't escape me. The other bodyguards stared in disbelief at what happened to Tu Trin. Tu Lu frowned, a thoughtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, the Ha family's forces were still laying down heavy fire on Hook Duong's group. The rock they were using for cover was starting to crack and crumble. Their firepower is too strong. We can't hold out much longer. What do we do? Dai Fan yelled while returning fire. Wu Hin and Bang Han held each other in fear. Duong, I'm so scared. We're almost out of ammo. Then Fang shouted over the gunfire. Hook Duong roared back to rally them. Hold on. Even if we're down to our last bullet, we don't give up. Trust in Brother Lo Wei. He'll be back for us. Just then, a large truck came barreling towards them at breakneck speed. Qi Nin and his men stared in confusion, but Kuk Duong's face lit up with excitement. It's Brother Loey. The huge truck screeched to a halt in the middle of the road, right between the two warring sides. A savage grin spread across Qi Nin's face as he made his declaration. Triu Zhao Tianlei. You actually dared to walk right back into the lion's den. Van Thieu staggered forward, clutching his wounded shoulder, his voice filled with rage. I told you, you can't escape. Qi Nin looked at his boss's battered state in alarm. Brother, what happened to you? Just then, Zhao Tianlei calmly stepped down from the truck to face them. He looked at them with unwavering resolve, without a trace of fear. Don't worry. I have no intention of running. Bang Nan and Huk Duong immediately rushed to his side. Leo, brother. Bing Yan rushed to Han's side, her voice laced with worry. Are you okay? A reassuring smile spread across Zhao Tianlei's face. I'm fine. But then Bing Yan's gaze shifted to the girl standing beside him. Chen Jinyu stared right back at her. Bing Yan fell silent, her eyes scanning the other girl with suspicion. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei broke the tension, turning to the Xia family's guards. Gentlemen, I have a question for you. Why are you willing to die for the Xia family? He questioned them with a sharp frown. For money? Status? Or, in these times, is it for supplies? Am I right? Zhao Tianlei gestured to the massive truck behind him. This truck is holding 500 kilograms of food. If you want it, it's all yours. The guards froze, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. Wen Xiao's brow furrowed, while Jining just stared blankly before bursting into a mocking laugh. Are you stupid? Once you're dead, all this food will be ours anyway. Zhao Tianlei looked down on the fool before him. It's not the same. If I die, this food becomes the personal property of these two. How much of it do you think will actually trickle down to you? His words struck a nerve, dawning horror on their faces. Zhao Tianlei continued to sow his seeds of doubt. The most important thing is that you all get to live. With this food, you won't have to worry about starving. You won't have to be the Xia family's dogs. Isn't that a better deal? A dark smile crept across Wen Xiao's face. Zhao Tianlei. Not a bad plan. But if you think these men are my guards because of some empty promise, you're dead wrong. His voice turned cold and sharp. This villa is a microcosm of society. The strong devour the weak. To live comfortably, you need food and ammunition. These men are my confidants. After me and Jining, they hold all the power. Wen Xiao was brimming with confidence in his men, his brow arched with arrogance. They're loyal because they believe in me, they worship me, because I can give them safety and status. This is an unbreakable bond. You can't just shatter it because you want to. Zhao Tianlei shot back. The corpse ravine behind the villa is filled with bodies in military uniforms. They were gnawed to pieces, barely recognizable. A horrific sight. If it's so safe here, then why are they dead? Wen Shao answered without missing a beat. They died on a supply run. Unlucky enough to get bitten by a zombie. More and more people are showing up, but the food is dwindling. Sooner or later, everyone will starve. Their deaths were a necessary sacrifice. Chen Xingyu shot back in fury. You're lying. Even if food is tight, it's not nearly as bad as you're making it out to be. Exposed, Wen Shao's face twisted in anger as he glared at her. But Xinyu, still wary, raised her voice to expose him. I saw it with my own eyes. You and your brother, sneaking supplies from outside into this villa, hiding them in the cold storage. You staged a food shortage to make everyone risk their lives scavenging for you. Her words stunned the guards. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, and the Ha brothers started to panic. Wen Shao snarled through gritted teeth. You lying witch! Who would ever believe a word you say? But then, a guard's voice cut through the noise, stopping him cold. I do. Wen Shao's face darkened as he spun around to glare at the man. Jining shrieked in outrage. Zhang Liang, are you insane? You're my brother's right-hand man. You trust an outsider over us. Zhang Liang lowered his head, his voice tight with fury. I don't trust them. I trust what I've seen. Then he turned his glare on the two brothers. Li Wei risked his life to find food for you, but when he got hurt, you threw him to the zombies while he was still breathing. Guo Tao looked up to you like a god, completely loyal, and you used him as a human shield. Zhang Liang declared with bitter pride. On the surface, we're the Ha family's guards. A higher status, no taxes, no one bullies us. But in reality, we're no different from anyone else. Just pawns for you two to use and throw away when you're done. He clenched his jaw in fury. If not for that, what the hell do you think you are? Wen Shao's face went grim as he threatened them. This villa is mine. Everything in it is mine. I am the king of this place. If I want someone dead, they die. You're only alive. You only have food to eat because I, in my great mercy, allow it. And instead of being grateful, you dare to hold a grudge? He barked out an order. Guards, take Zhang Liang and execute him. But Zhang Liang didn't flinch, standing his ground defiantly. The guards didn't move a muscle, standing in dead silence. Jining screamed in a rage. My brother said to shoot him. Are you all deaf? Is this a mutiny? Zhao Tianlei finally spoke up. Ha Wen Shao, you're wrong. You are not the king here. No one wants a king who only knows how to oppress his people and offers them no way to survive. He looked towards the guards and continued. If anyone is king here, it's them. From the very beginning, they're the ones who have protected this villa, protected everyone. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed as he declared, stop resisting. Your time is up. The era of the Ha family ends today. But Wen Shao still refused to admit defeat, hissing a warning, Zhao Tianlei, don't get ahead of yourself. You really think your silver tongue is enough to make them rebel? They're only interested in the truck full of food you brought. With that, he snatched a gun from a guard's holster. Wen Shao aimed it at the crowd, warning them, for the sake of this food, let's see who dares disobey me. I am still the master of this place. He then aimed the gun at the food supplies. Wen Shao laughed triumphantly. Say goodbye to your precious supplies. Just as Zhao Tianlei and the others panicked, a single gunshot shattered the air. Everyone froze, staring at the shocking scene. Blood poured from a hole in Wen Shao's head. He collapsed, and behind him stood Zhang Liang, the shooter. Wen Shao died with his eyes wide open, lying in a pool of his own blood. Zhang Liang's face was grim, showing no hesitation. Jining screamed, Brother! The other soldiers grabbed him. He struggled, cursing, Damn you! You killed my brother. I'll tear you to pieces. One of the soldiers spoke up, He's pure evil, even worse than his brother. A single shot ended him, but Jining kept struggling, screaming, Let me go, you traitors. Suddenly, a voice called out, Wait! Zhao Tianlei told the soldiers. After all the evil he's done, letting him die would be too easy. The scene changes. Ha Jining is tied to a wooden post, surrounded by a massive crowd. The people hurled stones at him, cursing him. Kill him! You've brought so much misery. Jining slowly slumped over. The furious shouts never stopped. You bastard! You finally got what you deserved. Nearby, Zhang Liang was talking with Zhao Tianlei's group. He said, Thank you for saving everyone in this villa. He continued, Honestly, we couldn't stand what the Ha brothers were doing either, but we had to survive, so we never dared to oppose them. Shuyang added, Those two brothers were capable of any evil. This counts as justice for everyone. Zhang Liang then asked, What are your plans now? Why don't you stay here? Da Sheng agreed. That's right. The Ha brothers are finished. The villa has no leader. We need someone new. You have the skills, and everyone respects you. If you stay, you can make this place even better. Zhao Tianlei replied, The Ha brothers are gone now. As long as everyone works together, this place will thrive. He went on, my decision is made. Tomorrow, we leave for base number 6. Shuyang asked, Brother Lei, you wanted to go to the base to find squad leader Ye's group. Now that you've found them, you still want to go. Zhao Tianlei answered, even though I found them, our mission isn't over. You could even say, the apocalypse has just begun. Staying here might be safe, but that's not my goal. He continued, base number 6 is the strongest anti-zombie fortress, built by the government. It has the best equipment and plenty of food. Only by getting there can we truly live in peace. Wu Xuan agreed. Exactly. Our country is in ruins. As long as a single zombie exists, nowhere is truly safe. Shen Feng added, and I have to get there to rendezvous with my organization. Shuyang said to Zhao Tianlei, if you've made up your mind, then I'll follow you to the very end. Zhang Liang spoke up. All right, we won't force you to stay. The Ha brothers collected a lot of weapons. They're in the villa. Take them as a gift for your journey. Zhao Tianlei replied, then we owe you our thanks. Da Sheng laughed, I have a gift for you all, too. He unveiled it, and everyone's jaws dropped. Shuyang exclaimed, whoa, that's so cool. He asked, is this our old car? Da Sheng adjusted his glasses, saying confidently, I used your weapons to upgrade it. All the parts are new, and I replaced the windows with bulletproof glass. This vehicle can now withstand 5 times more damage than before. Wu Xuan was amazed. Incredible. Shen Feng praised him, truly worthy of a master mechanic. While the three of them admired the car, Zhao Tianlei spoke to Da Sheng and his wife. You two are valuable talents in these chaotic times. You should put your skills to good use. Why not come with us? Xue Jing replied, thank you for the kind offer, but I have many patients here. I can't just abandon them. Da Sheng looked at his wife and added, I'm not like you guys. I don't have some grand ambition. I just want to live a quiet life with my wife. Wherever she is, that's where I'll be. Zhao Tianlei smiled. That's a real shame. Xue Jing continued, I've prepared some medical supplies for you. The road ahead will be dangerous. Hopefully, this can help you on your journey. She went on. Yi Sitong's wound needs to be redressed regularly to avoid infection. Chen Xingyu's body is fine, but she's still very weak. Be careful not to let her overexert herself. Shuyang then asked Zhao Tianlei, Brother Lei, are you really planning to bring that big celebrity along with us? Zhao Tianlei looked confused. What's wrong? Scene changed to inside the main house. Shuyang told Zhao Tianlei, see for yourself. Xingyu and Bing Yan were sitting across from each other, flanked by Sister Hua and Wu Xin. Bing Yan spoke first. Miss Shen, now that you're safe, have you thought about your future plans? Xingyu immediately replied, I'm going with Zhao Tianlei. In this world, only Sister Hua and Zhao Tianlei are my family now. Of course, I want to be with them. Bing Yan countered, Miss Shen, this isn't a vacation. It's a long and dangerous journey to base number 6. Your body has just recovered. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and recuperate with Sister Hua? Xingyu said softly, my body is fine. Zhao Tianlei worked so hard to save me. Of course, I want to face the hardships with him. Bing Yan retorted, Zhao Tianlei saved you out of friendship. Now that you're fine, he can rest easy. Why would he want you to risk your life traveling with us? Sister Hua, unable to stand it, chimed in. I think there's something Ms. Zheng doesn't understand. Zhao Tianlei and my Chen Xingyu aren't just ordinary friends. Zhao Tianlei has always had a secret crush on Xingyu. He just hasn't confessed yet. Yu Xin quickly interjected. What a shame. Zhao Tianlei has not only confessed to my sister Bing Yan, he's already proposed. They are officially engaged now. Fiancé and fiancé. Chen Xingyu was completely stunned. Fiancé? Impossible. Zhao Tianlei has always liked me. You're so much older than us. Bing Yan answered coolly, then you don't know him at all. Zhao Tianlei likes my maturity. Unlike a certain celebrity who loves being chased but is too scared to actually be in a relationship. Afraid her fans won't approve. Chen Xingyu flared up. Don't you go too far. I don't believe Zhao Tianlei would like someone like you. I'm going to ask him myself. Bing Yan challenged her. Fine. Go ahead. Yu Xin had brought Zhao Tianlei over, hoping Miss Zheng would finally give up. Eavesdropping from outside, Zhao Tianlei was completely lost. What is this situation? Yu Xuan whispered to him. You still don't get it? This is a war between two women. Shen Feng added from the side. And they're both heavy hitters. The slightest move and the jealousy just pours out. Terrified, Zhao Tianlei tried to sneak away. I'm not scared of zombies, but I am scared of two women arguing. Just tell them you didn't see me. I'm out of here. But Sitong appeared out of nowhere, startling him. She giggled. Tong Tong's got you now. Zhao Tianlei is right here. Hearing that, the two women stormed over, shouting in unison. Zhao Zhao Tianlei, their voices echoed. Zhao Zhao Tianlei, you stop right there. Get back here. The scene changes. Two cars drive down the road. Tong stared, bewildered, at the two women facing off. Yushu inside, so we all ended up leaving together. Huh. Zhao Tianlei replied warily. Chen Xingyu said she has a relative who works for the government, probably at base number 6, so Bing Yan couldn't really object. Shen Feng teased, doesn't matter if it's an excuse or the truth. Being caught between these two is going to be hell for you, my friend. The car screeched to a halt. Brother Lei, we're here, said Yu Xuan. Below the cliff lay the corpse ravine. Zhao Tianlei's expression turned grim. He opened the trunk. Inside, Ji Ning was tied up. Zhao Tianlei dragged him out. You bastards. What are you going to do to me now? Zhao Tianlei stared at him. Want to know why I spared your life just to bring you here?
It's so the people you and your brother killed can watch what happens to you, so they can finally rest in peace. Ji Ning started cursing wildly.
Zhao Tianlei, don't act so high and mighty. In this world, the strong devour the weak. They died because they were useless. What's that got to do with me? You're right, Zhao Tianlei agreed. The world is cruel. But if you hadn't exploited them and bled them dry, they might have had a chance to survive. You squeezed out every last drop of their blood and stole their last glimmer of hope. You're more disgusting than the zombies out there. Ji Ning was now right at the cliff's edge. Zhao Tianlei stepped closer. Ji Ning scrambled back in fear, stammering. What? What are you doing? Zhao Tianlei stood right in front of him. He reached out his hand and said, sending you to hell to repent. With a light push, Ji Ning fell screaming into the abyss. Zhao Tianlei watched, his face like ice. Yu Xuan broke the silence. Ji Ning got what he deserved. Brother Lei, don't be sad. Zhao Tianlei replied, that bastard deserved to die. But what about the scars Tong has to live with? Who's going to make that right for her? And what about Wu Wen and all the other victims? They can never come back to life. He gritted his teeth. I wish I could make them die 100,000 times. Elsewhere, somehow, Ji Ning crawled out from a pile of vines. He laughed maniacally. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. You idiots thought you could kill me, Ji Ning, in your dreams. Even the heavens are on my side. Suddenly, a monster with razor-sharp teeth appeared. Ji Ning was still trying to get up, muttering, as soon as I get back, everything will be mine again. But then he heard the deafening shriek of birds echoing through the forest. Yu Xuan sensed something was wrong. He yelled to Zhao Tianlei, Brother Lei, something's coming. The monster dug its claws into the cliffside, then its feet, and launched itself upward with a terrifying leap. Zhao Tianlei yelled in horror, it's Wu Bin. The monster slammed into the car. Shuyang panicked. Why is it him? Yu Xuan asked. How did he follow us? Zhao Tianlei answered, blood. He continued. Ji Ning's blood is on the back of the car. The scent must have led him right to us. The monster was ferocious. What do we do? Yu Xuan shouted. Zhao Tianlei commanded, step on it. Go. He turned to Su Yang in the vehicle behind. Su Yang, speed up and lose him. Got it, he replied. The car shot forward, the truck right behind it. Both vehicles tore down the road at incredible speed, but the monster kept pace. It was glued to their tail. Yu Xuan shouted, we can't shake him. He's too fast. Just as he spoke, the monster rammed their car, causing the two vehicles to collide. Zhao Tianlei, Shuyang, and Yu Xuan were thrown by the impact. The smaller car swerved violently. Shen Feng grabbed his gun. I'll handle him. Zhao Tianlei tried to stop him. No, don't. That's Wu Bin. He cut him off. We don't have time for that. Do you want us all to die with you? Zhao Tianlei froze at his words. Shen Feng scrambled onto the roof of the car, lying flat to take aim. Gunshots rang out, bullet after bullet slamming into Wu Bin. Shen Feng kept firing. Wu Bin let out a piercing roar. Shen Feng stopped, stunned. Normal bullets have no effect on him. Wu Bin charged forward in a frenzy, launching himself into the air and landing squarely on the truck. The truck was yanked backward, its tires screaming against the pavement. Zhao Tianlei and Wu Haiyan were thrown by the sudden jolt. Ngo Bun snarled, lunging wildly for Thun Fong. He raised a monstrous fist, ready to bring it crashing down. Thun Fong barely dodged the blow, his head slamming against the ground. Inside the cabin, the girls screamed in terror. A cold dread filled Zhao Tianlei. It's over. Ngo Ben grabbed Thun Fong's face, who struggled weakly against the crushing grip. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei screamed, Stop. Ngo Ben, calm down. It's me, Triyu Zhao Tianlei. The monster only roared in response. Thun Fong choked out, Do it now. He's completely transformed. He doesn't recognize you. Zhao Tianlei trembled, squeezing his eyes shut. Ngo Bun. I'm sorry. Hearing Ngo Bun's name, Tudong's mind flashed back to the three of them, happy. She turned to face him. The monster paused for a split second. Just as a bullet tore through its stomach, more gunshots rang out, forcing the creature backward. Tears streamed down Tudong's face as she screamed, "Ngo Bun." The monster tumbled off the truck. "Ngo Bun," she cried out, but Bung Han and Wu Hin held her back. "Tudong, be careful. You'll fall." The monster snarled, preparing to charge again. Thun Fong yelled a warning. "He's coming again." He pleaded, "Hurry up and shoot." But Tudong shielded the monster with her own body. She sobbed, "No, Zhao Tianlei. Why do we have to do this?" "That's Ngo Ben." Zhao Tianlei hesitated, but Wu Hin screamed, "Loi, we're at the edge. If we don't slow down, we'll go right off the cliff. Decide now." The monster charged forward again. A storm of conflict raged in Zhao Tianlei's eyes. With tears streaming down his face, he begged, "Tudong, please, get out of the way. I don't have any other choice." Tears carved paths down Tudong's cheeks. She lowered her head, her voice cracking. "It's because of me that Nio Bayan became like this." She continued, "He must be in so much pain, so lonely." She looked back at Ngo Ben. "If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't." She whispered, "I'm sorry." A sad smile touched her lips. "Zhao Tianlei, I was so happy that I got to see you again." Through her tears, she said, "You have to live a good life." "Okay." And with that, she leaped from the truck. Bong Yan and Wu Hin couldn't stop her in time. Everyone stared in horror. But Zhao Tianlei was completely frozen. Tudong. Tudong's memories flashed before her eyes. Her and Go Ban laughing together. "Will you recognize me, Go Ban? Thank you for protecting me back then." She wrapped her arms around the monster. "This time, let me set you free." Ngo Ban let out a strange, almost human sound. They crashed into the guardrail, and both plunged into the abyss. Zhao Tianlei trembled, a soul-shattering scream ripping from his throat. "Why? Why?" The scene changes to a hotel. Everyone stood outside a room as Bong Nan called, "Zhao Tianlei, it's time to eat." Hook Duong asked worriedly, "Brother Loi still won't eat anything?" Bong Nan sighed, "Ever since we got here, he's just locked himself in his room, refusing to come out." What happened with Wu Bin and the class president was a crushing blow for him. Chen Xingyu spoke up, "We shouldn't bother him, let's give him some space." The group quietly agreed to leave. Inside the room, Zhao Tianlei kept his head bowed in grief. Deep in the forest, Wu Bin cradled Tu Dong, both of them lying in a pool of blood. He trembled, "Don't die. I'll protect you." As Wu Bin shifted, a group of figures in black suddenly appeared. "Found them, over here," one said, as they surrounded him. "What kind of mutant is this?" Another asked. "He doesn't seem like a normal flasher. He's much stronger. Who could have wounded him this badly?" And the girl in his arms? "She's just a normal human." One of them said, "He's critically injured. He's not going to make it." "What's the call?" Hong Yue removed her mask, giving a single command. "Bring them back." Back at the hotel, everyone sat at the dinner table. Chen Xingyu picked at her food, while Bing Yan ate in silence. The guys exchanged nervous glances. Kui Yang thought to himself, "It's dead silent. Why isn't anyone saying anything?" Yu Xuan shot back in his mind. "Are you dense? You really haven't noticed." Shen Feng sighed internally. "Here we go again. It's always like this when Zhao Tianlei's not around. Those two women are a ticking time bomb. One wrong word and you're dead. Just eat fast and get out." Shuyang broke the silence. "Hey, Sister Bing Yan, Miss Shen, we're finished. You guys take your time, we're heading back to our room." Shen Feng quickly chimed in. "Yeah, us too." Yu Xin spoke up, her voice cutting through the tension. Yang, from now on, you should call her sister-in-law." Shu Yang froze, completely stunned. She continued, "Our group is getting bigger. We need to set some clear rules. We all know the relationship between our sister-in-law and Zhao Tianlei, but outsiders don't. Changing how we address her will serve as a reminder to others and prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings." Sister Hue shot back, "Miss Zhang hasn't said a word. What gives a little girl like you the right to give orders? The emperor isn't worried, so why is the eunuch panicking?" She pressed on. "Besides, this whole fiancé story came from you too. Zhao Tianlei has never said a word about it." Bing Yan finally responded, her voice calm but firm. "I would never joke about something like this." She continued, "Everyone here has seen the feelings between me and Zhao Tianlei. All of you can be my witnesses." She issued a challenge. "And if that's not enough, feel free to go ask Zhao Tianlei himself." "What's wrong?" she taunted. "Are you scared? Or do you just not want to accept the truth?" As Sister Hua bristled with anger, Chen Xingyu stopped her. "Sister Hua, let's go." Yu Xin walked away with a smug smile. She praised Bing Yan. "You were amazing, sister." You left her speechless. Bing Yan replied, "Dealing with little girls like that is simple enough." She then added, "But I can tell she hasn't given up yet. We have to keep pushing until she has no hope left with Zhao Tianlei." Yu Xin turned to the guys. "You all heard that. I'm sure you know what to do from now on, right? The three of them nodded frantically. Yes, we understand completely. In their minds, they all had the same thought. The war between women is terrifying. In their room, Sister Hua was fuming. I'm so mad I could scream. She was obviously just bluffing. Let's go ask Zhao Tianlei right now. But Chen Xingyu stopped her. Ask him what? If he likes me or Zheng Bingyan. And what if it's true? What if they really are engaged? How could I ever face him after that? Sister Hua immediately dismissed it. How could that be possible? Everyone knows Zhao Tianlei is in love with you. He risked his life, traveling all this way just to save you and Tudong. She recalled the look on his face back at the villa. He looked like he would rather die than fail to save you. If he didn't truly love you, why would he go that far? Chen Xingyu fell silent. But he's never confessed to me. And I never said yes, Sister Hua pressed her. But you've already made a decision in your heart, haven't you? She reminded her. Didn't you tell me you started falling for him back in the library, when you saw him protecting his friends from Lin Mu? Then you volunteered to stay behind so he could escape. In that moment, you already loved him. It's just that Tudong confessed to him first. But Tudong is gone now, Sister Hua urged. You two can finally be together. Chen Xingyu looked worried, but after losing Tudong and Wu Bin, Zhao Tianlei can't handle another shock. How can I confess to him at a time like this? You may be thinking of Tudong, but others won't be so considerate, Sister Hua argued. In this world, who knows if we'll be alive tomorrow? You two have finally found each other again. If you don't seize this chance, you'll lose him all over again. Chen Xingyu was quiet for a moment, then her expression hardened with resolve. Okay, I'll go see him right now. Then, she hesitated. But, he's been locked in his room for 2 days. What if he won't come out? Sister Hua grinned. He can skip a meal, but he still has to use the bathroom. She then presented a pair of high heels. Here, I already prepared these for you. Surely I don't need to teach you a classic move from a romance drama, right? An image flashed in her mind. Zhao Tianlei opens the door. Chen Xingyu suddenly stumbles, and he catches her in his arms. The air becomes charged with unspoken feelings. Chen Xingyu, he'd say. Zhao Tianlei, she'd reply. After imagining the scene, she told herself, okay, just pretend to trip. Perfect. Don't worry, Chen Xingyu, you can do this. Just then, the silhouette of Zhao Tianlei opening the door appeared. He's here, she thought. She walked towards him, calling out, Tian, but then, her foot slipped for real. She face-planted right in front of him. He looked down. Chen Xingyu, he peered at her, concerned. Are you all right? Mortified, she scrambled up, quickly turning away to make an excuse. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just going to the bathroom. Zhao Tianlei casually pointed in the other direction, making her even more embarrassed. The bathroom is over there. Zhao Tianlei paused, a look of realization dawning on his face as he finally put it together. You came to find me, didn't you? Chen Xingyu froze, her cheeks flushing a deep red. She decided to stop hiding it. She gave a weak smile. You figured it out. She tucked her hair behind her ear, trying to hide her embarrassment. Actually, I came to talk to you. I wanted to tell you that. Her eyes dropped as she trailed off, unable to form the words. Chen Xingyu looked up at his clueless face, completely missing her inner turmoil. She let out a soft sigh, deciding against her confession. I still can't bring myself to say it, she thought. Regaining her composure, she changed the subject. What I wanted to say was, I know you're devastated about Tudong and Wu Bin, but I hope you'll pull yourself together. Please don't stay like this, she continued, trying her best to reason with him. You shut yourself in your room for the past 2 days. Even though no one is saying anything, I know Li Shuyang and the others are in chaos right now. You're our captain, our spiritual anchor. If you fall apart, we can't stand strong either. Chen Xingyu looked down, her voice filled with sorrow. The ones who are gone, but those of us who are still alive have to keep moving forward. So please, for all of our sakes, try to find your strength. Zhao Tianlei's expression darkened at her words. Spiritual anchor. He finally spoke, his voice heavy with the thoughts that had been tormenting him. I used to think I was the chosen one, that I could be that pillar for everyone else. But I'm not nearly as great as I thought. He admitted his own frailties with a bitter tone. It's the opposite. From the very beginning, I'm the one who's been leaning on all of you just to keep standing. The only thing that kept me going until today was the thought that I had to live to find you all. But, no matter how hard I tried, they still ended up dead. Zhao Tianlei thought of his most precious friends who were now gone, and the weight on his heart grew heavier. Tudong, Wu Bin, and Cheng Zhao, too. The people most important to me are disappearing, one by one, and there's nothing I can do. His entire body trembled as he blamed himself for being so powerless. I thought I could protect them, but the truth is, I failed. Chen Xingyu rushed to reassure him. But you saved me. You saved Sister Hua and the other students who escaped. If it weren't for you, we would have been torn apart by zombies in that library, she continued, recalling her own cherished memories as her voice turned sad. The days at that Xia family villa were so hard. I was at my breaking point. But Wu Bin and Tu Dong were always there to cheer me on. Wu Bin told me he used to be a coward who would run from his problems. But you were the one who taught him what courage meant. And Tu Dong. She never stopped believing that you would find us. Shen Xingyu tried her best to lift his spirits. You feel like you couldn't protect anyone. But you're the reason we have the strength to keep living. I'm sure the other surviving students feel the same way. You gave them hope. But if you lose the will to fight, what are they supposed to do? Tu Dong and the others. They wouldn't want to see you like this. Her words finally broke through his despair. He sat in silence for a long time. At last, he let out a heavy sigh. I understand. The fire was back in Zhao Tianlei's eyes. He looked at his friend, Shen Xingyu, his brow furrowed with new determination. Thank you for telling me that. I won't let anyone down. From now on, no one else on our team dies. Seeing he was back, Shen Xingyu smiled. Even though Ngo Ben and Tu Dong are gone, they haven't disappeared. They'll always live on in our memories. She stepped forward and took his hand. Zhao Tianlei, promise me, you'll never, ever give up. Okay? His expression was deadly serious. Okay. From a hidden corner, someone watched them talk. It was Bong Nan. She looked at them thoughtfully, lost in her own world. A little later, in her room, Shen Xingyu couldn't help but wince from a pain in her leg. Ouch, that hurts. She grimaced, looking at her bruised shin. Good thing I didn't confess to him just now. That would have been so embarrassing. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, startling her. Bong Nan was there, leaning casually against the doorframe. Seeing her, Shen Xingyu immediately tensed up. Is something wrong? Bong Nan tossed her a small bottle. This is ointment for bruises. Use it, and you'll be better in 2 days. Shen Xingyu couldn't believe her eyes. She stared for a moment before stammering out a reply. Thanks. Then, a sudden realization hit her, and her voice rose in alarm. Wait a minute. How did you know I was hurt? Were you spying on me? Bong Nan replied coolly. I'm not that creepy. I was just passing by, that's all. Shen Xingyu was still suspicious. But don't you hate me? Why would you give me this? Bong Nan's cool demeanor suddenly shattered. She made a vicious face to scare her. That's right, I put poison in it. After you use it, your whole body will rot and you'll become hideous. Shen Xingyu saw right through the act and scoffed. Lame. Bong Nan realized her joke fell flat and admitted the truth. All right, fine. I'll admit I was jealous when I found out Zhao Tianlei used to have a crush on you, but he's not in a good state of mind right now. I don't want him to worry about the drama between us, she continued. Besides, Ngo Ben and Tu Dong were your friends. You're the right person to comfort him right now. Bong Nan raised an eyebrow, a spark of pride in her eyes as she faced her rival. But me accepting you doesn't mean I'm admitting defeat. It's because I'm confident. Confident? Shen Xingyu repeated, confused. Bong Nan stretched lazily and continued. That's right. A little girl like you could never be a match for me. I'll prove to you that even if you're by Zhao Tianlei's side, you're no threat to me at all. Her words left Tom Duke completely stunned. She stammered, unable to believe what she was hearing. Lie, little girl. Bong Man ignored her reaction and casually turned to leave. Sleep well. Shen Xingyu finally snapped back, shouting angrily after her, You old hag, don't underestimate me. One day, I'll make you eat your own words. Hyuk Dun happened to be walking down the hall. He saw Bong Nan and greeted her. Hey, sister-in-law. Bong Nan's voice turned cold. Don't call me that anymore. I don't want Zhao Tianlei thinking I'm trying to start something. Hyuk Dun froze, completely baffled by her words. Not anymore. The very next morning, the smell of a huge breakfast filled the kitchen. Everyone who walked in was stunned. Whoa, so much food. It smells amazing. Who was nice enough to cook for everyone this early? Just then, Zhao Tianlei walked in, carrying another steaming pot. Morning. Everyone. Seeing him, they all gasped in unison. Zhao Tianlei. One of them asked in disbelief. Did you make all this? Zhao Tianlei set the heavy pot on the table. Yeah, I woke up early and made a few simple things for you guys. He took off his apron and urged them, Go ahead and eat. I have to go out for a bit. Bong Nan immediately asked, Where are you going? Zhao Tianlei quickly threw on his jacket, ready to leave. The food we found before, we left most of it for Tone Dai Than. Even the bit we kept won't last more than a few days. I'm going out to find more supplies. With that, he rushed out the door. I'll be back soon. Thun Fong watched him go and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like he's finally gotten his spirit back. Wu Hian agreed, adding, It's great that he's been able to pull through. I was worried he'd never recover after Ngo Ben and class rep Diep. Hyuk Doing laughed with pride. Of course not. That's my brother Loey we're talking about. Shen Xingyu and Bang Nan looked at each other and shared a satisfied smile. Later, on a deserted highway, a massive axe swung through the air, cleaving through a horde of ravenous zombies. The undead swarmed him like moths to a flame, but he felt nothing. Zhao Tianlei's mind was somewhere else. If I had been strong enough to stop Ngoban, then Tudong wouldn't have had to die. Ngoban was just a level 3 mutation, and I was completely helpless. Based on how things are going, even more powerful mutated creatures could appear at any moment. The thought only hardened his resolve. His knuckles turned white as he gripped the axe handle. The only way is to keep leveling up. To become so powerful that I can protect everyone around me. With burning determination, Zhao Tianlei charged the massive zombie horde. All right, you undead freaks. Time to become my EXP. He swung his blade relentlessly, cutting down the filthy creatures one by one. After grinding for a while, he wasn't impressed. His hands were numb, and all he'd earned was a measly 30 experience points. Are you kidding me, system? The system shot back, its tone full of indignation. This system is fair and just. We don't play dirty. 1 zombie, 1 point. Count the bodies on the ground if you don't believe me. Zhao Tianlei grumbled in frustration. It takes 500 points just to reach corporal. At this rate, I'll be an old man by the time I hit marshal. Isn't there a shortcut? The ring on his finger suddenly glowed. The system's voice echoed, clearly annoyed. Experience points directly correspond to the zombie's rank. The higher the rank, the higher the EXP. Take a mutated one, for example. But no, you chose the dumbest method possible. Grinding on these low-level mobs. Zhao Tianlei's face went pale with rage. Easy for you to say. You think mutants just grow on trees? Just then, the charging zombies froze in their tracks, terrified of something unseen. Then, as one, they turned and fled. Zhao Tianlei watched in astonishment. What the hell is going on? Hey, don't run. I need the points. He fell into thought, pondering their bizarre behavior. Low-level mobs always flee from high-level mutants. Could it be? Suddenly, the sound of an intense battle echoed from nearby. Gunfire. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed, but a cold smile played on his lips. Looks like a chance to score some real points just showed up. In the distance, a brilliant flash lit up the sky. A squad of soldiers were unloading their weapons on a massive target. A gigantic creature, an earth leech, was clawing its way out of the ground. Its hide was so tough that the military's constant barrage just bounced right off. Seeing things were going south, the commander, Tran Fai, changed tactics. Concentrate all fire on its head. The volley of bullets slammed into the earth leech, making it reel back. Roaring in pain, it quickly burrowed back into the earth to escape. The ground trembled violently from the movement. Dong Lak laughed as he approached his commander. Captain, look, we made the monster run for it. Tran Fai shot back cautiously. It's not over. It's just hiding. Suddenly, the ground began to shake again, even more violently this time, and his brow furrowed with tension. The earth leech erupted from the ground, ambushing the soldiers and sending them flying. Tran Fai desperately screamed a warning to his team. Move! Soldiers who couldn't react in time were slammed by the massive beast, their bodies broken. Others who couldn't flee were swallowed whole. Tran Fai watched in horror as his comrades fell one by one to the monster's assault. The surviving soldiers roared with rage, boosting their morale as they unloaded on the giant beast. Angered by the assault, the earth leech gnashed its maw. The sound of its sharp fangs grinding together was deafening. Like a bolt of lightning, the beast charged the soldiers, using its immense body to crush them into the dirt. Tran Fai's soul chilled as 2 more of his men fell. Fo Xiu, backfan. Losing his cool, he started firing recklessly at the monster. You bastard! I'll take you down with me. Dong Lak rushed forward, trying to stop his captain's suicide mission. The earth leech took the hits but barely seemed to notice. Tran Fai kept firing relentlessly until his pistol clicked empty. He was out of ammo, powerless to stop the beast. Desperate to keep fighting and avenge his men, Tran Fai tossed aside his useless pistol. Gripping a combat knife, Tran Fai charged forward like a moth to a flame. You want a piece of me? Come and get it. The earth leech slowly approached, its huge maw opening wide to devour him. But at the last second, it changed its attack, aiming to crush him with its body instead. Dong Lak, watching from nearby, screamed in terror, Captain. But in that instant, Zhao Tianlei shot forward, tackling Tran Fai and pulling him out of the monster's path. They both tumbled to safety, completely unharmed. Its attack foiled, the earth leech once again dove underground to hide. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed as he glared at the spot where the cunning beast had disappeared. What the hell was that thing? It's disgusting. Dong Lak rushed over to Tran Fai's side. Captain, are you all right? Zhao Tianlei turned, sizing them up by their uniforms. Soldiers, Dong Lak quickly introduced himself. We're the rescue team from base number 5. I'm Dong Lak, and this is our captain, Tran Fai. We're on a mission to find any survivors. Tran Fai frowned. looking at the newcomer with suspicion. Who are you? And what are you doing out here? Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei's face lit up. Base number 6? That's a relief. He quickly gave them the rundown. My name's Triyu, Zhao Tianlei. There's a hotel to the east. My friends are holed up there. You two should head over. They'll help you out. I'll take care of things here. Tran Fai immediately shot down the idea. We're soldiers. Our mission is to protect survivors, not abandon them to fight a monster alone. He tightened his grip on a grenade, his determination clear. Besides, that thing killed my men. Even if it means going down with it, I have to destroy it. I can't let it hurt anyone else. With that, he looked at his subordinate. Dong Lak, you get him to safety. I'll cover your retreat. Dong Lak immediately argued back. No way, Captain. I'm not leaving you behind. Tran Fai's voice was like steel. That's an order. Zhao Tianlei suddenly plucked the grenade from Tran Fai's hand. I hate to break it to you, but even if you went kamikaze, that thing wouldn't even have anything to pick out of its teeth. He casually tossed the grenade in his hand. Don't underestimate me. I didn't survive this long by being useless. He then motioned with his head. Now get your captain out of here, unless you want him to become bug food. Dong Lak got the message. All right. Just be careful. He quickly started pulling the protesting Tran Fai away. Tran Fai struggled, yelling, Dong Lak, let me go. You're disobeying a direct order. But Dong Lak was resolute, dragging him away despite the warnings. Sorry, Captain. Just then, the Earth Leech burst from the ground again, charging its new target. Zhao Tianlei calmly stepped forward. How could he let someone else steal his kill? He stood there defiantly, facing down the enormous beast without a trace of fear. You're my prey, after all. Before engaging, Zhao Tianlei decided to get some intel. System, pull up the data on this thing. As commanded, the system scanned the Earth Leech. In an instant, all its information was transmitted to Zhao Tianlei. Data download complete. Species, Earth Leech, a mutated organism. Origin, a common leech infected by the virus. Its primary weapon is its fangs, which contain a powerful neurotoxin. One bite will cause total paralysis. The system continued its report on the massive beast. Although the Earth Leech is a level 4 mutated creature, aside from its large size and ability to burrow, it possesses no special combat skills. Its agility and defense are below that of a level 2 creature. It can be considered a defective level 4. A smirk spread across Zhao Tianlei's face. So basically, we hit the jackpot. If I take this thing down, will I level up? The system replied instantly. If you can retrieve its level 4 core, you can advance directly to the soldier rank. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei let out a cold, dangerous laugh. Hey system, there's one thing you don't know about me. He tightened his grip on his massive axe. Cleaning a teenage boy's bedroom is one of my many side hustles. He then charged the Earth Leech with immense power, which means exterminating giant bugs is my specialty. The Earth Leech met his charge, lunging forward with incredible speed. But Zhao Tianlei was quicker, deftly dodging its attack. He swung his axe, sinking it deep into the monster's flesh. A bizarre green slime exploded from the creature's wound. The system's warning was urgent. Be careful. Zhao Tianlei instantly leaped back. The slime acted like a potent acid, corroding everything it touched in a matter of seconds. Just then, the system finally decided to explain this freaky liquid. The Earth Mimic slime is extremely corrosive. If it even touches your skin, you'll be seriously hurt. Zhao Tianlei furiously chewed it out. You couldn't have told me sooner? Are you trying to get me killed? The system replied, sounding totally unconcerned. The thought just occurred to me. The moment it saw him distracted, the Earth Mimic lunged, slamming right into him and making him scream in pain. Luckily, the attack wasn't a critical hit, and Zhao Tianlei scrambled to dodge. Okay, so a head-on fight is definitely a bad idea. The system chimed in with a suggestion, not unless you can avoid its slime. That's when Zhao Tianlei remembered the grenade he got from Chen Fei. Good thing I still have this. The Earth Mimic changed course, relentlessly pursuing him. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei spun around and hurled the grenade right at it. Eat this, you filthy bug. His aim was perfect, landing the grenade right in the Earth Mimic's wide-open mouth. A massive explosion erupted, the shockwave blasting towards Zhao Tianlei. The force of the blast was immense, sending him staggering back several steps. White smoke from the explosion completely blinded him. After a while, the smoke began to clear, but the Earth Mimic was nowhere to be seen. Zhao Tianlei looked around, confused. Is it over? He cautiously crept forward, searching for the beast's precious monster core. Where's the core? Don't tell me it got blown up too. Suddenly, the Earth Mimic burst up from the ground right behind him, freezing him in place. Horrified, Zhao Tianlei whipped his head around to face it. The monster took advantage of his carelessness, lunging down to attack. The surprise assault sent Zhao Tianlei's iron axe flying from his grasp. With all his might, he grabbed its fangs, desperately holding it back. Zhao Tianlei's whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth in regret. So careless. I forgot this thing can burrow underground. He used every ounce of strength to push back. What do I do now? The unreliable system chimed in again. The Earth Mimic is afraid of fire. If you had firepower, you could repel it. The system continued. But only soldiers have the clearance to exchange for that. Your current level is too low. Zhao Tianlei cursed at the useless information. Pointless. He clenched his jaw, his face pale as he reached his limit. He couldn't hold on much longer. Is there really no other way? Just then, Zhao Tianlei's old memories flooded back. Wait. Leeches. When I was a kid, back when he was just an innocent child, he had yelled for his grandma after being bitten. Grandma, something bit me. It hurts so much. His grandmother had rushed over to see what was wrong. Zhao Tianlei, sweetie, Grandma's here now. A tiny Zhao Tianlei held up his leg where a leech was stuck and burst into tears. It bit me. What do I do? Grandma, I'm so scared. His grandmother gently calmed him down. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's just a water leech. Grandma has a secret weapon to deal with it. A moment later, the leech that was clinging to him for dear life was twitching in a corner. A beaming Zhao Tianlei had asked his grandma, "That was amazing. What is that?" His grandma smiled and explained, "This is salt." Back in the present, while struggling against the Earth Mimic, Zhao Tianlei remembered his grandma's words. Zhao Tianlei, you remember this. Leeches survive by sucking blood. Their skin is very thin, so if you put salt on their bodies, they'll get scared of dehydrating and stop sucking blood. With that thought, he yelled a demand at the system. System, get me salt. Understanding his plan, the system quickly complied. Okay. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed with determination as he sent a silent message to his grandmother. Grandma, you have to protect me this time. Instantly, a large bag of salt materialized above the Earth Mimic. The bag tore open, pouring its contents all over the massive beast. A huge pit was left in the ground where the Earth Mimic had escaped. Zhao Tianlei clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the core was right in my grasp and it just slipped away. He then finally took in the scene around him. The bodies of soldiers were scattered everywhere, victims of the brutal Earth Mimic attack. Zhao Tianlei walked over to check on them. They're all dead. Then he remembered the two soldiers from before and looked down the road, lost in thought. He couldn't help but feel a little worried for their safety. Those two were badly injured. I wonder if they made it back to the hotel. Meanwhile, at the large hotel where Zhao Tianlei's group was hiding, Bing Nan brought out a first aid kit. Here's some water, buns, and medicine for external wounds. Do you guys need anything else? Tong Lak accepted the kit gratefully. This should be enough for now. Thank you. Bing Nan hesitated before asking, but your captain's injuries look pretty serious. Is there anything we can do to help? Tong Lak broke into a sweat, forcing a reply. No, it's fine. I can handle it myself. Tan Duck asked with concern, you must be injured too, right? Tong Lak quickly clarified, it's just a scratch. I'm fine. Even a scratch needs to be treated, Tan Duck insisted, or it could easily get infected. She then stepped forward enthusiastically, offering to help. How about this? We'll take care of your captain. You go treat your wound and maybe take a shower. Tong Lak frantically waved his hands, refusing her kind offer. Really, you don't need to do that. Tan Duck didn't give up, reaching for the first aid kit in his hands again. Don't be a stranger. Or is it that you don't trust us? Tong Lak was flustered. No, it's not that. You guys really don't have to do anything else. In his panic, he accidentally dropped the medical kit, spilling its contents all over the floor. Both Tan Duck and Tong Lak froze at the sight. Sister Hua angrily approached Tong Lak. What is wrong with you? We were just trying to be nice. Tong Lak looked down, a dark and intimidating aura surrounding him. I already said you don't need to. Tan Duck was stunned by his sudden change in attitude. Wu Xuan also spoke up, defending them. We're just trying to help, but you keep refusing. Is there something in that room you don't want us to see? Shuyang chimed in with a frown. That's right. The more you talk, the more I want to go in there and see for myself. Hearing this, Tong Lak's expression changed, and he immediately became guarded. He pulled out a knife, warning Shuyang to stay back. Tong Lak got into a ready stance. He shouted, all of you, back off. No one is going in there. This is your only warning. This only made Shuyang angrier, his face darkening. So he was carrying a knife. Shen Feng quickly drew his gun and aimed it straight at Tong Lak. Drop the knife, or I'll shoot. And that's my only warning. Tong Lak stared in disbelief at the gun barrel pointed at him, hesitating for a moment. Wu Xuan saw his opening. The moment Tong Lak was distracted, he lunged forward and grabbed his knife hand. Tong Lak gritted his teeth, tense from the unexpected move. He swung his arm, countering Wu Xuan's attack. The two were evenly matched, clashing for a long moment. Tong Lak swung the knife, but Wu Xuan dodged. He spun around again, pinning Tong Lak's knife arm. Wu Xuan then yelled out a signal, Su Yang, now. Su Yang joined the fight, grabbing Tong Lak's other arm, causing him to cry out in pain. Wu Xuan and Shuyang worked together to overpower Tong Lak. Outmatched, he was quickly thrown to the ground. Pinned down by Shuyang, all he could do was yell defiantly, "Let me go." Shuyang just held him tighter. Soldiers really are a handful. Then he turned to Wu Xuan and said, "Go on in." Tong Lak kept struggling, shouting to stop them, "Don't go in there." Obviously, they paid him no mind and quickly opened the door to Chen Fei's room. Inside, Chen Fei was unconscious on the bed, his face pale from the pain. The group looked at each other in silence, trying to figure out what was going on. They decided to pull back the blanket covering Chen Fei. The sight before them left them all completely stunned. Chen Fei was missing an arm, and bloodstains were splattered all over him. Shen Feng's eyes widened in shock. Just then, Tong Lak broke free and rushed to Chen Fei's side. "Get away! Don't touch the captain." Wu Xuan stammered in horror. His arm. Was it bitten off by a zombie? Bing Han also recoiled slightly. Then, he'll be infected. Xu Yang's eyes lit up as if he understood everything. "So this is what you were trying to hide. No wonder you wouldn't let us in." Dong Lei immediately spread his arms, shielding Chen Fei from the others. "He's not a zombie. He was just splattered with that monster's slime during the fight. The captain was afraid its slime was also infected, so he cut off his own hand." Xu Yang looked at him with a hint of doubt. "Is that true?" Dong Lei frantically confirmed his story. "It's true. If he wasn't protecting those survivors, our captain would have never gotten hurt." Chen Xingyu suddenly spoke up. "I believe him." Bing Yan quickly agreed. "Don't get worked up. We believe you. But you just said the slime might be infectious. No one can guarantee that your captain isn't contaminated. We won't hurt him. But to ensure everyone's safety, we should lock him up for now." She frowned, her voice turning cold as she continued, "And you have to understand, if your captain does turn, we'll only have one option. That's just how it has to be." Dong Le froze, staring at her for a long moment, lost in thought. But then, he decided he wouldn't compromise, defiantly vowing to protect Chen Fei. "No way. I won't let anyone harm my captain. Anyone who tries to touch him will have to go through me. If he goes down, I'm taking you all with me." Suddenly, Chen Fei's voice cut through the tension, making him freeze in shock. Silence. Chen Fei gritted his teeth through the pain, reminding his subordinate, "We are soldiers. Our duty is to protect the people. How can we threaten them for our own sake?" Dong Lei turned back towards him, pleading loudly, "Captain." But Chen Fei ignored him, struggling to sit up. He looked around the room and calmly announced, "I apologize. Dong Lei has only been a soldier for a few years. He doesn't understand the rules." Chen Fei then looked at Dong Lei, advising him, "Dong Lei, they're right. Right now, I am the most dangerous person here. Just listen to them." Dong Lei was still reluctant, whispering, "But Captain." Suddenly, someone else entered the room, brazenly applauding their actions. Everyone froze, turning to look at the newcomer. Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Tianlei clapped slowly as he walked into the room. "Since the beginning of the apocalypse, I've met countless selfish people who do anything to save their own skin." He looked at Chen Fei with a smile of admiration. "You're the first person I've met who, even at death's door, still thinks of others. You have my respect." Later, in Chen Fei's private room, Zhao Tianlei reassured everyone. "You don't need to worry so much. I don't think Captain Chen is infected." A flicker of hope lit up Dong Lak's face. "Really?" Zhao Tianlei calmly explained. "I've learned a few things out here. When someone's infected, their blood turns black. The flesh also starts to rot and stink." He glanced at Tran Fai's severed arm. But his wound, the blood is still bright red. I think he managed to stop the venom from spreading just in time. Hearing this, Dong Lak couldn't hold back his joy. "Captain, you're gonna be okay. This is incredible." But Zhao Tianlei cut him off sharply. "This is just a theory. For everyone's safety," he continued, his tone turning serious. "We still need to quarantine him for a while, just to be sure." Dong Lak immediately blew up. "What? After all that, you still want to lock up our captain?" Tran Fai's brow furrowed, and he growled at his subordinate. "Dong Lak, cut the childish attitude. This kid saved both of us, and I trust him. Besides, what he's saying makes perfect sense." He then looked to Zhao Tianlei, nodding in agreement. "Young brother, even I can't be sure if I'm infected or not. So I agree. Quarantining me is the safest option to prevent the worst." Dong Lak pleaded with his captain as Zhao Tianlei's voice filled with respect for Tran Fai. "Captain Tran is still thinking about our safety. A true soldier. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you." He then turned to Wu Xuan to give orders. "Wu Xuan, you stay here and watch over Captain Tran." Next, his eyes fell on Dong Lak. "You, come outside with me. I have some questions." Dong Lak, defiant as ever, just crossed his arms. "I'm staying right here to protect my captain." Tran Fai's voice cut in. "Dong Lak, go." Hearing the direct order, Dong Lak could only nod reluctantly. A moment later, out in the hotel hallway, Dong Lak leaned against the wall. All right, whatever you want, spit it out. He eyed Zhao Tianlei up and down. But I'll give you this. You're pretty damn lucky to have escaped that monster. A smirk played on Zhao Tianlei's lips. Escape? Please. If it hadn't run so fast, it would be dead right now. Dong Lak stared in disbelief, not buying a word of it. You chase it off? Are you kidding me? My entire squad couldn't even scratch that thing, and you did it alone. Hook Duong let out a mocking laugh. That's because you haven't seen what our boss is capable of. Our boss Loi kills zombies like he's taking a walk in the park. A big worm like that is nothing to him. Zhao Tianlei didn't want to argue about it. Believe what you want, kid. I have a question for you. You guys came from base 6, so you must know the situation there inside and out. Dong Lak bristled, feeling like he'd been dismissed. Kid? He questioned, his brow furrowing in anger. Hey, you're just a student, aren't you? Didn't your teachers teach you any respect for your elders? Zhao Tianlei looked genuinely confused. You don't look that much older than us. Dong Lak jabbed a thumb at his chest, fuming. Who says? I've been a soldier for 3 years. Then Fong narrowed his eyes, completely unimpressed. You joined at 18, so you're only 21 now. Hook Duong chimed in. So, you're the same age as us. Dong Lak got even more agitated. The military doesn't care about age. It's about service. With an attitude like yours, you'd be doing push-ups until you collapsed. Zhao Tianlei's expression went cold. His voice dropped to a low growl. Too bad for you. I'm not a soldier, and this isn't the army. Now answer my questions, or I'll throw you outside, and you'll never see your precious captain again. That threat hit its mark. Dong Lak immediately folded, bowing his head. My apologies, I was out of line. He looked up, his voice now cautious. What do you want to know? I'll tell you anything I can. A sly, triumphant grin spread across Zhao Tianlei's face. Now that's more like it. That smile made Dong Lak's blood boil. Wasting no more time, Zhao Tianlei got straight to the point. Can base 6 really hold 100,000 people? Where does it get supplies? Can it withstand a large-scale attack? The barrage of questions made Dong Lak sweat nervously. He answered each one carefully. 100,000 is an exaggeration, but holding 70 or 80,000 is no problem. We have teams that go on supply runs all the time, so things like fresh meat aren't a huge issue, he continued to explain. As for security, the base is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and a river on the 4th. Through our reinforcements, as long as the bridge is gone, no zombie can get in. It's totally safe. Zhao Tianlei repeated the words thoughtfully. Totally safe. Dong Lak said confidently. Of course, this was the leader's decision. They thought of everything. There are no flaws in the plan. Zhao Tianlei suddenly posed a critical question. That design might work against normal zombies, but what about a mutated creature like the one we saw today? The question made Dong Lak freeze up. Well, Zhao Tianlei pressed on, his voice grim. They could easily invade from the water, burrow underground, or even fly right over. That kind of overconfidence is going to get a lot of people killed. Dong Lak didn't have a real answer for that and could only mumble, I'm sure the commander has a plan. You think they didn't consider something you did? Suddenly, Tam Duck rushed towards them, shouting, Zhao Tianlei, bad news. Captain Tran's condition is unstable. The news sent a jolt of panic through Dong Lak. What? Back in the room, Tran Phi had fallen into a deep coma, his face pale and covered in a cold sweat. Dong Lak scrambled into the room, his voice filled with worry. Captain. Then Fong quickly assessed his condition. It's likely from the blood loss. He's incredibly weak, he said, his voice strained. But we have no way to properly treat the wound right now. All we can do is hope his will to live is strong enough. Hearing that, the color drained from Dong Lak's face. Are you saying the captain might? Suddenly, Tran Phi whispered weakly. Young brother. Zhao Tianlei immediately moved to his side. Captain Tran. Just call me Zhao Tianlei. Tran Phi looked at him, forcing the words out. Zhao Tianlei, I need you to do something for me. I know we've only just met and I have no right to ask, but the lives of everyone in Base 6 are at stake. Because of that, you're the only one I can trust. Tran Phi held out a small notebook. This is my journal. I've recorded the details of every mission inside. He elaborated, his voice strained. I've realized that the number of mutated creatures has been increasing. Their speed and evolution are happening faster than any of us predicted. The base's current defenses won't work anymore. I was going to recommend the commander reinforce defenses immediately. His voice grew fainter. If I don't make it, I need you to give this to him for me. Zhao Tianlei took the journal with a solemn expression. All right, I promise. Tran Phi then turned his gaze to Dong Lak. One more thing. I need you to get Dong Lak back to the base. Tears streamed down Dong Lak's face as he cried out. No, I'm staying with you, Captain. Tran Phi's voice turned stern. This is an order. Dong Lak, you're a soldier. You need to stop acting like a child. I can't protect you forever. Zhao Tianlei placed a hand on Dong Lak's shoulder. Don't worry. I promise I'll get him back to base 6 in one piece. Tran Fai whispered with relief. Thank you. With that, everyone began to file out. We'll leave you to rest. The group quickly dispersed, leaving only Dong Lak standing silently outside the captain's door. The others looked on, their faces filled with pity. Is his condition really that bad? He's lost too much blood. His body is shutting down. If only we could give him a transfusion, or even just stop the bleeding. But it's impossible. Dong Lak remained motionless, refusing to leave. His expression was dark, as if a heavy decision was weighing on his mind. A short while later, the heavens opened up, and a torrential rain began to pour down on the ruined city. The downpour was relentless, and at that moment, inside their makeshift shelter, Zhao Tianlei was fast asleep on a small bed. In the same room, on a separate single bed, Shuyang was talking in his sleep. Stupid zombie, eat my boot. While everyone was sound asleep, the soft sound of shoes echoed from another room. A shadow moved slowly down the hall, trying its best not to make a sound. The steady footsteps echoed, passing by the other rooms on their way outside, hoping not to alert anyone. But somehow, the sound had already woken Zhao Tianlei. The scene instantly cuts to the deserted, rain-slicked streets outside. Dongle stood before a door, murmuring happily to himself. Thank God. The map was right. There's a medical station here. With that, he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. He went into a room full of medical supplies and started rummaging for something. After a moment of frantic searching, Dongle found what he was looking for and cried out. A blood transfusion kit. Awesome. The captain is saved. He quickly stuffed the equipment into the bag he was carrying. But just as he was packing up, a strange noise echoed through the room, making him freeze. Dongle felt a pang of guilt, his brow furrowing with suspicion. Don't tell me my luck is this bad. The instant he zipped his backpack shut, he whipped out his rifle, spinning around to attack, only to be stopped dead by the sight before him. In front of him stood a strange little boy, who looked completely soulless. The kid tilted his head, staring blankly at him with dull eyes. Dongle relaxed his guard and lowered his gun, surprised. A kid? The moment he spoke, the child suddenly transformed into a monster, shooting its long tongue right at him. Before he could react, its tongue wrapped around the barrel of his rifle. In a flash, it ripped the gun from his hands and threw it far away. Now defenseless, it seized the opportunity and lunged straight for Dongle. Luckily, his reflexes were sharp, and he managed to dodge the monster's first attack. He slid to the side, quickly drawing the 2 pistols from his hips. Dongle raised his guns and aimed at the monster, which was still charging at him, and unleashed a continuous stream of bullets. Out of the countless rounds he fired, one lucky shot hit its shoulder. The monster cried out in pain and quickly turned to flee. Dongle held his position for a moment, panting heavily. He quickly slung his backpack over his shoulder. Then, with his 2 pistols and remaining ammo, he cautiously began to leave the medical supply room. Dongle moved forward one quiet step at a time, raising his guns defensively at every corner and doorway. After checking to his right and seeing nothing, he glanced left and spotted something. The monster he had wounded was now blocking his exit. Desperate to get back, Dongle made his choice. I really didn't want to do this to a kid, but I'm sorry. Just then, the ceiling above him exploded. Another monster, just like the child, dropped down, aiming straight for him. Dongle's eyes widened in horror, and he barely managed to dodge to the side as it landed. He scrambled back up, his brow furrowed. Gritting his teeth, he saw the new monster holding the smaller one and muttered, a mother-child zombie pair. You don't see that every day. With that, Dongle immediately raised his guns and opened fire on them. Despite the barrage of bullets he unleashed, the monster agilely dodged every shot. Even carrying the smaller zombie, it was still able to charge forward with incredible speed. Dongle felt a surge of panic, frantically looking around for it. It's so fast. Just as his focus wavered, a dark shadow appeared right behind him. Dongle spun around in terror, firing wildly at the shadow, but it was too late. The mother zombie easily closed the distance, tackling him and pinning him to the ground. One of its hands gripped his gun arm, while the other pinned his free arm. Just like that, Dongle was captured by the mother-child duo. Realizing there was no escape, he trembled and clenched his jaw, waiting for death. The scene suddenly flickers, like an old television replaying a memory. A military training camp appears on screen. A teenager with an angry face stands with his hands on his hips, aggressively questioning someone. Dongle, you disobeyed my orders again. I said to fall back, so why did you charge ahead? The person being questioned immediately shot back. You were already dead. If I didn't push forward, our team would have lost to Class A. But the squad leader refused his excuse, angrily retorting, it was a tactical maneuver to penetrate the enemy line. Do you understand? As soon as he finished speaking, the others chimed in with their own complaints. Newbie, do you think you're some kind of lone wolf hero? This is a team-based military exercise. It requires cooperation, not individualism. When you act alone, you make everyone worry, and it throws our entire plan into chaos. You get that? Just then, another voice was heard approaching them. I saw everything. The newcomer was Chen Fei, looking cool and composed. He praised Dong Lei. Newbie, you've got guts. The others who had been talking quickly stood up and saluted him. Sir, Chen Fei replied casually. You've all worked hard. Then, he began to lecture them. Having fighting spirit is a good thing, but a squad is a team. As a soldier, besides courage, the most important thing is to trust your comrades. Understand? Dong Lei snapped a salute, replying seriously. Understood. A moment later, his two teammates slung their arms around his shoulders, joking around. You little punk. If you pull a stunt like that again, we'll make you wash our socks for a month. The scene shifts again, the blurry memory replaced by the image of a trembling figure. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm sorry. I acted on my own again. Back in the present, Dong Lei is weeping, tormented by the guilt of his latest mistake, because his most trusted comrade was gone. Just as he spoke, the mother zombie shot its long tongue forward, but suddenly, a gunshot rang out, severing the grotesque appendage midair. Stunned, Dong Lei twisted around, looking toward the source of the bullet. It came from Zhao Tianlei, Yu Xuan, and Shuyang's group. Seeing them, he blurted out in shock, It's you guys. Without a word, Zhao Tianlei brandished his familiar axe. He immediately started giving orders to the team. I'll handle the big one. Instantly, the mother zombie abandoned Dong Lei and charged toward him. Its child split off, aiming to attack Zhao Tianlei from behind. But before it could, Shuyang shot forward, slamming his weapon into its stomach to intercept it. Hey, punk, your opponent is me. After landing the blow, he signaled his teammate, Yu Xuan, give us some cover fire. Hearing the command, Yu Xuan immediately unleashed a torrent of bullets. You got it. The storm of lead instantly halted the zombie mother and child in their tracks. Just then, another memory surfaced. Under a starry night sky, next to a blazing campfire, Dong Lei sat across from a lonely Chen Fei, lost in conversation. Sir, Jing Kai says there's no such thing as a lone wolf hero, but I don't believe him. It's just like in the TV dramas. They're the ones who carry the weight of saving humanity from disaster. So why can't I become one of them? Hearing his question, Chen Fei answered with a sense of helplessness. You idiot, that's just fiction. But Dong Lei, though disappointed, refused to give up, pressing on. You mean someone like that can't exist in reality? Even though he was being naive, Chen Fei answered patiently. They can exist, but you'd only find one in a million. Besides, a true hero never fights alone, because a person like that acts like a magnet, drawing brave and like-minded people to their cause. I believe one day you'll become that kind of person too, but not right now. Before you can protect anyone else, you have to give it your all. The memory ended, and Dong Lei stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him, thinking to himself, brave, powerful, and united. Is this what the captain meant by a real hero? To the side, Shuyang, with a single fluid slash of his sword, split the smaller zombie in two, finishing it off. Meanwhile, the mother zombie was being riddled with bullets by Yu Xuan. When the barrage finally stopped, it trembled weakly as Zhao Tianlei slowly approached, letting out a final roar. He raised his axe high, declaring coldly, Go reunite with your child. Model. With one final slash, blood sprayed across the room. The fight was over. The three of them rushed to Dong Lei's side. Hey kid, you all right? He stammered, a little flustered. Why yeah, of course. I'm good. But how did you guys find me? Zhao Tianlei shot him a critical look. We just followed you. Genius. Your stealth skills totally suck, by the way. But his joking tone vanished, his face hardening. You knew this place was here. So why the hell didn't you tell us? The question caught him off guard. Dong Lei looked down, totally embarrassed. Look, we've known each other for less than a day. I didn't think you'd risk your necks for a total stranger. But before he could finish, Shuyang jumped in, annoyed. Hey, you really don't think much of us, do you? You think we'd just leave you hanging? Yu Xuan quickly backed him up. If Lei was the type to ignore someone in trouble, he never would have saved you guys to begin with. Ignoring their bickering, Zhao Tianlei got straight to the point with Dong Lei. So, did you get what you came for? He immediately reported. Got it. Blood kits, IV bags, even some meds. A small smile touched Zhao Tianlei's lips. Nice work. He glanced around the eerie room. All right, let's bounce. No telling what other freaks are lurking in this place. With that, the four of them pressed on, searching for an exit. Suddenly, a bizarre tremor rocked the entire building. Feeling the violent shaking, they panicked. An earthquake? But then the floor exploded upwards, and a grotesque clay monster burst out right in front of them. Seeing the beast, Zhao Tianlei's eyes narrowed. He yelled out, a hint of dread in his voice, a clay pretender. Dong Lei, right behind him, gasped in shock. It's huge. It's twice the size it was this morning. This thing was way bigger than a normal one. The pieces clicked into place for Zhao Tianlei. No wonder this place reeked of blood, but there wasn't a single zombie in sight. It must have devoured all of them. That's how it evolved so damn fast. With no warning, the clay pretender charged. Zhao Tianlei and the others scrambled back, screaming, "Run for it." Since only Dong Lei knew the layout, he took the lead, yelling, "This way." He held the door open, waiting for the others to pile into the room. Suddenly, he shoved his pack of supplies into Zhao Tianlei's arms. Without a single word, Dong Lei slammed the heavy door shut, locking them inside. Seeing the door seal them in, Zhao Tianlei panicked. "Hey, what are you doing?" From the other side, Dong Lei's voice rang out. "Just go. I'll lead it away." Zhao Tianlei and the others slammed their fists against the steel door. "You idiot, open up." But Dong Lei's resolve was absolute. He was ready to sacrifice himself. "Get this stuff back to the hotel. You have to save my captain. You promise me." With those final words, he turned and bolted down the hall. The sound of his footsteps echoed, drawing the monster's attention. A single gunshot cracked the silence. Bullet after bullet slammed into the pretender, but they didn't even leave a scratch. Still, Dong Lei showed no fear. He kept running, screaming to bait the beast. "Hey, you ugly sack of dirt, come and get me." As he led the monster on a wild chase, back in the sealed room, a shoulder slammed hard against the door. Again and again, he rammed the locked door with all his might. Finally, with a deafening crack, Zhao Tianlei burst through. But the hallway outside was completely silent. No person, no monster. They were gone. Staring at the empty corridor, Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth. That damn kid. So reckless. He's got a death wish. Shuyang looked lost. "Lei, what do we do now?" Shuyang added, his voice laced with worry. "Bullets don't work on that thing. Does that mean its weak point isn't its head like the other zombies?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei fell into deep thought, his brow furrowed. Just when they were out of ideas, he whipped his head around. His eyes locked onto a glass cabinet, filled with jars of liquid, and a label that read, "Alcohol." Each jar had a label. 95% medical-grade alcohol. A wild, brilliant idea sparked in Zhao Tianlei's mind. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Hey, either of you guys ever burned bugs with a magnifying glass when you were kids?" The question left Shuyang and Shuyang completely baffled. Meanwhile, at the far end of the corridor, hands trembled around the grip of a pistol. "Damn it!" Trapped in a dead end, Dong Lei gasped for breath. "So, this is it, huh?" The monster loomed over him, ready to devour its cornered prey. He stared into its gaping maw, his mind racing. "Those three must have gotten away by now, Captain. I'm sorry. This is as far as I can go." He lifted his chin, shut his eyes tight, and braced for the end. "You have to live, Captain. You have to." Just as the pretender lunged, its jaws wide open, something smashed against its side, shattering and dousing it in a strange liquid. The monster actually flinched back for a second. Dong Lei's eyes snapped open, his shock turning to disbelief as he saw who had thrown it. It was Zhao Tianlei and his crew, armed with a ton of alcohol jars. Seeing them, Dong Lei was completely speechless. They didn't stop, relentlessly pelting the clay pretender with jar after jar of flammable liquid. This only enraged the beast. It spun around, switching its target to Zhao Tianlei's group. Seeing his chance, Zhao Tianlei screamed at the frozen Dong Lei. "Hey, kid, get out of the way unless you want to be extra crispy." The command snapped him out of it. He scrambled to the side, diving out of the line of fire. Zhao Tianlei's team scattered too, creating distance from the drenched monster. And just as they cleared the area, a single lighter arcs through the air, landing right on the beast's alcohol-soaked body. Instantly, it erupted into a towering inferno. Engulfed in flames, the creature let out an unholy shriek of agony. It thrashed wildly, desperately trying to extinguish the fire. Its massive body smashed against the ceiling and the floor in a frenzy. Soon, a sickening sizzle filled the air, like meat on a grill. Chunks of its body began to crack and fall apart, the burnt pieces dissolving into clouds of black smoke. After a final, desperate struggle, the completely charred pretender collapsed to the ground. As the flames died down, its body melted into a pool of black, bubbling sludge. Staring at the disgusting puddle, Shuyang gagged. "That's so nasty." But someone else was just standing there quietly, staring at what was left of the monster. Dong Lei hung his head, tears streaming down his face as he whispered, "Captain Jing Kai, everyone, I got revenge for you." Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei cautiously approached the gooey remains, poking around for something. "Where's the core? Why isn't it here?" A voice echoed in his mind. "It was destroyed in the fire, obviously." The system patiently explained, "The core is formed deep within the creature's body. It's a mutated creature's body. 98% of a slime monster's body is water, so naturally, its core exists in a liquid state. Once the body gets torched and evaporates, what core is there left to talk about?" Hearing this, he immediately flew into a rage. You said it was afraid of fire. The Master God replied, cool as a cucumber. I only said you could use firepower to push it back. I never said you should barbecue it. Hearing his words, Zhao Tianlei got even more pissed off, yelling, you total scammer. I want a refund. Witnessing this scene, and since it was Tongle's first time, he was a little confused. What is he doing? Shuyang just shrugged helplessly. He's always like this. Sometimes he just talks to himself. We're used to it. A little while later, everyone had returned to the old base. The rain had finally stopped, making way for the bright moonlight. Chen Fei was covered in sweat, trying to endure the pain while lying quietly on the bed. The others were busy checking the supplies that Tongle had risked everything to bring back. The equipment was all okay. Hearing that, he cheered up. Awesome, the captain saved. But Shen Feng quickly shut down his excitement. Yeah, but we still can't give him a blood transfusion. Zhao Tianlei snapped back, surprised. Why not? He held up the blood bag, looked at the date, and said, this blood has gone bad. Tongle was shocked and blurted out, I got it from the refrigerated storage. How could it be bad? Shen Feng calmly explained it to him. Cold storage has a shelf life. This blood is past its expiration date. Besides, this bag isn't properly sealed. It might have already been contaminated. We can't use this blood. Hearing those words, Tongle seemed to fall into despair, muttering to himself. It was so hard to bring it back. How could this happen? Just then, Zhao Tianlei came forward to comfort him. It's okay. Even if the blood is useless, we have all the equipment we need. Then he started gathering information. What's Captain Chen's blood type? Without missing a beat, he got his answer. Type B. Zhao Tianlei said with a hint of regret, I'm type A. Chen Jinyu, who was next to him, added, my friend and I are also type A. Even Yu Xuan automatically revealed his blood type. And I'm type AB. Only Shuyang stood there cluelessly, not knowing his own blood type. You guys all know yours? I've never been tested. Just then, Bing Yan spoke up, volunteering. If not, let me do it. I'm type O. The moment she finished speaking, a hand gently rose, drawing their attention. I'm type B. Sister Hua stammered, nervously nominating herself. I'm type B. Take mine. Chen Xingyu, standing beside her, was a little surprised by this. Sister Hua, but you're afraid of blood. Just as she said. Sister Hua looked terrified but still managed to force a reassuring smile. Saving a life is more important. I'll just close my eyes and not look. And so, she stepped forward, trembling as she endured the pain of the needle. Once the blood was drawn, Shen Feng began inserting the IV into the arm of the man on the bed. The drops of blood in the bag shifted slightly as it was moved. After a series of maneuvers, the process of transfusing blood to Chen Fei finally began. At the same time, out in the hallway, Chen Xingyu was helping Sister Hua, asking with concern, giving so much blood must feel uncomfortable, right? Let me see if there's anything left to eat to help you recover. She weakly, politely refused. It's fine. Suddenly, Sister Hua's face darkened. She felt dizzy, and her whole body seemed to lose all its strength as she swayed, unable to stand firm. Chen Xingyu cried out in alarm. You're sweating so much. It was then that Sister Hua revealed the truth. Actually, I'm anemic, so I'm feeling a little unwell right now. Hearing that, she was horrified and screamed, Anemic? An anemic person donating blood is incredibly dangerous. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sister Hua answered without hiding anything. Because I didn't want Bing Yan to give blood to Chen Fei. Chen Xingyu was a bit confused and asked again, why? Sister Hua looked at her weakly and said, Chen Xingyu, I did this for you. Hearing this, her face grew even more confused. Before she could say anything, Sister Hua continued her explanation. Although you two have a temporary truce, this palace drama is not over yet. In the current situation, Yu Xuan is Bing Yan's confidant. Shuyang is Yu Xuan's husband, so of course he will side with Bing Yan. Yu Xuan and Officer Ye have a great relationship with Shuyang, and on your side, you only have me. The situation is very unfavorable for you. If we let Bing Yan give blood to Chen Fei will owe her his life. By the time those two also side with her, she'll be able to completely dominate you. At that point, you'll have lost for sure. Seeing the terrifying look in her eyes, Chen Xingyu said, a bit helplessly, you're being a little dramatic. What's all this about a palace drama? I trust Zhao Tianlei. Besides, you said it yourself. I was his first love, a secret crush at that. No matter what other people are like, my place in his heart will never change. Hearing her defend him, Sister Hua immediately started lecturing. You foolish girl, you're too naive. People change, especially men. Men are betrayers, and Zhao Tianlei is no different. Especially now, the relationship between you two isn't what it used to be. Before, you were a huge star in everyone's eyes. He was your fan. But now, he's the leader of this team. You have to rely on his protection to survive. Sister Hua gripped her hand tightly, getting more and more passionate as she spoke. Once men become successful, they develop new requirements for women. Not only must she be beautiful and young and understanding, but they also want a woman who can help their career and their life. Just look at the ancient empresses. Was there any one of them who didn't rely on the power of her family to back her up? The moment Bing Yan wins over everyone's hearts, your position in Zhao Tianlei's heart will be shaken. So, she grabbed Chen Xinyu by the shoulders and urged her, "You must take this opportunity to capture his heart and secure your position as the main wife. Do you understand?" Chen Xinyu's eyes widened, a little shocked, wanting to say something in response. But Sister Hua suddenly burst forth with a flame of determination, cutting her off. "No more sister this, sister that. This is for your own happiness. Go on, go conquer that man." Just as she finished, Chen Xinyu's blunt words made the whole space fall silent. "Is your anemia feeling any better?" A moment later, in that same lavish hallway, a plate of fragrant chicken was being carried by the very person whose thoughts were now on display. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Sister Hua had carefully calculated and assigned an extremely heavy mission to her dear friend. "This crispy chicken is my specialty. I wasn't even going to eat it myself. But for you, I'll make the sacrifice. If you don't capture him tonight, don't even bother coming back to see me." Chen Xinyu carried the plate of chicken, muttering reluctantly, "Who would even want to eat a late-night snack right now? Seriously. But Sister Hua went this far for me. I can't let her down." With that, she stood in front of her target's door, psyching herself up. "I can do this. Let's go." Just as she raised her hand to knock, a familiar female voice suddenly came from inside the room. "You were caught in the rain today. You must be cold, right? I made some soup for you. Hurry and drink it to warm up." A polite male voice replied, "Thanks. You're too considerate." Bing Yan ladled a spoonful of soup for Zhao Tianlei, smiling gently and doting on him. "Why be so formal with me? If you got sick, I'd be heartbroken." He blushed, embarrassed, and reached for the soup bowl, saying, "Let me drink it myself." At that moment, outside the room, Chen Xinyu was fuming silently. "She actually beat me to it, that sly fox." Inside the room, Zhao Tianlei held the soup bowl and praised it enthusiastically. "It smells amazing." He was eager to taste it, so he brought the spoon to his mouth without blowing on it, and just as you'd expect, he burned his mouth on the food. "So hot, so hot." Seeing him like this, Bing Yan became worried. "You should have let it cool before drinking. Did you burn yourself?" Zhao Tianlei covered his mouth with his hand, answering softly, "No, it's nothing." And just as he calmed down and turned his head back, he found his face was incredibly close to hers. Bing Yan spoke, a little shyly. "Zhao Tianlei, it's been a long time since we've been together like this. After leaving the Xia family villa, we haven't once sat down to talk." She leaned in closer and closer to him, her suggestion full of ambiguity. "Stay with me tonight, okay?" Realizing the situation was not good, Chen Xinyu, who was outside, blushed and immediately threw the door open, rushing in to stop that old hag. "Let go of him." Seeing her, the two of them broke apart in surprise. Zhao Tianlei, snapping back to reality, cried out in alarm, "Chen Xinyu." The first thing she said upon entering the room was a scolding for Bing Yan. "It's so late and you're not sleeping, running to a man's room to wait on him, shameless." But she wasn't about to back down, pointing at the bowl in her hands with a defiant smirk. "Then what are you even doing here?" The question hit a nerve, leaving the other girl flustered and speechless. Before she could say another word, Bong Han stepped forward, practically shoving her out of the room. "Kids should be in bed. This time is for the adults, so run along back to your room." Shen Xinyu struggled, refusing to leave. She screamed, "I'm not a kid. You are. What was all this about some beauty soup anyway? Talk about being old. So you're really at that age where you need goji berries to stay healthy, huh?" Her words struck a blow to Bung Nan's pride, making her flare up in annoyance. "What do you know? This is for Zhao Tianlei." Shen Xinyu immediately shot back. "This is the difference between our generations. Young people like us don't need to drink that stuff. It smelled like medicine, anyway. If you really want a power boost, nothing beats fried chicken." Bong Nan's face hardened, refusing to give an inch. "What kind of nutrition is in that junk? This health soup is the best." Seeing them bickering like this, Zhao Tianlei forced a smile, trying to play peacemaker. "Hey, you too." But his poorly timed interruption just got him dragged into the crossfire. "Zhao Tianlei, which do you like better? My soup, or her fried chicken?" Shen Xinyu pushed. "Me, or her." Trapped between them, Zhao Tianlei could only scream for help in his mind. "Somebody save me." Meanwhile, in another, much quieter room, Tren Fai seemed to be stirring. He slowly peeled open his exhausted eyes. He was awake, but far from recovered, his breathing still heavy and labored. Then, he slowly turned his head toward the figure sitting by his bed. Donglak, who had been resting his chin on his hand while keeping watch, sensed the movement and groggily woke up. As his vision cleared, his face lit up with joy and he shot to his feet. Captain, you're awake. Dong Lak placed a hand on Tren Fai's forehead to check his temperature. This is great. Your fever's gone down. Officer Diep said that as long as the fever broke, you'd be okay. Just then, Tren Fai noticed the blood bag hanging above him. This is... Dong Lak quickly explained. You lost too much blood. It was almost fatal. We grabbed equipment from a nearby clinic. Luckily, Sister Hoa had the same blood type as you. Otherwise, we would have been in real trouble. Hearing this, a wave of concern washed over him. You weren't hurt going out there, were you? Dong Lak scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. Almost. Thankfully, Zhao Tianlei and the others arrived just in time. They didn't just save me, they killed that monster, getting revenge for our class leader and everyone else. This news caught Tren Fai completely off guard. He killed that monster? How is that even possible? Seeing his captain's disbelief, Dong Lak eagerly explained the details. It's true. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. And it wasn't just him. His friends are all insanely strong, too. I've never seen anyone fight like that in my entire life. Watching his subordinates' animated retelling, Tren Fai chuckled. Look at that hero worship on your face. Weren't you complaining about them just before? Called out, Dong Lak defended himself awkwardly. Hey, anyone can misjudge someone, right? Done with the teasing, Tren Fai's expression turned serious. Zhao Tianlei is no ordinary person. If we could get him to join the rescue team, it would be a massive advantage for us. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise from upstairs echoed down to them. Dong Lak looked up, instantly on alert. What was that sound? Tren Fai answered. Sounds like something's up there. The scene changes. Amidst a messy pile of plates, a voice sings with praise. The fried chicken was delicious, and the soup was amazing too. Zhao Tianlei said, patting his completely stuffed belly. I liked everything, but his diplomacy failed to appease the two women. Shen Xingyu was not having it. What do you mean everything was good? Bong Nan agreed, adding, you can only choose one. With that, they turned to face each other, sparks practically flying from their eyes. Shen Xingyu was filled with fighting spirit. If we can't decide a winner, then let's have another round. Bong Nan met her challenge head-on. Who's afraid of who? Seeing them gearing up again, he pleaded helplessly. Please, give me a break. I can't eat another bite. As the words left his mouth, the lights suddenly flickered and died, plunging everything into total darkness. What happened? In the pitch-black room, he tried to stay calm. Probably a blown fuse. I'll go check. Instantly, both girls scrambled to follow him. Zhao Tianlei, I'm coming with you. Don't leave me alone. It seemed Shen Xingyu had gotten separated from the others. She fumbled around in the dark, searching for a familiar figure. Zhao Tianlei, where are you? I'm scared. Suddenly, a massive, monster-like hand snaked out and grabbed her by the waist. Startled, Shen Xingyu turned her head, a bit flustered. Who is it? Zhao Tianlei, is that you? As the large figure pressed closer, she still thought it was her crush and blushed. Zhao Tianlei, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're... No. Just then, the lights flickered back on, and the sight before Shen Xingyu's eyes made her freeze for a solid second. Because the person she thought was behind her was actually standing by the door with Bong Nan, who was now screaming in terror. Shen Xingyu, get away from there. Following their gaze, she finally realized the thing touching her was a horrifying zombie. A blood-curdling scream tore from her throat, startling everyone. Zhao Tianlei instantly threw his weapon towards the creature. Seeing the axe flying towards it, the zombie quickly released Shen Xingyu, smashed through the ceiling, and escaped. After it was gone, he rushed to her side, helping her up. Are you okay? Outside the door, Dong Lak had just run up to check on the situation. Zhao Tianlei, I heard a noise. It sounds like something broke in. Seeing him, Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed gravely. It was a flash eater. It got away. Hearing this, Bong Nan held the trembling Shen Xingyu and wondered aloud. But didn't we check this place? It was supposed to be safe. How could a flash eater get in? Zhao Tianlei was deep in thought, carefully piecing things together. I don't know. Maybe this has something to do with that mother and child zombie pair from the clinic. He then turned to Dong Lak. Get everyone to the main hall. Without hesitation, he replied, got it. But just as they were about to move, another sound made Shen Xingyu's heart leap into her throat. She stared wide-eyed in horror. Both Dong Lak and Zhao Tianlei froze, stunned by the scream. Shen Xingyu, looking terrified, cried out, Sister Hoa. That's Sister Hoa's voice. Panicked, everyone sprinted down the hallway toward the sound of the desperate cry. Zhao Tianlei threw the door open and rushed inside, only to find a shocking scene. Sister Hoa, clutching a wound, lying in a pool of her own blood. Seeing her like that, tears streamed down Shen Xingyu's face as she screamed, Sister Hoa. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth in fury and quickly gave orders to the two behind him. It has to still be in the hotel. Dong Lak, you look after Captain Trun. Huk Doong, you check every single room. We have to drag that thing out of here. They both responded in unison. Right. Back with Shen Xingyu, she collapsed beside her dear friend, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister Hoa. Though her body was failing, Sister Hoa forced herself to speak. Zhao Tianlei, I have one thing to ask you. Hearing her name, he knelt down, his brow furrowed. Sister Hoa? She immediately stated her dying wish. Can you promise to marry Shen Xingyu? The words hit Zhao Tianlei like a physical blow, leaving him utterly stunned. Shen Xingyu was just as shocked, staring at her in disbelief. He didn't know how to respond, hesitating. But before he could refuse, Sister Ho pressed on. I know Shen Xingyu is a star. Everyone else only sees her fame, her glamour. But I know how lonely she is. Living in the spotlight, she has to be careful with every single step. She's terrified of making even the smallest mistake, and she can't dare to be her true self with anyone. Even though so many people chase after her, they either only want her for her beauty or they have their own selfish motives. But you're different. Besides me, you're the only person who has ever treated her with a true heart. You're the only man who has ever made her heart flutter. I'm dying. I want to entrust her to you. Hearing this, Shen Xingyu broke down completely, screaming hysterically. Sister Hoa, no, don't die, please. I have nothing left. Please don't abandon me. Tears welled in Hoa's eyes, her consciousness fading as she pleaded. Zhao Tianlei, can you promise me this? The request was so sudden, he was completely caught off guard, unsure how to respond. Only Bang Nan had been silent this whole time, observing with a stone-cold expression. After a moment, Zhao Tianlei finally gave his carefully worded answer. Hoa, I will take care of Tam Duck. As long as I'm alive, I won't let a single scratch touch her. The moment he finished, a deep, rattling cough shook her body. Tears of relief streamed down Hoa's face. Good, she whispered, a sense of peace washing over her. Hearing you say that, I can finally rest easy. With a trembling hand, she reached out to touch her little sister, her voice a faint whisper. Tam Duck, don't forget what I told you. You have to hold on to this man. After speaking her final words, a mouthful of blood escaped Hoa's lips. Seeing the spray of blood, Tam Duke let out a horrified scream. Hoa, sister. The scene violently shifts. Down in the hotel lobby, the roar of relentless gunfire echoes through the air. Wu Xuan gripped a submachine gun, unleashing a constant stream of bullets forward. His target was the intruder, a shadow fiend that was now being hunted down. But with its lightning-fast speed, the creature effortlessly dodged every single shot. Huk Duong, standing guard in front of Wu Xuan, grimly noted, this one is way stronger than the last two. The instant he spoke, it charged straight for them. As its claws slashed through the air, Huk Duong met the attack with his sword. But the Shadow Fiend's raw power was overwhelming, forcing him to grit his teeth and struggle to hold his ground. Wu Xuan, aiming from behind, shouted a warning. Don't get too close. I can't get a clean shot. Hearing this, Huk Duong realized the problem. Looks like it's not stupid. I can't break away. Just as he said it, the Shadow Fiend swatted his sword away, sending it flying. With nothing left to block its path, it lunged forward once more, aiming to finish Huk Duong. Defenseless, his eyes widened in shock, with no way to escape. Just then, a familiar voice shouted, Get down. He immediately dropped to the ground as an axe flew past his head, aimed straight for the Shadow Fiend's face. But the monster was too fast, catching the weapon in its massive jaws. Seeing who had arrived, Huk Duong cried out, Brother Loi, but their relief was short-lived. The Shadow Fiend pulled the axe from its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Zhao Tianlei was stunned to see it completely unharmed. Its head is that tough, it's still not dead. Without another word, the Shadow Fiend lunged, resuming its brutal assault. Wu Xuan quickly raised his gun, firing another barrage to stop its advance. But it was useless. The creature's long tongue shot out, wrapping tightly around his weapon. In the next moment, it ripped the gun from his hands, the force of the pull sending him crashing backward. The Shadow Fiend's blood-red eyes widened as if sensing something. It immediately hurled the stolen gun at Huk Duong, who was preparing a sneak attack. The impact sent him flying, his body slamming hard against the unyielding floor. With both of his comrades taken down, Zhao Tianlei gripped his axe tightly and charged, aiming for the beast's back. However, his strength was no match for its speed. The Shadow Fiend easily dodged the blow, whipping behind Zhao Tianlei in a blur and bringing its claws down hard on his back. Seeing this, Wu Xuan screamed in terror, Brother Lo. Huk Duong struggled to sit up, yelling his name as well, Brother Lo. But the monster wasn't finished. It grabbed both of Zhao Tianlei's arms and began to pull them apart with all its might. His arms were stretched taut, and he could almost hear the sound of his bones straining. A wave of agonizing, tearing pain washed over him, and a guttural scream was ripped from his throat. Suddenly, a pair of slender woman's legs sprinted straight into the danger zone. A voice screamed, "Go to hell." It was Tam Duck, holding a knife and plunging it deep into the Shadow Fiend's spine, making it roar in pain. Fueled by the loss of her sister and the desperate will to save Zhao Tianlei, she summoned every ounce of her courage, determined to end it. Struck by the blade, the Shadow Fiend roared in agony and fury, turning and violently swatting her away. The blow sent her flying backward. Tam Duck hit the ground hard, skidding a long distance across the floor. Seeing her get hurt, Zhao Tianlei screamed in a panic, "Tam Duck!" In that instant, he twisted his body, landing a surprise punch right across the Shadow Fiend's face while its guard was down. The creature was stunned by the blow, giving him the opening he needed to break free from its grasp. The Shadow Fiend furiously tried to regain its footing and lunged forward to attack again. But Zhao Tianlei was faster, snatching his axe from the floor. He swung with all his might, aiming for the spot between its head and neck. Caught off guard, the monster lost its balance and collapsed. Zhao Tianlei used the axe to pin the creature to the ground. But a wound like this wasn't enough to stop its struggle. He reached up with a giant hand, grabbing his head. In this life or death moment, he grit his teeth with sheer determination. With both hands, Zhao Tianlei forced the axe blade deeper into the Shadow Fiend's neck. Finally, a massive torrent of blood erupted like a fountain. Its hand went limp, releasing his head as a final sign. At last, the Shadow Fiend's head lay still, silent in a growing pool of its own blood. Zhao Tianlei remained frozen in place, staring down at it while breathing heavily from exhaustion. A moment later, the scene changes to a clean, tidy room. Tam Duck was resting peacefully in bed after the exhausting ordeal. Bang Nan approached Zhao Tianlei and said, "I've already checked on her. Luckily, she isn't injured, just has a slight fever." Just as she finished speaking, Tam Duck stirred in her sleep, her lips murmuring a name, Zhao Tianlei. But neither of them noticed her small voice because Zhao Tianlei was trying to clear up a misunderstanding. Bang Nan, about what Hoa said earlier. Seeing his struggle, she cut him off. "You don't have to explain. I get it. With what happened to Hoa, she must be heartbroken. You should stay and take care of her." With that, she and Wu Xuan left, leaving him alone in the room. On the way back to their room, a confused Wu Xuan asked, "Sister Bang Nan," letting Zhao Tianlei stay behind. "Won't that give Tam Duck the upper hand?" Bang Nan just answered with a calm, indifferent look. "And what should I do? Throw a jealous fit? That would only make Zhao Tianlei sympathize with her more. Besides, it would just make me look incredibly selfish." Even in a situation like that, Zhao Tianlei still wanted to explain things to me. "That proves he's still thinking about my feelings. There's nothing to worry about. For now, let him comfort Tam Duck. After all, I'm the one who's going to win in the end." At the same time, back in Tam Duck's room, her voice could be heard telling a story. "My parents divorced. After that, they both started their own new families, so they left me in my grandmother's house. They only ever came back to visit during the holidays. And after I joined the entertainment company, they wanted nothing to do with this messy world, so they basically cut off all contact with me. So, from a very young age, I knew I didn't have my parents' love like other kids did. If I wanted to succeed, I could only rely on myself." As she told her story, Zhao Tianlei sat beside her, listening quietly and intently. "All these years, I worked myself to the bone to make money, just so my grandmother could have a better life. But I never imagined she would pass away before I could even repay her." As she spoke the next words, Tam Duck curled into a ball, hugging herself as she sobbed uncontrollably. "Besides my grandma, Hoa was the best person to me in this world. She was like a real sister to me. But now, Hoa's gone, too. From now on, I'm all alone." Zhao Tianlei gently tried to comfort her. "No, you're not. You still have me. I already promised I would take care of you." But she immediately shot him down. "I know you only said that so Hoa could pass on peacefully." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's expression darkened slightly. She suddenly continued, recapturing his attention. "I've always had this regret. Back in school, when I saw you protecting us, letting yourself get surrounded by zombies instead of running away, I really wanted to be like Tu Dong, to fight alongside you. But I was too scared. I didn't have that kind of courage. I always wonder, if I hadn't left back then, would any of this have happened? We never would have gone to the Ha family's house. Tu Dong and No Ban wouldn't have died. And you never would have met that Bang Nan." Then, she suddenly uttered a confession that left Zhao Tianlei completely stunned. "I like you." Tam Duck looked up, her eyes filled with tears as she laid her heart bare. "I was too weak back then, and because of that, I lost my chance. A moment ago, when I saw you captured by that thing, I didn't even think. I just ran. It was only then I realized just how much I like you. Please, just give me a chance, okay? Let me and Bing Nan compete for you fairly." Zhao Tianlei's lips parted, as if to say something, but he stopped. Seeing him hesitate, she reached out and grabbed his hand, calling his name softly. "Zhao Tianlei, after such a chaotic night, the sun has finally risen. Everyone had now gathered in the main hall. He looked at the man before him and carefully suggested, Captain Tran, your body hasn't fully recovered. Don't push yourself. Maybe you should rest a few more days before we set out. Tran Phi politely refuses offer. There's no need. Hordes of new mutants are appearing. I have to return to the base immediately and report this to my superiors. This little wound is nothing to worry about. Then, he turned his attention to Tam Duke beside him. Miss Tham, I know Miss Hoa was the one who gave me her blood. I regret I never got the chance to repay her before she passed. You were her last friend. If you ever need my help with anything, just say the word. I, Tran Phi, will never refuse, even in death. Dong Lak, standing nearby, added, my big brother's word is my own. With the protection of these two, Tam Duck felt a bit more at ease and thanked them. Thank you. But Wu Hen felt it was unfair, so she chimed in, pretending to remind him. Captain Tran, are you only thanking her? We put in a lot of effort, too, you know. If Officer Diep and Bing Nan hadn't stopped the bleeding, no amount of blood would have been enough. Called out like that, Tran Phi broke into a nervous sweat and forced a laugh. Of course. All of you saved my life. You're all my benefactors. Zhao Tianlei just gave a helpless smile, trying to ease the tension. What's all this talk about repaying debts? From now on, we're all friends. Once we get to base number 6, we'll be counting on you to look after us, Captain Tran. A short while later, they set off in a car and a container truck, heading for the main base. Inside the car, Bing Han warmly greeted her rival. You're looking much better than yesterday, Tam Duck. Even though Miss Ho is gone, you can think of us as your family now. From now on, I'll take care of you like a little sister. She smiled gently and replied to the offer. Thank you, Bing Nan. These past 2 days, Zhao Tianlei has been by my side, taking amazing care of me. Seeing the two of them, Huck Duong felt awkward and whispered to Wu Hin. Why are Bing Nan and the goddess Tham acting so close? She just gave a sly grin and whispered back, what do you know? Bing Yan calls this the art of seduction. The nicer she is to Tam Duck, the more Zhao Tianlei's heart will lean towards her. Suddenly, the screech of tires on pavement cut through their conversation. The sudden stop sent everyone in the car lurching forward. Wu Xuan, gripping the wheel, stared ahead in shock and yelled out, those are zombie dogs. The undead beasts immediately lunged toward them, launching their attack. They swarmed around Zhao Tianlei's car like a terrifying flood. They clawed relentlessly at the windows, baring their horrifying teeth, causing Bing Nan and Tam Duck to scream in terror. And it wasn't just them. The container truck was also surrounded. Then Fong pulled out his gun, trying to fight back, shooting them down one by one. Suddenly, Hook Stuong noticed something and cried out, Brother Loy, look over there. In the direction he pointed, the thundering sound of countless footsteps was charging toward them. In the distance, another massive pack of zombie dogs was sprinting right at them. Wu Xuan's face grew tense as he saw them. How can there be so many? Zhao Tianlei quickly turned and yelled to the truck behind them. Then Fong closed the door. Now, following his command, the man scrambled back to the driver's seat and rolled up the window. The scene was grim. Both vehicles were now completely surrounded by the undead hounds. They attacked furiously, trying to smash through the car doors to get inside. Wu Xuan was panicking. What do we do? What do we do? Zhao Tianlei urged him on. Drive. Just punch through them. Following his order, he immediately slammed the gear shift and prepared to plow forward. The sound of spinning tires screamed against the pavement. The car lurched forward, throwing the zombie dogs off the hood. But just as the car moved a few feet, a loud bang erupted. Wu Hien jumped and shouted, Damn it, a tire blew out. Instantly, the horde of zombie dogs swarmed their car once again. With their lives hanging by a thread, Zhao Tianlei was desperately searching for a way out, when a sudden gunshot echoed, taking down one of the beasts. Shocked, he rolled down the window, leaning out to see who had fired. In the distance, a figure in full tactical gear, holding a rifle, was walking toward them. Seeing the newcomer, the zombie dogs immediately switched targets and charged at him. The mysterious, masked person unleashed a volley of bullets into the horde. Each shot was precise, taking down one beast after another. But while he was focused on the dogs in front, the man didn't notice another one flanking him until it bit down hard on his arm. Without hesitation, Lai Sun grabbed the club on his back, and the mysterious man brought it down decisively, finishing off the zombie dog. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei immediately jumped out of the car, shouting to the others, Get out and help him. Wu Xuan and Fan Fong burst out, guns blazing, firing relentlessly into the horde. On the other side, he and Huck Duong weren't idle either, smashing the dogs with their melee weapons. Working together, they took down the beasts one by one until they fell. When only a few scattered hounds were left, they seemed to grow fearful, backing away before turning to flee. Watching them go, Zhao Tianlei's group finally let out a collective, exhausted sigh. Regaining his composure, he turned to thank the mysterious stranger. Hey brother, Thank you. The stranger said nothing, simply reaching up to remove his mask. Underneath the tough armor was Li Sun. Young man, are you all right? Seeing his real face, Huck Duong, and he stood there with their jaws dropped in shock. After the greetings, they turned back to their battered vehicle. The tire was completely shredded. Wu Xuan looked at the tire with a troubled expression. This is bad. We don't have a spare. But it was a stroke of luck meeting this man. The man who had just saved them offered to help again. I have tires at my house. My village is nearby. One of you can come with me to get it. It was the right person at the right time. Zhao Tianlei exclaimed happily. Really? Thank you so much, sir, he said, filled with gratitude. We won't take it for free. Hup Duong, go get some flour to give to him. He nodded and turned to get the supplies. Okay. But Li Sun quickly stopped them. No need. Nothing is easy in these chaotic times. There are so many of you, just keep it for yourselves. Just then, Dong Lak stepped forward, volunteering himself. Let me go with him. Who knows if those dogs might come back? You stay here and protect everyone. Zhao Tianlei agreed without hesitation. All right. As the two of them walked away, he called out. Hurry back. Dong Lak shouted back. Got it. Watching them leave, Huck Duong commented cheerfully. He's a really good guy. But in response, he only got a cool, indifferent look from Zhao Tianlei. A while later, a seemingly peaceful village came into view. Dong Lak looked around and asked the man, Sir, is there anyone else still alive in this village? Li Sun answered bluntly, Not a soul. Anyone who could run, ran. The only things left here now are those mutated dogs. Hearing this, he looked at Li Sun with curiosity. Then why didn't you run, sir? The old man answered calmly, I'm old. No matter where I run, I won't live much longer anyway. So I stopped running. Immediately, the kind-hearted Dong Lak offered, You should come with us to base number 6. It's the safest place to be. Hearing the name of the place, Li Sun gasped in surprise. Base number 6? A flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. But then, Li Sun seemed to change his mind and refuse the offer. No, my wife and daughter are both here. I don't want to leave them. Even if I have to die, I'll die with them. A moment later, they arrived at a small house. Li Sun told Dong Lak to wait. This is my home. Wait here a moment, I'll go get the tire for you. He obediently replied, Yes, sir. After Li Sun went inside, he was left alone, wandering around the room. The walls were covered in pictures of Li Sun with his wife and son. Looking at the photos, Dong Lak was a bit stunned, thinking to himself, For an older man, he has a very young and beautiful wife. Just then, a strange noise came from a small room. The door to that room was left ajar, as if deliberately letting the sounds escape. Those noises echoed non-stop throughout the house, luring Dong Lei closer. He moved slowly toward the room, curious about the source of the sound. He had no idea what he would see, but his eyes soon filled with utter shock and disbelief. Inside, a pair of zombies, one large and one small, were chained up, ravenously devouring something. Looking closer, he realized the two zombies looked just like the kind man's wife and son. Stunned, Dong Lei stood frozen to the spot, his gaze locked on the horrifying pair. He frowned, his mind racing, wondering how to handle this situation. Suddenly, the heavy sound of boots echoed on the floor behind him. The cold barrel of the same gun that killed the zombie hounds was pressed firmly against his head. When did Li Shan get back, now radiating a terrifying menace? Had he been discovered? Dong Lei cautiously glanced behind him, and the man seemed to read his mind. That's right, Li Shan confirmed. It's my wife and son. His words confirmed Dong Lei's worst fears. Gritting his teeth, Dong Lei said, They've turned into zombies. But Li Shan just replied calmly, I know. But so what? Even if they're zombies, I want them to keep living. I've had 3 wives, and all of them died. The villagers say I'm cursed. No one wants to come near me. Except for Xiao Wan, Li Shan said, his voice thick with emotion as he recounted his past. She was the only one who understood I wasn't the monster everyone said I was. Only she truly understood me. She didn't care that I was poor and old. She agreed to marry me, and she even gave me such an adorable child. They are my only family in this world. How could I ever abandon them? Dong Lei couldn't agree. He immediately shot back. Stop being a fool. You call this state of theirs living? They're already gone. Right now, they're just 2 walking corpses. If you really loved them, you'd help them find peace. Hearing this, the old man roared in fury. Shut your mouth. I've endured enough loneliness. If I lose them, what reason do I have to go on living? Seeing Li Shan's unhinged state, Dong Lei cursed internally. Damn it. I forgot to bring my gun. This guy's insane. I can't fight him head on. Thinking fast, Dong Lei tried to distract him. But keeping them like this is dangerous. Look at those chains. They're completely rusted. What if they break? They'll end up hurting you. Li Shan just smiled confidently and explained, That's because you don't understand them. Zombies are a lot like people. When they're hungry, they run around looking for food. But once they're full, They become very docile. As long as I provide them with enough to eat, they'll be just like before. Just like they are now. See how peacefully they're eating? Hearing this, a dark suspicion crept into Dong Lei's mind. These people. You killed them all. Li Shan made no effort to hide the truth. They deserved to die. I had my wife and son locked in the room, with the door securely bolted. That way, they couldn't hurt anyone. But those people. They wouldn't leave my family alone. They wanted to burn my wife and son to death. I had no other choice. I could only send them on their way. Li Shan looked at the small zombie gorging itself and spoke with a hidden meaning. The only thing is, Xiao Hao is a growing boy, and he has a big appetite. This amount of food isn't enough for him, so I had to find other survivors passing through this area. It's been a long time since anyone passed through here. I was worried we wouldn't last much longer, but my luck turned when your group appeared. Don't be afraid. I'll make your death as peaceful as possible, and very soon, your friends will be here to join you. Realizing the man's horrific plan, Dong Lei shouted in panic. Wait, just wait a minute. But Li Shan had no intention of stopping, his trembling finger about to pull the trigger. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It will be quick. And then, a cold gunshot cracked through the air. But it wasn't Dong Lei who'd been shot. The one who got hit was the old man. Dong Lei snapped his head around to see who had saved him. It was Zhao Tianlei's team. He, along with Shuyang and Yu Xuan, had arrived just in the nick of time to rescue him. Of course, the old man had no intention of stopping. Li Shan scrambled desperately, trying to reach for his fallen gun. Not giving him the chance, Shuyang landed a swift kick right in Li Shan's face. Li Shan fell backward, blood spraying from his nose and mouth. He angrily gritted his teeth and called out to the person behind him. Brother Lei, you were right. There's something wrong with this guy. Dong Lei, still in a daze, stared at his rescuers. How did you all know? Zhao Tianlei stepped forward to clear up his confusion. Yu Xuan said the back tire was punctured by several long nails. We went back to check and found the road was littered with them. Then this guy showed up so conveniently. I knew right away that something was off. As he spoke, he stepped forward and threw the door wide open. Hearing the noise, the two zombies instantly stopped eating. They looked up, saw the newcomers, and lunged toward them. But their forward momentum was cut short as the chains pulled taut. And just like that, the chain successfully held back the two zombies who were craving a meal. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed as he stared at them in deep thought. A moment later, he turned and gave a signal to Yu Xuan behind him. He immediately raised his gun, ready to put an end to the two zombies. Just then, the old man regained consciousness and screamed, "Don't you dare touch them." Shuyang struggled to restrain Li Shan, who was thrashing wildly and threatening them. If you touch my wife and son, I'll make sure none of you die a peaceful death. Hearing this threat, Zhao Tianlei and Yu Xuan paused for a moment. Then, he turned and walked briskly towards someone, saying, "All right." He coldly grabbed Li Shan by the collar and hauled him up. Li Shan flinched, biting his lip nervously, unsure of what he was about to do. And then, Zhao Tianlei dragged Li Shan forward, saying, "If you love them that much, then I'll grant your wish." He then decisively threw Li Shan into the room, declaring that they could all be together. Thrown into the room, a terrified Li Shan turned his head to look beside him. Before him were the two zombies he loved and protected, now trying to reach out and eat him alive. Li Shan was terrified out of his mind, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he screamed. "No, no!" The faces of Xiao Wan and Xiao Hao were twisted in ferocity as they stared at the person before them, raising their sharp claws as if to catch their prey. Seeing the terrifying appearance of the mother and son, Li Shan's entire body began to tremble. Don't! Panicked, he used all his strength to crawl forward and escape. When he ran out of room, Li Shan could only lean against the wall and scream endlessly. "Stay away." Zhao Tianlei, who had been watching from the side, finally spoke with a mocking tone. "Don't you love them very much? What are you afraid of?" After hearing his words, the old man glanced toward the source of the sound. Zhao Tianlei stood at the door, bluntly exposing his thoughts. "In the end, the only person you love is yourself. You're afraid of death, yet you don't dare to live alone, so you force them to live by your side." He tilted his head and asked the man, "But have you ever considered their feelings?" Zhao Tianlei's voice echoed in the space. To have their loved ones witness their disgusting appearance like this every day. Ugly, disgusting, ferocious, their bodies decaying more and more. How much pain must they be in deep down? If they still had any human consciousness, he said, raising his gun, they would definitely want to be freed from this life. Li Shan's eyes widened in shock at his action. Next, without another word, Zhao Tianlei decisively pulled the trigger and fired 2 shots. 2 bullets accurately lodged themselves in the foreheads of Xiao Wan and Xiao Hao. Li Shan was stunned, his mouth agape at the scene before him. He sat up, reaching his hand towards the mother and son, calling out, "Xiao Wan, Xiao Hao." The bodies of Xiao Wan and Xiao Hao fell to the ground, black fluid spilling onto the floor. Li Shan's eyes welled up with tears as he mumbled the names of his wife and son, Xiao Huan, Xiao Hao. Before his eyes, he seemed to see the image of the mother and son holding hands, smiling a peaceful smile. Li Shan hung his head, his whole body trembling. "I'm sorry," he helplessly admitted. "I am a weak person. It's my fault. I'm the one who made you suffer." Dong Lei raised an eyebrow, seeking everyone's opinion. "How should we deal with him?" Shuyang judged, "Zombies eating people is instinct." But he turned others into food to feed his wife and son. This is pure madness. Suddenly, Li Shan made a demand that stunned everyone. "Just kill me." He knelt beside the corpses of his wife and son. "I have no reason left to live. Let me join them." Zhao Tianlei's eyes narrowed, studying the broken man before him. The man remained completely still, awaiting his final judgment. But Zhao Tianlei didn't grant his request. Instead, he simply turned his back, ready to leave this place behind. Before walking away, he left Li Shan with one final sentence. For them, death was a release. "But you don't deserve such a mercy." Li Shan's head sank low, his eyes becoming hollow voids as he stayed frozen in silence. Shuyang said nothing, falling in step behind Zhao Tianlei. Dong Lei shot one last glance at the pathetic man, then turned to leave with the others. Outside, the sky was painted in the orange and pink hues of the setting sun. Once they were back in the courtyard, Shuyang urgently called out from the back, "Brother Lei." He shook his head in confusion. "Are we really just going to let him go? What if he just lures more people here?" Yu Xuan answered him. "He won't. With his wife and son gone, bringing more people here is pointless." But Dong Lei still didn't get it, his gaze fixed on their leader walking ahead. "Why did you hold back just now? That man killed so many people. He's a monster. Even death would be too good for him. He deserves no sympathy." Zhao Tianlei replied, "It's because his sins are so great that he cannot be allowed to die." He explained further, "Death is too easy an escape. Forcing him to live with what he's done, that is the only true punishment." Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air. The others whipped their heads around in shock. The sound erupted from Li Shan's house, shaking the very heavens and sending birds scattering in terror. Without even turning back, Zhao Tianlei remarked, "In the end, he was just a coward." With that, their convoy sped down the road, moving forward once more. Inside the vehicle, Bing Yan's eyes went wide. "You're not serious. He was really raising zombies?" Chen Xingyu covered her mouth in disgust. "That's horrifying, using living people to feed the undead. What a sicko." Nearby, Yu Jin clung to Xu Yang's arm. Yang, if I ever turn into one of them, you have to promise you'll be the one to end it. I want you to remember me as I am now, not as some disgusting monster." Suddenly, the tires screeched as the vehicle slammed to a halt. Bing Yan lurched forward. "What's going on?" Zhao Tianlei answered calmly. "The road ahead is out." Everyone piled out of the cars to see for themselves. A massive section of the mountainside road had completely collapsed. Dong Lei was baffled. "But this road was fine when my team came through. How did this happen?" Chen Fei thought for a moment. "I don't think there's another route to the base. Looks like we'll have to abandon the vehicles if we want to get past this." Zhao Tianlei considered their options. "Going on foot is too dangerous. Let's check the map before we decide anything." He spread the map on the ground for everyone to see. Yu Xuan scanned it. "It looks like this is the only road." Dong Le leaned in, his eyes fixed on the map. "Hey, Shuiju village." Zhao Tianlei immediately shot him a look. "You know it?" He looked a bit awkward as he scratched his cheek. "It's my grandpa's hometown. I visited when I was a kid. I remember a small trail that cuts through, but I don't know if it's still there." Deep in the overgrown forest, the lead truck carefully navigated the path. Dong Lei, riding shotgun, glanced out the window. It's a bit overgrown, but at least we can still drive through." Shen Feng, at the wheel, smiled in response. "Yup." Dong Lei pointed a finger, giving directions. "Go past this spot, then take a right. After a wide turn, we should be back on the main road." But suddenly, a massive net flew through the air, seemingly from nowhere. The net tangled around the front of the truck, bringing it to a dead stop. Panic erupted from the passengers in the back. What was that? Outside, a group of people holding crude farming tools appeared, raising their weapons and yelling, "We got him." A mob swarmed out, blocking the truck and barking orders. Everybody out of the vehicle. Now, the villagers, armed with hoes and shovels, just kept screaming, "Get out, or we'll smash this truck to pieces." Both of Zhao Tianlei's vehicles were trapped by the net. The mob swarmed them, yelling, get out now." Inside the truck, Shuyang leaned forward, looking for orders. "Brother Lei, what's the plan?" Yu Xuan chimed in. "Should we take these guys out?" Zhao Tianlei raised an eyebrow, assessing the situation. "They just look like regular farmers. It wouldn't be right to hurt them." With that, he opened his door and was the first to step outside. "Please, everyone, don't misunderstand. We're not bad people. But the villagers didn't believe a word of it. In fact, they grew even more hostile. Stay right where you are. Don't move. Why should we trust anything you say? How do we know you're not carrying the infection? Zhao Tianlei and his team raised their hands in the air, trying to de-escalate the situation. Seriously, just look at us. We're all perfectly normal. We're just trying to pass through. We're heading for base number 6. A round-faced man shouted back with certainty. You're lying. Base number 6 is gone. Behind them, Dong Lei and Chen Fei froze, completely stunned by his words. The surrounding villagers grew restless again. We don't welcome outsiders here. Get lost. Yeah, get the hell out of here. In rage, Dong Lei lunged forward and grabbed the round-faced man by the collar. What did you just say? That the base is gone. How could you possibly know that? When did it happen? The man panicked. What are you doing? Let go of me. The round-faced man struggled, trying to break Dong Lei's grip. See, they're dangerous. Get them. Attack. At his command, the other villagers lost control and charged forward, weapons raised. Shuyang, Yu Xuan, and Zhao Tianlei were quickly surrounded. Zhao Tianlei backed away, trying to calm them down. Everyone, just calm down. Shen Feng, already parrying blows, yelled out, What now? Do we fight back? Yu Xuan gritted his teeth. This is getting out of hand. Fire a warning shot. The words had barely left his mouth when a gunshot cracked through the air. The frenzied villagers froze mid-attack, stunned into silence by the sudden blast. Startled, Zhao Tianlei and Dong Lei both snapped their heads in the same direction, eyes wide. It was Zhu Yang. He was still holding the gun aloft, a dazed look on his face as if he couldn't process what he'd just done. The villagers panicked, turning to flee in terror. They have a gun. Run for it. Yu Xuan whipped his head towards Xu Yang, his voice full of accusation. They're just civilians. How could you shoot at them? Xu Yang shot back defensively. You're the one who told me to fire. He then tried to reassure the terrified villagers. Please, don't be afraid. We're not going to hurt you. Dong Lei grabbed one of the fleeing men. Tell me what happened to the base. Now. The young man, tears streaming down his face, begged for his life. Please, don't hurt me. I don't know anything. Chen Fei moved to intervene. Dong Lei, calm down. He was about to press for more answers, when suddenly, a man in the crowd stopped dead in his tracks. He turned around slowly. Dong Lei, is that you, little Lei? A flicker of recognition crossed Dong Lei's face, followed by relief. Uncle Zhao. The sunset bathed the sky in a brilliant golden light as the sun began to dip behind the mountains. The lush green rice paddies shimmered, coated in a layer of sparkling gold. As Uncle Zhao walked toward them, he sighed. After your grandpa moved, I lost touch with you completely. I never imagined we'd meet again under circumstances like these. The last time I saw you, you were only about this tall. In the blink of an eye, you've grown into such a fine young man. A small smile touched Dong Lei's lips. Yeah, it's been years since I've been able to come back. Uncle Zhao looked at him with concern. By the way, how is your grandfather? Dong Lei explained what had happened. He passed away 3 years ago. Before he passed, he wanted me to fulfill his dream of becoming a soldier. I'm in the army now. The older man's face lit up with pride. Is that so? That's wonderful news. Dong Lei changed the subject. Looks like you're all getting ready for the harvest. Uncle Zhao nodded. Yep. As farmers, all we have is our land. But with clean water all around us, we've been able to stay completely self-sufficient. With this, no one has to risk their lives scavenging for supplies. A satisfied smile spread across his face. As long as the zombies can't get in, we have nothing to worry about. Down in the fields, a few farmers were happily chatting while harvesting bundles of golden rice. In another patch of land, a couple of young men were hard at work, carrying lumber and reinforcing the wooden fences. Bing Yan voiced what she was feeling. It's been so long since I've seen something this beautiful. It's like we've gone back in time. Chen Xingyu spoke up. Time flies so fast. The apocalypse just started, but it feels like years have passed already. Yu Xin wiped away the tears streaming down her face. I miss the old days so much. I wish the zombies had never appeared. Shuyang turned away, his voice dripping with scorn. Girls are so damn dramatic. What's there to cry about? Yu Xuan saw right through him and teased. Don't think we can't see you crying just because you turned your back. Dong Lu finally brought up the question that had been bugging him. Sir, earlier, someone said the base is gone. What's that all about? Uncle Zhao let out a sad sigh. It's a long story. He looked up, his gaze meeting Dong Lei's. They told us the base was overrun. Everyone inside, they've all turned into zombies. We were lucky we hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, we would have been walking straight into a death trap. Chen Fei shot back, his voice firm. That's impossible. We just came from the base. It had fortified defenses and was protected by the military. How could it just get overrun? Uncle Zhao just shook his head. I don't know the details, but I'm sure Commander Tan knows. Chen Fei curiously repeated the title. Commander Tan. Uncle Zhao explained, he's the leader of those soldiers. I heard he was some high-ranking officer from Base 6. I don't know the specifics, though. He then pointed down toward a field. He's right over there, with his men. Zhao Tianlei, Guo Yang, and Chen Fei all followed his finger. Down below, a group of 6 men were bent over, harvesting rice. Uncle Zhao waved enthusiastically. Commander Tan. Tan Kun, who was in the middle of the group, heard his name and turned to look. He saw the group of people standing on the road in the distance. Tan Kun straightened up, flashed a friendly smile, and raised his hand to wave back. From his higher vantage point, Zhao Tianlei watched the man, murmuring to himself, Commander Tan. Faced with Zhao Tianlei's intense gaze, the smile on Tan Kun's face suddenly stiffened. In the courtyard of a quaint but well-kept 2-story wooden house, voices broke the silence. Sir. Chen Fei raised his hand in a military salute. Rescue Team 3, Captain Chen Fei. Dong Lei, beside him, also introduced himself. Team member, Dong Lei. Tan Kun waved his hand, introducing himself as well. I never expected to see you all here. You've been through a lot. My name is Tan Kun. And this is my vice captain, C2 Jun. His eyes then shifted to another person. Captain Zhao Tianlei. To build your own squad in these chaotic times and make it this far, that's no simple feat. Zhao Tianlei replied politely. We're just doing our best to survive. It's nothing worthy of praise. Unlike Captain Chen, his squad was nearly wiped out trying to save people, and he lost an arm in the process. They are the true heroes. Tan Kun bowed his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. Captain Chen, you are the pride of our military. If the army still existed, I would request a commendation for you. But unfortunately, Chen Fei calmly stated, protecting the people is a soldier's duty. It's just an arm. It's nothing. Still unwilling to give up, he tried to confirm it one last time. But Commander Tan, allow me to ask. Is the base really gone? Tan Kun closed his eyes and answered with grim certainty, yes. Dong Lei frowned in confusion. The base was so heavily guarded, not even a fly could get in. How could the zombies have possibly infiltrated it? Tan Kun recounted the situation. The base was strong, but even the strongest fortress has a weakness. More and more survivors were arriving every day, and we were short-staffed, making security checks harder and harder. Someone infected managed to slip in with a new group of survivors, but we didn't discover it in time. By the time we got there, the situation was already out of control. He winced at the memory. He bit several people at once. The virus spread like wildfire. Once you're infected, there's no cure. Right now, Base 6 is a living hell on Earth. Tu Jun added, our comrades sacrificed themselves so the commander could escape. We were attacked by a horde and got separated. Only the commander and a few of us made it out. Dong Lei glanced at Chen Fei, who was standing beside him with his head down, muttering to himself. How could this happen? Tan Kun reached out a hand in a comforting gesture. Don't lose hope. The base may be gone, but we're still alive. Just as you said, a soldier's duty is to protect the people. As long as the people live, we can serve them and our country, no matter where we are. Tu Jun smiled and made an offer. Captain Chen, Captain Zhao, you should stay here. You're all capable people. This small village needs your protection. Tan Kun clenched his fist, making a vow. Please believe in me. If we all work together, I know we can create a new sanctuary right here. Zhao Tianlei was silent for a moment before replying. We'll think about it. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, catching everyone's attention. Commander Tan. 3 farmers walked in from the gate. The first man was holding a basket of eggs. These are fresh from my hens. They're delicious. I brought them for you to try. The second man held up his basket. These are tomatoes and cucumbers from my garden. The third young man walked in, cradling something in his arms. I saw your blanket was torn a couple days ago, so I patched it up for you. Zhao Tianlei watched them, thinking aloud. It seems Commander Tan is well loved here. The young man with the fruit basket confirmed it with absolute confidence. Of course, he's our savior. If it wasn't for him, we would have walked straight into the jaws of death. The man with the eggs agreed. Farmers like us, we never would have made it to the base. We probably would have been bitten and killed on the way. The third young man began to sing his praises. He didn't just save our lives. He taught us how to blow up the main road, then set up barricades on this small path to block outsiders from entering the village. We're completely cut off from the zombies and the virus. How else could we be living these peaceful days? Tan Kun walked over to them, letting out a humble sigh. Don't say that. We were just doing what had to be done. Tu Jun accepted their gifts. You're all too kind. Shuyang and Zhao Tianlei stood off to the side, silently observing the harmonious scene. That night, a full moon hung high in the sky, and light from inside the house spilled out into the yard. Inside one of the rooms, the entire team had gathered. Zhao Tianlei sat with his arms crossed, questioning the man across from him. You and Commander Tan both came from the base. You've never met before? Never, Chen Fei replied, then explained, personnel at the base were assigned on the fly. Unless you were on the same team before, it was hard to know anyone. Dong Lei agreed with him. We were in charge of rescue ops, so we were rarely at the base. It's not strange that we've never met him. He then turned to the person next to him. But the base is gone. Captain, what do we do now? Chen Xingyu, sitting on the bed, offered her advice. I think we should listen to Commander Tan and stay here. Bing Yan also chimed in. The people here are kind, good-hearted, and welcoming. If we stay, we can farm just like them. We'll be self-sufficient, and we'll never have to risk our lives for supplies again. Wu Hin's gaze locked onto Huck Duong, firm and unwavering. Where Sister Bing Nan goes, I go. What about you? He replied instantly. A husband follows his wife. I'm with you all the way. It was then that Wu Hin spoke up. Isn't a safe place to lay our heads what we've always wanted? If the base is truly gone, does it really matter where we stop? He glanced sideways, gauging the mood of the person beside him. I think this is the most ideal place we could ask for. Zhao Tianlei looked up, meeting Tran Fai's eyes. Captain Tran, what's your call? His brows furrowed as he declared with absolute conviction. I want to return to the base. Tran Fai stared at the ground. I won't be satisfied until I see it with my own eyes. No matter what's happened, I have to go back. Dong Lak nodded firmly. Captain, I'm going with you. Then Fong, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. My mission is to deliver these documents to the government and report the sacrifices of my comrades to my superiors. They died heroically. I have to get their names on the Monument of Honor, so even if there's only a sliver of hope, I will never give up. Zhao Tianlei closed his eyes and leaned back, exhaling slowly. The group was divided. Wu Xuan looked at him with trust. Brother Loi, what do you think? Huc Duong echoed the sentiment. That's right, we're all listening to you. Whatever you say, we'll do. Zhao Tianlei's eyes snapped open, his expression dead serious. He made his decision. They would head for base number 6. He began to lay out his reasoning. We don't know Regiment Commander Dam. We can't just abandon our original goal because of something he said. Even if the base has fallen, there must be countless survivors who escaped, just like them. We might even run into government personnel. Zhao Tianlei calculated. Most importantly, they have resources and weapons. In times like these, relying on the government is our safest bet. Dong Lak clenched his fist, full of fighting spirit. Exactly. The government can't be defeated by zombies that easily. They must have established a new base by now. If we can find our people, I'll come back and tell Commander Dam, so he can lead everyone to safety. The sounds of their discussion drifted out into the courtyard. All right, it's settled then. Everyone get some rest. We leave in 3 days. But hidden by a wall, a figure lurked in the shadows, having overheard their entire plan. Tuan Dat asked nervously, do you think they've seen through our act? Another lackey dismissed his concern. No way. The uniforms we're wearing were stripped from those dead soldiers. Dam Kuan hung his head, his face dark. Making up some nonsense is easy. The problem is, we don't even know what the base looks like. We've never even seen it. That group has actual soldiers who were out on a mission. If they think about it for a second, they'll know we're frauds. Tuan Dat sighed. If you just listened to me, this would be simple. Let the boys handle it. Anyone who doesn't comply gets a bullet. We could have taken whatever we wanted instead of playing this stupid game of cat and mouse. Dam Kuan cursed, irritated. What the hell do you know? This is called psychological warfare. You think I've been a bandit this long without learning a thing or two? His mood suddenly shifted, and a twisted smile spread across his face. This is the first time I've ever felt so respected. Watch those idiots serve me like I'm their savior, willingly bringing me food and supplies right to my doorstep. Man, this feels incredible. A Scarface underling whined, it's great for you, Boss Kuan. But for the rest of us, it's getting old. Another one chimed in. Yeah, we eat nothing but cucumbers and tomatoes every day, and we can't even touch the women. What's the point of living like this? Dam Kuan dropped the act, his voice rising to a roar. You think I'm not suffering? I'm burning with desire too. Those 2 girls from this morning were absolute bombshells. I'd make a deal with the devil to hold them in my arms. What right does that Zhao kid have to be surrounded by such beauties? He shot up from his chair. Fine. If they won't play nice, then don't blame me for being cruel. Besides, we've gotten everything we can out of them. I'm done with this act. I'm not about to let 2 perfect women slip through my fingers when they're right here. A sinister grin spread across Dam Kuan's face. Tell all the brothers to get ready. Tomorrow night, we purge this entire village. Under a quiet night sky, lit by a full, shimmering moon. A large room was filled with round banquet tables, laden with colorful dishes. Tuan Dat leaned over to report to the man beside him. Boss Kuan, everything's ready. In their group, only Tran Fai and Dong Lak are soldiers. That Zhao kid and the others are just students. As long as we get their guns, they're no threat. Scarface smirked. The boys are all in position. Just give the word, and we'll make our move. Another henchman added with a vile tone, Boss Kuan. After you're done with those two girls, remember to save some for the rest of us. Damn Kuan promised confidently, don't worry. You think I'd shortchange my own men? After I've had my fun, everyone gets a turn. Tu and Dat looked up, signaling the others. They're here. Zhao Tianlei walked in front, leading the entire group into the room. A long blade was strapped to Hook Duong's back. Wu Xuan and Fan Fong also carried guns on them. Damn Kuan put on a concerned facade. Captain Zhao, this meal is to welcome all of you. Let my brothers hold on to those weapons for you. It's not comfortable to eat while carrying all that. Tu and Dat stepped forward with a friendly smile, holding out his hands. That's right, let me help you with those. A firm refusal made him freeze. No need. Zhao Tianlei glanced behind him. We've made it a habit. We even carry our weapons when we go to the bathroom. We feel uncomfortable without them. Tuan Dat's smile stiffened, unsure of what to say. Well, Damn Kuan laughed it off from behind him. Haha, no problem at all. He invited them to sit down quickly. The food's getting cold. But in his mind, he sneered, you're already fish on the chopping block. No matter how much you struggle, you're not getting out of my grasp. Finally, everyone was seated at the table, and the feast began. Uncle Triyu turned to Dong Lak. Little Lak, are you kids really leaving? It's so dangerous out there. Why would you willingly walk into the lion's den? Another person across the table chimed in. Exactly. Isn't it better here? We can all look after each other. Dong Lak answered with unshakable resolve. As long as zombies exist in this world, no place is truly safe. I am a soldier. It's my duty to protect everyone, eliminate the zombies, and bring the world back to how it was. Uncle Triyu sighed, no longer trying to persuade him. He just offered a word of caution. You're a good kid. You have to take care of yourself out there. We'll be waiting for the day you described. Dong Lak's eyes were filled with determination. You can count on it, Uncle Triyu. At another table, the atmosphere was much louder. Come on, pour the drinks. Damn Kuan raised his white porcelain cup high. Everyone, I'd like to propose a toast. To a safe journey for all of you. Tran Fai raised his cup in return. Commander Dam, you all stay safe as well. When the apocalypse ends, we'll meet again. As soon as the words left his mouth, he tilted his head back and drained the cup. Huck Duong and Fan Fong followed his lead, emptying their own cups in one go. Damn Kuan's eyebrow twitched. His eyes singled out one person. Captain Zhao. Zhao Tianlei offered an apologetic smile. Ah, my apologies, everyone. I'm a terrible drinker. I'll toast with water instead. Tuan Dat sneered. What kind of man can't drink? Damn Kuan pressed. This is a gesture of our sincerity. Bing Nan, sitting beside Zhao Tianlei, spoke up to defend him. Zhao Tianlei is telling the truth. I can vouch for him. She stood, holding her cup with both hands. How about this? I'll drink on Zhao Tianlei's behalf and toast to everyone. Without hesitation, Bing Nan tilted her head back, finishing every last drop. The angle revealed the long, elegant column of her neck and her smooth, pale skin. Just below, her flawless figure and its captivating curves were impossible to ignore. Damn Kuan and his men were completely mesmerized by the beautiful sight. After finishing, Bing Nan held the empty cup out towards him, as if to prove her point. Commander Dam. Dam Khan snapped back to reality, a grin spreading across his face. Well, damn. A true heroine. Captain Zhao, you are one lucky man to have a beauty like this by your side. Bingin leaned in, wrapping her arm around Tianlei's. Let me correct you, she said. Not just some beauty. I'm his fiancé. On the other side, Xin Yu just smiled and grabbed his other arm. Well, Sister Bingin is a titan of the business world, after all. Of course, her tolerance is amazing. How could a simple student like me possibly compare, right? Damn Khan's face began to darken. Tuan Dat, sitting beside him, asked with curiosity.
So, Miss Zhang is the fiancé, and this young lady is... Tianlei paused, not knowing how to respond. Before he could even get a word out, Xing Yu powerfully declared, also his fiancé.
Damn Khan fell silent, the corner of his eye twitching more and more violently. The endless bickering from the two women grated on the nerves of Tuan Dat and Damn Khan. Tianlei, eat up. I'll get you some. Oh, my dear Xin Yu. Bingin tightened her grip on his arm. Tianlei might have promised Sister Hua he'd look after you, but I don't remember him agreeing to marry you. Xin Yu refused to back down, firing back. This is a fair competition. The title of Mrs. Zhao is still up for grabs. Caught in the middle, Tianlei tried to be the peacemaker. Come on, you two. It's just dinner. Do we really have to go back and forth like this? Suddenly, a roar filled the space. Enough. Damn Khan slammed his hands on the table in a rage. You two broads are driving me insane. Just you wait. I'll deal with both of you later. The ordinary townspeople at the other tables froze, stunned by his outburst. Shen Feng and Shuyang immediately turned their gaze toward their table. Tianlei's eyes flew wide open in disbelief. Commander Dam. At another table, Chen Fei, who was sitting quietly, suddenly went limp. He collapsed face first onto the ground. Dong Lei saw it and let out a horrified scream. Just as the captain stood up, both Shen Feng and Shuyang were overcome with dizziness. Wu Xuan was no exception, his body swaying before he crashed to the floor. Bingyan managed to say one more thing before she, too, slumped over. Tianlei. I'm so dizzy. He lunged forward to catch her. Bingyan. All the other townspeople had collapsed, lying unconscious on the ground. Tianlei looked up, gritting his teeth as he faced the man before him. The wine. There was something in it. A sinister light glinted in Dam Khan's eyes as a wicked smile spread across his face. Before Tianlei could finish, Dam Khan swung his leg in a powerful kick, aiming straight for Tianlei's face. He was sent flying, landing motionless on the floor. Sinew screamed, rushing toward him at top speed. Tianlei. Dam Khan just let out a triumphant roar of laughter. Ha ha ha. Didn't see that coming, did you? I drugged all the wine. His face was filled with absolute certainty. Every single one of you is going to die right here. Uncle Zhao and the other villagers backed away, confused and scared. Commander Dam, what are you doing? These are good people. Dam Khan tilted his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. But I'm a bad guy. After hearing him say that, Uncle Zhao and the other villagers could only stare with wide, terrified eyes. Dam Khan scoffed. You absolute morons. All it took was a few raggedy clothes to fool you. Pathetic. His men, standing around them, raised their guns with sadistic grins, aiming at the villagers. Seeing the guns pointed at them, the group of villagers screamed in panic and tried to run. Help us! The lead henchman aimed his gun at the ceiling and fired a few warning shots. Where do you think you're going? Behave yourselves now. Only then did Uncle Zhao begin to tremble as he realized the truth. You're not from base number 6. Tu and Dat smirked at him, admitting it freely. It's a little late to be figuring that out now. Dam Khan, sitting on his chair, dropped the act entirely. You know, being worshipped by you all wasn't half bad. If these kids hadn't shown up, I might not have ended this little cosplay so soon. Tuan Dat stepped closer to him with a suggestion. Brother Khan, this place has land and water. Not only is there food, but it's also very safe. We should set up our base here. Dam Khan casually agreed. All right. The henchman controlling the villagers on the side spoke up. What about this bunch? The group, with guns pointed at their heads, immediately began to beg for their lives. Please, don't kill us. Dam Khan rested his chin in his hand, his eyes gleaming as he gave the order. The men, tie them up and use them for fertilizer. As for the women, the smile on his face grew more and more depraved. I don't need to say it, do I? Two of his men understood the hidden meaning in his words and grew excited. Thanks, Brother Khan. They didn't hesitate for a single second, lunging toward the women. Hey there, little sister. Big brother is here for you. Uncle Zhao could only grit his teeth and watch them commit these evil acts, completely powerless. Tuan Dat suddenly shouted, Stop, where are your manners? His men instantly froze, turning to look in his direction. Brother Dat, what's wrong? Tuan Dat gestured toward Dam Khan as a reminder. Something this good is obviously for Brother Khan to enjoy first. Now, take those two to his room. Scarface nodded obediently. Yes, I understand. Two henchmen grinned with excitement as they slowly approached Bingyan's position. Xingyu, sitting beside Tianlei, fell backward in terror. Stay away. Don't come over here. Tuan Dat's lecherous eyes followed her as he slowly stepped closer. That's not for you to decide. He licked his lips, his face twisting grotesquely. Such a sexy body. Before I let Brother Khan have his fun, let me have a little feel. But while Tuan Dat was distracted, something flashed toward him. Both of his outstretched arms were severed in the blink of an eye. Tuan Dat's eyes filled with blood-red veins as he screamed in agony. My arms! Hearing his scream, his men were startled and turned their heads to check on the situation. The moment they looked up, they were met with 2 bullets right between the eyes. Dam Khan frowned, still not realizing what was happening. Tianlei, who had been unconscious beside Xingyu, was up on his feet, though nobody knew when he had woken. I've met all kinds of bad people, but you are the most disgusting one. He held a hammer in his hand and stood up straight. You commit such inhuman acts and still want to bask in the light of God? Tuan Dat was kneeling in front of him, crying and moaning. Sob, my arms. At the same time, Bingyan, Dong Lei, and Wu Xuan were also back up, raising their weapons to face them head-on. Tianlei smirked with contempt. What a shame. This isn't a story where the villain gets to win. Dam Khan stood up from his chair, stunned. That's impossible. You all drank the wine, Chen Fei calmly said. We never swallowed it. While you weren't looking, we just spit it out. Shuyang smiled as 2 words left his mouth. You idiot. Dam Khan couldn't accept it and pointed at one person. You. I saw you swallow it. Bingyan seemed to kindly inform him. I did swallow. But what I swallowed was just plain water. Damn Khan's eyes widened, sweat breaking out all over his face. He didn't know what to say. Then, Sinyu's entire body began to tremble. So everyone knew? Was I the only one? Tianlei flinched and chose to remain silent, trying to avoid her question. Sinyu screamed at the top of her lungs. Zhao Tianlei, he frantically explained. Sorry, we didn't arrange a role for you. I was afraid we'd be exposed, so I couldn't tell you in time. Her voice was incredibly loud. I'm a professional actress, you know. While Sinyu was still grabbing Tianlei by the collar to argue, a voice reached their ears. Such a well-thought-out plan. It seems you saw through my scheme from the very beginning. Damn Khan asked from the other side, when did you start to suspect? Sinyu finally let go of his collar with a huff. Tianlei turned to face him directly. Your acting skills are terrible. Captain Chen saw through you the moment you walked in. Chen Fei raised an eyebrow and answered his question. A military uniform is a soldier's honor. No real soldier would wear his uniform in that state. He pointed out the things he noticed. Untidy clothes, indecisive movements. From those observations, Chen Fei came to one conclusion. You're more like bandits than soldiers. Damn Khan gritted his teeth. So you played me for a fool. Tianlei's face hardened as he heard the man ask nonchalantly. But so, what if you found out? A look of pure confidence appeared on Damn Khan's face. This is my territory. Anyone who dares to ruin my good time, I'll chop them into pieces. From inside the ancient-style house, the thunderous roar of gunfire echoed relentlessly. On the left, Tan Kun's men were unleashing a storm of bullets, desperately attacking the opposing side. On the right, Wu Xuan, Then Fong, and Dong Lak's team returned fire, not giving an inch. A single, precise shot found its mark, piercing one goon's head, followed by another who cried out in agony before collapsing. While firing back, Tan Kun glanced over, watching his men fall one by one. He darted around, his eyes frantically scanning the room for something, anything. And then he saw it, a terrified little girl, held tightly by her mother as they hid under a table. He yanked the child out, pressing his gun straight to her head in a twisted threat. Come on, if you're not afraid of what I'll do to her, then just try me. Held in his iron grip, the little girl shrieked in terror. Mommy. Seeing her daughter in peril, the mother didn't hesitate for a second, lunging out from under the table. My baby. From the other side, Dong Lak cursed through gritted teeth. Bastard. Zhao Tianlei took careful aim, then with a powerful heave, he launched his axe straight at the man. Tan Kun smirked, tilting his head just enough to dodge the flying axe. But in his blind spot, Zhao Tianlei's weapon struck a ceiling beam and ricocheted back with incredible speed. The razor-sharp blade sank deep into his back, forcing Tan Kun to scream in agony, his grip on the child broken. A mouthful of red liquid spewed from his lips. The woman scrambled to catch her daughter, crying out, My child. The villagers watching from the sidelines burned with righteous fury. One of them spoke up. Tan Kun, we trusted you. We treated you so well. Why would you deceive us like this? A second villager spat angrily. You're not even human. Tan Kun looked up, a sneer twisting his lips. Idiots. Of course, I'm the villain. He propped himself up with one hand, laughing with unearned confidence. Ha ha, don't celebrate just yet. My brothers are already in position, waiting for the sound of gunfire as the signal to attack this village. Tan Kun's next words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Right now, your parents, your wives, and your children are all in my hands. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure they all follow me to hell. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension. You mean this group of people? Huck Duong walked in from the doorway, holding a rope that bound a whole crowd of men. Wu Hien followed close behind, ordering them, behave yourselves. Tan Kun's eyes went wide with disbelief as he choked out. You, the lead henchman, now a captive, looked up at him. Brother Kun, we were ambushed. A second goon chimed in. The moment we arrived, they had us trussed up like dumplings. Zhao Tianlei turned to a man beside him. Uncle Triu, this happened in your village. You decide how to deal with these people. Hearing this, Tan Kun froze on the spot. He looked up to see dozens of hostile eyes glaring down at him, filled with cold fury. Tan Kun's attitude did a complete 360. No, it shouldn't be like this. I was just talking. We're friends, how could I ever hurt you? But a villager saw right through his act. We may be poor farmers, but we're not stupid. Don't even think about tricking us again. Then, another person suggested, let's kill him. The moment the words were spoken, a series of blood-curdling screams filled the room. Sometime later, the entire village gathered at the entrance to see off Zhao Tianlei's group, along with Captain Tran and Captain Triu. Uncle Triu held out a cloth bag to them. Please, take these supplies. They're from our latest harvest. Zhao Tianlei smiled and waved his hands. There's no need. We have more than enough. You should keep it for yourselves. Uncle Triu's voice was filled with sincerity. You all saved our lives. Please, let us repay you somehow. This food is all we have to offer. If you don't accept it, we'll feel terrible. Tran Fai, standing beside them, chimed in. If it's a gift from the heart, we should accept it. At that point, Zhao Tianlei no longer refused. All right then, thank you. Uncle Triu and the others beamed when he agreed. Good, good. Zhao Tianlei tilted his head, glancing over to the side and asked, but will it be okay to leave those men here? Out in the fields, several villagers had tied up the bandits and were forcing them to plow the land with their own strength. A young man stood guard behind them with a gun. Move it! Aren't you supposed to be mountain bandits? How can you be this useless? Another young man threatened. If you don't finish plowing this field today, you won't get any dinner. Tan Kun glanced back at him, pleading, Brother, can you please put that gun down? Holding it like that could hurt someone. The young man's face darkened as he shot back. You mean like this? He fired several warning shots into the ground around Tan Kun's feet. The young man ordered once more, get a move on. Tan Kun didn't dare say another word, scrambling forward as fast as he could. Yes, yes. Over by the village gate, Uncle Triu explained, even though they are bad men, we just can't bring ourselves to kill them. But don't you worry. We'll watch them carefully. We won't give them any chance to cause trouble. Then, he looked at Zhao Tianlei with a question. There's one thing I don't understand. If you already knew they were imposters, why didn't you just tell us? Zhao Tianlei didn't answer directly, instead posing a question of his own. If we had told you back then, would you have believed us? Uncle Triu was stunned, unable to find an answer. Zhao Tianlei continued his analysis. You were all convinced they were from base number 6. You saw them as the saviors of your entire village. Even if we had spoken the truth, you wouldn't have listened. The villagers looked at each other, nodding in agreement. He has a point. Wu Xuan then added, that's why we knew when we announced our departure, they would definitely make a move. Huck Duong continued, because the second we returned to base number 6, their lies would have been exposed. Finally, Zhao Tianlei offered a warning. In chaotic times like these, the human heart is the hardest thing to grasp. From now on, please don't be so quick to trust. Uncle Triu looked at him with newfound wisdom. A day of travel teaches a lifetime of lessons. We will be more careful. Before leaving, Dong Lak turned and waved to them. Uncle Triu, everyone, please take care. When we get back to the base, we'll figure out a way to come back for you all. Uncle Triu called back with concern. Be careful on your journey. Suddenly, the steady march of military boots faltered. Captain Tran stumbled, his face flushed a deep crimson. He squeezed his eyes shut, his breathing becoming heavy and labored. Dong Lak, walking beside him, quickly caught him. Captain, what's wrong? He reached up to feel the man's forehead. He's burning up. Bang Non suddenly remembered something and asked with suspicion. Could it be the wound? Someone rushed forward and pulled down one side of Captain Tran's jacket. The bandages wrapped around his amputated arm were now soaked through with a patch of dark, black fluid. Beneath a clear, high sky, fluffy white clouds drifted lazily, painting a scene of profound peace. But inside a nearby room, the picture was completely different. On the cold floor, a white towel lay discarded, now stained a gruesome, bright red with blood. The coppery scent hung heavy in the air, thick and suffocating. On the bed, Captain Tran lay unconscious, his amputated arm newly bandaged. His eyes were half closed, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face was flushed from the fever, or perhaps from the unbearable pain. Zhao Tianlei looked at Fan Fong and asked, What's the situation? Then Fong wiped his hands on a clean cloth, his expression grim. It's not looking good. The wound is showing signs of rot, and he's running a dangerously high fever. Dong Lak stood to the side, his head bowed and brows furrowed with self-blame. So the captain wasn't fine at all. He was just forcing himself to endure it. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then Fong continued. Based on his current condition, he needs complete rest to have any chance of recovery. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't even make it back to the base. Though he left the sentence unfinished, everyone understood his terrible meaning. Uncle Zhao suggested they let him stay here to recover. Zhao Tianlei reluctantly agreed it was their only option. Dong Lei immediately jumped in. Then I'm staying, too. But as he spoke, a sharp voice cut him off. Absolutely not. Chen Fei was awake. He coughed weakly, then his voice firmed up. My injury is nothing. Our mission is to get back to base and deliver our report to the higher-ups. A mix of relief and fear filled the air. Captain Dong Lei's eyes went wide, filled with protest. But your condition is critical. How can I leave you here alone? Uncle Zhao tried to reason with him. Xiao Lei, don't you trust your Uncle Zhao? We have so many people here. You think we can't take care of Captain Chen? Chen Fei added, Don't worry. We've been through hell and back together. A small wound like this is nothing to me. With that, he turned to Zhao Tianlei, his voice strained. Captain Zhao, I'm leaving Dong Lei in your hands. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei stepped forward, clapping Dong Lei on the shoulder with a smile. Relax. You stay here and recover. Once we reach the base, we'll come right back for everyone. Chen Fei listened intently, a faint smile on his face, finally nodding in peace. The scene changes. On a wide-open road, the roar of engines slices through the silence. Two vehicles, one after another, tear down the road like they're ripping the wind apart. Inside, the air is thick with heavy sighs. The passengers endure the quiet tension, broken only by another soul-deep sigh. I wonder how the captain is doing. Shuyang couldn't take it anymore. He exploded. That's it. I've had enough. He glared at the person next to him, eyes bulging. Will you just stop already? You've been chanting like a monk. Wu Xuan covered his mouth, trying to hide a laugh, but couldn't resist a jab. It's a good thing Captain Chen's a man. Otherwise, I'd think you had a crush on him. Dong Lei flinched, then stammered out a defense. What kind of nonsense is that? We're both straight. Wu Xuan lowered his voice, continuing to tease. Haven't you heard the saying? The mouth says no, but the body is very honest. Defeated, Dong Lei could only stew in silent anger. Finally, Zhao Tianlei turned from the front seat to break it up. All right, stop teasing him. He looked around at the others, his tone becoming serious. Let's talk business. At this speed, we should reach the base in a few days. Dong Lei, what are the rules there? Give us a rundown so we don't piss anyone off. Dong Lei snapped out of his funk. After a moment of thought, he answered, Rules? There aren't many, but getting inside is a real hassle. He began to explain slowly. I already told you about the terrain. The base is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The only way in is through the massive bridge at the front. And that bridge is guarded by 3 squads of professional soldiers. The first gate is a screening point to prevent infection. If they find even a single zombie bite on you, you're quarantined immediately. Resist, and they'll put you down on the spot. The second gate is even more insane than the first. It's all heavy weaponry. Even if someone slips past the first checkpoint, there's absolutely no getting through the second one. The third gate is the final line of defense. It's manned by special forces with high-grade ammo. Their job is to buy everyone time to escape if a massive horde ever appears. Bing Yan whistled. Sounds incredibly strict, Dong Lei added. And that's not all. The base has hourly patrols to stop troublemakers. You could say their security and prevention systems are as good as they were before the apocalypse. Zhao Tianlei leaned his head against the seat, listening calmly to the discussion. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. His face hardened as he barked an order to the driver. Stop. The vehicle screeched to a halt, tires screaming against the pavement. Wu Xuan asked in alarm, What is it? Zhao Tianlei narrowed his eyes, his voice low. Zombies ahead. Through a pair of binoculars, they saw a massive horde of the undead, clawing over each other to climb a tree, desperate to reach something precious above. And high on a branch, a young man named Yang Feng clutched a bough, his face pale with fear. Shuyang lowered his binoculars, surprised. He's right. About 530 meters out, someone's trapped by a horde. Chen Xingyu asked anxiously, What should we do? Zhao Tianlei opened the car door and stepped out. You guys stay in the car. I'll go check it out. Yang immediately followed him out. Boss, I'm going with you. Back at the tree, the zombie horde was growing more frenzied, climbing over each other in a mindless wave of death. Yang Feng's body was tense as he carefully watched the chaos below. He reached into the quiver on his back, pulled out several arrows, and gritted his teeth, drawing the bowstring with all his might as if pouring his frustration into the shot. The arrows found their marks, sending zombie blood flying. Suddenly, a roar erupted right behind him. A zombie had used his distraction to successfully scramble up the tree. Yang Feng's eyes widened in terror, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. He spun around instantly, raising his bow and firing without hesitation. For a split second, a nearly invisible red dot of light flickered in his eyes. The arrow flew like the wind, slamming into the zombie's chest and making it howl in agony. As if that was the signal, a relentless volley of arrows followed, filling the air with unending shrieks. Zombies rained down from the tree like fruit, but the horde below kept climbing, desperate and undying. After a brutal fight, Yang Feng collapsed against the trunk, exhausted and breathing heavily. He cursed under his breath, Damn it. Why won't these things just die? The zombies felt no fatigue. Even riddled with arrows, they refused to give up. Just then, a shadow appeared, swinging an axe in a brutally sharp arc that sliced through a zombie. Yang Feng stared, completely stunned. Zhao Tianlei frowned, his voice deep with confusion. It's only been a few days. When did these zombies learn to climb trees? The sound drew the horde's attention, and they all turned to stare at him. Beside him, Shuyang suddenly spoke up. Boss, there's something I've been meaning to ask you for a long time. His voice was a mix of helplessness and bewilderment. Why do you always throw your axe away? Zhao Tianlei calmly watched the horde charging toward them, and slowly began to answer. That's because. Before he finished, his hands blurred behind his back, expertly drawing 2 pistols. He clicked off the safeties, the series of movements as smooth as flowing water. Zhao Tianlei aimed the muzzles at the horde, his eyes filled with killing intent. He finished his sentence softly. I've found that guns are much easier to use. The zombies, oblivious to their fate, continued their frenzied charge. Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang opened fire at the same time, officially joining the fray. A moment later, the ground was littered with the unmoving bodies of the dead. Yang Feng had watched the entire spectacle from above, too shocked to even speak. Just then, Zhao Tianlei tilted his head back and shouted up, "Hey, the zombies are all dead. You gonna sit up there all day?" The words snapped Yang Feng out of his daze, and he immediately jumped down from the tree. He looked at Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang with eyes shining brightly. "That was amazing. What are your names?" Shuyang raised an eyebrow. "Hey kid, before you ask for someone's name, you should introduce yourself first, don't you think?" Yang Feng pointed at himself, slightly offended. "Kid? I'm not a kid. I'm already 20 years old this year. If this whole apocalypse thing didn't happen, I would have been getting married next month." Zhao Tianlei glanced at Shuyang, stating his conclusion. "Looks like he's a local." Yang Feng admitted it freely. "That's right. My family has lived in these mountains for generations, making a living as hunters." As he spoke, his head lowered slightly, his voice dropping. "But this year, so many terrible things have happened. First, the zombies came, and more than half the people in my village died. Then, a bunch of evil bastards came and stole all our food, forcing everyone to flee." Zhao Tianlei's question was sharp. "Then why didn't you run?" Yang Feng replied. "My parents' graves are here. I didn't want to leave them, so I decided to stay. I only came out today to find food because I was starving. I never expected to get trapped by zombies." He turned to look at the corpses behind him. "Normally, with my perfect aim, this many zombies would be a piece of cake. But for some reason, they just wouldn't die today, no matter how many times I shot them." Zhao Tianlei walked over to retrieve his axe, kindly explaining, "Of course not. You have to hit a zombie in the head for it to be effective. Otherwise, you could shoot them until they look like a honeycomb, and they'd still get back up." Hearing that, Yang Feng's eyes shot open in shock. No wonder. Then, it clicked. "Right. My name is Yang Feng. What about you two?" Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang introduced themselves. "I'm Shuyang." "My name is Zhao Tianlei." Yang Feng suddenly remembered something, frantically patting his pockets. You two just saved my life. I should thank you properly, but I don't have anything on me." He held out a reddish-brown slab, saying sheepishly, "All I've got is this jerky. It's for you." Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang's smiles froze on their faces as they refused. "No need, we have our own food." But Yang Feng sincerely argued, "It might be a little moldy, but it's still edible." Zhao Tianlei broke into a nervous sweat. "Really, there's no need." He waved his hand dismissively. "It's getting late. The zombies will start to gather after dark. If there's nothing else, you should head home. I get it." As Shuyang and Zhao Tianlei turned and walked away, they started talking nonchalantly. "That kid doesn't even know the basics for dealing with zombies, yet he's managed to live this long. He's got some serious dumb luck. The fool is blessed." But back behind them, Yang Feng's gaze landed on the binoculars at Shuyang's hip. Yang Feng's mouth opened in a furious roar. "You bastards!" Startled, Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang whipped their heads around, only to see Yang Feng's expression do a complete 180. His eyes blazed with hatred as he drew his bow and screamed, "Go to hell!" Shuyang and Zhao Tianlei simultaneously leaned away, dodging the arrow. Shuyang roared in anger, "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Feng just glared, drawing another arrow as he said, "Less talk, more dying." He kept firing, pulling the bowstring taut as a volley of arrows shot forward. Shuyang stepped up, easily deflecting them. He frowned in confusion. What is this guy's problem? On the other side, Yang Feng fought like his life depended on it, continuing to draw at his bow. Just then, Zhao Tianlei made his move. He dashed forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in Yang Feng's face. Yang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. So fast. Way too fast. Before he could even react, Zhao Tianlei grabbed him by the collar, then hoisted him up and slammed him hard onto the ground. Shuyang stomped over, shouting, "You ungrateful traitor. We save your life, and you repay us with an attack? If I had known, I would have just left you for dead." Yang Feng was furious, tears welling in his eyes as he screamed like a madman. "Let me go, you bastards. You mountain bandits. I will avenge my people." Pinned to the ground by Zhao Tianlei, Yang Feng screamed in terror. "Let me go, you animals. I'll kill all of you." Zhao Tianlei asked, confused, "Who told you we were bandits?" Yang Feng shot back, "If you aren't bandits, then why do you have a bandit's equipment?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei was stunned, and Shuyang froze too. Shuyang pulled out the binoculars and asked, "Are you talking about these?" He looked at the binoculars and answered in a panic, "That's right, I recognize those. The leader who plundered our village had those on him. You must be his men." Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei finally understood and let him go. So that's what this is about. The leader you're talking about. We already took care of him. These binoculars were our spoils of war. Shuyang added. Got it now? Idiot. Yang Feng's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? I don't believe you. Don't try to fool me. There were so many of them, and they had guns. How could just the two of you beat them? Zhao Tianlei said, fool you. Take a look at yourself. Besides some moldy jerky, what do you possibly have that's worth fooling you for? If I were a bandit, I would have just stood by and watched you get eaten by zombies. Why the hell would I go through all the trouble of saving you? Realizing he had a point, the boy gritted his teeth and fell silent, unsure of what to say. Zhao Tianlei continued. That's the story. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Now go home. Yang Feng stood up and shouted, no, you can't go. Explain it clearly. Shuyang replied angrily, hey, give you an inch and you try to take a mile, huh? Suddenly, Yang Feng lunged forward, headbutting Shuyang with a loud thud before falling to the ground and passing out. Zhao Tianlei's sweat dropped, asking helplessly, did you really have to hit him? Shuyang desperately tried to explain, no, it wasn't me. I didn't even touch him. Hey, wake up. Don't you dare try and frame your big bro. Seeing that poking him did nothing, they knew he was really out cold. Scene change. Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang had no choice but to carry him along. They brought him back to their hideout. At that moment, Bingya took a good look at Yang Feng, completely surprised. Is he really 20 years old? He looks so small, like he's only 17 or 18. Wu Xin also studied him carefully. He's pretty good looking. Seeing this, Shuyang immediately blocked their view. Hey. Chen Xingyu also added, he's too thin. He probably hasn't eaten in a long time. Just then, Yang Feng's eyes began to open, his blurry vision slowly taking in the people around him. Ah, he's awake. As he slowly opened his eyes, everyone quietly watched Yang Feng. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Chen Xingyu. Yang Feng's eyes shot wide open, snapping him awake with a jolt. Chen Xingyu, she exclaimed in surprise. That's me. Yang Feng stood up with a burst of energy, beaming with joy. Oh my god, it's the goddess. It's really the goddess. I'm one of your pastas. I've liked you for so many years. Can I please shake your hand? Chen Xingyu was stunned, but replied, sure. Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianlei was confused. Pasta? Chen Xingyu answered, it's what my fans call themselves. Then Zhao Tianlei said helplessly, that's enough. How much longer are you going to hold on? Seeing Zhao Tianlei, Yang Feng immediately stood up to protect the beauty. It's you guys. You're the ones who knocked me out. He asked his goddess, Goddess, why are you with this bad crowd? Shuyang was furious. Don't you dare accuse good people. You passed out on your own. Then Chen Xingyu explained. You've misunderstood. They're good people. The story about the bandits is true. They weren't lying to you. Hearing his beautiful goddess explain, Yang Feng believed her without any hesitation. Oh, is that so? Seeing this, Shuyang nearly burst a blood vessel. He believed her that fast? Yang Feng asked, what's wrong with that guy? Wu Xin replied, I don't know why, but I really want to punch him a few times. Returning to Yang Feng, Goddess, even though this meeting is a bit sudden, please marry me. Zhao Tianlei, seeing how brazen he was, quietly frowned, an unsettling killing intent radiating off him. Wu Xin and Bing Yan were frozen solid. Even Chen Jinyu was completely bewildered by this situation. Yang Feng poured his heart out. My parents' greatest wish was to see me get married and have kids, to carry on the Yang family's archery legacy. Unfortunately, they passed away too soon, before they could see that day. I swore an oath on my parents' graves that I would get married and have kids soon. And you've always been the love of my life. Now everyone is gone. On this entire mountain, I'm the only one left. I'm young, strong, and I know how to hunt. If you marry me, you won't have to worry about making a living. So please, goddess, agree. Hearing this confession, Chen Xingyu refused, quickly pointing towards Zhao Tianlei. I'm very grateful, but I already have a boyfriend. Yang Feng cried out in shock. What? No, that's impossible. You clearly said that you wouldn't date anyone before graduation. You lied to me. Looking at Yang Feng, trembling as he collapsed to the ground, everyone was speechless. Is this guy sick? Wu Xin quickly went to comfort him. Young man, don't give up so soon. Bing Nan added, boyfriend? What boyfriend? That's just something she declared on her own. You still have a chance. Hearing this, Yang Feng looked up at the two of them with a glimmer of hope. He continued to speak. In that case, would either of you marry me? Shuyang kicked him angrily. Get lost. That's my wife you're talking to. Everyone quickly rushed to stop him. Shuyang, put the knife down, quickly. Yang Feng cried out in disappointment. Why? Why isn't there a single girl for me? Mom, Dad, I have failed you. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei spoke up. Hey, you really want to get married? Then leave this place and come to base number 6 with us. Zhao Tianlei scouted the situation. This mountain only has wild animals left. If you stay here, you might not be able to wait for the person you want to wait for. Or do you want to marry a zombie bride? Base number 6 has nearly 100,000 people. Wouldn't it be easier for you to find a wife there? He refused to give in. I already said, I have to stay here and guard my parents' graves. I'm not leaving. Suddenly, Wu Xin spoke up. That's right, Dong Lei. You promised to introduce me to a girlfriend. Yang Feng chimed in. How can you leave me out of such a good thing? Are there any cute girls at the base? Right on cue, Dong Lei caught Wu Xuan's signal and quickly changed his tune. Oh, yeah, for sure. I've met a few celebrities. I think some were famous starlets or from a girl group or something. Hearing that, Yang Feng's eyes lit up. A-list actresses, girl groups, instantly, he was scrambling into the car. Mom, Dad, he thought. Just wait. I'll bring home a wife and your grandkids soon. That's when Wu Xuan muttered. Seriously, boss, this kid seems kinda dense. All he thinks about is finding a celebrity wife, and he's using a wooden bow and arrow. He looks like a total caveman. What do you even see in him? Zhao Tianlei answered calmly. Hey, don't look down on the wisdom of our ancestors. I've seen his archery skills. The kid's a natural marksman. He can hit a target without even aiming for long. Train him up a bit, and he could become a top-tier archer for our team. Besides, we have no idea what the situation is at this base. Getting more people on our side is always a good thing. The scene shifts to a bright blue sky, with sunlight filtering through green leaves. Below, a massive traffic jam clogs a bridge, with crowds of people packed together. This kind of gridlock seems to be a daily nightmare in this country. Staring out the car window, Yang Feng gasped. Whoa, I guess a lot of people made it here. Dong Lei agreed. It's way too crowded. I've never seen this many people trying to get in before. Shuyang complained. They're checking everyone one by one. This is going to take forever. Hearing this, Dong Lei stepped up. Let me see what I can do. True to his word, he got out and said something to the guards. We couldn't hear what it was, but he pointed ahead. As Zhao Tianlei got out of the car, Dong Lei made the introductions. Captain Zhao, this is Guard Commander Chen Dong-an. He's in charge of security here. Go say hi. Zhao Tianlei walked over. Hello. The commander returned the formal greeting. Hello. I've already reported your situation to my superiors. They've agreed to let you pass through the checkpoint. However, vehicles are not allowed inside the base. You'll have to register it here. We'll need everyone to exit the vehicle and follow me. Zhao Tianlei coolly replied, fine. Then he and Shuyang followed Commander Chen Dong-an. Entering the base required a thorough disinfection spray down. After that came a health check and a blood draw. Once they cleared the initial screening, they each received a stamp. From this moment on, the official said, this is your temporary ID. After a final review, you'll officially become members of base number 6. Welcome. Comrades Dong Lei and Ye have already gone to report to their commander. When the commander heard their report about the appearance of mutants, he immediately called an emergency meeting. I'll arrange for a place for you all to rest first. Zhao Tianlei replied politely, thank you. After that, they were all clear to enter. As they walked in, Shuyang was completely blown away. This is insane. No wonder it's a government base. Everything is state-of-the-art. Wu Xuan added, with this kind of firepower, they could probably wipe out all the zombies. Hell, they might even be able to rebuild human civilization. I wonder what kind of place they'll set up for us. Shuyang was optimistic. Boss, you're a huge asset. The leader here will definitely value you, probably even try to recruit you hard. At the very least, they'll give us a place as nice as that Xia family villa. Yang Feng, still stuck on his fantasy, asked, yeah, but are there any A-list celebrities or girl groups? Chen Xinyu shot back with a sarcastic look. Wow, what a loyal fan. You change your mind faster than flipping a pancake. Wu Xin couldn't help but tease him too. Oh yeah, tons. Just be careful your eyes don't pop out of your head. A moment later, the soldier finally led them to their new home. They had arrived. But before them was a pile of rubble, nothing like the paradise they'd imagined. Shuyang's dream shattered. What? You expect us to live here? Are you freaking kidding me? Dong-an confirmed it. All newcomers to the base are housed here. As you can see, a lot of people arrived today. Many are stuck living in tents. For now, just stay here. I'll try to figure out a way to move you later. Wu Xuan spoke up from the back. Didn't we just pass a perfectly good building on the way here? Dong-an replied, yes, that building has a few rooms. But the people who arrived before you are already staying there. We can't just kick them out. The news hit Shuyang and the others like a lightning bolt. He spoke for the group, his voice filled with disbelief. Didn't Dong Lei tell you guys? We're not just some ordinary survivors. Do you have any idea how many zombies we've killed? Do you know how many people we saved on our way here? Dong-an's brow furrowed, his aura turning deadly serious. Watch your tone. Who here hasn't fought against zombies? who hasn't struggled through hell and back, escaping death by a hair's breadth. Would it be fair to everyone else if we gave you special treatment? Shuyang scowled at him, but Zhao Tianlei stopped him. All right. Which room is ours? Dong An replied coldly. The blue one. Zhao Tianlei held out his hand politely. Thank you for guiding us. Dong An shook it, his expression softening slightly. Look, I know you saved Captain Chen, and I respect you for that. But I don't have orders to give you special treatment. My hands are tied. I hope you understand. Zhao Tianlei just smiled. I get it. After that, the group trudged into the not-so-great room. It was just a rundown shack. Yang Feng sighed. If I knew it'd be like this, I never would have tagged along. At least out in the mountains, we were free. We didn't have to fight over a place to live. Shuyang exploded. Shut your damn mouth. I'm already pissed off as it is. Say one more stupid thing and I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Wu Shuzwan looked around. This place is a dump. It's fine for us guys, I guess, but we can't let the girls live in a place like this. Zhu Yang turned to his leader. Boss, with your skills, why do we have to take crap from anyone? Let's just get out of here. Zhao Tianlei calmed everyone down, his voice steady. We worked too hard to get to this base. Running away at the first sign of trouble isn't my style. If they won't give us a better place, then I'll just have to take one myself. I promise you, before tonight is over, you'll all be sleeping in a much bigger, better room than this. The scene fades, shifting to morning at the base. Wu Xuan stood before the group, reporting his findings. I did some digging. That guard wasn't lying. This is definitely the most populated area. The vast majority of survivors live here. Xu Yang wasn't convinced. Are you sure they weren't just messing with you? I don't buy it. You're telling me their leaders live in a dump like this too. Wu Shuwan shook his head. Let me finish. Even though this is the residential area, it's divided by rank. We're in Zone 3, the most crowded and largest area with the worst living conditions. Zone 2 is where the elites live, along with members of well-known organizations from before the apocalypse. Think scientists, artists, people like that. To be blunt, that zone is full of people considered essential for rebuilding human civilization. Zone 1 is for government and high-ranking officials. It's also the base's command center. We can't even dream of getting in there. Hearing this, Xu Yang's blood boiled. That's total bull. Forget Zone 1, but we're not even good enough for Zone 2. Is our ability to kill zombies really worth less than a bunch of people who can sing and dance? Bing Yan chimed in. Well, technically, actors are considered artists. Chen Jinyu, with your fame, you could probably get into Zone 2. Chen Jinyu glared back, fiercely loyal. I'm staying wherever Zhao Tianlei is. And what about you, Miss Bing Yan? You were an elite too, right? The CEO of a major company. Why don't you go stay there? Bing Yan scoffed. My company was nothing. How can that compare to the fame of a huge celebrity? A spark of hostility flashed between them. Chen Xingyu shot back. You're being way too modest. To extinguish the fire, Zhao Tianlei cut in. Have you figured out how people live and trade here? Wu Xun nodded. Money is useless now. Food is the new currency. People also barter, trading items for items. The base distributes supplies periodically, but the situation is grim and resources are scarce. Word is, the lockdown's over. They even handed out breakfast. Now everyone's out here hawking their gear. Zhao Tianlei cut to the chase. So where's our haul? Yang Feng pointed to a pile on the ground, right here. Zhao Tianlei popped open a basket and tossed a backpack to Yang Feng. Grab this and follow me. The guy caught it, looking completely clueless. Me? Zhao Tianlei shot back. You want to get a girl? You gotta work for it. Otherwise, stay here and rot. The second he heard girl, Yang Feng scrambled after him. Hey, wait up. The scene shifts to a much nicer building, packed with tons of food. Yang Feng crouched by their pile of stuff, trying out his sales pitch. Hurry, hurry, step right up. Watch your step, don't trip. Come on down, folks, check out the goods. A little kid spotted their stuff and started begging his mom. Mommy, I want a toy. Yang Feng switched on the charm. Hey there, little man, see anything you like. But the mom just yanked him away. That big tiger will bite you. Let's get out of here. Quick. Getting dissed like that, Yang Feng blew a gasket. I'm done. Did you bring me here just to get humiliated or what? Zhao Tianlei was just chilling on a chair. I've never been a street vendor. How would I know how to sell this junk? A mission this important obviously has to fall to you. Protecting humanity and world peace starts with the youth, you know. This stuff is meant to build up the fighting spirit of kids. It's all top-tier gear. These people just have no taste. Just then, Bao saw Yang Feng trying to sell and walked over. Hey, young man. I can tell you guys are totally new to this whole business thing. In these times, people can't even find food. Who's got time to buy toys? How about this? You help me sell these shoes. One pair gets you half a kilo of rice. I'll even cut you in on the profits. What do you say? These are all limited edition, man. Took me years to collect this many. Back in the day, they sold for tens of thousands. Zhao Tianlei just scoffed at him. Why don't you just go rob people instead? Airbao quietly turned to leave. Fine, don't do it. But with the way you two are going, I guarantee you won't bring home a single grain of rice. Suddenly, a bunch of voices rang out. They're back. The hunting party's back. A crowd started gathering around a convoy of vehicles. Zhao Tianlei looked confused. Wait, aren't cars banned inside the base? Airbao explained. That's the hunting party's convoy. Of course they get special privileges. Zhao Tianlei was still lost. Hunting party? Airbao sized them up. Man, you two are so green. And not the sharpest tools in the shed, either. All right, let your big bro break it down for you. Don't underestimate the management here. It's way more complicated than you think. The military, the government, and us survivors all have our own little factions. It's all about mutual respect. Even this crappy street in District 3 has its own crew. The food the government hands out is a joke. Not even enough to fill a cavity. For poor folks like us. Whoever can feed us, that's who we follow. And the Liu brothers. They're the biggest shots around here. They started up a hunting corps that goes out for supplies on their own schedule. Oil, salt, sugar. You name it, they get it. They've seriously upgraded our lives here. Plus, they're generous, stand-up guys who are always fair with rewards. If you find supplies, you get a cut when you get back. Even if you die, your family gets compensation. So yeah, the job's dangerous, but tons of young people are lining up to join. They're loyal to the death. Even the government has to rely on them, so they give them a wide berth. The older brother, Liu Hang, isn't even 30. He's super smart with guts of steel. A real go-getter. The younger one, Liu Yunfeng, is 2 years younger and a beast in a fight. A bit of a hothead, but he always listens to his big brother. A perfect right-hand man. A smirk played on Zhao Tianlei's lips. Another pair of brothers? Huh. Where can I find them? Airbao replied, the biggest stall right in the center of this place. That's theirs. They swing by sometimes, but they're not people you can just walk up and meet. Listen, kid, don't go looking for trouble. Zhao Tianlei turned away, full of confidence. Oh yeah, we'll see if they know a good deal when they see one. Cut to the center of the market, where Liu Hang and Yunfeng's massive stall is bustling with activity. Everyone was swarming the place to buy supplies. I need salt. Give me a bag of salt. Hey, I was first. Gimme that. Any cooking oil left? I'll take a cup. Yang Feng was impressed. Whoa, this place is the real deal. They've got everything. Seeing Zhao Tianlei and Yang Feng just standing there looking lost, a guy came over to them. You two look new around here. Never seen you before. What can I get for you guys? We've got the best selection. Anything you need. Zhao Tianlei replied, we're not here to buy, we're here to sell. The man raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what are you selling? Zhao Tianlei said, what I'm selling is incredibly valuable. So I'd like to invite Mr. Liu over for a look. The guy was shocked. You want to see Mr. Liu? Zhao Tianlei smiled and confirmed, that's right. Just then, Qiao Hai warned Zhao Tianlei, look, kid, Mr. Liu isn't someone you can just meet whenever you want. If you want to see him, you gotta at least let me check the merchandise first, right? Xiao Bao chimed in, agreeing with him. Stop trying to fool us. I've seen you two before. You're just selling toy guns. Right on cue, the crowd burst out laughing, mocking them. Zhao Tianlei didn't get mad at all. He just reached into his jacket as he spoke. Those were just for the kids to play with. What I'm really selling is, with that, he tossed out a clearly labeled box. After just one glance, Qiao Hai recognized it and gasped, medicine. Zhao Tianlei added, and this is just a sample. Anti-inflammatories, painkillers, fever reducers, antiseptics. Basically, if a pharmacy sold it, I've got it. Meanwhile, Yang Feng stood there, his jaw on the floor, just staring at that box of medicine. Still, the man was suspicious about whether it was real. So he asked, this stuff was all looted the second the apocalypse hit. We've been on countless supply runs and never found a single pack of meds. Where'd you get all this? Zhao Tianlei didn't elaborate, just gave a slick reply. I have my ways. It's not convenient to say. He then lowered his head, not letting the other guy read his expression. After a moment, his voice was firm. So, are we doing business or not? Seeing a golden opportunity right in front of him, Xiao Hai wasn't about to let it go. He agreed immediately. Yes. Of course, yes. Right away, Xiao Hai turned to one of his guys. Go, get Mr. Liu right now. And the guy scrambled off. Yes, sir. But he wasn't done. He started treating Zhao Tianlei like a king. Hurry up, get these two some chairs. And bring some fruit. Xiao Hai's man rushed to obey. Right away. With a smug look, Zhao Tianlei turned to Yang Feng. So, how's this for service? At that moment, Yang Feng shot back. You had the good stuff this whole time and made me your personal gopher. Just then, another big shot arrived, his voice booming. That medicine is valuable? Sure. But they aren't the only ones who can afford it. At that moment, Xiao Hai's men returned with chairs and fruit for their honored guests. The newcomer was Wu Wei, and he made a promise. Young man, why don't you do business with us instead? I guarantee I'll make it worth your while. The second he saw this guy, Xiao Hai's face soured. Where did this punk crawl out from? Can't you see whose turf this is? You trying to steal our business? But Wu Wei was arrogant and didn't back down from anyone. Isn't this the Liu family's turf? You think you're so tough just because you cobbled together a crew of misfits? At the end of the day, you're just lapdogs for District 1 and 2. Getting insulted like that, the man completely lost his cool. The next second, Xiao Hai lunged forward, grabbing his collar and yelling, "What did you just say?" Wu Wei just answered calmly, "Open your eyes and look. I'm from District 2. You touch me, and you'll never see the light of day again." Seeing Wu Wei act like this, Zhao Tianlei got curious and thought to himself, he talks a big game. Are all the people from District 2 this arrogant? Finally, Lu Heng arrived and ordered his man to stand down. Xiao Hai, enough. Zhao Tianlei glanced over at the newcomer. Lu Heng was walking with Yun Feng, and he immediately recognized Wu Wei. I wondered who it was, but it's just one of Young Master Lin Hao's guys. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei hesitates for a second. The guy's name is Lu Heng. The moment Zhao Hai lets go, Wu Wei's ego inflates, dusting himself off with an arrogant smirk. Good, then you know your place. My name's Wu Wei. The young master sent me to see if there was any good stuff here, and I just so happened to take a liking to this kid's items. I'm sure Mr. Lu won't have a problem with that, right? Yun Feng, standing beside Lu Heng, whips out a dagger. Whose dog is barking so damn loud? Maybe I should just cut its tongue out. He shoots back a challenging glare, but Lu Heng tells Yun Feng to put the knife away. We're all civilized people here. Why pull out blades over every little thing? Besides, we formed our hunting squad to maintain peace in District 3. If we start a brawl, we're just making trouble for the government. Wu Wei isn't stupid. He knows exactly what Lu Heng is implying. What's that supposed to mean? You trying to threaten me? Lu Heng continues to mess with him. Why would you think that? I'm just giving you some friendly advice. District 3 isn't like District 2. This place is a chaotic mess, filled with all sorts of people. If someone were to suddenly disappear, the government wouldn't even be able to investigate. A noble person like you should probably stay away from places like this. Zhao Tianlei, watching the verbal smackdown, thinks to himself, damn, his aura is intense. That Wu Wei guy was all talk a second ago, but a few words from this dude completely shut him down. A moment later, Yang Feng suddenly chimes in. Those two are seriously powerful. Zhao Tianlei is surprised, but he gets it. He quickly explains it's not that complicated. When people fight, they're no different from animals. The ones who act all tough and arrogant are actually the most scared. Those two brothers are like lions. And that Wu Wei guy, he's nothing but a yapping dog in front of them. The pecking order was decided from the very beginning. After a moment, Wu Wei grits his teeth and warns him, Lu Heng, don't get too cocky. Even though this is your turf, this market doesn't belong to the Lu family. Are you trying to monopolize the entire place? Lu Heng replies with a generous look. How could I? This is a free market, based on willing buyers and sellers. You've got your eye on his goods, and so do I. How about we both make an offer, and let him decide who he wants to sell to? What do you say? Wu Wei challenges him back. Fine, you said it yourself. Lu Heng then turns to Zhao Tianlei with a polite tone. Little brother, may I ask your name? He simply replies, Zhao Tianlei. Following that, Lu Heng makes another offer. Whether this deal goes through today or not, I'm determined to become your friend. Zhao Tianlei plays dumb and replies to Lu Heng. I'm new here, so becoming friends with Mr. Lu would be an honor. But even blood brothers have to settle accounts. So, what are you two offering for this batch of goods? He gets straight to the point. Just name your price and food. As long as I have it, I won't haggle. Wu Wei refuses to be outdone and cuts in. Whatever he offers, I'll pay double. And from now on, I'll buy everything you've got. When Yang Feng hears the word double, he's stunned. Double? That sounds like a way better deal. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei pretends to think it over, as expected of someone from District 2. So generous. But I don't need food. I need a room. This condition is so unexpected it leaves Lu Heng speechless, while Wu Wei just looks confused. A room? Ignoring their reactions, Zhao Tianlei slowly continues. That's right. My friend and I got here a bit late, so we were assigned a pretty rundown shack. I want to trade up for something better. Wu Wei rushes over, shoves Yang Feng aside, and throws an arm around Zhao Tianlei's shoulder. Listen here, kid, so what if your place is a little shabby? You're new, so you don't get it. Even if you score a nice room, you won't survive long without food. But Zhao Tianlei just repeats himself. I only want to trade for a room. If you can't do it, then forget it. With that, Zhao Tianlei starts to walk away. Seeing this, Wu Wei immediately begs him to stop. Wait, don't go. Let me go back and discuss it with the young master. I'll find you a good place here in District 3. But Zhao Tianlei's next sentence leaves Wu Wei completely stunned. Whoever takes my goods, I take their room. If you're just here representing your young master, then I want the room your young master is staying in. I don't want anything else. Wu Wei is both baffled and shocked by this insane demand. Wu Wei's face twists with annoyance. Are you freaking kidding me? You think a few vials of medicine are enough to get you into District 2, let alone the young master's room? Keep dreaming. Zhao Tianlei ignores him and just says, then the deal's off. He then turns to Lu Heng. Mr. Lu, what about you? He agrees instantly. Not a problem. I'll move in with Yun Feng today. You can have my room. Seeing the prize snatched from right under his nose, Wu Wei tries to threaten him with the Guo family.
Lu Heng, do you really want to go head-to-head with the Guo family?
The words are barely out of his mouth when the dagger in Yun Feng's hand flashes past his forehead, slicing off a few strands of Wu Wei's hair as a warning. He then says angrily, you said your piece, now get lost. If you don't, the next thing to fall won't be a few strands of hair. Knowing he's no match for them, Wu Wei spits a threat. Fine, you'll regret this. He shoves his way through the crowd and storms off. But then Lu Heng turns to Zhao Tianlei. Brother Zhao, you just lost a big customer. Zhao Tianlei replies indifferently. I'm not interested in dealing with dogs who just borrow their master's power. But Mr. Lu, you agreed to give up your room without even asking how much I had. You're putting a lot of faith in me. Lu Heng explains. A person's life is more important than anything. Medicine is incredibly scarce right now. And the brothers who fight and die by my side often get injured. Sometimes, a single fever reducer can save a life. What's one room compared to that? After hearing this, Zhao Tianlei praises him. Well said. Mr. Lu is a man of honor. And Zhao Tianlei is impressed. Lu Heng just pats him on the shoulder and says, I can't speak for other things, but when it comes to matters in District 3, there's nothing the Lu family can't handle. A moment later, Kui Yang runs over in a panic. Brother Lei, some people are here looking for us. They say their chief wants to see you. Hearing this, he silently wonders who would want to meet him. Still, Zhao Tianlei heads over to the large nearby building. In front of it, a squad of soldiers is already standing at attention. Then, Officer Chen turns to explain. After hearing Dong Luo's report, the chief is taking this matter very seriously. He knows you saved Captain Chen's team from those mutated beasts, which is why he wants to meet you. Before leaving, he tells Zhao Tianlei, let me go announce you. Zhao Tianlei just nods. From a distance, Zhao Tianlei can see Officer Chen saluting and reporting to his superior. He can't help but wonder what they're talking about. Soon, the superior, Li Hu, walks over to Zhao Tianlei. So, you're Zhao Tianlei. After sizing the man up for a moment, he replies, that's right. The next second, the man gestures with his hand. Two soldiers approach and start patting him down, making Zhao Tianlei ask with annoyance, what the hell do you think you're doing? Officer Chen, standing behind Li Hu, quickly explains, it's like this. For security reasons, everyone who enters this place has to undergo a full-body search. They finally find a hammer on Zhao Tianlei. This clearly displeases Li Hu. What is this? Zhao Tianlei can only answer. It's for self-defense. If I didn't have a weapon on me, I would have been zombie chow a long time ago. Oh right, that thing is my personal property. Make sure I get it back, don't just throw it away. Zhao Tianlei turns to Li Hu. So, can I go in now? He says, starting to walk forward, but the man blocks his path. No. The chief just finished a meeting and is having a meal. He can't be disturbed, you'll wait here. When the chief is free, I'll call you. Realizing the guy is messing with him, Zhao Tianlei glares back, completely annoyed. He adds, I haven't even eaten yet. Your chief was the one who summoned me. And after all that checking, I still have to wait? You're looking down on me way too much. At this, Li Hu scoffs at him. Some stray who killed a few zombies thinks he's a hero? I told you to wait, so just shut your mouth and wait. What's with all the damn complaining? Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's face darkened with rage. Mr. Chen saw the look in his eyes, and pure fear washed over him. He shot back. A commander's stomach is a stomach, sure. But this wanderer's guts are pretty big too. And they don't like being hungry. If the old man's too busy, then I won't waste his time. See ya. With that, he casually turned to leave. Seeing this, Mr. Chen warned the fuming Li Hu. The commander specifically asked for him by name. Terrified of the commander's wrath, Li Hu had no choice but to stop him. Halt. Zhao Tianlei didn't even flinch, just kept walking. That was the last straw. Li Hu roared, get him. At Li Hu's command, his men charged forward and one of them grabbed Zhao Tianlei's shoulder. Annoyed by the interruption, Zhao Tianlei let out a sigh. I was hoping to chill for a couple days without any zombies, but I guess you guys are just asking for it. And in a flash, he slammed into Li Hu's men, sending them flying with screams of pain. Furious, Zhao Tianlei sent Li Hu's soldiers crashing back into their own ranks. The remaining men stared in absolute shock, but an order was an order, and another soldier lunged at him. He aimed a kick straight for Zhao Tianlei's head, but our hero dodged it effortlessly. A single punch was all it took to put that guy down for the count. Zhao Tianlei grabbed the next one by the arm and slammed him into the pavement. With the situation spiraling out of control, Mr. Chen screamed, "Tell them to stop. He's the commander's guest. If he gets hurt, how am I supposed to explain this?" Zhao Tianlei just scoffed. "You're overthinking it, Mr. Chen. You should probably call the medics to patch these guys up." One after another, they kept coming at him, one guy even winding up for a massive punch. Zhao Tianlei saw the punch coming a mile away. He met the fist with a devastating kick, sending his opponent spitting blood and crying out in agony. Watching his comrades fall one by one, Mr. Chen gasped in sheer disbelief. He's incredible. Soon, Zhao Tianlei was surrounded by a pile of defeated soldiers. He casually remarked, "Looks like you guys haven't eaten yet either, huh? You don't have an ounce of strength." Li Hu gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with venom. "I underestimated you. You arrogant punk. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Li Hu." With that, he charged in himself. Mr. Chen screamed, "Li Hu, stop." But he was already thinking to himself, terrified for Zhao Tianlei. Li Hu is a master of close-quarters combat. He's not just trained. He has years of real-world experience. No matter how good Zhao Tianlei is, he's just a normal person. How can he possibly be a match for Li Hu? Just as Mr. Chen feared, Li Hu's attacks were a blur of motion. For now, Zhao Tianlei was completely on the defensive, forced to just dodge. After a flurry of blows, he still hadn't landed a single hit. Li Hu thought to himself, he's too fast. How can this kid dodge all my attacks? Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei was smirking internally. Hilarious. You think I'm that useless? But I'll give him this. A professional soldier is on another level. Even if Shuyang and Yu Xuan teamed up, they probably couldn't take this guy. Before launching his next attack, Li Hu threatened him. "Don't get cocky, kid. I've been holding back because I don't want to cripple you. Now, try this on for size." Zhao Tianlei shot back, completely unfazed. "So what?" And just like that, he blocked the punch clean. The shock on Li Hu's face was priceless. Zhao Tianlei just gave him a smug grin, then shoved him backward. In less than a second, Zhao Tianlei had his opponent pinned to the ground. Mr. Chen immediately rushed over. "Sir, are you okay?" Li Hu struggled to sit up, clutching his arm and gritting his teeth. He thought, "It's numb. I can't feel my arm." Zhao Tianlei sneered. "Not bad skills, but your head's a little slow, isn't it? I could see that move coming from a mile away." Humiliated, Li Hu roared, "Don't get cocky. You got lucky. Let's go again." Just then, a new voice cut through the tension. "To be able to fend off the mutated beasts, you truly are no ordinary man." When he saw who it was, Mr. Chen quickly helped Li Hu to his feet. Zhao Tianlei was stunned. The man approaching was Commander Zhang Quan, and he was applauding him. Immediately, Mr. Chen and Li Hu snapped to attention, saluting their commander. While Zhao Tianlei stayed silent, Zhang Quan walked up to him with a smile. "Li Hu is the best close combat soldier under my command. His subordinates are all elite soldiers, chosen from thousands. And yet, you defeated all of them single-handedly. A true hero emerges from the young." Dong Lei, who was with the commander, quickly made the introduction. "Brother Lei, this is our highest commanding officer, General Zhang Quan." Zhao Tianlei was floored by his appearance. "I've only ever seen generals on TV. I always thought they'd be tall and imposing, so dignified and heroic. I never expected he'd look just like my next-door neighbor." Hearing that, Li Hu snapped, insolent. But the commander just burst out laughing. "Kid, you got away with words. That's hilarious. I just finished a meeting. Why don't we head to the mess hall? We can talk while we walk. What do you say?" Zhao Tianlei immediately agreed. "Sure, why not?" Inside, he was thinking, heck yeah, this is perfect. It's been forever since I had a decent meal. A commander's food has got to be amazing. I need to snag some to go for the others. But the reality was a meal of plain, boiled vegetables. Zhao Tianlei's disappointment was palpable. He hesitated. "Is this what the commander normally eats?" Zhang Quan ate with gusto and replied, "It's just a normal meal. The current situation doesn't allow for luxuries. As leaders, we must set a good example." Just then, Li Hu brought over a stack of files. "Commander, here are the materials you requested." The commander motioned for him to put them down. After looking through them, Zhang Quan said with surprise, "Earth burrowers, flash eaters, and even a hybrid of a zombie and a human. This is all the data we've gathered on the mutated creatures so far. And worse, new, unpredictable mutations are still developing. It seems the war between humanity and the zombies, will drag on for quite some time." He finished with a deliberate sigh. Zhang Quan then turned to Zhao Tianlei. "Young Zhao, may I call you that? This time, thanks to you saving Chen Fei and Dong Lei, we were able to get this intel. On behalf of the military, I thank you. And I also wish to reward you for your contribution." Zhao Tianlei didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Commander, you didn't call me here just to say thank you, did you?" Hearing that, Zhang Quan had to praise him. "Smart kid. All right, I'll be direct. No one can predict how the situation out there will change. Bringing Captain Chen's team and the other survivors back to base is now our top priority. Therefore, I've ordered the formation of a rescue squad. Li Hu will lead the team and depart for Shuikuo village tomorrow to retrieve the survivors. I hope you can assist us." Zhao Tianlei was taken aback by the sudden proposal. The offer came so suddenly that Zhao Tianlei was a bit flustered. At that moment, Zhang Quan just smiled and repeated himself. "That's right. Only you and Dong Lei have been to Shuikuo village. Only you two have fought an earth burrower. That makes you the most suitable choice." Dong Lei, standing nearby, chimed in. "The other soldiers are well trained, but when it comes to experience fighting these things, no one compares to you, big bro. Having you along will definitely make things go much smoother." At that, our hero finally understood. "So that's what this is about, huh? But we just got to Area 3. We still have a ton of stuff to sort out. I'm afraid we won't have time." Hearing that, the commander turned and scolded Mr. Chen. "How do you people do your jobs? Young Zhao is a man of great merit. Why did you put him in Area 3? This wasn't his fault," so Mr. Chen quickly tried to explain. "Commander, it's not." But before he could finish, Zhang Quan cut him off, making his point clear. Mr. Chen immediately understood. He saluted and replied, "Yes, sir. I'll go make new arrangements right away." But it was Zhao Tianlei who stopped him. "No need. I think Area 3 is just fine. It's lively. Besides, I've already sorted out my housing situation. Since the commander has placed his trust in me, I'll go with you on this trip, but I have 3 conditions." Zhao Tianlei stated firmly. The commander smiled. "Go on, name them." Without missing a beat, he laid out his terms. "First, aside from your soldiers, I'm bringing my own crew. Second, our gear is completely trashed, so I need to borrow some real firepower from the military." Commander Zhang Quan didn't hesitate. "As long as you bring Chen Fei back safely, that's not a problem." Then Zhao Tianlei brought up his final point, the most crucial one of all. "This operation will be under my command." His words immediately made Li Hu explode with anger. "What did you just say? This is a critical military operation. What do you know about strategy or actual combat experience? If something goes wrong, can you even take responsibility?" Zhao Tianlei simply listened before calmly explaining. "This apocalypse wasn't exactly something we could plan for. Everyone had to start from scratch, and the commander wants my help. Isn't it obvious he values my experience more than yours?" The truth hit home, and despite his anger, Li Hu was left speechless. Zhao Tianlei wasn't finished and pressed his advantage. Even the commander said it. "The situation out there is a chaotic mess. No one can predict what we'll run into, or if we'll face mutants. If we hit an emergency and everyone has a different plan, we're just asking to get wiped out. I have no intention of walking into a death trap. If you're going to use me, then trust my lead." After hearing this, a satisfied look crossed Zhang Quan's face. "I agree." Li Hu stared in disbelief at his commander's decision, but Zhang Quan quickly raised a hand to silence him. "Say no more. For this mission, Zhao Tianlei has full command. Li Hu, you will follow his orders. That is a direct command." Faced with a military order, Li Hu had no choice but to obey. "Yes, sir." With his goal achieved, Zhao Tianlei closed his eyes for a moment. A second later, Zhang Quan extended his hand. "Then I'll prepare a victory feast, awaiting your triumphant return." Zhao Tianlei firmly shook his hand. "Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the mission." The two shook hands, a silent pact sealed between them. That night, back at their quarters, Zhao Tianlei explained everything. Bing Yan was shocked. "We have to go back out there." Meanwhile, Chen Xingyu immediately protested. "I won't let you go. We barely made it here. I won't let you risk your life again." But he had to tell her the truth. "I already gave them my word." Just then, Wu Xuan spoke up for Zhao Tianlei. "Bing Yan, Chen Xingyu, don't worry. It's not like Brother Lei is going alone, right? We'll be with him. We'll bring him back without a single hair out of place." The next second, he casually threw an arm around Yang Feng. "Isn't that right?" But Yang Feng quickly shrugged him off. "I'm not going. I came here to find my wife, not to be some lackey." Knowing Yang Feng's weakness for women, Zhao Tianlei cooked up a little story. "You know, today I met some female officers, absolute goddesses." Yang Feng was instantly hooked. "All right, this little brother is at your service." But Shuyang was confused by his decision. "Brother Lei, this is a major operation. Is it really okay to only take those two?" Shen Feng had the same thought and offered to join. Do you want us to come with you? Zhao Tianlei shook his head. No need. We still have women here who need protection. On the other hand, he was a bit surprised Shen Feng was willing to stay behind with them. Officer Ye, you've decided to stay with us? He quickly explained. That's right. I've handed over all the documents and the list of our fallen comrades to the commander. My mission is complete. The commander offered me a position, but I'd rather stay with all of you. Zhao Tianlei walked over, placing a hand on his shoulder. Good. Then you and Shuyang will stay here. I already spoke with Lu Heng. If you need any help, just go find him. Shen Feng smiled and agreed. All right. Then, he turned to Bing Yan and Chen Jingyu. You two need to take care of yourselves. No more fighting like before. Okay. It'll just distract me. They both answered in turn. First Bing Yan said, I know. We'll be good and stay inside. Then Chen Jingyu added, you have to promise you'll come back safe. With determination in his eyes, Zhao Tianlei promised he would, as the moon rose high outside. After returning to his room, he called out, System, come on out. In a flash, the system responded to his call. Long time no see. What can I do for you? He got straight to the point. I want to exchange every single spirit stone I've collected for experience points. The system seemed to doubt him, asking again, Host, are you sure you want to convert everything? But Zhao Tianlei's answer was firm. That's right. A thought raced through his mind. This is my first mission with the military. There's no room for error. This is the fastest way to boost my combat power. After a moment, the system confirmed his command. Request received. The spirit stones began to convert instantly. Most of them were yellow, level 2 stones. They flowed directly into Zhao Tianlei's body. And just like that, his body received a power-up. Strength plus, agility plus, defense plus. A second later, Zhao Tianlei could feel the change coursing through him and grinned to himself. This feeling. I feel like I could fly. Just you wait. I'm about to put on a real show. Early the next morning, Commander Zhang Quan's convoy was on the move. Zhao Tianlei was sitting up front, near the driver's seat, with Li Hu behind the wheel. Meanwhile, Wu Xuan and Yang Feng sat with the other soldiers. While checking his new rifle, Wu Xuan looked totally satisfied. Damn, this is what a professional team looks like. All the latest models. Brother Lei, you're a monster. You actually got them to shell out for all this top-tier gear. Hearing that, Li Hu fumed in silence, unable to say a word. Just then, Zhao Tianlei drew his sword and casually replied, I don't really know much about this stuff. I just picked out whatever looked the coolest and most expensive. Yang Feng, how about it? Satisfied with that bow, Yang Feng was inspecting it and scoffed. It's all flashy, too light. What could I possibly hit with this? My old one feels way better. Sitting next to him, Wu Xuan shot back. You've got no taste at all. Dong Luo then explained the bow's origins. That's a compound bow. It can hit a target 200 meters away. You think your old piece of junk can even compare? Hearing that, Yang Feng's eyes went wide. 200. For real? I gotta test this thing out later. Annoyed by all the noise, Li Hu thought to himself, a bunch of country bumpkins. They're giving me a headache. He secretly glanced at Zhao Tianlei sitting beside him. To think the commander put a guy like this in charge of the operation. I really don't get what he was thinking. The next second, Zhao Tianlei turned to Li Hu. Officer Li, you could say we got off on the wrong foot. Don't hold yesterday against me. We're on the same team for this mission, and I truly hope we can work together to get it done. He offered his hand. Let's shake on it. But the man just sneered. My last name is Li, and I don't have any relatives with your name. We're not friends, so don't act so familiar. Just manage your own people and try not to drag us down. That would be a huge help. Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei could only sigh, giving him a disappointed look. Immediately after, Li Hu grabbed the radio to give an order. Attention all units. We are about to enter Shuiku village. Maintain formation and stay sharp. Acknowledge. One by one, the soldiers responded. Unit 2, copy. Unit 3, copy. At this, Wu Xuan tilted his head. Wait, isn't Brother Lei the commander-in-chief? Why does it feel like he's just a commander in name only? But Dong Luo explained quietly. Even with the commander's orders, these guys are all part of the guard unit. They're used to only following Li Hu's commands. Since Brother Lei is new, it's going to be hard to get them to listen to him. Unable to stand it, Wu Xuan spoke up for Zhao Tianlei. What about those guys who got a lesson yesterday? Where are they? Hearing this, the soldiers who'd been beaten glared at him. He then turned to his friend. Brother Lei, looks like we're getting the cold shoulder. But Tianlei didn't say a word, simply resting his chin on his hand in deep thought. Soon, the vehicles drove into the village. Through the window, he began to silently scan his surroundings. Right away, Zhao Tianlei gave an order to Leho. Something's not right. Slow down. Leho shot back. What's not right? And then, he laid out his suspicion. Normally, the villagers would be out harvesting right now.
But today, there's no one. It's too quiet.
Lai Ho figured Zhao Tianlei was just a coward and started grumbling. You're just a scaredy cat who wants to be out farming in this blazing sun. They're probably on their lunch break. On top of that, he barked out a new command. The chief gave us our orders. We can't afford to stop for long. Everyone, split up. Get the civilians on the trucks as fast as possible, then we're heading straight back to base. In unison, everyone shouted back, "Sir, yes sir." The next second, the entire convoy floored it, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside one of the trucks, Wu Xuan yelled angrily, "Can't you drive any slower?" Meanwhile, Yang Feng, who was getting carsick, groaned, "I'm so dizzy. I think I'm gonna puke." Seeing their state, the soldiers they'd beaten up yesterday started to jeer. "Can't handle it anymore? You think you can fight zombies with those flimsy bodies? You're killing me." At this point, Wu Xuan couldn't take it anymore and shot back a challenge. "Who are you looking down on?" Dong Lak quickly stepped in to de-escalate. "Everyone, calm down. We're all on the same side here." But the soldier, still furious, snapped, "Who's on your side? I've had it with these guys." Finally, Zhao Tianlei had to roar. Enough arguing. Just then, he heard a faint cry of "help me," mixed with the growl of a beast. Zhao Tianlei immediately issued an order. Sound came from the right. Wu Xuan grabbed a pair of binoculars and scanned the area, then screamed in a panic. "This is bad. It's zombies. Those farmers are completely surrounded." Vu Heng shoved the binoculars at Zhao Tianlei and said, "Loi, you have to see this." It was just as he'd said. On top of that, he spotted Tran Fai among them. Immediately, Lai Ho gave a tense command. "All squads, listen up. We've located survivors surrounded by zombies. On my command, prepare for a long-range assault." Zhao Tianlei quickly cut him off. "Don't." Lai Ho screamed right back in his face. "What do you know? Everyone follows my command." Zhao Tianlei explained to Li Ho, "This place is built with wood. The structures are simple. They're barely holding up against the zombie attacks as it is. If we start blasting away with heavy ammo, we could easily destroy the buildings. That'll just open a door for the zombies to pour in. And at our current distance, you really think we can save them in time?" Hearing this, Lai Ho ground his teeth and glared daggers at Zhao Tianlei. Seeing how urgent the situation was, Dong Lak turned and said, "Lai Ho, now is not the time for a power trip. When it comes to zombies, Loi has more experience than you." Finally, the words seemed to sink in. "So what's your plan?" he asked. Seeing that he was finally willing to listen, Zhao Tianlei cracked a satisfied smile. Next, he announced that today, he'd be teaching them their very first lesson. They quickly drove into the woods, finding a high mound to observe the surroundings. Zhao Tianlei analyzed the situation. "This is the highest point around. The zombies can't easily charge up here. In a minute, I'll be in charge of the main assault, drawing the horde away from the village. The rest of you will pick off any stragglers. Wu Xuan, Yang Feng, you two have my back." Without another word, he turned and left, completely ignoring Lai Ho's group. Seeing this, Lai Ho thought Zhao Tianlei was insanely arrogant. Does that kid have any idea how many zombies are down there? There's at least over 100 of them. He wants to take them on by himself? Is he crazy? But Dong Lak, who knew Zhao Tianlei's true power, turned and told him, "If you had seen Loi fight the earth crawler, you'd realize that 100 of these zombies are nothing." After a moment, Zhao Tianlei reached the zombie horde, his familiar sword in hand. The moment they saw him, the zombies roared, while he muttered to himself, "These soldiers are all so full of themselves. If I don't show them what I can do, they'll never respect me. Lucky for me, you all were kind enough to present me with this perfect opportunity. In that case, I'll graciously accept this generous gift." And with that, he gripped his twin swords and fearlessly strode forward. Zhao Tianlei charged straight into the massive zombie horde to kick things off. He swung his left sword, wiping out the ones rushing from the left, then swung his right, clearing the other side. Next, he stepped forward and launched into a powerful spin. Zhao Tianlei's body became a whirlwind of steel, effortlessly finishing off several more zombies. Of course, he wasn't fighting alone. Wu Xuan and Yang Feng, positioned behind sandbags, immediately provided long-range support. An arrow flew from Yang Feng's bow, piercing a zombie's head and killing it instantly. But even that was enough to make him shout with excitement, "Awesome! A perfect bullseye!" Witnessing their coordinated attack, Lai Ho was a little stunned, blurting out, "Are these guys even capable of fear?" Dong Lak looked at him, a little amused, and boasted, "When I first met them, I thought the same thing you do. I thought that just because I was trained, I could look down on them. But the longer we're together, the more I realize how incredible they are." Triyu Zhao Tianlei was right. In a sudden zombie apocalypse like this, everyone's starting from zero. Instead of clinging to your pride, it's better to learn from others. Hearing his words, Lai Ho fell into a thoughtful silence. He stared intently at the figure in front of him, who was radiating an insane will to fight. A moment later, he picked up where Dong Lak left off. You can't judge experience with just your eyes. When it comes to a real fight, I, Lai Ho, won't lose to anyone. With that, he roared to the soldiers behind him. Fix bayonets. If you're not afraid to die, then charge with me. Hearing the heroic battle cry of the soldiers rushing to join him, Zhao Tianlei's lips curled into a slight smile. With bayonets fixed to their rifles, the courageous soldiers gave each zombie a deadly greeting. Lai Ho was the fiercest of them all, his eyes filled with killing intent as he finished off one zombie after another. Seeing the soldiers outside, the trapped villagers inside cheered with joy. Look, it's the army, and Zhao Tianlei's group is with them. It wasn't just them. Tran Fai, now recovered from his injuries, was also filled with a new sense of hope. Back in the battle, Zhao Tianlei once again spun, eliminating several more zombies that had surrounded him. Just then, the mechanical voice of the Overlord rang out. Congratulations, host. You have successfully been promoted to corporal. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised by his own power and felt a surge of pride. So, I've already killed 500 zombies. Just as he was reveling in his achievement, a chilling streak of light shot towards him. Zhao Tianlei was startled, sensing the immense danger, and whipped around. Before he could even defend himself, the attack slammed into him, shattering both of his swords. Witnessing this, Wu Xuan and Yang Feng could only stare, dumbfounded, at whatever had just attacked him. But even though he was hit by surprise, Zhao Tianlei was completely unharmed. He calmly dug his feet into the ground, skidding to a halt. His eyes were filled with caution as he raised his head, brows furrowed, and stared at his new attacker. In contrast to him, Dong Lak bit his lip with worry, because aside from him, none of the other soldiers had ever seen a creature like this before. What is that thing? That's right. Before them stood a flash eater, but this one looked bigger and more muscular than the others. Seeing it, Wu Xuan narrowed his eyes and assessed the threat. A flash eater. But it doesn't look quite right. Lai Ho, seeing one for the first time, felt a chill run down his spine, thinking, so this is a mutated creature. It's way scarier than the drawings. Without prior warning, even the most experienced fighter would panic if they suddenly ran into a monster like this. How is that kid so calm? After dropping his broken swords, Zhao Tianlei contacted the Overlord. System. This guy is different from the one we met before, isn't it? And aren't normal zombies supposed to be terrified of it, so why are they all standing together? The system immediately explained, this is a level 2 flash eater. It is the result of a level 1 undergoing a transformation. Its speed, strength, and regenerative abilities are far greater than before. Furthermore, it has developed a certain level of intelligence. To put it simply, it now has the ability to control other normal zombies. As the words left his mouth, Zhao Tianlei lowered his head, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. Mutated creatures with intelligence. This was definitely not good news. Just then, the licker's tongue shot out like a whip. The system's warning blared in his mind. Careful. The licker's tongue is coated in a paralytic agent. If it touches you, paralysis sets in within seconds. But Zhao Tianlei didn't show a hint of fear. He just pulled the battle axe from his back. Oh, that's strong, huh? Then the core inside its body must have upgraded, right? Correct. A level 3 orange core. Hearing about a prize that juicy, Zhao Tianlei didn't hesitate for a second. Then I won't hold back. He swung his axe, aiming to split the monster in two. But with shocking ease, the licker caught the axe blade in its hand. He tried to wrench the weapon free from its grasp, but it wouldn't budge. A flicker of shock crossed Zhao Tianlei's face. This thing's tough. But he had no time to think. The licker's other hand shot forward, claws extended and razor sharp. A single blow sent him flying backward. His body crashed hard against the cold, unyielding ground. Li Hu immediately gave the order to his soldiers. Open fire, protect him. But the creature was cunning. It snatched a nearby zombie with its tongue and used it as a living shield. Yang Feng cried out in shock. It's using a zombie to block the bullets. When the hail of bullets stopped, the licker casually tossed the shredded zombie aside. Its value spent, the monster now turned its attention to the soldiers. Its maw gaped open, drool dripping as it lunged for its new meal. With a single, devastating swipe of its arm, it sent several soldiers flying. Then, a strange black smoke coiled from the licker's head, like some kind of signal. And in an instant, the surrounding zombies answered its call, charging forward on command. The remaining soldiers opened fire on the swarming horde. They fell back, unloading their clips while trying to maintain distance. There's too many. We're going to be overrun. And they were right. For every zombie that fell, another took its place. Just as all hope seemed lost, Zhao Tianlei yelled towards the distance, Dong Luo, now. And as if waiting for that exact signal, Dong Luo was already in the driver's seat of a truck, ready to go. The shriek of tires tearing across pavement filled the air. Dong Luo floored it, sending the armored vehicle plowing straight through the zombie horde. The tides of the battle turned, Seeing its hordes scattered, the liquor let out a deafening roar of fury. That was the opening Zhao Tianlei was waiting for. He lunged, striking from its blind spot. But the monster was fast, catching the dagger's blade in its palm. Yet, this seemed to be exactly what Zhao Tianlei expected, because he instantly pulled the blade back. A cunning smile spread across his face. Zhao Tianlei raised the dagger high, and in one clean motion, he severed the liquor's entire arm. It shrieked in agony, but the assault wasn't over. Yang Feng appeared, his bow already drawn. Over here. Each arrow found its mark, piercing straight through the liquor's head, finishing the job. The beast trembled, trying to let out one last defiant cry, but no sound came, and then, with a heavy thud, it collapsed before them all. With their master gone, the rest of the zombies were quickly mopped up. After surveying the area, Wu Xuan approached to give his report. Brother Lei, we're all clear. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Dong Luo. Seeing the newcomers, his face lit up with relief. Captain Zhao. He rushed over, filled with concern. Are you all right? Captain Zhao gave a weary smile. We're okay now. You guys got here just in time. We were seconds away from becoming zombie food. Seeing them about to get sentimental, Zhao Tianlei cut in. This isn't a safe place to chat. Everyone on the vehicles. Now, we can talk once we're back at the base. They all agreed and followed the military's direction, boarding the trucks to leave. Right, everyone, move out. As they boarded, one of the soldiers spoke with awe. Captain, those guys are the real deal. But he didn't see the look in Li Hu's eyes. A burning look of determination. Zhao Tianlei. Next time, I won't lose to you. And with that, the convoy of armored vehicles began the journey to base number 6. Inside one of the vehicles, Zhao Tianlei was confused. What happened here? Everything was secure when we left. How did the zombies breach the village? Captain Zhao sighed, his voice heavy with self-blame. It's all my fault. I was too soft. I let Tan Kun and his men go. Hearing that name, Yang Feng's head snapped up. Tan Kun? You mean the bandit who raided our home? Dong Luo slowly nodded. The very same one. Captain Zhao began to explain what happened. I thought, if I let them live, they might show some gratitude. I was wrong. They didn't just refuse to change their ways. They knocked out our guards and destroyed the quarantine barricade. And as a result, they led the horde right to us. Hearing this, Yang Feng's eyes blazed with vengeful fire. So where are those bastards now? But Chen Fei's reply was anticlimactic. You reap what you sow. They didn't even make it past the gate. The zombies got to them first. They're all dead. Yang Feng was clearly not satisfied with that outcome. Letting them die that easily was getting off too lightly. Ignoring his rage, Chen Fei turned the conversation to Dong Luo. Frankly, we're surprised you all made it back so fast. He revealed frankly, the commander is taking this mission very seriously. Our orders were clear. Bring all survivors back to base, no matter what. Still, some of the rescue villagers were nervous. Are we really going to be safe at the base? There won't be any zombies there, right? Captain Zhao offered a reassuring smile. Of course, the commander's headquarters is the safest place there is. His words seemed to put them at ease. Oh, thank goodness. Back in the driver's seat, Wu Xuan looked pleased with himself. Hey, Brother Lei, we really pulled off a big one this time, huh? Think they'll treat us like heroes when we get back. Maybe we should start thinking about our reward. Seeing him so carefree, Zhao Tianlei's tone turned serious. Focus on your driving. We're not safe until we're inside the base. This is no time to let your guard down. His serious tone brought Wu Xuan down. Brother Lei, you worry too much. Dong Luo chimed in with a sarcastic jab. Yeah, passing up a chance to cash in? That's not your style. Zhao Tianlei didn't know how to explain it, so he just told them the truth. I don't know what it is. But ever since that last fight, I've had this feeling of dread. I just know something bad is about to happen. The second the words left his mouth, the entire vehicle jolted violently. The jolt only deepened his anxiety. What was that? Wu Xuan, ever the optimist, just shrugged it off. Probably just ran over a pothole or something. But Zhao Tianlei wasn't convinced. He grabbed the radio. Li Hu, do you see anything unusual on the road? Over. The reply came back, dripping with annoyance. Negative. Everything is perfectly normal. Over. He slammed the radio down, grumbling to the soldier beside him. That kid shows off a little, and now he thinks he's a commander, even using over. But back in the lead truck, Zhao Tianlei wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Yang Feng felt it too. Am I seeing things? Or is the ground itself vibrating? At his words, Dong Luo also looked closer, a hint of fear in his voice. Don't tell me it's an earthquake. Suddenly, a look of horrified recognition crossed Chen Fei's face. He shouted, this is bad. It's not an earthquake. It's an earth burrower. Just as he spoke, the tremors grew impossibly stronger, closer, and more terrifying. And then, the ground before them erupted. A colossal earth burrower burst from below, blocking the entire convoy. Its massive form shook the very air as it coiled back, preparing to strike the armored vehicles. Zhao Tianlei grabbed the radio, his voice urgent and clear. All vehicles, listen up. Full throttle, now, punch through. On his command, the entire convoy surged forward, but the earth burrower wasn't about to let them escape. Its massive jaws opened wide and clamped down on one of the armored trucks. It lifted the vehicle effortlessly into the air, as horrified screams echoed from inside. Help us! Li Hu frantically roared the command to his squad. Open fire. Immediately, the soldiers unleashed everything they had, riddling the fake earthworm with bullets. The storm of lead tore into its flesh, sending blood flying everywhere. Writhing in agony, it dropped the armored vehicle to the ground with a deafening crash. Its focus shifted. It charged straight for the soldiers who had just opened fire. With its massive, coiling body, the fake earthworm sent armored cars flying into the air. A trailing vehicle slammed on its brakes, forced to a screeching halt. Inside, Zhao Tianlei barked orders at Tong Lei. You get them off the vehicle. Wu, Xuan, and I will lead it away. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. The back door flew open, and he and Yang Feng hurried the civilians out onto the road. Hurry, hurry. The second they were clear, Zhao Tianlei's armored car spun around, facing the opposite direction. It zipped past the other two vehicles, charging forward with the same courage as the man behind the wheel. Meanwhile, soldiers scrambled to get the civilians into the remaining armored cars. Forget the overturned ones, get on the others, now. But Li Hu was seething, grabbing his radio and screaming into it, Zhao Tianlei, get back here. You can't handle that monster. If anyone's going to do it, it should be me. On the other end, Zhao Tianlei's voice came through, calm and steady. Don't forget, I'm the one in command here. With that, Wu Xuan floored it, aiming straight for the colossal earthworm. From out of nowhere, Zhao Tianlei produced a monstrously huge machine gun. He looked down the scope, readying his shot and muttering, let's warm you up a little. The second the words left his lips, his finger squeezed the trigger. A single bullet slammed into the fake earthworm, triggering a shocking explosion. The blast was so powerful it tore off the entire side of the creature's mouth. But he wasn't done. He kept firing, determined to end it. After taking a relentless barrage of gunfire, the monster finally fell. But even with it defeated, Zhao Tianlei didn't let his guard down. He could feel it. There was another one. And just as he thought, another fake earthworm erupted from the ground, snatching their vehicle. The car was lifted high into the air, throwing Zhao Tianlei off balance and sending him stumbling backward. The people outside watched the scene in horror as Tong Lei screamed in panic. It's over. They're trapped. Li Hu immediately began barking orders. Squad 2 and Squad 3, return for rescue. All other vehicles, keep moving forward. They responded instantly. Yes, sir. And with that, every soldier opened fire, unloading their weapons on the fake earthworm. But the creature showed no signs of stopping, intent on devouring the vehicle whole. Wu Xuan struggled to remain calm. Brother Lei, the car won't hold. What do we do? Without a second's thought, Zhao Tianlei answered, jump. In the next instant, they abandoned the car. The earthworm was crushing and leaped out. The moment his feet hit the ground, Zhao Tianlei raised his gun. Peering through the scope, he took aim at the vehicle's gas tank, and a single gunshot echoed through the air. The bullet struck the gas tank, igniting a massive explosion that engulfed the fake earthworm's head in flames. Suffering such a devastating wound, it grew weak and toppled over the jagged cliffside. Brilliant sunlight streamed down on the now peaceful forest. After the brutal battle, Zhao Tianlei and Wu Xuan stood victoriously, taking in the tranquil scenery. In the distance, Li Hu and the others looked on with immense relief at the two courageous heroes. Suddenly, a familiar voice crackled over the radio, making him jump. Hey, Zhao Tianlei's cocky voice began. You mind sparing a car for me? Seeing that familiar arrogant attitude, Li Hu let out an annoyed sigh. Zhao Tianlei simply shot back a triumphant smirk. Just when they thought everything was finally over, a familiar, flesh-colored pillar shot up from the ground right next to Zhao Tianlei. The moment they saw it, the color drained from Tong Lei's and Li Hu's faces. Even Zhao Tianlei himself was too stunned to react. In a flash, the fake earthworm lunged down in his position as everyone watched in horror. Brother Lei. The monster reared its head back and swallowed him whole. Witnessing this, everyone was frozen in shock. Before they could even react, the earthworm, with Zhao Tianlei in its stomach, burrowed back underground. Wu Xuan, Li Hu, and Tong Lei scrambled forward in a panic. Brother Lei. But it was too late. All that was left was a cloud of dust over an empty patch of earth. Wu Xuan stared in disbelief, his voice a mere whisper. Brother Lei. Li Hu, forcing himself to remain calm and act as commander, gave the order. All operational vehicles, form a 5-car escort for the survivors back to the shelter. The rest of you, stay here and begin a search and rescue operation. The soldiers beside him quickly obeyed. Yes, sir. Time passed. Inside a luxurious villa in the high-end district, a tense, suffocating silence filled the living room. Just then, Tianlei pushed open the door, followed by Li Hu and Chen Fei. Bing Yan shot up from her seat and rushed to ask, "How is it? Did you find Zhao Tianlei?" But the only reply she got was a somber shake of the head from Chen Fei. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Beside her, Wu Xin stammered, "You don't think he could have?" Chen Xingyu immediately shot back, "No. He promised he would always take care of me. He wouldn't go back on his word." Seeing her in such denial, Wu Xin had to voice the painful truth. But it's been 3 days. Even the rescue team has given up. No matter how strong Zhao Tianlei is, he's not immortal. Hearing her words, Shuyang's anger exploded. He slammed Wu Xuan against the wall, interrogating him. "What the hell were you guys doing out there? If I had been there, I would have given my life before I let anything happen to Brother Lei." Seeing him lose control, Chen Fei quickly intervened. "Shuyang, calm down. The situation was critical. No one could have reacted in time. Wu Xuan, he did everything he could." Tianlei agreed, defending him. "That's right. If it wasn't for him and Brother Lei fighting side by side, none of us would have made it back alive." Chen Fei then added with a mournful expression, "Miss Zhang, Miss Shen, I'm sorry. Zhao Tianlei, he did it to save us." Li Hu, who had been standing silently in the back, finally spoke. "I misunderstood Zhao Tianlei before. I thought he was just an arrogant show-off. I never imagined he would actually sacrifice himself to save others. Zhao Tianlei is a hero. I respect him. The commander has decided to award him the highest medal of honor and hold a memorial service for him." Hearing this, Shuyang screamed, "Brother Lei isn't dead. What's this nonsense about a memorial service?" Chen Jinyu sobbed, desperately wiping her tears away. "I don't want a medal, I just want Brother Zhao Tianlei back." Amid the heartbreaking scene, Bing Yan remained composed, suppressing her own tears to ask, "Has the military really given up the search and rescue?" Li Hu immediately replied, "The search and rescue team exhausted all options. They've looked everywhere they possibly could. Besides, staying out there for too long is just too dangerous. I hope you can understand." Unwilling to accept this explanation, the man who had been losing his cool continued to scream, "Dangerous? You didn't seem to think it was dangerous when you were begging Brother Lei to save you." Shen Feng quickly grabbed him, trying to calm him down. "Shuyang, calm down." Bing Yan's quiet voice cut through them all. "That's enough." Her eyes were deep and cold, filled with determination as she said, "If you won't go, we'll go find him ourselves." Hearing her declaration, Chen Xingyu stopped crying and stared at her in shock. Even the raging Shuyang paused, looking on in bewilderment along with Shen Feng. Bing Yan lowered her head, hiding her trembling, and thought to herself, "If he's alive, I have to see him. If he's dead, I have to see his body. I will not believe he's gone until I've seen proof. If he really is dead, I can't leave him out there. I can't let him get infected by the virus and turn into the very thing he hated most." Her iron will resonated with Wu Xuan. He promised with absolute conviction, "Sister Bing Yan, don't worry. I will definitely bring Brother Lei back." Shuyang immediately volunteered, "I'm going too." Not wanting to be left out, Shen Feng added, "Me too." Just then, an idea flashed in Wu Xin's mind, and she immediately shared her opinion. "Sister Bing Yan, before we leave, shouldn't we choose a temporary new leader?" Hearing this, Bing Yan looked at her, slightly confused. The new captain, Wu Hin, explained with a look of perfect reason. "A ship can't sail without a captain. If everyone just runs off searching, it'll be chaos. Someone has to make the calls. Besides, with Brother Zhao Tianlei gone, we need someone to take charge." Yang Feng, looking puzzled, had to ask, "So who's the best fit for the job?" And just like that, her real goals started to surface. Wu Hin wrapped her arm around her husband's, proposing Duong was with Zhao Tianlei the longest. Why not let him take over for now? But while Bang Nan was still weighing the options, another figure appeared, crashing Wu Hin's little party. Did something happen to Zhao Tianlei? Seeing who it was, Bang Han exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Luke." Luke Hang, with a grim expression, said, "I just got back and heard the news. I brought my people to help. Our equipment might not be government issue, but I guarantee no one is better at search and rescue than the Hunter Corps." Overwhelmed by this huge offer of support, she was filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much." He offered a faint smile in return. "Zhao Tianlei is my friend. I'm not about to stand by and do nothing. Get your people ready. We move out immediately." A little later, back in their room, Wu Hin paced in front of Hu Duong, complaining bitterly, "That guy, Luke, is so nosy." Seeing her like this, he was a bit confused. Big brother Luke was just being kind. Why would you say that? We don't even know if Zhao Tianlei is dead or alive, so why talk about a new captain? It's just weird. She frowned, turning to scold his simple-mindedness. Are you an idiot? I'm doing all of this for you. Hearing that, Hook Duong was stunned. For me, Vu Hin crossed her arms and laid it out for him. You have the most experience. You've killed the most zombies. You've contributed the most. But does anyone here take you seriously? It's because you're too soft, always smiling and joking around, without a shred of ambition. When Zhao Tianlei was around, he always held you down. And I couldn't say a thing. But now that he's dead, you should be the one to step up as captain. What's wrong with that? Hook Duong rubbed the spot where she pinched him, protesting. But we can't be sure Brother Lei is dead yet. I believe he's tough enough to survive anything. But she immediately crushed his hopes, saying, so what if he really is dead? Hearing that, he fell into a difficult, conflicted silence. Seeing he had no answer, Vu Hin started painting a grim picture for him. Zhao Tianlei was the heart and soul of this team. If he falls, the whole team falls apart. What place will we have here then? Are we supposed to sell our labor like those outsiders? Hook Duong looked doubtful, unable to believe it. No way. Brother Lei saved Captain Tran's people. He's a hero of the base. The military and the captain will definitely look out for us. But once again, she shattered his naive thoughts. That's only because they wanted to use Zhao Tianlei. The second he lost his value, who would even care about you? That's why we can't rely on anyone else. To have a real foothold here, you need your own power. Just look at the Luke brothers. They were just regular citizens, but now they call the shots. And even the government has to respect them. The more she spoke, the more she got carried away. My man should be someone like that. It wasn't until Hook Duong's expression wavered with doubt that she spoke. Vu Hin realized she had said too much. She quickly tried to backtrack and cover her mistake. I'm only saying all this for the good of the team. Even if the captain is watching from the heavens, he would agree with me. Don't you think so? And of course, the naive Hook Duong was easily convinced. You have a point. Seeing his suspicion fade, she moved in, giving him an ultimatum. Bottom line, the next time I propose choosing a new captain, I need you to be decisive. Step up. You hear me? If you hesitate like you did today, don't even think about coming into my room ever again. Got it? Threatened with the one thing he feared most, Hook Duong scrambled to obey. I know. And just like that, the night passed. The scene shifts to a sunlit forest. A sharp blade flashes down, slicing through a vine. A pair of high-heeled boots steps lightly over the severed plant, moving forward. The owner of those boots was none other than Hong Yuet. She followed a tracking device in her hand, searching for something. The signal is definitely coming from this direction. Looks like a pretty high-level variant, too. With that thought, she moved gracefully through the waist-high bushes. She continued on until she finally found what she was looking for. Before her lay the mangled corpse of an earth burrower. Seeing it, she was a little surprised, muttering to herself, a high-grade earth burrower. Looking at its condition, she came to a quick conclusion. It's dead. Hong Yuet moved closer, examining the damage. Man-made explosives. Realizing something, her expression turned serious. They knew its weakness was fire and delivered a fatal blow. This opponent is no amateur. Luckily, the crystal core is still here. Looks like I got lucky today and stumbled upon a treasure. Just then, the earth burrower's body suddenly twitched. Hong Jue jumped back, on high alert. It's still alive. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than the skin on the monster's stomach ripped open. A familiar hand and axe burst out from within. Witnessing this, she stood frozen for a second in pure shock. Zhao Tianlei, very much alive, crawled out of the earth burrower's corpse, groaning in disgust. Son of a, you disgusting worm, trying to drag me down with you. Seeing him, Hong Yuet asked suspiciously, who are you? Only then did he notice someone else was there. Zhao Tianlei climbed off the monster's carcass and replied, isn't it obvious? Just some poor bastard who barely escaped death's door. It's disgusting. But she wasn't buying his answer. Hong Yuet raised her sword threateningly. That's strange. No one ever survives being eaten by an earth burrower. Its digestive fluids are lethal. Who are you really? Seeing her reaction, Zhao Tianlei looked annoyed and shot back with disdain. You're the strange one, lady, dressed in all black, wearing a mask, and carrying that ridiculously long sword. His words made her grit her teeth in anger. You! But before she could say another word, he hurriedly walked past her. Believe what you want, just get out of my way. I need to get clean right now. I don't have time to waste on you. Unwilling to let him go, Hong Yuet tried to chase after him. Stop right there. In response, Zhao Tianlei immediately flung a handful of that disgusting fluid straight at her, yelling, Here, have a taste of its stomach acid. Caught completely off guard, she panicked, throwing her hands up to shield her face. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly dashed through the bushes and ran. The spots where the fluid hit Hong Yuet's clothes began to corrode. She cursed under her breath in frustration. Damn it. But there was nothing she could do. She turned back toward the corpse, deciding, forget it. Getting the crystal core is more important, but what awaited her was an empty cavity. Where's the crystal core? The tracker definitely detected it here a second ago. Staring at the empty spot, Hong Juliet knew with certainty. It must have been that guy. At that same moment, in a clear blue lake nearby, Zhao Tianlei surfaced from the water with a sigh of relief. Ah, that's much better. He showed off his solid, well-built physique, muttering, "Good thing I upgraded my physical reinforcement first. Otherwise, I might have actually been digested." Then he paused, looking at the crystal core in his hand. Zhao Tianlei clenched his fist around it, feeling a rush of excitement. A level 4 crystal core. I should save this. Use it when it really counts. Still, that strangely dressed woman wasn't from the base. She knew about earth burrowers. She knew about crystal cores. What's her story? Just as the thought faded, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Hong Guiyet stepped into the clearing, her voice cold as ice. Hand over the crystal core. She pointed her sword at Zhao Tianlei as she advanced. Hand it over. He casually tossed the crystal in his hand, calmly shooting back, I almost died for this little treasure. On what grounds do I have to give it to you? Seeing him refuse, Hong Guiyet flicked her sword, hooking the tattered rags he'd left on the shore. Then she threatened him. Unless you want to stay in that water, naked. But her move didn't scare him in the slightest. You want these rags? They're all yours. On the contrary, he casually stood up straight out of the water. I'm a man. What is there to be afraid of? Hong Mingyuet shrieked, throwing her hands over her eyes to shield them. But she never expected Zhao Tianlei to be prepared, wearing a makeshift leaf loincloth and laughing at her. He couldn't believe how naive she was. Flushed with anger from his teasing, she yelled, You dare trick me? He just struck a cocky pose, completely calm and challenging. So what if I did? You think you can take this by force? Fine by me. This young master will play along. I refuse to believe you're tougher than that earth burrower. Seeing his absolute confidence, Hong Juliet felt a pang of doubt and started calculating. This guy survived being inside that monster's stomach. He's got to have some special ability. A direct fight isn't smart. With that thought, she plunged her sword straight into the ground. Then, she slowly waded into the water, moving closer and closer to Zhao Tianlei. As Hong Juliet walked, her voice dripped with seduction. Little brother, you've got it all wrong. I'm just a weak girl who can barely hold a sword. How could I possibly rob you? She put on a bewitching act, lightly touching his chest with her fingertips. But that crystal core, it's incredibly important to me. Would you be willing to make a trade? He looked completely uninterested, but still stared at her intently. Trade for what? Hong Yuet leaned in until her face was inches from his. Her lips parted slowly as she whispered a mesmerizing offer. How about, for me? Her words seemed to finally pique his interest, and he agreed in an instant. Fine. Seeing his reaction, she smiled to herself, certain he. Hong Yue dropped her smug act, scoffing at the stupid man she just duped. But when she took a closer look at the core in her hand, she let out a horrified shriek. Ah. That's when Zhao Tianlei stopped playing along. Trying a little trick on me, he smirked. I forgot to mention, schemes like that have never worked on me. Played for a total fool, Hong Yue's rage exploded. She decided to settle this the hard way, charging straight for him. Let's see what you've got. A faint smile played on his lips as he leaned back, effortlessly dodging her first strike. Then, he raised a hand to casually block the second. She didn't let up, immediately following with a powerful kick, but Zhao Tianlei caught it just as easily, trapping her leg in his grip. In the next moment, he hurled her straight into the lake. He showed no mercy, forcing her head underwater. Don't say I bully women, he warned. Just promise you'll leave me alone, and I'll let you go. She struggled against his grip, but his threat was clear. Do you understand? As soon as he spoke, the water went still. The thrashing stopped. Only her hair could be seen, floating silently on the surface. A sudden feeling of dread washed over Zhao Tianlei. He yanked Hong Yue out of the water, shaking her. Hey. Stop pretending. You couldn't have drowned that easily, could you? A moment later, he had dragged her onto the shore, awkwardly muttering. She looked so tough. How could she be so useless? Her lung capacity is pathetic. With that, he reached for her face and removed her mask. Hong Yue's stunning beauty was revealed, like a princess sleeping in the forest. Zhao Tianlei felt a little embarrassed. Not ugly at all. So why the mask? He wondered. Don't tell me it's one of those childish tropes where you have to marry the first guy who sees your face. But he quickly pushed the thought aside to focus on saving her. Whatever. At the end of the day, she's a human being. I have to save her life. Now, how did CPR work again? He began, tentatively placing his interlocked hands on Hong Yue's chest and pushing down. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed as he repeated the motion again and again. After a few compressions, she finally choked, spitting out a lungful of water. A wave of relief washed over him. It's working. After the chest compressions, Zhao Tianlei swallowed hard, preparing for the second step. He parted his lips slightly and slowly began to lean down. His target was Hong Yue's lips, ready to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. But the closer he got to her face, the more flustered he became. At that exact moment, Hong Yue's eyes slowly fluttered open. Seeing her wake up, Zhao Tianlei froze mid-pucker. And then the sharp smack of a hand hitting a face echoed through the woods, followed by a piercing scream. "You filthy pervert." Hong Yue stared at him like he was the lowest scum on earth, covering herself as she scrambled backward. "You dare to take advantage of me while I was unconscious." Zhao Tianlei clutched his stinging, red cheek and shot back. "Who's taking advantage of who? I was giving you CPR." Hearing this, she repeated the word blankly, before the realization hit her, and she screamed again. "CPR. That means you touched my chest." Zhao Tianlei frantically tried to explain, but she wasn't listening, launching herself at him in tears. "I'll kill you." He struggled to fend off the crazed woman. "Are you ever going to stop? Haven't you had enough?" In the middle of their struggle, a strange sound suddenly cut through the air. Zhao Tianlei's expression turned deadly serious. "Stop," he ordered. "Be quiet. Something is here." He pushed aside the tall grass, moving cautiously toward the source of the unsettling noise. That's when he noticed it. A bizarre, viscous liquid splattered all over the ground. Zhao Tianlei knelt, touching the strange slime to examine it. Just then, Hong Yue caught up. "You bastard. Don't you dare run away." But the playful expression was gone from his face as he gave her a cold warning. "You know you can't beat me. I was just playing with you before. If you keep acting so unreasonable, I won't be so nice." Seeing how serious he was, she instantly went quiet, swallowing nervously. Still, she wasn't one to give up, stepping closer. "Regardless, if you don't hand over that beast's core, I'm not giving up." Zhao Tianlei stood up, dusting off his hands with a smirk. "The fake beast had a core. If you're so capable, go get it yourself." He leaned in. "The way you keep chasing me, don't tell me you've actually fallen for me." A deep blush spread across her face as she fired back. "Nonsense. Someone with a personality like yours? My standards aren't that low. Besides, what is all this sticky stuff? It's disgusting." He immediately answered her. "It's the bodily fluids of a digger." Hearing that, she looked surprised. "A digger? Why would it come all the way out here? You mean, it's still alive?" Zhao Tianlei immediately shot that down. "Impossible. That thing was deader than dead. For these fluids to be here, there's only one possibility." Something much stronger appeared and dragged its body here. Hearing his grim words, a chill ran down Hong Yue's spine. Something much stronger? Suddenly, another strange sound put Zhao Tianlei on high alert. He shoved her backward, shouting, "Get back!" From out of the bushes, a frenzied zombie boar burst forth, charging right at them. It was just like the zombie hound from before, baring its sharp tusks with a terrifying roar. Zhao Tianlei immediately drew his axe and rushed in. With one clean slash, he sliced right through the zombie boar's neck. The beast was slain, falling heavily to the ground. Watching this, Hong Yue was completely stunned, thinking to herself. He decapitated a mutated beast in a single blow. Just what is this man's true power? Suddenly, another rustling sound echoed from the grass. An entire pack of zombie boars slowly emerged from the brush. They spread out, surrounding them from all sides, trapping them in the center of a circle. Even though they were completely surrounded, Zhao Tianlei still found the energy to complain, such plump pigs, and they just had to be mutated. Otherwise, we could have had a decent meal. Then he glanced over at Hong Yue behind him. "Can you handle a few of them?" Caught off guard by the question, she just stared. "Huh." He immediately snapped at her to get her head in the game. "What are you spacing out for? I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Or would you rather join the pigs?" Provoked, Hong Yue snapped back. "You're the one who should join them." And with that, she raised her sword, ready for a fight. "I'll take this side." Just as the two split up, each charging in a different direction, and the boars rushed into attack, a mysterious vine suddenly shot out from nowhere. That single vine wrapped tightly around the zombie boars, hoisting them high into the air. Seeing it, Zhao Tianlei froze mid-charge, completely stunned. The pack of zombie boars was dragged deep into the forest by the vines. Hong Yue watched in confusion. "What's happening?" Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed as he answered grimly. "There's something in there." The words had barely left his mouth when the horrifying screams of the boars echoed from the trees. While he was distracted, the vine appeared once again from behind him. It coiled tightly around Zhao Tianlei and yanked him clean off the ground. Hong Yue panicked, leaping into the air with her sword. She took aim and with a clean slice, severed the bizarre vine. As the vine snapped, Zhao Tianlei fell to the ground. He stumbled to his feet, offering a stiff nod. "Thanks." But she immediately shot him down. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just here for the mana core." Just then, a new presence emerged, catching both of their attention. In front of them was a terrifying, writhing mass of tendrils. Following them up, they saw a gigantic mouth crushing a wild boar. Right next to it, an identical mouth was devouring another monster. Hong Yue and Zhao Tianlei were struck completely speechless. What in the world were they looking at? Before them stood a monstrous, mutated man-eating tree. The system voice suddenly spoke up, identifying it as a giant ternary plant. Hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is a ternary plant? The voice carefully explained that it was a species similar to a Venus flytrap. This was a mutated version, warped by a virus. Its deadliest weapons are its feeder tendrils, which can devour anything they touch, then absorb the matter into its body and convert it into its own energy. Also, be careful not to get stabbed by the thorns on those vines. They're poisonous. As the voice spoke, the severed stump of the ternary plant suddenly began to twitch. But its most terrifying ability is its infinite regeneration. Even if you shred it to pieces, each fragment can mutate into a countless number of new entities. Watching a new head sprout from the stump, Zhao Tianlei was stunned. Hong Yue couldn't believe her eyes, stammering in fear. It split again. The horrifying ternary plant let out a deafening roar in their direction. Zhao Tianlei flinched, pulling back and yelling a warning. Watch out! A second later, he was screaming at the system. What's its weak point? How are we supposed to beat this thing? But the only reply he got was the dead silence of the forest and the growling of the ternary plant. Then, without a single warning, it lunged right for them. It was only then that the system voice shouted, "Run!" Hong Yue struggled to keep up as Zhao Tianlei bolted. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be some big shot? Why are you running?" He yelled back at her over his shoulder. "This thing's a level 7 mutation. Sticking around just makes us its next meal." Hearing that, she wasn't scared at all. In fact, she stopped, ready for a fight. It's not every day you find a mutation stronger than a grave-digging beast. You can run if you want. Watching her, he screamed in horror. "Are you crazy?" But Hong Yue ignored him, charging forward with her sword drawn and declaring, "This mana core is mine." The ternary plant saw her coming and whipped a vine right at her. Using that to her advantage, she planted her foot on the vine itself, using it as a springboard to launch herself into the air. Hong Yue raised her sword, letting out a determined battle cry. Then, with a single, powerful slash, she sliced the ternary plant straight down the middle. The ternary plant screeched in agony as its body was split in two. Hong Yue landed lightly on the ground below. She stood tall, striking a heroic finishing pose as the creature's massive corpse began to topple. From a distance, Zhao Tianlei could only stare in shock, while she smugly muttered to herself, "Got it." The words had barely left her lips when the severed halves of the ternary plant began to twitch, sprouting countless new heads. Seeing this, Hong Yue's eyes flew open in disbelief, unable to process what was happening. The heads grew larger, roaring with an insane fury that shook the heavens. Zhao Tianlei rushed to her side, screaming, "You idiot! I told you, this thing isn't some normal zombie. Slashing it like that just creates more opponents." He grabbed Hong Yue's arm, trying to pull her away. "Come on, let's go." But did the ternary plant really plan on letting them get away that easily? It lashed out with a vine, whipping it toward them at blinding speed. Zhao Tianlei shoved Hong Yue down, taking the full force of the blow himself. The attack left a long, red welt across his back. The entire ternary plant then began to slither towards them. Seeing it approach, he groaned in agony. "This time, you've really killed me." He glanced over at her, asking, "Can you still run?" But in response, Hong Yue could only give him a pained look. The fall from earlier had badly injured her leg. Seeing the wound, Zhao Tianlei's expression grew grim. A moment later, a massive commotion erupted in the forest, sending birds scattering into the sky. He was now carrying Hong Yue on his back, sprinting at full speed. Behind them, the ternary plant was in relentless pursuit. As it lashed out with its vines, he narrowly dodged to the side. On his back, Hong Yue pleaded with a worried voice, "Let me go. Carrying me like this, you'll never be able to run." Zhao Tianlei refused, shouting back, "Quit wasting your breath. I still haven't paid you back for that slap you gave me. Dying now would be letting you off too easy." Hearing his words, she felt a strange flutter in her chest and blushed. After running for a while, they burst out of the trees and found themselves at the edge of a chasm. Hong Yue cried out in despair, "It's a dead end ahead." He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination as he said, "Hold on tight and don't let go." Realizing his insane plan, she squeezed her eyes shut and clenched her jaw. Her hands, wrapped around his chest, tightened unconsciously. Zhao Tianlei then pushed his speed to the absolute limit, charging straight for the edge. When he reached the precipice, he planted his foot and leaped with all his might. Against the vast blue sky, their silhouettes soared through the air, a desperate gamble to cross the massive gap between the cliffs. Zhao Tianlei flew like a bullet, carrying the girl across the chasm. But just as they were about to reach the other side, their momentum gave out. He immediately whipped out his legendary axe and slammed it deep into the cliffside. but their combined weight was too much, and the axe began to slide down the rock face, carving a long gash. Zhao Tianlei clenched his jaw, pouring every ounce of strength into holding the axe steady, desperate to stop their fall. Luckily, after a long, scraping slide, it finally held firm. But he didn't relax just yet, glancing back at the other side of the chasm. The two ternary plants, unable to climb the sheer cliff face, could only stand there and watch as their prey slipped away. A while later, the scene changes. A warm fire now burns brightly. Somehow, Zhao Tianlei had found a cave for them to take shelter in. Hong Juet watched him bandage her wound, telling him to be a little gentle. That hurts. He replied with a sigh, just bear with it. It's just a light scratch, nothing serious. She held up the bandages and antiseptic he was using, asking curiously, where did you even get all this stuff? Zhao Tianlei glanced away, thinking to himself, I have a storage space, but you think I'm going to tell you that? To stop her from asking any more questions, he stood up and put on a lecherous grin to tease her. I always keep my life-saving treasures close, you know. Wanna see? Seeing his act, she immediately yelled at him, who would want to see that? You pervert. Hong Jui turned her head away, saying haughtily, don't think just because you saved me, I'm going to be grateful. If it wasn't for me earlier, you would have been eaten by that mutant a long time ago. At most, we're even. This lady owes you nothing. The words had just left her mouth when he leaned in close, a cunning smile on his face. Oh, I'm not looking for gratitude. I saved you. That's a fact. Seeing that look, Hong Guiet's bravado vanished, replaced by fear as her eyes welled up with tears. What do you want? What followed was a series of muffled sounds from her, telling him to stop. You'd think he was doing something awful to her, but no. Zhao Tianlei had simply used the roll of bandages to tie her up completely. Being treated like this, Hong Juiet angrily questioned him. What in the world are you trying to do? He calmly leaned back against the wall and threw the question back at her. Who are you? Really? How do you know so much about mutated creatures? And another thing, what are you collecting all those mana cores for? Hearing his barrage of questions, it all clicked for her. She answered defiantly. I knew you weren't some good guy. You're trying to squeeze information out of me. In your dreams. Seeing Hong Juet's complete lack of cooperation, his expression hardened. You're really not going to talk? She challenged him without a shred of fear. If you've got the guts, then kill me. He crossed his arms and replied casually with a hidden meaning. I, Zhao Tianlei, would never lay a hand on a woman. But they might. Hong Juet didn't understand what he meant and told him to stop with the empty threats. Who else is here besides you and me? He immediately pulled out 2 snakes, holding them right in front of her face. No other people, but there are snakes. Seeing them, Hong Juet completely panicked and screamed, Get those away from me. But Zhao Tianlei wasn't having it. He shoved the snakes right in her face with a sneer. These guys are starving. You don't talk. I let go. The 2 serpents coiled, hissing as they reared up. One look was all it took. Hong Yue's eyes snapped shut in pure terror. A second later, she was foaming at the mouth, out cold on the ground. Seeing her pass out, Zhao Tianlei was kinda stumped. Seriously, she couldn't handle that. She can take on mutants, but is scared of these little things. Girls are so weird. He glanced down at the 2 green snakes in his hand, thinking. A wild idea sparked in his mind, and he licked his lips greedily. They're a bit skinny, but hey, meat is meat. I'll keep one to keep the pressure on. As for the other one. The poor thing had no clue what was coming, staring up at him with innocent eyes. Guess it's just your unlucky day, pal. A moment later, one snake was skewered and roasting over a fire, about to become someone's dinner. Zhao Tianlei sat waiting for his food to cook, sniffing the air appreciatively. Smells amazing. He was so focused on his barbecue that he didn't notice Hong Yue moaning on the ground. So hot, it's unbearable. From her bleeding wound, a cluster of familiar vines began to squirm out. Her moans grew louder, finally reaching Zhao Tianlei and making him feel a bit awkward. Those sounds are actually pretty seductive. I already told you, he scoffed. Your little seduction act won't work on me. But his own cockiness made him careless, and he kept rambling on, completely missing the vines sneaking up behind him. Just answer my questions, and I'll let you go. I'll even share my snack, how about it? Just then, the vine slithered up and brushed against his neck, and he finally realized something was dead wrong. Zhao Tianlei shot to his feet, ripping the vine away and leaping back. Instantly, a swarm of other vines lunged at him in a full-on assault. The first vine whipped around to join the attack. He moved with fluid grace, carefully dodging the relentless vines. He jumped back again, planting his feet to maintain a safe distance from them. Then, his eyes followed the vines and he discovered something shocking. They were growing right out of Hong Yu's body. As she lifted her head, her hair fell away to reveal glowing eyes and a twisted, monstrous grin. Zhao Tianlei frantically called for help. System, get out here. The Lord God appeared, furious. You call me twice in one day? Can't a guy get some decent rest? But his rant cut short the moment he saw Hong Yue's new look. Whoa, what the hell is that? Zhao Tianlei was just as freaked out. That's what I want to ask you. Has this woman mutated or something? The Lord God seemed a bit flustered. Let me check real quick. He immediately activated the system to scan Hong Yue's condition. After the scan, he gave his answer. Relax. It's not a mutation. She's been poisoned. Poisoned by a tri-rift plant. Zhao Tianlei's eyes went wide. Poisoned? He stared at her state in disbelief. Poisoned? What kind of poison does this to a person? The Lord God immediately explained. The so-called poison is actually the seed of the tri-rift plant. This carnivorous plant lures its prey by releasing a scent full of powerful aphrodisiacs. Once a target smells it, the scent takes over their mind, and they walk right into the trap to be devoured. The seed's thorny barbs allow it to enter the body through a wound. It then takes root and grows inside the host, spawning a whole new plant. The host is also affected by the aphrodisiac, constantly seeking out a mate, and whoever they capture becomes the new plant's first meal. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's face darkened. Using someone else to hatch its eggs. How shameless. The moment he finished speaking, Hong Yue lunged at him. Her face lit up like she just found dinner. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth. You want to eat me? He stomped on the ground, launching himself high into the air. He landed right on her head, using it as a pivot to flip over her. I'm afraid your stomach isn't big enough. With a final somersault, he landed perfectly behind her. He reached out, grabbing all the troublesome vines in one go. Then, with a mighty heave, he tried to rip them straight out of her body, making her scream in agony. The Lord God quickly appeared to stop him. That's useless. Once the seed takes root, it merges with the host. If you forcibly pull it out, she'll die along with it. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei stopped pulling but didn't let go. So there's no other way? The Lord God replied calmly. There is one way to cure the poison, and it's you. Hearing himself implicated, Zhao Tianlei was stunned. Huh. The Lord God didn't beat around the bush. You've been injected with the evolution fluid, so your body has antibodies. To help her detoxify, all you have to do is, well, you get it, right? In that brief pause, Zhao Tianlei understood exactly what he meant. He gritted his teeth. Don't tell me I have to. He thrashed around, protesting loudly. That's way too big of a sacrifice. The Lord God just gave him a look that said, your problem. Whether you want to be a hero or not, you decide. Just as he finished, Hong Yue let out a furious roar. She struggled wildly, breaking free from his grip. Before he could react, the vines shot out, wrapping around his neck and hands. Then, Hong Yue slammed him to the ground, pinning him underneath her. Zhao Tianlei started to feel a little nervous, shouting a warning. Don't you come any closer. One more step and I won't be so nice. But his tough talk wavered when he heard Hong Yue whisper, It hurts so much. Help me. Her plea made his eyes soften. In the end, Zhao Tianlei decided to be a real man and save her. He bit his own lip until it bled. You're the one who asked for this. He leaned in, pressing his bloodied lips against hers. Instantly, the vines on Hong Yue's body coiled and twined together. They wrapped tightly around the two, shielding them as they performed a great, selfless act to save a life. Time passed in a blur, and a passionate night came and went. The roaring fire was now just dying embers. Zhao Tianlei's closed eyelids fluttered. He slowly opened his eyes, waking up from an exhausting night. But the first thing he saw was his entire body wrapped tightly in a web-like substance. What the heck? Then, a flash of memory hit him. Right, yesterday. The image of that fiery kiss flooded his mind. Zhao Tianlei started wriggling like a caterpillar, screaming his head off. That damn woman. She repays my kindness with betrayal. If I knew this would happen, I never would have saved her. This was a huge loss. The scene slowly shifts from the forest to a magnificent, imposing building. Inside the building is a lab filled with scientists in strange cylindrical pods. One pod contains a devourer, and another holds a digger, trapped in the same way. Suddenly, a door opened, and a figure slowly walked in. Hong Yue approached a giant screen showing a mysterious person, then knelt to give her report. Hong Yue has failed. I was unable to retrieve the core. The mysterious man spoke, his voice dripping with menace. If I recall correctly, this is the first mission you've ever failed. She quickly detailed the events that occurred. I located the digger as planned, but I encountered an unexpected level 7 mutated plant. I was no match for it. Hearing this detail, the man seemed pleased. Level 7, you say? It seems the virus is evolving even faster than we anticipated. We must accelerate our own progress. Then, he gave a curt order. You are dismissed. Hong Yue replied softly, yes, sir. Though she remained kneeling, the giant communication screen went black. After it shut off, she slowly and carefully stood up. Alone in the vast space, Hong Yue's expression was unreadable as she whispered to herself, Zhao Tianlei, we will meet again. Back at Zhao Tianlei's lavish house, Chen Xinyu brought the last dish to the table and called out, Dinner's ready. Come and eat. Shen Feng immediately came out, exclaiming at the spread, "Whoa, why is it so fancy today?" Yang Feng, on the other hand, was practically drooling. "We've been here for days, and I'm finally seeing some meat." Seeing him act so crass, Yu Xuan smacked him. "Have some class. Boss Lei is still missing, and all you can think about is food." Just then, Wu Hin and Huck Duong came downstairs. She immediately started in, "Tam Duk, I'm not trying to criticize you, but now that the captain's gone, we have to be extra careful. How can you be so wasteful?" Tam Duke answered softly, "I was just thinking everyone's been working so hard. We have to go right back out to find Zhao Tianlei after we eat. So I opened 2 cans to help boost everyone's nutrition." Then Fong chimed in to defend her. She was just being thoughtful, trying to give everyone a little boost. Yang Feng, stuffing his face, praised her. "As expected of my goddess." But Wu Hin wasn't about to drop her bitter attitude. "Good intentions don't give you the right to waste the group's supplies. Rations at the base are limited, and we have a lot of mouths to feed." She then argued that those 2 cans could have been traded for enough food to last them a whole month. Then she scoffed at Tam Duck. "Your brand of kindness is a real luxury." Unable to listen anymore, then Fong stepped up again. "If it belongs to the group, then the group should decide. If no one else objects, then what's the harm in one little luxury?" Yang Feng then slyly jabbed at Huck Duong. "Hey, Lich Huck Duong, since when did your wife become the boss around here?" Cornered by the 2 of them, he turned to his wife. "Wu Hin, that's enough." But she just scoffed, ignoring him completely. Seeing she couldn't win the argument, she looked for backup. "Sister Bang Han, I'm just thinking about our long-term survival. Tell me, am I wrong?" Bang Han cut through the noise with a cold tone. "That's enough. Are you really fighting over something so trivial? I'm the one who told Tam Duke to open the cans." Though she didn't side with Wu Hin's nagging, she acknowledged her point. "But you have a point. We'll be more careful from now on." Then she urged them, "Everyone, eat quickly. We're moving out as soon as you're done." At the table, Wu Hin barely touched her food, her mind clearly scheming. She put on a pleasant face and asked, "Sister Bang Nan, what do you think of my earlier proposal?" Bang Nan looked up, feigning ignorance. "What proposal?" Wu Hin replied casually, "About appointing a temporary captain." Hearing this, Bang Nan calmly responded, "Oh, that." Wu Hin pressed on, trying to sound reasonable. "Even though we have Luke Hang helping us now, his family has no real connection to us. We can't keep relying on an outsider." As she said this, she nudged Huck Duong, giving him a signal. He understood her intent but said nothing. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up. "Sister Bang Nan, I think Wu Hin has a point." His words seemed to startle Then Fong and Wu Xuan. He then turned and criticized them both. "I've noticed our Legion members haven't been very motivated on their hunts lately. In this world, everyone's just trying to survive. No one is going to help us search for him forever. In the end, we can only rely on ourselves." He finished with a powerful declaration. "If you all trust me, I swear I will take good care of everyone in Captain Loi's place." His statement was met with dead silence from Bang Nan and the other 3. After a moment, she broke it, asking for their opinions. "What does everyone else think?" Then Fong agreed. "I also think we need to choose a temporary leader until we find Zhao Tianlei." Seeing him agree, a flash of joy crossed Wu Hin's face. But before she could celebrate, he added, "But, if I can be blunt." He stated his view clearly. "I don't think Lich Huck Duong is suitable for the role." Hearing this, Wu Hin immediately listed reasons why Huck Duong was the perfect fit. "What do you mean, not suitable?" "On this team, Duong has the most seniority and experience. He's contributed the most, and his loyalty to the captain is the deepest. If he's not suitable, then who is?" Then Fong explained calmly. "While Lich Huck Duong has been with Zhao Tianlei the longest, he's too hot-headed and impulsive. He's a great supporter, but not fit to be a captain." He then proposed his own candidate for the temporary position, if we absolutely must choose someone. "I nominate Wu Xuan." Hearing his name, Wu Xuan looked up, stunned. "Me?" Ignoring his shock, Van Fong continued calmly. "He's level-headed, has a calm mind, and has always coordinated perfectly with Zhao Tianlei. I believe he is the most suitable choice." Then Fong's words made Wu Xuan blush with embarrassment. "You're praising me so much. I don't know what to say." Seeing her plan completely derailed, Wu Hin exploded with fury. She shrieked, "So you're saying my Duong is just a simple-minded brute? Someone who can only follow others like a servant, unworthy of being a captain, is that it?" Then Fong didn't even look at her, replying coolly, "The facts speak for themselves." At this point, Bang Nan stepped in to calm her down. "Wu Hin, don't get so worked up. If we're choosing a temporary captain, of course we have to hear everyone's opinion. To be fair," she decided, "we'll do it like this. Whether we choose Lich Huck Duong or Wu Xuan, we'll vote on it now." Wu Hin immediately shouted her choice. "I vote for Duong." Then Fong stood by his initial proposal. "I vote for Wu Xuan. Even Yang Feng said he was the one who fought that giant bug with Zhao Tianlei. 2 votes for Wu Xuan sent Wu Hin into a rage. Tam Duck then spoke up softly. I also think Wu Xuan. But before she could finish, Wu Hin screamed at her. Tam Duck, who do you think you are? Does your opinion even matter here? She then turned on everyone else. And the rest of you. Are you all looking down on my Duong? He's always treated you like brothers, and this is how you repay him. Just then, Hoop Duong couldn't take it anymore and roared. That's enough. He turned on Wu Hin. Everything was fine until you had to stir up trouble. Being yelled at directly made her furious. Lich Hook Duong, how dare you yell at me? At that exact moment, a loud noise came from outside the gate. What was that sound? Then Fang asked, alarmed. Outside, chaos erupted as people screamed and ran for their lives. Zombies are here. Run. Luke Hang immediately took command. Everyone, do not panic. Follow my orders. Everyone, fall back toward the south gate. At the same time, Than Fong's group rushed to the scene. Wu Xuan called out, Brother Luke, what's happening? Luke Hang's voice was grim. It's a zombie breach warning. The military just sent word. A massive horde of zombies has been spotted converging on the base. They've ordered us to help evacuate the 3rd district. The news shocked Bang Nan. A zombie breach. On a massive bridge, soldiers were rapidly setting up a blockade as their superior officer commanded. Move it. Faster. Lai Ho yelled. Bring all barricades to both sides of the bridge and block the entrance. He arranged the formation. Machine gunners, focus your firepower on the center. The soldiers received the order and shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Up on an observation tower, a soldier scanned the horizon with his binoculars. Just then, Wu Xuan's group arrived and called out, Captain Tran. Seeing him, Tran Fai asked, What are you all doing here? He quickly replied while asking about the current situation. We heard about the zombie breach and came to see if we could help. What's the status? A soldier next to Tran Fai reported. A scout spotted a massive zombie group approaching. They're less than 2 miles away and closing in fast. Lai Ho and the artillery, including the machine guns, are already in position on the other side, awaiting orders. At that moment on the bridge, an artilleryman spotted something in the distance and screamed a warning. Look over there. Through the binoculars, a few lone zombies appeared in the distance. Their numbers grew exponentially, a tide of undead sprinting madly toward them. Seeing the horde, Van Fong uttered in disbelief, There's so many of them. But Hook Duong noticed something else. Why are these zombies running so fast? They're not like the ones we've encountered before. The soldier with the binoculars spoke, his face pale with a terrifying theory. We already cleared all the zombies nearby. Why would a horde this massive suddenly appear? It's like they knew we were here and are charging right for us. Is it possible they've evolved? Gain intelligence. Seeing the dire situation, Tran Fai issued a command. At their current speed, they'll break through here and reach the 2nd checkpoint in 10 minutes. The reinforcements won't have time to get in position. We absolutely cannot let them cross this bridge. On the commander's signal, a soldier barked into his radio, Li Hu. Li Hu's voice crackled back instantly. Copy that. The order was given. Artillery, open fire. A volley of shells ripped through the air, zeroing in on the zombie horde before crashing down in a fiery explosion. It swallowed the undead in a raging sea of flames. But it wasn't over. Another officer yelled, Commence firing. The cannons roared to life once more. The soldiers pushed themselves to the limit, firing shell after shell without pause. Each explosion tore through the ranks of the undead. The symphony of destruction never stopped for a single second. After a while, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. A nervous gunner stammered, Is it over? But Li Hu saw something moving in the smoke. From the dust, shadowy figures began to emerge. It turned out to be a pack of blinkers charging right at them. The soldiers recognized them instantly, screaming in pure terror. Blinkers. One of the creatures lunged, taking down a gunner in a flash. Seeing the line about to break, Li Hu roared, Fall back, now. Hearing his command, the gunners scrambled for their lives. The blinker let out a piercing shriek. In the distance, a fresh wave of zombies surged forward. The soldiers immediately laid down, covering fire, but they were still being overrun as the battlefield descended into chaos. Watching from above, Wu Xuan gritted his teeth. We can't hold them back anymore. Shuyang asked worriedly, What do we do? The soldier with the binoculars grit his teeth and said, There's only one option left. Blow the bridge. Chen Fei immediately shot it down. No way. Li Hu and his men are still on that bridge. But the soldier was firm. We can't let the horde cross. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. The impossible choice paralyzed Chen Fei. Just then, Shen Feng screamed, You guys, look over there. The soldier immediately raised his binoculars. Far in the distance, a single military vehicle was tearing across the landscape, and the person behind the wheel was Zhao Tianlei. The soldier's face lit up with disbelief. It's Zhao Tianlei. The words left Wu Xuan and Shuyang stunned, whispering, "Brother Lei, is that really him?" After a moment of shock, Wu Xuan came to his senses and roared with joy. "He's alive. Brother Lei is still alive." They were ecstatic at Zhao Tianlei's return. "Brother Lei is here to save us." Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei gripped the steering wheel, wondering just what kind of hell he was driving into. But when he saw the sheer size of the horde, he was floored. How the hell are there this many zombies attacking the base? He immediately called out his guide, demanding answers. "System, get out here. What's the deal with these zombies? They're moving way too fast. You never said they could all evolve like this, you damn liar." The system quickly appeared, explaining, "Host, please let me explain. They haven't evolved, they're being controlled." These words only confused him more. Controlled? Controlled by what? What could possibly control a horde this massive? The system quickly laid out the details. It's a special type of mutant, known as a deceiver. It has no combat abilities of its own, but it can mind control any mutated creature of a lower level than itself. It's the one commanding this entire army. Just find it, and they'll go back to being mindless. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei immediately asked, "So what does this deceiver look like?" The system stammered, It looks just like a regular zombie." That useless answer made Zhao Tianlei snap. "You say one more pointless thing, and I swear I'll chop off my own finger if it means I can stomp you flat." Seeing his host's fury, the system tried to calm him. "Host, please be calm. This system and you are completely integrated. Forcefully removing it or chopping off a finger will be of no use." His words left Zhao Tianlei speechless, and he roared in frustration. "Fine, you win." He then asked seriously, "But in this endless sea of zombies, how am I supposed to find it if there's nothing special about it?" The system explained that the deceiver uses sonic waves to control other creatures. Plus, its range is limited, so it has to be hiding somewhere in the horde. You need to focus and listen. Trusting the system's advice, Zhao Tianlei centered himself, closing his eyes to feel. At first, there was only darkness. But then, a faint pulse appeared in the chaos. Locking onto the target's direction, his eyes snapped open as he yelled, "Over there!" He slammed his foot on the gas, the vehicle plowing right through the zombies. And there, amidst the chaos, Zhao Tianlei finally spotted the deceiver. Without a second's hesitation, he aimed the truck right for it. He roared with fury, "Time to die." The deceiver realized it had been found and quickly summoned its guards. After its shriek, several blinkers appeared and launched themselves at Zhao Tianlei's truck. Under their assault, the vehicle shook violently. Zhao Tianlei struggled to keep control, but the blinkers were relentless, refusing to let go. He fought desperately to control the steering wheel. Of course, the blinkers weren't about to give him a break. They pursued him and created chaos, causing him to lose sight of the boss. Damn it, the deceiver disappeared. At that moment, the surrounding zombies went berserk and swarmed his truck. They attacked Zhao Tianlei's truck from all sides, making it impossible to escape. Watching from above, Shuyang cried out in panic. "Brother Lei is completely surrounded." Wu Xuan added that even with his skills, he couldn't possibly handle that many zombies alone. He immediately turned to Chen Fei and pleaded, "Captain Chen Fei, please give me a vehicle. We have to go help him." But the soldier beside Chen Fei refused. "The safety of the entire base is at stake. We can't take a risk like that." However, Chen Fei remained silent for a moment, and then approved Wu Xuan's request. "All right," he said, adding grimly, "the lives of our soldiers and the safety of this base are in your hands now." Wu Xuan gave a solemn nod. "Understood." At that moment, guns blazed, taking out zombies left and right. Dong Lei fired his weapon and yelled through gritted teeth, "There are too many. We can't hold them back anymore." Li Hu told Su Feng, "I'll hold them off. You get everyone else to retreat." Just as the zombies lunged at them, a vehicle smashed through the horde, scattering them. The sight left Li Hu and Dong Lei completely stunned. From inside the car, Shen Feng yelled, "Get in." Back with Zhao Tianlei, his truck was still buried under a mountain of zombies. They clawed at every surface, making escape impossible as he cursed. Damn it. Just as a blinker smashed through the windshield to attack, he managed to dodge. But another one was already on the roof, preparing to lunge, when a single bullet tore through its head. The shooter was Dong Lei. He yelled, "Brother Lei, we're here." Suddenly, the zombies swarming the truck were getting picked off one by one. Reinforcements had arrived, and Zhao Tianlei let out a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity, he burst out of the truck and landed safely on the ground. He weaved through the horde, yelling, "Cover me." Zhao Tianlei sprinted alone through the undead as Shen Feng's group provided covering fire. Every zombie that got close was immediately gunned down. In the sea of undead ahead, Zhao Tianlei spotted the deceiver again. He gritted his teeth. "You're not getting away this time." Realizing it had been spotted again, the deceiver commanded the horde to block his path. "Get him." Without a hint of fear, Zhao Tianlei pulled out his axe and cut down every zombie that stood in his way. He carved a path straight forward, roaring, Time to die. The deceiver shrieked in terror as he closed in. With a sharp whoosh, Zhao Tianlei buried his axe deep into the deceiver's skull. That single blow was enough to send it to the afterlife. Instantly, the other zombies were no longer under its control and froze in place. Their movements became sluggish and aimless once more. The soldiers on the bridge saw this and shouted to each other, "Look, the zombies have slowed down." At that moment, Zhao Tianlei yelled, "The deceiver controlling the horde is dead. Now's our chance to wipe them all out." Hearing his signal, the ranking officer immediately gave the order to his subordinates. Squads 2 and 3, advance immediately. End this battle as fast as possible. The other end of the radio crackled back, "Roger that." And so, the soldiers surged forward, charging into the fray. They began to open fire, and the disorganized zombies were easily gunned down. Watching this, Zhao Tianlei allowed himself a satisfied smirk. But just then, the deceiver he had just killed suddenly lunged at him. He spun around in shock but was tackled to the ground. It pinned him down and roared in his face. Trapped beneath it, he struggled to fight back. But then his hand found a discarded iron pipe nearby. With a final grunt, he slammed it into the creature's head. After finally getting free, Zhao Tianlei sat up, coughing violently. He muttered in anger, "This bastard actually knew how to play dead. I got too careless." With that, he quickly pulled out his spirit core. After absorbing it, he glanced at the puppeteer's corpse, a stark reminder to himself. The sheer variety of these variants was growing. It was clear the battles ahead would only get tougher. Later, back at his house, Chen Xinyu and Bing Yan's faces lit up the moment they saw him. "You're back." They cried out his name in unison, Zhao Tianlei. The two of them threw their arms around him, bursting into tears. "Zhao Tianlei, I knew you weren't dead. If you were okay, why didn't you come back sooner? You scared me to death." Seeing them so emotional, he soothed them in a gentle voice. All right, it's okay now. I've got plot armor, you know? How could I die that easily?" Yang Feng, watching this, sighed wistfully. Having a wife is the best. Shuyang then chimed in excitedly. "Brother Lei was a god of war out there. You guys should have seen it. The zombies swarming the base were at least 1,000 strong. They nearly broke through our defenses," Shen Feng added. "If Brother Lei hadn't killed the puppeteer and taken control of them, this place would have become a sea of corpses by now." Chen Fei said gravely, "Zhao Tianlei, we owe you big time." Even Li Hu had to speak up. "Zhao Tianlei, I was wrong to look down on you before," he said loud and clear. "First you killed the Earthshaker, and now you saved the entire base from this crisis. I, for one, willingly admit my defeat." Hearing those words from him, Zhao Tianlei felt playful and shouted, "Did you hear that? Someone get me a pen and paper. I'm gonna wear that 'I admit defeat' note on my chest. It'll look so cool walking around the base." But fearing he'd actually angered the guy, he quickly clarified, "Just kidding. Zhao Tianlei, I'm glad we can be friends." His magnanimous attitude made the other man see him in a new light. But in this moment of celebration, Wu Xin looked worried. She suddenly approached Zhao Tianlei to voice her concern. "Captain, you have no idea. Everyone's been so worried these past 2 days, especially Sister Bing Yan and Yang Yang. When you were missing for so long, everyone else gave up the search. But Sister Bing Yan's persistence gave us all hope. She then used Shuyang as a shield to steal some credit. Yang Yang would wake up at the crack of dawn every day to go search for you, running into zombie hordes multiple times. It was so dangerous. Look, he's even gotten thinner." Shuyang, put on the spot, stammered, "I wasn't the only one." Zhao Tianlei listened and said, "Spoken like my true brother." Just then, Zhao Fei spoke up, "Get some good rest tonight. Tomorrow, you're invited to headquarters to report on the situation." Zhao Tianlei had no objections to this arrangement. "No problem." Just then, Wu Xin announced loudly, "You all were amazing today. I've already boiled water for baths and opened a few cans of meat. Everyone, go clean up and eat." A fake smile plastered on her face left Chen Xingyu speechless. That night, in Zhao Tianlei's home, he laid out the spirit cores he collected, counting them one by one. Cores from an Earthshaker, a Blinker, and even a Puppeteer. Seeing these different cores, his mind began racing with possibilities. So many cores. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Now I just have to figure out what to trade them for. Just then, a knock came from his door. He quickly hid the cores and called out, "Come in." Chen Xinyu entered, softly calling his name, Zhao Tianlei. Her appearance made him say with some confusion, "Xinyu." She then spoke gently, "Sorry, is it too late? I hope I'm not bothering you." Hearing this, he replied politely, "Not at all. I wasn't planning on sleeping yet. Have a seat." Then he asked her, "Is there something you need?" She answered nervously, "While you were gone, some things happened in the base. I've thought it over and over, and I feel like I should tell you." Inside his private bedroom, he asked for clarification on what he just heard. "You're saying that after I went missing, Dong Wu Xin wanted to make Li Shuyang the temporary captain in my place?" He asked tentatively. She must have sensed his doubt because she quickly clarified. No, no. I'm not questioning anything. I know Li Shuyang. I know he's your best brother. In a situation like that, nominating someone to take charge was for the good of the group. It's just. She finally voiced her suspicion about Wu Xin. I feel like Dong Wu Xin has changed. She's become kind of scary. After that happened, the atmosphere in the team got really weird. So, I thought you should know. After hearing her out, Zhao Tianlei understood perfectly. Li Shuyang was the first person to ever follow him. For no one to choose him this time, it must have stung him deeply. Beyond that, he was worried. Both Shuyang and Wu Xin were key figures in the team. If this incident created a rift between them, it would be a huge hidden danger for everyone. With that in mind, he turned to thank Chen Xingyu for her kindness. Chen Xingyu, thank you for telling me all this. I'll handle it. Hearing that, she just nodded. The next day, with everyone gathered as witnesses, Zhao Tianlei made an announcement. I have something to declare today. First, he addressed the elephant in the room. While I was gone, I heard some people wanted to pick a substitute captain to handle daily affairs for me. Seeing that she'd been called out, Wu Xin quickly made her excuse. At the time, I thought something had happened to the captain. I was worried we'd be like a snake without a head, so I proposed a solution. Now that the captain is back safe and sound, of course it's not needed anymore. Then her tone sharpened with irritation. I was going to explain this myself, but it seems someone with a big mouth couldn't wait to go tattle. After saying her piece, she pointed a finger straight at Chen Xingyu and delivered her verdict. I knew it. It had to be you. She stood up and berated Chen Xingyu. You've always wanted to take Sister Bing Yan's place as the captain's wife, haven't you? And I'm Sister Bing Yan's best friend. So you took this chance to push me and Yang Yang out of the team to pave your own way. Chen Xingyu, completely unafraid, admitted to her actions. That's right, I told Zhao Tianlei. But I don't want to push anyone out. I only told him the truth of what I saw. Even Bing Yan came to her defense. Wu Xin, don't be so emotional. I trust that Chen Xingyu isn't that kind of person. Seeing her defend Chen Xingyu, Wu Xin cried out in disappointment. Sister Bing Yan. Fearing things would go too far, Shuyang stepped up to take the blame for her. Brother Lei, don't blame Wu Xin. It was all my idea. Hearing him say that, Zhao Tianlei casually replied, Blame you? I think it's a great idea. His words left both Wu Xin and Shuyang completely stunned. He continued calmly, I just reported the situation to the chief. The number of variant types is increasing. The outside world is getting more dangerous, and our base's food supply is pitifully low. He then stated that going out on supply runs would be unavoidable in the future. Therefore, I've decided to form my own search party. While I'm away, we really do need someone to lead everyone. And right now, he announced, choosing Shuyang for the captaincy. I've decided that person will be Li Shuyang. Zhao Tianlei's decision left Wu Xin and Shen Feng shocked, while Chen Xingyu and Bing Yan were simply speechless. Finding himself chosen as captain, Shuyang trembled nervously. Brother Lei, but am I really up for it? I'm simple-minded and I act rashly. Wouldn't Wu Xin be a better fit than me? Seeing him try to refuse the position, Wu Xin quickly advised him, Yang, even if you don't trust yourself, you have to trust the captain's judgment, right? At that point, Zhao Tianlei also persuaded him to accept the role. You're my best brother, and you were my very first teammate. Who else besides you could possibly handle this responsibility? However, he also had to acknowledge his friend's major flaw. But your temper really is a bit too impulsive. So, he came up with a solution. That's why I'm making Bing Yan your second in command. You have to discuss everything with her, and you can only act if she agrees. Seeing how much faith Zhao Tianlei had in him, Shuyang was moved and swore an oath. Brother Lei, don't worry. I, Li Shuyang, swear on my life that I will take good care of everyone. I will never betray your trust. With everything settled, Zhao Tianlei's playful side emerged again. So, are you two going to make me something delicious to thank me? Hearing that, Wu Xin immediately volunteered. Okay, I'll go cook right now. Shuyang followed right after her. I'll help. Watching the two of them, Zhao Tianlei could only let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, Bing Yan asked him, Zhao Tianlei, are you really letting Li Shuyang be the temporary captain? He answered bluntly, Dong Yusen was in a huge rush just now. Maybe she was genuinely scared, but Li Shuyang is a straight-up guy. You trust him, so I know he'll get the job done. Besides, I believe the final call is up to you, so nothing will go wrong, Bing Yan added, sticking up for Yusen. I think Yusen just lost her head for a moment. Her heart's in the right place. I'll keep an eye on them. At that, Zhao Tianlei turned to Wu Xuan. I didn't choose you. You disappointed? When Wu Xuan heard the question, he just shrugged it off. Not at all. Li Shuyang earned it fair and square. I have no complaints. Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei gave him a satisfied nod and laid on the charm. I didn't pick you, but not because you lack strength. It's because I have something even more important for you to do. Out of everyone here, you and I work together the best. That's why I can't make a move out there without you." Then, to seal the deal, he gave Wu Xuan a new title. "The position of vice captain of the search party is all yours." Shen Feng couldn't help but say with genuine admiration, "Congratulations, Vice Captain Wu." Just then, Zhao Tianlei stood up and gestured for Wu Xuan to join him. "When it comes to scavenging for food, the Lu family has the most experience. Let's go pay them a visit." Wu Xuan agreed instantly. "Got it." A short while later at Lu Heng's house, Lu Heng was gushing over Zhao Tianlei's power. "Brother Zhao, it's so good to see you back in one piece. I heard you single-handedly wiped out all those zombies yesterday and saved the entire base. I always knew you were special, but I never imagined you were this incredible. Too bad my injuries kept me from seeing it myself." Faced with such high praise, Zhao Tianlei gave a humble reply. "You're exaggerating. Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't have killed that many zombies alone. It was all thanks to the military support." Then, he got straight to the point. "I heard that while I was missing, Brother Lu and your men worked tirelessly to help out. I came here specifically to thank you. But a man like you, Brother Lu, doesn't lack anything. So I wasn't sure what I could possibly offer as thanks." Seeing his chance, Lu Heng made his move. "You want to thank me? Nothing's easier. Join my hunting legion. As long as you agree to come, all my resources will be at your command. How about it?" Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei dropped the formalities and cut to the chase. "To be honest, that's the very reason I came here today." But just then, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed through the hall, followed by a panicked report. "Mr. Lu, it's an emergency." Xiao Hai, panting for breath, delivered the bad news. "Something's happened to the second in command." Lu Heng and Zhao Tianlei rushed downstairs to see what was going on. He saw Xiao Cheng, covered in bandages, being supported by another man. Lu Heng immediately demanded, "What happened to you? Where are the others?" Xiao Hai answered for the injured man. Xiao Cheng was the only one who made it back in the truck. The doctor checked him. He's not infected, but his injuries are serious. Lu Heng was confused. "Did you run into zombies?" Xiao Cheng answered without hesitation. "Not zombies. Humans." That answer just made Lu Heng more puzzled. "Humans," Xiao Cheng explained, "a strange group wearing masks. One of them was a blonde woman. The rest were all men." That description sparked a memory for Zhao Tianlei. Masks. Blonde hair. Could it be? He quickly asked. Was this woman really curvy, with a nasty attitude? Xiao Cheng confirmed it. Exactly. Now Lu Heng turned to Zhao Tianlei. "Brother Zhao, you know them?" He played it cool. "Just a guess. Most cliché villains tend to look the same." Xiao Cheng continued his story like a kid tattling to his parents. "We told her we were from the base, but she didn't even hesitate. They took our second-in-command hostage. They let me go to deliver a message. They want 1,000 pounds of food in exchange for his life." Those words made Lu Heng grit his teeth in fury. Damn it, those bastards don't know who they're messing with, daring to lay a hand on one of my Lu family. Lu Heng spun around and barked orders at Qiao Hai. "Get the men, the truck, and the food ready. We're leaving now." Qiao Hai snapped a salute. "Yes, sir." Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei offered to join them. "Brother Lu, let the 2 of us go with you." Lu Heng was taken aback. "You too?" Wu Xuan confirmed it. "That's right. More people means more strength." Zhao Tianlei added, "Besides, I owe you one. How can I just stand by and watch?" With that, Lu Heng stopped protesting and agreed. "All right, let's go." A little later, they were on the road. Lu Heng looked back. "Xiao Cheng, give me the details." Xiao Cheng began his grim tale. "Today we drove out to look for food. The 20-kilometer radius around the base has been picked clean, so we plan to follow the main road to the towns a bit further out. On the way, they spotted a general store by chance. Everyone decided to check it out. The moment we stepped inside, we saw a woman. At first, they thought she was just a normal person. We figured she was just a lucky survivor hiding out. Van Fong even went up to try and help her. He said, "Don't be afraid, we're not bad guys." Hearing that, the woman replied with a soft voice. "Really? Oh, that's wonderful." Then she shot him point blank. She hissed, "Because I am." Seeing him get shot, Xiao Cheng screamed in horror. Second brother. From above, more masked figures rappelled down, firing their guns and shouting, "Let the games begin." They were ruthless, and a hail of bullets sent several of their brothers to an early grave. Van Fong clutched his wounded arm as Xiao Cheng helped him up. The blonde woman just grinned, enjoying the chaos. We walked right into their ambush. Then she gunned the engine of a mobile vehicle, chasing after the 2 injured men. She raised a bat, ready to smash their skulls in. Xiao Cheng was the first to see the danger, and he took the full force of the blow. He collapsed as Van Fong watched in shock. Xiao Cheng lay trembling on the ground. The masked psychos just laughed at the sight. Van Fong was blinded by rage, but then they riddled him with bullets. Not a single shot missed its mark. After shooting him down, they started beating him savagely. Xiao Cheng finished his story, his voice filled with sorrow. We walked right into a trap. Then he described their enemy's arrogance. Second, brother told them we were from the base's hunting party, that if we didn't return on time, people would come looking for us. He warned them they'd be in deep trouble, but that only made it worse. They weren't scared at all. In fact, they seemed excited by the threat. Then they let me go to deliver their message. After hearing the whole story, something didn't sit right with Zhao Tianlei. If that woman was Hong Yue, then the others were her crew. But she didn't seem like the type to kidnap people for food. She knew Lu Van Fong was from the base, and she intentionally let someone go back. What was their real endgame? After a while, they arrived at their destination. This is the place. At the same time, in a surveillance room, their truck appeared on screen. A man in a clown mask chuckled. They're here. The blonde woman heard him and purred. Excellent. The prey has entered the net. They had arrived at the general store where the ambush took place. The place felt strangely familiar to Zhao Tianlei. This place. Have we been here before? Wu Xuan nodded grimly. We have. Li Shuyang and Dong Yusin got married on this very road. Just then, two figures appeared on the roof of the store. Snipers. One of them squeezed the trigger, and a bullet slammed into the side of their truck, causing an explosion. Xiao Hai wrestled with the wheel, shouting, "What's going on? Did we hit something? What do they want?" On the roof, the masked men began firing wildly. This is so much fun. Bullets rained down on Zhao Tianlei's vehicle. Zhao Tianlei knew what they were doing. He stuck his head out the window and yelled, "We're from base number 6. We have the food you wanted on the truck." The blonde woman heard him through the surveillance system and scoffed. Then she spoke into her radio, giving an order to her men. Let them in. Her two subordinates responded, Roger that. A moment later, the rolling metal door of the store began to open. Zhao Tianlei's group was waiting right outside. Seeing the gate open, Lu Heng ordered Qiao Hai forward. The truck rolled inside. The second it stopped, masked figures surrounded them, aiming their guns and shouting, "Everybody out." To avoid being caught in a crossfire, they exited the vehicle one by one. That's when Zhao Tianlei spotted the blonde woman on the upper floor. She was watching them all, a smug, triumphant grin plastered on her face. He then realized it wasn't the woman he was looking for. A moment later, Lu Heng's voice cut through the tension. "Where are my people?" The blonde woman replied casually, "Relax. We wouldn't dare mistreat such a valuable piece of meat. He's been well fed and taken care of." With those words, she snapped her fingers. A screen flickered to life, showing Yunfeng tied up. Seeing he was safe, Lu Heng stated, "The supplies are on the truck. 1,000 pounds, not an ounce less. Now, can you release him?" Of course, the blonde woman wasn't about to let them go that easily. She had a proposition. Why the big rush? Out here, the zombies outnumber the living. The fact that we've all met must be fate. So why don't we play a little game? She announced arrogantly. If you win, we'll let you all walk away. Under Zhao Tianlei's burning gaze, she continued her prideful speech. But if you lose, before she could even finish, she and her goons suddenly opened fire on Zhao Tianlei's group. You can die with him. In a flash, his team dove for cover, their movements sharp and practiced. From the upper levels, masked goons on remote-controlled vehicles zipped down toward them. Lu Heng immediately drew his pistol and started returning fire. This only made their attackers more excited. Hiding guns, were you? Perfect. That just makes things more thrilling. The two sides were now locked in a firefight. The blonde woman barked an order to her subordinates, surround them. The clown masked man quickly relayed her command. Okay. At the same time, Zhao Tianlei was taking cover in a children's play area, where he'd already spotted 3 masked enemies closing in on his position. They were getting coordinates from the clown masked leader. 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 11 o'clock. Following his directions, they began unloading their weapons. Zhao Tianlei narrowly dodged the hail of bullets. Lu Heng and Xiao Hai also ducked to avoid the gunfire. The masked thugs just laughed, enjoying the chaos. It was then Lu Heng realized the horrifying truth. These people didn't want their food. They wanted them. This whole situation was starting to piss Zhao Tianlei off. Damn it. If these were zombies, it'd be 1 axe swing per head. This fight would be over in 5 minutes. But these were people. And even his evolved body couldn't just shrug off bullets. In this situation, he only had one option. He had to stall them. Buy as much time as possible for Wu Xuan. Also in the kids' play zone, Xiao Cheng, though injured, was hiding with a gun. Suddenly, something shot up from behind him, making him jump in fright. On pure instinct, he opened fire, only to realize it wasn't a real zombie, just a prop. Just then, a masked enemy appeared, firing at him and sneering, "Gotcha, kiddo." Elsewhere, another part of Zhao Tianlei's group was huddled behind cover. Suddenly, a grenade was tossed right toward them. They froze in shock for a split second before the bomb detonated, injuring them all. The masked attackers howled with laughter. This is a rush. Ambushes are definitely the most fun. Thank God for the apocalypse. When else could we do something this awesome? High above, one camera scanned the left, and another scanned the right. Lu Hang saw them and cursed. We're completely exposed out in the open while they're hidden in the dark. We're basically live targets, and they're watching our every move. Zhao Tianlei, however, was impressed by their skill. These guys aren't simple thugs. The surveillance cameras were all fried before. I can't believe they got them working again. The moment he finished speaking, he stepped out and fired 2 precise shots. 2 bullets, 2 cameras. Instantly, 2 screens went dark on the clown masked man's monitor. This made him roar in frustration. Damn it. From another side, the blonde woman fired at Zhao Tianlei. He wasn't slow either, returning fire, but she dodged with surprising speed. She then turned her back and fled, forcing him to give chase as he shouted his questions. Who the hell are you people? Why did you lure us here? She just laughed, refusing to answer and instead taunting him. Chase me. If you can catch me, I'll tell you everything. Meanwhile, the fat, clown-masked man was trying to fix his surveillance setup. You think destroying a couple cameras is going to stop me? He chuckled smugly. Don't underestimate me. Activating all corner cameras, new monitoring screens online. Just as he was gloating, all right, brothers, round 2 is about to begin. The cold steel of a gun barrel pressed against his head. Danger flared, and he whipped his head around. The person holding the gun was none other than Wu Xuan. He spoke in an icy tone. Round 2 has begun. A moment later, the masked goons' communication headsets were filled with static. They yelled in frustration. Fatty, what's going on? Answer us. Did something happen? Zhao Hai immediately picked up on the situation. Boss, I think their signal's been cut. Hearing this, Lu Hang gave the order. Move out. The masked men realized something was wrong. There's no sound from Fatty's end. Everyone be careful. One warned. Another cursed in anger. You little rats. They were completely blind now, forced to search on their own. All they could do was scream into the open. Come out. One of the masked goons was patrolling on a self-driving vehicle when 2 figures appeared behind him. They took him down on the spot. Lu Hang was also stalking his own target. He leaped down from above, landing a heavy punch on the unsuspecting goon. Elsewhere, 2 masked men stood back to back, on high alert. Zhao Hai was furious and ready to teach them a lesson. You dare play me like a monkey. You just poked the wrong bear. He shoved a tower building blocks, sending it crashing down on the 2 men's heads, crushing them flat beneath the toys. A short while later, they brought all the captured masked men to Lu Hang and reported, Boss, we got 'em all. Elsewhere, Zhao Tianlei was still hot on the blonde woman's heels. He yelled at her to stop. At that moment, a wicked smile spread across her lips. She pressed a red button, and instantly, the ground beneath Zhao Tianlei exploded. The sudden blast was more annoying than anything, but he was sent tumbling down into the darkness below with tons of rock and debris. The blonde woman saw this and roared with laughter. She even sneered at his stupidity. But suddenly, there was a tremor in the pile of rubble. The sight made her jump in shock, and she was even more horrified when Zhao Tianlei emerged from the debris, completely unharmed. He said coldly, What a boring game. The sight made her scream in terror. Are you a monster? How could you possibly survive a fall from that high up? Zhao Tianlei looked up at the blonde woman, and his gaze filled her with fear. She immediately turned and sprinted away. Of course, he wasn't about to let her go. He grabbed a metal bar and hurled it towards her. It wasn't just a normal bar, though it was his axe. The axe embedded itself in the railing, making her scream in terror. Zhao Tianlei slowly walked towards her. Knowing she was no match for him, the blonde woman began to beg, Big brother, spare me. Please, spare me. He replied coldly, That fall you gave me really hurt. Terrified by the killing intent radiating from him, she quickly tried to make excuses. They forced me to do it. If I didn't listen, they would have killed me. He remained silent in the face of her words. It's true. I'm telling you the truth. But it seemed her pitiful act was just a ruse. A hand behind her back was slowly pulling out a pistol. She then aimed it at Zhao Tianlei and exclaimed triumphantly, Let's see if you die this time. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. But then someone shot her in the hand, causing the gun to fall to the ground. She clutched her hand in pain and screamed, My hand. The person who fired that shot was Wu Xuan. He had managed to shoot while supporting Yun Feng. A short time later, in the store's lobby, Zhao Tianlei's group had captured all the masked men and ripped off their masks. All their earlier arrogance was gone, replaced by pure fear. Wu Xuan began to report the situation to Zhao Tianlei. These guys are all technicians. Not only did they fix the surveillance system in the main hall, but they also set up a network for the prison room. If we hadn't taken out that fat guy first, I almost would have fallen into their trap. Lu Hang now interrogated them with a grim voice. Who are you people? What's your goal? And where did you get all these guns? The fat one spoke up. We're a gaming team. These guns belong to another team member. A guy with spiky black hair continued. He's a rich kid with a gun license. His house is full of top-tier real firearms. Next, a bald man shared his feelings. People who look like us have had low self-esteem since we were young. We never dared to make friends. Only in the game world could we feel confident and free. Another guy spoke up, saying, "At first, it was just an in-game thing, but once we all got tight, he invited us to his place to form a real crew." The blonde girl then confessed the whole story. "That rich kid and I were a couple in the game. I really thought everyone I met online was being real with me. I figured we'd become instant friends after meeting up. But going to his house showed me just how brutal reality could be." She started recounting all the pain she'd bottled up. That whole idea that outer beauty fades and inner beauty is what's truly interesting is a complete lie. The humiliation she and her group suffered was unbearable. Humans are shallow, stupid creatures, ruled by sight. Good looks are like a velvet rope, keeping people like us on the outside. But then, the apocalypse arrived. The zombie outbreak started right at that moment, and they managed to escape in the chaos. We took the chance while no one was looking to grab the guns, jack his car, and get the hell out. And in that moment, the blonde girl had a revelation. For the first time in my life, I felt like we were just like them. The one thing that was burned into her memory was that in front of a zombie, looks mean absolutely nothing. His perfect face couldn't buy him a single extra second of life. However, the nightmare didn't end there. That sense of equality was short-lived. Humanity's obsession with appearance is rooted deep in our blood. It's the same no matter where you go or what the situation is. While she was seeking refuge, the good-looking people always got special treatment. "Are you cold? You're dressed so lightly. Don't catch a cold." Meanwhile, she was treated like a servant. "Hey you, go get us some hot water." The fat guy in their group had his food stolen right out of his hands. "Hey, that's my bread." The girl who snatched it just scoffed. "You're so fat. What's wrong with eating a little less? My boyfriend has low blood sugar. He can't go hungry." This blatant unfairness pushed them over the edge. We're all human, so why are the pretty ones born to be the main characters, pampered and protected by everyone? And we're just like dust on the roadside, completely ignored. Even when facing life or death, we're expected to step aside for them. So, they made a decision. The times have changed. The era of getting by on a pretty face is over. Only those with brains and skill will be the ones left standing in the end. They put on their masks and started their own game. It was time for those arrogant fools to get a taste of the real world. You could say, in here, we are gods. We are the rulers. After hearing the entire story, Yu Xuan turned to Zhao Tianlei. Besides Mr. Liu, there are a few other young men and women locked up. They're probably the rest of the crew that ran here with them. After a moment of silence, Zhao Tianlei finally spoke up to question them. "If you enjoyed this game of yours so much, why did you have to provoke the people from the base? You should know the base is basically the temporary government now. Weren't you afraid they'd send people to shut you down?" Hearing this, the blonde girl replied, "That was our entire goal." She said through gritted teeth that this was a revolution. "I need everyone to see what we're doing, to hear our voices, so they'll all know that we are the true main characters of this world." After hearing the story, Xiao Hai could only sigh. He never imagined that a person's appearance could have such a powerful effect, enough to drive someone completely insane. Lu Heng, however, criticized them, saying they cared too much about what others thought, losing themselves and their own souls in the process. He was certain that once you lose your humanity, the apocalypse just becomes your personal playground. People like that are even more terrifying than zombies. Just then, the fat guy burst into tears, crying, "I can't accept this. It was just a moment of carelessness. If you give me one more chance, I swear I won't lose." One of Zhao Tianlei's group members loaded his gun and replied, "Too bad life isn't a game. There are no second chances. Just like the people you killed can never come back to life." Yunfeng pointed his gun at them and declared, "Game over." Seeing him about to fire, they panicked and begged for their lives. "No, please don't." But it was far too late. The shots finally echoed through the air. A little later at Lu Heng's home, they were all celebrating together. This time, if it weren't for young brother Zhao's help, Yunfeng might not have made it out alive. "To your safe return, brothers, we toast to you." Zhao Tianlei thanked everyone for their high regard. "Thank you." Yunfeng then made a bold declaration. Zhao Tianlei, from this day on, you and your men are brothers of our Lu family. If you ever need anything, just say the word. As long as it's something we can do, we will do it without question. All the food we found this time, it's all yours." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei argued that it was the hunting course brothers who risked their lives for it. How could we possibly accept? But Yunfeng was insistent. "I, Lu Yunfeng, never owe anyone a favor. Refusing this is the same as looking down on me." Lu Heng saw his younger brother was being a bit rash and stepped in. "Yunfeng has a hot temper. Please don't mind him, brothers. Just go ahead and accept the supplies." He then brought up the real reason Zhao Tianlei had come to see him today. "To continue our topic from earlier, I am sincerely inviting you and your brothers to join our hunting corps. He knew his audience well. I know that with your abilities, you aren't content to live like the common folk, just getting by on 2 meals a day, living an ordinary life. But you've seen it for yourself. Everyone here is scraping by, barely making ends meet. Even the military personnel can only maintain a basic level of sustenance. He then made a promise. But if you join us, I can guarantee that you and your brothers will eat and dress as well as you did before. Even better days are ahead. However, Zhao Tianlei flat out refused him. Thank you very much, Big Brother Liu, for holding me in such high regard. But unfortunately, I cannot agree. His refusal confused Lu Heng. Even Yunfeng spoke up, saying, we're all family here. Whatever terms you want, just name them. Seeing they had misunderstood his intentions, Zhao Tianlei quickly corrected them. Big Brother Liu, you've got it wrong. I'm not trying to bargain. He then explained honestly. When the apocalypse first broke out and news of this base spread, everyone saw it as humanity's last bastion of safety. Like everyone else, I traveled a long and hard road to get here. But what I discovered is that this place isn't as safe as I imagined. He realized danger was constantly lurking, even during the last zombie wave. If that main bridge had been breached, everyone in the base would have been trapped and slaughtered. From that experience, he came to a conclusion. Hiding is useless if you want to survive long-term. As long as a single zombie exists, there will never be true safety. Furthermore, he revealed his plans for the future. Therefore, I won't be staying here forever. And that's the reason I can't join the hunting corps. His plan stunned Yunfeng, who asked, You mean you want to leave this place and go into the outside world, swarming with zombies everywhere? Are you crazy? Lu Heng, however, remained calm. If young brother Zhao has already made his plans, then I won't force the issue. He then gave an order. Someone, bring me that item. A servant brought him a notebook, and he continued. It's rare to meet someone with such foresight as young brother Zhao. I, Lu Heng, am humbled by your vision. But no matter where you go, you still need to survive. He offered his personal notebook to Zhao Tianlei without a moment's hesitation. This notebook contains all my experience gathering food and resources, along with a map. It's marked with all the places we've searched, which areas are safe, and which are dangerous, and which places have already been picked clean. I hope it will be useful to you. Holding the notebook, Zhao Tianlei replied gratefully, This is amazing. This is exactly what I needed. To be honest, Big Brother Liu, I actually came here today hoping to ask for some of this knowledge. Then he added, But don't worry. During my time at the base, I won't step on the Liu family's toes or compete for business. Hearing this assurance, Lu Heng replied with satisfaction. In that case, I might as well act with you guys. That way, our two teams can coordinate and help each other out in the field. Seeing he couldn't convince Zhao Tianlei, Yunfeng turned his efforts toward Wu Xuan instead. Zhao has made his stance clear. So, Wu Xuan, what about you? A spearmaster like you is exactly the kind of talent we're looking for. Stay with us, and I'll make you my equal. But Wu Xuan shot him down without a moment's hesitation. Sorry. Brother Loi saved my life. I swore an oath that I would always follow him. Seeing his younger brother trying to poach another man's talent, Lu Heng helplessly tried to talk some sense into him. Van Fong, they're loyal, sworn brothers. You can't break that kind of bond. But Van Fong didn't stop pushing his luck. Hey, I saved your life too. Don't I get a little something for that? So what do you want? When the offer of weapons didn't work, he switched tactics to seduction. Or how about this? I know tons of beautiful women. Need me to introduce you to one or two? But Wu Xuan still refused. No, that's not necessary. But to everyone's surprise, Zhao Tianlei chimed in. That's a great idea. Besides, Wu Xuan, aren't you 2 years older than me? It's about time you got a girlfriend. You must get sick with jealousy watching Li Shuyang and Dong Vuhin every day, right? Seeing things were getting way off track, Wu Xuan stammered. Why did the topic suddenly change to this? Just then, Van Fong answered with confidence. Just leave this to me. I've met that Dong girl before. I guarantee I can find someone 100 times prettier than her. Lu Heng even offered a suggestion. I remember Xiao Cheng's little sister isn't bad. She used to be a model, too. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. Perfect. I'll call her over right now. Realizing they were dead serious, Wu Xuan had to raise his voice to stop them. I already said I don't need one. I've never even thought about stuff like that, so stop messing around. His sudden outburst stunned Van Fong and Lu Heng into silence, while Zhao Tianlei just stared in shock. Whoa, he's actually blushing. Instantly, everyone ganged up to tease Wu Xuan. I never realized you were so innocent. How can you call yourself a man when you get embarrassed that easily? After they had all eaten their fill, Zhao Tianlei and Wu Xuan headed home. Only then did Van Fong ask Lu Heng, Bro, do you think what Zhao Tianlei said earlier was for real? Or was he just putting on a polite act for us? Would someone really give up peace and stability to go out and fight zombies? Lu Heng replied calmly, Whether it's true or not, that guy is no ordinary person. Being friends with someone like that is definitely not a bad thing for us. Besides, he thought, becoming his enemy would be an absolute nightmare. Later, back at Zhao Tianlei's place, the girl's eyes lit up at the sight of all the cosmetics he brought back. Face wash, skin cream, and even a full makeup set. A thrilled Bang Nan planted a kiss on Zhao Tianlei's cheek as a reward. These are all my favorite brands. Zhao Tianlei, I love you to death. Tam Duck's jealousy flared up as she retorted, there's no way Zhao Tianlei would remember girly brands like these. Don't get ahead of yourself, Sister Bang Nan. But Bang Nan just smirked. If you don't get it, don't stress yourself out. All Zhao Tianlei needs to remember is my scent. Not backing down, Tam Duck held up a bottle of shampoo and said, but this shampoo is the brand I'm the spokesperson for. He must have seen my face on it and grabbed it for me. Recognizing the bottle, Bang Nan started to taunt her. Ah, isn't this that terrible product that makes your hair fall out? So, little sister Tam Duck is its spokesperson. Then, with sparks flying from her eyes, she launched a challenge. Doing that to your fans is truly a shame, little sister Tam Duck. But Tam Duck fought back just as hard. The products I endorse are quality guaranteed. Maybe Sister Bang Han is just getting to that age where her hair starts thinning. After the war of words ended, they switched to a death glare contest. Witnessing this scene, a helpless Zhao Tianlei had to ask, didn't you two already make up? Why are you fighting again? Yang Feng, seemingly understanding a great truth, stroked his chin wisely and sighed. The world of women truly changes in an instant, leaving a man completely lost. Ignoring those two, he looked over at the pile of supplies in the crate. But the variety of stuff in here is pretty amazing. Flashlights and soap are all essential items. If we take these to the exchange, we can probably get a lot of food. Hearing his words, something suddenly clicked in someone's memory. Dong Lei told me today that because food is difficult to transport and spoils easily, the government has issued a unified currency, which can be used just like paper money from before. Everyone is already lining up at the window to exchange their goods. Hearing this, Wu Xuan quickly spoke up, but if we leave this place, won't that currency be useless? His words were like stepping on a landmine for Wu Hin, who shot up to argue her point. Leave? Who's leaving? It wasn't easy getting here. I would rather die than leave this place. She didn't stop, continuing to pull more people in. Yang, what about you? The love-struck Hook Duong calmly replied to her. You're my wife. Of course, wherever you are is where I'll be. Receiving his promise, Wu Hin was deeply moved. You mean it. We'll never be apart for our whole lives. This public display of affection made Yang Feng visibly uncomfortable as he started to complain. A public display of affection? Have you no shame? Could you two spare a thought for us single people? Not missing a beat, Zhao Tianlei added more fuel to the fire by teasing Wu Xuan. See how sickeningly sweet they are? It's rare for Luke Van Fong to offer to introduce you to a beautiful girl, and you just turned him down. What a shame. The single guy Yang Feng heard this and was stunned with regret, quickly lashing out. What, is your brain broken? But no one paid him any mind. Because of this topic, Bang Nan, pausing her battle, remembered something. You know, now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever seen Wu Xuan show interest in a girl. Tam Duck agreed, revealing, 2 days ago, that girl next door confessed to him, and he was mercilessly rejected. And just like that, he became the main character of everyone's gossip. He usually gives off this vibe that he's not into women, always so tense. He only relaxes a little when he's with other guys. Plus, don't you guys think the way Wu Xuan looks at Brother Lo is kind of weird? It couldn't be. Things quickly escalated to the point where a very intimate scene between Wu Xuan and Zhao Tianlei played out in their minds. As the thought crossed their minds, the two main actors in the story immediately looked like they were going to puke. He quickly regained his composure and explained to them, stop your wild guessing. The truth is, I already have a girlfriend. Hearing his words, Zhao Tianlei let out a huge sigh of relief. You scared me to death. In stark contrast to him, the others suddenly became even more excited, bombarding him with questions. What? Who is she? When did you meet? What does she look like? Spill the details. Now, Wu Xuan began to reminisce about the past and started his story. Her name is Ai Li. She was my friend in elementary school. We were both classmates and neighbors. You could say we were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. She was a brilliant student who dreamed of becoming a doctor since she was little, while I was always into being a mechanic. We promised each other that after graduating from university, we'd go abroad together for advanced studies. But I was useless. I missed the required score by just a dozen points. Luckily, she was accepted as a research student at the prestigious NOK in medical school. But her family also has a younger brother. Her parents hoped she would get a job soon to earn money and buy a house for him. They fundamentally didn't support her continuing her studies, but I knew that it had always been her dream. So, I gave up my studies, worked part-time, and earned enough money for her tuition. After I became a bodyguard, Every year I sent the money I earned overseas so she could study. As Wu Xuan spoke, his voice grew softer but was still full of hope. Although I don't know what the situation is like overseas right now, I believe she's definitely still alive. That's why I absolutely must keep living. I believe that one day, we will meet again. The people around him were filled with admiration for him and showered him with praise. That's so moving. It could be made into a movie. I never would have guessed Wu Xuan was hiding this side of him. He's an absolutely perfect man. At that moment, Yang Feng, with a worried and confused heart, counted on his fingers and mumbled. In that case, the only true singles left are me and Officer Ye. But Yang Feng immediately had a bucket of cold water thrown on him. I'm not like you. I've had a girlfriend before. He started to whine and cry to Zhao Tianlei. Go talk to Luke Van Fong. If they all have lovers, then introduce that girl to me. You can't let good water flow into someone else's field. But he refused without even thinking. No discussion this time. Be faster next time. He refused to accept it, hugging Zhao Tianlei and crying loudly. I won't accept it. You promised that if I came here with you, you'd find me a girlfriend. You lied to me. He turned his face away and played dumb. I might have said that, but I never said when. Then, he patted Yang Feng's head to comfort him. Don't worry, before you become unable to perform, I'll definitely help you get married. With that, he turned his back on the hopeless Yang Feng and walked away. Everyone packed up their things, leaving the food and supplies untouched. Anything useless would be traded for currency at the window tomorrow. The others immediately agreed. A look of satisfaction crossed Zhao Tianlei's face as he calculated his next move. His storage space was full of useless junk anyway. This was the perfect chance to offload it and trade for something useful when they left. Time passed, and the scene shifted to a bustling city street. Yang Feng, hauling a giant sack through the crowd, grumbled angrily to himself. That lich cuck Duong. The second his wife calls, he just bolts, leaving me to carry all this stuff alone. What a jerk. At my age, even the dogs are in relationships, and I'm still stuck here, single and hauling junk. What kind of fresh hell is this? After trading in the goods, an employee handed him a stack of bills. All done. That'll be 300 yuan. Yang Feng sighed, staring at the cash with a complicated feeling. Man, if only this was real money. With the trade finished, he hurried back to their place, not realizing a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. The owner of those eyes flashed a mysterious smirk. Back with Yang Feng, just as he was about to cross the street, a huge crowd suddenly rushed past him. Hurry up, he stared ahead, completely confused by the swarm of people gathering in front of him. Before he knew it, he was swept up in the crowd, gawking at the spectacle before him. On a makeshift stage, a girl group was performing. Each girl had a slender, captivating figure. Even the most modestly dressed one had a unique charm that could make anyone's heart flutter. Down in the crowd, a guy was cheering his lungs out. Xiao Yu, I love you. I save every single news article about you. I don't know what tomorrow holds, but you have to stay strong. I'll support you forever. Moved by his passion, another guy chimed in. Huyan, you're my angel, my savior. When the zombie outbreak started, I was ready to just log out for good. But hearing your voice washed all those thoughts away. You gave me the courage to keep living. The performance ended, and the girls on stage bowed, thanking their fans. Thank you, everyone. We're so happy we could help you all. The girl in the center, clearly the leader, had an incredible gift for inspiring the crowd. It's not easy, but let's all do our best together. The crowd below erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted. Just then, a man approached the stage. Could I get a picture with you? The center girl immediately agreed with a bright smile. Of course. In the next moment, a photo of the four of them was snapped. Instantly, everyone else in the crowd threw their hands up, begging for a turn. Me too. I want one too. While the crowd went wild, Yang Feng just stood there, stunned. Wow, they're so beautiful. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared beside him and finished his thought. Beautiful is an understatement. The man, slick back hair and a leopard print jacket, oozed confidence. They're the hottest idol group around. This guy was obviously their manager. He started his sales pitch, trying to lure Yang Feng in. 10 yuan to hold a hand, 20 for a photo together. And for just 100 yuan, you can get even more. Intimate. With one of these beauties, pretty good deal, right? But the moment money was mentioned, Yang Feng's face soured. I have to pay? The manager scoffed, schooling him like a child. In this world, who do you expect to do anything for free? Besides, idols have to eat too. Hey, kid, looking at you, I bet you've never had a girlfriend. Have you? Bullseye. Yang Feng flinched. How did you know? The manager smirked, not even trying to hide it. You can't hide the stench of a lonely dog. Then, he laid out a shocking deal. Look, I can tell you're a good-looking guy, a real diamond in the rough. I'll give you a 20% discount, just 80 yuan, and I'll arrange a private meeting for you. So, what do you say? Hearing this, Yang Feng's brow furrowed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. In his mind, his inner demon appeared, whispering temptations. Yang Feng, what are you hesitating for? Tianlei is juggling two girls. He's never thought about your misery. If you wait for him to find you a wife, it'll be in the next life. This is your big chance. End your single life today. Just as the voice faded, his inner angel appeared. Love is priceless. How can you tarnish something so pure and beautiful with money? Yang Feng, you have to hold on to your principles. The two voices argued, and Yang Feng's mind became a battlefield. His whole body trembled. He pictured the beautiful girls on stage and muttered, a girlfriend. He desperately wanted one, but even though his heart screamed, yes, he just couldn't do it. He cried out, I can't. Turning, he ran away, his heart aching with regret. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I can't treat love like a transaction. Please forgive your unfilial son. Yang Feng was running so fast, he wasn't looking where he was going and slammed right into someone. With a huge bump on his head, he scrambled to open his eyes and see who he'd hit. On the ground, a girl was trembling, holding her face and moaning. Oh, that hurts. Panicked, Yang Feng rushed over to her. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going. Are you okay? The girl, Xiao Di, told him she was fine. But when she smiled, Yang Feng's face flushed, and his heart skipped a beat. Just as he carefully helped her up, there was an audible pop from her ankle. She winced, a worried look on her face. I think my ankle is sprained, but I'm in a hurry to get home. My place is just up ahead. Would you mind helping me get there? Struck by this stroke of luck, Yang Feng agreed without a second's hesitation. No problem at all. A moment later, they arrive at a small tent in the low-income area. Leaning on a crutch, Xiao Di turned to thank him. Thank you for all your trouble, she gestured inside. The place is a little messy, but make yourself at home. Then, she slowly made her way to a cardboard box. She opened the lid, revealing a tiny, adorable kitten inside. Seeing that it was okay, she cried out happily. Oh, thank goodness, you're still alive. Then she pulled a bottle of milk from her bag. Here's your milk, drink up. Seeing the little animal, Yang Feng curiously walked over. You were in such a hurry just to feed a cat. While pouring the milk into a small bowl, Xiao Di replied, That's right. She looked up at him and began her story. I found him yesterday. The mother cat was lying dead right beside him. If no one took him in, he would have starved to death, so I brought him home. But he's too little to eat anything. He can only drink milk. I searched the supermarket for ages and barely managed to trade for this one bottle. I was so worried he wouldn't make it until I got back. Luckily, I was just in time. Hearing her touching story, Yang Feng's heart fluttered even more as he blurted out, You're truly an angel. He then praised her out loud. People can barely feed themselves these days, and yet you're sharing your own food with a cat. You're so kind. As soon as he finished, she quickly replied with a hint of sadness. That's because it's really lonely being by myself. When the zombies came, my entire family was bitten and killed. I lost all my friends on the road. I was the only one who made it here. Everyone here is so guarded. No one wants to make friends easily. I just wanted to find a friend for myself. After tending to the kitten, she stood up to thank him again. Thank you for walking me home, and for listening to me talk so much. I'm actually really happy today. It's been a long time since I've said this much. Then, as if remembering something, Xiao Di suggested, Oh, right, I have some coffee. Would you like a cup? I just happen to have some hot water. At that moment, her injured ankle suddenly gave out from under her. Xiao Di cried out as she started to fall. Watch out, Yang Feng yelled, rushing forward in a panic. He caught her, spinning around so his back was facing the thermos as scalding hot water spilled everywhere. The boiling water splashed all over him, and he screamed in pain. Hot, hot, hot. Xiao Di, full of worry, urged him. I'm so sorry. I'm so clumsy. Are you burned? Quick, take your shirt off. After Yang Feng took off his shirt, their eyes met and locked. The atmosphere behind him suddenly turned rosy and romantic. Xiao Di's eyes shimmered with emotion, and her lips parted as she hesitantly whispered, Can you close your eyes? Hearing her words, his heart skipped a beat. He wondered, Wait, is this really happening? Are we about to kiss? And so, the blissfully simple Yang Feng puckered his lips and closed his eyes. The gods must have heard my prayers. But what smashed into his face wasn't a girl's soft lips. It was a solid wooden club. After taking a brutal hit, blood gushed from his nose as he crashed to the ground, completely knocked out. Xiao Di's true colors finally showed. She sneered at the guy on the floor, calling him an idiot. Just then, a beautiful dream began to play out. A shy and embarrassed Xiao Di whispered, This is my first time. I'm a little nervous. The handsome and mature Yang Feng replied, Don't worry, you can trust me. As soon as he finished, she leaned in to confess with a kiss. Yang Feng, I like you. Just as he happily puckered his lips to kiss her back, a massive slap sent him flying, blood spitting from his mouth. Get out. A stunned Yang Feng touched his stinging cheek in confusion. Before him stood a large, fierce-looking woman. He stammered in a panic, demanding to know. Who are you? How did you get in here? The heavyset woman shot back angrily. You're asking me? This is my house. You pucker your lips without even looking? You think I'm gonna let you kiss me? She held out her hand, demanding he pay up. Yang Feng didn't get what she meant and asked what for. She immediately switched to a threatening tone. What are you? Playing dumb? Trying to skip out on the bill? You kids make a huge racket, and now look at this mess. You broke my stuff. Rent, late fees, plus damages for the furniture. That'll be 13 yuan in total. Don't be a single coin short. Hearing this, Yang Feng was completely taken aback. This is weird. Isn't this that girl's house? Even so, he reached into his pocket to pay the woman. But his pocket was completely empty. My money? Where's my money? The woman's rage boiled over. What? Lost your money? Sounds to me like you're trying to bail on your debt. You think you can mess with me? Do you have any idea who I am? First and second brother, get in here. He saw two muscular men appear before him. He backed away in terror, screaming. What do you want? Stay away from me. Soon, the only sounds echoing through the tent district were the painful cries of Yang Feng being beaten to a pulp. The scene shifts to a familiar, spacious villa where a conversation is underway. It's about a new kind of hotel that recently popped up. Dong Luo, sitting on the sofa, calmly explained the situation. The tents in the stronghold are all single-family units, nothing fancy. Over time, some young men and women look for a private place to meet.
Some people saw an opportunity here and started renting out their places for a quick buck. That's understandable, but there are always those
who aren't satisfied and want to use their bodies to earn extra cash. This kind of behavior is strictly forbidden in the stronghold. So, renting a place to these people is risky, which is why the rental fees are so high. This woman specializes in that business. She rents a large number of tents at the normal rate, then sublets them at a premium, pocketing the difference. She even keeps a few thugs on her payroll. Zhao Tianlei glanced at the bruised and battered Yang Feng and added, You're lucky Dong Luo got there when he did. Otherwise, you'd look a lot worse than this. The others started piling on, mocking him. Man, I can't believe you were that desperate. You totally deserve to get scammed. He flared up, defensively yelling back, That's not it. I wasn't. Stop making things up. Yang Feng then started defending Xiao Di, the girl who scammed him. She's not that kind of person. She's a good girl. She'd go hungry just to trade her own food for milk to feed a cat. How could a girl like that be a con artist? Seeing how stubborn he was, brother, you frowned and lectured him. Do you really think she could fall in love with you at first sight? Shuyang chimed in with another hard question. If she really liked you, why wouldn't she even tell you her name? Hit with the hard truth, Yang Feng trembled, unable to speak. Well, just then, Dong Luo's voice cut in, trying to help him out. Speaking of cats, though, there's a girl who's been using a similar method to scam people lately. She uses a cat to get sympathy. We're currently investigating the matter. Hearing this, Shen Feng stated with certainty, sounds like a repeat offender. Zhao Tianlei's eyes glinted with killing intent. If she was just scamming for fun, whatever. But that money wasn't easy to get. We traded food and supplies for it. We can't just let this slide. Time passes quickly, and night falls. At that moment, inside a small tent, Xiaodi was busy counting her cash. The little kitten at her feet let out a soft meow, but she ignored it, excitedly cheering to herself. Who knew that country bumpkin was such a fat sheep? 300 yuan. I've hit the jackpot this time. She stuffed the wad of cash into an iron box. Every single one of these bills was hard-earned. I gotta hide them carefully. At this rate, it won't be long before we can leave this dump. And find a better house in Area 2. Right, Ajun? But Ajun, who was right next to her, didn't look happy at all, and his expression finally caught her attention. Xiaodi sat down close to him, wrapping her arm around his. Ajun, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? She asked worriedly. His expression darkened with guilt and self-blame. I'm worried about you. It's all my fault for being useless. Getting hurt like this and making you do such dangerous work. What if? Before he could finish, she placed a hand over his mouth. There is no what if. I'll never forget the day I first came here. My food rations were stolen, my tent was taken, and I was almost assaulted by those guys. You were the one who saved me. You're the first person who was ever kind to me here. For you, I'd do anything. As she spoke, Ajun's face turned green with envy. Just kidding, it was with deep emotion. Xiao Di. He whispered tenderly. They leaned their heads together affectionately as she made a promise. Don't worry, I'll protect myself. Her heart was filled with determination. Ajun, I swear I'll make you happy. After all, you're the only one I have left in this world. The next day, the weak and fragile Xiao Di was back in action. I'm so lonely all by myself. I don't want to live like this anymore. Another victim was falling for her act, leaning in and puckering his lips. From now on, let me take care of you. The moment the words left his mouth, a light puff of smoke hit his nose. Xiaodi watched him collapse, coldly calling him a moron. She then reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of cash. Seeing the pathetic amount, Xiaodi scoffed in disgust. All dressed up, and this is all you have? What a waste of a morning. There are more and more broke losers these days. At this rate, when will I ever save up enough to get to Area 2? After thinking for a moment, she finally made a decision. Looks like if I want to catch a big fish, that's the best place to go. It's not safe to keep hitting the same spot. But for Ajun's happiness, if I'm just a little careful, it should be fine, right? The scene changes instantly. A massive amount of currency is being poured into a sack. The sight was so shocking, even the passers-by couldn't help but stare. The currency exchange clerk looked at the man before him with concern. You're exchanging this much money. Are you sure you'll be okay going back alone? Do you need me to find some guys to escort you? The young man, the owner of the sack of money, replied casually. Thanks, uncle. It's no problem. I'm really strong. I can carry it. The clerk watched his retreating back and sighed. So huge, but he's a total idiot. What a poor kid. The guy had no idea he was being badmouthed, still grinning from ear to ear. I got the money. And of course, this entire exchange was spotted by Xiaodi in the crowd, dumb and loaded with cash. You're the one. And just like that, her little cat darted out and sprinted down the street. From a distance, Xiaodi frantically gave chase. Hey, slow down, wait for me. At that exact moment, the clueless young man with the sack of money walked by, and the classic accidental collision happened all over again. She put on a shy act and apologized. I'm so sorry, I was just focused on chasing my cat. I didn't see you. But he paid no attention to her, instead going after the cat. Little Meow Meow, you're so cute. I'm gonna catch you. He reached out, trying to grab Meow Meow, but it just jumped away. The young man collapsed to the ground like a total kid, sobbing his heart out. The kitty's gone. Watching this pathetic display, Xiaodi was completely unimpressed. Seriously, this guy? He's ignoring a total knockout like me for a cat. What a loser. Time for plan B. With that, she made her move, sidling up to him with a tempting offer. Hey, kiddo. You like cats? 'Cause my place is full of them. Come home with me, and you can play with them for as long as you want. How's that sound? The young man instantly stopped crying, his eyes wide with hope. For real? You promise you're not tricking me? She flashed a gentle, reassuring smile. Of course. I would never lie to anyone. Inside, she was gloating. Asterisk hook, line, and sinker. Asterisk. But before she could celebrate, a powerful hand shot out and clamped down on her wrist. I'll take you up on that. Zhao Tianlei held her in an iron grip, his voice laced with hidden meaning. But you know, as much as I like cats, I'm more interested in catching a clever little fox. She stared back, her expression a mask of pure confusion. The scene changes. Xiaodi is now seated, fuming with rage. What is this? Kidnapping an innocent girl in broad daylight? I'll scream for the patrol squad. Just then, Tonglei entered, flanked by a squad dressed in black. No need, we're right here. Hearing that, Xiaodi's eyes widened in shock. Tonglei then turned to the crowd behind him. Take a look. Is it her? No need to look twice, the victim shouted, pointing right at her. That's definitely her. She drugged me, took everything I had, and left me on the street. She stole my food money for the whole month she has to pay. Amidst the storm of accusations, only Yang Feng stood silently, his eyes welling with tears. Tonglei turned to Zhao Tianlei, clearly puzzled. How did you know she'd show up at that spot? The main character answered with calm indifference. Just a lucky guess. After all, it's the perfect place to hunt for easy targets. But any scammer with half a brain knows not to hit the same place twice. Looks like your luck just ran out. Cornered, Xiaodi finally dropped the act. All right, fine. It was me, but I only did it to survive. It's your military's fault for handing out such pathetic rations. Anyway, what are you gonna do? This isn't the old world. The police, the courts, they don't exist anymore. With space this precious, you think anyone's wasting it on a prison? Besides, every survivor is supposed to be the last hope for humanity. You're not really gonna execute me over something so petty, are you? Her words just fueled the victim's fury. She's got it all figured out. She knew there'd be no consequences. That's why she's so smug. Damn it. So we just have to eat the loss? At that moment, Yang Feng finally broke, forcing out the words through clenched teeth. Something petty? You think this is just some petty little thing? Even if I get the money back, what about my feelings? Do you have any idea the kind of scar you left on me? How are you ever going to pay for that? But Xiaodi just shot him a look of pure contempt. Don't give me that innocent act. At the end of the day, you were just horny, weren't you? Why else would you fall for it so easily? A real good guy wouldn't try to sleep with a girl he literally just met. Her comeback hit him so hard, Yang Feng was left completely speechless. With that, she bowed dramatically. My apologies for causing so much trouble. I swear, it'll never happen again. So, since it's getting late, if you'll just let me go. But things weren't going to be that simple. Tianlei calmly stepped forward to deliver some recent news. Before, you might have gotten away with it. But lately, with morale at an all-time low and crime on the rise, the top brass has issued a new directive. In desperate times like these, we have to enforce stricter control. Thieves, robbers, brawlers, anyone who threatens the peace will be sent to the new temporary labor camp. There, they will be strictly re-educated as a warning to all. His gaze turned to ice as he delivered the final blow. The amount you've stolen qualifies for criminal charges. Your sentence is 3 years of labor re-education. The words hit them like a physical blow. Yang Feng looked on in disbelief, while Xiaodi completely lost it. 3 years? You've got to be kidding me. Tianlei wasted no more words. Take her away. As the patrol squad grabbed her, she started screaming in terror. Wait, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'll take any other punishment, just. At least let me go home one last time. She pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Ajun's injuries haven't healed yet. If I'm not there, I know the others will pick on him. A look of understanding and pity crossed Tianlei's face. Looks like you're the one who still doesn't get it. You've been scammed. That Ajun is a con artist himself. The color drained from Xiaodi's face. She stared at him, unable to process his words. What did you say? Tianlei laid out the grim truth. We found a lot of girls, just like you. Some use cats, others use dogs. And every single one of them gave the money they swindled to a man named Ajun. His methods are always the same. First, he plays the hero, saving the damsel to earn their trust. Then, he fakes an injury, exploiting their compassion and their love to turn them into his personal money makers. But Xiaodi refused to believe it. That's impossible. I did everything because I wanted to. Ajun never once asked me for money. He was always worried about me. He would never, ever trick me. That's when Zhao Tianlei stepped forward. Then where's all the money you stole? She answered without hesitation. It's at my place. His next words landed like a death sentence. I doubt you'll find it there now. Hearing this, Xiaodi froze, a wave of cold dread washing over her. A short while later, the scene shifts to a small, makeshift tent. She tore open the tent flap, rushing inside and screaming his name. Ajun, Ajun, where are you? As her frantic search continued, her eyes landed on something familiar. The box, the one where she kept all the money, was completely empty. Xiaodi trembled, stumbling backward in horror. My money. How could this happen? Zhao Tianlei, who already knew the answer, spoke up. So, it's gone, right? Tianlei quickly added to his statement. An experienced con man always has a lookout watching his back. The second they sense something is wrong, they vanish without a trace. It's likely that from the moment she was captured, he had already vanished. Even after they explained everything, she was stuck in denial. I don't believe you. Bad guys must have broken in. He wasn't even here. June was injured. He couldn't fight back. He must have been kidnapped by those thugs. Lost in her delusion, Xiaodi stood and screamed at Zhao Tianlei. This is all your fault. If anything happens to Ajun, I'll never forgive you. Seeing her like this, he knew it was pointless. This girl was hopelessly lost in her own fantasy. Just then, Shen Feng rushed in. Lei. He leaned in and whispered something into his ear. A sly grin spread across Lei's face as he agreed. Perfect. In a flash, the scene shifts to a narrow, dark alley. 3 women, Bing Yan, Chen Xinyu, and Yu Xin, were cornered, their guards up. Well, look what we have here. So many beauties in one place. I can't believe we even snagged a famous celebrity. The sleazy words came from the thugs who were closing in on them. Hey, pretty ladies, why don't you come hang out at our place for a bit? Suddenly, a brave voice cut through the air. Stop right there. Their supposed hero in shining armor, Ajun, appeared, looking as dashing as ever. To think you dare harass innocent women in broad daylight. Don't be afraid, ladies. I will protect you. The bald leader of the thugs charged forward in a rage. Where did this meddling kid come from? You looking for a beating? With that, he slammed a wooden club right into Ajun. Ajun clutched his arm, screaming in agony. The people nearby gasped in horror. He's hurt. Someone call the patrol. The bald thug panicked and backed away, blaming the victim. Who told you to be a hero? And just like that, they scrambled away. Let's get out of here. After the thugs fled, the 3 girls rushed over to him. Chen Xinyu spoke first. Hey, handsome, are you all right? Yu Xin took a closer look. That looks like a serious injury. Bing Yan added, full of guilt. We're so sorry. This is all our fault. But Ajun was deep in character. He slowly sat up and replied, it's nothing, probably just a broken bone. It'll heal. Protecting women is a man's duty, so you don't need to feel bad. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is... Before he could finish, Xiao Di appeared from behind, finishing his sentence. Ajun. His name is Ajun. Instantly, Tong Lei gave the signal to arrest him. A moment later, they were all back at the military affairs office. The whole gang, Ajun and his accomplices, were in cuffs. Looking at the pathetic bunch, Shen Feng gave his boss a nod. Lei Ji, you were right on the money. This guy was hiding nearby. The con man immediately started begging when he saw the three beautiful women. Chen Xinyu sneered with contempt. His acting skills are horrible. How did he manage to trick so many girls? Yu Xin shot her a sarcastic look. Well, he's not a professional actor like you, is he? While they talked, the fattest of the accomplices was quick to sell out his leader. This had nothing to do with me. I was just following his orders. I've never actually hurt anyone. Please let me go. The bald thug who threw the punch quickly chimed in. That's right. That's right. Tong Lei walked over to Xiao Di, who had been silent this whole time. Well, do you see his true colors now? It was only then that Ah Jun finally noticed the woman standing before him. She was still clinging to a sliver of hope, searching for an answer she already knew. Ah Jun, isn't this all just a misunderstanding? Didn't you say you love me? Didn't you promise you would never lie to me? His face was a cold mask as he spat his venom at her. Misunderstanding? Are you stupid? This is all your fault, you jinx. After all my years in this game, I can't believe I walked right into your trap. You disgusting woman. You got no face, no figure, and you cling to me like death. I've lost weight this past half-month just being around you. The only thing you had going for you was that you're naive and capable. Otherwise, I would have never put up with you for this long. As his cruel words hit her, tears of pure agony streamed down Xiao Di's face. But Ajun didn't stop. If I had known it would come to this, I should have just sold you off from the very beginning. That was the last straw for Yang Feng. He lunged forward and slammed his fist into the man's face, roaring, "You bastard." Blood sprayed from Ajun's nose. With his face already swelling, he glared at Yang Feng and shrieked, "Who are you? What right do you have to hit me?" He then screamed at Tong Lei and the others who were just watching. "This maniac is attacking people. Aren't you going to do something about it? Aren't you?" Xiao Di, shocked by Yang Feng's actions, could only whisper, "You." Yang Feng cut her off, his eyes fixed on the scumbag on the floor. "I can't bring myself to hit a woman. But for a piece of trash like you, you deserve to be treated like a wild animal." A while later at the station, Xiao Di was holding Mao Mao and thanking Yang Feng. "Thank you for speaking up for me. I'm lucky you're not pressing charges for the 300 yuan. I just have to do 2 months of community service and then I'm free." He put on a cool act as he lectured her. "Silly girl, you get it now, don't you? A handsome guy isn't just for looks. Next time, guard your heart a little better." Hearing this, she managed a small, pained smile. "So petty. Are you getting back at me for what I said earlier?" For a moment, they both smiled, but anyone could tell that Yang Feng's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Then, Xiao Di offered him a final wish. "Yang Feng, I'm sorry. You're a good person. You will definitely find a woman who is much better than me." His expression was unreadable. He stood perfectly still for a long moment before letting out a casual sigh. What is there to be sorry about? A brilliant, handsome guy like me? People are lining up. Missing out on me is her loss. Seeing him act this way, she felt a wave of relief. "You're right." Then she held out her kitten, asking for a favor. "Can I trouble you to look after Mao Mao while I'm gone?" Yang Feng agreed without hesitation. "No problem." Xiao Di suddenly leaned in close and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. Girls have even less of a defense against cute little animals than guys do." As she said it, his eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. Their time was up. As Xiao Di left with the guards, she turned back to wave one last time. Yang Feng stood there quietly, clutching the small cat, his gaze fixed on her until she disappeared from sight. The scene fades from the station to the city streets. Zhao Tianlei and the others walked silently behind Yang Feng. Seeing his lonely figure from behind, they began to whisper with pity. "Poor Yang Feng. He got rejected in the end. He must be hurting pretty badly. I guess this is part of growing up. He'll probably be taking a break from love for a long time." He ignored their chatter. Looking down at the cat in his arms, he asked, "Mao Mao, do you think your owner will miss me?" His face was filled with sorrow as he confessed to the kitten. Being single is hard, but it's not heartbreaking. But getting dumped, that really hurts. With a heavy sigh, Yang Feng looked up at the sky. "I miss Dashan so much." Suddenly, a curious voice broke his trance. "Excuse me, is this your cat?" A super cute girl with pigtails was staring at Mao Mao, her eyes wide. "She is so adorable. I used to have one, but I lost her while we were on the run. I was heartbroken for a long time. Can I hold her?" The request was sudden, but he quickly agreed. "Oh, sure. Of course." The cute girl hugged Mao Mao, stroking her fur lovingly. So cute, and her fur is so soft. You must take really good care of her. You're such a kind owner. She then looked up at Yang Feng, her eyes sparkling. Hey, big brother, you live in the 3rd district too, right? Can I come over to your place to visit her sometime? Faced with her dazzling smile, he blushed and instantly agreed. Of course, you can. Hearing his answer, she cheered and lifted Mao Mao in the air. Awesome. At that moment, Yang Feng's heart soared. Asterisk, she's so cute. My springtime has come again. Asterisk. Watching this unfold, Zhao Tianlei sighed with a mix of frustration and amusement. This kid never learns. He's already falling for it all over again. Just then, 2 girls walked by, whispering to each other. Hey, check out that guy over there. He's gorgeous. Is he a celebrity or something? Shen Xingyu's eyes followed their gaze. The moment she saw his silhouette, she was hit by a wave of shock and disbelief. Zhao Tianlei saw her suddenly dash off and yelled, Shen Xingyu. She pushed herself to run faster, chasing after the familiar figure. A seed of suspicion grew in her heart. She followed him all the way to a narrow alley. But just like that, he vanished without a trace. Gasping for air, she stared into the empty space, a pang of disappointment hitting her. As darkness began to fall, an astonished voice broke the silence. Her little brother. Later, Shen Xinyu slowly recounted what she saw. That's right. Unless my eyes were deceiving me, that person I saw this morning was my little brother. Thumb Tin Van. Dung Fong looked completely baffled. Goddess, I thought you were an only child. Bung Na chimed in. Yeah, seriously. How come we've never heard you mention a brother before? Shen Xingyu hesitated, then carefully began to explain her past. Tin Van. He's my half-brother. My parents divorced when I was really young. He's the son of my father and my stepmother. When we were kids, we were super close, always playing together. But then my dad forbade me from becoming an actress and pretty much cut me off. After that, his whole family moved away, and Tin Van and I completely lost touch. Hearing this, Wu Hin asked doubtfully, if you haven't seen him in so many years, how can you be so certain it was him? Besides, aren't they living overseas? Why would he suddenly show up here? Shen Xingyu's expression flickered for a second, but her voice was firm when she answered. Because my gut is telling me that it was Tin Van. Hearing this, the other girl let out a mocking laugh. Hilarious. If gut feelings were so reliable, who would need the police? But Zhao Tianlei immediately shot her down with a dose of cold reality, saying, if there's even a slight possibility, we can't just give up. Shen Xinyu, describe what your brother looks like. We'll start searching together tomorrow. Wu Hin shot him an annoyed glare, clearly unhappy with his decision. Meanwhile, at a lavish, sprawling mansion, Tin Van had just returned from scouting the situation at base number 6. Seeing him, 2 guards rushed out as if he were their savior. Master Tin, you're finally back. Seeing their panicked state, he chided them in a low voice. Is the house on fire or something? What's the rush? The guards quickly reported. Young Master Quach and Young Master Long are gambling. Quach lost 2 rounds in a row and he's in a foul mood. If you hadn't returned, we couldn't have handled them anymore. Tin Van's face was an emotionless mask. He took the cigarette from his lips, exhaling a thin stream of smoke into the air. Inside the mansion, a wild party was in full swing, with DJs blasting hyped-up music from the stage. On the main floor, bodies swayed and danced, lost in the pounding rhythm. Some outfits were normal, but others were little more than revealing swimsuits, designed to show off every fiery curve. The party raged on dry land and continued with a splash in the massive pool. But amidst all the chaos, a tense and brutal boxing match was underway on the main stage. Long Cone, with a beauty in his arms, roared with excitement. Go, Thomas, go. Lan Hao, on the other hand, was on edge, screaming orders. Fight, just hit him. I want you to beat that Yankee to a pulp. Back in the ring, Thomas unleashed a powerful assault, landing a heavy blow straight to the chest of Lan Hao's fighter. Without pausing, he wrapped his arms around the man, locking him in a tight hold. Then, with a swift leg sweep, Thomas sent his opponent crashing backward, ending the match. Lang Hao shot to his feet in a rage, grinding his teeth. Damn it. Beside him, Long Kun scooped up his winnings, laughing mockingly. So sorry, young Master Quach. Looks like this 10,000 yuan is mine now. Humiliated, Lan Hao took his anger out on his defeated fighter. You worthless piece of trash. With that, Lan Hao slumped back into his seat and demanded, another round. I refuse to believe I can't win against him. Ngo Vi, his subordinate, quickly tried to intervene. Young Master, Long Kun is a fighting fanatic. His men are all world-class boxing champions he recruited. In a one-on-one, I'm afraid our people don't stand a chance. But Lan Hao didn't appreciate being told what to do. Whose side are you on, anyway? How dare you undermine my authority in front of everyone? Long Kun, basking in his victory, chimed in with a smirk. Hey now, don't push yourself if you know you can't win. Then again, I am genuinely concerned for you. All your so-called bodyguards are so weak. Don't you get nightmares at night? Maybe you should beg me for help. If I'm in a good mood, I might just agree to lend you a few of my guys. Lan Hao immediately shot back. Save your breath. I haven't even gotten serious yet. You better watch out, or you'll lose everything, down to your swim trunks. Long Khan just raised an eyebrow, his challenge clear. Fine. Don't say I didn't give you a chance at a comeback. The next round. How about for 30,000 yuan? As soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice cut in. In that case, we thank you, Young Master Lin. The newcomer was none other than Tin Vun. Thomas eyed Tin Vun's slender frame with disdain. A fighter from Z country. A faint smirk played on Tin Vun's lips. Then, without a single word of warning, he launched himself forward. Thomas wasn't even ready when he saw a hand blurring towards his face. He instinctively threw his arms up to block the sudden attack. But Tin Vun didn't stop. He gave his opponent no room to breathe, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists. Thomas barely managed to keep up, his arms a blur as he deflected blow after blow. After the flurry of punches, Tin Vun moved with incredible speed, closing the distance with a powerful leg strike. The merciless kick connected squarely with Thomas's face. The impact sent him stumbling backward, crashing to the floor. Lan Hao instantly leaped to his feet, shouting in excitement. Nice! Humiliated by such a swift defeat, Thomas ground his teeth in fury. A hidden blade suddenly shot out from the tip of his shoe. He scrambled back to his feet, aiming a deadly kick right at Tin Vun. Tin Vun's reflexes were lightning fast, and he blocked it with his arm. His eyes narrowed, now blazing with a murderous aura as he moved with fluid grace. Suddenly, Tin Vun unleashed a lethal strike, forcing Thomas to desperately duck and drop into a low squat. In that vulnerable position, his legs began to tremble. But what terrified him more was the cold steel of a dagger pressed against his throat. Trying to play dirty with me, Yankee. You still got a lot to learn. Thomas stammered in fear. Please, don't kill me. I give up. In response, he only received an ice-cold glare that scanned him from head to toe. Tin Vun then grabbed one of his arms. This is the arm you used to pull that cheap trick on me. Tin Vun seized two of Thomas's fingers and bent them backward with a sickening crack, making him scream in agony. Long Cone shot up from his seat, shouting, Stop. That's against the rules. But Lan Hao just waved it off. A little action is no big deal. Thomas is a world champion. I paid a fortune to hire him. If your man ruins his hand, how are you going to compensate me? Seeing his rivals panic, Lan Hao roared with laughter. My captain of security just did that to him. I guess your world champion is just for show. He then arrogantly announced to the partygoers. Tonight is a blast. Any beautiful lady here who takes it all off gets a 100 yuan reward. Hearing this, the women at the party froze, exchanging hesitant, uncomfortable glances. Huh? But, seeing their reluctance, Lan Hao's face darkened into a scowl. Ngovi immediately started pressuring them. What are you all standing around for? Get undressed now. What do you think you were brought here for? Are you trying to piss off the young master? He then grabbed the nearest girl, making an example of her for the others. Strip. The other women saw they had no choice and reluctantly began to obey Lan Hao's cruel command. Seeing them finally obey, he smiled with satisfaction and threw a wad of cash on the floor. There's your reward. Take it. The women endured the humiliation, bowing their heads. Thank you, young Master Quach. Lan Hao paid no mind to their feelings, lost in his own power trip as he laughed maniacally. From the side, Tin Vun watched him with a sidelong glance, silently lighting another cigarette, his thoughts a complete mystery. As morning broke, the scene snapped back to base number 6. The artist proudly presented a drawing that looked like something a first grader would make. Here, all done. Zhao Tianlei stared at the picture, completely speechless. Are you kidding me? Does this even look human? Tam Duck immediately laid into the old man. My brother is handsome. This ugly sketch looks nothing like him. Bang Han, ever the calm one, gave her blunt assessment. A famous artist, he calls himself. More like a famous con artist. The man just lifted his chin, acting all high and mighty. As an artist, my paintings used to be worth an entire house. You're paying me peanuts, so I can only bother to flick my spirit wrist, that's all. Hearing that, the main character pointed straight at the sign and called him out. But didn't you set the price yourself? The sign clearly stated. Portraits drawn. 3 yuan a piece, no exceptions. That's when the clever Bang Nan recalled something and dropped a veiled threat. Zhao Tianlei, you're pretty tight with the military guys, right? Maybe we should go ask around. See if that new rule from 2 days ago applies to scam artists who jack up their prices. The second he heard the word military, the old man's tune changed. He waved his hands and forced a laugh. Hey, I was just kidding. Can't you people take a joke? As he spoke, he grabbed his brush and started over. In a flash, a portrait of Xingwen's incredibly handsome face was finished. Seeing the image, Tam Duck's face lit up with certainty. Yes, That's my brother. With her confirmation, Zhao Tianlei immediately turned and gave out orders. All right, everyone grab a copy. We split up and search. Meet back here in 1 hour. Everyone quickly followed his command. Moments later, on the crowded streets of base number 6, a group of shadowy figures darted around, scanning everything in sight. He'd walk up to any girl that caught his eye and lay it on thick. Hey, gorgeous, interested in coming to a party. Not only will there be good food and clothes, but you'll get paid too. But the girls in this base weren't as easy to fool as he thought. 2 of them shot him a dirty look. Is this guy sick? Let's get out of here. Watching them walk off, the 2 henchmen behind him tried to talk him out of it. Just give it up. Even if we found a girl like that, Boss Guo wouldn't be interested anyway. It's all Brother Wei's fault for raising his standards so high. Now, where are we supposed to find a beauty like that? The henchman known as Brother Wei shot them a glare. Stop wasting your breath. If you have time to complain, you have time to open your eyes and look. Boss Guo is sick of all the old faces. If we don't find him someone new today, he's gonna flip, and we'll be the ones who pay the price. Just then, one of the lackeys spotted something and yelled out, Brother Wei, look over there. Their attention was fixed on Tam Duck up ahead, talking to a passerby. She held up the picture of Xing Wen, asking a man, Excuse me, have you seen this person? The man just shook his head. Nope. After he left, she lowered her head, her face etched with disappointment. Seeing her figure and her beauty, a sly grin spread across Ngo Vai's face. Tam Duck kept walking, searching for her brother. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar silhouette. She rushed toward him, shouting, Xing Wen. But when the person turned around, it was a total stranger, not Xing Wen at all. Hey, beautiful, looking for me? Seeing his face, Tam Duck jumped back, startled. Wrong person. She quickly bowed to apologize to the man, completely unaware that the real Xing Wen was just a few feet away. Sorry about that. He tried on the sunglasses he'd just picked, admiring himself. Nice. He tossed some money to the shop owner and said, I'll take these. And just like that, the 2 siblings passed by each other like ships in the night. Tam Duck walked on, dejected, whispering to herself, Xing Wen, where in the world are you? Suddenly, a slimy voice cut through the air, catching her attention. I knew you looked familiar. Isn't this the superstar, Miss Shen? I'm your biggest fan. Seeing Novai, she got flustered and tried to get away. Thanks. But he wasn't about to let her go that easily, stepping in front to block her path. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Tam Duck was on high alert, her guard up. What do you want? He put on a fake smile and answered her instantly. Don't worry, just wanted to get to know you. I'm Ngo Vai, from the Guo family in Sector 2. Young Master Guo has admired Miss Shen for a long time. He knows you must not be happy here. The Guo family is having a party tonight, and we'd be honored if you come. Tam Duck took a small step back, looking for an escape route. Sorry, I'm busy. Then, she turned and made a run for it, trying to get as far away from them as possible. But she had no idea they were watching her go with cold, predatory eyes. Tam Duck ran until she reached a small, deserted alleyway and stopped to catch her breath. She glanced over her shoulder to see if anyone was following her. When she confirmed the coast was clear, she finally let out a sigh of relief. But Tam Duck never saw it coming. They were already hiding, waiting for her to let her guard down. They lunged out and covered her face with a drugged cloth. Her eyes widened in shock as she tried to fight back, but it was too late. The light faded from Tam Duck's eyes as she drifted into unconsciousness. Novai caught her limp body, a dangerous smile playing on his lips. At that very same moment, in the base's market, an excited voice rang out. Yang, don't you think this bag is pretty? Wu Hin admired the purse with a wistful look. I've always wanted one, but I could never afford it. Seeing her so distracted, Huck Duong, who was behind her, gently reminded her, Wu Hin, we're supposed to be looking for someone. Can't you be serious for a minute? Hearing that, she got defensive and snapped back. Why should I be serious? Did you forget she ratted us out before? And don't even get me started on Sister Bang Nan. Did her IQ drop or something, helping her love rival find her brother? You're all insane. Huck Duong tried to reason with her, completely helpless. That was a long time ago. Are you still holding on to that? Don't be so petty. Being called petty was the last straw. Wu Hin angrily turned and stormed off. You dare call me petty? Fine. I'm done with you. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. Right in front of her was a group of men, carrying a girl over their shoulder. Wu Hin squinted, trying to get a better look at the girl's hair and clothes, and when she realized who it was, she gasped under her breath. Tam Duck. Just then, the love-struck Huck Duong caught up to her. Wu Hin, I'm sorry. Okay? Please don't be mad. He noticed her staring at something and followed her gaze, curious. What's up? Wu Hin seemed afraid he'd see, quickly blocking his view. Nothing. It's nothing. You were right, she said. Her tone completely changed. If she hadn't told Zhao Tianlei about us, you and I couldn't have gone public. I guess I shouldn't hold a grudge. I should probably thank her. She pulled Hook Duong in a different direction as if she hadn't seen a thing. It's more crowded over there, let's go look. Inside, she was laughing wickedly. That annoying woman. It'd be best if she just disappeared for good. Back with the group, Zhao Tianlei heard the shocking news and yelled, "What did you just say? Tam Duck is missing." Wu Hin held the portrait of Xing Wen in her hand as she carefully recounted her story. That's right. I heard some people nearby say they saw a few men talking to her, and then they followed her into a small alley. By the time I got there, this picture was all that was left on the ground. Bang Han, standing beside Zhao Tianlei, stepped forward urgently. Wu Hin, weren't the three of you supposed to be together? How could you lose track of her? At her question, Wu Hin put on a guilty face and lied without batting an eye. We were together at first, but she said we'd have a better chance if we split up. I looked away for a second and she was gone. Security in Sector 3 is so bad, and Tam Duck is so beautiful. What if some creeps took her? Tam Duck wasn't the only actress here. Wu Hin was putting on a performance of her own. This is all my fault. I should have kept a closer eye on her. I shouldn't have let her go off alone. Seeing her blaming herself, Huck Duong's heart ached as he comforted her. How could this be your fault? I'm the man here. It's my job to protect you girls. Now we haven't found her brother, and Tam Duck has vanished too. He looked at Zhao Tianlei. Brother Lei, it's all my fault. Punish me. Seeing the two of them playing the blame game, Zhao Tianlei snapped in frustration. Enough. This isn't the time to figure out whose fault it is. The only thing that matters right now is finding Tam Duck. Got it. He immediately pressed for information. Wu Xian, do you recognize those guys? He quickly searched his memory. I think they're from District 2. Their leader is a guy named Wu Wei. The name rang a bell for Yang Feng. He stroked his chin, digging through his memories. Wu Wei. That sounds so familiar. After a moment, realization finally dawned on him. I remember now. Wasn't he that guy from the trading center? The main character's face darkened as the memory surfaced. You're right. It was him. He asked with growing urgency. But District 2 is massive. How will we ever find him? But Zhao Tianlei replied with cold confidence. We don't know. But there's someone who does. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, a surprised voice cut through the air. Wu Wei kidnapped your friend. Zhao Tianlei gave a slight nod. I can't be 100% certain, but there's a good chance it was him. I know you're acquainted with him, Brother Lu, which is why I came to you for help. Lu Hang frowned, choosing his words carefully. Brother Zhao, I don't mean to discourage you, but what you're asking is extremely difficult. This Wu Wei is a nobody. The real problem is the man behind him, Lan Hao. Hearing this new name, Zhao Tianlei grew curious. Lan Hao? Lu Hang nodded grimly. Wu Wei is just Lan Hao's lapdog. He'd never have the guts to pull a kidnapping like this on his own. If he really did it, it was definitely on Lan Hao's orders. Yun Feng quickly chimed in, adding to the accusation. That bastard is a total degenerate. He's always sending his men out to find beautiful women. I bet your friend was targeted by him. Hearing the grim reality, Wu Xian couldn't believe it. Can someone really act so lawlessly here? Doesn't the base leadership do anything about him? Lu Hang's expression turned grave as he revealed the truth. Lan Hao isn't just rich. He holds a special position in this entire settlement. You see, this land originally belonged to the Guo family. After the apocalypse, the military saw its strategic value. Surrounded by water on three sides, it was the perfect defensible location, so they chose to build the base right here. In return for the land, they guaranteed the Guo family's safety above all else. They even gave them the largest estate in the entire district. Yun Feng seemed to know the story well, too. He added, after Lan Hao's father passed away, he inherited everything. That kid is unbelievably arrogant. With the base protecting him, he does nothing but party. He just sits in his mansion all day, drinking with his degenerate friends and living like a king. Lu Hang continued his rant as if a dam had broken. And to make matters worse, Jiu Jiu is a high-ranking officer in the military. So even when he acts recklessly, the military just looks the other way. Basically, no one dares to touch him. My Lu family might have some influence in District 3, but compared to the Guo family, we're nothing. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei muttered in disappointment. Is that so? But then he lifted his head, his eyes burning with resolve as he faced Lu Hang. Brother Lu, I understand. I won't put you in a difficult position. You just need to tell me the location of the Guo estate. I'll handle this myself. Hearing his sheer determination, Lu Hang was stunned. Are you serious? You're planning to break in and rescue her on your own? Zhao Tianlei didn't hide his intentions for a second. Chen Xingyu is a very important friend. I will absolutely not let anything happen to her. Beside him, Yang Feng clenched his fist. That's right. Who cares if they're rich and powerful? They mess with my goddess. I'll make them regret it. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Lu Hang finally broke into a smile. All right. While I can't openly move against the Guo family, our friendship means I can't just stand by and do nothing. I will help you. And with that, a detailed plan was set in motion. To maintain the base's security, each district had a military checkpoint. Normally, people from District 3 couldn't just enter District 2, but my family has connections. We make regular supply runs for the military. We can use this as an opportunity to sneak you guys in. Just then, the large sacks that had been unloaded began to move. As Lu Heng finished speaking, Zhao Tianlei and his team emerged from the cargo bags. But once you're inside, you're on your own. Deep within the extravagant mansion, a dazzling disco ball spun from the ceiling. Mountains of expensive, open liquor bottles were everywhere. A private bar had been set up inside, just another wild party in a long line of them. Lan Hao, in high spirits, had a girl on each arm, reveling in the deafening music. He leaned in, stealing a kiss from one of them. A moment later, a twisted excitement filled his voice as he grabbed a bowling ball. All right, listen up. Lan Hao stepped forward, the ball in hand. Everyone get in a perfect line for me. Having grown bored with the women on his arms, he looked at the girls before him and devised a new game. A perfect strike gets a reward. But if anyone flinches and falls, there will be a punishment. Immediately, one of his thugs forced a girl to bridge her body over the bowling pins, telling her to go first. Once everything was set, Lan Hao powerfully hurled the ball down the lane. The heavy sphere smashed through the pins, rolling harmlessly over the terrified girl. The first one had passed safely. He praised her casually, tossing her a reward. But he wasn't finished. He pointed to his second girl, ordering, "You're next." Trembling, she bent her body into the same position as the girl before her. "Hurry up and set the pins." With a loud grunt, he wound up for the throw. The heavy iron ball shot forward like a cannonball. It looked like the girl was about to be crushed, but at the last second, she gave up, rolling desperately out of the way. Seeing this, Lan Hao exploded with rage. "You stupid wench. What do you think you're doing? Who told you to move?" Losing all control, he started kicking the girl viciously. "You ruined it. You completely ruined my fun." The girl curled into a ball, begging for forgiveness. "Young Master Guo, I'm sorry." "Please." Just then, Wu Wei returned, rushing in to see the commotion. "Young Master Guo, what happened?" Seeing his henchman, Lan Hao turned his fury on him. "You useless piece of trash. All you bring me is garbage. They're ugly, they're stupid. Not a single one is worth looking at." Terrified by the outburst, Wu Wei tried to calm him down. "Young Master Guo, please, calm down. These are just some college girls. They're naive. They don't know any better. But the person I brought you today is different. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." With that, he glanced toward the door and clapped his hands twice. Immediately, his men carried in a massive gift box. Wu Wei looked at Lan Hao with a confident smirk. "Young Master Guo, please, open your present." Lan Hao sighed, feigning reluctance. Always so dramatic. He reached out, grabbed the ribbon on the giant box, and pulled. The bow unraveled, and the sides of the box fell away. And there, inside the box, was Chen Xingyu. Still unconscious from the drugs, she had been dressed in a beautiful, quiet outfit. Seeing her, a sick, twisted smile spread across Lan Hao's face. Wu Wei flashed a wicked grin, asking for his opinion. "Well, is she to your liking?" Lan Hao was more than pleased, offering a reward. "Excellent. The money on that table, it's all yours." Overjoyed by the huge reward, Wu Wei bowed deeply. "Thank you, young Master Guo." Then, he and his men quickly scooped up the cash and made their exit. "We'll take our leave, then. Please, enjoy yourself." After they left, the mansion fell quiet once more. Chen Xingyu had now been moved to the bedroom and thrown carelessly onto the bed. Lan Hao reached out, his fingers gently tracing her smooth face. A cruel, inhuman smile played on his lips. He leaned over Chen Xingyu's body, licking his lips in sick anticipation. "Sleeping Beauty, allow your prince to wake you with a kiss." Lan Hao opened his mouth, his tongue lolling out as he moved closer to her face. Suddenly, her lips parted slightly, whispering a single name. Zhao Tianlei. Hearing this unfamiliar name, he paused for a moment. Lan Hao repeated the name, confused. "Zhao Tianlei? What the hell is that?" But he quickly dismissed it, ready to continue his vile task. "Whatever, here I come, baby." But just then the drug's effects began to fade. Chen Xingyu's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, she opened her eyes. And the first thing she saw was Lan Hao's horrifying, twisted face leaning over her. Panic shot through her. She struggled, pushing him away with all her might. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Seeing her awake only fueled his excitement. "Isn't it obvious?" With a sick laugh, Lan Hao pinned her to the bed, his grip like steel. Chen Xingyu fought back, her voice choked with fear. "Let me go. Somebody, help me." But her desperate struggles only seemed to excite him more. Lan Hao's hands started tearing at her clothes, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "The more you struggle, the more I enjoy it. Go on, scream. Scream until your throat is raw. No one is coming." Just as he was about to go further, Shen Xinyu's eyes darted to a beer bottle on the nightstand. She stretched out her hand, grabbing it desperately. With a surge of adrenaline, she swung with all her might, smashing the bottle right over Lan Hao's head. He reeled back, clutching his head as he trembled with rage. "You damn bitch! You dare to hit me!" Showing no mercy, he struck Shen Xinyu with a vicious slap across the face. "Are you tired of living?" The impact sent a ringing through her ears, leaving her stunned and motionless on the bed. Lan Hao stared down at her, his voice dripping with contempt. "Have you learned how dangerous I am now? Be a good girl and do as you're told, unless you want to suffer more." But as soon as he spoke, a loud commotion erupted outside the house. He rushed out of the room to investigate. What's going on? At that moment, Ingo V ran up to him. "Young Master Quach, this is bad. Some suspicious people have broken into the estate." The scene immediately shifted from the bedroom hallway to a room filled with surveillance monitors, displaying every corner of the luxurious mansion. Lan Hao stood in the control room, his eyes glued to the screens, as Ngo V brought Shen Xingyu in behind him. On one of the monitors, she saw the one person she had been praying for. It was Zhao Tianlei, along with Wu Hian and Zhong Fong. Sneaking into the compound, seeing him, she cried out with joy. "Zhao Tianlei." Hearing that name come from her lips, Lan Hao raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "Zhao Tianlei, so this is your boyfriend? He looks pretty average to me. What do you even see in him?" His mockery infuriated Shen Xingyu, and she immediately shot back. "Zhao Tianlei is not average. He's a great hero. He was the one who drove back the zombie horde that attacked the base. If you don't want trouble, you'd better let me go right now. Otherwise, Zhao Tianlei will never forgive you." But her words only amused him more. He let out a few laughs. "A hero. That sounds nice. But in the end, he's just another pawn we can sacrifice at any time to protect the people in District 2. People like us. There's no future with a guy like him. But it's a different story if you're with me. I'm the most powerful person in this entire base, besides the military officials." Lan Hao stepped closer to Shen Xingyu, making her an incredibly tempting offer. "Just spend one night with me, and I'll make sure you live in luxury for the rest of your life. So, how about it?" But she wasn't the kind of girl to be tempted by wealth and stood firm in her refusal. "I would never." Seeing her expression, he grew angry. "You don't know what's good for you." Hearing their conversation, Ngo V suddenly realized who Zhao Tianlei was and spoke up. "Young Master Quash, I've met this man before. He's really not ordinary. Should we maybe inform Captain Trey?" His suggestion was quickly shot down. "Why would I report to him? Just because he's my uncle. He bosses me around all day. It's so annoying." Then, a sinister look came over Lan Hao's face as he gave an order. "Release it." Ingo V's expression turned to one of shock and horror. Ignoring his subordinate's reaction, Lan Hao looked at the surveillance monitor. "Tonight, I'm going to play a game with him. I'll let him know that a so-called hero is worthless in my eyes." In the quiet night, a rustling sound suddenly broke the silence. The sound came from Triu Zhao Tianlei and Wu Hian's group. It seemed they were lost in the forest. Wu Hian spoke up. "Brother Loi, I think we're lost." Zhao Tianlei immediately replied. "I knew we should have brought a compass," he said, with a look as if he were about to cry. "My poverty has truly limited my imagination." Triu Zhao Tianlei then blamed Wu Hian. "No offense, but you city guys have a terrible sense of direction. At times like this, you still have to rely on me." He then looked up at the starry night sky, saw a shining star, and pointed at it, saying, "That star is to the north. We just have to go in that direction." But then, a sound suddenly came from the forest. Zhao Tianlei looked in the direction of the sound and asked, "What was that sound?" It turned out to be nothing scary, just a small squirrel. Seeing it, Zhao Tianlei said, "It's a little rabbit." Doing Fong, standing next to him, teased, "Scaring yourself." Immediately after, Zhao Tianlei suddenly became alert as a large bear leaped out from the bushes. Triu Zhao Tianlei reacted quickly, pulling Doing Fong behind him and saying, "Be careful." The brown bear was extremely ferocious. It raised its claws and swiped at the two of them. But luckily, both Triu Zhao Tianlei and Zhong Fong dodged in time. Doing Fong asked, "Why is there a bear here?" It wasn't just one brown bear, 2 or 3 more began to appear. Then the 3 bears surrounded Zhao Tianlei's group from different directions. Zhao Tianlei said, "There are 3 of them." It seemed the brown bears were extremely angry. Their eyes were bloodshot as they looked at Zhao Tianlei and Wu Hian. Doing Fong looked like he was staring at a plump prey. Seeing the unstable situation, Wu Hian asked nervously, "What do we do now? Are we supposed to fight them?" Doing Fong immediately objected. "How can we fight? We didn't even bring weapons to avoid the security check." Then Doing Fong said to Zhao Tianlei, "Isn't your family a line of traditional hunters? Don't you have a way out of this?" Hearing him say that, Triu Zhao Tianlei panicked and replied, "I'm a hunter, not Wu Song from the legends. Besides, these aren't bears. They're basically monsters." Their mouths are bigger than my head, he continued. But my father once said, in a situation like this, there's only one way. Seeing this, both Duong Fong and Vu Haiyan turned to look at him. They were probably eagerly awaiting Zhao Tianlei's solution, but it turned out his method was to play dead. Before they could discuss it further, the bear let out a roar and then they all attacked their prey at once. The three of them ran for their lives, and as they ran, they said, I think your dad was a fake hunter. And everything that was happening, all the actions of Triyu Zhao Tianlei's group, were being recorded by the security cameras. The person watching the security cameras was none other than Quach Len Hao. He laughed out loud and said, Haha, what a mess. It's been a long time since I've seen such an interesting hunt. Then he looked at Shen Xingyu and asked, Do you know what the scariest animal in the forest is? Seeing him like that, she gave him a puzzled look, and Lan Hao answered himself, Tigers, lions. Ha, you're wrong. It's bears. Quach Len Hao continued. According to research, people who encounter a tiger are 3 times more likely to survive than those who encounter a bear. He continued to explain. This also means that the fighting strength of one large bear is greater than 3 tigers. They are the strongest killers on this continent, and the Asiatic black bear is the largest of its kind, with the strongest attack power. Looking at the camera on the screen, Lan Hao said that his father was a hunting fanatic. These Asiatic black bears were all bought alive from a wild animal hunting park abroad. It's a pleasure for the nobility that costs hundreds of thousands each time. He continued to talk about the bears. They grow in the deep forest, full of wildness and animalistic nature from top to bottom. They were captured at their strongest age, locked in a hunting park for hunters to kill, filled with hatred and resentment towards humans. Lan Hao continued, I heard that a special forces soldier's gun once jammed, and he was immediately killed on the spot by an adolescent bear. He then asserted that no matter how powerful her boyfriend was at fighting zombies, he still relied on a gun. Unarmed, he can't defeat an Asiatic black bear. Look how excited they are. Their eyes are already bloodshot. Just watch. Within 3 minutes, they will be torn into 100 pieces, Quach Len Hao said. As for Triyu Zhao Tianlei, his group was still running with all their might, while the bears behind them continued to chase them relentlessly, like cats chasing mice. Perhaps because he was too tired, Duong Fong said, I can't run anymore. Zhao Tianlei thought to himself, this can't go on. We can't outrun the bears. Then a thought came to his mind. That's right. I wonder if I have that. Duong Fong thought. Then he said to the ring, System, open storage space. When he saw that it was effective, Zhao Tianlei's face lit up. Great, it's really there. Next, he threw out 2 or 3 sharp bear traps and said, Watch this. The bears immediately fell into the traps and cried out in pain. Let's go. Seeing the creatures had lost their will to fight, Zhao Tianlei said, Success. A wave of relief washed over him. They were saved. But as for Lin Hao, he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Hao wondered, what just happened? We could not run those bears. Realizing Zhao Tianlei had survived the trap meant for him, he breathed a sigh of relief. But Guo Lin Hao was completely stunned. He demanded, what's going on? Why was there a hunting trap over there? The guy behind him had no answer. I don't know. Lin Hao seethed. Damn it, I guess the bastard got lucky. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei's group seemed to have found their way out of the woods. Yang Feng announced, we're finally out of this dense forest. Looking at the scene ahead, Zhao Tianlei called out, Guys, look. Before them stood a magnificent villa, glittering in the night. But Zhao Tianlei's eyes burned with hatred as he stared at it. He growled, That's the Guo family mansion. Inside, Guo Lin Hao was furious. Seeing their arrival, Wu Wei spoke up. They're here. Taking the chance, Chen Xingyu added, I told you Zhao Tianlei was strong. It hasn't even been 3 minutes yet. Hearing that, Lin Hao warned her, Don't celebrate too soon. That was just a fluke. The real show is about to begin. Then he grabbed Chen Xinyu's chin, reminding her, Don't forget, this is my turf. And I have plenty of ways to give them a warm welcome. Outside, Zhao Tianlei's group was slowly approaching the mansion's gate. Wu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, That gate is huge. Zhao Tianlei wondered, how are we supposed to get in? But they didn't have to wait long. The gate swung open on its own, as if inviting them inside. Yang Feng stared blankly. It's open. Wu Xuan continued, Looks like they spotted us. Zhao Tianlei added, For them to be this direct can only mean one thing. Chen Xingyu is definitely in there. Wu Xuan then gave a warning. Everyone be careful. They're prepared for us. Who knows what kind of traps are waiting? But it seemed Zhao Tianlei didn't care at all. She strode through the gate without a hint of fear. As he walked, Zhao Tianlei declared, I don't care what traps they've laid. Today ends only one way. When he's on his knees, begging for mercy. And with that, the 3 of them stepped inside. The moment they were through, the gate slammed shut behind them. Zhao Tianlei then noticed figures running towards them from the darkness. It turned out to be countless muscular men, rushing forward to surround them and block their path. A man with both hands bandaged stepped forward. So this is the hero who pushes back zombies, the so-called savior of the base. He sneered. I expected some kind of giant. But you're just a kid who hasn't even been weaned. Zhao Tianlei didn't want to waste time arguing and got straight to the point. Cut the crap. Hand over my friend. The man refused immediately. You mean that superstar? Can't do that. But after we've had our fun, maybe we'll consider giving her back. As soon as he finished, his men burst into laughter. A bald man added his own vulgar comment. She might not be built like the girls from Min Country, but a woman this beautiful is a rare find in these times. Another chimed in, Miss Hua. I like her. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei sighed. Why can't you just choose to live a good life? Then, the group attacked all at once. The man with the bandaged hands yelled, I think you're the one with a death wish. Two men attacked Zhao Tianlei simultaneously, but he blocked their strikes with his bare hands. Both Wu Xuan and Yang Feng joined the battle, letting out a cry. Zhao Tianlei alone was effortlessly deflecting countless punches from the other guy. The thug said excitedly, This guy has no idea how to fight. His partner sneered, Giving up on fighting back already? You pathetic weakling. As for Wu Xuan, he was at a disadvantage, fighting 3-on-1. A brown-haired man looked at him with contempt. I'll finish him in 3 seconds. Before Wu Xuan could even react, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. He thought to himself, so fast, these guys are professionals. I can't even follow their moves. Meanwhile, Yang Feng was completely helpless, trapped in a headlock by a massive guy, unable to move. Yang Feng could only scream for help. Help me. Unfortunately, Zhao Tianlei had also been restrained by a martial artist. Watching from inside, Chen Xingyu was incredibly worried, crying out his name. But Lin Hao just laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. As expected of a world champion. Worth every penny I spent poaching him from the Bang Tong side. Then he turned back to Chen Xingyu and said, See that? Do you still think he's some kind of hero? He's just an idiot who only knows how to kill zombies. In Guo Lin Hao's eyes, he was nothing more than dirt. Hearing this, she screamed, Zhao Tianlei is a friend of the commander. If anything happens to him, the military won't spare you. He wasn't scared in the slightest and continued, What a joke. Every industry here, even the house they live in, belongs to my Guo family. What can that old fossil Zhang Shangquan do to me? Then Lin Hao gave the order, kill him. His men below responded, understood. The martial artist holding Zhao Tianlei began to taunt him. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Where did all that confidence go? 2 others chimed in. This kid really killed zombies before. Clearly, he's just a spineless shrimp. Ha ha ha. Time to die. Then Zhao Tianlei replied calmly, I think you have some kind of misunderstanding. The moment he spoke, their expressions changed. They asked in confusion, what? He then unleashed his power, shattering the martial artist's hold. Not only that, but the force sent the nearby thugs flying. A guy with a six-pack was thrown hard to the side, and another quickly met the same fate. Lin Hao stood by, stunned by the scene before him. Seeing that Zhao Tianlei was completely unharmed, Mousen gritted his teeth in fury. This kid, he still had this much strength left. Zhao Tianlei stood calmly and looked at him. Is this all Guo Lin Hao's men are capable of? This kind of flashy performance might work on a stage, but in the face of absolute power, it's utterly useless. Hearing his taunts, Tang Mousen went insane with rage. He screamed, What nonsense are you spouting? Weren't you the one who couldn't lift a finger a moment ago? Zhao Tianlei's eyes grew sharp as he said coldly, It's time I showed you what real skill looks like. He then slammed a powerful fist into the man's face. The punch was so strong that Mousen's face caved in. After that single blow, his massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Tang Mousen lay there, completely motionless, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The other thugs watched their comrade get taken down like that, shock written all over their faces. A one-punch KO on Tang Mousen? How is that possible? He's the world boxing champion. One of them immediately shouted an order. Everyone, get him together. On one side, they quickly obeyed and charged towards Zhao Tianlei. The others also rushed towards him at top speed. All of them swarmed together to attack Zhao Tianlei. Every single one of them glared at him with ferocious eyes, but Zhao Tianlei seemed completely unafraid. A light just flashed in his eyes as he looked at them. A second later, with a single, effortless move, all of them were sent flying. Yet Zhao Tianlei remained standing in the same spot, radiating a mysterious power from his entire body. He thought to himself with a smirk, this upgraded body feels incredible. I only used 30% of my strength to wipe out this entire group. I guess killing all those zombies wasn't a waste of time. The group of men, helping each other up, froze as they stared at the scene. One guy was hit hard in the throat, while another was struck with equal force in the ribs. Wu Xuan calmly observed the 2 men. The throat and under the ribs are a person's weakest points. This is a bodyguard's life-saving technique. The two men lay on the floor, groaning and clutching their wounds. It hurts so much. The sumo wrestler, who was trying to use his weight to crush his opponent, suddenly realized something was wrong. Zhao Tianlei's cold voice ordered him, "Get lost." The man saw the threatening look in his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. He cried as he ran away as fast as he could, screaming his head off. "Mommy!" Zhao Tianlei smirked, the heart of a rabbit in the body of a tiger. He turned and kicked Tang Maozhen, saying, "Stop playing dead." Then he asked him, "Where is Xing Yu?" Before the man could answer, he threatened him, "Tell me, or I'll knock out every single tooth you have left." Hearing this, the man pleaded in fear, Don't. I'll talk." Maozhen showed Zhao Tianlei the way. "Go to the second floor, then follow that corridor inside. You'll find the woman there." He looked towards the building and thought to himself, "Chen Xingyu, wait for me." Just then, Wu Xuan suddenly called out to Zhao Tianlei, "Brother Lei, it's Yang Feng." Hearing his name, Zhao Tianlei turned around. He rushed over and called out to Yang Feng with a worried voice, "Kid." Yang Feng was seriously messed up, but he still choked out, "I can't believe this. I survived the zombie apocalypse just to get crushed by some fat dude. This is the most pathetic way to die." He even had a last request. "After I'm gone, you guys gotta take care of Mo for me." Miao Zhao Tianlei checked his injuries, then gave him a weird look. "A few broken ribs and you're already planning your funeral?" Then he turned to Wu Xuan. "Wu Xuan, get him back to safety. I'm going to save Tam Duke." Wu Xuan shot that down immediately. "No way. It's too dangerous for you to be here alone." But as he stood up, Yang Feng started coughing violently. Zhao Tianlei glanced at him. Even if it's just broken ribs, he needs treatment now. Then, to reassure Wu Xuan, he added, "Besides, you just saw what I'm capable of, right?" He started towards the building, waving with a smile. "Don't worry about it." But Zhao Tianlei had only taken a few steps when Samson, the thug from before, suddenly spoke up. A strange smile spread across his face. "Don't get too cocky, sea country punk. You think we're all Quash Lan Hao has. The other guy, he's not on our level. If you run into him, you're not walking out of here alive." Zhao Tianlei just calmly shot back. "Is that so?" he said, walking into the building. "Then we'll just have to wait and see." Inside, Lan Hao was screaming in a rage. "Useless trash. A whole squad of you got taken out by one guy. Are you guys really world champion fighters? Get that idiot Tong on the line right now. I want my money back." Tam Duck, held captive behind him, asked innocently, "Do you guys hear that? What's that crisp, clear sound?" A second later, she answered her own question with a smirk. "Oh, it's the sound of faces being slapped." This made Lan Hao even more furious. He spun around and slapped her hard across the face, yelling, "You dare laugh at me?" The slap was so hard it left a huge red mark on Tam Duck's cheek. Lan Hao then ordered his man beside him, "Tell A-Tin to get ready. I've changed my mind. I want him alive." The guy quickly replied, "Yes, sir," and rushed off. Lan Hao turned back to threaten Tam Duck. "I'm going to break his arms and legs right in front of you. Turn him into a pathetic little insect. Let's see if you're still smiling then." Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei had made his way inside the building, but he gritted his teeth in discomfort. Zhao Tianlei pulled up his shirt. He looked at the wound on his side and thought, "My strength has increased, but my body is still as fragile as a normal human's. A blow with that kind of force was bound to cause some damage. Looks like I'll need to invest some points in defense later." Despite the injury, he pushed himself forward. "The most important thing right now is saving Tam Duke. This little bit of pain. If I can end this fight quickly, it shouldn't be a problem." Zhao Tianlei stopped in front of a large wooden door. He slowly pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was completely empty. Zhao Tianlei cautiously moved forward, scanning his surroundings. The furniture and decor seemed perfectly normal. Suddenly, just as Zhao Tianlei was about to leave, someone stretched and sat up from the sofa. Zhao Tianlei immediately spun around to face the figure. The person let out a big yawn, then turned and gave Zhao Tianlei a lazy wave. "My bad. I kinda dozed off there." Then, the guy stood up and casually walked towards Zhao Tianlei. Tam Duck, watching from the monitor, suddenly recognized him. Her eyes widened in pure terror. Xing Wen stuck his hands in his pockets, speaking nonchalantly. "To be able to take out all those foreigners by yourself, you've got some skills." He looked Zhao Tianlei over. "But judging by your appearance, you're not exactly in top condition, are you?" Then he made an offer. "Look, I'm not a fan of all this fighting. If you turn around and walk away right now, I'll let this slide. What do you say?" Zhao Tianlei replied, "Fine. Just tell Quash Lan Hao to release my friend." Hearing this request, Xing Wen pretended to scratch his head. "Ah, that's not so easy. A guy like me just gets paid to take out the trash for people. That kind of stuff is outside my job description." Zhao Tianlei's patience wore thin, then cut the crap. With that, he lashed out with a kick. splitting the sofa clean in two. Xing Wen jumped back in surprise. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So aggressive. I wasn't even finished talking, and you just come at me like that. Zhao Tianlei scowled. I don't have the energy to waste words on you. Tin Van looked worried. Does he have to be so violent? If that last kick had connected, it would have snapped my back. He skillfully dodged Zhao Tianlei's attacks while still running his mouth. Gonna dodge. And dodge again. Seeing Xing Wen just evade, Zhao Tianlei wondered, is this really the terrifying guy that foreigner was talking about? He has no offensive power compared to the others. He's just dodging. He suddenly thought, maybe he's stalling for time. Does he have another trick up his sleeve? But he didn't have time to overthink it. Screw it. Tam Duck is waiting for me. I need to end this now. Out of nowhere, Xing Wen snatched Zhao Tianlei's attacking wrist. Zhao Tianlei knew he'd been caught. In a blur, Xing Wen's arm flashed, and a sliver of steel sliced through the air. Blood erupted from beside Zhao Tianlei's eye. Zhao Tianlei screamed, clutching his face in agony as blood poured through his fingers. My eye. Tin Van arrogantly twirled a knife in his hand and smirked. This kind of fight takes more than just brute strength. Then, he flickered forward again, slashing Zhao Tianlei's arm and leg. Zhao Tianlei trembled, collapsing to his knees in a pool of his own blood. Seeing him so injured, Tam Duck started crying in terror. Zhao Tianlei, Lan Hao roared with laughter. How's that? Scared now? A teen is my #1 enforcer. His skills are on a completely different level than Samson's crew. He gloated to Tam Duck. You thought your little Zhao Tianlei was impressive for killing a few zombies? Do you have any idea how many zombies a tin has killed? 1,000. A full 1,000. The more he spoke, the more arrogant his voice became. When he first got to the base, the military tried desperately to recruit him. I was the one who spent a fortune to bring him to my side. Compared to him, Zhao Tianlei's fighting power is a complete joke. He laughed smugly. Just you wait. Soon enough, you'll see your hero wagging his tail for his new master. Tam Duck said nothing, just glared at him with pure hatred. Lan Hao then ordered Xing Wen, a tin. Nice work, bring him to me. Xing Wen immediately replied, understood. As Xing Wen slowly walked towards the fallen Zhao Tianlei, Tam Duke helplessly cried out, don't. Tin. She suddenly stopped herself. No, she thought, if Quach Lan Hao finds out about my relationship with Xing Wen now, it'll only make things worse. Looking at the arrogant Lan Hao, she wondered, but why has Tin Van become like this? Why would he willingly become a henchman for a scumbag like Quach Lan Hao? What on earth happened to him? She looked at her brother on the screen, asking herself, and how? How can I possibly stop him? Everything in front of him was a blurry red. Nothing else. Zhao Tianlei clutched his bleeding eye in a panic. I can't see anything. Just a red haze. Thinking about Xing Wen, he realized the dodging earlier was just a distraction. The bastard had already planned his attack when I wasn't paying attention. Recalling the speed of that attack, Zhao Tianlei thought, that level of agility and speed, it's definitely not something a normal human can achieve. From that, a realization dawned on him. Could he be? He gave a mental command to the system. System. Scan this person. Is he one of the infected? The system immediately scanned Xing Wen. The result was instantaneous. No virus detected. Subject is human. At that moment, Tin Van stood over Zhao Tianlei, his voice ice cold. Stop your pointless struggling. I'll make this quick. The system quickly reassured Zhao Tianlei. Host, do not panic. Your body possesses a self-healing function. It just requires some time. Your objective now is to hold out until your vision is restored. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth, thinking, easier said than done. Right now, I'm basically blind. I can't even see where my opponent is. How am I supposed to hold out? The system prompted. Do not forget, although you have temporarily lost your sight, you still possess your other 4 senses. Zhao Tianlei was confused. My other 4 senses, the system explained, sight, hearing, smell, and touch are the 5 human senses. You can use these other sensations to perceive your environment and react. Your body has evolved. Your 5 senses are superior to a normal human's. Just focus your spirit. Even without sight, you can use your remaining 4 senses to grasp the movements around you. Xing Wen took advantage of Zhao Tianlei's injury, taking slow, quiet steps toward him. But Zhao Tianlei's hearing instantly picked up the soft footsteps approaching his side. Xing Wen stood behind Zhao Tianlei, raising his ice-cold blade. He looked down at Zhao Tianlei with a sinister smile. But just as the knife was about to descend, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Zhao Tianlei zipped to the side, dodging the blade by a hair. The attacker just frowned. Kinda impressed, he pulled it off. This could be interesting. Then, Xing Wen whipped out his second knife, one for each hand. A flash of light glinted off the steel as he moved. Gripping both daggers, he lunged straight for Zhao Tianlei. So, how about this? Zhao Tianlei relied on instinct, leaping backward to evade the attack, and so it went, a dance of one attacking, one dodging. While avoiding Xing Wen's strikes, Zhao Tianlei told himself to chill out and get his head in the game. He remembered what the system said earlier. It wasn't wrong. Even if he couldn't see, his ears could pick up everything, the vibrations in the air, the shifts in the current. He just had to focus, and he could sense the guy's position, his movements, even his attack patterns. Nothing could be hidden from him. In a flash, he shot out a hand, grabbing Xing Wen by the collar. With his other hand, he locked down his arm. Gotcha. Before Xing Wen could even react, Zhao Tianlei slammed him to the ground so hard his glasses went flying. Zhao Tianlei held him down, panting. Xing Wen just smirked. So you're using your hearing to pinpoint my location. Not only was he not admitting defeat, he was looking down on Zhao Tianlei. But it was way too early to be cocky. With that thought, he swung his dagger, landing another cut on Zhao Tianlei. Zhao Tianlei clutched the wound, jumping off him and putting some distance between them. Xing Wen got to his feet with a smirk. You're the first opponent I've ever met like this. I guess I have to get serious now. The tension between them was electric as they faced off. Xing Wen laughed lightly. I underestimated you before. The real fight starts now. As he spoke, countless small balls appeared from his hands, scattering across the floor. Zhao Tianlei listened carefully to every sound, as Xing Wen took the chance to move like the wind. Where is he? Zhao Tianlei was on high alert, the sound of the bouncing balls mixed with the rush of footsteps. Xing Wen moved for a bit then stopped, but he had totally underestimated Zhao Tianlei. Seeing Zhao Tianlei's hand reaching right for him, Xing Wen was shocked. He wasn't distracted at all. He quickly dodged to the side, causing Zhao Tianlei to miss. Damn, this guy was even faster than before. Xing Wen still spoke with total arrogance. That's useless. I won't fall for the same move twice. Just then, Zhao Tianlei slowly opened his eyes. He looked down and saw his own hand. Zhao Tianlei was celebrating on the inside. My vision's back. Over on the other side, Xing Wen was clueless, still running his mouth as he charged forward. There's a saying you've probably never heard. In all of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. Your hearing can't compete with my sight. Even if you can hear where I am, your body can't react in time. Something sharp sliced through the air like a gust of wind. Xing Wen raised his dagger toward Zhao Tianlei, smiling victoriously. Just give up. But Zhao Tianlei just calmly turned to him and said, There's a saying you've probably never heard. He swung his leg, landing a vicious kick right below Xing Wen's stomach while finishing his sentence, Villains die because they talk too much. The family jewels cracked under the blow, and Xing Wen howled in pain. He clutched himself, rolling on the ground and crying his eyes out. Seeing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but get angry. What the hell are you doing? Sinew, watching this, was more worried about her family. There goes the Shen family's future. Even while trembling from the agonizing pain, Xing Wen looked back at Zhao Tianlei in total disbelief. Your eyes. How is that possible? Zhao Tianlei just casually insulted him. Your knife skills kinda suck. The scratch on his eye was gone. He thought to himself, like I'm gonna tell you I have a self-healing skill. Xing Wen was still on the ground with his butt in the air, yelling, So you were faking it. You're a disgusting cheat. Zhao Tianlei told him, I don't have time to mess with you. Then he turned and casually walked away, not forgetting to tell Xing Wen, stay here and patch yourself up. Xing Wen screamed, stop right there. He struggled to his feet to block Zhao Tianlei, who said you could leave. He continued angrily, Man, you've successfully pissed me off. Then he made a grand declaration. If you walk out of this door today, then my name isn't Asing. With that, he charged at Zhao Tianlei. Lin Hao, watching from the outside, was getting anxious, seeing that he still hadn't taken care of him. He can't even handle one Zhao Tianlei in a whole night. I don't believe he's this tough to deal with. He turned and ordered the man beside him to activate it. The man hesitated, but sir, using a private weapon violates the base's rules. If anyone finds out, he roared, what's with all the chatter? I don't believe anyone would dare to question me, Guo Lin Hao. Seeing him like this, the man immediately obeyed his command. Yes, sir. He quickly pulled a lever, and a tile on the floor suddenly retracted. A second later, a gun emerged from the opening, aiming straight at Zhao Tianlei. Its appearance caught the attention of both Zhao Tianlei and Xing Wen. They were locked in a struggle when the gun suddenly appeared, pointed right at them. Both of them froze and stared at it. Inside, Lin Hao ordered the man, shoot him dead for me. Sinew shouted in panic, don't. The guy holding her hostage threatened her. You better behave. Lin Hao excitedly yelled, fire. But before he could do anything, Wu Xuan and Yang Feng kicked the door open, shouting, don't move. Lin Hao's crew turned around in shock. Before they could even do anything, Yang Feng rushed forward and punched the guy holding Sinew, knocking a tooth out. As for Wu Xuan, he easily subdued Lin Hao in a single move. Lin Hao desperately ordered the man, where are the guards? Where are they? Get in here. Seeing his intention to call for backup, Wu Xuan spoke up. Guards? He asked him. You mean the ones we knocked out cold outside? He screamed in anger. Damn it, didn't you guys leave? How did you find this place? While untying Xingyu, Yang Feng explained it to him. It was Brother Lei's strategy. He wanted you to let your guard down and focus all your attention on him, so we could easily avoid the cameras and get in here to save her. Wu Xuan added. We just didn't expect your lackeys to be such cowards. They spilled your location after a couple of hits, which saved us a lot of trouble. Outside, Zhao Tianlei and Xing Wen were still frozen in place. The gun remained silent, with no movement. Zhao Tianlei turned to Xing Wen with a smug look. Looks like your friends aren't very reliable. Xing Wen retorted as he attacked. I don't need that thing. Prepare to die. In a flash, Yang Feng had untied Xingyu. My lady, you're okay now. Xingyu quickly ran to the mic and said, You too, stop fighting. She tried to call out to her brother, Xing Wen. It's me. It's your sister, Xingyu. The two guys were busy landing punches on each other's faces. When Xing Wen heard her, he paused, confused. Sis? Zhao Tianlei was also surprised. You're Xingyu's brother? The room gradually fell silent, but Xing Wen and Zhao Tianlei were still glaring at each other with eyes full of fiery affection. Xingyu quickly tried to make peace. You two, don't be like this. It was just a misunderstanding. Xing Wen immediately tattled on him to her. Sis, one kick from him almost ended the Shen family line. Zhao Tianlei was no less competitive. So what? My eye was almost blinded. Xingyu trembled and burst into tears. Can't you just make up for me? You're both the most important people to me. If you can't get along, seeing her cry, the two of them stopped their war. Xing Wen gently patted her shoulder and sighed, I'm really helpless when it comes to you. I'll agree with you, okay? Why are you still like when you were a kid? Still such a crybaby. Unexpectedly, the next second, Xingyu's face changed and she broke into a radiant smile, which made him ticked off. Because this trick works best on you. Young Xing Wen was already a warm-hearted kid who couldn't bear to see girls cry. Setting the two siblings aside for a moment, Wu Xuan glanced at Lin Hao and then asked Zhao Tianlei, Brother Lei, how do you want to deal with this guy? The captured Lin Hao was still clueless, even screaming, You bunch of trash, do you know who I am? I'm Guo Lin Hao. This whole base belongs to my Guo family. Not only that, he also threatened them. My uncle, Zheng Huangda, is the commander of the military department. If you dare to touch me, I'll have all of you killed. Zhao Tianlei walked up to him. Then, he raised his foot and kicked the guy so hard he fell to the floor, blood spitting from his mouth. Zhao Tianlei looked at him coldly and asked his comrades, I touched him. So what now? Wu Xuan cracked his knuckles and said, This kind of person won't remember if you don't teach them a lesson. Yang Feng also gritted his teeth. Let's give him a taste of what it's like to be crushed by a 150-kilo fatty. Hearing that, Lin Hao's face turned pale. No. He immediately begged, Don't hit me. I have money. As long as you let me go, you can take all the money here. Yang Feng yelled. You think money lets you do whatever you want. Since Xing Wen agreed to that deal, I'll gladly take that bounty off your hands. Xing Wen's voice then dropped to a dangerous whisper, his eyes glaring with hostility. But let's get one thing straight. You dared to kidnap my precious sister. Lan Hao began to tremble uncontrollably. I didn't know she was your sister. Xing Wen let out a cold laugh. Well, now you know. In a flash, a blade sliced across his face, drawing a thin line of blood. Everyone watching was completely stunned. Lan Hao's vision started to blur. His world slowly faded to black, and he collapsed before Xing Wen's mercilessly sharp blade. A single, clean, cut across the throat, and Lan Hao was logged out permanently. His eyes remained wide open in his final moments, the light in them fading into nothingness. Xing Wen looked down with contempt. He'd meant for him to bleed out, but he'd swung too hard. A death this quick was letting him off easy. Standing behind him, Tam Duke couldn't believe what she was seeing. Xing Wen, you really killed him. Xing Wen turned, gently stroking his sister's cheek. The scum who dared to hurt my beloved sister. How could I possibly let him live? Zhao Tianlei stood to the side, staring at Lan Hao's body for a long moment. Xing Wen turned to him. I took care of the trash who bullied my sister. You don't seem very happy about it. Zhao Tianlei replied flatly. He definitely deserved to die, but killing him here isn't our right. You're being naive. His uncle, a military commander, adored him. Xing Wen retorted, And you believe that? If we handed him over to the military, the result would be a slap on the wrist and some more education. He pressed on. With his personality, he'd plot his revenge. At that point, could you guarantee my sister's safety? He delivered the final blow. So, the only way to solve this problem for good was to kill him. Tam Duck looked at him with fear, but he just draped an arm over her shoulder comfortingly. Come on, enough of that. It's been a long night and I'm starving. This villa must have some amazing food. Let's go, my treat. While eating Tam Duck to find food, he asked, "By the way, where are you staying now? Can I move in with you?" Yang Feng could only stare, speechless. This guy had absolutely no shame. The scene shifts to Tam Duck's home. Wu Hin exclaimed, "So you're Shen Xingwen. You're so handsome." Bang Nan added her praise. "You and your sister look like you were carved from the same mold." Huck Duong also chimed in, "Your looks are on par with any celebrity." Xingwen humbly replied, "Honestly, in my family, I'm the plainest one. My sister is obviously a knockout, and my parents' visuals are on a whole other level." A second later, he flipped his smug switch, leaving Zhao Tianlei and Yang Feng at a loss for words. Curse this origin power. Xingwen suddenly let out a cry. He turned to Bang Yan. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the esteemed Miss Trin Bang Yan, a woman with both beauty and intelligence. You're basically my ideal type." Then he turned to Wu Hin. "Even the secretary is this beautiful. If you decided to debut, you'd be a serious threat to my sister." The two women laughed, flattered by his smooth words. "You really have a way with words. I'm actually a little embarrassed now." While they were busy blushing, Zhao Tianlei and Yang Feng were shaking with rage, grinding their teeth. Then Fong broke the mood. "Well, we're all out of rooms now. If someone else joins, they'll have to squeeze in with me and Wu Xuan." Xingwen immediately refused. "No need. I've never liked to impose on others, and I'm not used to living with so many people anyway. I found a separate apartment building right next door. My sister and I will move in tomorrow." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei immediately asked, "Tam Duck, you want to leave?" Tam Duck replied, "Xingwen and I haven't seen each other in so many years. Now that we're finally reunited, I don't want to be apart from him." Bang Nan also spoke up. "They're blood siblings. They're more family to each other than we are. Of course they should live together." Zhao Tianlei, by handing Tam Duck over to Xingwen, "You can consider your promise to Sister Hoa fulfilled." She then turned to Tam Duck. "But the thought of not seeing you anymore, I'm really not used to it." Tam Duck smiled. "Don't worry, the apartment is right nearby. It's just a few minutes walk. I'll come back and visit all the time." They smiled and talked on the outside, but inside, Tam Duck was thinking, "Don't think for a second I'm giving up on Zhao Tianlei. I'm having my boyfriend and my brother." Bang Nan's thoughts were just as fierce. "In your dreams, Zhao Tianlei belongs to me alone." Afterwards, Bang Nan said, "Well, since it's all decided, you two must have a lot to talk about. Don't waste your time here." With that, she pulled Wu Hin along to help Tam Duck pack. "Wu Hin, let's go help Tam Duck pack her things." Wu Hin happily agreed. Right away, seeing this, Xingwen quickly ran to join them. "I'll help too." Tam Duck immediately called him out. "You're a little too eager, aren't you?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. "Tam Duck." It was Zhao Tianlei. "I have something I need to tell you. Can you come to my room for a moment?" Tam Duck stared at him, bewildered. Inside the room, Zhao Tianlei asked Tam Duck, "How long has it been since you last saw your brother?" Tam Duck replied, "My father moved him and his mother away when I was 11, so it must have been 10 years. "Why do you ask?" Zhao Tianlei continued to probe. 10 years is a long time. A child grows into an adult, their features change drastically. "Are you absolutely certain that he is Shen Xingwen?" Tam Duck was firm. "Of course I am. His looks might have changed, but he's my blood brother. How could I possibly mistake him for someone else?" Zhao Tianlei suddenly asked. Then, "Do you feel like he's any different from when he was a kid?" Tam Duck didn't quite understand his question. "Zhao Tianlei, what are you implying? Are you saying you suspect Tin Van?" Zhao Tianlei explained. "Don't misunderstand. I just noticed his physical abilities are far beyond that of a normal person. Plus, he gives off a dangerous aura. I'm worried he'll bring you trouble." Tam Duck's voice dropped. "If that's all it is, aren't your abilities even stronger than his?" She stood up and challenged him. "What about Wu Xuan, Lich Kuk Duong, and Deep Can Quan? Their skills are beyond what any normal person is capable of. Does that mean none of you are to be trusted either?" Zhao Tianlei hesitated, looking at her. Tam Duck. She lowered her head. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about everyone." Zhao Tianlei told her, "No, it's okay." Tam Duck then shared her own thoughts with him. "Actually, even without you pointing it out, I could tell Xingwen isn't the same anymore." She recalled how he was a kind and timid child who wouldn't even hurt a small animal. But when he killed Quach Lan Hao, he didn't show the slightest hesitation. His coldness terrified me. But then again, he's not the only one who's changed, is he? She looked at Zhao Tianlei. "Back in school, you were just a popular kid that everyone noticed. But now, you've become so powerful. You protected all of us on the way to the base. You even became the base's hero." She reasoned that since the zombie apocalypse began, everyone has been changing. Because the only way to survive is to change. I think he must have endured countless hardships to become the way he is now. Despite it all, Tam Duck still believed in her brother. But no matter how much he's changed, I can still feel that deep down, he's the same Sing Wen I've always known. Warm, kind, him. She affirmed to Zhao Tianlei. I know this might sound impulsive, but please, trust me. This is his sister's intuition. Zhao Tianlei looked at her thoughtfully, and finally, a small smile appeared on his face. I get it. I trust you. Tam Duck replied softly, Zhao Tianlei, thank you. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Wu Hin walked in, holding a box. Am I interrupting? Zhao Tianlei asked her what was wrong. She replied, I came to find Tam Duck. Wu Hin expressed that after living together for so long, she was truly sad to see her suddenly move out. She handed the box to Tam Duck and continued, These are the cosmetics that Sister Bang Nan and I treasured. There are also a few limited edition designer outfits that have never even been worn. They're all for you. Tam Duck happily accepted the gift. Thank you. Suddenly, she spoke up. Oh, right. She smiled at Wu Hin. After I was kidnapped, I heard you and Lich Huk Duong were worried sick. You searched the whole market for me, and I haven't even thanked you two yet. Wu Hin replied, No need to thank us. It's what we should do. Then, Wu Hin warned Tam Duck. But Tam Duck, if something like this ever happens again, please don't act on your own. You saw how dangerous it was. Thank God you made it back okay. If anything had happened, Huk Duong and I would have never forgiven ourselves. All right, you two talk. I'm heading out first. As the door clicked shut, a shadow crossed Tam Duck's face. She recalled being dragged away by Lan Hao's thugs. In the haze, she saw a figure that looked just like Wu Hin, watching as she was taken. Even stranger, that person was smiling. Tam Duck wondered, was my mind playing tricks on me? The scene shifts, back to the building, where Lan Hao's cold body lies. Seeing his murdered nephew, Hoang Dat let out a furious roar. Who? Who did this? Trembling, Novi dropped to his knees and confessed it was Triu Zhao Tianlei and his men. The name Triu Zhao Tianlei only fanned the flames of his fury. The same Triu Zhao Tianlei who handled that zombie swarm incident. Ngo Vi swore it was him, without a doubt. Hoang Dat demanded to know why Lan Hao, who had no beef with him, would be murdered at the Guo estate. Ngo Vi's answer? It was all because of Triu Zhao Tianlei's woman. He then began to spin his tale, twisting the truth with every word. He claimed she heard young Master Guo was throwing a party with free food, drinks, and cash, so she showed up on her own. But when Triu found out, he twisted the story, claiming she'd been kidnapped and stormed the place with his crew. And Govai kept piling on the lies. He said the villa's security should have been impenetrable, but that kid A-Tin turned out to be the woman's brother. They worked together, an inside job, and took down everyone. Govai was deep in his web of deceit. He claimed the young master was going to let her go, but they refused to back down. A teen, like a rabid dog, demanded 100,000 on the spot. He finished with a shout. The young master refused, so they killed him. Hoang Dat's teeth ground together in pure rage. Lawless, do they not know I am Lan Hao's uncle? Novi replied, Oh, they knew. The young master told them you were the commander, and that if they had a problem, they could take it up with the military. But that Triu kid, he couldn't care less about you. Hoang Dat's face became a mask of murder as he growled. What did you say? He bragged he's the current chief's right-hand man, the hero who saved the base. And that even if he killed your nephew, you couldn't touch him. The rage made Hoang Dat tremble. A life for a life, especially for the nephew of me, Trin Hoang Dat. He then pulled out his handgun. Raising it to the sky, he roared a furious promise. Triu Zhao Tianlei, I swear I will make sure you don't die a peaceful death. In another office, Trung Tone questioned Zhao Tianlei with a grave tone. So, Commander Trin was telling the truth. You were behind the incident at the Guo estate. Zhao Tianlei answered calmly. I was. But the story Ngo Vi told is a lie. Tam Duke didn't go there on her own. She was kidnapped and taken by force. Therefore, Guo Lan Hao's death was a fitting punishment for his crimes. Nonsense. Hoang Dat roared. Lan Hao might have been a bit wild, but he'd never do something like that. He has no shortage of women. He doesn't even look twice at the high society ladies from District 1 and 2. Why would he care about some minor actress? Zhao Tianlei gave him a chilling look. It seems you don't know your own nephew very well, Commander Trin. Hoang Dat's voice was a low growl. What's that supposed to mean? Zhao Tianlei clapped his hands once. From a back door, a group of young women emerged, all covered in bruises and injuries. Trung Tone asked who they were. They are just like Tam Duck, Zhao Tianlei replied. Girls who were abducted and imprisoned in that villa by Guo Lan Hao. Hoang Dat immediately shot back. Impossible. It's true. One girl spoke up. Novi said I'd get 100 yuan just for staying at the villa for an hour. But after the party, Guo Lan Hao wouldn't let us leave. When I refused to stay, he beat me. Another victim began her story. My brother was friends with Guo Lan Hao, and he took me to a party once. Guo Lan Hao saw me and forced me to entertain him. My brother tried to protect me, and his men beat him to death. Their horrific stories poured out, one after another, detailing the suffering they endured. We were all tricked by Ngo Vai and lured to that villa. We thought it was just singing and drinking for easy money. But once Guo Lan Hao set his sights on you, there was no getting out. Every day, he'd find new ways to torture us. If it weren't for Brother Triu, we'd still be locked in that hell. Furious, Huan Dat pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Tianlei. Triu Zhao Tianlei, where did you find these women? You think you can just spin some elaborate lie and get away with this? Zhao Tianlei remained unfazed. These girls haven't been missing for just a day or two. I'm sure the Tonglei precinct has their case files. Commander Trin can send someone to check. Or better yet, bring Ngo Vai here for a face-to-face confrontation. Zhao Tianlei even offered a slight, mocking smile. Oh, right. There were the other party guests, too. Bring them here and ask them what happened. The truth will come out. Huang Dat's rage intensified. You! But just then, Trung Tone cleared his throat, cutting him off. Trung Tone said, Commander Trin, I believe there's more to this situation. He advised. Besides, Triu Zhao Tianlei has saved Captain Tran and resolved the crisis for the base. His contributions are significant. Why not let his merits offset this crime and de-escalate things? Huang Dat would have none of it. Absolutely not. I don't care how much he's done. He's still a civilian. He has no right to take the law into his own hands. Otherwise, anyone in the base could just kill whoever they want. Trung Tone asked him, so what do you propose? Triu Zhao Tianlei illegally crossed districts and committed murder. That's a death sentence, he spat through clenched teeth. He pulled his gun again, aiming it straight at Zhao Tianlei. He should be executed on the spot. Trung Tone's voice turned to steel. Ho Duok, is this the place to draw your weapon? Trin Hoang Dat, you are showing me a great deal of disrespect. Hoang Dat glared back at Trung Tone. But finally, he backed down, lowering his gun. Trung Tone slowly rose to his feet. Guo Lan Hao illegally imprisoned young women and took a life. Even in a military court, his crimes would warrant death. However, Commander Trin has a point. You hold no military rank and had no authority to execute him. He stepped in front of Zhao Tianlei. I've decided to revoke the medal I previously awarded you. You and Tham Xingwen will be confined for 1 week as a warning. Do you accept this judgment? Zhao Tianlei replied, I will follow the chief's arrangements. Trung Tone gave the order. Men, take him to the confinement room. 2 soldiers quickly escorted Zhao Tianlei away. The moment he was gone, Hong Dat confronted Trung Tone like a madman. Is Lan Hao's life only worth 1 week in a cell? I will never accept this ruling. He stormed off in a rage. I'm killing him today to avenge Lan Hao. Go ahead, strip me of my rank if you have the guts. Trung Tone stopped him. Stand down, he commanded. You fool. I'm doing this for your own good. Think about it, he reasoned. Who were the people at that party? They are all the sons and daughters of the elite from District 1 and 2. The entire base runs on the financial support of their parents. If this investigation continues and their identities are exposed, you'll anger their families. You could even spark a conflict between the districts. Is that a loss you're prepared to bear? And another thing, he continued, your nephew. Everyone in the base knew about the wicked things he did. The military only turned a blind eye because of you. But the common people, they don't care about that. Hoang Dat began to calm down. Trung Tone pressed on. I warned you before to keep him in line. I told you if you didn't, public outrage would swallow him whole and no one could save him. And now, it's happened. Hoang Dat was still defiant. Don't say I didn't try. But that damn kid never learned. He'd appease me to my face, then turn around and do the same thing. I have military duties. I can't watch him 24/7. Trung Tone replied, frankly, him dying like this is a good thing. If you let things continue, you would have been dragged down with him. In a way, Triu Zhao Tianlei did you a favor by getting rid of a liability. By giving Triu Zhao Tianlei a light punishment, this whole affair will blow over quickly, he explained. But if you had killed him just now, the people would accuse you of abusing your power for revenge. All the hatred for Guo Lan Hao would shift onto you. And then who would be in trouble? Hearing this, Hoang Dat finally bowed his head in defeat. I acted rashly. I understand now, Chief. Trung Tone let the matter drop. All right, drop this matter. And don't you dare think about revenge. That Zhao Tianlei is a rare talent, and I have my own uses for him. Then, Zhang Quan stepped forward, clapping him on the shoulder. Remember the bigger picture. He simply replied, yes, sir. After everything was settled, Huang Da left Zhang Quan's office. The moment he stepped out, Wu Wei eagerly ran up to him. Commander, how did it go? The embers of Huang Da's rage, which had just started to cool, were instantly reignited by that question. He viciously kicked Wu Wei square in the face before he could even react. He then roared at him in fury. Lan Hao was a good kid. It was scum like you who corrupted him. If it wasn't for you, he wouldn't have died such a pointless death. With that, he drew his pistol and executed him on the spot. Go to hell. As for Tianlei, he left a chilling warning. Zhao Tianlei. The days are long. You better pray you never fall into my hands. The world had descended into chaos. Hordes of zombies roamed everywhere, their jaws always ready to snap onto their next prey. A faint cry for help echoed through the ruins. A group in protective gear appeared. The person who cried out saw them and desperately called, "Over here. Help me." The scene shifts to a room that looks like a laboratory. The one who called for help was now strapped to a table. He asked in a panic, "Who are you people? What are you trying to do?" The group said nothing, simply injecting him with an unknown substance. He struggled helplessly. "Don't." Suddenly, a scream pierced the silence. Jingwen shot up in bed, gasping for air, his eyes wide with terror. As his breathing steadied, he realized it was just a dream. Hearing her brother's scream, Chen Xingyu rushed in worriedly. "Jingwen, what's wrong?" She came closer, her expression full of concern. "You're covered in sweat. I heard you scream. Did you have a nightmare?" Jingwen replied, "I'm fine. Just a dream about some of the zombies I've faced before." Chen Xingyu sat down beside him and asked gently, "We've been reunited for a while now, but you've never mentioned what happened before. Do you want to tell me what you went through during that time?" Jingwen decided to humor her. "All right. What do you want to hear?" Chen Xingyu asked him, "I remember you were never very healthy as a kid. How did you become so strong? And why were you working for a man like Guo Lin Ha?" He replied with a heavy sigh. "For money. In a world like this, your next meal is all that matters. I work for whoever pays the most." He continued. "As for how I got so strong, I heard that Zhao Tianlei used to be known as a total weakling at school, but now his power is almost inhuman. Do you have any idea why that is?" Chen Xingyu shook her head. "No, I don't." Then she added, "Actually, thinking back, it happened so suddenly. Ever since he defeated Lin Mu at the library, it's like he became a completely different person." Jingwen asked her, "So, have you ever asked him about it?" Chen Xingyu replied, "No." Jingwen sensed her hesitation. "Why not? Aren't guys supposed to hate nosy women? You're just afraid he'll find you annoying, aren't you?" He then feigned being hurt. "Wow, so biased. You're so scared of what Zhao Tianlei thinks, but you don't care how I feel. Your little brother is heartbroken over here." Chen Xingyu blushed and swatted at him. "No, it's not like that." Jingwen's expression suddenly turned serious. "Actually, the reason he and I became strong is the same." He looked at Chen Xingyu with gentle eyes. "It was to protect the one we love." Chen Xingyu smiled softly, but Jingwen's competitive streak flared up. "Except, I'm much more devoted than he is. The man he loves has 2 women, but I only have you." Chen Xingyu quickly denied it. "We're not in that kind of relationship." She then said to Jingwen, "If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Just pretend I never asked." Jingwen gently took her hand, his gaze thoughtful. "Sis, there are some things I'll tell you when the time is right. You just need to know that I will always be the little brother who loves you most." Chen Xingyu nodded at him. "Okay, that's enough heart-to-heart for now." Jingwen whined, "I'm starving. I want a midnight snack." Chen Xingyu doted on her brother, asking warmly, "What do you want to eat? I'll go make it." But unexpectedly, Jingwen looked wary, which made her fume. "But your cooking skills." He decided to choose the safer option for his stomach. "I'll just have some canned food." Chen Xingyu was helpless and could only scold her brother. "You're the worst." The next morning, the sky was blue, the clouds were white, and the sun was bright. It was a beautiful day. The neighborhood was a bit quiet, but the stalls were open as usual. Chen Xingyu grumbled to herself while carrying her shopping basket. "That rotten Ah Jing. Who does he think he is? Compared to acting, cooking is a piece of cake. If I put my mind to it, becoming a master chef is only a matter of time." Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a stall. Chen Xingyu gasped in surprise. This kind of vintage bag. She happily picked it up to examine it. It was her favorite brand, from the famous designer, Huangqi Chuan Gong. Plus, they stopped making these 3 years ago. You couldn't buy one even if you had the money. "I can't believe I'm finding you here." Suddenly, the stall owner spoke up. "Hey, aren't you the young lady who got kidnapped in the alley a few days ago?" Seeing that she was safe, the owner smiled. "It's good to see you're okay. Your friends were the ones who rescued you, right?" Chen Xingyu was surprised. "Oh, how did you know?" He explained. "I had my stall set up here that day. I saw them carrying a photo that looked just like you, so I figured you were all together." Then he complimented her. "You're very lucky. If that couple hadn't seen what was happening, you would have been in real danger." Chen Xingyu suddenly realized something. A couple? Seeing Chen Xingyu's confusion, the stall owner recounted the story. "That day, the young woman also bought a bag here. She saw you get kidnapped and whispered with her husband for a moment before they left. I guess they saw there were too many of them and went to report it to the security team." The owner expressed his relief for her. "Now that I see you're all right, I can finally rest easy. Hearing the owner's story, Chen Xingyu thought to herself. Tianlei said Yu Xuan was the first to notice I was missing, but according to the shopkeeper, Tang Yuxin saw me being taken away, but didn't say anything right away. Why? Even if she was scared, Li Shuyang could have easily handled those guys. Putting that thought aside for now, that evening, as Chen Xingyu stepped through the door, she was greeted by a shower of colorful confetti. Everyone shouted in unison, "Happy birthday." Chen Xingyu was stunned. Everyone. Jingwen spoke up. "Did you really think I'd forget my own sister's birthday? I sent you out this morning just so we could prepare this surprise." He then went into his smug actor mode. "So, were you fooled by my exquisite acting skills?" Chen Xingyu laughed. "I guess you have some conscience after all." Tianlei kicked off the gift-giving. He walked over with a bouquet of flowers. "Chen Xingyu, happy birthday." Chen Xingyu happily took the flowers from him. "They're beautiful. Thank you." Next was Bing Yan. She called Chen Xingyu over. "Chen Xingyu, come see what this is." Chen Xingyu slowly walked towards Bing Yan, where a lovely birthday cake appeared before her eyes. A cake. Tam Duck was floored. "I haven't seen one of these since the world went to hell," he said. "How did you guys pull this off? This must have been a huge pain to get." But when Bang Nan told him Vu Hin made it herself, his whole vibe shifted. Vu Hin spoke up. "You have no idea. Just surviving is a struggle for people in Zone 3. Making a cake is basically a miracle." She began listing the difficulties. A simple oven can be built with bricks. We have eggs and flour, but butter is not easy to find. Luckily, I know a chef in Zone 2, and he helped me gather all the ingredients. I also made all the food on this table. It's not just to celebrate your birthday, Chen Xingyu. It's also a farewell dinner for the captain. Hearing this, Chen Xingyu turned to Tianlei. "A farewell? Tianlei, you're leaving again?" Tianlei replied. "Lu Heng told me yesterday that the resources near the base have been completely depleted. To find more food, we have to expand our search beyond 50 kilometers. This is their first time going so far out, and they're uneasy. They're hoping our squad can go with them." Chen Xingyu said worriedly, "But that's too dangerous." Tianlei explained to her. "Yu Xuan and I were able to get into the Zheng family compound thanks to Lu Heng's help. This is a debt we have to repay sooner or later." Shuyang quickly chimed in. "Brother Lei, it's been so long since I've gone out with you. Take me with you this time." Yu Xin immediately objected. "No way. If you go too, who's going to protect me and Sister Bing Yan?" Then, she turned to Tianlei with a suggestion. "However, Captain, I do have a small proposal," she said. "You've always been in charge of our team's supply key. In the past, you've always taken it with you when you left. Even though Yang is the acting captain, he still has to wait for you to come back every time we need something. Isn't that inconvenient?" Then she turned and clung to Shuyang's arm, continuing, "Why don't you leave the key with him this time?" "What do you think?" Bing Yan agreed. Yu Xin had a point. What if he wasn't here? Would we have to break down the door just to get supplies? Xin Feng backed her up. In all this time, Su Yang had been a decent acting leader, responsible and fair. "I'm with you," Yu Xuan added. Not missing a beat, Zhao Tianlei said, "I agree too. This was my oversight. I didn't think about this before." He reached into his pocket for the keys. "From now on, you hold on to these." But as Yu Yang and Yu Xin exchanged a knowing glance, Chen Xingyu's voice cut through the air. "Wait, I object." Zhao Tianlei looked at her, confused. Seeing someone defy the plan, Yu Xin's expression soured. "Why?" she snapped. "Chen Xingyu, what did Yang ever do to you? Why are you always targeting him? You were the one who led the opposition against him for acting leader. Now everyone agrees, and you're trying to sabotage it again?" Not stopping there, she even dragged Jing Wen into it. "Besides, you got your brother now, don't you? You don't even live with us anymore. You have no right to an opinion." Chen Xingyu calmly replied, "This isn't about Li Shuyang. It's about not being able to trust you." Yu Xin's brow furrowed in annoyance. What's that supposed to mean? Without beating around the bush, Chen Xingyu asked her directly, "Don Yu Xin, I'll ask you this. Where were you when I was kidnapped?" The question hung in the air, stunning Yu Xin into silence. Chen Xingyu continued, "That day, right before I passed out, I vaguely saw you standing not far away. You just stood there and watched them take me. But you never told anyone, did you?" Her words struck the group like a bolt of lightning. Yu Xin's eyes widened, and she immediately shot back with a venomous denial. "You're spitting poison. What proof do you have? How dare you slander me like that?" Chen Xingyu just stared her down. "The bag vendor from the market. He's my witness." Hearing that, Yu Xin bit her lip, unable to say another word. Chen Xingyu pressed on. "At first, I doubted what I saw, so I kept quiet. But I just ran into that vendor. He told me that Dong Yu Xin watched with her own eyes as I was dragged away, then quickly led Li Shuyang in the opposite direction." Chen Xingyu finished her explanation calmly. I shouldn't meddle in the team's affairs. But this woman's heart is corrupt, and Li Shuyang listens to everything she says. If this continues, something terrible is bound to happen. Bingjin turned to confront Yu Xin. Yu Xin, is what she's saying true? Yu Xin stammered, Of course not. Don't listen to her nonsense. I was there looking at bags, but I didn't see her at all. When she saw no one believed her, she turned and clung to Su Yang. Yang, you have to believe me. But unexpectedly, Su Yang's anger exploded. He slapped her hard across the face. Believe you? My foot. The impact stunned her, and she stared at him in disbelief. Yang. Shu Yang's voice seethed with rage. Actually, ever since Brother Lei went missing last time, she's been pushing me to take his place as leader. It was my own selfishness. I was afraid of losing her, so I kept covering for her. He went on. I thought it was just a passing, thoughtless moment. That she would eventually give up on the idea, but I never imagined. You would watch Chen Xingyu be taken and do nothing. You are truly a wicked person. Yu Shuang chimed in, I can't believe you were this kind of person. Yang Feng added, it's a good thing the goddess is okay, or I'd never forgive you. Bingjin said, Yu Xin, how did you become like this? You've disappointed me so much. Yu Xin frantically tried to explain. No, it's not like that. Let me explain. But Jingwen cut her off with an icy glare, lunging toward her without hesitation. Li Shuyang, don't be sad. Getting rid of a woman like this is a gain. You should be happy you finally see her true colors. He continued, today is my sister's birthday, so I won't take a life. A little mark on your face will have to do. Just then, Jingwen's sudden attack flew at Yu Xin, startling Shu Yang. He rushed forward and shoved her out of the way, saving the woman's life by a hair. The knife instantly embedded itself in the wall behind them. Seeing him leap to her rescue, Jingwen looked less than pleased. Yu Xin, on the verge of tears, whimpered, Yang, you can't bear to let me go, can you? Shu Yang answered instinctively, no. It was just a subconscious reaction. Seeing the scene unfold, Chen Xingyu spoke calmly. Jingwen, let Zhao Tianlei decide how to deal with her. Jingwen replied, all right. Whatever you say, sis. Zhao Tianlei's voice was cold. You are Bingyin's friend and Li Shu Yang's wife. I won't kill you. But the most important thing for a team is unity. There's no place for you here anymore. With absolute finality, Zhao Tianlei declared, leave. Yu Xin was utterly shocked by his decision. She desperately begged him, leader, I know I was wrong. Punish me however you want, just don't kick me out. The base is so chaotic now. A woman like me can't survive alone. Telling me to leave is no different from killing me. She whipped her head around to look at Shu Yang. Yang, they're about to kick your wife out. Say something. Shu Yang replied with cold finality. From this day forward, you are no longer my wife. We're finished. Stunned by his words, Yu Xin's head snapped toward Bingyin. Sister Bingyin. But Bingyin simply lowered her head, refusing to meet her gaze. No one spoke up for her. She gritted her teeth, trembling as tears streamed down her face. Yu Xin's despair turned to rage. Fine, you're all heartless enough. I'll go. Dong Yu Xin, refuse to believe I can't survive without you. With that, Yu Xin ran from the room, slamming the door violently behind her. Shu Yang watched her leave with a heavy heart. Understanding his friend's pain, Zhao Tianlei walked over and clapped him on the shoulder with a sympathetic gaze. The scene changes to the next morning. Everyone is busy with their own tasks. Before leaving, Bingyin and Chen Xingyu spoke together. Zhao Tianlei, be careful on the road. You must come back safely. Zhao Tianlei replied, while I'm gone, you two take good care of yourselves. Jingwen appeared, slinging an arm over Chen Xingyu's shoulder. Don't worry, he said coolly. I'll take good care of my sister. And Miss Bingyin, if you need anything, just say the word. Jingwen is always ready. Zhao Tianlei added, Yi Jingguan will be staying behind, so we won't have to trouble you, Bingyin. The scene shifts to Xu Yang, who is mechanically carrying supplies. Shen Feng spoke up beside him. What happened wasn't your fault. Don't take it to heart. You should continue as the acting leader. Xu Yang replied dejectedly. Don't mock me. Those 4 words are a joke to me now. I was never leadership material to begin with. She was the one who kept pushing me. You were a law officer before, managing so many things every day. You're much more suited for it. Right now, I just want to fight alongside everyone. Only by killing more zombies and saving Brother Lei can I find some peace. After speaking, Xu Yang walked away without hesitation. Yu Xuan, standing nearby, commented, letting him go out to blow off some steam is a good idea. The most important thing for him now is to regain his confidence. Just then, a familiar figure lurked behind a transport vehicle, observing the convoy. It was Yu Xin. Her brows were furrowed, her eyes filled with a calculating glare. And then, she made her move. It seems she ran and hid behind one of the trucks, planning to follow them in secret. The movers finished their work and shouted, let's move out. The wheels began to turn as the convoy started its journey. A man reported Zhao Tianlei's movements to Zhang Huangda. "You're saying Zhao Tianlei has left the base?" he said. His subordinate replied, "Yes, sir. He left this morning with the hunting corpse." He continued, "And the matter you asked me to investigate is clear. That day, only the Lu family's convoy entered and exited the guard post. Zhao Tianlei must have used that opportunity to infiltrate Area 2. Zhang Huangda let out a sinister laugh. "Excellent. I was wondering how they got past such tight security. It was them all along. Zhao Tianlei and that Lu family. This time, you've dug your own graves. Inside the base, you have Zhang Zhongquan to back you up. But out here, let's see who can protect you now." The scene shifts back to that same bright morning. A line of cargo trucks is followed by two smaller cars. Lu Heng, trailing behind the convoy, remarked casually, "We traveled dozens of kilometers and haven't seen a single zombie. Brother Zhao Tianlei, you really are a good luck charm." Yang Feng chuckled. "Back in the mountains where I'm from, we say that for every being, there's a natural counter. Maybe Brother Lei is the reincarnation of Zhang Kui, fated to destroy zombies." Yu Xuan looked confused and asked, "Doesn't Zhang Kui hunt ghosts? Isn't that something different?" Yang Feng replied with a shrug, "Ghosts, zombies, same difference." Zhao Tianlei smirked. "If that's true, you guys can stop carrying guns. Just hang a picture of me on your chest to guarantee safe passage." Wu Xuan just laughed it off. "Haha, sure. But jokes aside, we can't let our guard down. We've swept the areas near the base so many times, there's no one left. No one left to eat, that is. So the zombies naturally migrated elsewhere. The farther we get from the base, the better the chance of finding supplies. But it's also way more dangerous." "Got it," Lu Heng replied. "Makes sense." He pressed a button on the console, then asked, "Yunfeng, how much longer till we reach the city?" Yunfeng answered, "Once we cross that overpass up ahead, it's about another 10 kilometers. But Zhao Tianlei felt a knot in his stomach. He looked out the window, his eyes fixed on the bridge. He had to ask, "Do we really need to take the overpass?" Yunfeng replied, "Not necessarily, but it's the fastest route." Lu Heng sensed his unease and asked, "Is there a problem?" Zhao Tianlei's expression turned grim. Based on past experience, places like this were ground zero when the outbreak hit. If this area is the same, that bridge is probably a graveyard of abandoned cars, completely blocking the way. Besides, that bridge's design is a maze. The lanes are narrow, making it impossible to turn around. If we run into a horde up there, we'll be sitting ducks. Lu Heng thought for a moment. Zhao Tianlei's right. Better safe than sorry. "Let's take the road underneath," Yunfeng countered. "But going around will take at least 2 hours. It's almost dark. Isn't it more dangerous to get caught out here after sunset?" Lu Heng paused. He's got a point. He closed his eyes, straining his ears to listen. Zhao Tianlei realized what he was doing. Damn it. The distance is too great. He can't hear anything clearly. Plus, there's no telling if the zombies are just lying dormant, conserving energy without a food source. Lu Heng spoke up. "All right, new plan. We'll send one car ahead to scout. The rest of us stay here. If anything happens, we can provide backup. It's the only way." He gave the order. "Wu Xuan, you're up." "Got it," Wu Xuan agreed. But Shuyang quickly volunteered himself. "Lei Ji, let me go." "Wu Xuan is a better shot. Keep him here for cover." Zhao Tianlei considered it for a second, then nodded. "All right. Everyone, be careful." A chorus of "Yes, sir" answered back. The scout car peeled off and headed for the bridge. Inside, Shuyang was visibly tense. The scene ahead was pure chaos. Mangled, rusted-out cars were scattered across the road like broken toys. Zhao Tianlei's voice crackled over the radio. "Shuyang, what's your status?" Shuyang replied, his voice tight. "Just like you called it, Lei Gay. The road's completely blocked. Our vehicle can't get through. But I don't see any zombies." "Understood," Zhao Tianlei said. "Get back here. Now." "Roger that." Just as Yu Yang shifted into reverse, a massive impact slammed into the side of the car. Bam! Before he could even move, a monster was on him. Zhu Yang's eyes widened in horror. A flicker. On pure instinct, he threw himself out of the car. The flicker's long tongue shot out like a whip, wrapping around his left leg. It yanked him down, using his own body as an anchor to pull itself closer. Shuyang scrambled desperately for his weapon, but the creature was already on top of him. At the last second, his fingers found the grip of his gun. He fired, emptying the clip into its body. The flicker shrieked and collapsed. Zhu Yang stared, breathing heavily, making sure the thing was finally dead. The moment the monster fell, the sound of gunfire echoed back to the main group. On the desolate road below the overpass, a series of strange sounds began to echo. Zhao Tianlei grabbed the radio, his voice urgent. "Xu Yang, what the hell is going on up there?" Xu Yang, pinned in the back of his car, heard the call and pushed himself up. He glanced at his car's display panel. Lei Jie, there are flickers on the bridge. He whipped his head around to look out the window. Zhao Tianlei's voice came through again, sharp and clear. How many? On the right, 2 flickers appeared on the roofs of the wrecked cars. To the left, several more were crawling over the vehicles, their disgusting tongues lashing out. And straight ahead, a whole horde of them was skittering directly towards his car. Shuyang's eyes were wide with terror. There's a lot of them. Zhao Tianlei's voice on the other end was like ice. Fall back, immediately. Shuyang scrambled into the driver's seat. He frantically turned the key, trying to start the engine. The flickers were getting closer, but the car wouldn't start. He tried again, slamming his hand on the dashboard. Damn it, why now of all times? He stomped his foot on the accelerator, wrenching the steering wheel hard to one side. The blue car lurched forward, crashing straight into the iron guardrail with a scream of tearing metal. The front end crumpled, spitting out a plume of white smoke. Shuyang slammed his fist on the wheel. Crap. He made a split-second decision and kicked the door open. The movement caught the attention of the nearby flickers, and they all turned towards him. Shuyang didn't hesitate. He bolted, sprinting back the way he came. Down below, Zhao Tianlei was already in motion. Let's move, he ordered. We're going in to cover him. Everyone piled into the cars, and both vehicles sped up the ramp onto the bridge. Lu Heng leaned out the window, laying down a spray of gunfire. Several flickers dropped under the hail of bullets. Shuyang glanced over his shoulder and saw that the monsters chasing him had been stopped in their tracks by the covering fire. He put a hand on the iron railing. In one fluid motion, Shuyang vaulted over the barrier, landing on the ground right in front of the lead vehicle. Get in, Zhao Tianlei yelled. Just as he did, more flickers heard the commotion and leaped down, blocking the car's path. We've got company over here, too, Yun Feng screamed. Turn around. The 2 cars screeched, executing a sharp 180 on the narrow road. But it was too late. From the sides of the bridge, another wave of flickers leaped down. In seconds, they were completely surrounded. Lu Heng looked out at the swarm, his face pale. How can there be so many of them? Yun Feng pressed his hands against the glass. It's a trap. We're surrounded. Zhao Tianlei, in the passenger seat, gave a sharp look to the person in the back. Wu Xuan. Use it. Wu Xuan said nothing, simply opened the sunroof, and stood up, popping his head out. In his hands was a long, black shotgun. Wu Xuan took aim. A torrent of orange-red fire erupted from the barrel, engulfing the horde of flickers in a blazing inferno. The creatures shrieked and writhed in the flames, their advance completely halted. Now, Zhao Tianlei roared. Reverse. Go, go, go. Finally, the 2 vehicles broke free, leaving behind a horrifying scene of burning monsters. Inside the car, Yun Feng slumped back in his seat, clutching his chest and letting out a huge breath. Phew, that was way too close. Zhao Tianlei analyzed the situation grimly. It seems those flickers have developed some intelligence. They knew how to hide and lure us into a trap. He looked over at Lu Heng in the driver's seat. Our old strategies are useless now. We have to be much more careful from now on. Lu Heng's face was set in a hard line as he glanced at Zhao Tianlei. There's only one road left to the city now. Outside, the sky was already turning a deep orange as the sun began to set. Zhao Tianlei's voice cut through the tension. Full speed. We have to find a place to hole up before night falls. A little while later, the 2 cars slowed to a stop on the side of the road. Zhao Hai was outside, pouring gas from a red jerry can into one of the vehicles. Zhao Hai assessed the situation. All our spare fuel was in the car we lost. Even if we split what's left, it's only enough for another hour of driving. A younger guy standing nearby started to panic. What are we going to do? We can't just wander around out here in the open. We'll be sitting ducks. Shuyang looked down, his voice filled with guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't spot the flickers hiding under the cars in time. And we lost a vehicle because of me. Wu Xuan immediately shut him down. Don't say that. If you hadn't risked your neck to scout ahead, we'd all have been wiped out. Zhao Tianlei walked over to Yun Feng. Is there anywhere nearby we can get gas? He pointed to a spot on the map. There's a park here, with a gas station inside. But Wu Xuan considered the worst-case scenario. What if the animals in there have mutated? Wouldn't that be incredibly dangerous? Zhao Tianlei weighed their options. Going was risky, but staying meant waiting to die. They had to take the chance. Huck Tuong spoke up with determination. Brother Lei, let me go. I'm the one who lost the car, so this is my responsibility. Zhao Tianlei didn't answer right away. He just stared at him in silence for a long moment. Finally, he made his decision. All right, I'll go with you. The rest of you stay here, and be careful. The scene shifts to an abandoned amusement park. Roller coasters and Ferris wheels stand like silent skeletons against the sky. A blue car drives onto the deserted grounds. Along the path, 2 iron animal cages stood with their doors forced open. Huck Duong drove, scanning the area. It looked like the undead had already been through here, and the animals had all escaped. The gas station was completely empty, not a soul in sight. Zhao Tianlei and Huck Duong began filling 4 plastic cans with fuel. Huck Duong glanced up, his eyes lost on the distant rides. Zhao Tianlei followed his gaze. "Thinking about your sister?" he asked softly. Huck Duong looked down, his voice heavy with regret. "When she was alive, she always wanted to come to an amusement park, but I was always too busy trying to make money. There was never time. I never thought our one and only visit would be our last." He turned to his friend, his voice cracking. "Brother Lei, I failed you. You saved me and my sister, letting her pass on in peace. But I betrayed you. I'm not even human." Zhao Tianlei calmly reminded him of the truth. "Are you still thinking about that? We already cleared this up, didn't we? It wasn't your fault. It was Dong Vu Hin." Huck Duong squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, cutting him off. "It was me. I was useless. I couldn't give her a sense of security. Couldn't live up to her expectations. That's why she became like that." He sighed, completely defeated. "I promised my sister I'd find her a sister-in-law, that I'd take them traveling around the world. But Lam Lam left me. And now Vu Hin has abandoned me too. I'm such a worthless man." Zhao Tianlei looked at him with piercing eyes. "Do you still have feelings for Dong Vu Hin?" Huck Duong's body tensed at the question. Zhao Tianlei began to explain the situation logically. "Since the outbreak began, we've all been together. We're comrades who have faced death side by side. If I could, I wouldn't have kicked her out. But the mistake she made was too severe. This time, she was willing to watch Tham Tam Duk die. Next time, she could endanger everyone else on the team." He placed a hand on Huck Duong's shoulder. "It's not that you couldn't meet her expectations. The problem is with her character. I made her leave the team for your own good. I don't want to lose a good brother. You understand?" Zhao Tianlei then smiled, making a promise. "Don't worry. If I promise your sister you find her a sister-in-law, I will absolutely make it happen. Dong Vu Hin wasn't worthy of you. But there are plenty of good girls at the base." Huck Duong's expression remained grim. "Thanks, Brother Lei." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the silence, snapping them to attention. Huck Duong frowned. What was that? Zhao Tianlei's face grew tense. Could be one of the mutated animals that stayed behind. Then they noticed. The trunk of their blue car was mysteriously open. Huck Duong's eyes darted towards the movement. From behind the car, a head slowly popped up, waving at them. It's Vu Hin." Zhao Tianlei stared, completely baffled. Huck Duong, standing beside him, was in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" With tears welling in her eyes, Vu Hin slowly walked towards them. "It's your fault," she cried. "You've been avoiding me for 2 days, refusing to hear my explanation. I had to resort to this. I was going to come out sooner, but the car started moving, and I hit my head and passed out." As soon as she woke up, she rushed forward, throwing her arms around Huck Duong. Duong, you scared me to death." He grimaced and pushed her away. "Let go. I told you, we're over." Vu Hin looked up with a pitiful expression. "You're lying. I heard everything just now. You can't get over me. You're still in love with me, aren't you?" Huck Duong shot back without a second of hesitation. "Don't be so full of yourself." After saying his piece, he turned his back on her coldly. "Brother Lei, ignore her. The gas is filled. Let's go." But Vu Hin wasn't giving up. She screamed after him. "Lat Huck Duong, how can you be so heartless?" Zhao Tianlei sighed at the scene before him. He couldn't just leave her here alone. "We'll deal with this back at the base." Hearing this, Vu Hin's mood instantly brightened. "Thank you, Captain." Huck Duong remained silent, but his eyes shot a glare in her direction. Later that night, the sky was pitch black, filled with stars but no moon. Qiu Hai stood with his hands in his pockets, worried. "I wonder if Captain Triu and the others found a gas station yet, or if they ran into any trouble." Tu Fan, standing beside him, was confident. "Relax. Nothing will happen to them. We're talking about the legendary Captain Triu." He then nodded sheepishly. "Hey, Brother Qiu Hai, can you keep watch? I gotta take a leak." Qiu Hai threw his hands up. "Do you have a bladder problem or something?" "How many times is that?" Tu Fan could only offer a lame excuse. "It's just really cold tonight." The forest at night was dark and desolate. A stream of murky water splashed against the roots of an ancient tree. Tu Fan closed his eyes, a look of pure relief on his face. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the woods. His eyes snapped open, and he glanced behind him to check things out. Seeing nothing, he turned back around and started whistling a tune. But while his attention was diverted, a dark shadow silently moved in behind him. The shadow had the shape of a massive serpent. Its stark white eyes were locked onto him. High above, the full moon finally appeared, peeking out from behind the dark clouds. Inside the blue car, Zhao Tianlei was in the driver's seat. In the back, Vu Hin grabbed the arm of the person next to her, whining. Duong, is there anything to eat in the car? I haven't eaten anything since this morning. I'm starving. Hook Duong didn't say a word. He just tossed a bag of bread at her. The moment Vu Hin got it, she tore it open like a starving wolf, devouring it. She ate so fast that a moment later, she started coughing violently. Asterisk. Cough, cough, cough. Asterisk. It's so dry, she complained. Isn't there any water? Hook Duong's impatient voice cut through the air. You're so annoying. Zhao Tianlei's ears twitched. He sensed something was wrong. He frowned and gave a signal. Look behind us. Do you see something? At his words, Hook Duong immediately turned and raised a pair of binoculars to look out the back window. In the distance, a dark mass was rapidly closing in on them. They had hairy legs and razor-sharp claws. The creature's eyes glowed with a vicious red light. As they got closer, he could see they were zoo animals, lions, leopards, and even elephants. Hook Duong lowered the binoculars, his voice laced with shock. Brother Lei, it's a horde of wild animals, and they're all mutated. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth. Damn it, they must have escaped from the park. How many are there? Hook Duong tilted his head, estimating. At least 50 of them. Beside them, Vu Hin started to panic. What do we do? I'm so scared. Duong, are we going to die here? Hook Duong ignored her completely and made a suggestion. Brother Lei, I'll go out and kill them. Zhao Tianlei immediately shot him down. No, there are too many mutated animals. The two of us alone can't possibly win. His eyes widened as an idea suddenly struck him. Zhao Tianlei nodded towards the back. Let Hook Duong use that. The dark horde of mutated beasts closed the distance with terrifying speed. They opened their massive jaws, revealing the deadly fangs of predators. The back door of the speeding car flew open. Hook Duong struggled, pushing something heavy out onto the road. Finally, after a moment that felt like an eternity, a gasoline can tumbled out of the car. Fuel sloshed out of the container, a golden liquid that splashed across the ground at the feet of the charging beasts. Hook Duong took aim and fired several shots. Take this. The bullet flew true, piercing straight through the metal of the gasoline can. An inferno erupted, consuming the mutated beasts as they shrieked in agony. The orange flames completely incinerated the front line of monsters, creating a fiery barrier to stop the others from chasing them down. Inside the truck, Wu Xin cheered enthusiastically. Yang, you're a total badass. But Shuyang just sighed. What a waste of good meat. If they weren't mutated, that would have been a perfect barbecue. Zhao Tianlei analyzed the situation. Looks like that entire park is infected. Those probably weren't all of them, either. It's likely others have scattered to different areas. The vehicle raced onward as his voice echoed from within. It's not safe around here anymore. We have to regroup with the others, fast. Elsewhere, the night sky was still vast and quiet. Qiao Hai cradled his rifle, leaning against a car with his eyes closed, trying to rest. Wu Xuan approached him. Tough shift. I'll take over for you too. Go get some rest in the truck. Qiao Hai stood up, stretching his sore muscles. Sounds good. But Xiao Sheng went to take a leak and still hasn't come back. Wu Xuan asked, how long has he been gone? Qiao Hai glanced to the side and replied, about 15 minutes. He let out a sigh. Man, that kid's got a weak bladder. So young and already having issues. What's he gonna do when he's older? A grim look crossed Wu Xuan's face. You don't think something happened, do you? A sudden wave of panic washed over Qiao Hai. No, it can't be. Rifles raised, the two of them pushed into the dark woods to search. Xiao Sheng, where are you? After what felt like an eternity, Qiao Hai finally spotted a figure leaning against a tree. He panted as he walked closer, already scolding him. You little brat, hiding out here to slack off. But when Qiao Hai got a clear look at the person, his eyes widened in horror. Xiao Sheng's body was completely rigid, totally unresponsive. His eyes had rolled back, blank and lifeless. Qiao Hai froze, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Xiao Sheng! His cry alerted Wu Xuan, who came running. At that moment, something black shot through the air right at them. Wu Xuan's reflexes were razor-sharp as he tilted his head, instantly recognizing the threat. He lunged, tackling Qiao Hai out of the way just in time. Look out. After snapping back to his senses, Qiao Hai stared in utter terror at the thing in front of them. What is that? Before them stood a serpent of monstrous proportions, its terrifying maw gaping wide. A colossal snake was blocking their only path. It slithered toward them with terrifying speed. Wu Xuan unloaded a hail of bullets into it while yelling to the others, "Get back to the truck. Now!" The bullets seemed to just bounce off its scales, so Wu Xuan and his team immediately fell back. Inside, Yun Feng was startled by the sudden gunfire. Lu Heng asked nervously, "What's going on?" Yang Feng jumped out of his skin and screamed, "Ah, it's just you guys. You scared me to death." Wu Xuan burst in. "There's a mutated python in the woods. We have to get out of here." Yun Feng demanded, Where's Xiaosheng? Xiao Hai's voice was hollow. He's dead. Yun Feng gritted his teeth, snarling, damn it. Suddenly, the truck began to shake violently. The giant snake was coiling around the vehicle, its massive head peering into the main window, staring right at them. Yun Feng and Lu Heng were paralyzed with fear in the front seats. The serpent squeezed tighter and tighter, crushing the truck's frame, but its massive body was trembling, revealing a small gap near its tail. Inside, Yang Feng panicked. The truck's not gonna hold. In that instant, Lu Heng made a decision and flipped a switch. The truck's high beams flared to life. The snake recoiled from the blinding light, releasing the vehicle and hastily slithering away. Inside, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yun Feng cautiously scanned the darkness and spoke up. Where is it? Xiao Hai asked nervously. Do you think it's gone for good? Wu Xuan's voice was grim. No way. That thing looked like it's been starving for a while. It won't leave without its prey. It has to be nearby, Lu Heng added. The headlights only stunned it. It'll recover quickly. This truck can't survive another attack. If we stay here, we're just waiting to die. To live, we have to go on the offensive. I'm confident I can blow its head off with one shot, but we'll need someone to act as bait. Yun Feng immediately volunteered. I'll go. No, Wu Xuan stopped him. You're our strongest close-quarters fighter. If I miss my shot, you're the only one who can hold it off. Xiao Hai is injured, and Brother Lu isn't suited for it, which only leaves Yang Feng. No way. That's a suicide mission. I'm not going, Wu Xuan argued. You're a hunter. You have the most experience with snakes, and you're the most agile. You're the only one who can be the lure. Yang Feng shot back. Who says every hunter knows how to fight snakes? Wu Xuan tried a different approach. Don't you want to show off for that Lua Miu girl? If you bring back the hide of this giant snake, she'll definitely be impressed. The chance to win over a girl was all Yang Feng needed to hear. Leave it to me. The scene then cuts to the dead of night. All for a shot at love, Yang Feng bravely stood alone, acting as bait for the team. This guy deserves 10 girlfriends, not just one. Spirits of heaven and earth. I'm doing this for the future of the Yang family. Mom, Dad, you better be watching over me. The giant snake slithered menacingly through the tall grass. Out in the open, Yang Feng was shaking like a leaf. He tried to close his eyes and calm down, but his body refused to listen, trembling uncontrollably. And then, it appeared. It's here. The massive serpent opened its jaws, its sharp fangs lunging straight for a terrified Yang Feng. So scared he could pee his pants, Yang Feng yelled desperately, "Shoot it! Now!" But the snake's tail whipped around and smashed into their truck, and in that moment, it snatched Yang Feng into its mouth. Wu Xuan and Yun Feng had been freed from its coils. Wu Xuan cried out in despair, Yang Feng. But inside the beast's mouth, Yang Feng was using every last ounce of his strength to hold its jaws open. He yelled out, I'm still alive. The snake glared at Yang Feng, its eyes glowing crimson with rage. Suddenly, another one appeared, a mutated giant serpent. There were 2 of them. Xiao Hai panicked. What do we do? Wu Xuan remained calm and gave the order. Split up and attack. Yun Feng charged forward with his dagger. You overgrown worm. I'll kill you. Wu Xuan and Lu Heng laid down cover fire. The bullets hit their mark, and the snake writhed in pain, forgetting its prey. Yang Feng fell from its mouth. Yun Feng rushed in to save him. You damn monster. I'm going to skin you alive. In a flash, Yun Feng leaped up, slashing his dagger into the giant snake. The blade cut deep into its flesh. The serpent shrieked in agony but managed to wrap its body around Yun Feng, slamming him to the ground. Yun Feng was knocked flat on his back. After taking him down, it lunged again, but Xiao Hai ran the truck right into it. Die! You bastard! Yun Feng, who had just been taken down, struggled back to his feet and took a running leap. Unbelievably, Yun Feng landed on the truck, then used the momentum to launch himself at the giant snake again. He brought his dagger down in a strike even more powerful than the last. The snake was now critically wounded, nearly sliced in 2 by Yun Feng. Below, Lu Heng and Wu Xuan continued their barrage of bullets. The other snake turned its head toward them. Yang Feng yelled, shoot a little straighter. I'm running out of steam here. Wu Xuan shouted back, it won't stay still. I can't get a clean shot. You're asking for the impossible. Suddenly, the giant snake's tongue shot out and wrapped around Yang Feng, making him yelp in surprise. It wrapped tighter and tighter around him, leaving him able to do nothing more than let out muffled cries. Oomph, oomph, Yang Feng cried and laughed at the same time. I'm ticklish. I can't take it anymore. In the end, he couldn't hold on. He finally gave up and let himself be pulled into its mouth, abandoning his future wives. Instantly, the giant serpent began to thrash about in agony. A moment later, its eyes went wide before it collapsed to the ground, dead. Not far away stood Wu Xuan, who had just put down the giant serpent with a shotgun. Yang Feng crawled out from the snake's mouth, sobbing, I'm alive. I'm alive. Seeing him okay, Wu Xuan let out a sigh of relief. The group then gathered around Xiao Sheng, who lay on a straw mat. He lay perfectly still, gone for good. Lu Heng held a torch, looking down at him. Xiao Hai couldn't hold back his tears. "Boss, do we have to burn him?" he asked, trying to persuade everyone. Xiao Sheng was his parents' only child. His mother is still waiting for him to come home. We have to bring his body back to her. Lu Heng lowered his head slightly and said, Xiao Sheng was bitten by the mutated snake. Even in death, he could still turn. We can't risk it. Van Fong gently placed a hand on Qiu Hai's shoulder to steady him. You don't want to see him turn into one of times those things asterisk, do you? Qiu Hai squeezed his eyes shut, still unable to accept it. But Lu Heng stayed calm, giving their comrade a final farewell. Xiao Sheng, rest easy. We'll take care of your mother. As long as I'm here, no one will ever harm her. With those words spoken, the torch was dropped onto the straw mat, and the fire roared to life. In an instant, the entire pyre was engulfed in a blazing inferno. The flames burned fiercely through the night. The survivors suddenly looked up as the bright headlights of a small truck cut through the darkness. Wu Xuan called out, Brother Lei. Lu Kang added, they must have found some gasoline. Seeing this, Yang Feng ran towards them excitedly. Brother Lei. But the truck screeched to a halt, and several others pulled up behind it. Then, a cannon barrel emerged, aiming directly at them. Wu Xuan reacted in a split second, instantly grasping the situation. He lunged forward, screaming, Get down! The cannons mounted on the trucks began to unleash a merciless barrage of bullets. Wu Xuan managed to shove Yang Feng's head down just in time to dodge the spray of bullets. Meanwhile, Lu Kang's group cautiously approached the trucks to investigate. Wu Xuan then dragged Yang Feng over to Lu Kang, shouting, They're not our people. Van Fong glanced at the vehicles and concluded, That's a military convoy. Qiu Hai panicked. Are they crazy? Why are they shooting at us? Lu Kang peered through his binoculars and recognized the man inside the vehicle. It's Trin Hoang Dat. He stood up abruptly and yelled so the other side could hear. Commander Trin, we are the Lu family's hunting corpse. Cease fire. However, a glint appeared in the commander's eyes as he said, You're the exact people I was looking for. He immediately gave the order, blast them to pieces for me. The moment the command was given, regular soldiers poured out of the trucks. They held their cannons, ready for battle. Seeing the situation was critical, Lu Kang screamed, Run! A 6-barreled cannon unleashed a firestorm of lead. The force of the artillery created an explosion so massive it sent the truck they were using for cover flying. Lu Kang and the others were thrown to the ground, tumbling several times. Lu Kang landed flat on his back. Wu Xuan was face down, completely motionless. A moment later, they were being bound tightly with ropes. Lu Kang's entire group was now tied up, completely unable to resist. A nearby soldier reported, Commander, we searched everywhere. It's only them. Hearing this, Trin Hoang Dat slowly turned around. Lu Kang glared at him with pure, unadulterated hatred. The commander used his intimidating presence to interrogate him, demanding, Where is Triu Zhao Tianlei? Hoang Dat and his squad, armed to the teeth, pressed Lu Kang's group. Where is that guy, Triu Zhao Tianlei? Lu Kang tried to reason with him. Commander Trin, what is the meaning of this? We were authorized to go out on a supply run. Isn't there some kind of misunderstanding? The commander shot back. A misunderstanding? Then he roared and landed a vicious kick on Lu Kang. If you hadn't brought those people into Sector 2, Lan Hao would never have died. Van Fong screamed his name. Wu Xuan scowled at the commander. So, he was here for revenge for Lan Hao. Van Fong said bitterly. Quach Lan Hao was a monster who committed countless evil acts. Death was too good for him. Aren't you afraid the chief will find out you're using public power for a private vendetta? At these words, Hoang Dat flew into a rage. Don't you dare use that old fossil to pressure me. Then he began a furious rant. I risked life and limb for the army. I worked myself to the bone when the zombie outbreak began. If I hadn't convinced my brother-in-law to cooperate with the military, how could the Truong family have ever built these 6 bases? The lives of these people were given to them by me, Trin Hoang Dat, and the Quach family. And yet, they turned on Lan Hao all because of a few women. He screamed in fury. Even slicing him into 1,000 pieces wouldn't be enough to atone for Lan Hao's life. But Truong Trung Ton only locked him up for a week. He was slapping me in the face. Hoang Dat let out a triumphant, ugly laugh. He won't let me touch him? Fine. But if he happens to die at the hands of mutants outside the base, well, that has nothing to do with me. Yang Feng couldn't stand it and cursed him. You're disgusting. Hoang Dat didn't care. That's right. 2 of you were at the Quach villa that day as well. Since the mastermind isn't here, I'll just have to start with you too. He then drew his weapon. Now, who should I kill first? Yang Feng panicked and began to beg. Don't, please don't shoot. You got the wrong person. A villa? I've never even been to one. But Wu Xuan fearlessly challenged him back. Go ahead and kill me. Brother Lei will make damn sure you pay for it. Hoang Dat scoffed at Wu Xuan, still acting tough. Huh. If you're not afraid to die, then you can watch your friend's head explode. He pressed the barrel of his gun right against Yang Feng's head. The terrified young man pleaded for his life. What rotten luck. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. What kind of fate is this? A moment later, a soldier was attacked from behind, dropping to the ground with a grunt. Another soldier spun around in shock. The one who had just taken out the enemy was none other than Zhao Tianlei. He was firing his gun, laying down cover fire. The enemy soldiers yelled and scrambled for cover. The firefight caught Hoang Dat's attention. Triu Zhao Tianlei, he snarled. He and his men immediately raised their guns and returned fire. Don't be afraid. He's alone. Fire at will. At the same time, a vehicle sped towards Luke Hang's group. The captives struggled to lift their heads and see who was coming. Inside the vehicle were Wu Hin and Huck Duong, here for the rescue. He yelled, "Get in the car, now." The team scrambled aboard. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlei was single-handedly taking on Hoang Dat, aiming for the enemy's tires and firing relentlessly. Right then, his team's vehicle pulled up. Wu Xuan leaned out, providing covering fire. Brother Lei, let's go. I've got you covered. On the battlefield, enemy soldiers fell one by one. In the car, Yang Feng put on a brave face. Of course not. I was just afraid if he didn't die, he'd come back for revenge later. Then he looked surprised at the person sitting next to him. Dong Wu Hin, what are you doing here? Weren't you kicked out? She gave him a scornful look, like I need you to worry about me. Zhao Tianlei, sitting in the car, glanced back as they sped down the road. Suddenly, Wu Xuan noticed something and screamed, Brother Lei. Zhao Tianlei instantly leaped from the vehicle, grabbing the rear bumper. He then used every ounce of his strength to shove the entire truck forward with a powerful burst of speed. Seeing this, Hoang Dat gave the order to pursue. But one of his soldiers called out, Commander, all our tires have been shot out. Hoang Dat roared in frustration. Damn it. A while later, the truck was safely on its way. Luke Hang looked grateful. Good thing you guys came back when you did. Any later and my entire team would have been wiped out. Zhao Tianlei replied, I heard the gunshots on the radio and knew something was wrong. So I killed the headlights and drove over quietly. I thought it was just some bandits, but it turned out to be Trin Hoang Dat seeking revenge. His tone became dead serious. Back at the military base that day, I knew this wasn't over. I just didn't expect him to have the guts to leave the base and use the zombies as a cover to commit murder. Yang Feng asked cluelessly, their tires are all blown out. You think the zombies might get them? Wu Hin gave him a weird look. What, you want to go back and save them? But their celebration was cut short. Somehow, Hoang Dat's group had found another vehicle and was hot on their tail. The chase was back on, intense and thrilling. Zhao Tianlei looked back, annoyed. Looks like they salvaged the good tires and put them all on one vehicle. Hoang Dat gave the order, fire. I want them all dead right here. A soldier popped out of the roof hatch, aiming a machine gun at the truck ahead. He opened fire, letting loose a continuous stream of bullets. Zhao Tianlei's truck was hit, swerving slightly. Hoang Dat's vehicle stayed right on their tail, attacking relentlessly. Huck Duong, at the wheel, cursed in frustration. Damn it, I can't shake them. Van Fong spoke up, annoyed. Worst case, we fight them to the death. But Luke Hang stopped him. No, we're low on guns. They're heavily armed. The power difference is too great. We can't win. Zhao Tianlei was silent for a moment, thinking. Then he told Huck Duong, head back to the amusement park. Wu Xuan heard this and panicked. What? That place is crawling with mutated beasts. That's a suicide mission. Huck Duong called out uncertainly, Brother Lei. Zhao Tianlei looked back at him, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. That was enough for Huck Duong. He slammed his foot on the gas, and the truck shot forward. The car flew at top speed, desperately trying to shake the vehicle hot on its tail. Hoang Dat sneered. A final struggle before death. At the amusement park, still lit up against the night, twisted shadows writhed up from the ground. From these dark forms, vicious mana beasts clawed their way into existence. A pack of hellhounds spotted something speeding their way. Zhao Tianlei's car was hurtling straight into the amusement park, and the beasts stood waiting to block its path. The car's high beams cut through the darkness. Yang Feng stammered. It was a hellhound, baring its fangs with a low growl. Other monsters with grotesque shapes stared hungrily at their approaching prey. Yang Feng cried out in terror. They're mutated animals, but Zhao Tianlei was calm, issuing commands with ice-cold composure. Slow down. The car's pace dropped, and then he ordered, full high beams. Blasted by the intense light, the hellhound's attention was now completely fixed on Zhao Tianlei's vehicle. Instantly, they swarmed forward, throwing themselves at the car in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Hoang Dat's vehicle closed the distance. Wu Xuan realized their situation and shouted, Trin Hoang Dat is catching up. On the other side, a soldier reported, "Sir, the target has entered firing range." Hearing this, Hong Dat let out a triumphant laugh. "Triu Zhao Tianlei, let's see where you run now." He then barked out his ruthless order, "Blow that car to bits for me." The soldier shouted a clear confirmation. Van Fong panicked, lunging toward Zhao Tianlei and screaming, "Triu Zhao Tianlei, are you insane?" Wu Hin was just as terrified. Duong, I don't want to die." Yet, Zhao Tianlei remained unnervingly calm. Just a little more. His car continued to barrel forward. Zhao Tianlei began the countdown. 4, 3, 2. In front of them, the hellhounds continued to roar. Instantly, he gave the order. Turn. Hook Duong yanked the steering wheel hard to the side. The screeching, last-second maneuver completely stunned the soldier taking aim. Right before the soldier's eyes, a world-shattering explosion erupted. No one could react in time. As the inferno blazed hotter and hotter, a look of pure terror washed over his face. The hellhounds seized the opportunity, leaping onto Hoang Dat's vehicle. One of the beasts launched itself forward, sinking its teeth into the soldier's neck. Then, it violently flung him away. Hoang Dat yelled in a panic, "What are those things?" "Fire. Fire now." Another soldier raised a rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. But just as the rocket fired, a man-beast lunged up and tore into him. He let out a muffled groan. The rocket shot forward, causing another massive explosion. The scene shifts to Tam Duck's room, where she jolts awake from a nightmare, screaming, "Don't." She sat up, dazed for a moment. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she sighed. Phew, so it was just a dream. Just then, Bang Nang and Xing Wen burst through the door. "Sis!" Xing Wen rushed over, his voice filled with concern. "Sis, what's wrong?" Bang Nan was equally worried. "We were outside and heard you scream. Are you okay?" Tam Duck turned to them and said, "I'm fine. I just had a dream that Zhao Tianlei's car exploded, so..." Bang Nan lowered her head slightly. "They left several days ago, and now the phones don't work. We have no news at all. I'm worried sick." Xing Wen pouted. "What's so great about that guy that he has two beauties wrapped around his finger like this?" Hearing her brother's comment, Tam Duck shot back, "Xing Wen, what did you just say?" He chuckled nervously. "I said that dreams are always the opposite of reality. The Luke family brothers are experienced, and they were so well prepared. I'm sure nothing happened." He then tried to soothe them. "You two are just way too tense. How about this? I know a great place. I'll take you two there tomorrow to relax." The next morning, a lively concert was underway in the middle of town. An idol group was on stage, performing an energetic number. "Let's learn how to meow like a kitty. Meow, meow, meow." The idols sang sweetly, acting cute for their fans. Their voices captivated the crowd below. "My heart is pounding, mesmerized by your wicked smile." The audience enthusiastically sang along. "If you don't say you love me, I'll just meow, meow, meow." Tam Duck's group was standing in the crowd, watching the show. "Wow, it's so lively," Bang Hang exclaimed. Tam Duck asked her brother, "So this is the place you were talking about?" Xing Wen replied, "That's right. It's been a while since you've seen so many smiling faces, hasn't it?" The audience continued to cheer and laugh together. Tam Duck spoke softly. "Music can always bring energy to people in the most desperate of places." Then her eyes widened as she recognized someone. "Isn't that Ang?" Bang Nan looked confused. "Ange? What's that?" Tam Duck looked towards the stage and explained, "They're a girl group. They sang the theme song for my first movie at the Central Film Academy. We were actually supposed to hold a joint press conference and perform together before the outbreak. I can't believe I'm seeing them here." After the idol group finished their performance, they bowed to the audience. "Thank you all for coming to hear us sing today." The idol with blue hair said, engaging with the crowd, "These are the darkest of times. Everyone has experienced so much tragedy and pain, but please believe that after the darkness, there will always be light. Please don't give up hope. You must stay strong and keep living." The audience, moved by her words, began to chant in unison, "Keep living, keep living, keep living." The idol continued to inspire them. "Today, we're lucky enough to have the movie queen, Miss Tam Duck, with us. Let's invite her to sing a song with us for everyone. What do you say?" Tam Duck was completely stunned to hear her name called. Everyone in the crowd around her immediately turned to stare. "It really is Tam Duck. Our goddess, the goddess is still alive. It's really her." She stammered nervously. This is too sudden. I'm not prepared at all." Xing Wen smiled, looking at his sister gently. "Your voice is a natural gift. Why would you need to prepare? Besides," he added, "don't you want to encourage everyone too?" She tried to argue, but he took her hand, his voice filled with sincerity. "How much do you mean to me? I think you know that better than I do. You are my leading lady." Moved by his words, she found her voice and began to sing softly. "Sometimes I'm lazy, just like a little cat. When I'm in a bad mood, I might show my claws. Then, she made a little cat paw gesture. But you're always so gentle. You can make my heart melt. The audience reacted to her impromptu performance with a wild uproar. Goddess, goddess, goddess. In the next moment, Sing Wen tried to pull Bang Nan into it as well. She quickly refused. Me? No, I can't. But he gave her no chance. A microphone was suddenly pushed into her hand. The audience around them looked at each other in confusion. Trapped in the awkward situation, she squeezed her eyes shut and just sang. I want to be your little cat. The idol group from before reappeared, singing along to support Bang Nan. Let's learn how to meow like a kitty. Meow, meow, meow. And just like that, Tam Duck, Bang Nan, and the idol group performed a special number together on stage. I want to wear your jacket and smell the scent on you. I want to become your cat and sleep lazily in your arms. The arms of the audience below were raised high. Every day I long for your kindness. Everyone was emotional, shouting, whoa, something good is actually happening. This is so moving. On stage, Bang Nan and Tam Duck were panting, exhausted but happy. Down in the crowd, a figure in a hooded cloak appeared, staring intently at the stage. Xing Wen's eyes immediately locked onto this person. He quickly began pushing through the crowd to find them. He saw the faces of the audience flash by, every single one of them filled with joy. Xing Wen scanned the area and thought to himself, that hooded person was just standing there. The figure blended into the dispersing crowd. Just as the person turned to leave, a knife suddenly flew out of nowhere, aimed right at them. They managed to dodge it just in time. The attack was followed by a running kick. Xing Wen struck out, but the figure blocked the blow with her arm. Xing Wen unleashed a storm of blows against the person in front of him. With a final move, he pinned them against a wall, his hand at their throat. Xing Wen stared intently at his opponent, and suddenly his eyes flew open, realizing who it was. The hood had fallen back, revealing their face. Xing Wen shouted, Tan Tin, it's you. The person named Tan Tin just smirked. Yo, long time no see. Xing Wen released his grip and asked, what are you doing here? Tan Tin smiled playfully. I miss you, so I came to visit. Xing Wen crossed his arms and scoffed. I don't remember us being that close. The smirk on Tan Tin's face faded. It was time for business. All right. I'm here to see how your mission is coming along. Xing Wen scowled, retorting, your rank isn't higher than mine. When there's progress, I'll report it through the proper channels. It's not your place to oversee me. Tan Tin pressed him. Is there no progress? Or are you just not trying? Xing Wen shot back, suspicious. What are you getting at? Tan Tin leaned back, crossing his arms. I heard about some guy named Zhao who pushed back the infected and even killed a few mutants. Sounds like he's someone to watch. A touching family reunion. Truly. But if it gets in the way of the mission, the boss will be disappointed. He stepped closer, wagging his finger like he was scolding a child. Oh, right. The locals say he and your sister are unusually close. That wouldn't be why. You're intentionally hiding things, would it? The words had barely left his mouth when a knife whistled past his head, slamming into the wall behind him. Rage flashed in Xing Wen's eyes. I'm warning you, stay out of my business. My sister is the most important person to me. If anyone dares to hurt her, I don't care who they are. I will destroy them. He spat with intensity. And that Zhao, he's my target, so keep your hands off. Tan Tin flinched. Hey, I don't care about some minor credit, but someone else is getting impatient. Xing Wen's face hardened. Who? Tan Tin replied coolly. You're not the only one who wants to be the boss's favorite general. Xing Wen watched, confused, as Tan Tin trailed off and then turned to walk away. Tan Tin called out after him, Hey, I came all this way just to deliver a message. Aren't you even going to buy me dinner? Xing Wen shot back. Why would I? Getting brushed off, Tan Tin pouted. Man, you're so cold. The scene shifts to late morning in a different part of the city. A collapsed skyscraper stands before them, a mountain of untouched rubble. Zhao Tianlei's team pulls their vehicle to a stop. They gathered, surveying the devastation ahead. Xiao Hai couldn't believe his eyes. What happened here? Tian Xing said with a hint of sorrow. Most likely the military. They must have demolished these high-rises to contain the infection. Wu Xuan spoke up. I checked the perimeter. This entire block of skyscrapers is gone. There's basically no way in. Yang Feng, returning from his own scout, added, It's the same on the other side. Shuyang asked, So, we're completely blocked. Yun Feng couldn't hide his frustration. We finally make it to the city center, only to be stopped here. This is infuriating. As for Zhao Tianlei, he stood silently for a moment, taking it all in. Among the debris, several large advertising signs still flickered with light. Then, Zhao Tianlei finally spoke. It's not a total dead end. A confused Shuyang asked, What do you mean? Zhao Tianlei said with confidence, We can't get through on the surface, so we'll go underground. The group began to move, soon finding a stairwell leading down. They gathered at the entrance, peering into the darkness below. A seemingly endless flight of stairs descended into the deep. Yunfeng asked, stunned. "This is your big idea." Lu Heng added, "Our truck is way too heavy for that. It would definitely flip over." Yang Feng worried, "Yeah, this isn't some action movie. It's too dangerous." Wu Xuan sighed. "Too bad we don't have a giant slide." Zhao Tianlei turned to him. "Who says we don't?" In an instant, the massive billboards began to shift and move. They reassembled over the stairs, forming a perfect, smooth ramp for the truck. With the problem solved, everyone climbed aboard and the vehicle began its descent. The speed was incredible, shocking everyone on board. "Whoa, this is awesome. It feels like we're flying." The truck slid to a perfect stop inside a subway station. The concourse was lined with shop signs, a hot pot restaurant front and center, with a large store right next to it. Yun Feng seemed to know the layout. He suggested, "This subway station used to be packed with small shops. We should be able to find some supplies here." Zhao Tianlei scanned the area, his brow furrowed. "Something's not right." Wu Xuan asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Zhao Tianlei explained. "For them to demolish the entire surface, this city must have suffered a massive catastrophe. But this place, it's perfectly clean. Not a single trace of the infected. Don't you think that's weird?" Wu Xuan finally noticed. "You're right." But Wu Xin was still skeptical, saying, "The infected can't be everywhere at once. Isn't it normal for them to miss a place or two?" Yang Feng wasn't listening at all. He pressed his face against his storefront window, his mouth watering. A burger joint and a pizza place. Whoa, it'd be a crime to leave all this amazing food behind. Lu Heng, silent until now, finally spoke up. "I have to agree. If the situation inside is as dangerous as Zhao Tianlei thinks, this might be our only chance to resupply. We can't afford to skip it." Zhao Tianlei considered this, then made his decision. "All right, we'll split into pairs and search the area. Meet back here in 30 minutes. If you run into any trouble, retreat immediately." "Got it," Lu Heng responded instantly. Inside the station, the teams fanned out to scavenge for supplies. Suddenly, Xiao Hai called out, "Hey, look what I found." Instant noodles. Yang Feng, his back turned, held up 2 large packages. "I've got cookies and beef jerky over here." Meanwhile, Yun Feng's inner calculator was running. These rare supplies could be traded for a small fortune. Lu Heng held up a bottle, excited. "This is great. I found seasonings." In another store, Shuyang was methodically gathering supplies when Wu Xin suddenly noticed something. It was a display shelf filled with makeup and cosmetics in eye-catching colors. Wu Xin rushed over and picked up a tube of lipstick. She gasped with delight. "Oh, this shade is gorgeous." She turned to a mirror to try it on, but before it could touch her lips, Shuyang snatched it from her hand. His face was a cold mask. "Space on the truck is limited. We aren't taking useless junk." Wu Xin's voice was small, but "I really like this shade." She pleaded softly, trying to look cute. "Can't I just take this one little thing, Yang? Please?" Without a word, Shuyang threw the lipstick hard against the floor. Just then, Yang Feng walked by, hauling a massive backpack. Seeing the tension, he urged, "Hey, you two, stop messing around. It's time. We need to get back." Su Yang didn't even bother to respond. He shot Wu Xin one last, cold glare, then turned and walked away in silence. Wu Xin stood frozen, her eyes welling with tears. Outside, the teams began to gather by the truck, listing their important finds. Anti-inflammatories, cold medicine, and rubbing alcohol. Wu Xuan asked, curious, "Where did you guys find all this?" Zhao Tianlei answered, "In a drawer behind a counter. I'm guessing it was for employee use." Just then, the last team emerged, their packs full. Yang Feng called out excitedly, "Boss Lei." Shuyang, leading them, announced, "We're back." Zhao Tianlei did a quick head count. "Is that everyone?" Yun Feng's sharp eyes noticed someone was missing. "Where's Qiao Hai?" Yang Feng answered immediately. "On our way back, we passed a noodle shop. Brother Qiao Hai said he wanted to take a look inside." Yun Feng frowned at that. That kid has zero sense of teamwork. He can't just make the entire group wait for him. Zhao Tianlei, however, remained perfectly calm. "You guys get back in the truck. I'll go get him." The scene cuts to the front of the noodle shop as Zhao Tianlei strides inside. The place had a cozy atmosphere, a charm that was now lost to the apocalypse. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on something ahead. It was Qiao Hai, standing completely frozen. An expression of pure terror was etched on his face. Zhao Tianlei moved closer, calling out his name. Qiao Hai jumped, startled, and whipped his head around. Zhao Tianlei gave him a confused look, and as he got closer, he saw that Qiao Hai's entire body was trembling. The room was filled with thick, white strands. But what was truly horrifying was the giant spider standing in the middle of the room. Its webs covered every corner, every surface. Even Zhao Tianlei was momentarily stunned by the sight. Back at the truck, the team waited as instructed. Yang Feng glanced around sneakily, then unzipped his backpack and pulled out a perfectly roasted chicken. He held the prize lovingly, practically drooling, thinking, "Smells amazing. No one will notice if I just steal one little piece." With that thought, he opened his mouth as wide as it could go. But before he could take a bite, a hand clamped down on his neck. Yun Feng's eyes were as sharp as daggers. Well, trying to sneak food. Are we, kid?" Yang Feng quickly tried to laugh it off. "Whoa, chill out. I was just, testing it for everyone, to see if it was broken." But that lie only earned him a tighter headlock from Van Fong. Hook Duong sat silently with his arms crossed, but then his sharp gaze locked onto Wu Hin, as if he discovered something. His voice cut through the air. "What's in your bag?" Startled, she stammered, "Nothing. There's nothing in here at all." Hook Duong held out his hand, ready to snatch the bag away. "Take it out." Wu Hin clutched it tightly, pleading, "Please don't." But he violently ripped the hidden item from her bag, a little yellow duck. He scowled, his irritation clear. "Where did you get this?" "Was it from that toy store back there?" Yang Feng, whose neck was still trapped, pouted and mumbled, "Isn't that just a toy? It's not like you can eat it. What's the point?" Wu Hin scrambled to explain, "But the little yellow duck is so cute. I'm sure the children will love it." Her words only made Hook Duong angrier. He roared, "Are you a child? I told you not to grab useless things." The scene shifts to a noodle shop, where Zhao Tianlei and Qiu Hai were still frozen in place. It seemed the giant spider hadn't noticed their presence yet. Zhao Tianlei snapped back to reality and activated the ring on his hand, initiating a scan for the mutated beast. The system immediately displayed its full stats. Giant spider, a level 5 mutated creature with immense combat power, comparable to the Tier 3 evolve they'd faced before. Its deadliest weapon was its web, which had both paralyzing and corrosive properties. After wrapping its prey, it would drain the body dry, and then use the hollowed-out corpse as a host for its eggs. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's face went pale. "An egg sac? How disgusting." Qiu Hai looked at him, asking, "What do we do?" Zhao Tianlei whispered back, "I think it's asleep. Let's move quietly. Whatever you do, don't wake it up." Qiu Hai frowned and gave a slight nod. The two began their silent escape plan. Meanwhile, back in the car, the argument raged on. "Give it back to me." "No." Huck Duong refused to return the duck to Wu Hin. He lectured her, saying people back at the base barely had enough to eat. They were risking their lives for critical supplies, but all she cared about were makeup and toys. Why did she always have to be so selfish? During the struggle, her hand accidentally slammed down on the steering wheel. The vehicle shook violently as a deafening horn blast echoed throughout the entire station. Yang Feng and Van Fong flinched, covering their ears. But for the two survivors trying to sneak away, it was a death knell. The sound jolted the giant spider awake. Zhao Tianlei immediately snapped out of his shock and yelled, "Run!" The two of them took off in a desperate sprint. Suddenly, a thick strand of web shot out, wrapping precisely around Qiu Hai's waist. He screamed in terror, "Save me!" Hearing his cry, Zhao Tianlei spun around. Damn it! He drew his weapon and charged back toward him. A brilliant surge of power flared to life. He lunged forward, slicing clean through the web binding Qiu Hai. With the web severed, he quickly caught him. He urgently commanded, "Get back to the car, now." They scrambled to their feet and made a mad dash for the exit. Back in the room, the giant spider gnashed its fangs. Its body, a deep obsidian black, lowered itself, digging its front legs into the floor. A terrifying wave of force exploded from its position. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei and Qiu Hai had just made it around a corner, narrowly avoiding the blast. They looked back, panting heavily, only to see the giant spider was already right behind them. Streaks of red light pulsed around its massive body. It looked absolutely furious. Inside the car, Wu Hin couldn't take it anymore and tried to intervene. "You two, please stop fighting." Lu Kang also chimed in with a worried frown. "What if you attract zombies?" Just then, Yang Feng spotted them first and pointed. "Loi Yi is back." Through the thick dust, Zhao Tianlei and Qiu Hai were running for their lives. Yang Feng's sharp eyes noticed something strange. He hesitated. Wait, there's something behind them. At that moment, the spider had closed the distance, its massive jaws opening wide as if to swallow them whole. Everyone in the car screamed in horror. "It's a mutated beast." Zhao Tianlei yelled at the top of his lungs, "Drive." The engine roared to life again, headlights piercing the darkness. Just as he and Qiu Hai threw open the doors and leaped inside, before they were even seated, he roared, "Floor it." The tires screeched against the ground, kicking up sparks. The car shot forward like an arrow, but the giant spider relentlessly gave chase. Van Fong looked back in confusion. How can something like that be in the subway? Qiu Hai was just as baffled, gasping for air. "I don't know. I went to the noodle shop to find food, and that monster was sleeping inside. If it wasn't for Captain Triu, I would have been eaten alive. It was terrifying. Zhao Tianlei's expression was grim as he analyzed the situation. Judging by all those webs, that mutated spider has been nesting here for a very long time. Low-level zombies are afraid of high-level mutated beasts. They probably sensed its presence and didn't dare come near. That's why this place was so quiet. Only then did Liu Kang feel a pang of regret. We really should have listened to you and left earlier. Zhao Tianlei cut him off. There's no time for that now. The giant spider let out a bizarre shriek as it ran. Its 8 sharp legs continuously stabbed into the concrete floor as it charged. Yang Feng screamed in terror. Faster. Go faster. Its legs are so hard. One hit could puncture the car. Don't let it catch us. Huck Duong's eyes were wide, completely focused on driving. Hearing the constant nagging, he snapped back. You don't have to tell me. Behind them, the giant spider gathered its strength and leaped into the air. Huck Duong gripped the steering wheel tightly. This time, the spider was faster. It viciously stabbed 2 of its legs into the car's tires. The vehicle shook violently. The giant spider then shot out a thick strand of web. The end stuck firmly to the car's body, and the spider used the leverage to launch itself forward. Yang Feng screamed, "It's on us." Huck Duong yanked the wheel into a massive drift, causing the car to narrowly dodge the spider's attack. It let out an enraged roar. The car had temporarily escaped and was speeding away when suddenly, Huck Duong's eyes widened in horror. He yelled, "We're screwed. It's a dead end up ahead." Wu Hin asked in a panic, "What are we going to do?" Yang Feng was already past the point of terror, his mouth and eyes wide open. "We're gonna crash." Zhao Tianlei's voice was firm. "Smash through it. The spider hasn't given up. It's right behind us." Huck Duong slammed his foot on the gas. The roar of the engine drowned out everything as the headlights blazed, with the giant spider in hot pursuit. It opened its mouth, drool dripping everywhere. The car plowed straight into a glass wall, shattering it into a million pieces. The car went airborne for a moment before landing back on the ground. Miraculously, it made it through in one piece. The spider squeezed through the hole the car had just made. It let out a screech, its eyes glowing a furious red. Hiss. Huck Duong glanced in the rearview mirror to confirm before letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, we lost it. Outside, the sun beat down on a landscape of withered trees and dilapidated, crumbling skyscrapers. Zhao Tianlei's group had finally escaped to safety. He frowned as he surveyed their surroundings. It looked like the situation here was even worse than he'd imagined. Van City was a ghost town. Q Hai and Van Fong got out of the car, weapons ready. 2 zombies, drawn by the scent of the living, started shuffling towards them, groaning. And just like that, one had its jaw dislocated by a club, while the other got a knife plunged straight into its skull. They collapsed lifelessly to the ground, leaving this world behind. Van Fong let out a tired sigh. Everyone split up to search for a while before regrouping. Van Fong reported first, "That building over there has been picked clean. No food at all." Liu Kang added, "Same on our end. All we found was some rotten junk." Zhao Tianlei was a little disappointed, but not surprised. It seemed anything edible had been looted a long time ago. Liu Kang thought for a moment and said, "There's a supermarket up ahead. That's our only option now." Q Hai sounded a bit surprised. "Still, we only ran into 2 or 3 zombies. We're really lucky." Van Fong nodded in agreement. Maybe they're starving too and moved on to find prey somewhere else. Despite this, Zhao Tianlei didn't let his guard down. He warned them not to get careless. Zombies have evolved to have some basic intelligence now. They know how to hide themselves. They could be lurking nearby. Yang Feng, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly spotted something. He trotted over, then waved for everyone to come. "Hey, look what I found. It's a vending machine, and there are snacks and chocolate inside." He circled the machine, poking and prodding it, but couldn't figure out how to get anything out. Wu Hin couldn't stand to watch. She walked up and gave him a shove. "Move, you're so lame." She excitedly pulled a few coins from her pocket. "Good thing I have some change." Van Fong walked over, hands in his pockets, and gave the machine a swift kick, making the other 2 jump in surprise. He said nonchalantly, "Why waste the effort?" An alarm on the vending machine started blaring loudly. He looked on, clueless. What happened? Wu Hin snapped in frustration. "Don't you know those machines alert the police?" Wu Xuan fretted. "You think it'll bring the zombies?" Ahead stood a crumbling, dilapidated building. Zhao Tianlei focused, straining his ears. He frowned. "What's that sound?" Shuyang, standing right beside him, was doubtful. "I don't hear anything." Liu Hang chimed in, "Me neither." Zhao Tianlei's focus intensified, his eyes becoming sharp as daggers. He pointed towards a building lined with glass windows. "It's coming from over there." The group cautiously moved toward the source of the sound. The main entrance had been locked by someone. Zhao Tianlei's face was a mask of vigilance. Through the glass, they could clearly see a zombie. pressing its face right against the pane, screaming. Ah! Zhao Tianlei and Shuyang jumped back in shock. Wu Hin recoiled in terror. How is this possible? It seemed the zombies had caught their scent. A horde of them swarmed the glass, clawing desperately. Yang Feng's voice was weak. There's so many. The sound of the horde scraping against the glass was deafening. Their eyes were milky white, mouths agape, wailing endlessly. Zhao Tianlei made a split-second decision and turned to run. Someone trapped them in here. We need to get out, now, before they break free. Once again, the group ran for their lives. But this time, unbeknownst to them, a sniper's scope was trained right on them from a hidden corner. Gu Lang let out a smirk. He pressed his face to the stock, his finger already on the trigger. Bang. A single shot rang out. The bullet tore through the air and shattered the glass. The last line of defense holding back the horde was destroyed, just like that. Hearing the noise, Lu Heng glanced back. Wu Xuan realized what happened and screamed a warning. The glass is broken. The zombie horde surged out like a tidal wave. They limped, yet moved with terrifying speed, every last one of them shrieking with open jaws. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth, urging everyone on. Run faster. The zombies were right on their heels. Zhao Tianlei yelled, get to the car. Just then, another bullet sliced through the air. It slammed deep into Lu Heng's thigh. He let out a grunt of pure agony. Oh! Van Fong cried out in shock. Ah! Boss! Chow Hai yelled. Wu Xuan raised his gun, standing guard as the others rushed to help the fallen Lu Heng. Wu Xuan's sharp eyes caught a glint of light from a nearby rooftop. He shouted a warning to the others. Watch out! We've got a sniper. The zombies continued their chaotic charge. They swarmed Wu Hin, mouths drooling as she screamed in terror. At that exact moment, Su Yang rushed in, cutting them down. Zhao Tianlei was also fighting desperately to thin the horde. He shot them a look. You guys go first. I'll hold them off. Hearing this, the sniper Gu Lang curled his lip into a sneer. Running away? Not so easy. His finger squeezed the trigger. The instant he pulled the trigger, a bullet from Wu Xuan's gun also fired. Sparks flew as the two shots met. With a sickening thud, a bullet struck Wu Xuan's right shoulder. Seconds later, the bullet Wu Xuan fired was also intercepted by something in the air. The sniper grinned, victorious. Zhao Tianlei, still battling zombies, glanced back. Are you okay? Wu Xuan gritted his teeth against the pain, pressing a hand to the wound to stop the bleeding. I'm fine. The zombies were regrouping, slowly closing in and tightening their circle. We're surrounded. Suddenly, the screech of tires tore through the air. A car appeared out of nowhere, plowing straight into the zombie horde. It successfully broke through the encirclement and screeched to a halt beside them. Zhao Tianlei and Xu Yang stood stunned, unable to process what was happening. Xing Wen rolled down the window, poking his head out. Need a ride? Zhao Tianlei was shocked. Shen Xing Wen, he urged them, get in the car. Get in. Everyone scrambled into the vehicle as the zombies swarmed them. Xing Wen slammed his foot on the gas. The car did a 180, sending zombies flying. Seizing the opportunity, he floored it and sped away. Night had fallen, the moon hanging high in the sky. The building was silent, devoid of human life. Outside, countless zombies still roamed. Inside, Van Fong was bandaging Lu Heng's thigh. Luckily, the bullet went clean through. The bleeding stopped, so it shouldn't be too serious. Zhao Tianlei turned to Xing Wen with a grave expression. Why did you leave the base? Does your sister know you're here? He sighed deeply. It wasn't just my sister. It was your precious female CEO, too. He crossed his legs, leaning back with his hands behind his head, and started complaining. Every single day, it was Zhao Tianlei this, Zhao Tianlei that. I was hearing your name so much, my ears were about to bleed. So I came out here to find you guys and get it over with. Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed. That's reckless. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is out here? If something happened to you, what would I tell your sister? You're going back first thing tomorrow morning. But Xing Wen didn't seem to care. He replied flippantly, heard my sister hasn't married you yet. A little early to be pulling the brother-in-law card, don't you think? Besides, if it wasn't for me today, who knows who'd be in real danger? Zhao Tianlei was speechless. Lu Heng, his wound now treated, spoke up weakly. Brother Zhao, let the young man stay. We only escaped today thanks to him. Lu Heng pointed out the harsh reality of their situation. Besides, both Wu Xuan and I are injured. Right now, we need all the help we can get. Zhao Tianlei knew their situation wasn't good. He sighed. All right, we'll do as Brother Lu says. Xiao Hai suddenly remembered something. Oh right, our supplies are still in the other car. We have to get them back. Hearing that, Wu Xuan cried out in horror. What? You want to go back out there? There must be hundreds, maybe 1,000 zombies. Do you want supplies, or do you want to live? Xiao Hai was torn, but all that stuff was so hard to find. Are we just going to abandon it all? Lu Heng, supported by Van Fong, also spoke up. Those supplies are too important. We absolutely cannot lose them. Van Fong agreed. Exactly. I doubt they'll stay gathered there forever. Once they disperse, we'll go and get everything back. Wu Xuan looked to their leader for the final say. Brother Lei, what's the call? Zhao Tianlei's voice was cold. The zombies aren't the scariest part. It's the person I'm worried about. Lu Hang grimaced at the memory. You mean that sniper? Yang Feng muttered, that guy's a psycho. Bullets may not have eyes, but he sure does. He unleashed all those zombies but didn't shoot them. He shot us instead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wu Xuan smacked him on the head. Idiot. His target was obviously us. Otherwise, who do you think trapped all those zombies in the first place? Shuyang was confused. But who is he? Why attack us? Zhao Tianlei shook his head. I don't know. But one thing is certain. We're being hunted. A heavy silence fell over the group. Even Xing Wen was quiet. The scene shifts to a parking garage where Gulang is slumped in a corner, cleaning his rifle. He fiddled with the mechanism, then his face darkened and he gritted his teeth. He let out a curse, throwing the rifle to the ground in a rage. A mocking voice echoed through the garage. The #1 sniper of the Eagle Assassins, almost taken out by someone else. How pathetic. Provoked, Gulang grabbed his gun. He started firing wildly, screaming, Show yourself, you filthy rat. But every bullet was stopped in midair. Ken Sing appeared in a flash, a dagger in his hand. He launched himself into the air. Raising his dagger, Ken Sing brought it down hard towards Gulang. He showed no mercy, putting all his strength behind the blow. He grinned, his eyes narrowed, but his words were dripping with sarcasm. You miss your target, but when it comes to your own people, you don't spare any bullets, huh? Gulang was struggling, veins popping on his forehead, but he refused to back down. It was a moment of carelessness. I don't need you to laugh at me. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. Gulang fought back, refusing to be outdone. Despite the intensity of the fight, Ken Sing never lost his casual smile. Gulang growled a taunt of his own. I thought you didn't care about taking credit for this mission. What's wrong? Having second thoughts. Hearing that, Ken Sing's smile only grew wider. Oh, but I love taking credit, especially when I'm taking it from you. Gulang's eyes blazed with fury. Die. Just as the two were about to fight to the death, a cold voice cut through the tension. Stop. Hong Yue's voice was low and reprimanding. Ken Sing, Gulang. Have you two made enough noise? They immediately stopped fighting and turned to look. Ken Sing called out cheerfully, Hong Yue. Her face was stern. Are you trying to attract every zombie in the city by firing a gun in here? Ken Sing waved his hands dismissively. Don't worry, this place is soundproof. No one outside can hear. He smirked proudly and added, and as for inside the building, I already had a little warm-up earlier. It's all clean. The horde that had been screaming moments before was now nothing but a pile of minced meat. Gulang recalled with disgust. This guy used to be a chef. He dices up zombies like he's prepping vegetables. It's sickening. Hong Yuet was speechless. She thought to herself, he's got such an innocent face, but his tastes are seriously twisted. Canteen, totally unfazed by the creepiness, rubbed his chin and asked a question. So, Hong Juet, you're also after the guy from the Zhao family? Hearing this, Miss Lang's face soured. Don't tell me you're trying to compete with me, too. Hong Juet shot back coolly. I'm not interested in the man. I just want his crystal core. Miss Lang flew off the handle. Are you kidding me? What kind of crap is that? Whoever takes down the guy gets the core. Otherwise, what's the point of all this damn effort? Hong Mingyue just stared her down with a smirk. Then may the best person win. And with that, she turned and walked away. Once Hong Mingyue was gone, Canteen was right behind her. He waved goodbye, saying, Yo, this is getting good. I'm out too, later. Miss Lang screamed in a rage, just get the hell out of here. His face twisted up as he muttered, damn it. Two more serious rivals just showed up. Meanwhile, in another building near the supply run, inside the women's restroom, a dim yellow light flickered over the cold floor. Vu Min was kneeling in front of a toilet, her face pale as she clutched her mouth, desperately trying to fight back the nausea. A sad look filled Vu Hin's eyes as she whispered, my baby. I'm so sorry. Sorry, you have to go through this with me. But don't be scared. We're going home soon. She placed a hand on her stomach, speaking softly to her unborn child. Mommy made a lot of mistakes and made your daddy really angry. At that moment, her eyes filled with regret. But I get it now. As long as our family is together, that's all that matters. She gently stroked her belly, her expression softening with a peaceful kind of hope. Your daddy doesn't even know you're here yet. When he finds out, he'll be so happy. And he'll definitely forgive me. Just then, a man was standing right outside the restroom door. Vu Hin walked out and bumped right into him, jumping back in shock. It's you? She snapped. You scared the hell out of me. Xing Wen leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, a smirk on his face. Got a guilty conscience or something? Vu Hin turned to wash her hands, firing back. Why would I? You're the one being creepy. Standing outside the women's restroom like a total weirdo. You got some kind of perverted hobby? Vu Hin frowned, a dangerous glint in her eyes. I'm here for you. She looked at his reflection in the mirror, stunned. For me? Without warning, Xing Wen lunged forward and grabbed her. He slammed her body hard against the sink, sending a vase crashing to the floor. Xing Wen's grip tightened around her throat. Vu Hin gasped for air, choking. Ugh. She clawed at his hands, trying to pull them away. What are you doing? She panicked. Xing Wen stared her down, his eyes ice cold. You really think I'd let someone who hurt my sister just walk back to base? Vu Hin thrashed wildly, begging for her life. I know what I did was wrong. It was a moment of weakness. It won't ever happen again. Please. I'm begging you, don't hurt me. Xing Wen eyed her suspiciously. Really? Vu Hin quickly replied, I swear. But Xing Wen wasn't buying it, he scoffed. You think I'm gonna fall for that? Only an idiot like Huck Duong is dumb enough to be tricked by you. Xing Wen's eyes turned murderous as his grip tightened. The world's better off without women like you. Vu Hin choked, her whole body trembling as she let out pained gasps. She was utterly terrified, pleading with her eyes. Don't, please. She desperately searched for a way to survive this nightmare. Vu Hin's eyes darted around and landed on a bottle of perfume. A flicker of hope ignited within her. With a final burst of strength, she grabbed the perfume bottle. She then sprayed it directly into the psycho's face. Xing Wen's eyes burned, and he instinctively flinched back. Seizing her chance, Vu Hin broke free and ran. She screamed in terror, help me. The moment she got outside, she saw Wu Xuan. He was her lifeline, her only escape from the Grim Reaper's grasp. She shrieked, Wu Xuan, save me. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed in pure terror. Tham Xing Wen, he's trying to kill me. Realizing he'd failed and just made things more complicated, Xing Wen scowled in frustration. Humph, he slowly walked outside. Hands in his pockets, he stood there defiantly, ready for whatever came next. Wu Xuan looked confused. What's going on? Xing Wen just rubbed the back of his neck, playing it cool. Sister Vu Hin is just misunderstanding things. Why would I ever try to kill her? Besides, if I really wanted her gone, do you think she'd still be standing here? Yang Feng nodded, thinking it made sense. He's got a point. This guy took down a pro boxer in seconds. How could one woman possibly get away from him? Vu Hin's eyes went wide. That's a total lie. If I hadn't been fast enough, I'd be dead right now. Wu Xuan's face was dead serious as he grilled Xing Wen. Then what were you doing in there? He calmly lied through his teeth. She was gone for a long time. I was worried something happened, so I went to check on her. His earnest expression and convincing words seemed to win everyone over. Besides, this isn't the first time she's just disappeared. Luke Hang chimed in. Yeah, I noticed that too. She slipped away by herself a few times today, and she's always gone for like half an hour, maybe even an hour. Yang Feng's suspicion deepened. You know, you are acting pretty shady. You're the biggest coward here. But you keep sneaking off on your own. Vu Hin was totally stunned, stammering for an excuse. But Yang Feng wasn't done. And another thing. Since when do you care about anything besides designer bags? Earlier today, you made that huge scene over a stupid rubber duck, waking up that monster and almost getting us all killed. He stared at her, full of distrust. You have a history of being sketchy. You're not plotting something, are you? Vu Hin yelled, furious. That's ridiculous. She scrambled for an excuse. I'm a girl, okay? Sometimes we have issues. Can't I use the restroom a few times? And as for the duck, Vu Hin hesitated, too scared to reveal the real reason. She just insisted, look, it's not what you think, okay? Then she ran over to Huck Duong and grabbed his arm, pleading desperately. Duong, can we please talk? Alone. I can explain everything. No matter what anyone else says, you have to believe me. Huck Duong coldly shoved her hand away, his face filled with disgust. There's nothing to explain. I wouldn't believe a word you say anyway. Vu Hin froze, completely shocked by his cruelty. Then, he delivered the final blow. From now on, you stay away from the group. He continued without a trace of emotion. Whether or not we take you back to the base, we'll let the boss decide when he gets back. Vu Hin couldn't process what was happening. She was just completely floored. No. Suddenly, a bullet ripped through the air, moving like a flash of light. It tore straight through Wu Xuan's stomach. He gritted his teeth in agony. It all happened so fast, everyone was frozen in shock. Wu Xuan was in excruciating pain, sweat pouring down his face. He fought to endure the searing wound before collapsing to the ground. Wu Xuan, everyone screamed in horror, but he glared at them, ordering, stay back. There's a sniper. Get to cover, now. The second he finished speaking, a storm of bullets rained down on them. Everyone scattered like frightened birds, desperately diving for cover. Amid the chaos, screams of pain echoed through the air. Ugh. But Huck Duong didn't hesitate. He charged through the hail of gunfire, straight to Wu Shuan's side. He gently lifted Wu Shuan onto his back, his voice steady. "Get up. I'll carry you." After that, the rest of the group finally scrambled to safety. Wu Hin quickly ducked behind a wall. As the gunshots rang out endlessly, she cowered in fear, covering her head. High above, at the sniper's nest, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. He sneered. Cleaning up is too easy. What a bore. Looking down, he saw the street below was empty. Miss Lang scanned the area. But where did that guy, Zhao, go? He gripped his rifle tightly, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his eyes. A sinister smile spread across his face. Well, if the star of the show isn't around, I guess you guys will have to do for a warm-up. Time crawled by as darkness fell over the ruined city. A sliver of moonlight cast a pale glow on the desolation below. In the dead of night, Zhao Tianlei's vehicle sped down the empty streets, still searching for the missing car. Suddenly, Van Fong yelled out, "There it is. The car's over there." Zhao Tianlei stopped to get a better look. But it looks like the tires are shot. Nightfall. The perfect time for zombies to come out and play. The streets were crawling with countless zombies, shuffling aimlessly. Van Fong asked nervously, "There are so many of them. Is it too dangerous to move in now?" Zhao Tianlei replied grimly, "The fact that zombies are more active at night makes this the absolute perfect opportunity. That sniper will never expect us to circle back this quickly." He then laid out the plan. "I'll draw their attention. When you get the chance, you pull the truck out." Van Fong shot back, full of worry. "How can you do that? It's too dangerous for you alone. How will you even get back?" Zhao Tianlei's eyes gleamed with confidence as he smiled. "Don't worry, I have my ways." With that, he stepped out of the truck. Instantly, the zombies caught the scent of the living. They roared in a frenzy, scrambling over each other for the juicy meal. Zhao Tianlei was just as fast, drawing his weapon and lunging toward them. He cut down countless zombies in a few fluid movements, then leaped up, planting a heavy kick straight into another zombie's face, sending it flying. It crashed head over heels into the horde behind it. In just a few short minutes, he had completely floored the entire pack. After that, Zhao Tianlei quickly sprinted to the broken-down vehicle. He hooked the tow cable to the front of the truck, then turned and signaled for Van Fong to drive. Van Fong gripped the steering wheel, slammed his foot on the gas, and the truck shot forward, its tires spewing sparks from the sudden acceleration. The tow line instantly went taut. Van Fong drove like a madman, speeding away from the scene. Seeing their meal about to escape, the zombies flew into a rage and swarmed forward to block their path. Van Fong just plowed straight through them. Van Fong leaned out the window, shouting with concern, "Remember to be careful." Zhao Tianlei stayed behind, ready to face the horde alone. He casually cracked his neck, preparing to dive into battle. He thought to himself, "Finally, I get to operate alone. This isn't easy to come by." Zhao Tianlei's gaze turned ice cold as he faced the horde, realizing it had been way too long since his last level up. The grotesque monsters seemed to sense the approaching danger. Zhao Tianlei asked himself, "Isn't this just an experience point farm? How many more do I need to get to 1,000 points anyway?" He clicked his tongue, tightened his grip on the axe, and strode towards the zombies. Whatever, the more, the better. He charged into them like a hurricane, his voice cold as steel. "Come on." Every swing of his axe sliced through the undead, sending them straight to the afterlife. For each zombie dispatched, he gained 1 point. Zhao Tianlei smirked, watching his score climb higher and higher. A moment later, not a single zombie in the area was left standing. Just then, the system announced, "Congratulations, Master. Points are full. Promoted to Sergeant." Zhao Tianlei replied with satisfaction. "Excellent." Suddenly, a sword slashed towards him, and he quickly ducked to dodge the blow. The ambusher immediately lunged again. Zhao Tianlei barely managed to parry the blow, cursing under his breath. "To attack me at a moment like this? How shameless." The attacker suddenly leaped backward, putting distance between them. When he finally got a good look at the person before him, he was stunned. Hong Yuet stood there, sword in hand, ready for a fight. Her cold eyes stared him down. Zhao Tianlei said in surprise, "It's you." Hong Yuet's brow furrowed in irritation. "Cut the crap and give me back my crystal core." Zhao Tianlei retorted coldly, "Wow, you've got some nerve. You see the person who saved your life and you don't even have a single thank you." Hearing that only made Hong Yuet even angrier. "You bring that up? I haven't even settled the score with you for that yet." She then charged forward, swinging her sword straight at Zhao Tianlei. He yelped in surprise, nimbly dodging the attack. Zhao Tianlei quickly raised his axe, blocking Hong Yuet's next slash. The force of the impact was so strong that sparks flew from their clashing weapons. He asked in alarm, "Are you seriously trying to kill me?" She scowled back angrily. "Who's joking with you?" She swung her sword again, breaking free from his block. Her face was contorted with rage as she screamed, "You bastard. You took advantage of me when I was in danger. Today, I'm going to chop you into 8 pieces. Zhao Tianlei quickly tried to explain himself. I was just trying to save you. Besides, it's not like there was anything to enjoy. You were cold and hard as a rock. If anything, I was the one who got the short end of the stick. You know. Zhao Tianlei's words only enraged Hong Juet further. Her eyes turned bloodshot and burned with fury. She let out a furious roar, leaped into the air, and threw a powerful kick at him. He luckily dodged it as she cursed, "Go die." At this point, Zhao Tianlei was fed up. As a rule, I don't hit women, but for an ungrateful witch like you, I'll make an exception. He suddenly shoved Hong Jie forward, making her lose her balance and stumble. Then he struck her sword, hand hard, knocking the weapon from her grasp. Fear flashed in Hong Jie's eyes, and her heart pounded with anxiety. Having lost her sword, she immediately spun around, throwing a punch at Zhao Tianlei. He easily caught her fist, his eyes filled with disgust. He then twisted her body around again. Zhao Tianlei swiftly grabbed her other arm and wrenched it behind her back, binding her hands. Zhao Tianlei pressed the cold blade of his axe against her neck. Hong Juet was terrified. He asked her coldly, "What is your relationship with the sniper from earlier today?" Hong Juet's eyes darted back and forth as she frantically tried to think of a way out. She lied through her teeth. "What sniper? I don't know what you're talking about." Zhao Tianlei's brow furrowed in annoyance. This place isn't exactly a tourist hotspot. Don't tell me the two of you appearing in the same location on the same day is just a coincidence. Hearing Zhao Tianlei's next words, Hong Juet grew even more worried. Besides, the smell of gunpowder on you is the same as the bullets he was using. He applied more pressure, pushing the axe blade deeper into her neck. He threatened her. "Who sent you to? Why are you attacking us? You better give me a straight answer." "Or what?" Hong Juet stammered in fear. "What? What are you going to do?" A dangerous, twisted smile spread across Zhao Tianlei's face. "Oh, I won't do anything to you personally. But I hear there's a special unit at the base that specializes in interrogation. Even elite spies can't last half a day in their hands. Do you want to try it out?" Hong Juet grit her teeth in silent fury. Suddenly, she felt something soft stroking her thigh. Hong Juet exploded in rage. "You old pervert! Where do you think you're touching?" Zhao Tianlei's eyes went wide with shock as he shot back, "Who's touching you?" Their attention was then drawn to something on the ground. A single ground crawler was wriggling on the pavement. It swayed its body as if trying to say hello. Hong Juet recoiled in terror, letting out a piercing scream. Zhao Tianlei quickly leaped forward, swinging his axe at the ground crawler. Even though its body was sliced in two, it continued to wriggle on the ground. Hong Juet shrieked in horror. "Where did that worm come from? It's so gross." Zhao Tianlei examined the creature on the ground and said flatly, "It's not some powerful mutant." Suddenly, more and more ground crawlers began to appear, slithering closer and closer to Hong Juet. Overcome with terror, she scrambled up Zhao Tianlei's body, clinging to him for dear life and screaming, "Ah!" He yelled in shock, "What are you doing?" With her eyes squeezed shut, Hong Juet stammered, I'm terrified of worms." At that moment, near the building where they stood, countless ground crawlers began pouring out of a manhole cover. They squirmed out from cracks in the walls and pipes, rapidly moving towards Zhao Tianlei and Hong Juet. The hair on their necks stood up in terror. Millions of soft, slimy ground crawlers advanced relentlessly. They swarmed from all directions, forming a circle that trapped the two of them. At some point, Hong Juet had managed to climb onto Zhao Tianlei's head. She shrieked in terror. He yelled in frustration, "Get off me right now. My neck is about to break." Hong Juet angrily shot back, "Shut up. I'm not that heavy." The swarm of ground crawlers grew thicker, piling on top of each other in a writhing mass. They crawled closer and closer. Hong Juet screamed desperately, "They're almost here. Think of something, quick." Zhao Tianlei glanced up at her and snapped, "Shut up, you coward." He was already trying to figure out a plan. Worms are probably afraid of fire, but I don't have a lighter. Suddenly, he looked to the side. Next to them was a metal frame that once held a shop sign. Zhao Tianlei threw his axe to the ground, grabbed Hong Juet's thighs with both hands, and quickly warned her, "Hold on tight." With Hong Juet secure on his shoulders, Zhao Tianlei sprinted forward. The ground crawlers sped up to follow him. Then, he gathered his momentum and took a powerful leap. Zhao Tianlei let go with one hand, reaching high above. Hong Juet lost her balance and screamed in panic. Just as the wave of ground crawlers washed over the spot where they'd been standing, Zhao Tianlei's hand caught the metal bar. His other arm quickly wrapped around Hong Juet's waist to hold her steady. He struggled to hold on tight, his heart pounding with anxiety, afraid he couldn't hold on for long. The ground crawlers writhed below, waiting for their prey to get exhausted. But then, they suddenly changed direction and began to retreat. The swarm of ground crawlers moved quickly, and soon the ground below them was completely empty. Zhao Tianlei was stunned, unable to understand what was happening. Seeing that the crawlers were gone, Hong Yute's attitude flipped in an instant. Had enough of a hug? Or are you not letting go? He shot her a cold glare, then instantly dropped her. She hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. Ugh. Hong Yue scrambled up, seething with rage. Are you trying to kill me? Zhao Tianlei landed softly beside her, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You tell me to let go, then get mad when I do. Guess nice guys really do finish last. He was confused, looking at the swarming worms. Why were they suddenly pouring onto the surface, scrambling in every direction like they were trying to escape? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could there be an even stronger mutant down here? He closed his eyes, extending his senses with his spiritual energy. But there was only an eerie silence. He couldn't detect anything out of the ordinary. Somehow, Hong Yue had already retrieved her sword. Radiating pure killing intent, she crept up behind Zhao Tianlei. He was too lost in thought to sense the danger. This useless system, even with upgraded senses, it can only detect low-level fodder. What good is this piece of junk to me? A blade sliced through the air, and Zhao Tianlei dodged on pure instinct. His hands clenched into fists as he whirled around, furious. Are you serious right now? I literally just saved you twice, and this is how you repay me. Hong Yue remained in her attack stance, ready to strike again. Oh, please, like you're some kind of saint? Weren't you the one who just threatened to torture me for answers? She lunged at Zhao Tianlei once more. You don't even have a weapon. Let's see how you beat me now. But just then, something incredibly powerful burst from the ground, rocketing straight into the sky. Zhao Tianlei and Hong Yue were frozen in shock. Suddenly, the creature dove back down, targeting Hong Yue. She quickly raised her sword to block. The blade met something as hard as steel. It's so hard. Hong Yue cried out in surprise. Zhao Tianlei instantly summoned his own weapon. His eyes narrowed, on high alert as an immense force slammed towards him. Zhao Tianlei leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the blow. He gritted his teeth. What the hell is this thing? All of a sudden, next to where Hong Yue stood, another terrifying power shot out from the earth. The same thing happened beside Zhao Tianlei. The two beams of light intertwined, forming a glowing circle that trapped them both. Then, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently. The earth gave way, crumbling to pieces as they plummeted into the darkness, screaming in terror. They freefalled deep into the abyss. On the surface, nothing remained but a gaping hole and a cloud of dust that choked the air. Meanwhile, back at the skyscraper, where Shuyang and his team were holding out. Over here, Shuyang and Yu Xuan had found cover. He watched the hail of bullets, feeling powerless. Damn it, our guns are over there. We're totally pinned down. On the other side, Lu Hang was completely suppressed by the enemy fire. Lang fired relentlessly, like a complete maniac, a delighted laugh echoing through the halls. Ha ha ha, if you little rats won't even show your faces, then where's the fun in this? Then, he pulled out a tear gas grenade, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Time to liven things up a bit. Lang pulled the pin and expertly tossed the grenade towards Shuyang and his crew. Lu Hang didn't realize what it was at first. Then the canister exploded with a hiss, and the acrid smell of tear gas instantly filled the room. They covered their faces, shouting warnings to each other. It's tear gas. At that moment, outside the building, the horde of zombies was growing larger by the second. They smelled something delicious and frantically clawed at the entrance, trying to get in. Their jaws hung open, revealing rows of sharp, hideous teeth. The scent drove them into a frenzy, saliva dripping from their mouths. Deep growls rumbled from their chests. But then, a shadowy figure appeared behind the horde. Well, this looks like a party, he said with amusement. A smirk played on Kenzing's lips. Mind if I join in? Let's add a little fire to the mix. In a flash, he was moving, charging straight into the zombie swarm. With a single swing of his massive sword, several zombies were instantly vaporized. The horde immediately switched targets, running rapidly towards Kenzing with terrifying shrieks. With just a few more slashes of his blade, he tore through them, leaving only pieces in his wake. A fierce energy blazed around Kenzing, his eyes glowing with a fiery light. He raised his greatsword high and brought it crashing down. A powerful arc of golden light shot forward, shattering the building's glass facade and creating a massive opening. Seeing their chance, the zombies poured into the building. On Kenzing's handsome, angel-like face, a savage smile appeared. Heh. At the very same moment, Xingwen was taking a casual stroll around the perimeter. He muttered to himself in annoyance as he walked. That greedy bastard really is a mad dog. Besides, Zhao Tianlei isn't even here. Whether this bunch lives or dies has nothing to do with me. He kept walking, sighing in resignation. Time to dip. Yeah. I'm out. But suddenly, Xingwen felt a shift in the air. An endless stream of zombies was pouring into the building. He was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? He cursed. Without a second thought, he broke into a sprint towards Shuyang's group. He ran for his life, screaming his head off. Shuyang and Yu Xin looked towards the frantic shouts, confused. From his perch high above, Lang was also taken aback. "Shen Xingwen?" he muttered. Xingwen sprinted blindly, a massive pack of zombies hot on his heels. Seeing this, Lu Heng's face went pale with terror. He quickly shouted a warning to the others. The zombies broke in. "Everyone, watch your backs." The team immediately engaged the horde. On one side, Xiao Hai swung a pipe, cracking a zombie's skull. On the other, Yang Feng furiously kicked another one square in the face. Shuyang finished bandaging Yu Xuan's wound, then turned to Yu Xin. "You two stay here. Don't come out, no matter what happens." Yu Xin looked terrified, her eyes welling up with tears. "Su Yang, I'm scared. Please don't leave me behind." Yu Xuan was sweating profusely from the pain. Su Yang shot a cold glare at Yu Xin. "Take care of him. If you pull any stunts, I won't spare you." With that, he rushed back into the fight. Yu Xin watched him go, her heart filled with worry. Su Yang's harsh words echoed in her mind, leaving a trail of sadness in her eyes. At that exact moment, two zombies lunged at Xingwen. He quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher, blasting a cloud of dry powder that enveloped them. Just then, Yang Feng was caught off guard by an attack. "Help me," he screamed in terror. Xingwen rushed over and smashed the extinguisher over the zombie's head, saving Yang Feng's life. Seeing that, Shuyang called out in praise. "Nice move, Xingwen." Yang Feng, catching his breath, offered his thanks. "Thanks, man. You saved me. I almost got bit." Xingwen just shrugged it off. Yeah, no problem." But inside, he was screaming. "Why is my luck so damn bad? Why am I stuck protecting these scrubs? Zhao Tianlei. You owe me big time for this one." Lang watched the entire scene unfold from above, his fury growing. "Shen Xingwen, it's you again." He gripped his rifle tightly, gritting his teeth in rage. "I've had it with you. You already ruined my plans this morning." Then, he raised his gun, taking careful aim right at Xingwen. "Might as well get rid of you first." Just as Lang raised his rifle, ready to pull the trigger and whispering time to die, Ken Sing suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick. "Oops, slipped," he chirped innocently. Standing on the precarious ledge, the kick sent Lang stumbling forward. But luckily, Lang managed to grab onto the wall, saving himself from falling into the zombie pit below. "Ken Sing, you son of a bitch," he roared. Ken Sing looked down at him with a deceptively innocent smile. "My dear little Sing Sing is my bestest friend. How could I possibly let you kill him?" Then, he cupped his hands and shouted down to Xingwen, "You're welcome. No need to thank me." Hearing those words, it all clicked for Xingwen. He realized with dawning horror that Times was the one who let the zombies in. He then glared up at the chaotic duo, shouting furiously, "Are you insane? Using one massive problem to solve another. What is wrong with you?" But neither of them paid any attention to his outburst. Ken Sing, standing above, leisurely swung his leg. He chirped happily to himself, "I get to eliminate a nasty pest and help my dear little Sing Sing. This is just so much fun." All right, now for the main event. Back down in the lobby, Xu Yang's group was still struggling to fight off the endless horde. Xu Yang was already covered in sweat, panting heavily. It wasn't just him, the others were reaching their limits too. Xiao Hai was struggling to hold his ground. "There's just too many of them," he yelled helplessly. Meanwhile, Yang Feng grimaced in pain, barely able to stand. I'm at my limit," he gasped. In another corner, Lu Heng used an iron pipe to hold back the zombies. He shouted to the others, "We can't keep this up. We have to find where they're getting in and seal it off. Otherwise, we're all gonna die of exhaustion." Hearing his words, Xu Yang immediately took charge. He started running towards the entrance. "Everyone, hold them back. I'll go check it out." Meanwhile, a horde of zombies with terrifying faces snarled as they charged forward. Lang struggled to cling to the wall, his feet slipping as he tried to climb, cursing. "You damn traitor. You think you can screw me over like this? Just wait till I get my hands on you. I'll make sure your death is slow and painful." At the same time, inside the warehouse, Wu Xin watched the chaos outside and cried out in horror. "We're screwed. The sniper's still alive." Wu Xuan, clutching the wound in his stomach, struggled to his feet. "We can't let him get up there," he gasped. "We have to kill him now, or we'll be surrounded on all sides. Damn it, I dropped my gun outside. If I could just get to it." Hearing his words, she froze for a moment, her mind racing. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from nowhere, drawing the zombies' attention. It was followed by the grating screech of a shopping cart's wheels against the floor. Wu Xin slammed a shopping basket over her head, then used a cart to shove Wu Xuan forward. Her jaw was set, her voice a determined growl as she charged onto the battlefield. Seeing the two of them, the starving zombies immediately lunged. A zombie with long hair latched onto the basket, biting down hard, but its teeth met nothing but steel bars. A bald zombie did the same, with the same result. Wu Xin watched them fail, a confident smirk spreading across her face. "What's the matter? Out of ideas, she taunted. "Want to bite me? Go on, break your teeth." Just like that, she pushed him all the way to the abandoned rifle. Wu Xuan's hand shot out and snatched it. "Got it," he yelled. Without a second's hesitation, he shouldered the weapon, his body falling into a ready stance as he aimed. Through the scope, he tried to lock onto his target, but it was no use. Wu Xuan quickly called out to Wu Xin behind him. "It's no good. My line of sight is blocked." She seemed to understand instantly, her eyes darting in a new direction. But the spot she was looking at was already swarming with a pack of zombies. Wu Xin made a split-second decision. "Over there, go that way," she urged him. Wu Xuan saw the undead horde and refused, his voice laced with worry. "No way. There are too many of them over there. It's too dangerous." Just then, she asked him a strange question. "Wu Xuan, do you believe that I'm truly sorry?" Her words made him flinch, his eyes darting towards her in confusion. As she spoke, Wu Xin gathered all her courage and pushed the cart straight towards the zombies. "I don't want to leave Yang Yang, and I don't want to leave Sister Bingyan. If doing this can earn your forgiveness, if it means you'll accept me, then I'm not afraid of any danger." With that, she let out a furious roar and charged head-on. "Come on, you damn zombies. I'm not afraid of you." The two of them plunged straight into the heart of the enemy. With a clear line of sight, he didn't hesitate. He raised the rifle and fired. A single shot rang out. The bullet flew true, striking Lang's hand and forcing him to release his grip with a cry of pain. Their plan was a success. Lang no longer clung to the wall. He was falling. The moment he hit the ground, the zombie horde descended upon him, tearing at him in a mad frenzy. Seeing that Lang was down, Wu Xuan shouted, "I hit him." Wu Xin cheered with equal joy. "Awesome." But then, the unexpected happened. A zombie they thought was dead suddenly sat up and sank its teeth into her leg. She cried out as the teeth pierced her flesh, her brow furrowed in agony. The surprise attack threw Wu Xin off balance, sending her crashing to the ground as the horde swarmed over her. Before she was completely lost, she summoned her last bit of strength to stand. Reaching out, she gave Wu Xuan's cart a powerful shove. As he was pushed forward, he looked back in horror and screamed, "Wu Xin." Her eyes, filled with tears of regret, slowly lost their light as she whispered a name. Elsewhere, Yang was sprinting, desperately searching for the place where the zombies had broken in. Suddenly, his steps faltered. He felt a strange unease in his heart, turning to look back the way he came. Yang sensed something, murmuring with hesitation. "It feels like someone's calling me." But he quickly shook his head, telling himself, "I must be imagining things." With that thought, he turned and continued to run. Yang's footsteps didn't stop, they only grew more urgent. He finally reached a window at the end of the hall and threw it open. Through the window, he leaned out to see the endless stream of zombies pouring in. One after another, they swarmed forward relentlessly. Seeing them, Yang felt a knot of anxiety. "There's so many. Can I really handle this alone?" His body trembled slightly, but he forced himself to find courage. "Get it together, Yang. Big Brother isn't here. It's your responsibility to protect everyone." With that, he climbed onto the windowsill, readying himself. He gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. "If I'm gonna die," he said, "I'm taking you all with me." But just then, Yang noticed something. An armored car, its headlights blinding, was barreling straight ahead. The one behind the wheel was none other than Yun Feng. He had arrived in the nick of time, plowing through the zombies without mercy. The vehicle showed no signs of stopping, continuing its forward assault. And then, with a thunderous crash, the massive armored car completely blocked the wide-open doorway. With their path blocked, the zombies snarled in frustration. Taking advantage of their distraction, Yun Feng opened the hatch on the vehicle's roof and climbed out. The moment he emerged, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Lu Er." Yang waved him over. "Over here." He then carefully helped Yun Feng climb inside the shopping center. Yun Feng glanced back at the situation outside, asking, "What's going on? Why are the zombies breaking in through the back?" Yang quickly replied, "It was the sniper. He must have pulled his old trick. He opened the back door to lure the zombies in. You got here just in time." With that, the two of them started back towards the main hall. Yun Feng asked cautiously, "Where are the others?" Yang hurried to catch up, answering, "They're all inside." Hearing his reply, Yun Feng urged him on. "Let's go. They need our help." The scene shifts from the raging storm to another, equally dark and grim location. A familiar figure clutched his head as he slowly sat up, groaning. So painful. Zhao Tianlei got to his feet, carefully scanning his surroundings. He was in a sewer. On alert, he thought to himself, what was that monster? That black stuff must have been a part of it. The main body is hidden underground. I couldn't see the whole thing, but judging by its power, it has to be at least a level 3 mutant. The sewer entrance is blocked, he muttered, and this space is too narrow. If it attacks again like before, there's nowhere to run. I have to find another way out. Halfway through his search, he stopped, a thought striking him. That's right. Where is that woman? He began looking around, searching for the person he was thinking of. After a moment, Zhao Tianlei spotted a pair of leather boots peeking out from beneath a pile of rubble. He immediately rushed over and began pulling away the heavy stones that were crushing her. Hey, are you okay? Once the rocks were removed, Hong Yue could finally breathe again, and she began to cough violently. But even though he just saved her, she coldly pushed him away, snapping, I don't need your help. After shoving Zhao Tianlei, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. A broken sword fragment was embedded deep in her side. Seeing the wound, he gasped in shock. This is serious. He immediately started taking off his jacket. Zhao Tianlei intended to use it to apply pressure to the wound, saying urgently, we have to stop the bleeding. But Hong Yue refused, screaming, don't touch me. Didn't I tell you I don't need your help? Seeing her stubbornness, his voice turned sharp as he yelled, stay still. His direct command shocked Hong Yue into stunned silence. Zhao Tianlei examined her wound, analyzing the situation. Your ribs are broken, and your organs are probably injured. If you want to die, just keep talking. Scolded into submission, she had nothing left to say and could only bite down on her lip. Then, he placed one hand on the blade and the other firmly on her wound, warning her, brace yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tianlei decisively ripped the sword fragment from her body. The sudden action made Hong Yue cry out in pain. After finishing the temporary bandage, he stood up and calmly stated, this is all I can do for now. That mutant could reappear at any moment. We have to find a way out of here. Then, he made a sudden offer that felt like a ray of hope in Hong Yue's heart. Do you want to come with me? Down the long, dark sewer tunnel, a small light began to glow, illuminating the path forward. With Hong Yue on his back, Zhao Tianlei pushed forward. She held the flashlight, responsible for lighting their path. But even then, he couldn't resist taunting her. You girls are all the same, aren't you? Your body's always more honest than your mouth. You said you didn't need help, but you hopped on anyway. Hearing his words, Hong Juliet's embarrassment turned to anger as she shot back. This lady knows when to be flexible. Why would I let my pride get me killed in a place like this? But seriously, what the hell was that mutant thing? I've never seen anything like it. Was it a snake or some kind of worm? Hearing her barrage of questions, he answered with a sigh. Whatever it was, you better pray we don't see it again. Because in this environment, carrying dead weight like you would be a one-way ticket to the grave. Hearing him insult her, she thrashed around angrily. Who are you calling dead weight? The sudden movement made Zhao Tianlei stumble. Stay still. After a while, the chaotic noises disappeared completely, replaced by a silence so deep you could hear a single drop of water. In this quiet void, it was Hong Yue who finally broke the tension. Hearing her call out to him, he immediately asked what she wanted. She got straight to the point. Why did you save me? If I died back there, wouldn't it mean no one could take the core from you? Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei glanced back at Hong Yue. He answered her calmly, leaving someone to die just isn't my style. Besides, I still need to take you back to base for questioning. When she heard his real intention, it all clicked. I knew you were up to no good. Suddenly, his sharp ears picked up a faint sound. Zhao Tianlei quickly signaled to her, whispering, quiet, I hear something. In the pitch-black sewer tunnel, a heavy, rumbling sound echoed. The sound of something massive hitting the ground. As it got closer, they saw it clearly, a giant, round boulder rolling straight for them. Staring at the approaching object, Zhao Tianlei asked in confusion, what is that? The boulder rolled toward them, getting closer and closer, showing no signs of stopping. It rounded the corner perfectly, locking onto their position as it charged. It's coming this way. Without another thought, he spun around and bolted back the way they came. Seeing him run, the object suddenly changed its shape. It was no longer a boulder, but a massive shadow lunging after them. Witnessing the transformation, Zhao Tianlei yelled out in shock, a mutant. Hong Yue twisted around on his back, pointing the flashlight behind them. The beam of light illuminated a ferocious face with glowing red eyes that let out a loud growl. Seeing its true form, she screamed in terror. It's a rat. At that moment, Zhao Tianlei, who was still looking ahead, realized something awful. They were right back where they started, and the path was completely blocked. A dead end. The giant rat was now right on their tail. He quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding its pounce. But the sudden move caused Hong Yue to lose her grip, and she cried out in panic as the flashlight slipped. The flashlight. The light tumbled right into the calm pool of water beside them. Plunged into darkness, the rat was blinded and slammed its head right into the rocks blocking the path. The impact was so powerful that its head became completely stuck. Hong Yue saw its twitching tail and suddenly remembered something. So that thing from before, that was its tail. Then she quickly urged him on. While it's stuck, let's run. Just as they fled, the rat ripped its head free from the rocks. It drooled with rage as it turned, its eyes scanning the darkness for them. By now, Zhao Tianlei had put some distance between them and the giant rat, but with every step he took, blood dripped from a wound somewhere on his body. His footing became unsteady and he started to sway. Hong Yude gripped Zhao Tianlei's shirt, shaking him. "Watch where you're going." He struggled to feel his way forward, snapping back at her. "Easy for you to say. How am I supposed to see in this darkness?" Just as he finished his sentence, his foot stepped on a small, squishy creature. Hearing the sound, Hong and Juet screamed in fear. "So gross." When she calmed down, he looked at the mini creatures on the ground in deep thought. A moment later, an idea struck him, and he shouted, "I've got a way." Zhao Tianlei explained his plan as he began to follow the creatures forward. "These worms are terrified of the mutant rat, so they're running away. If we follow them, we'll find an exit." And so, he lowered his head and followed the trail of squirming worms. The sight of them writhing on the ground was terrifying. He ran and ran until he saw them. A whole river of them, all flowing in one direction. Zhao Tianlei carefully followed them with Hong Nguyen on his back until they both saw it. Before them was a giant well, and in front of them was a pool of stinking sewage. Hong Nguyen, sitting on Zhao Tianlei's back, looked down and shrieked in horror. "It's wastewater." The worms poured over the edge, one after another, into the filthy pool. Zhao Tianlei said, "The worms are all jumping in. There must be a path out down there." Hong Nguyen asked nervously, "Don't tell me you plan on jumping." She immediately began to struggle and scream, "Disgusting. I'd rather die." Just as Hong Juet's scream faded, another sound echoed from behind them. With her still on his back, Zhao Tianlei slowly turned his head to look. They both peered into the cave, which was nothing but inky blackness. The mutant rat suddenly burst out, roaring like a starving tiger. Hong and Juet shrieked. "That disgusting rat followed us." At that moment, she didn't hesitate anymore. Hong Yuet made the decision instantly. "Jump. Jump now." Zhao Tianlei held her tightly on his back and yelled, "Hold on tight." Then, he gathered his strength and leaped, plunging both of them into the wastewater just as the rat closed in. They were both quickly pulled under the surface. The current dragged Zhao Tianlei and Hong Yuet deep into the water. While he forced his eyes open to assess the situation, she squeezed her eyes and mouth shut, trying to hold her breath. Then, they both burst to the surface at the same time. They both had water up their noses and couldn't stop coughing and sputtering. After catching their breath, Zhao Tianlei and Hong Yuet both looked up. In front of them was a passageway with a staircase leading up to the surface. Hong Yuet said in surprise, "It's an exit." Zhao Tianlei replied, "That's the surface up there." Then he continued to carry her on his back as they climbed the stairs to escape. Zhao Tianlei helped Hong Juet climb onto the ground first. She struggled to pull herself out of the manhole. Below, Zhao Tianlei acted as a foothold for her. "You're so heavy. Hurry up," he urged. After helping Hong Juet onto the ground, he slowly climbed up behind her. Hong Juet stood confidently in front of him, looking at him and letting out a cold laugh. He asked in shock, "Your injury. You were faking it." Hong Yuet explained, "It's called all's fair in war. Besides, I never faked anything. You were the one who overreacted, thinking I was seriously hurt and insisted on carrying me." Zhao Tianlei screamed in anger, letting out a deep sigh. "You deceitful woman. If I ever care about you again, my last name isn't Zhao." Hong Juet smirked devilishly and replied, "Don't worry, you won't get the chance." Zhao Tianlei continued to question her suspiciously. "Don't tell me you're going to repay kindness with betrayal." Hong Juet slowly sat down and said, "You did save me twice today. If I took advantage of you now, my conscience couldn't take it." "It's good that you still have a conscience," he replied. Then he saw Hong Juet lower her head, and she said in a small voice, "But you stole my first kiss. I have to get revenge for that." Zhao Tianlei blushed and asked curiously, "So what do you want?" Hong Yuet decisively grabbed him by the collar. She got her revenge on Zhao Tianlei with a passionate kiss. Then, when her revenge was complete, she quickly released him. "An eye for an eye. Now, we're even." Zhao Tianlei stumbled back as she let him go. Hong Juet left him behind, slowly walking toward a motorcycle parked nearby. He was left in a difficult situation, struggling to pull himself out of the manhole alone. Hong Miet quickly climbed onto the motorcycle. She immediately hit the gas and sped off like an arrow. By the time Zhao Tianlei finally climbed onto the street, he ran after her and shouted, "Hey, stop right there." Hong Yuet turned her head and told Zhao Tianlei, "My name is Fang Sighting. You better remember it." And just like that, the car vanished into the shadows. Zhao Tianlei stood there, completely stunned. He touched his lips, wondering to himself, what the hell was that? Then a horrifying realization hit him, and he screamed, "No way. Am I actually falling for her?" His cry of despair echoed through the night. He already had 2 women driving him crazy at home. He couldn't handle another one. Just then, Canteen arrived, lugging his massive blade. He trotted through the streets calling out, "Sister Hong Yuet, I'm here." But all he found was a scene of complete destruction. He stood there, dazed, asking himself, "It's already over? Can team wind? What is this? I thought we were doing a 2-on-1. Why didn't you wait for me?" What happened to the trust between people? While he was busy throwing a fit, a strange noise suddenly came from behind him. The giant rat from before emerged from the wreckage. It opened its mouth, drooling with hunger. With a low growl, the rat lunged straight at Canteen. He turned around and immediately started chewing it out. "Hey, I'm in a really bad mood right now. Don't mess with me." Canteen casually swung the massive blade in his hand. A single, effortless slash split the creature's body clean in two. A sparkling yellow crystal core flew out from inside the rat. Canteen snatched the crystal core out of the air. He looked at it happily, thinking at least he got something out of this mess. Some time had passed when Zhao Tianlei finally jumped back inside through the window. He glanced down at the horde below and muttered, "These zombies are seriously persistent. They've been surrounding us till midnight and still won't leave." Zhao Tianlei ignored the zombies and turned away, almost admiring their tireless energy. He slowly walked down the hallway alone. The moment Yang Feng saw him, he rushed over, calling out, "Brother Lei, you're back." Zhao Tianlei was shocked by the scene before him. Zombie corpses were scattered all over the hallway as Yang Feng ran toward him. Luke Hang's face was covered in wounds, while behind him, Qiu Hai sat gasping for breath. On the other side, Van Fong was also badly injured, with Xing Wen standing behind him, relieved. Zhao Tianlei quickly asked what happened. "What's going on?" Yang Feng replied helplessly. "It's a long story." Luke Hang explained, "Not long after you two left, the zombies broke through the back door. That sniper also snuck in and hunted us down, but Wu Xuan managed to shoot him." Yang Feng added, "Luckily, Brother Luke Ni came back just in time to block the exit, but our injuries aren't light. Wu Xuan was shot." He suddenly turned his head and whispered, "And also." Zhao Tianlei's eyes followed his gaze to where Huck Duong was holding Wu Hin's body. He called her name, his voice filled with sorrow. Her whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Wu Hin used what little strength she had to say, "Duong, Duong, I'm sorry, I was so useless. I just wanted to do something right." But before she could finish, she suddenly coughed up blood. Huck Duong tried to calm her down. "It's okay, you're badly hurt. Don't talk." Wu Hin pleaded with a sad voice, "Duong, Duong, can you forgive me?" He was silent for a long time. Then, Huck Duong lowered his head and answered softly, "I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Deep down, I've always wanted to be recognized, to be trusted and respected by everyone, just like Brother Lei." He gathered all his courage to speak his true feelings. "So when you suggested I become the acting captain, I was actually really happy." The others fell completely silent, giving the two of them space for their heart-to-heart. Huck Duong continued, "But I didn't dare admit my own vanity, and I didn't want to betray my brothers. So after that incident, I kept telling myself that you pushed me into it, that you tricked me. It was like, doing that would make me feel less guilty. But the truth is, I was the hypocrite, the weak and irresponsible one." The strong man finally broke down, tears streaming down his face for her. He choked out, "Wu Hin, I'm so sorry. I know everything you did was for me." Wu Hin tried to comfort him. "Just hearing you say that makes me happy. Even if I die, I have no regrets." Tears rolled down her cheeks as well. Wu Hin hesitated. But I don't want to leave you, and I don't want to leave our child." Zhao Tianlei and Yang Feng, who were standing nearby, were completely floored. Huck Duong instantly stopped crying and asked, "What did you just say?" Wu Hin explained, "I'm pregnant with our child. I just never had the chance to tell you." Huck Duong suddenly remembered, "So that's why you took the little yellow duck." Yang Feng freaked out. "So Sister Wu Hin is pregnant. No wonder she kept going to the bathroom." He suddenly turned to look at Xing Wen. Xing Wen asked, confused, "What are you looking at me for?" "I had no idea." Wu Hin gripped Huck Duong's hand tightly, begging him, "Duong, Duong, save me. Please, don't let me die. Our family of 3 has been through so much to be together. I don't want us to be separated." Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her body. Wu Hin's face twisted in agony as she squeezed her eyes shut, screaming in pain. "Ah!" Huck Duong panicked, not knowing what to do but cheer her on. Wu Hin, hang in there." Zhao Tianlei quickly shouted an order. "The zombie poison is taking effect. Tie her down, now." Yang Feng immediately responded, "I'll go get some rope," and sprinted off. A moment later, with the rope in hand, Luke Hang and Xing Wen started tying Wu Hin down. Huck Duong moved to stop them. "Don't." But Zhao Tianlei placed a hand on his shoulder. "Huck Duong, get a grip. This is for her own good." Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Tie me up too." Wu Xuan was drenched in sweat, sitting in a corner. A serious wound was on his arm where a zombie had managed to bite him. Zhao Tianlei and Huck Duong were both stunned. Yang Feng asked, "Brother Wu Xuan, when did that happen?" Wu Xuan slowly explained, "When the shooting started, one of them grabbed me. His voice was weak, ready to say his final goodbyes. Sorry, everyone. It looks like I can't make it to the end with you. Zhao Tianlei stood frozen for a moment. The scene then cuts to a warehouse. He was losing his mind, repeatedly punching the shelves. Zhao Tianlei screamed, "Damn it, damn it, damn it all." He tormented himself with guilt. What kind of leader are you? You can't even protect your own team. How can you talk about saving the world or being some great hero? Suddenly, the system's voice spoke from his ring. Master, calm down. Don't take your sadness out on me. It continued. Besides, it's just a zombie virus infection. It's not like there's no cure. Zhao Tianlei's eyes went wide with shock. He looked down at the ring on his hand and asked, "You mean there's a way to save them?" Zhao Tianlei frantically shook the ring back and forth, his voice filled with frustration. "Then tell me what it is." Now, the ring whined tiredly. "Stop shaking. You're making me dizzy." After Zhao Tianlei stopped, the ring projected an image of a blue vial. "This is it, the primary virus evolution fluid." Seeing Zhao Tianlei's blank expression, the ring explained further. It can alter the biochemical virus in a person's body, making it beneficial instead. After injection, the host will produce antibodies, gaining immunity to the zombie virus and becoming physically stronger. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei remembered something and asked in a panic, "Isn't this the same thing I injected before?" Now certain of what he was saying, Zhao Tianlei yelled angrily, "Didn't you tell me there was only one? Were you lying to me?" The ring quickly defended itself. "Let me explain first." The ring spoke slowly. While this evolution fluid can fight the virus, its effectiveness depends on the host's physical condition. Based on current data, there's only a 1% success rate. Failure means turning into a zombie. The stuff you used was the original fluid, with a 100% success rate. They're two completely different things. After listening, Zhao Tianlei asked in shock, "So if they succeed, they can live?" The ring replied, "To be precise, they will have successfully evolved." At this, Zhao Tianlei became even more furious, screaming at the top of his lungs, "You useless piece of junk! You had something this amazing and didn't say anything? If you had brought this out sooner, Trin Jiao wouldn't have died." The ring immediately shot back. "In your dreams. This evolution serum only works on people who are already infected with the virus. Trin Jiao died from physical trauma. Injecting her would have been useless." The ring added, annoyed. "Besides, this is information only available to sergeants and above. You're lucky you just got promoted. Otherwise, according to the rules, I couldn't have told you." It then adopted a comforting tone, saying, "So when you have nothing better to do, just go kill some more zombies. If you level up sooner, you would have known all this already. Try harder, then harder still. The world is waiting for you to save it." Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei shot a furious glare at the ring and cursed it out. "This useless system. Besides just beeping, do you do anything else? Stop spewing nonsense and give me the evolution fluid." The ring's voice shot back, practically taunting him. "Fine. That'll be 2 level 5 essence cores, please." The words left him absolutely stunned. "What, 2 essence cores, and level 5 at that?" The ring replied casually, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei had no choice but to scan his surroundings, hoping to find a source of level 5 cores. Suddenly, the ring spoke up again. "Don't bother looking. You've never once managed to get a level 5 essence core." Frustrated, Zhao Tianlei ran a hand through his hair. "So where am I supposed to find a level 5 mutated creature?" The ring's voice suddenly chimed in. "Haven't you already met one? You guys were just too scared and ran away." Zhao Tianlei's mind flashed back to that creature. "You mean, the spider in the subway?" Meanwhile, back with Wu Xuan's group, things were dire. Wu Xuan was tied up in a corner, his body trembling uncontrollably. Huck Duong slowly approached him, his voice filled with worry. "Wu Hin." On the other side, Luke Hang and Yang Feng rushed to untie Wu Xuan. Luke Hang looked at Wu Xuan, flustered, telling him he was sorry. Wu Xuan weakly lifted his eyes to look at Luke Hang and replied, "If any of you had been bitten today, I would have done the same thing." His tone suddenly turned serious as he told Yang Feng to pick up his gun. "When I can't control it anymore, help me end it." "Wu Xuan," Yang Feng cried out in horror, but Wu Xuan's voice was cold as steel. "What's wrong? Do I need to beg you?" Trapped in this impossible situation, Yang Feng could only obey, even as his body shook with fear. His hand, now holding the gun, rose to take aim directly at Wu Xuan, but his trembling hands betrayed his resolve. Yang Feng squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, I can't do it. We've been through so much together, through thick and thin. How can I pull the trigger? You could beat me to death, and I still wouldn't do it." Just then, Zhao Tianlei stepped forward, placing a gentle, reassuring hand on Yang Feng's shoulder. Yang Feng calmed slightly, turning to him. "Brother Loi." Thean Loi stared intently at Wu Xuan and declared, "You're my man. I won't let you die, so you're not allowed to give up." Seeing Wu Xuan's dazed expression, he asked with grave seriousness, "Do you hear me?" A moment later, Zhao Tianlei's head drooped, his voice filled with sorrow. "I know a way, but it's not a sure thing." He looked up, his expression hardening. "There's no guarantee I can save you both." Hearing this, Huck Duong's voice filled with excitement. "Brother Loi, are you serious? There's a way to save both Wu Hin and Wu Xuan?" Zhao Tianlei didn't answer, simply turning to leave. Before he walked away, he gave one last order. "Until I get back, this place is in your hands." Huck Duong watched his retreating back with a determined gaze. "Don't worry. You can count on us." Standing to the side, Sing Wen observed everything, his thoughtful eyes fixed on Zhao Tianlei. As night fell over the deserted subway station, Zhao Tianlei, armed with a rifle, ventured in alone. The gloomy atmosphere made him constantly scan his surroundings, his eyes darting back and forth. He stopped short at a small hole in the side of a train car. Zhao Tianlei spoke with a hint of worry. "It's gone." He looked at the hole and noted that even glass this thick had been shattered. "This thing's claws. They might be harder than diamond." Zhao Tianlei had no choice but to venture deeper down the tracks. All of a sudden, he found himself surrounded by thick, tangled spiderwebs. Countless cocoons hung ominously from the ceiling. Just then, one of the cocoons began to move, swelling larger and larger by the second. A moment later, the thick silk was torn apart from the inside. A powerful man stepped out, as if he had just been reborn. Deep inside the subway tunnels, darkness consumed everything. Zhao Tianlei moved cautiously, his hand gripping his rifle tightly. He kept looking around as he walked, a question nagging at his mind. Where did it go? It couldn't have left this place and gone topside, right? That would make it way too hard to find. Lost in thought, Zhao Tianlei unconsciously walked right up to a train. He tilted his head up slightly, reading the sign, and whispered, "Line number 3. Then, Zhao Tianlei slowly stepped onto the train car. The scene inside was completely untouched, as if nothing had ever happened. It filled Zhao Tianlei with a strange sense of nostalgia. He remembered back when he just started college, trying to earn tuition money. After class, he'd always take this train to the suburbs for work. Memories suddenly came flooding back as he whispered to himself. Back then, there was this office worker I'd run into every day. He saw my school badge and knew I was a junior, so he started talking to me. The conversations played out clearly in his mind. He'd often give me the bread and water his company handed out. It was only later that I realized he saw how hungry I was on my way to work, and he was buying it just for me. Thinking of him, Zhao Tianlei's thoughts turned somber. I wonder how he's doing now. I hope he's safe and sound. He forced himself to shake off the memories and continued on to check the driver's cabin, but all he found was the decaying corpse of the conductor. Zhao Tianlei froze, silently calling out to the man in his heart. On a whim, he curiously reached out and pressed the train's start button. The moment he touched it, the screen lit up brilliantly, as if it had never been damaged. The entire train car began to vibrate, ready to depart. Zhao Tianlei was amazed. It still works. But in that exact moment, a strange sound echoed from behind him. He had no time to react, whipping his head around in a panic. When he turned, Zhao Tianlei was stunned to find himself in a brightly colored amusement park. This completely alien place filled him with suspicion. He had no choice but to run and investigate. Just then, a cheerful melody began to play. Zhao Tianlei looked up warily, trying to find the source of the music. In the next second, a toy duck car next to him suddenly chirped. "What do you call your father's father?" "You call your father's father Grandpa." A clown figure nearby suddenly jumped out, like it was playing a game with a child. The whole scene was bursting with a joyful atmosphere. It left Zhao Tianlei utterly confused. What is going on? But then, his eyes locked onto a man slumped over on the merry-go-round. The strange man in black piqued his curiosity. He cautiously stepped onto the carousel and called out, "Who's there?" But then, the bag slung over the man's shoulder sparked a powerful sense of familiarity. Zhao Tianlei recognized him instantly. "Senior." He rushed forward, calling out, "Senior, it's me, Zhao Tianlei. This place is dangerous. Come with me, I'll take you to base number 6. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere turned heavy. The man began to show his first reaction. Countless sharp legs sprouted from his body, and he turned his lifeless face towards Zhao Tianlei. An overwhelming sense of pressure made him stumble back instinctively. The man's face was a terrifying mask of bulging veins, his eyes burning crimson red. Suddenly, his jaw unhinged as if to swallow the boy whole. In an instant, the creature launched itself from the carousel with brutal, lightning-fast agility. It landed, looming over him. Before the kid could even react, it let out a deafening roar, then lunged forward, attacking with the sharp appendages tearing out of its own body. Model. Paralyzing terror gripped Zhao Tianlei, leaving him frozen to the spot. Just as he was about to bolt, countless figures identical to the man in black appeared from behind. They approached with the same lifeless faces, their bodies covered in sharp, spidery legs. Their dark expressions were devoid of emotion, their blazing red eyes fixed solely on him. More and more of them appeared, their numbers swelling by the second. In an instant, Zhao Tianlei was completely immobilized, trapped inside a terrifying cage of monsters. Looking closely at their forms, he thought with dread. These aren't normal zombies. The horde of monsters grew even denser. They let out a ferocious, unified roar. Then, they all turned and charged at Zhao Tianlei at once. He quickly drew his gun, aimed, and fired back. The bullet shot out, hitting one of them square in the head and making it shriek in pain. But just a second later, it had already recovered completely. It seemed his attack had only managed to send it into a blind rage. Seeing that incredible regeneration speed, Zhao Tianlei couldn't help but feel a surge of pure horror. But before he could react, it leaped forward, claws flashing right for his face. Luckily, Zhao Tianlei dodged just in time, shouting in a panic, "What's going on?" A headshot didn't work. Zhao Tianlei yelled as he ran, "System, get out here. What the hell are these monsters?" Just then, the ring on his hand lit up, signaling its activation. It glanced at the horde behind them and said, "Scanning." After a moment, the ring replied, "These are second-generation mutants, similar to Wu Ben. After infection, their bodies were ravaged, either for unknown reasons or due to an invasive gene source, creating a unique mutation. Because their cells are completely reorganized, their weakness is no longer the brain. Destroying it won't affect them at all." Zhao Tianlei asked urgently, "Then where's their weak spot? How do I deal with them?" The ring answered helplessly, "Currently, information on second-generation mutants is scarce." But then it continued, "Because they're more complex than common mutants, they're unpredictable. Each one is different, so their weaknesses can't be determined. The only way to stop them is to completely obliterate their entire bodies." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei had to keep running while studying the mutants behind him. As they closed in, his only option was to dive into a children's plastic ball pit up ahead. Seeing Zhao Tianlei jump, the mutants immediately followed, but they were stopped by a protective net, unable to reach him. They clung to the mesh, roaring in frustration. At that moment, Zhao Tianlei slowly emerged from the balls. He quickly got up to leave this place, whispering, "Good thing these plastic balls were here, or my butt would have been totally wrecked." Zhao Tianlei glanced at the mutants and smirked contemptuously. "Bunch of idiots." He casually turned to leave, tossing a final taunt over his shoulder. "You guys have fun playing in there." In a nearby building, he had finally escaped the horde. Zhao Tianlei moved cautiously through the hallway. As he walked, he muttered curses at the ring. "I've read tons of system novels and comics. Other people's systems are like golden cheat codes with awesome gear. You can't even be bothered to update your database, always giving me useless info. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?" Suddenly, a horde of mutants appeared before Zhao Tianlei, filling him with dread. One slowly stood up, its face lowered. In an instant, cocoons burst open all around him. This was their nest. Within moments, countless other mutants crawled out from inside. They swarmed the area, completely surrounding him. Seeing this horrifying scene, Zhao Tianlei gasped. "They're mutants." Just then, a disturbing noise echoed from behind him. The ring on his hand quickly warned, "They've caught up." These new mutants were crawling on the walls like giant spiders. In a flash, one suddenly launched itself off the wall, leaping straight for Zhao Tianlei. A second later, it was right in his face. Without thinking, Zhao Tianlei quickly drew his gun, preparing to fight back. The mutant's speed was insane, making it impossible for Zhao Tianlei to aim. It rushed in and slapped the gun from his hand, then let out a powerful roar. A moment later, a sharp blade slashed across Zhao Tianlei's body. Before he could even recover, a relentless barrage of attacks followed. Having lost his weapon, Zhao Tianlei could only retreat, dodging every strike. But the mutant gave him no room to escape, lunging forward with overwhelming force. Just when it seemed like he would be taken down, a web-like thread shot out and wrapped around the mutant's neck. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei's eyes widened in sheer terror. The next moment, the mutant was violently yanked backward by some unseen force. A giant spider appeared and swallowed the mutant whole. Watching the familiar man's body being devoured alive, Zhao Tianlei felt a pang of despair. He cried out in grief, calling for his senior. But the spider ignored his desperate plea, gulping down the man's corpse. In a blink, the entire body was gone. After eating, it shot out several more strands of webbing. Apparently, one person wasn't enough to satisfy its hunger. The silk threads wrapped around the other mutants like powerful chains. The mutants were helpless, completely bound without a chance to fight back. A second later, they were all cocooned in silk. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Zhao Tianlei exclaimed in shock, "It's hunting the other mutants." Just then, the ring suddenly spoke. "I understand now. This horde is its food source." Seeing his stunned expression, the ring explained. "It can't digest this much food at once, so it uses its silk to store them. When it needs nutrients, it will pull them out to eat." Looking at the cocoons appearing one after another, the ring continued. Because the silk contains a virus, these people were infected, causing them to mutate into this form. After hearing this, Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth in fury and said, "How dare it do that to my senior? Damn it." He quickly picked up the gun from the ground. Rage consumed Zhao Tianlei's mind, and he furiously unloaded clip after clip into the giant spider. But the bullets seemed to do no damage at all. It was like they were just tickling it. However, his relentless assault finally angered the spider. It let out a deafening roar. The force of the sound wave felt like it could tear his body apart. In an instant, the enormous spider charged forward with furious intensity. It lashed out with its long leg, striking straight at Zhao Tianlei, but he managed to dodge it. Then, Zhao Tianlei seized the opportunity, grabbing onto the giant spider's leg. Immediately, he used it as leverage to launch himself onto the spider's body. His sudden appearance made the creature stagger. Seeing this, the ring said cheerfully, "Excellent. You're in its blind spot." Zhao Tianlei yelled angrily, "You damn spider, you can't get me now." He pulled out a sharp axe and roared, "I'll smash you to bits." As if to vent all his fury, Zhao Tianlei brought the axe down with brutal force, muttering relentlessly, "Die, die, die." The spider let out a piercing shriek of pain. Then, it broke its own leg joint to attack Zhao Tianlei. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei was completely shocked, never expecting it would inflict such pain on itself. The ring frantically warned, "Host, be careful." Seeing the situation turn bad, Zhao Tianlei leaped off the giant spider's body. The spider's sharp claws suddenly began spinning like a fan. Zhao Tianlei yelped, "Damn it, its claws are rotating." The ring suddenly chimed in with praise, a 360-degree transformation. "This spider is amazing. Truly, a level 5 mutant. I must record this." Zhao Tianlei furiously shouted, "Is this really the time to be praising the enemy?" At that moment, the ring shouted another warning, "It's coming again." Zhao Tianlei immediately turned and fled. "Escape now, figure it out later." Zhao Tianlei ran for his life, while behind him, the spider gave chase on its 8 legs. The intense pursuit was putting immense pressure on Zhao Tianlei. But just then, something caught his attention. A sign on the wall suddenly appeared. "Subway rail, do not cross, danger of electric shock." Instantly, a bold idea flashed in Zhao Tianlei's mind. That's it. The air in the subway station was suffocating. A heavy silence filled every corner. Into this scene, the giant spider appeared, its crimson eyes glowing with savage intent. It moved on its long, sharp legs, its claws slamming hard against the floor below. Every impact from its massive claws made a gruesome sound, leaving deep cracks in the floor that looked ready to shatter at any moment. Then, the giant spider saw something that made it incredibly excited. Suddenly, the doors of a subway car swung wide open, and the spider went into a frenzy. Thinking Zhao Tianlei was inside, it shot out a web line, anchoring itself to the wall. The web stuck firmly, securing its position. After locking onto its target, it launched itself forward like a massive arrow. Its entire colossal body plummeted down toward the middle of the tracks. But in that same moment, the railway system suddenly activated. A surprise jolt of electricity surged through its body, causing it to convulse violently. The sheer agony of the electric shock sent it scrambling in terror. But the only escape route was straight down the tracks. As it dragged its massive body forward, the bright headlights of an oncoming train pierced the darkness, filling the creature with absolute horror. Watching the train approach like the god of death itself, the giant spider was paralyzed with fear. Inside the cockpit, Zhao Tianlei stared it down with pure hatred and snarled through gritted teeth. "You damn spider, there's no escape for you this time." He slammed his hand on the controls and roared, "Die." The train instantly lurched forward, its steel wheels grinding against the rails, spitting out a storm of sparks from the immense friction. The train moved with such blinding speed that the spider had no time to react. In a final moment of pure panic, it could only stand frozen in place, letting out a final, agonizing shriek. In a split second, the train slammed mercilessly into the giant beast. After the giant spider was obliterated, the ring on Zhao Tianlei's hand announced, "Congratulations, host, for killing a level 5 mutated creature." A massive system panel flashed before his eyes as the ring declared an upgrade to his storage space. Looking at the new items inside, Zhao Tianlei gasped in shock. An arsenal, medical supplies, vehicles. There are even time bombs in here. Seeing all this, he couldn't help but praise the system. This was a huge level up, a quantum leap compared to the space he had before. But the ring replied with its usual coldness, "Host, don't celebrate too soon." Although the space was bigger, using the items inside still required crystal cores as payment. Zhao Tianlei shot back, annoyed, "I know, you don't have to tell me." But then, his expression turned icy as he looked back into the dark depths of the subway station. "Before I leave, there's one more thing I have to do." Deep inside the subway, mutated creatures were still searching for Zhao Tianlei. They had no idea he had already planted a bomb right next to the station's main concrete support pillar. He placed another one right under the floor panels. These were strategic points where a single blast would bring the entire subway structure crashing down. Once the time bombs were set, Zhao Tianlei slowly walked out of the station. Standing at the entrance, he stared back into the darkness with a heavy heart and whispered, "Rest in peace, Senior." Then, without hesitation, he pressed the detonator. The moment he pushed the button, a thunderous boom echoed through the area. The ground shook violently, and a pillar of fire erupted, threatening to incinerate every last creature inside. Zhao Tianlei coldly turned his back and walked away. Night had fallen, and the moon was slowly rising. Suddenly, a blue car was seen speeding down a deserted road. Behind the wheel, Zhao Tianlei couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. This military-grade SUV really is different. It flies like the wind. At this speed, we'll be back in Shangxia before sunrise. But just then, his face darkened, and he called out to the system, "Exchange for a primary evolution serum." In an instant, the ring produced a tiny vial. When he saw it, Zhao Tianlei asked in surprise, "It's this small?" The ring replied flatly, "This is a trial version. It's a one-time use. If you want more, you'll need to upgrade and unlock a higher-level space." Zhao Tianlei seethed with frustration. After all that effort to kill that monster spider, he could only save one person. The ring answered coldly, "That is correct." Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei clicked his tongue, unable to hide his irritation. After a long and exhausting drive, he finally arrived back at Shangxia. He walked inside with a grim expression. Upon seeing him, Yang Feng's face lit up. "Brother Lei, you're back," the black-haired man beside him said anxiously. "They're not going to make it." Zhao Tianlei rushed over to check on them. "What's the situation?" By now, Yu Xin was so weak, she could barely hold her head up. In another corner, Yu Xuan was trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Huo Yang rushed forward anxiously. "Brother Lei, did you find that evolution serum?" Zhao Tianlei quickly replied, "I found it." Hearing that, Huo Yang and the others lit up with joy. "That's great." But then Zhao Tianlei pulled out the single vial and said apologetically, "But there's only one." After hearing Zhao Tianlei's words, Huo Yang was stunned. "You mean we can only save one person?" Yang Feng, standing nearby, also began to panic. "Then what do we do?" Seeing everyone's confusion, Xing Wen offered a suggestion. "In this situation, the fairest way is to draw lots." He then stated coldly, "With only one evolution serum, it should obviously be used on the person with more value. I propose we save Yu Xuan." Lu Hang immediately agreed. "I second that. Yu Xuan has always been your right-hand man. He's protected us so many times on this journey. The team can't afford to lose him." Even Zhao Hai chose to save Yu Xuan. "I agree. If it wasn't for Yu Xuan earlier, that sniper would have killed us all." Seeing so many people agree, Huo Yang frantically protested. "So Yu Xin deserves to die? Yu Xuan is badly injured, yes. But he couldn't have even acted if Yu Xin hadn't risked her life to give him cover. She was bitten by a zombie trying to save us. You can't just let her die." Xing Wen's face was stern. "If she doesn't die, then Yu Xuan will. Besides, she's done plenty of bad things in the past. One good deed doesn't erase her history." He stepped closer to Hu Yang and criticized him harshly. "You and Yu Xuan act like brothers every day, but when it counts, you side with a woman like her. It's a waste to even call you a brother." Hearing this, Huo Yang broke down completely, bursting into tears. I know what I'm saying is selfish, and I'm failing Yu Xuan, but my sister is already gone. Now Yu Xin and her baby are the only family I have left. I can't lose them." Suddenly, Huo Yang dropped to his knees in front of Zhao Tianlei, begging, "Brother Lei, I'm begging you." This sudden act made Zhao Tianlei's skin crawl. After hearing Huo Yang's plea, Yun Feng spoke up immediately, "Asking me to sacrifice a pregnant woman? I can't do it." Yang Feng quickly added, "I don't want Sister Yu Xin to die either." Now that everyone had voiced their opinion, Xing Wen looked at Zhao Tianlei. "It's 3 against 3. What's your call?" Seeing the situation escalating, Zhao Tianlei was completely lost, unsure of what to do. Xing Wen pressed him urgently. "There's no time to think. Once the virus takes over, they become a zombie, and it's too late. If you hesitate, they'll both die." Just then, a weak voice called out, "Brother Lai." Yu Xuan weakly pushed himself up. "Save her," he said. Zhao Tianlei stared at him in disbelief, but Yu Xuan just lowered his head sorrowfully. "I'm all alone. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Just getting to know you all, fighting alongside you. Living this long has been more than enough for me." He then seemed to recall Huo Yang's words. "If I had to live by sacrificing a woman and her child, my conscience would never be clear." Zhao Tianlei replied, his voice thick with guilt. "Yu Xuan, I'm sorry. I was useless. I couldn't save you." He looked at Yu Xuan with grim determination and made a vow. You will always be my brother. I swear I will personally end this apocalypse and get revenge for you. Huo Yang also cried out, Yu Xuan, I'm sorry. At that moment, Yu Xuan forced a bright smile to reassure them. After the decision was made, Zhao Tianlei took the serum and walked over to Yu Xin. Huo Yang knelt beside her and gently shook her. Yu Xin, don't be scared. We have the medicine. You're going to be okay. Zhao Tianlei quickly prepared the syringe, ready to inject it. But as he looked at her skin, he suddenly froze. Seeing this, Huo Yang asked, What's wrong? Zhao Tianlei said grimly, It's too late. He looked at Yu Xin's still form. She's already dead. This news hit Huo Yang like a bolt of lightning. Zhao Tianlei continued, The evolution serum only works on the recently infected. Once the body dies and the virus completely takes over the brain, an injection is useless. Huo Yang couldn't believe what he was hearing, and he screamed in denial. No way. Yu Xin isn't dead. She was just talking to me. How could she be dead? Seeing Zhao Tianlei about to give up, Huo Yang grabbed his arm desperately. She's just unconscious, Brother Lei. Hurry. Inject her. Zhao Hai rushed over to restrain Huo Yang, trying to calm him down. Don't be like this. Yun Feng grabbed his other arm, calm down. But just then, Yu Xin's body suddenly twitched. In the next instant, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The sight sent a wave of fear through the group, forcing them back. A moment later, Wu Hin had fully turned, letting out a horrifying roar at them. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlei was frozen in absolute shock. The rest of the group was just as terrified as he was. In a flash, Wu Hin strained against her bonds, lunging forward with inhuman strength. Van Fong saw it happening first and screamed in terror. She's a zombie. Liu Kang yelled a warning. This is bad. The ropes are about to snap. Open fire, now. Tu Hai immediately raised his rifle, aiming the barrel right at her. But just then, someone jumped in their way, shouting, Stop! Kuk Duong had rushed forward to block their path. No one is hurting Wu Hin. His foolishness made Xing Wen furious, who yelled, Phew, Kuk Duong, have you lost your mind? At that moment, Wu Xuan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the bright red drops splattering across the ground. Yang Feng rushed to his side in a panic. Brother Wu Xuan is not okay. Zhao Tianlei snapped back to reality, remembering Wu Xuan's critical condition. He immediately spun around and sprinted toward him. Wasting no time, Zhao Tianlei injected the medicine into Wu Xuan's arm. The cure slowly entered his weakened body. After the injection, Wu Xuan's body suddenly started swaying back and forth. Worried, Yang Feng asked, Is Brother Wu Xuan going to be okay? Tianloi's face was grim. It's too early to tell, he replied. This drug only has a 10% success rate. We have to watch him. If Wu Xuan makes it through the night without turning, only then will he be safe. Zhao Tianlei stood up and gave an order. Take Wu Xuan to the storage room. Let him rest for a while. Yang Feng nodded. Got it. Then he and Qiu Hai carefully carried Wu Xuan away. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. But where did you get that medicine? It was Tin Van, his tone laced with suspicion. Something that miraculous? Why is there only one dose? And another thing, Xing Wen pressed on, cornering him. If that drug really works, it could save countless people. So why didn't you bring it out sooner? It seems you're hiding a lot from us. Xing Wen's question struck a nerve with everyone. They all turned to Zhao Tianlei, waiting for an explanation. Even Qiu Hai and Yang Feng stopped in their tracks, eager to hear his answer. Feeling cornered, Zhao Tianlei knew he had to speak. His heart pounded in his chest. He couldn't just tell them about the system. How could he possibly hide it? Lying was never his strong suit. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. It seemed he had to blame someone they could never question. Zhao Tianlei calmly replied, The commander told me. He explained with a serious face. The base's expert team has been researching a cure for the zombie virus, and they finally made a small breakthrough. This vial was the only finished product. The commander knew this mission would be dangerous, so he entrusted it to me. Zhao Tianlei continued his story. When the mutant spider attacked us, I accidentally dropped it at the subway station. That's why I had to go back and find it. Hearing this, Qiu Hai finally understood. Oh, so that's what happened. Beside him, Yang Feng said excitedly. Does this mean we don't have to be afraid of zombies anymore? This is great. Humanity can be saved. But Zhao Tianlei's expression turned cold. It's still in the experimental stage, and the success rate is incredibly low. The commander ordered me to keep this top secret and not tell anyone. Van Fong nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Right now, this drug is humanity's only hope. If it fails, it would cause widespread panic and chaos. Liu Kang immediately turned to Xing Wen and the others. Everyone, just pretend you didn't hear anything today. When we get back, keep your mouths shut. But Xing Wen was still skeptical. Is that really true? His persistence was starting to infuriate Zhao Tianlei. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is this guy so suspicious? If he wasn't Tham Tam Duck's brother, I'd kick him out right now. Just then, Kook Duong's emotional voice cried out, Vu Hin, it's me. It's Kook Duong. But Vu Hin was completely gone, lost to the virus. She couldn't recognize anyone, only letting out low growls, her blood-red eyes staring as if she wanted to devour him whole. Kook Duong spoke, his voice breaking with grief. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have treated you like that. Please, change back. I'll never get angry with you again. Don't you remember? You told me. A family of 3. We had to stay together forever. His only answer was Vu Hin's furious snarls. Kook Duong lowered his head in self-blame. Why did it have to be like this? The heartbreaking scene cast a heavy shadow over Zhao Tianlei's mood. Zhao Tianlei walked over to console him. I understand how you feel, but she's completely turned now. Doing this will only put you in danger. His words were like a knife, twisting the deep wound of Kook Duong's pain. He gritted his teeth. You must be happy that Vu Hin turned out this way, right? Zhao Tianlei sensed the dangerous shift in his mood and immediately asked, What are you talking about? Kook Duong kept his head down. I know how important Tham Tam Duck is to you. Vu Hin hurt her. Even though you acted forgiving, you still held a grudge. So even if you could have saved Vu Hin, you chose not to. Kook Duong's words grew heavier and more accusatory. Of course. On one hand, you have your best brother, your right-hand man. On the other, a woman who's just a follower with a criminal record. It's obvious who you would choose. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Liu Kang quickly stepped in. It's not that Zhao Tianlei didn't want to save your wife. The virus had progressed too far. There wasn't enough time. Yang Feng also chimed in, Brother Kook Duong, don't misunderstand. If Zhao Tianlei thought of you as just a follower, why would he make you a team leader? Kook Duong let out a bitter laugh. A team leader? Sounds nice, doesn't it? He screamed at Zhao Tianlei, his voice filled with rage. A team leader who just waits at the base taking care of women, who can't even open the warehouse door. Who would want a job like that? Kook Duong became more and more agitated. Wasn't I the one chosen during the public vote? He yelled furiously at all of them. All of you act like you're my brothers, but deep down, you all look down on me. Zhao Tianlei couldn't take it anymore. Phew, Kook Duong, we've been brothers for so long, and this is what you think of us? Kook Duong angrily shot back. Am I wrong? He turned away. From the very beginning, only Vu Hin was truly good to me. But because of you people, I hurt her. The one who should be dead is me. Kook Duong looked at the zombified Vu Hin and made a vow. Vu Hin, don't worry. I will definitely save you. With that, he turned and quietly picked up a piece of cloth. Kook Duong slowly began to wrap it around Vu Hin's mouth, gagging her. Seeing this, Liu Kang asked in alarm, What are you doing? That's too dangerous. Yang Feng added nervously, You're going to get bitten. Suddenly, Kook Duong glared and shouted at them. Stay back, he said angrily. Vu Hin was right. I won't lose to you. What you can do, I can do too. If you can find a cure, then so can I. After carefully tying up Vu Hin, Kook Duong immediately lifted her onto his back. He then made a cold declaration. Zhao Tianlei, from this day forward, we are no longer brothers. After saying this, he turned and left without hesitation, leaving the group in stunned silence. Zhao Tianlei's face was an emotionless mask as he watched Kook Duong walk away. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their hearts heavy with sorrow as they watched his retreating figure grow smaller and smaller in the distance. Yang Feng took a step forward to try and calm him down. Brother Kook Duong. But Zhao Tianlei stopped him. Let him go. It might be good for him to cool down a bit. He then turned to the others. Everyone's been through hell tonight and must be exhausted. Find a place to rest and regain your strength. Zhao Tianlei's expression darkened, and his voice was grim. We have no idea what tomorrow will bring. And just like that, the sorrowful night slowly passed. By nightfall, everyone was so exhausted they had collapsed into a deep sleep. After receiving the injection, Wu Xuan was also sleeping soundly. But suddenly, Xing Wen's eyes shot open. He quietly sat up. It seemed Xing Wen was waiting for everyone to fall asleep so he could search for something. He moved cautiously, scanning the area and muttering to himself, Where did it go? I know it was around here somewhere. A feeling of triumph washed over Xing Wen. He never expected such an unexpected prize, a drug that could resist the zombie virus. Not even that place had managed to create one. If he could analyze its components, he could rule the world. But right at that moment, a cold voice cut through the silence. Are you looking for this? Xing Wen spun around to see Zhao Tianlei holding the syringe, his face cold and unreadable as he stared him down. Seeing this, Jing Wen immediately played dumb. What are you talking about? I was hungry, so I came to find something to eat. Is that a crime? But Zhao Tianlei wasn't buying it, cutting right through his lie. Stop pretending. You're with that sniper, aren't you? His voice turned cold. Talk. Who's behind you? And what's your real reason for sneaking into my base? Realizing he was caught, Jingwen's eyes darted warily at Zhao Tianlei. But then, a helpless laugh escaped his lips. Heh, so I've been exposed, he asked with genuine curiosity. But I was so careful. I didn't leave any openings. So how did you figure it out? Zhao Tianlei answered. From the moment I first met you, I knew you were more than you seemed. He recalled their first encounter as he spoke. That speed, that agility. You must have broken through the human limit long ago. That's not something a normal person can do. Zhao Tianlei carefully recounted his memories, adding, and that sniper is the same. Yu Xuan's rifle requires the best military-grade equipment to even handle, but I checked his rifle and it was just a normal model. Yet his shots were more accurate than Yu Xuan's. At this point, his gaze sharpened, pinning Jingwen in place. That can only mean one thing. His eyesight far surpasses a normal human's. If I'm not mistaken, both of your bodies have been modified. Suddenly, he raised a single finger. Besides, you slipped up earlier. That line. There's no time to think. Jingwen's earlier words. Once someone is infected and turns, it's over. If we delay, we'll both die had caught Zhao Tianlei's full attention. His eyes were like ice as he stared at Jingwen. How would a normal person know a detail like that? After hearing his complete breakdown, Jingwen clapped his hands softly in applause. Such amazing observation skills. As expected of the man times they times specifically pointed out. A smirk played on Jingwen's lips. I originally didn't want to make a move on you, but you simply know too much. He suddenly brandished 2 daggers and lunged at Zhao Tianlei, shouting, so I guess I can't be polite anymore. But even with the surprise attack, Zhao Tianlei dodged it with ease. Seeing this, Jingwen was stunned. So fast. While he was still reeling, Zhao Tianlei leaped into the air, preparing a counterattack. He brought his foot down with incredible force, but Jingwen managed to evade it. Zhao Tianlei clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the next instant, the two charged each other again. A flurry of swift, relentless attacks turned the air around them into a whirlwind of deadly intent. When Jingwen saw him block his attack, he was utterly horrified. How is this possible? Is this really Zhao Tianlei? He thought frantically. His skill level, it's worlds apart from before. How did he get so strong in such a short time? On the other hand, Zhao Tianlei was feeling pure ecstasy. So this is the power of a sergeant. Every punch he threw landed with pinpoint accuracy. He thought to himself, fast, sharp, my speed, my strength. Even his legs felt lighter and more agile. Zhao Tianlei made a silent comparison. Before, it was like a bronze-tier player fighting a king. As they fought, he calmly observed every single one of Jingwen's attacks. His opponent's movements seemed to be slowed by half. His body felt so light, Zhao Tianlei was overjoyed. It was like he could fly. He landed a powerful kick right on Jingwen's chin and screamed internally. This feels amazing. The blow sent Jingwen staggering back, a spray of fresh blood erupting from his mouth. With that single kick from Zhao Tianlei, the battle was finally over. Racked with pain, Jingwen struggled to push himself up, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just then, Zhao Tianlei's face darkened as he strode forward, standing over him. Jingwen forced himself into his sitting position and glared up with eyes full of hatred, looking like he wanted to eat Zhao Tianlei alive. Suddenly, Jingwen called out, "Sister, why are you here?" Hearing that, Zhao Tianlei glanced behind him out of curiosity. In that moment of distraction, Jingwen lunged forward, but Zhao Tianlei blocked the attack with a single hand. He stared down at Jingwen with cold eyes and said, "Do you really think I'd fall for such a childish trick?" In that split second, Zhao Tianlei suddenly produced a sharp axe. Seeing the heavy weapon, Jingwen's eyes went wide with pure terror, but before he could even react, Zhao Tianlei raised the axe high into the air. As the weapon came whistling down, Jingwen's heart felt like it stopped beating. A wave of tension seized his entire body. Panic flooded his mind. He's serious. He's actually going to kill me. Suddenly, Jingwen threw himself forward, grabbing Zhao Tianlei's leg and screaming, "Brother-in-law, have mercy. If I die, my sister will be heartbroken." Those 2 words, brother-in-law, made Zhao Tianlei freeze in place. He stared in confusion. Brother-in-law? But a second later, he ruthlessly kicked Jingwen away, yelling, "Stop using your sister as a shield. If Chen Xingyu knew you were working with the people who want us dead, she would never forgive you either." Jingwen scrambled to defend himself. "I admit I came to the base with a purpose, but I never intended to harm any of you. If I did, I would have just stood by and watched when the zombies attacked." Seeing Zhao Tianlei's disbelief, he quickly added, "You can ask the Liu brothers. If it wasn't for me, you'd be looking at their corpses right now." But Zhao Tianlei's voice was ice. "If you want me to believe you, then show some sincerity and answer my question. Otherwise, I'll just have to apologize to Chen Xingyu later." His words made Jingwen hesitate, but after a moment, he let out a long sigh. "All right, fine. I'll tell you everything." Jingwen sat up and began his story. You probably know my sister and I are half-siblings. She grew up in Yu Prefecture, while I moved to Nanchang with my parents. The horrifying memories flooded back, clear as day. He recalled the moment it all began. When the zombie outbreak started, I was at school. The entire sports field descended into absolute chaos. The mutated monsters were biting and tearing people apart everywhere. Jingwen was just a kid. Facing a situation like that for the first time, he was paralyzed with fear. I was terrified, he said. I didn't know what to do, so I just followed my teacher and the other students. The terrifying scene was burned into his memory. We barely made it to the school bus, but we were completely surrounded by zombies. The horde was right on their heels, chasing them down. A few students weren't fast enough, and they were swarmed. Their horrifying screams echoed behind Jing Wen. It was a bloody spectacle he could never forget. At that moment, Jing Wen dove under the bus, clamping his hand over his mouth to stifle his cries. In the end, he recounted. I was the only one who survived. After escaping the horde's notice, Jing Wen ran home in a panic. The moment he opened the door, he let out a loud shout, releasing all the terror he'd been holding in. But his mother just sat huddled in a corner, not responding at all. When she finally turned her head, he saw it. Her blood-red eyes. Her face smeared with gore. He knew instantly. His mother had turned. In her hands, she was clutching the corpse of an animal. Terrified, Jing Wen whispered, "Mom." In that instant, his mother seemed to smell the scent of the living. She shot to her feet and stared straight at Jing Wen. A moment later, she lunged at him like he was a delicious piece of meat. He stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out in pain and terror. He screamed desperately, "Mom, it's me. I'm Jing Wen." For a split second, his words seemed to break through the haze, but the hunger was too strong. Her consciousness vanished completely. She descended upon him, ready to tear him to pieces. But in that same moment, a blade sliced through the air, cleaving his mother's head in two. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering across Jing Wen's face. She let out a pained shriek and collapsed to the floor. Seeing that massive figure fall, Jing Wen scrambled away in fear. Just then, he saw someone else approaching and his face tense with caution. It was his father, his hand trembling as he held the bloody knife. "Jing Wen," he said, his voice shaky. "It's okay now." He grabbed Jing Wen's arm and pulled him to his feet. Jing Wen cried out, "Dad, Dad." He collapsed into his father's arms, sobbing. "Dad, what's happening? Why did Mom turn into that?" His father shook his head. "I don't know." Suddenly, everyone started turning into zombies, just like in the movies, biting people everywhere. "Your mother and I were trying to get to the school to find you, but our neighbor bit her right outside the door." Just then, the front door burst open, and the horde of mutated creatures outside began to pour in. Jing Wen's father gasped in horror. "It's over. They're inside." With no other choice, he grabbed his son and dragged him towards the second floor. Just then, Jing Wen's father pulled out a key, pressing it into his son's hand. He threw open the window, his voice urgent. "Take the keys to the car. Get out of here now." But Xing Wen broke down, screaming through his tears, "Dad, we can go together." In response, his father revealed his arm, where a deep bite mark was already turning dark. The sight made Xing Wen's world go silent. His father's voice was heavy with sorrow. "I'm sorry. I can't go with you." At that moment, the horde of mutated creatures crashed into the house. Their guttural roars filled the air with pure terror. Without hesitation, his father shoved Xing Wen away. "There's no time. Run. I'll hold them back." But Xing Wen clung to him in agony. "No. Mom's gone. Dad, please don't leave me all alone." Hearing those words, a flash of anger crossed his father's face. He struck his son, the sharp slap echoing in the room. "You're a man. Don't you dare speak such cowardly words." Xing Wen cradled his stinging cheek, his voice choked with anguish. "Dad." His father's voice was filled with pain. "You're not alone. Find your sister. Help me. Take care of her." The creatures were almost upon them, snarling. In one final act, his dad pushed him out the window, screaming, "Go." The sudden push sent him plummeting to the ground below. The impact was agonizing. From the window above, his father yelled his final words. "I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. You two have to survive, no matter what." The horde of undead surged forward relentlessly. Gripping a knife, his father charged them with a furious roar. "I'll take you all to hell with me." He fought like a hero, cutting down one monster after another. But there were just too many of them. Xing Wen's father was only one man. And in the end, the horde overwhelmed him. His father's final, agonizing scream echoed from the floor above. Below, Xing Wen could only call out his name in terror. Consumed by panic, he scrambled to the garage and drove away. Xing Wen continued his tale. "I managed to escape Nam Than City. It wasn't long before the car ran out of gas. In his desperation, Xing Wen said, I had no choice but to ditch it and run on foot. I just kept running, until I physically collapsed from exhaustion. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Sing Wen recounted. I thought it was over for me, that I was going to die right there. But that's when I met them. 3 men had suddenly appeared before him, startling him. After that, the men took Sing Wen with them. He continued. They brought me to a shelter, filled with other survivors just like me. I thought I'd finally found salvation. But after a few days, I realized something was terribly wrong. Remembering that place, Sing Wen's voice turned grim. They gave us food and water every day, but we were under strict guard. We had completely lost our freedom. What's more, people were taken away every single day, and they never came back. He recalled one incident. I managed to knock out a guard once and made a break for it, but they caught me. The memory was still burned into Sing Wen's mind. They dragged me to a room where everything was stark white. The image was seared into his memory. Sing Wen continued grimly. I saw people in lab coats, injecting the survivors with some kind of drug. When they strapped him to the table, he struggled with all his might. What are you doing? As the syringe drew closer, he screamed in terror. No! Stay away from me. Let me go. Sing Wen let out a heart-wrenching scream. No-oh! But there was no escaping the needle. At this point, Sing Wen lowered his gaze. Later, I found out they were a secret organization called X. Ever since the apocalypse began, they've been rounding up survivors to use them as human test subjects. Sing Wen recalled what he knew about the drug. It was a serum they developed. Once injected, it could completely restructure the human body, granting abilities far beyond any normal person. Sing Wen paused, then continued. But only a very small number of people with special constitutions could adapt to it. Most either died from a violent immune reaction, exploded, or just turned into zombies. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei interjected. That sounds a lot like the evolution agent. Sing Wen nodded in agreement. There are similarities, yes. But their drug only alters a normal person's body. It can't cure someone who's already infected with the zombie virus. Zhao Tianlei then asked, So you and that sniper, you have special abilities because of that injection? Sing Wen's reply was direct. Exactly. The lucky few who survived. They called us evolvers. Once you successfully evolve, you have to pledge loyalty and serve the organization. From that point on, we didn't have names, only code names. For example, mine is A-Tin, and his is Greed Wolf. Zhao Tianlei suddenly spoke up. Is there a woman in your organization named Fang Si-Ting? Sing Wen looked at him, startled. How do you know that name? At the mention of her name, Zhao Tianlei crossed his arms in disgust. I've had a run-in with her before. Hearing this, Sing Wen's expression was unreadable. She's one of the boss's most trusted agents. Her code name is Crimson Moon. Her combat power isn't the highest, but she has an incredible talent for finding crystal cores. Call her the Crystal Core Reaper. The term crystal core immediately caught Zhao Tianlei's attention. Sing Wen explained, it's something found inside the mutated creatures. That's serum. It's extracted from those cores. The organization's research shows that the higher the level of the monster, the more potent the crystal core inside it is, which means the abilities of an evolver injected with it will be even stronger. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei fell into thought. So that's what the crystal cores are for. No wonder she was so obsessed with taking them from me. Sing Wen looked at him pointedly. If she's already made her move, it means the organization desperately wants to get their hands on you. Zhao Tianlei was baffled. Are you saying they're all targeting me? Sing Wen responded matter-of-factly. What do you think? Crimson Moon, Waning Star, Greed Wolf. They're all elite agents of the organization. Do you really think they waste all that effort on a target like Master Lu? Zhao Tianlei was still confused, but I have no connection to this organization. Why would they want me? Sing Wen answered with a sigh. You can blame yourself for being too impressive. Forget a normal person, even their strongest evolver can't fight off a zombie horde alone or kill as many mutated creatures as you have. The image of Zhao Tianlei single-handedly mowing down waves of zombies was deeply engraved in Sing Wen's mind. Someone with your potential. There's no way they'd just let you go. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei's expression darkened. He thought to himself, Asterisk, great. I've made a whole new set of enemies. Asterisk. Suddenly, he looked straight at Sing Wen. If that's the case, then capturing me would be a huge score for you. You've had more chances than any of them. So why did you help us? At this question, Sing Wen's expression suddenly grew heavy. After a long moment, he met Zhao Tianlei's gaze, his eyes filled with resolve. Because I want to escape. Sing Wen then confessed everything. The organization sent me here to gather intelligence on this base. I got hired by Guo Linhao because he's a military commander. Sticking with him was the perfect way to get access to the military's inner circle, but I never expected to find my sister here. This, however, put him in an impossible position. He explained I made a promise to my father that I would take care of my sister, and that we'd survive together. But as long as I'm tied to the organization, I'll always be under their thumb. They could even threaten my sister's safety. For his sister's sake, he made a decision. That's why I have to get away from them. Of course, Zhao Tianlei was skeptical. And why should I believe you? Xing Wen stated with conviction. It's true. I've told plenty of lies, but I would never gamble with my sister's safety. Hearing these words, Zhao Tianlei fell into a contemplative silence. Suddenly, someone burst into the room shouting, Brother Lei, something's wrong. It was Yang Feng, frantically looking for someone. Brother Wu Xuan, but before he could finish, a savage growl cut him off, grabbing Zhao Tianlei's and Xing Wen's attention. All three of them immediately raced towards the sound. Inside, they found a chaotic scene. Everyone was struggling to restrain a berserk Wu Xuan. Wu Xuan, stop. You're going to hurt yourself. But it was like he had completely lost his mind, acting more like a mindless monster than a man. His strength was immense. He sent Yun Feng flying and tossed Qiao Hai aside with ease. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Lu Heng yelled, grab him. The three of them lunged at once, desperately trying to pin Wu Xuan down. Zhao Tianlei finally demanded, what's going on here? Yang Feng explained in a panic, Brother Wu Xuan was fine just a second ago. We don't know why, but he just went berserk. His strength is insane. We can't hold him back. Hearing that, the terrifying truth dawned on Zhao Tianlei. Could this be a side effect of the evolution serum? He immediately questioned the system. What's happening to Wu Xuan? The system explained these were symptoms of a mutation. It seemed the evolution serum had failed. The news was a gut punch to Zhao Tianlei. Failed? No. I can't let my friend become a zombie. He frantically asked the system for a solution. No, this can't be happening. Wu Xuan is my brother in arms. He's a core part of this team's strength. I won't let him turn. How do I stop the mutation? But the system's response was cold. There was no other way. It bluntly stated this was now a gamble between the serum and the virus, all depending on his friend's physical constitution. Besides, it had warned him before. I told you, the success rate was only 10%. The virus has already taken over his body, you could say. He was just unlucky. It also added that to fight the virus, his body's core nature had to change. Hearing this, Zhao Tianlei demanded, but how do I do that? Then a memory sparked in his mind. That's right. When I gave my blood to Hong Juet, you said it had antiviral properties. Hong Juet drank my blood and it neutralized the triple paralysis plant virus. Just then, across the room, Wu Xuan broke free from his restraints. The sheer force of his struggle sent Van Fong flying, who cried out in pain as he hit the ground. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhao Tianlei barked out an order. Everyone, get out of here. The command made Luke Hang whip his head around in confusion. Even Qiu Hai and Van Fong couldn't understand the order. Van Fong started to protest, but Zhao Tianlei shot him down. He's infected. If he can't fight it off, he'll turn. Staying here won't help him, and it puts all of you in danger. Luke Hang saw the logic in his words and urged Van Fong, let's listen to our brother Zhao Tianlei. With that, the group quickly evacuated the room. Before leaving, Yang Feng called out a final warning. Brother Lo, you be careful too. Zhao Tianlei just gave him a reassuring, don't worry. Then he too scrambled out of the room. Instantly, Zhao Tianlei slammed the door shut, locking himself inside. Outside, Xing Wen stared intently at the closed door, lost in thought. Now, it was just Zhao Tianlei, facing down a Wu Xuan on the verge of becoming a zombie. His friend's breathing was heavy and ragged, followed by a sudden, animalistic growl. The system quickly reported the situation. The virus has spread throughout his brain. It's about to completely invade his brain cells, turning him into a true zombie. The moment the words faded, Wu Xuan lunged. Zhao Tianlei made a split-second decision. He would have to sacrifice an arm. He charged towards Wu Xuan. His friend swiped at him with his claws, but Zhao Tianlei was faster, slipping behind and locking him in a bear hug. In that instant, Wu Xuan spotted an opening. He sank his teeth deep into the arm that held him tight. The force of the bite made Zhao Tianlei scream out in agony. Xing Wen, peeking through a crack in the door, saw the scene and his eyes went wide with shock. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth, holding on for dear life, while Wu Xuan thrashed wildly, viciously biting down until blood flowed freely. He bit with a mindless, merciless fury. The pain forced a choked cry from Zhao Tianlei's lips. It hurt so much. Just then, the system's alarms blared. Warning, warning, warning. Host is experiencing excessive blood loss and showing abnormal symptoms. Stop immediately. Host, remember your mission is to save the world. Do not gamble with your own life. Faced with its warnings, Zhao Tianlei roared in defiance, I don't care. If I can't even save my own brother, what kind of savior am I supposed to be? He then shouted words of encouragement to his friend. Wu Xuan, you hang in there for me. Don't let my blood go to waste. Outside, Singwen overheard these words and wondered, what savior? And who is he even talking to? At that moment, Wu Xuan's zombie-like eyes suddenly cleared, returning to normal. He then went limp, collapsing in Zhao Tianlei's arms. Zhao Tianlei gently lowered him to the floor, then slumped down himself, completely exhausted. The system immediately sent a notification with Wu Xuan's new stats. Evolution Serum Fusion successful. Wu Xuan has been promoted. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Defense, 6. Recovery, 2. Third-rank soldier. Zhao Tianlei heard this and asked, Third-rank soldier? You mean Wu Xuan has become an evolved human, just like me? The system quickly clarified. Not exactly. Because Wu Xuan fused the evolution serum with your virus-infused blood, he has a portion of your abilities, similar to a descendant. But he does not have a master god system. This means he can evolve and level up by killing zombies and mutated creatures, but he has no storage, space, or exchange abilities. Just then, Wu Xuan's eyes fluttered open. He sat up and called out dazedly, Brother Loi. Seeing him awake, Zhao Tianlei replied, You're awake. His friend was still confused about what happened. I thought a zombie bit me. How am I still alive? At that exact moment, Yang Feng burst through the door and shouted with joy, Wu Xuan. His voice startled both of them, making them look toward the door. The whole group rushed in, asking anxiously, That's great, you're okay. Brother Loi found an antivirus. How are you feeling now? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Wu Xuan, still clueless, answered, I don't feel anything wrong. But for some reason, he looked down at his own body. I feel like my body is bursting with power. Hearing this, Yang Feng turned to Zhao Tianlei. Brother Wu Xuan is okay. Does that mean the medicine worked? Of course, Zhao Tianlei couldn't reveal the truth. He just shrugged. We just got lucky. Did you guys forget how dangerous that was a second ago? Qiu Hai broke out in a cold sweat. Yeah, that was a real close call. Van Fong added that if someone with Wu Xuan's strong constitution nearly turned into a zombie, an ordinary person wouldn't stand a chance. While everyone was still shaken, Zhao Tianlei warned them. So, from now on, everyone keeps their mouths shut about this. Otherwise, the commander will definitely have my head. Everyone agreed immediately. Right, we got it. Suddenly, Zhao Tianlei's gaze shifted towards Xingwen. Caught in his stare, Xingwen felt a pang of guilt and lowered his eyes. A little later, in the dormitory hallway, Xingwen and Zhao Tianlei were walking back to their room together. Xingwen's eyes were glued to Zhao Tianlei's back, then shifted to the arm that Wu Xuan had bitten. The fact that the wound had miraculously vanished left him stunned. His wound healed that fast. A storm of questions raged in his mind. Wu Xuan's body was definitely full of the virus. He got bit, but not only was he perfectly fine, even Wu Xuan didn't turn. Just who in the world is this guy? In that exact moment, Zhao Tianlei turned his head and asked, You saw everything, didn't you? He had been caught. Xingwen flinched, but Zhao Tianlei reassured him. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it back there. Then, he prepared to reveal his greatest secret. You want to know where that medicine came from, right? And why I'm so powerful? I'll tell you now. He slowly turned his body to face him and declared bluntly, Because I was the first person to be injected with the virus serum. Zhao Tianlei's words sent a shiver down Xingwen's spine. Zhao Tianlei then began to honestly recount everything. When the apocalypse started, I accidentally acquired a system. With it came special abilities. Not only can I resist the zombie virus, but I can also gain crystal cores to level up by killing them. Xingwen was bewildered by his words. A leveling system. Isn't that something you only find in novels? His skepticism was expected. Zhao Tianlei just let out a sigh, then commanded the system to open his storage space. Instantly, Zhao Tianlei's hand phased into a space only he could see. Xingwen stared, his jaw on the floor. Zhao Tianlei slowly pulled his hand back out of the space, now holding a bottle of mineral water. He held the bottle out in front of Xingwen. This shocked him so much he started stuttering. Wow, what is this? Zhao Tianlei asked coolly. You believe me now? Under the quiet moonlight, Zhao Tianlei held nothing back, explaining the origin of the evolution serum and how he had obtained it. The evolution serum I injected into Yu Xuan came from the system. Right now, I only have one. But I'll be able to exchange for more once I level up. Xingwen was stunned by his words. A plot twist straight out of a web novel was happening in real life. He cut straight to the point. A secret that important. Why tell me? Aren't you afraid I'll just leak it? Zhao Tianlei just smirked and answered with absolute certainty. You won't. His insane confidence left Xingwen speechless. Even I can't guarantee that. Where are you getting this ego from? Hearing this, he calmly replied. Didn't you say you wanted to protect your sister? Then, he started breaking down all the reasons he knew Xingwen wouldn't betray him. First off, you can't take down that organization by yourself. You know this better than anyone, which means you have to find a way to get stronger. As it stands, only the government base has a chance of fighting them, but they're just a bunch of normal people. With your intelligence, you know they're stretched thin, dealing with zombies and resource shortages. They're already drowning in problems, both inside and out. Even if they knew some shadowy organization in black coats existed, they wouldn't have the time or energy to deal with them. Besides, from what I've observed, you've been hiding out in that base for a while without making a move. That tells me you already see things my way. Finally, with the pure arrogance of the powerful, he declared, but me? I'm on a different level. Not only am I immune to the zombie virus, but my body is also constantly evolving. Once I get more serum, I can create an entire squad of the evolved. Xingwen had to admit it. Immune times and times constantly leveling up. This guy was basically the king of the apocalypse. Once he built that team, their power would completely eclipse both Organization X and the government base. At this, Zhao Tianlei let out a cocky smirk, cementing his dominance. Exactly. So teaming up with me is your best choice. You could even say it's your only choice. Even though he was basically convinced, Xingwen was still confused about one thing. He just had to ask, why do you want to help me? Is it just because I'm Chen Xinyu's brother? He gave a cryptic answer, yes and no. His response just made him more confused. What is that supposed to mean? Zhao Tianlei spoke slowly. This world is changing way faster than I thought. I used to think all I had to do was kill all the zombies and wipe out the virus, and the world would go back to normal. But now, I see how naive I was. After living in this post-apocalyptic era, he realized one thing. Compared to the virus, truly evil groups like Organization X were far more terrifying. If we let them expand, the threat they pose to humanity will be even greater than the zombies. So, to prepare for the worst, he had already started making a plan. Plus, who knows, there might be an Organization Y or an Organization Z down the road, so I have to adapt my strategy. He then revealed that recruiting Xingwen was a key part of his new plan. To face these kinds of powers, the few of us aren't enough. I have to make my team stronger. You're the exact talent I need, so helping you is also helping myself. After thinking it over for a moment, Xingwen's prideful nature took over. He smirked. All right, fine. If you need me times that times badly, I guess I can reluctantly accept. His cocky attitude seriously annoyed Zhao Tianlei. Give you an inch and you take a mile, huh? I'm not begging you to join, you know. So what's with the attitude? But they were just messing around, and the two shook hands to seal the deal. Xingwen even added, please take care of me from now on, Captain. And then he flashed a smile brimming with trust towards Zhao Tianlei, who returned it with the grin of a new comrade. Time jumped to the next morning. Zhao Tianlei explained everything to Yu Xuan. So that's what happened. The evolution serum I injected into you fused with my blood. You're one of the evolved now. Of course, Yu Xuan was completely blown away by these words and gasped. You're kidding me. This is exactly like a plot from a movie. Still in a daze, he asked. Does this mean from now on I don't have to worry about getting bitten by a zombie? Zhao Tianlei nodded and then added, it's not.